On a vast snowfield, a man lay on the cold ground, surrounded by 4 girls draped in animal skins. Hey, the ice god is about to get angry. If you don't wake up soon, you'll be frozen solid. Hearing the sounds around him, the man suddenly remembered that he was climbing a snow-capped mountain when he was caught in an avalanche. The man sat up and looked at the 4 girls surrounding him. Did you save me? No. We saw you lying here when we came over. How did you end up lying on the snow? It was too dangerous. Before he could finish speaking, his eyes widened. The 4 girls before him had 2 animal ears on their heads. Who are you? The gray-haired girl squatted down and looked at Su Yuan. We are from the Red Fox tribe. We were recently attacked by the Black Sheep tribe, so everyone scattered. A tribe? Have I transmigrated? Su Yuan was startled. System? He asked tentatively. The mall is fully charged. The system has detected that the host has level 1 privileges. Level 1 purchases are now available. I really have transmigrated. Hurry up and leave, stranger. We won't survive if the ice god descends. The white-haired girl looked at the sky. Su Yuan looked into the distance. A blizzard was approaching. Do you know where there's a shelter? The 4 girls looked at each other. We don't know either. We can only take it one step at a time. By the way, we still don't know your name, the gray-haired girl asked. My name is Su Yuan. What about you? My name is Cat Knight, and I'm especially energetic at night. Cat Knight revealed a pair of cat ears. I am Fox 9, the white-haired girl smiled. White Rabbit, another red-eyed girl whispered. Sure. The last tall girl introduced herself. Su Yuan, what race are you? Why can't I see your ears? Mao Yi asked curiously. I'm human. Let's find a shelter first. Ice God will be here soon, Su Yuan urged. The 5 continued searching for shelter in the snowfield, having searched for several hours, but the surrounding snowfield remained unchanged. All right, listen to me now, and I can save your lives, Su Yuan said firmly. He took out an entrenching tool from his backpack, shoveled away the loose snow on top to reveal the solid white snow underneath, and began cutting snow bricks. Looks like we'll have to build an igloo to get through the blizzard for now. Su Yuan took out the cut snow bricks. Su Yuan handed the entrenching tool to Sure. You're in charge of cutting the snow bricks, and you need to be quick. Really for me? Sure took the entrenching tool and started working. Lion swung its entrenching tool and began cutting snow bricks, snowflakes flying everywhere. Soon, Lion came back carrying a snow brick. Several beast girls approached. Su Yuan nodded. Cat Knight, you and White Rabbit go find some wood and branches. Fox 9 and I piled up the snow bricks together. Understood, Su Yuan. Mao Yi excitedly agreed and pulled by 2 away. Fox 9 was somewhat puzzled. She looked down at the snow house in front of her. Su Yuan, isn't a house made of snow really cold? Don't worry, it's warm inside. Su Yuan waved his hand and said, Sure. That's enough, you can come back now. The shadow of the blizzard was drawing ever closer. Su Yuan felt a pang of unease. Why haven't Mao Yi and the others returned yet? No sooner had the words left her lips than Nikoya's voice rang out from afar. I'm back. Nico and Shiro ran over through the heavy snow. We found so many fruits. Maya laughed and said, holding a bunch of tree branches, pulling open the White Rabbit's clothes to reveal a bunch of red fruits. Is it frozen? Su Yuan stepped forward and gently touched the White Rabbit's belly with his hand. Sure enough, it was like an ice cube. So warm. The White Rabbit felt the warmth in Su Yuan's hands and breathed a sigh of relief. Quickly gather the fruit. A blizzard is coming, Su Yuan urged, as the blizzard grew fiercer. The group entered the snow hut without incident. As Sure prepared to go inside, she handed the entrenching tool to Su Yuan. This thing is very sharp. Okay, come in quickly. Su Yuan took the shovel, thinking that this tool would come in very handy in the future. The entrance needs to be sealed off, Su Yuan frowned. Lion, lend me the animal hide from your leg. Lion untied the animal hide and handed it to him. He quickly secured the hide and snow bricks to the entrance. The snow hut was dimly lit, and 5 people were crammed into the cramped space. The snow hut was so small that everyone had to huddle together. I'm hungry, the White Rabbit cried again. Cat Knight, give me a twig, Su Yuan called out. Cat Knight groped around in the dark and handed him a twig. Su Yuan took out a windproof lighter from his backpack and started a fire, which finally illuminated the entire snow house. In the early morning, Su Yuan woke up to find himself tightly held by Sure, with her thighs pressing against his neck. Su Yuan carefully moved Sure's legs aside and finally saw a light seeping into the house through the snow bricks, illuminating the corners of the snow house. I'm actually lying here with these beast girls, Su Yuan thought to himself. Right system. He opened the blue panel in front of him, and the in-game store option appeared. Host, activate the level 1 store. Su Yuan selected Activate, and the panel instantly transformed into a product list. Lighter, 30 points matches, 5 points. Firestone, 1 point compressed biscuits, 10 points ham sausage, 6 points. His score was displayed as 0. System, how do I get points? He asked. Trading items earns points. The rarer the item, the higher the points. You can trade 10 times per day. The shop will upgrade as the host's civilization and development level increase. Civilization development, Su Yuan didn't think much of it, figuring that it would take time. He casually touched Lion's leather shoes. He decided to try trading using the system. System, how many points is this worth? He asked. Worn wolf leather shoes, 5 points 5 points. Su Yuan was somewhat surprised. This was actually worth the points for a matchbox. Does the host wish to trade? No trade. Su Yuan shook his head and tossed the shoes aside. At this moment, Lion woke up and sat up. The other beast girls also gradually woke up, but Cat Knight was still clinging to Su Yuan's clothes and refused to get up. Wait for me to go out and take a look. Su Yuan put on his down jacket and climbed to the entrance of the snow house. Su Yuan used an entrenching tool to clear the snow and finally dug a small hole. Ice God is gone. We can go out now. Lion grabbed the entrenching tool and quickly cleared a large opening behind the snow house. All right, we need to find news about the tribe anyway. We can't stay here forever. Su Yuan looked at the destroyed snow hut. Fox 9, let's go hunting together and also look for news about the tribe, Su Yuan suggested. Nicoya thinks it's better to act together, Nicoya replied. All right then, Fox 9 nodded. After packing their backpacks, the group prepared to set off. If we get lost, we can find our way by looking in the direction of the sun in the morning, Fox 9 said. But this isn't Earth. The sun doesn't necessarily rise from the east. Su Yuan had some doubts, but decided to believe what Sister Fox 9 said. Mao Yi became even more clingy to Su Yuan, occasionally crawling under his armpits or hanging on his back like a koala. Cat Knight clung tightly to Su Yuan's back. The snow house was small, but packed with 4 girls. Su Yuan, are you a sorcerer? How can you summon flames? Mao Yi asked excitedly. Which? I'm not. I just used some tools. Su Yuan wasn't sure what which meant here, but it probably referred to a priest or tribal chief. After the fire was lit, the temperature inside the house rose, and the people's hands and feet, which had been freezing, gradually warmed up. Su Yuan had been awake for 5 or 6 hours when the white rabbit handed him a red fruit, which he took a bite of. The fruit was cold. Mao Yi sat nestled in Su Yuan's lap, munching on fruit with both hands. So warm. Yes, it's very warm. Sure also approached the fire, and Su Yuan noticed that her animal skin covered the upper half of her thighs. Lion, use my clothes as a cushion, Su Yuan suggested. They'll fit perfectly. Sure took the down jacket and found it soft and comfortable to the touch. Outside the snow house, a blizzard raged, and snowflakes accumulated in the gaps in the roof. Sure put the down jacket under her body and said, Su Yuan, your clothes are so warm. The wood that Maya brought wouldn't burn for long, and the group quickly finished the icy and sour red berries. There were a dozen or so fruits, enough for everyone. Su Yuan ate 2 and then stopped. The White Rabbit and Fox 9 weren't very interested either. If we knew how to build igloos, we wouldn't have been scattered by the Black Sheep tribe, Fox 9 whispered. The Black Sheep tribe launched a surprise attack on us from the outside. Their shaman is too powerful, Fox 9 sighed. They've also captured many of their people. Later, we fled to the icy snowfields, where we encountered the wrath of the ice god, and everyone scattered, Fox 9 added. Su Yuan listened and threw a branch into the fire. Is that witch really that powerful? Yes, their witches are strong, and their hunting leaders are also very strong. Even Sister Lion is no match for them, Fox 9 replied. Don't worry, we will take it back one day. Su Yuan comforted him. Nicoya said lazily in her arms, with such a warm snow house, there's no need to fight for that place back. Yeah, that place is too cold. All the jerky I hid there was blown away by the ice god. Mao Yi smiled. The flames gradually died down, and the White Rabbit grew anxious, pointing at the fire. The fire is going out. It's all right. Everyone get some rest, Su Yuan said. He already considered himself a member of the Red Fox tribe. After all, they were the ones who saved him. Yes, I'll go find everyone tomorrow. Fox 9 said firmly. Su Yuan piled the charred wood in a corner, and Mao Yi was already asleep in his arms. Despite the harsh conditions, everyone gradually fell asleep. Lioness, worried that Su Yuan was cold, gave him half of her down jacket to use as a cushion. After walking for 3 hours, the little cat, Night, hung listlessly on Su Yuan's back, while the other beast girls were also starving. Su Yuan was also feeling hungry. He had only eaten 2 pieces of fruit since yesterday. The food in his backpack had long since been lost. Lion watched as Su Yuan prepared to leave with the bone knife and followed him. Su Yuan, are you going hunting? No, I'm just looking for something useful. Su Yuan looked around. The snowfield was empty. This tree is worth some points. Su Yuan walked towards the snow elm tree, which was over 3 meters tall and as thick as a bowl. Lion, come here. Help me cut this tree down, Su Yuan said. Okay. She chopped hard, and the tree trunk immediately split open. She chopped a few more times, and the tree trunk crashed down. Wow, that's amazing, Su Yuan exclaimed. You're incredibly strong. Shusher smiled and said, this tree is too fragile. You can keep the entrenching tool. Su Yuan picked up the entrenching tool and handed it to her. I'll teach you how to use it. Thank you, Su Yuan. Lion gratefully took the entrenching tool and placed it at her waist. Lion, can I borrow the bone knife? Su Yuan asked. Su Yuan then opened the system. System, check the prices of these 2 items. Wolf bone knife, 20 points. Snowy holly tree half, 75 points. The snow lotus tree is actually worth 75 points. Su Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and he traded it away. Transaction successful, 75 points gained. The trees vanished instantly, and Lion's eyes widened. Su Yuan, what did you just do? Let's go back first, then I'll tell everyone, Su Yuan said, leading Lion back. Back at the camp, Su Yuan summoned the 4 beast girls. I have something big to tell you, Su Yuan began. I can offer sacrifices to the gods and receive rewards from them. The rarer the item, the richer the reward. Su Yuan looked directly at them. Wow, Su Yuan, you're a divine sorcerer. Mao Yi was so happy she almost jumped up. Lion and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Having a shaman who could communicate with the gods was an extremely honorable thing for their small tribe. However, this matter must be kept secret, Su Yuan said solemnly. The 4 beast girls immediately promised to keep it a secret. Now, I will pray to the gods for food. Everyone, please sit down, Su Yuan continued. Su Yuan opened the system shop. System, list the food items. Handsome Fu instant noodles, 15 points. Fat bread, 8 points. Woof woof cat food gift pack, 30 points. Cat food. Su Yuan looked at the little cat Yi in his arms and suddenly realized that she was a cat girl and might really like to eat cat food. Let's redeem the instant noodles and bread first, Su Yuan finally decided. Handsome Fu instant noodles, 15 points. Fat big bread, 8 points. Transaction successful, food obtained. Su Yuan smiled at the beast girls. The food is here, everyone have some first. Su Yuan used 10 points to exchange for 5 compressed biscuits, which were flavored with wheat, salted green onion, sweet and salty minced meat, sesame, and red date. 1 cookie for each person, and we'll talk about it if you need more. After distributing the cookies, he had 25 points left, enough to exchange for 2 more. It smells so good. Mao Ye smelled the aroma in the air. Her eyes lit up, and she immediately stared at the cookies in Su Yuan's hand. These are compressed biscuits, 5 flavors. Everyone please try them first. Su Yuan separated the biscuits. Cat Knight didn't know what it was, but when she smelled the aroma, she couldn't help but pick up the top wheat flavor and take a bite. Ouch! Mao Yi took a bite, and tears streamed down her face from the pain. It's very hard. You have to use your tongue to soften it first before biting, Su Yuan reminded her. The meat-filling flavor herself. Lion took the sesame flavor and gave the remaining 2 to Fox 9 and White Rabbit. Seeing Cat Knight's lesson, the others began to carefully lick the biscuit until it softened before taking a bite. After finishing the cookies, everyone quenched their thirst with snow. Soon, all 5 cookies were gone. Are you full? Su Yuan asked. I'm not completely full, but I'm not hungry anymore. Nico licked her fingers, a satisfied expression on her face. Let's offer some more things to the gods later, and then have a big feast in the snow hut tonight, Su Yuan suggested. A feast? Fox 9 and the others responded excitedly, their faces showing anticipation. After walking for a while, Su Yuan found 2 trees. Although they were not snow holly trees, the whole tree could be exchanged for 120 points. As evening approached, one could see trees frozen into ice sculptures in the surrounding environment. They arrived at a large tree with a diameter of nearly half a meter and decided to spend the night there. Su Yuan, I'm a little hungry again. Mao Yi rubbed her stomach and leaned against Su Yuan. Su Yuan looked up at the sky. After the blizzard passed, it began to get dark, and the danger at night was even greater. Let's spend the night here. Lion will go dig for snow bricks. White Rabbit and Fox 9 will build a snow hut, and I'll take Cat Knight to collect wood, Su Yuan arranged. Fox 9 and White Rabbit have learned very quickly, especially Fox 9, who immediately understood Su Yuan's instructions. Don't worry, leave it to us. Fox 9 said confidently. Cat Knight, come help. Su Yuan pointed to the tree. System, check the price of the iron axe, Su Yuan asked. Iron axe, 80 points, trade. Su Yuan immediately selected trade. Cat Knight, take this axe and go chop some branches up there and knock down some fruit while you're at it, Su Yuan instructed. By the way, you can climb trees, right? Mao Yi nodded. Don't worry, leave it to me. I'm a fast tree climber. Su Yuan, there are still lots of fruits on the tree. Mao Yi shouted excitedly. Then knock all the fruit down. I'll catch them down here. Su Yuan put down his backpack, ready to catch the fruit. Cat Knight began to busy herself, and soon a snow-white fruit fell down. Su Yuan caught it and found that it was about the size of her palm, covered with a layer of frost. System, how many points is this fruit? Su Yuan asked. Blue vein snow fruit, 100 points. This fruit is actually worth 100 points. Su Yuan was shocked. Cat Knight, knock down all the fruits. Su Yuan hurriedly shouted. Okay, I'll keep going. Nicoya replied happily, continuing to climb upwards to collect more fruit. Several snow fruits fell one after another. Just as Su Yuan was about to pick up the fruits on the ground, he suddenly heard Mao Yi scream, Ah! Cat Knight. Su Yuan hurriedly looked up and saw a cat fall from a tree, landing heavily on him. Su Yuan, are you alright? Mao Yi hurriedly helped Su Yuan up. I'm fine, Su Yuan asked. A giant snake. Run. Su Yuan, there's a giant snake in the tree. Mao Yi shouted, immediately picking up Su Yuan and running towards Shir and the others. A loud crash came from the tree behind him. Su Yuan turned around and saw a giant white python angrily chasing after him, its head bleeding. It turned out that Mao Yi had hit it with an axe. Fortunately, Mao Yi was extremely fast and still managed to reach Shir and the others while carrying Su Yuan. Lion, Fox 9, a giant snake is going to eat us. Cat Knight shouted. Lion immediately ran over with White Rabbit. Su Yuan, Mao Yi, what happened? Shir asked. There's a snake, a big snake. It's coming to eat us. Mao Yi said anxiously. I'll go check. If there's a snake, we'll have food for tonight. Lion released Su Yuan, picked up an entrenching tool, and walked towards the giant python. However, the giant python quickly reached the group. The blue-striped snow fruit on its head was still hanging there, and blood was seeping from the wound. Upon seeing Cat Knight, the giant python angrily pounced. Lion didn't hesitate to strike it with his entrenching tool. The giant python thrashed about in pain, ignoring Cat Knight, and turned to coil around Lion. This is a snow python. It usually hides in the snow and uses the fruit on its head to confuse other creatures. Su Yuan, give the bone dagger to Mao Yi, Hu Jiu reminded him. That's right. Mao Yi quickly said. Su Yuan, give me the bone knife quickly. I'll go help. Su Yuan immediately redeemed a set of steel claws from the store. Cat Knight, put these on and go help Lion. Steel claws were on Cat Knight's hands, the steel claws on the black gloves gleaming coldly. So cool. Cat Knight immediately ran towards Lion. At this point, the python had begun to coil around Shir's legs, but its tail could not completely lock her in place. Lion gripped the entrenching tool tightly and slashed hard. The snow python cried out in pain and turned to bite Lion. Suddenly, Mao Yi leaped out from the side, his steel claws piercing the giant python's eyes with lightning speed. The python struggled violently and rolled on the ground. Cat Knight, I'm amazing, she laughed triumphantly. Watch out, it's not dead yet. Lion stared at the giant python. The giant python's last remaining eye was fixed on Mao Yi. Mao Yi quickly rushed to its side, slashing open 4 bloody gashes, and the python's blood gushed out. Lion grabbed the python's upper jaw and slashed it several times with an entrenching tool, splattering blood everywhere. Finally, the python's body collapsed limply, its tail loosened, and it finally died completely. After the battle, the 3 logistics personnel arrived and saw Su Yuan walking over, with Shir standing to the side. Shir, are you alright? Su Yuan thought Shir was injured and pulled her arm up. The shovel broke, Shir said softly. It's alright. It's broken. It's broken. What weapon do you want? I'll get you another one, Su Yuan said casually, picking up the broken entrenching tool. Broken entrenching tool, 5 points trade. 5 points. What the hell? Su Yuan said with dissatisfaction. It can be recycled, but no points will be awarded. Recycle it then, hurry up. Su Yuan urged. Seeing the broken entrenching tool disappear, Lion finally regained her composure. She looked at Cat Knight's steel claws and said, I want an entrenching tool. Su Yuan considered for a moment and decided to change his weapon. He exchanged 5 blue vein snow fruits for a horse-slaying saber. Refined horse-slaying saber, 575 points. The broadsword was 1.6 meters long, and holding it, it was almost taller than Mao Yi. Lion, take this, Su Yuan said. Sure took the saber, tried swinging it a few times, and quickly became skilled. Her tall figure made wielding the saber effortless. She brandished her saber and walked toward the giant python's corpse, her movements as swift as the wind, instantly displaying her skillful combat techniques. Stroke, Sure severed the giant python's head, blood splattering everywhere. She seemed to transform into a female war goddess, exuding an imposing aura. Thank you, I like it very much. Lion wiped away the bloodstains, revealing a long-lost smile. A huge weight finally lifted from her heart. It's getting late. You guys go build snow bricks. Cat Knight, come with me to pick the remaining fruit and chop some wood while we're at it, Su Yuan said, taking out a first aid kit. You guys help first, I'll deal with this giant python, he continued. I can help too, the White Rabbit whispered. White Rabbit, you've made clothes before, and snakeskin can be used to make blankets. Fox 9 patted her ear, comforting her. All right, then you and I will deal with this giant serpent together, and I will offer the rest as a sacrifice to the gods, Su Yuan said. The White Rabbit nodded and asked in a low voice, Su Yuan, can I use the bone knife for a moment? Su Yuan smiled and agreed. Answer me one question, and I'll give it to you. Huh? Go ahead and ask, the White Rabbit said, somewhat confused. Su Yuan asked in a low voice, are your tails like round little fur balls? The White Rabbit's ears twitched, and it blushed. No, our tails are long too, but we usually keep them tucked in. I see. Su Yuan smiled and stopped teasing her, picking up 2 boxes. One was a first aid kit, and the other was his small toolbox. White Rabbit, these 2 boxes are yours from now on. There are knives, needles, and thread, and other tools in this box. Remember to open it when you need them, Su Yuan said. There are 2 more trading opportunities left today. Su Yuan walked to the snake's head, where the fleshy growth that looked like a blue-veined snow fruit still stood upright. Rare item detected. Blue-veined snake fruit tradable for 1,000 points, or 100 points. New special item added. Host, please select the direction of the transaction. Su Yuan looked at the White Rabbit beside him and found that she had already skillfully begun to peel the skin. Su Yuan, this snakeskin is too long. I want to make it into a mat so I won't have to sleep on the snow tonight, the White Rabbit said with a smile. Okay, I'll leave this to you. I'll go check on how Fox 9's snow house is going. Su Yuan patted her little head. Back in the snow hut, Fox 9 was meticulously repairing it, making it much more exquisite than the one he had built yesterday. Fox 9, why make it so elaborate? We have to leave tomorrow, Su Yuan reminded her. I'm still learning how to build a snow house. I'll teach everyone when I find them, Fox 9 said, while using her little paws to smooth out the edges. Then you should use the knife. Your hands are frozen stiff. Su Yuan grasped Hu Jio's hand. Her palms were red from the cold. Thank you. Fox 9 smiled. At this moment, Cat Knight jumped over with a small bag on her back and a blue-veined snow fruit in her hand. This fruit is delicious. Try some. Nicoya put down her backpack, which was full of blue-veined snow fruit. This is a blue-veined fruit. It tastes good, Su Yuan. You should try some too. Fox 9 picked up a fruit, breathed on it to blow away the frost, and handed it to Su Yuan. Thank you. Su Yuan took the snow fruit and was taken aback when he saw Hu Jio's panting. Where's Sure the snow house is all set up, but I haven't seen her. Maya asked, looking around as she ate some fruit. She went to cut the snake meat. The White Rabbit couldn't move such a big snake, Fox 9 explained. Soon, Lion appeared carrying a horse-slaying sword with a large snake hanging from it, while White Rabbit was holding a snakeskin blanket. Su Yuan, what should we do with this snake? Lion asked. Cut the snake meat into pieces, eat it in the pit first, then go back to the snow house. Cat Knight, Fox 9, move the branches into the pit and level it out a bit, Su Yuan instructed. White Rabbit, quickly put the snakeskin into the snow house. Several beast girls started to busy themselves, while Su Yuan and Lion processed the snake meat. The snake's internal organs were not needed, but the snake gall could be sold for some points. After finishing their work, everyone sat around the pit, waiting for their snake meat feast. The fire was rekindled, and the warm flames illuminated everyone's faces. That's great. Before my sister awakened, we could only eat raw meat. Is Fox 9's sister a shaman from the Red Fox tribe? Su Yuan asked. Yes, Fox 9's older sister is named Red Fox. Tribe names are usually based on the shaman's name. If Su Yuan joins our tribe, the tribe can also be called Su Yuan tribe. Fox 9 laughed. Su Yuan tribe? Su Yuan smiled wryly, thinking to himself, how could he possibly change this name? No, the Red Fox tribe is still better. Su Yuan shook his head, making a decision in his heart. Su Yuan, let's hurry up and grill the meat. I'm hungry. Mao Yi had a snow fruit in her mouth, her eyes fixed on the snake meat. We're having stewed meat today, Su Yuan said. Stewed meat? What's stewed meat? The other beast girls asked curiously. I'll teach you how to make it. Su Yuan smiled, thinking to himself, these little beast girls trust me a lot, so teaching them how to make stewed meat is a good idea. System, exchange for a pottery jar, 5 wooden bowls, and a wooden spoon. Su Yuan decided to use the system shop to solve the problem, since finding clay in the snow and ice was not easy. Chapter 10 Delicious Snake Soup. Glug glug. Steam rose from the earthenware pot, and the snow water began to boil. Wow, bubbles are popping. Nicoya exclaimed excitedly. Fox 9 looked at the pottery jar curiously. Is this also something used by the gods? This? It's just a ceramic pot. I'll teach you how to make it later, Su Yuan explained. Fox 9 nodded, but her mind was full of questions. White Rabbit, give me the knife. Su Yuan took the knife and began to cut the snake meat. The snake meat was frozen solid, so cutting it wasn't difficult. Several pieces of snake meat were thrown into an earthenware pot and stewed for a short while, filling the air with a fragrant aroma. System, give me a different packet of salt, Su Yuan instructed. 1 bag of salt, 250 points. So expensive? How many points does it cost to exchange for a small spoonful of salt? 1 spoonful of salt, 1 point. 2 spoonfuls, and some ginger and garlic too. 1 clove of garlic, 3 points. 1 piece of ginger, 3 points. Su Yuan exchanged for salt, ginger, and garlic, and put them into the earthenware jar. The aroma became even stronger, and even the white rabbit that was munching on snow fruit nearby stopped. Su Yuan, I'm so hungry, is it ready yet? Mao Yi asked anxiously. Almost done, the meat's not cooked yet, Su Yuan said, then suddenly shouted, Sure, don't get so close. Your clothes are on fire. Sure was stopped, and Su Yuan quickly pulled her back. An hour later, the 4 beast girls couldn't take it anymore. Su Yuan picked up a spoon and tapped them on the head one by one. Hold your wooden bowls, line up, one at a time. The 4 beast girls lined up obediently, their wooden bowls neatly arranged. The stewed snake meat soup had a chewy texture and an ordinary taste, but it was very filling. After eating a bowl, Su Yuan felt energetic all over. It's so delicious. Can we have stewed meat again tomorrow? Nico asked eagerly. Okay, I'll cook another one tomorrow, Su Yuan agreed. Cat Knight jumped up excitedly. Yay! The 4 beast girls ate their fill, and Fox 9 and White Rabbit drank 2 large bowls of water. I'm full, Su Yuan, let's go to sleep. Mao Yi yawned and said lazily. I don't know how I'm going to take a bath in this freezing weather. She touched her head. Fox 9, how do you take a bath? Su Yuan asked. They wash in the river next to the tribe, and those who are in poor health use animal hides to rub themselves, Fox 9 replied. Taking a bath at this temperature would freeze us to death. Su Yuan was alarmed. How about we use a metal bucket to boil water for bathing in 2 days? It was getting late, and after everyone finished eating, they climbed into the snow pit. The earthenware pot, wooden bowl, and the remaining snake meat were placed next to the snow hut. Maoya was the first to crawl into the snow hut. Oh, it's so warm, she said happily, as the white rabbit had already laid out a snakeskin mat. There was no fire in the snow hut, and everyone huddled together. The snow hut that Fox 9 built was bigger than the one Su Yuan had built before. Who's pressing down on my tail? A voice rang out. White Rabbit, your ears are broken, boo-hoo. Another round of complaints. Hey, don't pull my tail. The room was in complete chaos, but eventually everyone quieted down. Su Yuan felt that the figure in his arms was somewhat unfamiliar. He rubbed his head and found that the ears were longer than Mao Ye's. The rabbit's ears are a little itchy. Fox 9, please stop touching them, he said softly. All right, go to sleep now. We have to get up early tomorrow. Su Yuan patted Mao Ye's head. But what if I can't sleep? Mao Ye circled around the group. You have to sleep even if you can't. Su Yuan grabbed Mao Yi and pressed her down. Su Yuan, I really can't sleep. Could you tell me a story? Mao Yi pleaded, and the other beast girls gathered around. My tribe is very large, and everyone here has enough to eat and wear. Su Yuan began to tell his story. Are there really tribes that don't have to worry about food and clothing? Mao Ye asked in surprise. Don't worry, once we find the Red Fox tribe, everyone will be doing well, Su Yuan said with a smile. Chapter 11 Totoro Squeak. The next morning, Su Yuan was the first to wake up, not naturally, but because a certain cat had turned 180 degrees and was pressing down on him, making it hard for him to breathe. The cat had been sleeping restlessly all night, its belly pressing against his face, making him sweat profusely and very uncomfortable. This little one is a restless sleeper. Su Yuan picked up Mao Yi helplessly and found that she was sleeping like a puddle of mud, completely unaware of anything. He gently put Mao Yi down and, before everyone woke up, slipped out of the snow house. It's so cold, he shivered as soon as he stepped out of the house. The snow outside had thickened, burying the snake meat in the bowl. Let's make something to eat first, otherwise the little glutton won't wake up until almost noon. Su Yuan dug out the leftover snake meat and wood from yesterday and started making breakfast. Crackling and popping, he vigorously stewed the snake meat, adding some shiitake mushrooms he had redeemed from the system shop. Suddenly, a small head popped out and bit his spoon. Su Yuan turned around and saw a little girl with short, gray-white hair. It's so hot. The little girl screamed in pain from the burn, but still refused to let go. If it's hot, let go. Mao Ye. Su Yuan thought it was Mao Ye who came to steal the food, but when he turned around, he realized it was a strange little girl. Phew, so delicious, the little girl exclaimed with satisfaction. Suddenly, Su Yuan grabbed her by the back of her neck and lifted her up. Let me go. I'm afraid of heights, the little girl cried out in panic, but her cries did not bring her mother. Instead, they woke up the other animal girls in the snow house. When Mao Ye saw this, she immediately came over, and Gigi immediately shut her mouth, her eyes filled with fear. It smells so good, Su Yuan, why didn't you call me? Mao Ye said, looking at the soup in the spoon with dissatisfaction. This is snake meat soup? Su Yuan asked helplessly, pointing to the little beast girl in his arms. Su Yuan, what's going on? Hu Jio walked over, rubbing her eyes, and asked curiously when she saw Su Yuan holding the little girl. She came over to steal some food, but I caught her, Su Yuan explained. What? You stole my snake soup. Upon hearing this, Mao Ye immediately rushed to Su Yuan in anger, while Gigi was so frightened that she quickly shrank into Su Yuan's arms. All right, Cat Knight, stop scaring people. Which tribe are you from? And how did you end up in the frozen snowfield? Fox 9 asked Yehuadat. I'm called Zizi. I'm with my mom and the others. We don't have a tribe, the little girl answered, her head bowed, her eyes filled with disappointment. A wanderer? Su Yuan asked. Yes, that's right. Squeak nodded and said in a low voice. Wanderers don't have a fixed tribe and are easily bullied by other tribes. Seeing her disappointed look, Su Yuan gently put her down. The aroma of the freshly stewed snake soup was irresistible and successfully attracted her attention. Can I have some more? I haven't eaten for 2 days. Zizi looked at the snake soup with reluctance, her voice low. No way. This is mine. Mao Ye immediately protested, tightly protecting her snake soup. She was quite generous to Su Yuan and sure, but she was very unkind to Gigi. Wah, your aura is so terrifying. Zizi looked at Mao Ye and trembled with fear, then immediately hid behind Su Yuan. Squeak, are you a rat man? Su Yuan asked curiously, touching her little ears. No, Mom says we're Totoro, we're dragons. Zizi said, puffing out her chest. Totoro. Su Yuan was stunned, wondering what kind of creature it was. Could it really be related to dragons? You're a cat? Then what am I? Cat Knight glared at Squeak with displeasure. It's Totoro, not a cat. Zizi replied firmly. All right, stop fooling around. I prepared a lot of snake soup today. If it's not enough, we can have a few more meals with the snake meat over there. Su Yuan quickly interrupted when he saw this. Cat stopped teasing her, and everyone picked up their wooden bowls to eat. You can use mine. Su Yuan handed his wooden bowl to Gigi, which contained steaming hot snake soup. Gigi took it and showed a happy expression. Su Yuan, you gave it to her. How are you going to eat it? Mao Yi looked at Su Yuan in confusion. It's okay, I'm not hungry yet. Su Yuan smiled, indicating that he didn't have an appetite for the time being. No, if you don't eat enough, you'll be hungry on the road later. Mao Yi took another piece of snake meat and held it to Su Yuan's mouth. Seeing that Mao Yi was feeding him like this, Su Yuan couldn't refuse, so he opened his mouth and bit off the meat she offered, but accidentally bit Mao Ye's little paw. Wow, Su Yuan, you can't eat my hand. Mao Yi was so frightened that her tail bristled, and she hurriedly tried to pull her hand back. I'm going to eat your finger. Chapter 12 The Wanderer Tribe. The kitten was frightened and nervously closed its eyes, not daring to retract its fingers. Okay, actually, Nikoya's fingers are much tastier than snake meat. Really? Let me try it. Nikoya put down her finger and tried it. It really is. It's delicious. Seeing Mao Yi licking her paws, Su Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Seeing this, Huju lowered her finger, which she was about to use. Zizi has never eaten anything so delicious. From now on, you'll be my best friend. Zizi hugged the wooden bowl, happily swinging her short legs as she snuggled up next to Su Yuan. Can a good friend pat my head? Su Yuan asked with a smile. No, you can only touch it once, Zizi said nervously. She always felt very uncomfortable when someone touched her head. By the way, what are your names? Zizi asked curiously. My name is Su Yuan, also known as Cat Knight, Lion, Fox 9, and White Rabbit. Su Yuan introduced himself simply. When Zizi saw Shirshir, she was shocked. Shirshir's height was practically that of a giant. Let's set off now that we've all eaten. Zizi, do you want to come with us? We're going to your area anyway, Su Yuan suggested. Can I bring the rest of the food to my mom and the others to try? Zizi looked at Su Yuan expectantly. Let's finish the rest. There's too much meat. It'll just freeze into ice if we take it back, Su Yuan said with a smile. Lion, take the snake meat with you. Let's go to Squeak's camp to rest. After breakfast, White Rabbit packed up the snakeskin mat and toolbox, gave the remaining snake meat to Lion to take, and Cat Knight was responsible for packing the bowls and jars into his backpack. Su Yuan took out the snake gallbladder that he had buried yesterday from the snow. System, provide an estimate. Snow snake gallbladder, 300 points. 300 points? Such a big snake gall is worth that much. Su Yuan was surprised. Deal. 300 points was a pretty good reward. Su Yuan thought that if he had more points, he might be able to exchange them for some warm clothes for everyone. Let's go, Squeak, lead the way. Squeak walked ahead excitedly, glancing back every now and then at the snake meat on Lion's shoulder, thinking that her mother would be very happy when they got back. Meanwhile, in another snowy field, beside a fallen tree, a black-haired mature woman was fighting fiercely against a giant monster. The monster was covered in green fur, had a huge body, and sharp tusks, and looked like a 2-meter-tall wild boar. Gray, take the rest of you and retreat first. I'll hold it off, the mature woman shouted. She swung her stone knife, striking the monster, but only inflicted minor wounds. The monster's strength forced her back. Chief, if we leave, the children won't make it through the night. Gray said anxiously. Go first, I'll distract it, and it'll leave once it doesn't find anyone, the mature woman decisively commanded. He gritted his teeth and led a group of people into the tree trunk. There were more than 10 people crammed inside the trunk, and everyone was very scared. 2 children were protected in the middle. Everyone, follow me. The leader will stay outside and hold off the monsters, Gray said in a low voice. Gray, why don't we let the leader in too? That monster can't get in, someone suggested. Gray shook his head decisively. No, that monster has been hungry for a long time. If the leader isn't in front of it, it will smash through the tree trunk. Let's go first and come back after it leaves. Although everyone was scared, they still followed Gray's footsteps and carefully walked out of the tree trunk. Crack! Suddenly, the sound of the stone knife breaking rang out. Leader, get out of the way. Gray saw Long's stone knife break and rushed forward in a panic to try to stop the monster. However, another green-haired monster suddenly sprang out from the snow. It's a trap. Gray realized instantly that the monster had deliberately lured them out. Just as another monster was about to pounce on Gray, Long hurriedly tried to save her, but was blocked by a tree trunk. Leader, don't come any closer, Gray shouted. Long realized that if she left, the monster would break through the tree hollow, endangering the people inside. Gray was also in grave danger, and she didn't know what to do. Just then, a dark shadow flashed by, accompanied by the monster's scream. "Ah!" The green-haired monster that was about to pounce on Gray was pinned to the ground by a long sword. This is... Long looked into the distance in surprise. Mom! She saw her daughter's small figure running towards her in a hurry, with a tall figure behind her. Awaken, warrior. Chapter 13: The Tribal Chief's Friendly Etiquette. Lion rushed to the fallen monster. Although the saber had pierced the monster's body, it was still not dead and intended to get up and continue attacking. Suddenly, before the monster could even stand up, Lion swung his sword down, splitting it in two. Meanwhile, things weren't looking good for Long. Her stone knife had been broken by the monster, and she could only grip the monster's fangs tightly with both hands, using them to brace herself against the tree trunk. Faced with such a powerful monster, Long had almost no chance of winning. Even the tree trunk behind her began to slowly move. Call out. Just then, the horse-slaying saber flew over, its target the monster. Sensing the danger, it quickly dodged, but Long still gripped the saber tightly and easily cleaved the fleeing monster in two from behind. Blood splattered, organs scattered, and the monster staggered a few steps before finally collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Wow, this knife is amazing. Long picked up the horse-slaying sword and examined the blade closely. Its cold light gleamed, and she was immediately tempted. But before she could take a second look, Shirshir snatched the sword back. After all, this knife held great significance for her. Mother! Squeak was so frightened that she ran into Long's arms. The previous battle had made her so nervous that she almost cried. Fortunately, Lion reacted quickly and protected everyone. The others also came out one after another. Seeing that the leader and Gray were both all right, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and formed a circle. Thank you for your help. My name is Long, and I am their leader. Su Yuan and his group arrived as well. Long warmly wanted to hug Shir, a common courtesy among leaders. However, Shir pulled Su Yuan away. Before Su Yuan could react, Long hugged him tightly. Although Long wasn't as tall as Shir, their strength was about the same. Hello, my name is Su Yuan, and I belong to the same tribe as them. Aren't you the leader? Long was a little confused, as only tribal leaders would hug each other. She had previously assumed Su Yuan was the leader when she saw Shir holding Su Yuan's hand. I wouldn't call him a leader. Su Yuan felt a little embarrassed and didn't want the Red Fox tribe to become like his own tribe, so he shook his head. How can it not count? Su Yuan is our witch. Wow. Just as Mao Yi was about to show off, Hujio quickly covered her mouth, but Long still heard it. Ugh, a witch. He's actually a witch. Upon hearing this, Long immediately understood how important a shaman was to a tribe. A tribe without a shaman would even have to go to a tribe with a shaman to borrow fire. She immediately made up her mind and hugged Su Yuan warmly again. Wah! This time, Long's embrace was tighter, and Su Yuan could feel the warmth of her body. In particular, her leather jacket was not as thick as Shir's, and it looked exceptionally soft. Release Su Yuan immediately. Mao Yi hurriedly pulled Long away, looking at her warily. Long wasn't afraid of Mao Yi, but Gigi hid behind her mother, still somewhat afraid of Mao Yi. Squeak, where have you been? The leader has been looking for you for ages. Gray angrily grabbed Squeak's ear, and Squeak became even more fearful, its eyes filled with terror at Gray's presence. Another little, no, a big cat girl. Su Yuan noticed the difference between Gray and Cat Knight. Gray's ears and fur were darker, and its tail was more fluffy and swayed dynamically. I was wrong. No, I didn't do anything wrong. I just want to make friends. Squeaky was a little unconvinced and immediately ran to Su Yuan's side to introduce him to everyone. This is Su Yuan. His food is so delicious. Her small eyes were fixed on the snake meat that Lion had just placed on the snow, clearly still thinking about the snake soup. As everyone began to introduce themselves, Long kept her eyes fixed on Su Yuan, making Mao Yi cling to him like a little accessory. By the way, Long, have you heard of a tribe of about 40 people that came to the ice and snow plains? Fox 9 then asked Long about the Red Fox tribe, but Long immediately shook her head after hearing the question. Gray and I usually hunt here and haven't noticed any other tribes. Are you looking for your tribe? Yes, we got separated. Fox 9 wisely didn't reveal too much and simply replied, why don't you rest here for a while? It would be our way of thanking you. Sister Fox 9, why don't you stay here? It's very warm in the tree hole. Look, the white rabbit has already gone in. Squeak pulled at Fox 9 to persuade her, while the white rabbit, already attracted by the warmth of the tree hole, couldn't wait to crawl inside. This, we'll have to ask Su Yuan. Fox 9 handed the decision over to Su Yuan, and everyone's attention immediately turned to him. Let me see how much this thing is worth. Why are you looking at me like that? Su Yuan was still studying the green-haired wild boar in front of him when several dark figures stared at him anxiously. Su Yuan, can we stay here for a day? I still want to have snake soup in the morning. Squeak whispered in his ear, as if she had made up her mind. Today, you can touch my head for as long as you want. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan almost burst out laughing, but he still vigorously rubbed Gigi's head, and Gigi suddenly jumped up. We can stay here today. Anyway, the search for the tribe isn't something that can be done in a day or two. Let's rest for a bit. He thought to himself that he couldn't just take these two green-haired wild boars away. It would be best to leave them here for a day first. Su Yuan's words brought a smile to Gigi's face, and Long also smiled slightly. All right, Nicoya, you two go and put your things down first. Su Yuan looked at Mao Yi with a smile on his lips. Seeing her wary look, he couldn't help but pat her head. Okay, I understand. Upon hearing this, Mao Yi left to tidy up her belongings. Su Yuan's gaze returned to the green-haired wild boar lying on the ground. Chapter 14. This morning, Su Yuan had just used one of his chances, and he had to carefully plan his remaining 9. This wild boar was clearly not a resource he could keep all to himself, but the scene before him left him somewhat stunned. You actually dismembered the wild boar and sold it? He couldn't believe his ears. After comforting Gigi, Long came over. She looked at Su Yuan and explained softly. This is actually a green-haired pig. The meat has to be bled before it can be used, and the skin can be used to make clothes, which are very warm. Su Yuan nodded, but hesitated inwardly. He had already decided on the ownership of the pig, The one Long Sha had would belong to their tribe, and the one Su Yuan had would belong to their tribe. Long suddenly spoke up. Actually, our tribe doesn't need these things. I have a request. I hope Su Yuan can become the shaman of our tribe. So that's how it is. Su Yuan had a premonition all along. Long had been staring at him, as if this was her purpose. Become your sorceress? Su Yuan asked, puzzled. Long lowered her head, looking somewhat shy. Her helpless expression made him hesitate, but he didn't want to agree easily. He thought for a moment, then shook his head. I can't agree to that. However, we are planning to go to the Red Fox tribe, and you can come along if you'd like. We're already wanderers. We'll go anywhere as long as we can survive, Long said frankly. Their tribe is currently in dire need of a shaman. The harsh environment of the icy snowfields makes it difficult to even find enough food, and the tribe's future is in grave danger. Then why not go to the snowy wilderness? The environment there is much better, Su Yuan asked. The desolate snowfield? Long hesitated. We originally escaped from the land of death, where the ice is getting worse and worse, and even living things can't survive there. The land of death? Su Yuan was stunned. The name didn't sound right. Long lowered her head and said softly, our ancestors came from a fertile tribe. At that time, the tribe's shaman led everyone to search for divine gifts, but they never found them. In order not to be punished, everyone decided to build a new home in the land of death. Su Yuan and Hu Jiu were both stunned. This story sounded like a legendary myth. What's the name of that big tribe? Fox 9 couldn't help but ask. The Xinyuan tribe, Long replied. Xinyuan tribe? Fox 9's eyes widened suddenly, clearly shocked. Su Yuan leaned close to her ear and whispered, what kind of place is the Xinyuan tribe? I've never heard of it either. Fox 9 shrugged. Then how did you manage to escape your original tribe? Su Yuan continued to press. Long looked at Su Yuan and sighed. Because the temperature in the land of death is getting lower and lower, it's about to be completely frozen. The tribe's chief and the two shamans disagreed with leaving, believing that they had to find something given by the gods. In the end, the shaman led us to escape, but she was captured and taken back. Hearing this, Su Yuan and Hu Jiu were both quite surprised. It turned out that Long's tribe had 3 shamans, and such a large tribe was still trapped in the land of death, which was truly beyond their expectations. If you can escape this land of death and go to the desolate snowfield, you will surely find a place there. Fox 9 pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. I agree, but on 2 conditions. First, you must join the Red Fox tribe and become our members, not a subordinate tribe. Second, we have a common enemy. If you are willing to join us, we will fight that tribe together, Fox 9 said earnestly. Long listened intently, then was immediately astonished. It turned out that Su Yuan was actually the shaman of the Red Fox tribe, wielding such immense power. She immediately knelt down again, indicating that all the wanderers were willing to follow Su Yuan's guidance. We agree to your request, Long said firmly. Su Yuan looked at the group of people in front of him and breathed a sigh of relief. Although he hadn't found the Red Fox tribe yet, he had already assembled a small team. Although the team was small, it included awakened warriors, which would be able to solve some problems. However, what he was more concerned about was how to teach these people to be self-sufficient. After all, relying on him to buy things from the system store to support everyone was clearly not a long-term solution. All right, get up. Let's all have a meal together and continue our journey tomorrow. Su Yuan patted Long on the shoulder and turned to direct everyone to prepare. Yes, shaman, Long replied, and then led the tribesmen to begin preparing dinner. Su Yuan looked around. Although the snowy field was cold, as more and more people gathered, he gradually felt like he was leading a tribe. The road ahead will be long, but this is a new beginning for us, Su Yuan thought to himself. Chapter 15 The Great Leader Possesses His Beast Girl Tribe. Listen up, everyone. I have something to announce. Everyone crawled out of the tree hole, their curious eyes fixed on Long. Since our shaman was captured, the tribe has been in trouble, but now, a new shaman has appeared, and a new tribe is willing to accept us. From now on, we will no longer be afraid of the cold of the land of death, nor will we have to worry about food shortages. The future is full of hope. Su Yuan still had some doubts about the profession of shaman, not quite understanding why it was so important in these tribes. But after Long finished speaking, the people around him cheered enthusiastically. Perhaps the shaman of the Red Fox tribe can answer this question for himself. Just as Su Yuan was pondering, he suddenly felt his body suspended in midair. When he could see his surroundings again, he found himself being lifted onto Long's shoulder. Long let him ride on her neck, and the sudden action made Su Yuan quickly grab her ears. Ouch! Before everyone could celebrate, Long felt a tingling sensation in her ears and fell heavily onto the snow, but she still held on to Su Yuan tightly. Wah, I'm so sorry, which I didn't mean to. So, it turns out that Squeaky's mom doesn't like having her ears touched either. As the cheers subsided, Su Yuan began to direct everyone's actions. It was still early, and these little beast girls couldn't remain in the crowded tree hollow any longer. The tree hollow was only covered with animal hides. There was no fire source inside, and everyone huddled together for warmth. However, the space was cramped, and everyone could only huddle close together, with almost no room to move. Long, you and Sure go and collect some branches and wood nearby. The more the better. Gray, you and Cat Knight go and dig a big hole near the tree hole. Make sure you can see the soil. Find a few more people to help White Rabbit dispose of the 2 green-haired pig carcasses. The rest of you, follow Fox 9 to build the snow hut. By the way, Long, what supplies are left in the tribe? Su Yuan originally planned to use some tools, but first he had to see what was left in the tribe. Yes, we lost a stone knife before, but the tribe still has 5 bone knives, 2 bone spears, some animal hides, and some fruit. Long retrieved the supplies from the tree hollow. The bone knife looked somewhat rough, but it was much longer than the one Sure had given Su Yuan. As for food, the fruits were only about the size of a 10-palm span. If they couldn't find any more food, Long and the others would likely starve to death on the snowfield. Fox 9, can you lead everyone to build a nice house? The little fox, Fox 9, seemed very interested in this task. He patted his chest and said confidently, "Don't worry, I've already learned it. I'll definitely be able to build the snow house before dark." Everyone got busy. Zizi was discussing the delicious meat soup they had eaten that day with her 2 friends when Su Yuan suddenly called her over. "Lord Su, Master Wu, what tasks are assigned to Gigi?" "Gigi guarantees to complete them." "Really? Your task is just to let me pat your head." Su Yuan smiled wickedly, picked up Gigi, and gently rubbed her cute little ears. Wah! Now that Su Yuan is the tribe's shaman, Gigi has no choice but to endure it, otherwise there will be no meat soup to drink at night. System, how much is this treehouse worth? Millennial Snowwood, rotten 1,500 points. Holy crap, it's worth that much? Su Yuan was momentarily excited, but then frowned. If this tree were a snow holly, it would be worth at least 3,000 points. However, it cannot be traded yet. If this tree is traded away, and Fox 9 fails to build the snow house, everyone will have to sleep in the snow. Su Yuan, we've finished digging the pit. Nikoya's side is making the fastest progress. She and another cat girl have dug a hole together. Even a human could dig it quickly by hand, let alone cat girls who are skilled at this kind of work. Not bad. You 2 can go and rest, or go and help White Rabbit dissect the wild boar carcass. Su Yuan didn't have much to do, so he picked up some branches and started a fire. What are you doing? When Zizi saw Su Yuan place the pottery jar on the fire, she came closer and stared intently at it. So, the snake soup from before was made in this pot. Could it be? Cat Knight, who was about to help, stopped in her tracks and, like Squeak, stared intently at the pottery jar. I'll make some chocolate for everyone to warm up first. Would you like some? Although these little beast girls were very resistant to the cold, Su Yuan still noticed that some of the beast girls who were dressed in relatively thin clothes were shivering when they were helping. Chocolate. Can you drink it? Upon hearing that it was a drink, the 2 little beast girls immediately stopped what they were doing and eagerly came over. After hesitating for a moment, Gray decided to follow Su Yuan's instructions and help White Rabbit dispose of the green-haired pig's carcass. Gurgle, gurgle. Su Yuan took out the small box of chocolate powder from his backpack. There wasn't much in it, just enough for 10 people. So he poured it all into the earthenware jar without hesitation. With the introduction of the system's in-game store, this chocolate is no longer a rare item. It smells so good. The chocolate powder didn't need to be simmered for so long. After stirring it slightly, Su Yuan scooped up a spoonful and tasted it. The snake soup from yesterday wasn't cleaned properly, and the chocolate still had a slightly salty taste, which felt a bit strange. Su Yuan. Mao Yi couldn't wait any longer, her eyes fixed on the spoon in Su Yuan's hand. Wait, can't cats eat chocolate? What if the kitten eats it and gets poisoned? Cat Knight, try a little bit first. Su Yuan was a little unsure, so he dipped a spoonful of chocolate into it and handed it to Mao Yi. Nikoya bit into the chocolate on the spoon, and Su Yuan teased her curiously. Luckily, the cat girl's tongue didn't have barbs, or he would have been scratched. What a strange taste. After taking a bite, Mao Yi seemed uninterested and immediately gave up on the chocolate. Su Yuan, still staring intently at her, asked, "Is there anything wrong with your body?" Mao Yi frowned, a serious expression on her face. Just as Su Yuan and Gigi were watching her nervously, Mao Yi finally said, "Yes, I'm hungry. You ate so much this morning. How come you're hungry already? Whose catgirl ate 3 or 4 bowls of meat soup and ate so much fruit, yet she's hungry again before dark, and she didn't gain weight despite eating so much? Maybe. I was just too tired from walking. Nicoya scratched her head a little sheepishly. Let's cook when Sure and the others come back. Let's have everyone come over and have some chocolate to warm them up first. Chapter 16, what is this? A little beast girl looked curiously at the thing in her hand. It smells so good. I smell a strange fragrance. The little one next to him couldn't help but say. Su Yuan was a little puzzled. This was a desolate snowfield where not even a tree could grow. How could there be such a fragrance? But he still shared what he knew with everyone. Everyone should have a bowl to warm up. Once the people in front have finished, the people behind can have more, Su Yuan said with a smile. The little beast girls were all very happy and drank without any complaints. To be honest, Su Yuan himself didn't mind these beautiful and adorable little beast girls either. Everyone shared warmth, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. What's this? A little girl ran over when Zizi was serving the chocolate powder. She had pointed ears and her hair was longer than Zizi's, hanging down her back in a slightly messy way. It's enough to fill my stomach, Su Yuan replied with a smile. What's your name? Little Pine Needle. The little boy answered innocently, his eyes sparkling. My mother said that the cedar tree in the village has sprouted new leaves, so she named me Pine Needle. Su Yuan ruffled Little Pine Leaf's hair. Then a thought suddenly struck him. He had never seen a male beast man. If this world only had beast women, how did they reproduce? Songya, do you know? Su Yuan was about to speak when he felt that this question was not suitable for a child. He turned to look at Gray, thinking that he might have to ask her about this. What's wrong? Gray felt Su Yuan's gaze, stopped what he was doing, and turned to look at him. Ahem. Gray, I'd like to ask, how do you breed? Do you have any male beastmen? Su Yuan asked in a low voice. Male? Gray seemed a little confused. After thinking for a moment, he replied. You mean that kind of half-human, half-beast creature? A half-orc. Su Yuan was taken aback, seemingly having never heard of that name before. What is that? Gray explained somewhat embarrassedly, pointing to a drawing on the snow. It's like this, with a pig's head and a human-shaped body. Su Yuan seemed to suddenly realize. These are the orcs? And what about you? We are a race bestowed by the gods. Unlike those beasts and orcs, Gray answered earnestly. We don't need to reproduce with each other. As long as we eat the right kind of divinely bestowed fruit, we can reproduce. A divinely bestowed fruit? Su Yuan grew increasingly puzzled. What kind of fruit is that? Gray continued. There are many kinds of divine fruits. They are usually special fruits that grow on trees. As long as we eat them at the right age, we can reproduce. What about those orcs? Why do they hate you so much? Su Yuan continued to ask. Gray sighed. The orcs consider us outsiders and heretics. We are different from them, so they have always rejected us. If it weren't for the help of awakened warriors and shamans, we would probably have been wiped out by them long ago. Hearing this, Su Yuan was somewhat shaken. So this world not only had beast girls, but also more primitive beast men. And those red berries he had eaten earlier, could they have been the legendary divine fruits? What does the God-given fruit look like? Su Yuan asked quickly. Gray looked at him and answered clearly. The God-given fruit is red, crystal clear, and looks very beautiful. Although it is bitter, neither beastmen nor most animals will eat it. That's good. You almost scared me to death. Su Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a surge of joy. Just then, Gray handed over the wooden bowl in his hand. Have some chocolate powder, drink it to warm up. Su Yuan took the wooden bowl, took a bite, and the sweet taste immediately warmed him up. He looked at the gray object and smiled. This divinely bestowed fruit must be hard to find, right? Gray shook his head. Actually, it depends on luck. Every tree has the potential to bear divine fruit. Even in this extremely cold snowfield, sometimes withered trees can grow back. In our previous tribe, there were 3 large trees that would bear 2 or 3 divine fruits almost every year. If we were lucky, we could bear 6 or 7 a year, Gray added. Su Yuan's heart skipped a beat. No wonder he discovered the blue-veined snow fruit and the red fruit tree. There was a pattern behind it all. If he had seen these crystal-clear fruits alone in the forest, he would have definitely mistaken them for precious spiritual herbs. Just then, a familiar voice came from afar. We're back. Long and Sure returned safely, carrying a pile of firewood. Long still had a lot of firewood tied to her back, indicating that the task of collecting firewood had been completed smoothly. Mommy, come and try the chocolate the witch made. It's so delicious. Zizi ran over happily and handed over a wooden bowl. Long took the bowl, but didn't drink it right away. Instead, she walked over to Su Yuan. We found some firewood. And by the way, we discovered a fruit tree that had just started to bear fruit by the frozen lake. Fruit trees. Su Yuan was a little nervous. Could it be that they had really found the divinely bestowed fruit? This is a blue witch fruit, which can help you enhance your witch power. Please take it. Long said impatiently, holding up a pale blue fruit that emitted a faint glow. Blue witch fruit. Su Yuan frowned slightly, even more puzzled. After all, the wide variety of fruits and items in this world left him somewhat bewildered. Rare item detected, blue spirit fruit. Tradable for 2,000 points, or 200 points. New special items added. Host, please select the direction of the transaction. Upon seeing the information about the blue spirit fruit, Su Yuan's eyes lit up, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. He quickly put it into his backpack and, taking advantage of Long's inattention, directly traded the blue spirit fruit for a special commodity. Transaction successful. New product has been added to a special category. Blue spirit drink, blueberry flavored 2,000 points. Note, drinking this product will grant a trace amount of life force, with no side effects. 3 bottles can be redeemed daily. Life force? What is that? Su Yuan murmured to himself, increasingly feeling that this world was heading down the path of magic. All right, everyone, put the wood down first, and have a sip of chocolate to warm yourselves up, Su Yuan said with a smile. Long and Shir put down the wood, and everyone sat together. Su Yuan felt the warmth from the team. The road ahead was still long, but this team seemed to be gradually growing and becoming more and more cohesive. Chapter 17, The Tribe's Night. The chocolate powder revived everyone's spirits, except for a certain cat that they didn't particularly like, which was listlessly lying on Su Yuan. Su Yuan, we've taken care of the green-haired pig. White Rabbit held up a pair of bloody hands, with several beast girls behind her excitedly carrying the green-haired pig's fur and chunks of meat, and walked up to Su Yuan. Very good, White Rabbit. You take them to rest for a while. I will go and offer some of them as a sacrifice to the gods. But I'm not tired. I'll go help Fox 9 build her house first. Although the White Rabbit looked weak, her mental strength was much stronger than the cat's. After putting down the green pig's corpse, she walked towards Fox 9. System, trade these 4 pig teeth, 2 pig skins, and this big piece of pork. Su Yuan planned to use all 10 trading opportunities. It was already evening, and there was no point in saving them for tomorrow. Transaction successful, 1930 points earned, 2,875 points remaining. The 2 green-haired pigs gave Su Yuan a considerable number of points, bringing his total to nearly 3,000. If they encountered monster hordes or other tribes, Long, Shir, Hui, and Maoya would be well equipped. Those wielding stone knives and axes would be no match for them. But the most urgent thing now is to change into some warm clothes. There are still a few little beast girls in the tribe wearing thin animal skins, with their bellies and thighs exposed. They won't be able to travel tomorrow. System, select some clothing items. Down jacket, 500 points. Fur coat, 380 points. Jeans, 400 points. Sports shoes, 320 points. These clothes are too expensive. A wild boar hide is worth 400 points, while animal hides can keep 2 or 3 people warm. It's not worth it to exchange them for clothes. System, switch to animal skin clothing. Just the basic kind will do, but it must be extra warm. Bearskin top, 60 points. Bearskin leg wraps, 30 points. Sheepskin top, 50 points. Sheepskin leggings, 20 points. These warm clothes relieved Su Yuan, since 1 pigskin could be exchanged for at least 20 sheepskin leggings. Although they were just ordinary sheepskin and bearskin clothing, their warmth was comparable to that of pigskin with moss bristles, making them much more cost-effective. Which, I'm starving. My stomach is so empty. The food I ate this morning has already been digested. Mao Yu was also making a fuss around Su Yuan at this moment, lifting up her animal skin coat to reveal her fair little belly, and then deliberately tucking her belly back in, looking particularly pitiful with her chest pressed against her back. All right, go and call everyone over to prepare dinner. We only need 4 or 5 snow huts. Got it. I'll go get everyone. Mao Yi instantly perked up and hurriedly ran towards Hujiao. He chopped wood and built a fire. By the time everyone gathered around, the previously weak flames had been completely ignited by Su Yuan. Cat Knight, I'm giving you a big task. Clean this pottery jar and melt the snow next to it. Su Yuan didn't want to drink the chocolate-flavored broth again. The taste was just too strange. There wasn't enough in the jar to share, so Su Yuan exchanged some salt and sprinkled it on the chopped meat, preparing to grill it. Grilling meat was no difficult task for these little beast girls. The meat on the fire soon began to sizzle and emit a fragrant aroma, which even made Lien Long stare at it. And that pot of snake meat stewed with pork smelled amazing. The mushrooms, chopped scallions, and ginger added made it even more flavorful. All right, we can start now, Su Yuan said. Instead of immediately starting, Long handed a piece of roasted meat to Su Yuan, blew on it gently, tore off a piece, and presented it to him. Which, today is your first day as the chief of our tribe, and also the first day we have caught food. You should be the first to taste this first piece of meat. Cat Knight, who was about to take action, stopped. It seemed that the large tribe had many rules. She remembered that the red fox which didn't seem to have this rule. All right, everyone, let's eat. Su Yuan didn't refuse and immediately took a bite of the pork that Long handed him. This piece of meat was only slightly salty and not particularly delicious, not as good as the stewed meat from before. However, this kind of grilled meat has a unique flavor. It's so delicious. The witch just cast a spell on the meat. I've never eaten such delicious meat before I escaped. Idiot. Have you eaten any other meat in the cave? It doesn't seem so, but this meat must have been made by a sorcerer. Everyone chattered excitedly, passing the 5 small wooden bowls among themselves, all wearing innocent and radiant smiles. Which, thank you. When I was escaping the tribe, I kept thinking, was it really the right path for the old witch to lead everyone to die in this desolate place? Every time I see everyone going hungry, I feel guilty and think that listening to the tribal chief and staying in the land of death was the right thing to do. Without a shaman, Long, as the only awakened warrior, not only had to be responsible for her daily hunts, but also for caring for the escaped people. Their lives, illnesses, and hunger were all closely related to her. I don't think I'm suited to be the leader, shaman. Can I entrust everyone to you? Long's expression was very sincere. She didn't even notice the roasted meat in her hands, and her eyes were full of hope. Don't worry, I will lead everyone to survive. Long is not unsuitable to be the leader. Haven't you already protected everyone? Su Yuan rubbed Long's head for the first time. Although her fluffy ears were not as soft as Gigi's, they were still very comfortable to touch. Long felt a little dizzy from being massaged, but seeing Su Yuan's kind smile, her tense emotions relaxed. Tears welled up in her eyes as she took a big bite of the roast pork in her hand. It seems that the shaman I believed in really is a good person. Mom, come and try the snake soup. I had it during the day. It was super delicious. Zizi carried a steaming bowl of soup to Long. She was stunned to see Su Yuan rubbing Long's ears. Zizi remembered when she was little, Gray would deliberately touch her mother's ears while she was sleeping, and as a result, several hairs on his tail were pulled out. Unexpectedly, this time, her mother didn't react at all when Su Yuan stroked her. Damn it, Su Yuan won't let me touch his ears either, and he won't even let Mom eat. Chapter 18, Evening. The aroma of roasted meat filled the air, and everyone ate with great enjoyment. A dozen or so people were enough to devour a 2-meter-tall wild boar, plus the remaining half of the giant python from before. All right, it's getting dark. Everyone, go back to the snow huts you built earlier, Su Yuan reminded everyone. Which, won't the snow house be cold? Some of the little beast girls were curious. Although they trusted Su Yuan, they couldn't help but ask. Don't worry, it will warm up soon after you go in. If you're afraid of the cold, you can bring some fire in, but be careful not to let the fire get close to the snow wall. Su Yuan explained, while noticing several beast girls with fluffy tails, and reminded them, remember to turn off the fire before going to bed at night, otherwise your tails will catch fire. As dusk settled, the sunset was breathtakingly beautiful, the orange glow on the horizon more vibrant than anything ever seen on Earth. The starry sky was much the same as on Earth, except for the absence of that bright moon. Su Yuan, come in and rest. We've already laid out the mats. Not far away, everyone had already crawled into the snow hut. Since this was the first time these beast girls had built a snow hut, they weren't very skilled yet, so they could only build 3. Clever Fox 9 guessed that only 3 snow houses could be built today, so he made each snow house larger. When Su Yuan entered the snow house, it was already pitch black inside. Besides Shir and her companions, there was another person inside. Which, I will protect you tonight. Long's voice came from the darkness. Su Yuan was speechless. Wouldn't it be too crowded for 2 mature women to sleep together? But he couldn't say anything. I'll protect you too, Lioness said earnestly. They seemed to feel that, as Su Yuan's sorceresses, they should take even better care of him. All right, everyone, get some rest. We have to get up early tomorrow. Su Yuan squeezed into an empty spot. There was an unpleasant smell beside him, a mixture of blood and sweat, and a wave of heat coming from behind. He glanced over and confirmed that it was Long's tail that was too close. In order to protect Su Yuan, Long hugged him tightly, pressing her body against the wall of the snow house, as if she wanted to completely surround him with her own flesh. All right, it's late at night, there's nothing dangerous. Su Yuan reassured her, while also thinking to himself that the attack by the mossy boars today showed that the icy snowfield wasn't as safe as it seemed. If they weren't on guard at night, something bad could really happen. He needed to get some warning devices, at least so they could detect enemy attacks while they slept. Comforted by Su Yuan, Long gradually closed her eyes. Since leading her people to escape, she had hardly had a good night's sleep. Even living in a tree hollow, she always had to stay vigilant to prevent attacks from wild animals or people from other tribes. Soon after, soft snoring could be heard from inside the snow house. Another day has come to an end in the snowy plains, Su Yuan thought to himself. Now that he had the system, he felt he could lead these beast girls to establish a civilized society more quickly. However, he wasn't exactly a master of knowledge. Most of what he knew came from hobbies and the internet. It was clearly unrealistic to create a civilization based solely on this knowledge. In his dream, Su Yuan saw a vast tribe, far exceeding the size of a tribe. It was a massive city. The houses within the city were arranged in a harmonious and orderly fashion, and different beast girls lived peacefully within them. He himself seemed to be living in the very center of the house, surrounded by Lion and the others, with a red-tailed fox feeding him grapes. TSK, what a debauched and decadent place, this damned feudalism. Su Yuan thought to himself, but then he felt something was off. The foxtail didn't seem as fluffy as he had imagined. Which, it's time to get up. A gentle voice woke Su Yuan from his dream. He opened his eyes and saw that he was holding Long's tail, and she was blushing, but still had her arm under her head. Sorry, I didn't sleep very well last night. Su Yuan was a little embarrassed, not expecting to dream about these things. Being with these cute beast girls, he actually dreamed of such absurd scenes. Sigh, we'll have to wait until things settle down for a while. Su Yuan thought to himself, then suddenly remembered. Wait a minute, don't they need to eat the divine fruit to reproduce? Does that mean I? He watched Long rise, then couldn't help glancing down at her. The thin animal hide offered no concealment of her alluring figure. Su Yuan inwardly chuckled. Never mind, I'd better find the main force of the Red Fox tribe first. The snow house is so warm. I even felt a little hot last night, Long exclaimed as she tidied her clothes. Little Bone, your tail pressed down on me yesterday and made me all sweaty. Could you please put your tail away next time? Cat Knight complained, frowning. I was worried you were cold, so I covered you with my tail. Xiaogu lowered her head a little shyly. Master Su Yuan is truly amazing. None of the shamans in the tribe have ever done this before. If we hadn't gone back to the cave at night, we would have frozen solid. Zizi excitedly joined the conversation. Long is right. The only right thing to do is to leave this place of death. Otherwise we will all freeze to death in the cave. Lion nodded in agreement. The beast girls woke up one after another and looked outside. The remaining food was quietly placed on the open ground, but without Su Yuan, they seemed unsure of what to do and could only chat idly. I need to teach them how to make fire first, Su Yuan muttered to himself. He wasn't worried that others would learn his fire-making skills. After all, he could do more than just primitive crafts like starting fires and making pottery. What truly ensured everyone's survival was the knowledge he could teach them. Teaching basic skills like fire-making to the beast girls of each tribe would allow more people to survive. As for whether he might be creating a powerful enemy, he wasn't too worried. Even if they learned how to make fire and wanted to fight him, at least at this stage, those skills alone were far from enough. Long, call everyone over. Maoya, go and get the firewood. Su Yuan gave them orders. Cat Knight thought it was time to eat, so she excitedly brought over the leftover firewood from yesterday, and the beast girls also gathered around. Today, I'm going to teach you how to make fire. Once you learn it, you'll be able to start a fire on your own, Su Yuan encouraged. The beast girls were excited upon hearing this. Only Su Yuan could utter such a fantastical story, and they had no doubt about it. Which, are you going to teach us fire magic? Pine Leaf is so slow, he hasn't even learned how to hunt yet, Little Pine Leaf asked nervously. Although Zizi appeared calm, her trembling little ears betrayed her nervousness. Chapter 19, I also have the potential to become a witch. Don't worry, starting a fire isn't that difficult. I'll teach everyone once in a bit, and then Fox 9 can try it out. Su Yuan selected 2 slightly thicker pieces of firewood from the pile that Mao Yi had brought over. If they planned to start a fire by rubbing sticks together in the cold winter, these frozen, hard pieces of firewood would not be a good material. However, the core inside can be utilized. Soon, Su Yuan had shaved 2 pieces of wood and then placed some sawdust on them. Everyone watch out. After the wood is shaved into this shape, put some wood shavings in the middle of that small groove, and then turn this stick around. Su Yuan demonstrated for a long time. Although the principle was very simple, it was not so easy to operate in practice. However, with so many beast girls watching, he had no choice but to muster all his strength. A plume of white smoke rose from the wood chips. As the smoke grew larger, Su Yuan immediately added more wood chips and began blowing into it. It's on fire. It's really on fire. This must be the power of a shaman, but none of the shamans in the tribe have such a complicated power. Fool, it must be that the witch wants to teach us witchcraft. Grandma Witch Bai is always so mysterious when she performs witchcraft. Even after Su Yuan lit the flames, the beast girl still thought it was because Su Yuan had witchcraft. Su Yuan moved the fire away and then took out 2 pieces of wood. Fox 9, why don't you give it a try? Unlike the others, the little fox was timid. After receiving Su Yuan's request, it came over and thoughtfully took the short knife from his hand. Shave the wood, put out the sawdust, and then spin it vigorously. His routine was even smoother than Su Yuan's, but he used too much force and broke the wooden stick. Su Yuan, I understand. Fox 9 looked at the blackened wood shavings and understood Su Yuan's meaning, although she still didn't understand why turning it like that could make the wood catch fire. After she found another stick, she imitated Su Yuan's method and lit the flame in a very professional manner. Wow, we really can make fire ourselves. Can we ask the gods for fire? Wouldn't that be considered stealing the gods' fire? This is the shaman's instruction. It must have been approved by the gods. Shaman, I want to try it too. Su Yuan knew that explaining the concept of friction generating heat to these little beast girls at this time would be useless. Compared to the complex principles, theology would be more understandable to them. Alas, the task ahead is arduous and the road is long. Following Fox 9's example, everyone was eager to try it, but there wasn't enough suitable firewood, so only 3 or 4 little beast girls gave it a shot. Long Yi easily crawled out of the fire because she asked Su Yuan for his technique. The stick had to be spun fast, the faster the better. Then Su Yuan saw Long's hands rubbing together, creating afterimages. All right, let's try it again when we have time. After we have breakfast, we'll continue on our way. Su Yuan interrupted everyone's enthusiastic attempt to make fire by rubbing sticks together. Upon hearing the word eat, the beast girls who were still watching the fire-making process were also drawn in. Which, can we still eat that food with witchcraft from yesterday? The little beast girl was probably referring to the salt added to the grilled meat yesterday. Although it's unclear how they replenish their salt intake, it certainly doesn't taste as good as processed, Snow White fine salt. Okay, everyone, let's get the fire going. By morning, the snake meat from yesterday had been completely devoured, and some mossy pork remained. With the small group, many things could be shared and carried away by everyone. Long, distribute these animal hides to everyone. Those who don't have leggings and arm guards can use them for now. Su Yuan hadn't forgotten those beautiful, freezing beast girls in the cold wind, and handed over the several bearskin garments he had exchanged with, which had been processed by the system. Thank you, witch. Actually, it's not very cold when everyone hides in the tree hole. But we're about to leave, aren't we? Su Yuan still handed the bearskin clothing to Long, looking at the smooth bearskin leggings in her hand. Long gritted her teeth. It was only the second day, and this new shaman had already sacrificed so much for his people. Which, I understand. While everyone was packing up, Su Yuan went to the big tree house. He was still thinking about the 1,500 points. Since everyone was leaving, he couldn't let the tree go to waste. In the short time that followed, Long and the others had packed everything up, and everyone stood quietly not far away, waiting for Su Yuan. White Rabbit, what is the witch doing? Squeak was beside the White Rabbit. Fox 9 was too serious when she spoke. Lion didn't like to talk much, and as for Cat Knight, she couldn't even avoid her. So, she ended up becoming friends with the White Rabbit. Su Yuan is praying to the gods. He wants to offer the big tree hole where you live as a sacrifice to the gods. Well, the gods want our tree house. Don't worry, the gods want anything. You can even offer your tail hairs as a sacrifice to them. Cat Knight quietly approached the two of them. Startled by these words, Squeak quickly hugged its little tail and hid in its mother's arms. System, trade this tree. This transaction exceeds the permitted trading range. Should we increase the number of transactions? You actually want to increase the number of attempts? This is outrageous. How many more attempts do you need? Su Yuan just made a casual remark, but he didn't deny the system's actions. Otherwise, wouldn't he have been able to trade the planet directly by placing his hand on the ground? Once. A deal. With a total of 2 trading opportunities, averaging 750 points per transaction, it's a worthwhile deal. Transaction successful, 1,500 points earned. The giant tree, dozens of meters tall, that was lying there vanished instantly when Su Yuan touched it, leaving the little beast girl stunned in place by the miraculous scene. Which is amazing, She knows so many kinds of witchcraft. Grandma Wu Bai only knows 2 kinds of witchcraft, and she doesn't know the witchcraft that can grant us the ability to make fire. Looking at the group of dazed beast girls, Su Yuan said towards the sun, "Let's go, we should set off." By the way, Fox 9 Long, do you know what a witch is? Or rather, how does one become a witch? On the way, Long also learned from Hu Jiu that Su Yuan came from a super large tribe in the east. As for how big it was, according to Hu Jiu, it couldn't even compare to the large tribe of Long's ancestors. My sister said that witches are chosen by the gods. She was blessed by the gods at birth to become a witch. However, I wasn't born when my sister was born, so I don't know much about it. The 2 of them didn't know much about witches, but from the general descriptions, they could tell that the profession of witch was very similar to the magicians that Su Yuan knew. Not only do they possess elemental abilities to unleash fire and ice, some can also accelerate plant growth or heal injuries. What shocked Su Yuan the most was that some shamans could even help warriors awaken their powers. However, the probability is not very high, and one has to endure great pain. If you calculate it that way, Su Yuan felt that witchcraft wasn't anything special, and he could even say that he himself was a witch, making fire by rubbing wood together and making ice from saltpeter. And to help the beast girl awaken, he also had apple-flavored snow snake elixir, which tasted sweet and was painless. Chapter 20 Snow Wolf. Let's rest here for the night. Everyone, set up the snow huts for the night. Lion, you guys go and continue looking for firewood. The rest of you, prepare dinner. After another day of walking, as night approached, Su Yuan found a place with relatively lush trees to stop, making it easier for Shir and the others to collect firewood. Everyone prepared in an orderly manner. There was still a lot of pork left, enough for the dozen or so soldiers to eat for a few more days. However, Su Yuan was starting to feel the strain of eating meat all the time. But the little beast girls were quite happy. Su Yuan put down the gnawed fruit pit and then opened the system shop. They were all people with systems now, so they couldn't live such a miserable life. But after looking around for a long time, Su Yuan finally had no choice but to pick a cabbage worth 15 points. After all, his grand ambitions had not yet been realized, and the beast girls of his tribe were still surviving under these harsh conditions. He could not squander his wealth for the sake of satisfying his hunger. They moved faster tonight than before, and by the time it got dark, Fox 9 and the other beast girls had already built 4 snow huts. What is this? When Lioness and the others returned, everyone gathered around the fire. Ever since they learned how to make fire, these little beast girls all wanted to try it themselves. At this moment, Zizi crawled out from beside Su Yuan and lay on Su Yuan's lap, curiously looking at the very fresh cabbage. This is cabbage. We'll add it to the broth later. Green vegetables are rarely seen in the snow, especially in this icy wilderness, where even some trees cannot withstand the freezing and die. The only things that can be seen as green are probably the grass roots under the deep snow and the frozen green leaves on the trees. I still added some salt to the grilled meat. You don't need to add other seasonings, but you have to add some salt, otherwise you'll be in big trouble later on if you develop muscle weakness. The cabbage was chopped and stewed in a pot with the pork. At this point, the roasted meat was sizzling and dripping with oil, and a fragrant aroma of meat wafted out. Wah! Just as everyone was preparing to feast, Su Yuan heard a whimpering sound. The quick-witted Lion and Long had already stood up. That's the howl of a wolf. Long quickly realized that only wolves lying in ambush preparing to attack would make such a sound. Sure enough, after Su Yuan looked around, he immediately spotted several pairs of eyes emitting green light in the snow in the distance. Everyone, hide behind the flames. Ash, you stay by the witch's side and protect him. The snow wolves dared not approach, but hunger made them unwilling to retreat, and they remained crouched in the snow near the fire. After making the arrangements, Long took out a bone knife from her waist to deal with the snow wolves. Long, sure, are you confident you can handle those wolves? Looking at those pairs of green eyes, Su Yuan had a different thought in his mind, so he quickly pulled back the 2 people who were about to rush over. No problem, I can handle it all by myself. Sure shook the broadsword in her hand. With this great sword, she was not afraid of the pack of snow wolves at all. Don't worry, there are still a few warriors in the tribe who haven't awakened yet, and with the flames, those snow wolves won't dare to charge at us. The 2 didn't understand Su Yuan's meaning. Su Yuan pointed to the snow wolves that were wandering around and asked directly, "Can you capture them alive?" Capture alive? Although she still didn't understand Su Yuan's meaning, Kalong nodded firmly. There were only 5 snow wolves on the other side, plus Lion, who was also an awakened warrior, and the tribe also had Gray and 2 other unawakened warriors. 5 against 5, the advantage is in my hands. No problem, But you must be careful. Su Yuan was still somewhat worried, so he immediately opened the shop. Although he couldn't buy several more horse-slaying swords, a simple iron shovel wasn't that expensive. System, quickly select a few shovels for me. As long as the handle is made of wood, don't try to trick me. Shovel, 70 points. Refined iron shovel, 150 points. Large shovel, 80 points. Luoyang shovel, 50 points. Spatula, 30 points. God, they've even released the Luoyang shovel and the spatula. Do you think these two things are even necessary in this situation? Su Yuan looked at the idiotic system speechlessly, then decisively chose 5 large iron shovels, each about 1.5 meters long with wooden handles. The way this thing is inlaid is also very simple. If the wooden handle is broken, you can just find a piece of wood, carve it, and continue to use it. Long, you guys take this. Sure, don't use your horse-slaying sword. Just use this to knock them down, but make sure you protect yourself first. If you encounter danger, you can kill them directly, just be careful not to get hurt. Su Yuan wasn't too worried about the wolves, since even a giant python with such a thick waist couldn't do anything to Lioness, let alone these snow wolves. However, just to be on the safe side, Su Yuan let them do as they pleased. They were very useful while alive, and if they died, they could be made into wolfskin coats, which would be quite nice. It would also be a good opportunity to change things up. The group took the large iron shovels. Although they weren't as heavy as the horse-slaying swords, Sure still wielded them with great force. Long and the others were also surprised to see Su Yuan pull out several large iron shovels out of thin air. Although they knew something about Su Yuan's identity, the shock of seeing them like this was truly astonishing. The key point is that Su Yuan didn't even pray. He just stood there, and the gods bestowed the item upon him, and Su Yuan's expression wasn't very pleasant. I see. The group took the large iron shovel. In the tribe, shovels and similar items were mostly made from special animal bones or shaped from a suitable stone. Looking at the sharp shovel, everyone was like a child who had received a new toy, curiously playing with it. Everyone, one per person, quickly defeat them. Remember, the shaman must live. Without hesitation, Lion charged straight at the snow wolves, and the others followed. Once they were out of the flames, the snow wolves launched their attack. Whoa! When the snow wolves charged over, Su Yuan could finally see them clearly. Compared to the wolves of his previous life, these were much taller and larger, with their white fur spread out in a very rugged manner. System, show me the torches. Just in case, Su Yuan prepared torches, so that if Long and the others were in danger, he could immediately exchange them for torches to drive away the snow wolves. As for what happens next, he doesn't plan to let these guys live. Which, I'll go help too. Those wolf cubs can't catch me at all. Mao Yi also stepped forward at this moment. If it weren't for the harassment from the snow wolves, they would have already started eating. At this moment, she vented all her resentment on the snow wolves. Then just take the iron axe and smash them. If Cat Knight were to take steel claws to cause trouble for those snow wolves, she could probably scratch them to shreds in no time. Chapter 21. I have a plan to provide food and lodging. On the battlefield, the snow made fighting less agile, but the snow wolves would struggle for a long time after falling into the snowdrifts after a failed pounce. Bang! At that moment, a snow wolf bared its fangs and charged straight at Lion, looking so hungry that it intended to bite Lion's neck off in one bite. Just as it rushed up to the ground, it was slammed to the ground with a shovel. Although it didn't bleed, the blow left it somewhat dazed and confused. Before it could get up again, the big shovel came down again, this time aiming for its kidneys, which made it scream in pain. Whoa. The snow wolves that Sure and Long were dealing with were no match for them. They were quickly knocked down in the snow, and it would be difficult for them to get up again in a short time. On the other side, Gray was not to be outdone. He grabbed the shovel that the snow wolf had bitten and flung it into the air. This is a weapon the witch gave me, don't you dare break it. Bang! Snowflakes flew everywhere, and the snow wolf was knocked unconscious, its mouth, which was still gripping the shovel, filled with blood. Oh no, is this guy dead? Gray was a little worried, so she carefully walked over and breathed a sigh of relief when she found that the snow wolf was still breathing. If she hadn't been able to fulfill the witch's request, she wouldn't have dared to say that she wanted to become an awakened warrior. The battle lasted for several minutes, and the remaining 2 beast girls also suppressed the snow wolf. In the snowy terrain where movement was difficult, the polearms showed great advantages. With Cat Knight joining in, who was hitting people on the head with an axe, the battle quickly ended, and everyone in the tribe cheered. Which, we've brought these guys. Su Yuan looked at the returning group and affectionately patted their heads. The little beast girls thought Su Yuan was blessing them, and happily squinted their eyes. White Rabbit, bring over that big rope from before. Tie all these guys up and we'll talk about it when they wake up tomorrow. 2 of the snow wolves were unconscious, and the remaining 3 looked listless. Su Yuan decided to starve them for another night. Training dogs is a long process, and he planned to see how long these guys could maintain their pride, even with food and lodging provided. If that doesn't work, just stew it into wolf meat soup. The victory in battle made the atmosphere in the tribe even more joyful. The firelight reflected the smiles of everyone. These simple beast girls from primitive society only wanted simple things. To have enough to eat, to be warmly dressed, and to live a peaceful life. The addition of snow huts made it less crowded than yesterday, but Su Yuan's place remained unchanged, with several beast girls wanting to share a snow hut with him. Fortunately, Fox 9 had anticipated this, so this snow house is larger than the others, and it's not as crowded as it was yesterday. The next day, Su Yuan was awakened from his sweet dream by the urge to urinate. Cats are never still at night, and with Long and Hu Jiu attacking from both sides, he spent the whole night having all sorts of wild thoughts. Hey, how many of you are awake? The snow wolves outside had also woken up and were lying there listlessly, looking at the snowflakes around them. They must have struggled a bit after waking up last night. However, Su Yuan's climbing rope was made of nylon. The boss guaranteed that this thing could easily withstand a ton of pulling force. Even tied up like this, it could still release more than a ton of force. Wah! Several snow wolves growled softly at Su Yuan, as if they were about to pounce on him and tear him to pieces at any moment. You call me Grandpa. Weren't you filmed enough yesterday? Su Yuan slammed a shovel down on the head of a snow wolf, immediately extinguishing the wolf's fierce gaze. These guys were smarter than ordinary wolves, and after being shoveled, they understood their current situation. I am the fish on the chopping block, and he is the butcher. If the person in front of me acts aggressively, then the meat on the other side of the chopping block should be replaced. Wow, they're quite clever. I didn't expect the beasts in this world to have some intelligence. Looking at the few snow wolves that had surrendered, Su Yuan realized that it really did resemble a magical world, and these creatures were the magical beasts that threatened humanity. However, the ancestors of this magical wolf were rather pitiful. They didn't eat anything good last night, but instead had to undergo a CPR, and one of them ate a red dragon fruit. The dragon fruit juice on his lips was still frozen solid, making him look pitiful, which made Su Yuan realize it was time for the next step. He can't train wolves, but he's seen plenty of dog training videos. First, he tries a set of kicks to the heart, then a dragon fruit kick, and if that doesn't work, he tries a kite-flying routine. Su Yuan's wicked smile made the 5 snow wolves huddle together in fear. Their tangled fur offered them no sense of security. Instead, the dark figure in front of them made them feel a chill. I'm giving you a chance. Either submit to me or become a wolfskin coat. Snow Wolf didn't quite understand Su Yuan's meaning. It seemed he still had to use the dog training method. So Su Yuan took the leftover roasted meat from yesterday and placed it in front of the 5 snow wolves with a tree branch. I said you can only eat if you say so, did you hear me? Just as he placed the meat in front of the snow wolves, the 5 snow wolves bit at it without hesitation, but each of them bit themselves. Bang, 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 bang. 5 more shovel strikes later, the 5 snow wolves immediately shrank back. Within 2 seconds, he saw Su Yuan extend the grilled meat again and immediately flew over to bite it. Bang! They filmed for more than 10 minutes straight, even waking up the beast girls resting in the snow house. Everyone watched Su Yuan's actions with curiosity. What are you doing? Long was adjusting her animal skin coat when she noticed Su Yuan was so close to the snow wolf, so she quickly came over. It's okay, I'm training the dogs. Once they're obedient, they can help with hunting. Taming dogs? Will these wild beasts obey us? In the past, they would find wild animals and then hunt them down. Long had never heard of any wild animals that could be tamed. No, back in the tribe, the old shaman had told him that some large tribe shamans used witchcraft to control the actions of wild animals. Is this the witchcraft used to control wild beasts? It just looks a bit. Eat. The snow wolves became smarter at this point. Even if Su Yuan put the meat right in front of their mouths, they wouldn't open their mouths. Su Yuan tore the meat into a small piece and put it over their mouths. Eat. After being called several times, the snow wolf, which was eyeing the meat at the corner of its mouth, cautiously ate the roasted meat. After repeating it several times, the snow wolf finally understood what Su Yuan meant. It could only eat when he called for it to eat, and if he didn't call for it, it would get a beating, and if he was really fierce, it would get even worse. Happiness and pain were intertwined. After being hungry for so many days, the snow wolves were finally able to have a good meal, but they had a bit of a headache. Long. Sure. From now on, these 5 snow wolves will be your responsibility. I'll give you chains later. If you get angry, kick and beat them as hard as you want. When you're feeding them, throw the food on the ground and only allow them to eat when you shout eat. If they try to steal the food, keep beating them. Make sure they learn their lesson. Su Yuan watched as the 5 snow wolves revealed a wicked plan involving food and lodging. The first dog on this alien planet was born from this moment. Chapter 22, The Red Fox Tribe. Su Yuan, I want to raise a snow wolf too. After breakfast, the group continued on their journey. Cat Knight looked at the 5 snow wolves that were leashed and started to cling to Su Yuan's arm affectionately. Think it through. If you raise them, you'll be responsible for their food. I remember Cat Knight has a big appetite. Then I won't raise them anymore. Su Yuan, can you use your witchcraft to control some of the smaller ones? Su Yuan rolled his eyes at her. He only trained the dogs because he had learned a few tricks in his previous life, and these snow wolves were also quite smart. Bang! Nearby, the snow wolf that had been squeaking fiercely was hit on the head by Long Yi's shovel. Compared to Su Yuan's blows, Long Yi's was much more forceful, and the snow wolf immediately covered its head and whimpered. How about I control Gigi and you take care of her in the future? Forget it, I'm not going to keep it. Squeak eats more than I do. I can take care of my own little belly. Mao Yi is only enthusiastic about things for a short time. Once she loses her curiosity, she loses interest. Of course, she is always very enthusiastic about eating. Su Yuan, this method of taming snow wolves isn't witchcraft, is it? Fox 9 also came to Su Yuan's side at this time. She had witnessed her sister's use of witchcraft. Although it was not witchcraft to control wild beasts, it was completely different from Su Yuan's previous actions. Furthermore, she also discovered some clues from Su Yuan's previous actions. Of course not. Let me give you an analogy. One day you're starving and I catch you. Then I'll beat you up. When it's time to eat, if you dare to move without my permission, I'll beat you. You can only eat if you get my permission. After repeating this a few times, would you rather go back to the days of hunger, or would you rather follow my instructions and have food every day? Obedience tests can be effective on some slightly intelligent creatures. The reason why Lioness and the others are leading those snow wolves is because they haven't been completely tamed yet. Once they are completely tamed and obedient, there is no need to even put on a rope. I understand now. This is how the victorious tribe incorporates the defeated tribes into its own after tribal wars, right? Fox 9 was quick-witted and immediately understood Su Yuan's abstract metaphor. She had heard from her sister that the way things were handled after the war between the tribes was not much different from how Su Yuan dealt with the pack of snow wolves. First, they were locked in cages and starved for a few days. They will only be released after they are willing to submit and become slaves working for the tribe or warriors hunting and fighting. Su Yuan, could you let me try catching a snow wolf next time? Fox 9's desire to learn was rekindled. She grabbed Su Yuan's hand with both of her little hands and asked with a hopeful expression. Okay, but snow wolves are too dangerous. Let's find some gentler wild animals first. They traveled through the snowfield for another 5 days. The mossy pork they had eaten earlier was gone, and it seemed that Su Yuan's luck had run out as well. In the past few days, they had only harvested some fruit. The best day was when the cat caught 2 snow rabbits in the snow at night. The meat was enough to make soup for everyone. Of course, the white rabbit didn't eat it. The beast girl seemed to have some reservations about wild beasts of the same race as herself. According to the white rabbit, it wasn't that she couldn't eat them. It will feel very uncomfortable, and this discomfort will last for several days before it dissipates. Although the food was almost used up, Su Yuan was not worried. As he walked around and picked up food, his points had already exceeded 10,000. He can exchange 10 points for 1,000 servings of compressed biscuits, which is still a very extravagant way to exchange them. If he wants to fill his stomach, there are also cheaper staple foods such as potatoes and wheat. Potatoes that cannot be inoculated and cultivated cost 50 points per 100 gene, 50 kilograms, while potatoes that can be cultivated cost 5,000 points per gene, 500 kilograms. Which, we've discovered signs of human habitation ahead. Just as Su Yuan was idly browsing the shop while traveling, several diligent little beast girls ahead of him rushed back anxiously. Any signs of habitation? Did you see any people? The speaker was a small, brown-haired animal girl. She was very agile, and her movements when she climbed the tree to pick fruit were even more nimble than Nikoya's. No, I climbed the tree and looked around, but I didn't see a single person nearby. Come on, take us to see it. Su Yuan led Hu Jio and the others to hurry over. The little beast girl pointed to a huge rock covered by snow, where a large pit had been dug out of what was originally a flat snow. The newly fallen snow had not yet completely covered the ground. Su Yuan dug around and found some charred charcoal. More importantly, he also found traces of blood. It's my sister's. Everyone searched around for a while. Fox 9 sniffed the cold air and then found a lot of supplies in the snow pile next to him. These are the things we took with us when we escaped. This stone axe was even polished by Shur. Lion was also a little excited. He picked up the stone axe and examined it carefully. For a moment, everyone's expression became very solemn. The blood has already congealed, but the snow is deep, so they've probably been walking for a whole day. Long also roughly calculated the time when Chihu and the others left based on the normal snow depth around them. If there was blood, their situation was probably quite serious. So much so that they just left all those supplies lying there. Su Yuan, what should we do? Even though Fox 9 was incredibly clever, she couldn't help but choke up in the face of the current situation, and she held Su Yuan's hand, feeling somewhat lost. Take these supplies with you and hurry over there. Distribute these animal hides to everyone. We'll probably need to travel tonight as well. These supplies are too heavy. Carrying them will probably take a lot of time. Why don't some of you go ahead first, and the rest of you bring the supplies over slowly? Long looked at the supplies and offered his opinion. The supplies were incredibly heavy. Besides some animal hides, there were also many stone axes, bone knives, and even a lot of dried meat. No need. If Red Fox and the others encounter wild beasts, we will also be in danger if we separate. I will naturally find a way to provide supplies. Su Yuan didn't intend to waste time, nor did he want the subsequent troops to encounter danger after he and Shur left. System, replace the sled with a wooden one. I can make these on the spot. If you sell it for too high a price, I curse your system to always have a bug. Standard wooden sled, 10 points. Okay, I'll buy this one. Su Yuan traded the wooden sled plank, and no one understood why he would take out the plank. Long, take your men and load all the supplies onto this board, then tie it up with rope. Long took the sled with a blank look in her eyes. Although she didn't know what Su Yuan's plan was, she just needed to carry it out. Chapter 23: The Remains. Oh, I see. Su Yuan, you're so clever. After setting off, Fox 9 and the others understood Su Yuan's meaning. The sled was being pulled by a small beast girl. What would have required 2 people to move was now being able to drag the supplies by pulling the rope. Su Yuan, could you get me one too? I really want to sit on it. Cat Knight, seeing the supplies that could be slid away on the sled, immediately set her sights on Su Yuan, staring at him with her big eyes like a begging kitten. Okay, you can have it, but be careful. 10 points for a sled isn't very expensive, and it might come in handy when they encounter the Red Fox tribe again. So Su Yuan immediately exchanged one for Mao Yi. Okay, I'll go scout ahead for everyone. The supplies still needed to be hauled, so Mao Yi found a stick on the sled and started pushing it. Perhaps it was because she was petite and not particularly heavy that she was able to move so easily. Fox 9, White Rabbit, this is so much fun. Before Nicoya could even laugh, the snow sled veered forward and hurtled down the slope, leaving only Nicoya's screams echoing through the snow. Ha 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 ha. Su Yuan revealed a wicked smile. He had already spotted the downhill path ahead, but the slope wasn't too steep, and there were no obstacles in the middle of the slope. So at most, Mao Ye will just learn a lesson and fall into a snowdrift. Be careful when going downhill. Try to hold on to your supplies, and don't rush too fast like Mao Ye. The beast girls behind her were also startled by Nicoya's scream, and only came to their senses after seeing that Nicoya, who had fallen into the snowdrift below, was unharmed. Ha ha ha, this is so much fun. Below, Nicoya landed in a forest where the trees were covered in snow, their withered trunks having been dead for many days. Cough, cough, cough. At that moment, Nicoya suddenly heard a slight cough. She immediately became alert and took out the steel claw sheath hanging on her waist. Cough, cough, cough. Nico carefully put away her sled and quickly climbed up the tree trunk. The sound was very faint, but she was sure she hadn't misheard. This is... After looking around, she quickly spotted the figure lying under the tree trunk. The snow had covered her body, and only her pale face could be seen peeking out from under the white snow. Cat White. Cat Knight recognized the face immediately upon seeing it. She hurriedly jumped down from the tree and walked towards the figure under the tree trunk. After clearing away the snow, she finally saw the person clearly. Beneath the thick animal hide, a cat girl with shoulder-length white hair leaned weakly against the ground. Her face was now bloodless, and there was a hint of bluish-purple on her lips. With tears streaming down her face, Mao Yi immediately peeled off the animal skins. Mao Bai's body was extremely cold, and the blood flowing from his chest had already congealed. Cat White. Wake up, Su Yuan. Su Yuan. Please save Cat White. At this moment, Nicoya's panicked cries made Su Yuan realize that something was wrong, so he quickly exchanged for a snowboard and slid down. You guys catch up later, I'll go see what's going on. Long was a little panicked, but Su Yuan had already slid down using the sled, so she had no choice but to take out the sled that had been placed under the supplies. Gray, have everyone carry the supplies down. I'll go protect the witch. Just as she was about to slide down, Sure grabbed her waist, and the two of them wobbled and fell down without any direction. Nico, what's wrong? After Su Yuan fell, he ignored the snow on his body and quickly followed the sound to Mao Ye's side. The crying figure rushed over and hugged him as soon as she saw him. Su Yuan, quickly save Mao Bai, she's dying. Cat White. Su Yuan discovered the white-haired kitten lying beside the tree trunk. Her bluish face looked rather dangerous. Quick, go to the supplies and get some firewood to start a fire. The little white kitten was already somewhat delirious, its eyes closed, and it was muttering something unintelligible. Su Yuan quickly picked it up. So cold. The clothes, which were as hard as ice, were no longer wearable. Su Yuan quickly stripped off the simple animal skin garments, revealing a scratch mark on her full chest. Oh no, with blood loss and hypothermia, this person is about to die. Su Yuan didn't have time to think about anything else, and quickly put his down jacket on Mao Bai. The small figure was covered by the down jacket, with only 2 sections of his calves showing. The cold of the snowfield made him shiver, and he quickly changed into another animal skin and put it on, then put the white cat's legs into his lower abdomen. Wow, it's so cold. System, do you have anything to keep warm? Electric heater, 800 points. Electric blanket, 300 points. Air conditioning, 2,100 points. Damn it, if I had electricity, I'd ask you all this. Like, do you have anything that doesn't need electricity? Hot water bottle, 30 points. Fire basin, 60 points. Alright, that's all for you. Go have some fun. If they waited for the water to boil in this time, they would freeze stiff. When Su Yuan came back to his senses from the mall page, he immediately noticed that Mao Bai's face was getting darker and darker. Oh no, they're lacking oxygen. In this situation, the kitten's breathing and circulation have become disordered. Artificial respiration must be used first to maintain oxygen supply, followed by cardiopulmonary resuscitation to maintain blood circulation. Su Yuan never expected that his first kiss would be with a beautiful white cat, but he couldn't care less about that now. He immediately leaned down and aimed at the cat's pale lips. What happened? Lion and Long arrived from behind and saw Su Yuan kissing a girl. On Earth, they would have called the police long ago. Cat White. Lion recognized the kitten girl in Su Yuan's arms, and at that moment Su Yuan turned his head. Long, you guys dig a hole here and prepare the branches with Mao Ye. There was no time to use any fire-making methods, so he took the lighter he had brought from his pocket and handed it to Long. Press this button and you'll conjure fire. Quickly light it in a moment. Su Yuan didn't restore much oxygen to Mao Bai. After speaking, he immediately continued to treat Mao Bai. The main force behind them also came down, and the flames in the snow pit slowly rose beside Su Yuan. The little cat girl in his arms gradually began to react. White Rabbit, bring me the white box from the backpack. His body warmed up and his heartbeat returned to normal. The next step was to treat the scratch on his chest. Fortunately, he had taken a few lessons on wound suturing before climbing the mountain, and there were also medical needles and thread for suturing in his first aid kit. I've never stitched up such a big wound before, but in this situation, I have no choice but to bite the bullet and go for it. Chapter 24. Time travel was too early. Such a beautiful scene did not move Su Yuan at all. Instead, he was nervously stitching up the wound in the middle of Mao Bai's chest. Fox 9 and his men built a snow wall around the area, while a pot of meat soup simmered in the flames. The suturing went relatively smoothly, except for a small problem that caused a delay when he was suturing the upper part of the wound. He had to use his wrist to block the wound while suturing. There were some anti-infection medications in the first aid kit. He breathed a sigh of relief after feeding the cat the medicine. Now he could only leave it to fate. Let's warm the animal hide and cover her with it. Everyone can rest here for the day. It was already getting dark. We had originally planned to travel through the night to catch up with the Red Fox tribe, but this incident forced us to stop. Lion, Long, don't go looking for food tonight. We still don't know where the monster that attacked the Red Fox tribe is. Everyone should try to stay together. But we only have some fruit left. Su Yuan took out the dried meat that Chi Hu and the others had left behind. If they used the dried meat sparingly, it would be enough to fill everyone's stomachs. Of course, he couldn't just endure the hardship. Su Yuan immediately exchanged 50 caddies of potatoes for only 25 points. If these things weren't inconvenient to carry, he would have exchanged them for 100 caddies directly. I'll handle these potatoes. You guys reheat the jerky. The system still has some conscience. Each of the potatoes you redeemed was bigger than a fist, and they weren't covered in mud. They piled up on the sleds to form a small mountain. What is this? While Mao Yi was still taking care of Mao Bai, Gigi came to Su Yuan's side after seeing the thing on the small hill. Her intuition told her that these were all delicious foods. These are potatoes. Take out your bone knives and cut these potatoes into small pieces and put them in the earthenware jar. The earthenware pot couldn't hold much potato stew and dried meat, so the remaining bits were simply left to roast by the fire, and soon a fragrant aroma wafted out. You guys eat first, I'll go check on Cat White. Su Yuan brought a bowl of potato and meat soup to Mao Bai's side. She was wrapped in a down jacket and had already regained her body temperature, but her forehead felt a little hot to the touch. She has a fever. He didn't know if the medicine he had given her would work on the beast girls in this world. If there was no other way, he would have to find the red fox and the others and have the red fox use witchcraft to heal Cat White. Water. Just as Su Yuan was checking Mao Bai's temperature, he heard a slight hoarse voice. Mao Bai's eyes were still closed, but its lips moved slightly. Su Yuan quickly picked her up and brought the potato and meat soup to her lips. The scent made the cat's white ears tremble, and it opened its eyes with some difficulty. What beautiful eyes! Su Yuan was somewhat surprised. The cat's white eyes were light blue, as if there was a vast blue sea in its pupils, and there was a hint of confusion in its eyes when it looked at Su Yuan. Cat White, you're finally awake. Mao Yi put down the fragrant potatoes in her hand and quickly came to Su Yuan's side. Cat Knight, what are you doing here? We met Su Yuan after we got lost. He's a powerful sorcerer, and he's the one who saved you just now. Cat White turned its gaze to Su Yuan's face, a look of gratitude appearing on its pale cheeks. Thank you, shaman. All right, drink the broth first. Su Yuan didn't ask anything and pushed the meat soup in his hand to Mao Bai's mouth. It smells so good. After taking a small sip, Mao Bai immediately drank it in large gulps. Before, when he was fleeing with the tribe, he could only eat palm-sized pieces of dried meat every day. She drank 2 bowls in a row before she felt her body recover a little. Now she could see the beast girls watching her from the fire not far away. Cat White, what happened to Red Fox and the others, and why were you left here? Cat White also saw Fox 9, and his face immediately turned somewhat panicked as he tried to get up from Su Yuan's embrace. Witch and the others are in danger, and this isn't a safe place either. Everyone hide quickly. Cat White, don't rush, explain things clearly first. After everyone calmed Mao Bai down, she sat up and told them what had happened. After we got separated from Fox 9, Red Fox led us towards the sun. Some time ago, Ice God was angry, so we had to hide under a big rock over there for refuge. However, yesterday a group of snow demons attacked the tribe. After Red Fox led everyone to repel them, we unexpectedly discovered snow monsters. Because I was seriously injured, I couldn't escape, so I hid here. This wasn't hiding here at all. Su Yuan could see the sadness in Mao Bai's heart. He probably hid away by himself because he didn't want to hold everyone back. But now is not the time to worry about that. He frowned and looked at the people around him, asking, what are snow demons and snow monsters? Snow demons are a kind of monster in the Snowfield. They are very thin and small, and they are not afraid of the cold. They often move together in groups of dozens. I've never seen that yeti before. I've heard the old shaman say that it's very strong, covered in hair, and usually appears in caves. Good heavens, these must be warcraft. It seems I really have transmigrated to a world of swords and magic, but the timing of this transmigration is a bit too early. Let's all rest together tonight, and the 3 of us will take turns keeping watch. If those magical beasts and monsters from the world of swords and magic were to appear, then these stone knives and axes would be no match for them. There's really no need to worry so much. Those snow demons are afraid of fire, and snow monsters are afraid of bright things. Yes, if Red Fox hadn't used fire magic, none of us would have been able to escape. Cat White was also explaining that yesterday, the snow demons only stayed around the flames and dared not go any further, but the wood collected in the tribe could not last long. So he managed to escape with the rest of the tribe. All right then, let's not let the fire go out tonight. Lion, you guys can cut down some trees around here. At night, the delicious potatoes lessened the beast girls' fear of the snow demons and monsters somewhat, and after they finished eating, they huddled together in 2s and 3s and lay down. The 5 snow wolves happily laid down beside the flames. They had been a little afraid of the flames before, but now that they felt the warmth, they stayed very close to them. I'm not entirely satisfied with today's food. I, a carnivorous snow wolf, am eating potatoes. Nowadays, if they weren't all being watched over, under Su Yuan's guidance, the beast girls would manage them very strictly, and if they didn't eat, they would get a couple of shovelfuls. So I had no choice but to eat it with tears in my eyes. The images in chapter 25 are for reference only. The next day, Cat White had recovered considerably and was sleeping peacefully in its down jacket. It was given medicine again in the middle of the night, and its fever had almost subsided. It seems that this medicine does work on the beast girls from another world, and the effect appears to be quite noticeable. The effects were noticeable in just one night. That night, everyone kept watch over each other and nothing happened. No trace of the snow demon or the snow monster was found, but a faint rustling sound could be heard from time to time in the snowy forest. Long, can you let go of me? I can't breathe. Although the igloo was built very casually this time, and even the roof was just covered with a few animal skins, the temperature wasn't too low because of the fire and the fact that more than a dozen people lived together. Su Yuan was tightly protected by Long and Shur, and he was covered in sweat all night long. Most importantly, these two were the most powerful beast girls. I'm sorry, which I didn't mean to. In the early morning, without Su Yuan needing to teach these beast girls how to prepare food, they took the initiative to start roasting potatoes. Having only eaten potatoes once yesterday, they had developed an interest in this soft and sticky food. Su Yuan came to Mao Bai's side. The wound under the down jacket had stopped bleeding and was healing very quickly. The body, which had been as cold as an ice block, had returned to normal temperature. Su Yuan. The down jacket was opened, and a gust of cold wind woke Cat White. This scene, which easily sparked the imagination, made Su Yuan stop what he was doing. Wait a minute, isn't that a doctor examining a patient's injuries? Why do I feel so embarrassed about being discovered? Ahem, Cat White, you're recovering quite well. Can you get up and walk around now? Cat White didn't care that he was completely exposed. He slowly propped himself up and sat up. Although his chest injury had healed a lot, the excessive blood loss had made his legs feel weak. It's okay, I can walk. Cat White was still worried about the people in the tribe and didn't want to trouble Su Yuan, but after taking a few steps, her legs went weak and Su Yuan hugged her. Never mind, let Nicoya pull you along in a bit. Su Yuan didn't let Mao Bai continue to push herself. Today, she had to catch up with Chi Hu and the others no matter what. Otherwise it would be too late when they were attacked and killed by the snow monster. While traveling, Maoya acted as a rickshaw puller, but he enjoyed pulling the sled tirelessly. Every time he sped up, he would startle Mao Bai sitting in the back. Cat Knight, if you keep causing trouble, I won't let you sleep next to me. Cat White, holding onto the sled, looked at Cat Knight with a hint of anger on her little face, but her most effective threat was no longer working. Hee hee, Cat Knight can sleep next to Su Yuan too. Cat White, you can't threaten me anymore. Time to speed up. Yeah. The tribe members were cheered up by the two's cheerful voices, and their fear of the Yeti was not as great as before. Long, what kind of weapon do you want? If we encounter a Yeti, we'll need you and Shur to protect everyone. There are too few warriors in the tribe right now. He needs to arm the two only awakened warriors he has, and the rest will have to wait until things stabilize. There was too much stuff, and it was really difficult to carry it all. Although there were more than a dozen people in the tribe, they couldn't let a little beast girl like Zizi carry supplies that were taller than her. Anything is fine. Long looked at the horse-slaying knife that Shur was carrying with a hopeful gaze. This thing had always been Shur's treasure, and she hadn't been allowed to use it since she killed the mossy boar with one blow last time. You're not very comfortable using that, are you? Su Yuan also knew that Long had always wanted Lion's horse-slaying sword, which could kill a mossy boar with a single blow, but the requirements for this weapon were rather demanding. Lion's strength is much greater than Long's. Without some strength, one can only wield that horse-slaying saber using skill. Coincidentally, he doesn't use any horse-slaying saber skills at all. Long hesitated immediately, but after thinking for a long time, she still felt that the big iron shovel in her hand was the best. It was not only light, but also very easy to use when hitting the snow wolf on the head. Then I'll use this one. This isn't a weapon. Never mind, let me think about it. It was too difficult for these beast girls, who had only ever used stone axes and bone knives, to choose a weapon, so Su Yuan opened the system shop while traveling. System, list all light knife-type weapons. Watermelon knife, 160 points. Refined greatsword, 300 points. Kitchen knife, 120 points. Paper cutter, 20 points. Nail clippers, 12 points. Refined dual blades, second blade half price for a limited time, 450 points. This system is acting up again. What kind of weapon are nail clippers? And what's half price? Su Yuan immediately saw the words half price. Two swords costing 450 points each would mean a refined sword would only cost 300 points, the same price as a large cleaver. Forget it. I'll just buy it at half price for the limited time. Opportunities to take advantage of the system's deals are rare. Since it was a limited time offer, Su Yuan thought it over and over again before finally buying the two refined swords. But when the two refined swords appeared in his hands, His face immediately darkened. Damn it, the picture in the store looks like a big cleaver, but in reality, it's much smaller. With the handle, it's only about the length of Su Yuan's arm. So, the system store also uses the images are for reference only. Please refer to the actual product rule. Long, here you go. I prayed to the gods for this weapon, but I don't know if you'll be used to using it. Which, thank you. Long took the 2 swords. These 2 swords were much lighter than the horse-slaying sword. Shir glanced at them and immediately ignored them. These short swords couldn't even get close to her. The beast girls in this world are indeed geniuses in combat. Not long after the twin swords were handed to Long, she roughly figured out how to use them. Furthermore, he was able to demonstrate the use of a single-edged sword. The other sword was given to Hui, who, with Su Yuan's approval, happily brandished the short sword in his hand. He could have easily gotten another weapon, but seeing Gray excitedly following Long to familiarize himself with the new weapon, he didn't call Gray back. This terrified the snow wolves following behind, causing them to tremble. The previous blows with the large iron shovel hadn't killed the wolves, but this cut could make a gash in the tree trunk, which meant it could make a gash in the wolves' heads. We all need to travel tonight, so eat more now. Don't worry about not having enough food. As evening approached, Su Yuan addressed the tribe, saying that they were finding more and more traces of Red Fox and her companions along the way, indicating that the 2 sides were not too far apart. Fox 9 and the others wished they could sprout wings and fly to the Red Fox tribe immediately, but since they were all land-based beast girls, only winged beast girls could do this. Chapter 26 Red Fox Tribe. Fox Spirit, have the snow demons caught up yet? At the foot of a mountain in the snowfield, a pale-faced girl with a red tail leaned against a boulder, while many other beast girls huddled around a campfire in a disheveled state. Sister Red Fox, the Yeti has been angered by those snow demons. Those guys are planning to lure the Yeti here, and they're on their way now. Those damned bastards. Red Fox's cold expression turned extremely ugly. During the Black Sheep tribe's sneak attack and their escape, her younger sister and the others got lost. Sister Red Fox, there's one more thing. Cat White is missing. What? When did this happen? Yesterday, I heard from Xiaomi and the others that Cat White was attacked by the snow demon while protecting them, and then disappeared. Red Fox's face turned even uglier at this moment. His teeth clenched tightly around his lips, and his hands were clenched into fists. No, I have to go back to find her. Sister Red Fox, there are snow demons and snow monsters following us closely now. We can't get back. Red Fox's mouth was bleeding from being bitten. If she weren't the tribal leader, she would have really wanted to cry. Of the tribe of more than 50 people, more than 10 had been captured and 4 had gone missing. Now, only more than 30 people remained. And now there's 1 less, and she has no way to deal with it. Let's rest in the cave ahead for a bit, then fight those snow demons and go around the mountainside. Shaman, take the people and find some food in trees nearby. She desperately wanted to fight those snow demons to the death, but reason told her that the tribe's fighting strength did not support her in risking her life against them. As the leader, Red Fox couldn't let his emotions get the better of him. He wiped away the tears welling up in his eyes and continued to lead the main force toward the foot of the mountain not far away, which these were left behind by the snow demon's corpse. Su Yuan and his group behind them spotted a small white sphere lying on the ground, emitting a pale blue glow in the snow. If it weren't for Mao Ye and the others' good eyesight, they would never have been able to spot this ping-pong ball-sized round ball in the snow. Rare item detected. Snow Demon Core. Tradable for 800 points, or 80 points. New special item added. Host, please select the direction of the transaction. Surprisingly, it was a rare item even cheaper than Snow Serpent Elixir. Su Yuan curiously examined the unremarkable white bead and asked, "What's the use of this thing?" Which, this Snow Demon Stone is used to make witch wands, but only some old witches know how to make them. My sister doesn't know how to make witch wands either, but these kinds of things can usually be collected and sold to large tribes. So it's just the energy ball on the magic wand. Since that's its only use, there's no need to keep it. I'm not a real witch. Trade 80 points. System. Transaction successful. New products can be viewed in a special section. Snow Fairy Brand Tea, Ginger Tea Flavor 800 points. Note, no cold exposure or side effects within 3 hours of consumption, up to 3 bottles per day. No wonder it's cheaper than Snow Serpent Elixir. It only has the effect of resisting the cold, and they even limited my supply of this stuff. Su Yuan didn't care. Even if he knew what items the Snow Demon Core could unlock, he would still choose to unlock them. After all, it's always better to be prepared. Of course, more importantly, he is a collector, and he feels particularly awkward if he doesn't unlock things that can be unlocked. If we have the snow demon stone, my sisters shouldn't be far away. Everyone's spirits lifted. The sky was gradually darkening, and if they could find Red Fox and the others before sunset, they wouldn't have to travel at night anymore. Sister Red Fox, those snow demons are getting closer and closer. Outside the cave, the tribe members simply ate some dried meat. They had been forced to abandon some supplies earlier, and they hadn't taken much with them when they escaped. Now all that's left are a few pieces of snow rabbit meat that they hunted on their escape route, and some sour fruit. Red Fox sat quietly by the fire. Upon hearing Fox Thought's message, he immediately stood up and shouted into the cave. Everyone, pack your things and leave. The cave wasn't very big, barely big enough for about 10 people to enter. Red Fox had some of the tribe's old and young beast girls hide inside. Roar! Just as everyone was preparing to leave, an uninvited guest appeared at the foot of the mountain. It had white fur and was nearly 2.5 meters tall. Bear! The red fox stopped in its tracks when it saw the white bear with a piece of meat dangling from its mouth, and its two small eyes staring blankly at everyone. No wonder the cave was so empty. The owner had been out eating all day. The red fox was about to collapse, as a series of unfortunate events were about to happen. Shaman, who see? Stop this guy. The polar bear was also furious at the uninvited guests who had broken into its home. It released the meat in its mouth and roared at the red fox and her companions with red eyes. Shaman is a female bear. Although she shares some characteristics with the polar bear opposite her, in terms of strength, Shaman's small frame would hardly be able to defeat the polar bear, which is nearly 2.5 meters tall. Roar! There are about 7 unawakened warriors in the tribe, but they have to protect the rest of the tribe, so the 3 of them have to face the black bear alone. Flame. Red Fox took out a domino from his pocket, which was engraved with a symbol of flame. A shaman without a staff can only use a domino to cast spells. In front of the red fox, a fireball the size of a head slammed into the face of the charging polar bear, causing it to howl in agony as it burrowed into the snow to extinguish the flames. Shaman picked up a bone club taller than herself from the supplies she was packing. The club was pitted and uneven, and some of the sharp points struck the polar bear, instantly staining it with bright red blood. Roar! Enraged, the polar bear rose up and furiously swung its paw at Shaman, tearing several cracks into the bone club that was held in front of it. Oops, my weapon is broken. Shaman felt a pang of heartache, but seeing the people protecting her behind her, she gripped the bone club tightly and smashed it down on the white bear again. Behind him, Husi gripped a stone spear tightly, and faint runes began to appear on his forehead. There were originally 3 awakened warriors in the tribe, one of whom was captured and the other went missing. Now she was all alone, and Fox Thought's palms began to sweat as she gripped the stone spear. Call out! In an instant, the stone spear pierced through Shaman's head and embedded itself directly in the white bear's chest. The terrifying force caused the white bear to stagger back several steps. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Just as she was relieved that her attack had severely injured the polar bear, a familiar voice rang out from the distant snowstorm, and a series of snow-white figures appeared. Damn it, I didn't expect those guys to show up so quickly. Red Fox glanced at his clansmen hiding behind him and made a decision instantly. It was too late to escape now. Everyone, fight those guys to the death. Chapter 27, The Great Battle Under the Setting Sun. Which, there are lots of fresh footprints ahead. As night approached, the glow of the setting sun shone on the snow-covered plain, and Su Yuan and his companions quickened their pace as they saw clear footprints in the snow. There were densely packed small footprints, as well as one enormous beast footprint. It seems those snow demons and snow monsters have caught up with Red Fox and the others. Su Yuan knew that they were very close to the Yeti, but they couldn't see any trace of it. The only explanation for its footsteps was that it was chasing the red fox. Lion, Cat Knight, you and I will go there first. Long, you lead everyone here slowly. Just follow the direction of the footprints. But Long was very worried about Su Yuan and wanted to follow him, but Su Yuan immediately stopped her. Everyone needs protection too. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Oh, and here, take this. Worried that Long and the others wouldn't be able to handle the sudden danger, Su Yuan redeemed an alcohol-fueled bottle from the system shop. These things cost 600 points each, which wasn't cheap at all. If you encounter danger, use the lighter I gave you to set the cloth here on fire, then throw it forcefully at the enemy. Remember, throw it immediately after lighting it. Su Yuan was quite at ease with Long. After a week of getting to know her, Long had been very obedient to him and never did anything outside of Su Yuan's instructions. I understand. I'll catch up with the witch soon. Fox 9 and White Rabbit also wanted to go, but their fighting strength was insufficient, so Su Yuan comforted them and sent them back. The three of them immediately hurried towards the direction of the footprints. Thanks to the path cleared by the people in front, there wasn't as much snow on the road behind them. Mao Yi found Su Yuan too slow, so she simply carried him on her back and ran forward. Why are you pressing me so relentlessly? Red Fox led the tribesmen into the cave, with flames burning in front of them, and the snow demons dared not approach. Why? Someone gave us a good amount of supplies and told us to capture you. The snow demon was very short and thin, with pointed ears, a hunched body, and a tuft of white fur on the back of its head and back. Black sheep? That guy is like a persistent ghost. Red Fox couldn't understand why that guy was so obsessed with capturing her. Even though they had already taken over her homeland, he still wouldn't let her go. All right, this little bit of fire can stop us, but it can't stop the big guys behind us. The snow demon leader looked at the bonfire but dared not approach it. They were terrified of fire. In fact, they would die if they came into contact with it. However, as long as the core within the body is not lost, one can be resurrected after death. This immortality attribute led the snow demon leader to lure the Yeti over at any cost. Further words are useless. Today, even if I die, I will annihilate you completely. The red fox released another flame from its hand. The snow demon leader opposite did not move, but a snow demon behind it immediately pounced. The flames instantly struck the snow demon, turning it into a puddle of liquid in a moment, leaving only a snow demon core on the snow. How much magic power do you still have? Do you really think that mere flames can destroy us? As long as the heart stone is not destroyed, we will only be asleep for a day or two. At this moment, the setting sun shone on a huge figure not far away. The creature walked on two legs, its face completely obscured by white fur, and each step seemed extremely heavy. Hee, your big friend has arrived. The red fox is not like the snow demon. The snow demon leader does not care about the death of her people at all, but she cannot do that. Every dead member of her people is a complete death. Everyone, retreat into the cave and leave the supplies outside. The cave can only accommodate a dozen or so people, and even if you squeeze in, there will be about 7 or 8 people at the edge of the cave entrance. Which, you should go back now. Sister Red Fox, let's block them outside. No one retreated. The remaining weapons on the ground were picked up, and everyone faced the approaching Yeti. Bang! The Yeti's eyes were bloodshot. It grabbed the snow monsters on the ground and put them in its mouth, but these creatures were thin and small, with hardly any flesh on their bodies. And once you bite into it, it turns into a kernel that looks like a rock, so it tastes like you haven't eaten anything at all. The snow demon leader led the other snow demons to hide under the boulder. After taking a couple of bites, the snow monster ignored these creatures that were tough on the teeth and didn't even fill its stomach. The next target was a polar bear that was trying to slip away. It had been injured and was preparing to take revenge, but it didn't expect an even more terrifying creature to appear. The snow demon never expected that there was a polar bear hiding in the snowdrift. Now that the snow monster's attention has been drawn to the polar bear, it may not pay attention to the red fox and the others. Roar! The polar bear is 2 heads shorter than the Yeti. Even when standing on 2 legs, it only reaches about the Yeti's chest. With a fierce cry, the Yeti roared back, shaking the snow off the mountainside. Sister Red Fox, what should we do? Leaving is not an option, as those snow monsters are watching them. Staying is also not an option, as the injured giant bear is clearly no match for the snow monsters. You guys conserve your fighting strength. I'll help the polar bear, and wait until they're both exhausted. The red fox aimed at the Yeti's head and fired a fireball, charring the white fur black. But by then, the Yeti was already tearing at the polar bear. The fight was extremely brutal. Although the polar bear was smaller than the Yeti, it still managed to scratch many bloody marks on its body, while the Yeti also had many burn marks. Go, take care of that polar bear. The snow demon leader was naturally unwilling to see this situation, so he led many of his people to deal with the white bear, while others stood directly in front of the red fox. Damn it, these guys are determined to catch me. The red fox could no longer cast its fire magic, and the white bear, harassed by the snow monster, was no longer a match for it, and was bitten and slammed against the mountain wall. A polar bear, it can fetch a pretty good price later. The snow demon leader ignored the white bear lying on the ground. Its current target was Red Fox and her companions. It had to capture Red Fox before the snow monster killed her. Roar! After the polar bear fell to the ground, the Yeti turned its attention to the Red Fox and her companions. Its charred body was a testament to its rage, and it no longer paid any attention to the dying polar bear. The slap came crashing down towards the cave, and just as the flames on the ground were about to be knocked down, Shaman rushed forward with the bone club that was about to break. Prepare to die. Shaman. The bone club, which already had some cracks, was smashed to pieces, and Shaman was also sent flying back, but fortunately, she was held tightly in Hughesy's arms. Chapter 28. Can I use a cheat code for once? Chief, more people are coming. On the snow demon's side, a snow demon who had stayed behind to guard the rear came to the leader to report the situation. Oh, how many people? 3. 3 people. There's no need to pay attention to such a small number. The snow demon leader waved its hand, not bothering with the 3 who had arrived under the current circumstances. Not far away, Su Yuan and his 2 companions finally arrived. Seeing the surrounded crowd, Mao Yi anxiously shouted, Sister Chi Hu. Xiao Yi. While treating Shaman, the red fox heard Mao Yi's voice and turned around sharply. In the distance, under the setting sun, 3 people were standing in the snow. Don't come any closer. Run. Red Fox's cries did not make Nicoya and the others turn around. Nicoya, wearing steel claws, quickly charged towards Red Fox and the others. Stop that guy. The snow demons wouldn't let the snow monsters be disturbed either. Several snow demons rushed towards Nicoya, their sharp claws mercilessly scratching at Nicoya's body. Get out of my way. The steel claws in Nico Knight's hands instantly severed the claws and arms of these snow demons. Before the pain could even arrive, the black claw sheets pierced directly into their bodies. So these are snow demons. They look just like Gollum from Lord of the Rings. No, they have an extra tuft of hair on their heads, which makes them look even uglier. Knowing that he needed to make some preparations for the current situation, Su Yuan immediately opened the system shop. System, send me some ranged weapons. He naturally couldn't compete with these primitive monsters in terms of strength, but then again, couldn't he just use a cheat code? Slingshot, 10 points. Primitive wooden bow, 8 points. Standard wooden bow, 200 points. Refined wooden bow, 800 points. Compound bow, 1,000 points. Refined compound bow, 3,000 points. Ballista, 5,000 points. Bows and arrows have always been expensive, and the tribe didn't even have the concept of bows and arrows, nor did anyone know how to use them, so Su Yuan had never considered it before. However, now that we have such a big target as the Yeti, even if we haven't played it many times, we don't have to worry about missing the target. Give me a compound bow, and select some specially made arrows. Wooden arrow, 1 point. Iron arrows, 8 points. Tranquilizer arrow, 20 points. Poison arrow, 20 points. Su Yuan could accept the price of the arrowheads. If the price of something that might be disposable was too outrageous, he would have to develop his own arrows in the future. Give me 10 tranquilizer arrows. At the cave opposite, Mao Ye had already killed several snow demons and rushed behind the snow monster, its sharp steel claws scratching bloody marks on its back. Roar! The Yeti originally didn't want to pay attention to the guy behind it, but with Fox Spirit and several other Beast Girl warriors blocking its way, and the pain in its back making it move more and more violently. Wow! Lion Su Yuan. Help! Nico immediately fell onto the snow. Seeing that she was not even as tall as the monster opposite her, she was so frightened that she called for help from the 2 people behind her. Su Yuan, it's me. Su Yuan knew that Lion was getting anxious, so he immediately said, take me there and leave me with Red Fox. That way you won't have to worry about my safety. He wasn't that brave and fearless. Those snow demons looked small and thin, and if they really attacked, he wouldn't be able to deal with them. Okay, I understand. With one hand holding a horse-slaying saber, and the other hand tucking Su Yuan under his arm, Lion charged toward the Yeti. The snow demon who tried to stop him was killed with a single blow before it could even reach Lion. Just as the Yeti was slapping at the cat knight, which was rolling around on the ground trying to avoid it, Lion arrived in time and swung his saber directly at the Yeti. Roar! The Yeti raised its hands to block in front of it, and the blade slashed a huge wound on its arms, from which blood flowed uncontrollably. Compared to the small scratches it had made before, this cut was enough to make the Yeti roar in pain. Phew, I'm saved. In the urgency of the situation, Su Yuan was thrown over directly. Red Fox reacted quickly and caught Su Yuan, her ample bosom almost pushing him back. Are you all right? The beast girls in the tribe looked at this person who was somewhat different from them with curiosity. Red Fox didn't ask anything else, but looked at Su Yuan with concern, and a green light in her hand merged into Su Yuan's body. Thank you. You must be Red Fox. I'm a friend of Fox 9 and the others. They're on their way. Fox 9 and the others are all right. After so many days, Red Fox finally heard some good news, and the worry on his face lessened. Well, we'll talk about the rest when they arrive. Su Yuan didn't talk much. He took out the composite bow he had redeemed earlier. After spending so many points, the system didn't even give him a quiver. The 10 arrows were simply laid out on the snow. Lion, Cat Knight, step back a bit. Lion blocked the Yeti's slap with his sword, and after hearing Su Yuan's voice, he pulled Cat Knight aside. The Yeti wanted to give chase, but Su Yuan shakily pulled up the compound bow, which had a weight that was quite high, a weight that was somewhat beyond his expectations. System, don't you have any bows with a lower draw weight? Give me a bottle of snow serpent elixir. The moment the apple-flavored snow snake elixir entered his stomach, a surge of heat coursed through his body, and the compound bow, which had been somewhat difficult to draw before, was finally fully drawn. The arrow pierced the middle of the Yeti's rear in the moment it was released, causing Su Yuan to shudder in pain. He really didn't mean to. Roar! Now, the Yeti's full attention was focused on Su Yuan. Taking advantage of the lingering effects of the snow serpent elixir, Su Yuan charged up again and fired several tranquilizer arrows. The effect was even more pronounced than poison. The Yeti, after taking 2 steps, felt its steps become unsteady. Its chest, arms, and legs were riddled with arrows, and even after they were pulled out, some arrowheads remained embedded in its flesh. Everyone noticed that the Yeti's steps were becoming increasingly unsteady, and as the last arrow pierced its eye, the giant finally collapsed to the ground. Its only eye was darting around. The anesthesia effect, which had been injected with 200 points, was no joke, leaving Red Fox and the others stunned on the spot. Wow, this is amazing. What is it? Lion and the others rushed over. The Yeti tried to stand up, but the rune on Lion's forehead lit up again, and she gripped her saber tightly, slashing at its neck. Hot blood splattered on the snow. The snow demons behind them retreated in fear upon seeing this. Just because they were alive didn't mean they wouldn't be captured and imprisoned forever. If they are not rescued by their own kind, they will be locked up in a dark and sunless place for the rest of their lives. Snow Demon. Just as they were about to escape, Long and the others arrived from behind and blocked the way for the fleeing snow demons. Kill her. Before the snow demon leader could finish speaking, a burning object was thrown over, bursting into flames the moment it hit the ground, even more ferocious than the fireball cast by the Red Fox. Chapter 29, I always keep my word. Without any spellcasting technique, the flames exploded right next to the snow demon with a simple toss. The snow demon leader was about to curse. How could these newcomers be so outrageous? Such a large snow monster had its head chopped off in just a few moves. And here, if it hadn't been hiding behind the snow demon, it would have long since turned into a stone and lay quietly on the ground. Still trying to run? With a short knife in her hand, Long easily severed the arm of the snow demon leader, leaving it all alone. All the other snow demons were burned to stone by a fire. Elder sister. Fox 9 ran over excitedly. The sadness that Red Fox had been suppressing finally burst forth when he saw his sister, and he hugged Fox 9 tightly in his arms. Everyone emerged from the crowded little cave. The corpse of the Yeti on the ground was still somewhat frightening, and some of the bolder beast girls stepped forward to examine it curiously. This is the leader of that group of snow demons. Long brought the snow demon leader, who had lost his arm, to Su Yuan. Even after being captured, the snow demon showed no fear, instead acting as if to say, "Go ahead and kill me if you dare. This little thing is quite unique in appearance. Why are you chasing after Red Fox and the others?" Su Yuan couldn't believe that he didn't have some ulterior motive for relentlessly pursuing her. I failed this time, but in the future, it won't just be me. There will be more snow demons coming to capture you. The snow demon leader stared at Su Yuan, grinning as she continued. I look forward to that day, the day you are captured and forced to kneel, the day I am resurrected. Su Yuan was getting a little impatient. This guy was like a riddle, and most importantly, he looked as lewd and ugly as Galu, but he had an arrogant attitude. Do you think you won't die? Long tightened the knife against its neck, but the snow demon leader was not afraid at all. Instead, it looked at Su Yuan with a mocking smile. My snow demon clan will never die. We will just be locked up by you for a while. When the other snow demons arrive, we will naturally be saved, while you rebels will perish sooner or later. Won't die? That's not necessarily true. Long, have someone pick up all the snow demon stones on the ground. A small portion of the tribesmen brought by the snow demon leader were inside the snow monster's stomach, while some had died earlier. Only about 20 died on this snowy ground. 800 each, 10 of them would be 8,000. I'm rich. Su Yuan, looking every bit the villain, held a snow demon core in his hand, his sinister laughter sending chills down one's spine. Take a look, isn't this a stone from your snow demon clan? What are you going to do? The snow demon leader's smile faded. The guy opposite him looked mysterious and had a sinister grin on his face when he held the heart stone of his tribe. System, hurry up and start the transaction. In an instant, The snow demon core in her hand was traded to the system. Only Long and the others understood that the witch had sacrificed the snow demon's stone to the gods. Even if those snow demons were incredibly powerful, they couldn't possibly be a match for the gods. The witch's move was truly ruthless. Can you still sense the presence of your people? The snow demon leader immediately panicked. Just as Su Yuan had said, the moment the heartstone disappeared, it couldn't sense the snow demon's presence at all. Even if Su Yuan had hidden it, it could still detect it, but now there was no trace of it left, as if it had completely disappeared from this world. Su Yuan sacrificed several more, since these were the most valuable items and the transactions were very worthwhile. Now can we talk this out properly? Why are those guys arresting the shamans of various tribes? I'm telling you, you have to let me go. The snow demon leader now believed that Su Yuan truly had a way to deal with them. Although it didn't know what kind of witchcraft it was, it knew that it would die if it didn't speak up. Don't worry, as long as you tell me, I will absolutely not lay a knife on you. Su Yuan spoke to it with absolute certainty, the sinister smile on his face vanishing, leaving only sincerity. The snow demon leader finally breathed a sigh of relief. These beast girls were actually quite reliable, much more so than those half-orcs. So it adopted a what the heck attitude, pondered for a moment, and then explained. I heard that a large tribe over the Wanshua Mountains is capturing shamans from various tribes, and then that large tribe sent people to find us, who were stranded in the icy snowfields. We're just doing a job for that big tribe. Otherwise, they would have wiped out us little snow demons. Witch hunts. Medieval witch hunts started so early? Wait a minute, isn't this more like primitive society? Su Yuan, don't let this guy get away. The snow demon is always cunning, and it doesn't tell the truth at all. After finally venting his grief, Red Fox came over to the snow demon and looked at the snow demon leader kneeling on the ground with a somber expression. I really mean every word. Then why did you say earlier that you had received a shipment of supplies? This left the snow demon leader speechless. Finally, she stammered. Well, we need some supplies to help with this. But I assure you, this is absolutely true. I found out about it from some tribes in the snowy wilderness. It was the people from those tribes who told me. Su Yuan frowned as he looked at the snow demon leader. Although its explanation was reasonable, it was somewhat inconsistent with what it had said in its previous arrogant manner. Trying to switch the beams and pillars. Although he didn't get the snow demon's true purpose, he still learned about what was happening outside, but some aspects remained questionable. For example, why did that large tribe capture the shamans of other tribes, and then why did it release them? And the fact that this snow demon leader went to such lengths to capture the Red Fox is definitely not for the so-called supplies. There must be another purpose behind it. Are you sure that's really the case? Su Yuan stared intently at the kneeling snow demon leader, his face cold and expressionless. Gudong, I'm telling the truth. Even so, the snow demon leader still insisted on telling the truth, but dared not meet Su Yuan's eyes again. All right, I always keep my word, so I certainly won't kill you with my own hands. Amidst the hesitation of Red Fox and the others and the surprise of the snow demon leader, Su Yuan sheathed his weapon and walked toward the snow monster's corpse. By the way, Long, I'm leaving that guy to you. After you're done dealing with him, bring all the snow demon stones over. You broke your promise. You're a monster. The snow demon leader instantly collapsed, struggling wildly, but its small body couldn't escape from Long's grasp. With a single slash, its head and body were separated, and the creature, filled with resentment and fear, turned into a white core. System, does this Yeti have any rare items? No rare items. Hairy Yeti head, 500. Long-haired Yeti's fur, 300. Long-haired Yeti skin, 700. Long-haired Yeti meat, 1,000. So powerful, I thought it was something good, you useless hairy Yeti. Su Yuan looked at the snow monster with some helplessness. Apart from its flesh and skin being worth some money, its overall value was not even as good as the snow demon's core. At least the snow demon brought a rare item. However, this hairy Yeti wasn't too badly valuable, and Su Yuan still had a few transactions left, so he traded away the head first. The Yeti core can be traded at any time, but having such a large Yeti corpse here is a bit too unsettling. Chapter 30 Star Tribe. Hello, my name is Long, and I am an awakened warrior under the leadership of Su Yuanwu. After the matter came to a close, Red Fox met with Long and was very welcoming to the tribe led by Long. What surprised Red Fox even more was that Su Yuan, who helped her, was actually a sorcerer, the kind of sorcerer she had only heard about from Granny Shui. Thank you. Upon learning Su Yuan's identity, the Red Fox was no longer as casual as before. Instead, it stood somewhat restrained in front of Su Yuan, its fiery red tail swishing behind it. All right, I'm not really sure if it's a shaman or not. It's just something Fox 9 and the others are guessing. In response to Su Yuan's explanation, Red Fox shook his head. Little Fox 9 told me that you can receive a gift from the gods, that is, the divine sorcerer. Can all shamans receive gifts from the gods? Su Yuan was somewhat confused. He obtained these supplies by exchanging them from the system shop. Could it be that those sorcerers all had access to the system shop? Or did they have other methods? No, but the powers of shamans are mostly different. The older generation of shamans in my tribe told me that shamans can communicate with the gods and obtain their blessings through prayer. She once met a shaman in a large tribe. He was able to pray to the gods for rain and receive guidance from the gods to find food from the land. These don't seem to be particularly difficult things. Xiao Jiao said you were willing to lead long into our tribe, but I cannot be above you. So I would like to ask if you can lead the Red Fox tribe, and from now on, it will be Su. Stop. Can't we just call it the Red Fox tribe? Red Fox was very firm in his stance. There is a hierarchy, and I cannot be above you. Please agree that from now on, the Su Yuan tribe will follow your guidance. The beast girls in this world have an incredibly strong faith in the gods. Looking at the Red Fox's unwavering gaze, Su Yuan even wondered if she would think he was sacrificing her to the gods if he asked her to die. All right then, but don't call it the Su Yuan tribe. Everyone in the tribe is very important to us. Each one is as dazzling as a star in the sky. From now on, let's call it the Star Tribe. Whatever it's called, just please don't call it the Su Yuan tribe. Su Yuan even came up with a heartwarming little story to change this awkward tribe name. I will obey your orders. A smile appeared in Red Fox's eyes. The identity of the divine shaman was only one point. The most important thing was the trust of Fox 9 and the others. Little Fox 9 was smarter than her, so this trust was worth entrusting the entire tribe to the shaman who had saved them. Sister Red Fox, that big bear isn't dead yet. Just as the two were discussing, a little beast girl ran over from outside the cave, almost falling to the ground in her panic. Is anyone hurt? It's okay, Sister Lion and that older sister who just arrived caught it. The two followed them outside. The polar bear that had been lying on the mountainside was on its last legs, with blood still seeping from multiple wounds. Not to mention Lion and the others. Even Cat Knight could easily kill it. What a huge polar bear. Su Yuan approached the polar bear with some curiosity, while Long stayed close to him, afraid that the polar bear might jump up and hurt someone again. Of course, this is somewhat of a challenge for the bear. Wah! The polar bear was whimpering, licking its wounds with its tongue. The original polar bear had been stained red with blood. Hey everyone, can you understand human speech? A live polar bear is more valuable than a piece of bear meat, provided that the bear can understand speech. It seems this polar bear doesn't understand human speech. Let me handle this. This guy should be able to understand me. Xiaoman stepped forward. She was shorter than Long and the others, and her small ears resembled those of the polar bear opposite her. Then tell it that if it doesn't want to die, it should listen to me from now on, and I'll make sure it's okay and can eat and drink its fill every day. You be a good boy. What's wrong? This animal language seems a bit familiar. Su Yuan frowned deeply, staring intently at Xiaoman's butt. I must say, this little bear has a pretty perky butt. Unlike other beast girls who wrap themselves up in this cold weather, her thighs are exposed, but she doesn't shiver at all. Her cold resistance is off the charts. Are you trying to tame it? Red Fox roughly understood Su Yuan's meaning and said with a slight frown, without enslavement magic, these wild beasts are difficult to control. Don't worry, no bear would refuse to have food and lodging provided. If that doesn't work, there's always Lion and the others. By the way, from now on you can just call me Su Yuan, otherwise it's too troublesome to call me that. If there are more shamans in the tribe in the future, won't it be that one person can respond to more than a dozen? The polar bear nodded weakly. It had been fighting fiercely with Xiaoman earlier, but now it licked Xiaoman's palm with its tongue, seemingly choosing to surrender. Wu Su Yuan, do you need my help? Although Red Fox didn't know how Su Yuan planned to treat White Bear, she was still able to come forward to help. Red Fox, you know healing magic, right? Yes, but it used up too much of its magical power before, so it can probably only be used once or twice now. Its wounds are too wide and will probably be difficult to heal. There was no need to worry about the wound healing. Su Yuan shouted loudly towards the tribe, White Rabbit. The little guy rushed over immediately upon hearing the call, his hands still stained with blood, apparently having been dealing with the Yeti's corpse. White Rabbit, call a few nimble hands. You learned how to sew up Cat White's wound before, right? Oh, but I'm a little afraid of hurting everyone. White Rabbit was a little scared. She had watched Su Yuan stitch up Cat White's wounds before, as if he were sewing animal skin clothes. She didn't have the courage to stitch up someone's wounds like that. Don't worry, it's just for sewing, so don't worry about it getting hurt. Su Yuan pointed to the polar bear next to her. Seeing how big it was, she became even more frightened. What if she hurt this big guy? Would she be slapped into a rabbit-like mess? Well, okay, I'll give it a try. The white rabbit retrieved stitches from Su Yuan's medical kit. There were only 5 of them, just enough to call the other 4 little beast girls to accompany her. As for the polar bear turning her into a rabbit, Shaman and the others held down the polar bear's limbs and told it to help treat its wounds. All they could do was lie on the ground and howl. Red Fox, let's all stay here for now. I've seen that there are plenty of trees on and around this mountain, and the trees on the mountain are very dense, so there should be plenty of wild animals and fruits. Red Fox glanced up at the mountain. This place was indeed nice, but it would be better if the cave were bigger. The tribe now had 50 people, and an ordinary cave couldn't accommodate so many. Su Yuan, how about I have Husi take some people up the mountain to take a look? The caves here probably can't accommodate too many people. Chapter 31, The Sacred Body of Archery. Does this stuff really work? Late at night, the beast girls at the foot of the snow mountain did not rest. They were all busy working at the foot of the mountain all night. Several little beast girls had already gathered around the white rabbit, their big eyes watching curiously as the white rabbit used needles as thin as their fur to suture the wound. The technique, while not particularly professional, was certainly skillful by the standards of someone who sews animal hides. Not far away, Fox 9 proudly showed off her house-building skills to her sister, although Red Fox was very skeptical that the house built with snow would be very cold, and it looked like it was about to collapse at any moment. Don't worry, sister, we've been traveling all the way here in snow huts, so there's absolutely no problem. Having found her sister, Fox 9 was no longer the little adult she used to be. With a proud little face, she looked at Red Fox and skillfully placed the last snow brick in place. All right, everyone, set it up like this. It's getting dark, we need to get it up and running quickly so we can rest. Su Yuan, however, was rather idle, and was currently teasing another little fox in the tribe, or rather, a big fox. Hey, Su Yuan Wu, if you touch its tail anymore, it'll start shedding fur. Fox Thought's personality is somewhat similar to Lion's, but she is not as aloof and taciturn. Instead, she is like a capable and spirited older sister fox who is by the side of a red fox. But at this moment, the mature fox's face was a little flushed, and her brown tail was being pulled around by Su Yuan. A special feeling came to her heart, and she felt itchy all over. Sorry, I just got carried away. Fox Spirit is here not because of Su Yuan's request, but because the previous timber has been almost burned, and now the flames are needed to illuminate the people working outside. Therefore, the red fox was worried that Su Yuan, who had little fur, would not be able to withstand the cold, so it specially asked Fox C to use its tail to warm Su Yuan. Whether it's warm or not isn't that important, but the tail fur is really soft, and Su Yuan couldn't help but touch it for a while. I should have petted Fox 9. The way Fox 9 blushed and hugged its tail must have been so cute. The wicked smile made Fox C shrink back in fear, but then she remembered Red Fox's mission, so she moved closer to Su Yuan and covered him with her tail. Is Fox thinking very interested in compound bows? Sitting in the cave, Su Yuan felt a little bored. Everyone was busy preparing food, stitching up wounds, and building snow huts. It seemed like he wasn't needed at all. So his gaze wandered back and forth among the little beast girls, and when he noticed that Fox Thoughts was glancing at the compound bow beside him from time to time, he couldn't help but ask curiously, Well, I saw you defeat that snow monster in just a few moves, so I'm a little curious about it. Fox Thought also spoke very sincerely, saying that when he saw Su Yuan shoot several arrows from such a distance and knock down the snow monster, he was filled with shock. This thing is called a composite bow. Actually, you can make regular bows and arrows too. Su Yuan wanted to explain the bow to Husi, but he couldn't find any suitable materials around. Suddenly, he saw the fox tail covering him. Fox Spirit, can I pluck a single hair from you? Oh, Fox's thoughts didn't jump around as fast as Su Yuan's. 1 second he was curious about the bow and arrow, and the next he heard someone plucking his tail hairs. Just pull it out already. A pain shot from its tail to its rump, and Fox instinctively covered its rear, while one of its tails reflexively slapped Su Yuan's face. I'm sorry, Su Yuan Wu, I didn't mean to. No, I should be the one apologizing. Su Yuan was surprised that Husi's fur was so well maintained. He had previously said that it was going to be touched off, but it took a lot of effort to pull out a single hair. Look, this hair is like a string. If I pull it fully, won't it bounce off whatever's resting on it when I release it? Su Yuan planned to explain things clearly to Husi and then let her make a bow and arrow herself. In primitive society, transitioning from melee to ranged combat would be a good improvement. If you want to shoot further, you need to use something more resilient, like the sinew of a yeti, wrapped around a piece of hardwood, and then pull it all the way. Fox seemed to understand Su Yuan's meaning, and used the bowstring made from her tail hair to flick the small wooden stick. System, give me a wooden arrow. Su Yuan wasn't reluctant to part with the wooden arrow that cost 1 point, and placed the exchanged wooden arrow and compound bow in front of Husi. Want to give it a try? Fox was somewhat tempted, and after hesitating for a moment, he took the exquisite weapon that looked like it was used by a god. Hold the bow with this hand, and then use this hand to knock the arrow. Su Yuan no longer felt cold. He put down Husi's tail, came behind her, hugged her, and held Husi's hands with both of his to control the bow and arrow. There's a tree over there, try to shoot it. Su Yuan dared not aim at the crowd, so he took Husi outside. The trees on the mountain were faintly visible under the starlight. Yes, in this position, draw the bow fully. It must be said that these beast girls are indeed very strong. For Su Yuan, who needed to take drugs to draw the longbow to its full potential, Husi drew it to its limit very easily. It's okay, don't be nervous. Aim at the tree over there. It's normal to miss the first arrow. Holy crap. A sound came from a tree halfway up the mountain, and the snow on the branches was knocked off. Although it was impossible to see where the arrow hit, it was amazing that it hit the mark. Fox Thoughts was somewhat dissatisfied. Her awakened abilities lay in observation and speed. She was usually responsible for gathering intelligence for Red Fox, so she could see where the arrows hit. She aimed at a branch on the tree trunk, but she missed it by a lot, and the arrow hit the center of the trunk instead. However, she felt that this weapon was much easier to handle than the spear she had thrown before. When throwing a spear, she had to estimate the landing point, but with this weapon, she could hit the target simply by observing the arrow and crosshair. Fox C shot so accurately and so fast on his first try, he's simply a born sharpshooter. Why does the dialogue sound a bit risque? Fortunately, Husi was not corrupted. On the contrary, she was very happy with Su Yuan's praise. Then, she reluctantly returned the compound bow to Su Yuan. The previous arrow had not satisfied her. Tomorrow, Fox C, you select some people with good observation skills, and I will teach you how to make bows and arrows and practice archery. The first bow and arrow still need to be made by the beast girls themselves. It doesn't matter since the tribe is small now. A dozen or so bows and arrows won't cost many points. However, if the tribe grows larger and larger in the future, and his points can no longer support it, many aspects will have to be solved by the beast girls themselves. As for Husi, if he can't make a bow with a particularly high draw weight, he can exchange it for a high draw weight bow for her to use in the system shop first. Chapter 32 no longer wants to be an Air Force guy. Everyone slept quite late that night, but fortunately nothing else happened. The trees that Shur and the others brought also lit the campfire in the camp. It's worth mentioning that when the Red Fox discovered that her sister, along with many other beast girls who had come with Su Yuan, could make fire, she was shocked and assumed that everyone had received a gift from Su Yuan and become witches. On the new day, only 6 snow huts had been built at the campsite at the foot of the mountain. It was too late the night before, and everyone had lost their motivation, so some people had to sleep in caves. Su Yuan didn't sleep very well last night. Because there weren't enough rooms, a red fox and a fox spirit squeezed in. Now, even twisting his body would cause him to bump into things that made his blood boil. That guy Maoya even asked in the middle of the night why Su Yuan's body structure was somewhat different from theirs, which made him so angry that he wanted to execute him on the spot. Unfortunately, the room was too small to move around freely, so he could only fall into a deep sleep amidst the torment. We need to get something to take a bath in first. Su Yuan felt his body, which hadn't been washed for over a week. Although he hadn't sweated much in the snowfield, he felt different every time he woke up these past few days. Su Yuan, these are 4 people I've selected who have good observation skills and are also quite strong. Just as Su Yuan was getting up, he was still thinking about taking a bath when Husi, preoccupied with what happened last night, immediately came to him. Several adorable beast girls followed behind him. 2 had fluffy black ears, and the other had what appeared to be goat horns, with thick hair that made it difficult for Su Yuan to see clearly. The last one was the smallest, with brown hair that was dyed in many colors, and a tail that looked like a snake, but not as thick as a snake. Take everyone to find some hard trees first, and then bring over the snow monster tendons that White Rabbit and the others peeled yesterday. The tribe didn't need a few more people to handle other matters, so Su Yuan immediately arranged for them to go out. At this time, everyone woke up and busied themselves with their own tasks. Su Yuan, we're running out of food. We need to go up the mountain to look for more. The Red Fox had already taken stock of the food supplies early in the morning. After losing some food earlier, The group was already short of supplies, and now more than 10 people had arrived, including the few tamed snow wolves and the injured polar bear that Su Yuan left behind. The tribe now has more than 50 mouths to feed, and the remaining food won't last long. Isn't there plenty of yeti meat? Yesterday, Su Yuan didn't trade the yeti's flesh. He only traded its large head. You can't eat the yeti's meat. It's cursed. Someone ate it before and had a stomachache for days. They almost died from the pain. Curse. Su Yuan didn't quite believe this, even if magic existed in this world. After all, who would be so bored as to curse a monster's flesh as poisonous? However, since the Red Fox said that this had happened before, Su Yuan had no choice but to give up the idea of eating the yeti meat. All right then, have Long and the others take the snow wolves to search the area and see if they can catch any wild animals. Su Yuan didn't want to put pressure on anyone, so he continued, "It's okay if we can't catch them. I can use the yeti meat to offer as a sacrifice to the gods in exchange for some food." The tribe immediately sprang into action. After breakfast, Su Yuan found Lion and planned to explore the area to see if there were any new discoveries. Upon hearing this, Mao Yi immediately followed, and the three of them made their way to the other side of the mountain, 90 degrees away from where Long and the others were going. With the rush to get somewhere over with, Su Yuan began to appreciate the snowy scenery. The mountain where the Star Tribe had set up camp was not isolated. From this side, one could see a continuous mountain range. "Lion, have you been to this place before?" Lion and Cat Knight both shook their heads. The desolate snowfield was quite far from the icy snowfield. Food was scarce, the weather was cold, and the ice god would occasionally get angry. Aside from necessary reasons, only fleeing tribes would head towards this place. Grandma Snow said it was too dangerous here. It was easy to get lost after entering, and then you would starve or freeze to death here. So when we were little, we only dared to walk around the snowy wilderness. The desolate snowfield. Su Yuan actually wanted to return to the desolate snowfield, or even go to a place with warm land, the Wangshui Mountains, or what the other side of the Wangshui Mountains was like. Could there be winged people with wings on their backs? Could there be elves with pointed ears? Or could we find a handsome dragon girl with a tail and wings on some island in the distant ocean? These are just thoughts now. He needs to stabilize the tribe, train archers, and return to the snowy wilderness after he has had a chance to recuperate. So, if a large tribe can swallow up a small tribe nearby, why can't I, Su Yuan, swallow one up too? At this moment, gazing at the vast snowfield, Su Yuan felt a surge of pride. Perhaps he could lead the beast girls of this planet and establish a vast beast girl empire? Yeah. Just as he was envisioning the future, Cat Knight, who was walking ahead, suddenly let out a meow and then fell flat on his backside. What's wrong? The two of them rushed over, but when they stepped on that spot, Lion almost fell over, while only Su Yuan stood steadily on it. There's actually an ice lake here? Su Yuan immediately squatted down and swept away the snow on top, revealing hard ice blocks that replaced the previous black soil. After tapping a few times, he could even see dark shadows moving below. Su Yuan, it's so slippery here. Mao Yi and the others were wearing animal skin shoes, which were fairly warm, but they didn't have the same grip as Su Yuan's when walking on the snow. Cat Knight, have you ever eaten fish? Fish? Cat Knight's little ears immediately perked up excitedly, but she quickly lost interest and said somewhat helplessly, Su Yuan, the water here is too cold. Lion will freeze into an ice cube if it goes down. It's all right, I have another way. Lion, you make a hole here. Looking at the dark figure beneath the ice, Su Yuan's fishing urge returned. The fish in this otherworldly frozen lake had never been caught before. Over the years, countless fish have grown beneath this frozen lake. I can't keep going empty-handed like before I transmigrated. System, give me a fishing rod. Wooden fishing rod, 30 points. Fiberglass fishing rod, 500 points. Carbon fiber fishing rod, 600 points. Bamboo fishing rod, 45 points. Special threaded steel fishing rod, 1,000 points. Damn it, selling a fishing rod costs over 1,000 points. Wait, what did you say, rebar? Su Yuan carefully examined the pictures on the system store. The unique color of the rebar and its appearance gave it a strange, unprocessed beauty. It was indeed a fishing rod forged from rebar. Is this something that even a Tier 1 mall has? Are they planning to use this rebar to fish for sharks? Su Yuan, I've finished digging the tunnel. Lion quickly chiseled a hole in the ice. Su Yuan looked towards the direction Lion was heading, and what he saw could no longer be called a hole. Lion had smashed out a large crater with a diameter of 2 meters, and there were some cracks in the surrounding ice. Lion, you should step back a bit, or you'll fall into the icy lake. Chapter 33, Inviting the Rebar Master. A few minutes later, The three of them sat on the ice, which was covered with animal hides. Su Yuan was casting a bamboo pole into the hole, and the float bobbed on it. Su Yuan, is this really going to work? Are those fish really that stupid? Cat Knight was eating a piece of bread, her eyes fixed on the hole. If a small piece of dried fish fell from the mountain right now, would you eat it? Eat. This must be a gift from God. After saying that, Mao Yi felt something was off. Wasn't this just like Su Yuan putting a hook with food underwater? If he ate the dried fish, then he would be the idiot he had just described. I will pick up the dried fish and check it before eating it. But do fish in the water have hands? Su Yuan was having a good time playing with the cat when he felt a vibration on the fishing float. He immediately stood up and started to exert force with both hands gripping the fishing rod. It's taken the bait, and it's a big one. Perhaps the fish hadn't realized what was happening yet, and only started struggling after the fishing line was pulled a bit. Watching Su Yuan and the fish begin their fierce battle, Mao Yi and Shi became tense on the sidelines. The fishing line was reeled in and out of Su Yuan's hands. The originally chilly weather began to warm up his body during the struggle, and the bamboo pole in his hand was bent to the surface of the water. Su Yuan, I'll help too. Cat Knight and Lion were about to go forward to help, but Su Yuan quickly stopped them, saying that the bamboo pole couldn't withstand such a lot of force, and that the fish clearly still had a lot of strength. However, to prevent Su Yuan from being dragged into the water, Shi and Mao Ye still held him tightly from behind. Go, go. After grinding for about 20 minutes, Su Yuan was sweating a little. The fish no longer had as much strength as before, and it would occasionally be pulled up. Rise. Finally, just as the fish's head emerged from the water, Su Yuan used all his strength to pull the big fish up, and it crashed onto the ice. What a huge fish. This fish was indeed huge, arguably the biggest fish Su Yuan had ever caught in his life. Its body reached up to Su Yuan's knees. Of course, Su Yuan hadn't caught many fish in his life. We actually caught a fish. Cat Knight was very excited, holding the struggling fish tightly with both hands, and drooling as she looked at the fish. Su Yuan, let's hurry up and grill the fish. Didn't you eat enough this morning? The frozen lake wasn't too far from the camp. They had only been there for an hour or two after eating breakfast, and the little guy was already hungry. Actually I shared the food with Cat White. She hasn't recovered yet, so she should eat more. Cat Knight was laughing foolishly, and Su Yuan laughed along with her, rubbing her little cat ears before taking the hook out of the fish's mouth. Lion, you two set up the fire, I'll catch a few more. If there are enough fish in this frozen lake, it could be part of the tribe's food source, and then we can teach these little beast girls how to fish. Oh, and remember to remove the internal organs. Su Yuan was worried that the two little beast girls might not be willing or understand, so he quickly shouted to the shore. Food isn't so scarce that people are starving. It's better to leave the offal that affects the taste to the snow wolves. Some of it can also be used for fishing, since the bread we used before has already been eaten by Nicoya. The struggling fish didn't last long before Lion stabbed it through with a knife. There were also many trees by the lake, and soon the big fish was turned into a grilled fish. Su Yuan, try some. After a while, Maya picked up a piece of crispy fish and fed it to Su Yuan. The fish had no seasoning and tasted only of fresh fish flavor. Of course, it wasn't exactly delicious. It was like holding a live fish and gnawing on it in the water, except that the fishy smell wasn't as strong. However, Lion and Cat Knight really enjoyed the fish. They ate the whole fish without leaving a single piece, and they still seemed to want more. They've taken the bait again. He thought that after not getting a bite for so long, the other fish would have become cautious. But to his surprise, there was a violent pull. Just as Su Yuan was about to lift the rod, a huge force dragged him over. Su Yuan, Cat Knight, and the other two panicked. Forgetting about the little bit of meat left in the grilled fish, Lion quickly hugged Su Yuan and held the fishing rod tightly with him. Rise. The fish was incredibly strong. It snapped the bamboo fishing rod in an instant. Fortunately, neither of them was seriously injured. Are you all right? Mao Yi quickly came over and helped Su Yuan and the other person up from the ice. Half of the fishing rod had fallen into the lake, and the two of them were left with only half a fishing rod and a circle of fishing line. It snapped the fishing rod in an instant. Just how big is this thing? Just as Su Yuan was in shock, a splash of cold water shot out from the lake cave, drenching the three of them. The icy lake water made them all shiver. You son of a bitch, just you wait. Su Yuan turned his head and spotted the big fish from before. The fish, now above the lake, had a mocking look in its eyes, and its tail was about to slap a splash at the group. The group quickly returned to the shore. The two little beast girls had no reservations and immediately took off their wet animal skins. Su Yuan, hurry up and take off your clothes. We'll cover ourselves with animal skins for now, and you can wear them once they're dry. I've touched them quite a bit during this time, but this is the first time I've witnessed such a surprising scene in person. Their bodies are so different. Cat Knight is small and looks very thin, but its body is very white. Except for the fur on its hair and tail, its whole body is very clean. This kind of kitten must not shed. As for Lion, it's a different story altogether, and the area is not much different from what Su Yuan estimated before. Well, he had originally planned to change his clothes immediately, but seeing such a stunning scene, he had no choice but to take off his wet thermal underwear to dry it. Su Yuan, why you? Don't ask anymore, or it won't pass the review. Mao Yi tightened the animal hides covering everyone, muttering somewhat confusedly, "Aunt?" Mao Yi doesn't seem to have an aunt. As it turned out, the cold weather dampened the appreciation of beautiful things. After the three of them leaned against the fire for more than 10 minutes, he prayed to the gods for 3 sets of animal skin coats. Su Yuan, are we still going to fish if the fishing rod breaks? There was some resentment in Shishi's eyes. That guy had bullied Su Yuan so much before. If she hadn't been unable to defeat that big fish underwater, she probably would have gone over with a knife. I'm going to teach that guy a lesson today. System, bring me a rebar fishing rod. By the way, will your fishing line break? Quality and quantity guaranteed. Change. When the heavy rebar fishing rod appeared in his hand, Su Yuan's lips curled into an evil smile again. This time, he had no intention of giving the fish even the slightest chance. Chapter 34, Let You Fly. Lion, you'll pull it out in a bit. Once that guy bites the bait, pull it out with all your might. Don't be afraid to break it this time. Such a heavy fishing rod is definitely not suitable for him, but it is just right for Lion. This time, Su Yuan directly hooked a piece of fish entrails and threw it in. The big fish hadn't left yet. It swam around below, creating ripples on the surface of the water near the cave entrance. Cat Knight and Lion were both very nervous, watching the hole intently, afraid that the guy would splash water at them again. They're here. Clearly, the big fish in the lake wasn't afraid at all. Even knowing it was a trap, it still bit at the fishing rod, intending to break it in an instant with its immense strength, just like before. Court death. Lion's suppressed anger reached its peak. The runes on his forehead lit up instantly. His golden hair fluttered in the wind, and the fishing rod that was about to fall into the lake was lifted high in an instant. Before the giant fish could react, it soared into the sky, its enormous body even widening the opening in the lake's surface. From the sky, the lake water crashed down along with the massive black shadow. Fortunately, the ice was quite hard, and the impact only left the big fish dazed and confused. Lion was still not satisfied. He turned around and swung his fishing rod. Just as the big fish was about to struggle back into the lake, its body once again dangled in midair and crashed into a big tree on the shore. Click! The tree was snapped instantly. The other 2 people on the lake stared dumbfounded at the enraged Lion. Even Cat Knight had never seen Lion so angry, and for a moment they forgot to deal with the big fish. Okay, I'll go take care of it first. Lion put down his fishing rod, picked up his machete, and walked towards the shore. The 2 people behind immediately followed. The fish, which was nearly 2 meters long, had not died after being hit twice. When it saw Su Yuan and the others, it revealed its sharp teeth. However, it posed no threat from the shore, swaying back and forth a couple of times before biting at the air in front of Su Yuan. Damn it, weren't you so capable? Keep playing in the water, huh? Su Yuan, this guy said. Let's see if we're capable enough to put it in the water and then have a competition. Nicoya explained earnestly beside her. Huh? When did you learn to understand fish talking? Cat Knight's face tightened as she stared at the big fish, rubbing the steel claws in her hand. This is Cat Knight's intuition. This guy is very dissatisfied and says he will call his family to take revenge. So, how about we catch a few more later? Su Yuan asked, somewhat uncertainly, watching her swaying tail. Okay. The big fish was eventually taken away by Lion with a single cut, but the 3 of them definitely couldn't finish such a big fish, so they planned to wait until they brought it back and share it with everyone. Su Yuan retrieved the bamboo fishing rod and line that had broken off from the fish's mouth. He could save some points to make some fishing rods for the beast girls in the future. I am truly a thrifty and good leader who manages the household well. After switching to a rebar fishing rod, the fishing task fell to Shishi, though Su Yuan assisted her by teaching her how to bait the hook and how to read the float. Teaching someone how to catch a fish is a rewarding experience. System, how many points is this thing worth? After catching a few fish of moderate size, Su Yuan lost interest. After all, he had already caught fish over 2 meters long, so these small fish didn't seem so appealing anymore. Besides, I wasn't even fishing myself. Looking at the large fish placed on the shore, Su Yuan also began to assess his points. Cod King Fish Meat, 400 points. Cod King Eye, 100 points. Cod King Fish Pearl, 1500 points. Rare item detected, King Cod Pearl. Tradable for 1,500 points, or 150 points. New special item added. Host, please select the direction of the transaction. I didn't expect this guy to have rare items on him. No wonder he's so powerful and can even mock people. Su Yuan had no intention of making a deal. He wanted to figure out what the King Cod Pearl was first. Lion, that's enough. Let's go back now, or we won't be able to pull it away. It wasn't until Su Yuan called them that Mao Yi and Sure reluctantly put away their fishing rods. By the way, Lion Cat Knight, do you know what a King Cod Pearl is? What pig? Cat Knight looked completely bewildered, and even Lion looked at Su Yuan with some confusion. It's a pearl inside the body of this big fish. Well, the two of them have no idea. It seems they can only ask Red Fox and Long. Perhaps they know something. When she returned to the tribe, Maya walked in proudly with her little head sticking out. The big fish in her arms was even bigger than her body. Nicoya, you guys actually caught a fish. Wow, Su Yuan is truly amazing. He's a divine sorcerer. He caught so many fish with just Cat Knight and Sister Lion. Now we don't have to worry about food anymore. Sister Red Fox was worried for a long time. I thought we were going to go hungry again. The group immediately attracted the attention of the tribe members. Red Fox and the others also came over at this time, looking at the big fish with shock. Su Yuan, how did you catch so many fish? There's a lake over there. We can go there to fish sometime. Red Fox thought that Su Yuan and his group had caught the animal in the lake, and that the animals in their clothes had been changed. Don't worry, we didn't go into the water, and everyone please don't go into the water either. We caught the fish by fishing. Fishing? Clearly, the Beast Girls didn't understand what fishing was, so Su Yuan took the heavy threaded steel fishing rod and explained. Just put some food on this hook, and when the fish bites the food, the hook will pierce it, and then you can catch the fish. This novel method greatly shocked Red Fox and the others, and they quickly understood the reason. Well, not every Beast Girl is as silly and cute as Nicoya. Alright, everyone, grill the fish. Remember to add some of the salt I left in the cave. The tribe hasn't had time to solve its salt problem yet, so Su Yuan is providing it through the system's shop. They can only achieve salt freedom when the opportunity arises. Several little Beast Girls left carrying fish even bigger than themselves, until Su Yuan called them back when it was time for the Cod King fish to arrive. By the way, there's a bead inside this fish. Look for it when you're processing it. Also, feed the innards to the snow wolves. They can go fishing anytime they want to eat fish in the future. Which, Xiaoxi guarantees to complete the mission. The little Beast Girls who were dragging the codfish were all very cheerful. One of the little Fox Girls even happily gave Su Yuan a tribal salute. These little guys. A smile appeared on Su Yuan's face. Wasn't all this work for these adorable little Beast Girls? When he saw them happy because of him, Su Yuan felt genuinely happy too. Chapter 35 Instant Powder for Underwater Breathing. Before long, the white codfish pearl was brought over. Su Yuan examined it for a long time, but found nothing unusual about it. It looked like a very ordinary large pearl. Red Fox, do you know what this thing is? Now they could only ask Red Fox and the others. Long looked around for a long time, but didn't see any fish, or rather, she had hardly ever seen any fish. In the Deathland area, there were hardly any wild animals to be seen. In that situation, let alone fish, you'd probably have to dig dozens of meters under the ice to find nothing but ice. I think I saw this when I went to the Red Scale tribe in the Wangshui Mountains. Red Fox took it and examined it for a few moments. She had seen this thing a long time ago when she was trading in a large tribe. Some shamans would grind it into powder, which had a healing effect on people who had fallen into the water. If the fish is not completely dead, feeding it fish pearl powder mixed with water can revive it. This item was only sold by some ocean tribes, but because it wasn't particularly useful, it was very cheap, and eventually even those ocean tribes stopped selling it. After hearing the Red Fox's explanation, Su Yuan did not hesitate any longer and traded the King Cod Pearl for a special commodity. Transaction successful. New products can be viewed in a special section. Cod King Fish Instant Powder, Cod Flavor 1500 points. Note: underwater breathing is possible for 3 hours after consumption, with no side effects. 5 bottles can be redeemed daily. No, wait a minute. Cod-flavored instant powder? What kind of devilish instant powder is this? After examining it several times and confirming that it was indeed cod-flavored instant powder, Su Yuan could only accept the fact that it had a peculiar taste. However, it was indeed quite effective, and he knew it would come in handy someday. Long, how was your harvest today? Long looked dejected after hearing Su Yuan's question, and her little ears drooped down. which, the road up there is too slippery. We slid down halfway and could only pick some fruit from the trees on the side to bring back. Too slippery? Indeed, the path up the mountain was already rugged, and now it was covered in snow, making it very difficult for Long and the others to climb up in their animal hide shoes. All right, go find a sturdy piece of wood later, and I'll teach you how to make a fishing rod. If the tribe runs out of food in the future, we can go to that frozen lake to catch some fish. Yes, I'll go right away. Long immediately perked up. She had only heard about fish from the elders of the tribe before, and now that she could catch fish herself, she couldn't wait. After Long left, Husi, who had been waiting behind, also came forward. She was carrying several pieces of black wood, and her hair was covered in snow. Lord Su Yuan, we found a black tree. Can we make bows and arrows from it? The little fox had been thinking about the bow and arrow all day, and after finding it early in the morning, it waited for Su Yuan at the camp. Fox thoughts, you can try it yourself if you want. Carve this piece of wood into a semicircular shape, just like this composite bow. Fox thought spent a long time trying to make it, but the result was a bit of a mess. Fortunately, the requirements for the most primitive wooden bow were not very high. After making some simple modifications with a dagger, Su Yuan tied the Yeti's tendons to it. Throughout the entire process, the little beast girls didn't blink, their eyes fixed on Su Yuan's actions, and a simple, unadorned primitive wooden bow was created. The remaining scraps could be used to make a few wooden arrows, but they would be without fletching and the arrowheads would just be sharpened pieces of wood. Fox thoughts, give it a try. Su Yuan was also somewhat expectant, wondering if this handmade wooden bow, which he hadn't redeemed from the system shop, would be feasible. Husi was also a little nervous. He rubbed his cold hands, and then took the wooden bow. Knocking the arrow and drawing the bow was a bit more troublesome than using the compound bow before. Unlike compound bows which have aiming aids, you have to learn to aim yourself. Hold the bow and arrow in front of your chest, and then. Su Yuan was also instructing Husi from behind, but he didn't calculate her size properly and slapped the fur ball directly with his palm. Lord Su Yuan, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with my posture? Seeing that Su Yuan hadn't reacted for a while, Husi asked in confusion, but her gaze remained fixed on the front. Cough, 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 it's okay. Once the arrow is level, aim with your eyes. The arrow was aimed at a tree trunk outside the camp, but it flew past without hitting the target, just as Su Yuan had expected. There's so much to master with a primitive bow and arrow. Fox needs to familiarize himself with the power, aim, and many other things about this bow and arrow. It's all right. It's normal if you don't hit it. Practice more, and once you can hit that tree with every arrow, then go shoot some moving wild animals. Yes, I will definitely do my best. The Yeti had plenty of skeletal strength, more than enough to make a few bows and arrows. Su Yuan left the rest of the work to Fox C, including the training of the other beast girls. After all, he wouldn't know how to use the primitive wooden bow to shoot arrows himself, and he estimated that Su Yuan's accuracy would be far worse than Husi's. With nothing else to do in the tribe, Su Yuan found a quiet place to practice archery while the white rabbit and the others were processing the fish. If his aim had been better, he wouldn't have needed to make Lion and the others move aside. He could have easily taken down the Yeti by weaving in and out of the fight. Su Yuan, dinner's ready. The white rabbits stewed the remaining potatoes and fish together, but the earthenware pot wasn't big enough, so they only stewed a small pot of soup, enough for each person in the tribe to have a mouthful. Everyone was enjoying the fish. The red foxes, who had been eating dried meat every day, were having a delicious fish feast, and the shadow of being chased earlier had dissipated considerably. By the way, tomorrow, Lion, why don't you take everyone to cut down a lot of trees? As for food, I'll take Long and the others fishing again tomorrow. Although Fox 9 has led everyone to build quite a few snow houses in the camp today, snow houses are not omnipotent. If he takes a hot shower in a snow house, the hot steam may cause the snow house to collapse. I see. There are so many areas in the tribe that need development right now, and Su Yuan really wanted to immediately buy a bunch of things from the system shop to improve his life, but he held back for the sake of the tribe's normal development. He understood the principle that it's better to teach someone how to fish than to give them a fish. Wah! Just as everyone was enjoying the delicious fish, a whimpering sound came from the side. Su Yuan looked over curiously, remembering that the white rabbit had already fed its internal organs to the snow wolves. The snow wolves tied under the big tree next to the camp were indeed happily enjoying something they had never tasted before. The whimpering sounds from before were not coming from them. That means it's just that damn thing. Su Yuan then remembered that there was a polar bear in the tribe. Since it was seriously injured, it had been lying outside the cave recuperating, covered with a few animal skins, and he had completely forgotten about it. By the time Su Yuan and his men arrived at the white bear's side, it was already so hungry that its eyes were brimming with tears. If it weren't too weak to walk, it would have already planned to leave this sinful place filled with tempting aromas. That's really too much torment for the bear. Chapter 36: Edible Oil Fruits That Can Care for Hair. The polar bear eventually got to enjoy a delicious meal of fish, and his resentment towards Su Yuan and the others dissipated. He then spent his days leisurely recuperating. The next morning, Su Yuan brought Long, Hui, and the others to the lakeside. They hadn't eaten much that morning, but they brought some fruit that Long and the others had picked the day before. See, this is how you catch fish. Long, hand out the fishing rods to everyone. Last night, Su Yuan used the fishing line from the bamboo pole to make 5 simple wooden fishing rods. He originally planned to exchange them for a few fishing hooks in the system shop, but he didn't expect that Long and the others could solve the problem themselves. They skillfully shaped the fish bones into fish hooks, which, while not as sharp as iron fish hooks, were sufficient for catching ordinary fish. After teaching Long and the others, Su Yuan found a place to sit down. Having eaten fish all day, he could finally have something light this morning. These brown fruits feel smooth and glossy to the touch, and when you gently squeeze them, they're as soft as freshly steamed buns. They must taste delicious. Su Yuan didn't care whether the fruit was clean or not. He wiped it off casually and took a bite. Juice splattered everywhere instantly. Cough, cough, cough. The taste was indeed quite good. Su Yuan took a bite and immediately spat it out, feeling as if he had eaten a lump of uncongealed pork. Whoa, Su Yuan, what's wrong? Hearing the noise, Long abandoned her fishing and handed the fishing rod to Hui, who immediately rushed over. Seeing Su Yuan coughing, she quickly patted him on the back. Long, what kind of fruit did you pick yesterday? Fruit. Long was shocked when she saw the fruit in Su Yuan's hand. She quickly said apologetically, I'm sorry, I mistook the golden oil fruit for the pear fruit. Golden avocado? At this moment, the golden liquid flowing from the fruit in Su Yuan's hand had already covered his fingers. I gently brought it to my nose. The sticky liquid had a faint, pleasant fragrance, but the taste was rather unsettling. It's okay, don't worry. By the way, is this oil edible? Long remained kneeling apologetically beside Su Yuan, but Su Yuan wasn't concerned about the difference between the golden oil fruit and the pear fruit at this moment. Normally people don't eat it, but back in the tribe, we would coat our food with a layer of golden oil juice to make it taste better. We also used it to groom our body hair. If it's an edible golden avocado, then its value is much higher than that of some other fruits. System, give me a price estimate. Bitten golden avocado, 120 points. Long, are there many of these on the mountain? Long thought for a moment, then nodded and said, it grows under many trees on the mountain. It doesn't taste very good, so most animals rarely eat it. When you get back later, go up the mountain and pick some more. With golden avocados, you can do even more things. You can not only coat your house with oil to prevent snowmelt from seeping in, but you can even make some sealed wooden barrels. Perhaps we can even use those fruits to make wine someday, which would be another small step forward in the development of science and technology. Wow, Long, the fish is too big, I can't pull it. At this moment, both of Gray's fishing rods were hooked. As an unawakened warrior, she was too weak to hold on to the big fish that the 2 fishing rods had caught, and she was almost dragged into the water. There are 2 big fish. Go help Ash. This golden avocado also made Su Yuan lose his appetite. After casually taking a bite of the real fruit, he began to busy himself with his own tasks. Could this mud from the lakeside be used to make pottery jars? Su Yuan dug through the snow by the frozen lake and found some ice mixed in with the mud by the lake. Because it was so cold, Su Yuan didn't know how sticky it was. However, he still wrapped a large lump of mud in animal hide and planned to heat it up when he got back to see if it could be glued together. The group fished until nearly afternoon before returning home with a full catch. Each beast girl returned to the tribe with a big smile on her face, dragging or carrying several large fish. The witch is back. Wow, so many fish. I want to go fishing with the shaman too. Bai Yi, you're so small. Can you even lift a fish? The curious gaze of the little beast girl beside her made the little folded-eared beast girl blush with anger. If I eat more, I can grow up, and I want to help the witch too. Back at the tribe, Su Yuan placed the bag of soil on the ground, and Long handed over the fish they had caught to White Rabbit and the others to process. Cat Knight was practicing archery with Foxy that night. Cat Knight's enthusiasm was short-lived, and her mind was no longer on archery. However, when she tried to run away, Foxy grabbed her tightly. We don't know how much this frozen lake can supply, but we need to consider other food sources in advance. The fish in the frozen lake will eventually run out. You can either explore further afield or grow your own crops. However, planting under these weather conditions would be quite difficult unless one could find the relevant rare items to unlock products that allow plants to grow in the snowfield. When Su Yuan returned to the cave, Red Fox and Fox 9 were squatting there, needing something. What are you all busy with? Red Fox felt a little embarrassed when he saw Su Yuan, but the two of them still handed the lump of mud in their hands to Su Yuan. We didn't have enough jars yesterday, and Fox 9 told me that you said this thing is made of clay, so we wanted to try making one too. However, it seems the gods do not want us to learn this. Su Yuan looked at the two sisters' blackened palms and a few pieces of burnt clay beside them, indicating that the two had been busy all day. However, the materials used by the two were incorrect. If ordinary clay could be used to make it, Su Yuan would not have exchanged for it in the system shop. This is not a problem with the gods. This kind of soil cannot be made. It requires a kind of clay. Su Yuan also put down his bag of clods of dirt. I happen to have dug up some soil by the lake, so I'll try to see if I can make it successfully. Can this kind of clay really be successfully used to make it? Fox 9 was somewhat puzzled and kept looking at the two kinds of soil, as if trying to see what the difference was. I don't know either. That's why I brought them back to try. I can try them after they've thawed. Not long after approaching the fire, the ice fragments in the soil completely melted, and with the moisture from the snow melt, the soil was no longer as hard as before. The first step is to add water, etc. How much water did I add again? Su Yuan forgot a big problem. Pottery jars are not like wooden bows and arrows that can be made by simply carving them. The water ratio involved is also very important. System, do you have any instructions on how to make pottery jars? How to make a pottery jar, book, 300 points. Art and pottery books, 300 points. The evolution of pottery, MP4, 300 points. Pottery, a giant leap forward for mankind, MP4, 300 points. Knowledge of pottery making, 600 points. What the hell is all this nonsense? And what is this memory thing? Technology directly implanted into the mind. Let's change to this one. Compared to slowly reading books, sudden enlightenment comes much faster. Chapter 37, Goals and Plans. Is this really okay? The two adorable foxes stared at each other as Su Yuan took a somewhat ugly clay pot out of the smoking clay stove. Why don't you give it a try? Su Yuan already had a good idea of what to expect while making it, so he was full of confidence when he took it out. The small gray jar looked quite decent after it cooled down. It's just a bit uglier than the pottery jars you can get through the system. Fox 9 gently picked up the jar. It felt slightly warm on the outside. Although it wasn't as exquisite as the previous large ceramic jar, it didn't crumble into pieces of clay at the slightest touch like the two of them had done before. Hey, it really works. Wow, that's amazing. I thought this thing was impossible to make. Red Fox also covered her mouth in surprise. She had almost racked her brains before, but still couldn't figure out why she couldn't make it. They even thought that Su Yuan said the thing was made of mud to comfort them. All right, I'll leave the rest to Fox 9. The tribe still needs some jars. Once you've learned how, you can teach everyone how to make them together. With earthenware pots, not only can we cook soup, but we can also store water in advance, so we no longer need to grab a handful of snow from the snowfield to melt in our mouths to quench our thirst. Don't worry, leave it to me. I've already learned it. Fox 9 was full of confidence. She had watched Su Yuan's every step very carefully and was absolutely certain that there would be no mistakes. Dinner's ready. There was only one pottery jar that had just been made. Because it was too small, it could only be used by Fox 9 to hold soup. Su Yuan added some tomatoes to the delicious fish soup, and the sweet and sour taste attracted many beast girls. Even the fish roasting over the fire didn't smell good anymore. Everyone was staring intently at the pot of fish soup. Su Yuan watched the group of little beast girls surrounding the pot of stewing fish soup. He sat by the campfire and picked up a piece of fish. The smoky aroma was quite appealing to him. He exchanged some barbecue chili powder and sprinkled it on the charred fish. One bite made Su Yuan close his eyes in comfort, enjoying the fresh, salty, and spicy flavor. Su Yuan, that's so mean. You actually ate something delicious secretly. The kitten's nose was exceptionally sensitive, and it immediately detected the different smell coming from Su Yuan's side. Seeing the layer of chili powder on the fish, the kitten lay down on Su Yuan's lap. Be careful, don't fall into the fire and burn off your tail fur. Su Yuan quickly grabbed Mao Ye's bottom and pulled its tail back from the campfire. Ugh, it itches. Su Yuan, I want to try some too. The discomfort of having its tail held did not deter the temptation of the food in front of it. Cat Knight ignored the tail that Su Yuan was holding in his hand and nudged its head towards the fish. Eat it, but it's a bit spicy. Before Su Yuan could finish speaking, Mao Ye opened her mouth and took a bite, smearing chili powder all over her face. It smells so good, but it's awful. Cat Knight's meows drew everyone's attention. Her originally fair face turned red from the spiciness, and not knowing what to do, she could only roll around in Su Yuan's arms. Come on, open your mouth. Su Yuan grabbed a clean clump of snow from the ground and put it in Mao Ye's mouth. The burning sensation had just subsided when the kitten, having only tasted a tiny bit of chili, acted as if it had been played with and ruined. All right, get up now. Go have some fish soup. Devil. This must be the devil's food. Only a divine sorcerer like you, Su Yuan, could eat it. Cat Knight was so frightened by the red chili powder that she ran straight over, and her startled appearance attracted the attention of the other beast girls. Would you like to try it too? Su Yuan looked at Gigi, who was sneaking up on his back, and asked somewhat speechlessly, why are these little guys so curious? Su Yuan, I'd like to try some too. Okay, but don't get burned by the spiciness like Nicoya did. Zizi was still quite cautious, taking only a small bite. The chili flavor wasn't too strong for her. The spiciness actually made her feel a little warm in the cold winter. That coward Nicoya can't even handle this devil's food. He's so weak. It turns out it wasn't out of curiosity about food, but rather a challenge from Zizi to Maoye. It seems the little chinchilla, who's been bullied by Maoye for so long, has developed a competitive spirit. All right, you guys go eat now and stop causing trouble. In the afternoon, after a satisfying meal, Su Yuan sat by the cave with nothing to do, holding a delicate notebook in his hand. Objective 1. Ensure food supply, temporarily completed. Objective 2. Create a bathing area, incomplete. Objective 3. Create a toilet area, incomplete. Objective 4. Teach the beast girls archery and hunting, in progress. Objective 5. Construct a protective wooden fence for the tribe, incomplete. Main objective. Counterattack the desolate Snowfield, defeat the Black Sheep tribe, and resolve the danger posed by the large tribe in the Snowdrift Mountains. Long-term goal. Find rare items, unlock special items, and upgrade the system shop. It's a long and arduous task. How about we finish building the little wooden house for bathing tomorrow? It would be the world's first wooden house, which would be a step forward for civilization. Whether or not he improves is another matter. The most important thing is that he hasn't taken a shower in so long that Su Yuan feels like he could scrub his body until he has a bulging, eye-opening pill. Lion, how much wood did you collect today? Lion was originally squatting by the campfire staring blankly at the firelight, but after hearing Su Yuan's call, he immediately ran over to report. That's all. If it's not enough, I'll take everyone to go and cut some more tomorrow. Su Yuan followed Shirshi's finger and looked in that direction. The trees covered in snow piled up into a small hill. To be honest, these beast girls are incredibly efficient. It would probably take them a whole day to cut down all the trees on this small hill using a modern chainsaw. Lion and the beast girls used ordinary iron axes and finished chopping it down in a day. That's enough. That's enough. Tomorrow, take some people and carry these logs to the frozen lake. Yeah, Su Yuan, I want one too. A hint of anticipation flickered across Lion's otherwise indifferent expression. She had been quite interested in watching Fox and the others practice archery earlier. Didn't Fox make a lot of them? It's too brittle. It broke as soon as I pulled it. That's right. Lion's strength is unmatched by ordinary people. In the tribe, the strongest person besides Lion is Shaman, who hasn't awakened yet. The bow and arrows that worked perfectly for Fox Spirit were not so effective for Lion. System, do you have any bows with particularly high draw weights for sale, preferably without modern auxiliary technology? Refined ironwood bow, 1,200 points. Is this ironwood bow authentic? I don't want it to break easily with just a pull. The price of a bow and arrow without any modern technology is indeed a different story, but Su Yuan was still worried that Lion could easily break it with a simple pull. It's a bit of a shame to waste something worth thousands of points like that. Refund guaranteed if the torn section is broken. The system was clearly very confident in the bow. After hesitating for a moment, Su Yuan still chose to buy it. As the tribe's strongest fighter, it would be even better if Shirshir learned how to use a bow. If that force were released with an arrow, it would probably pierce right through any of the Yetis we'd encountered before. What's the difference between that and being shot by a sniper rifle? Lion, if you want to practice archery, you must practice hard. This bow might be able to help everyone solve the crisis. Su Yuan handed the completely black bow and arrow to Shirshir. The bow and arrow were very heavy, and he tried to draw it, but he couldn't draw it at all. Yes, I definitely will. Lioness smiled happily, her eyes filled with determination. With these two weapons, she was certain she could rescue her captured tribesmen. All right, it's getting dark. Let's practice again tomorrow. Seeing that Shirshir still seemed somewhat interested, Su Yuan quickly called her back, saying that it was too late to even see the target, let alone shoot arrows. Chapter 38 Archery Practice. Fox Spirit, how's your practice going? Early in the morning, Fox Spirit led several beast girls to practice archery in the woods outside the camp, and Lion also came along early in the morning. Fox also curiously tried to draw the black bow and arrow in Lion's hand, but it could only barely draw it halfway when the awakening rune was activated. So she had no choice but to give up. The bow and arrow she had made herself were still more convenient to use. Su Yuan, everyone can shoot the arrows now, but their aim isn't very good, and Fox's thoughts led Su Yuan to the place where several beast girls were practicing archery. In addition to the 3 little ones from before, several other beast girls had joined in. The Yeti's tendons had been completely depleted, and the tribe had crafted 8 bows and arrows. Combined with Su Yuan's composite bow and Shirshi's ironwood bow, they had just broken through the single digits. The little beast girls practiced very seriously. Just like Su Yuan had taught Husi before, they turned sideways and placed the bow and arrow in front of their chests. However, every now and then, the beast girls' arrows would fail to fly and the bowstring would snap back. I see. Su Yuan understood. These arrows made by the beast girls had no fletching, and there was no locking mechanism when holding them, making them very easy to slip from their hands and fall to the ground. Fox, use a knife to carve a groove at the tail of everyone's arrows so that the string can be held in place and won't slip out of your hand. Su Yuan used an arrow he had redeemed from the system shop to demonstrate to Husi. This principle was still a bit confusing for Husi, but he still followed Su Yuan's instructions and made a small groove in each of the large bunch of arrows he had made. Call out. The little beast girl, having obtained the arrow, instantly drew her bow and shot it. The arrow struck a tree trunk not far away, and the little beast girl smiled happily. I hit the target. No, shooting arrows like this is too taxing. Su Yuan looked at the arrow he had pulled out. The sharp point of the arrowhead had been smashed into a ball. Every arrow that hit its mark was a waste, and sharpening an arrow was a lot of trouble. Everyone, come here for a moment. Su Yuan interrupted the beast girl's practice, and they all obediently put away their arrows and came to Su Yuan's side. Practicing like this is too wasteful of arrows. You build a snowman and then aim at it and shoot. Snowman? Which, there aren't any snowmen here, but you should be able to find some on the mountain. These beast girls had never built a snowman before, but to his surprise, snowmen actually existed in this world. Su Yuan realized they had misunderstood, so he walked to the other side. Although I rarely saw snow in the south in my previous life, building a snowman was not a difficult task. Finally, amidst everyone's puzzled gazes, Su Yuan created a peculiar humanoid structure made of 2 large snowballs, with 2 small fruits placed on its face as eyes. From now on, everyone should aim for this. Whoever can hit the fruit with 2 consecutive arrows will be rewarded with 1 thing. What was said in jest was taken seriously by the listener. Lion twitched its clever little ears, its eyes filled with seriousness, and it tightened its grip on the bow. Yay! Which, I want a big bowl of fish soup. Me too. I'm sure I'll hit it first. Everyone quickly built a snowman, and Su Yuan also made one himself. After practicing for a while and then having dinner, he could go and get down to business. Without electronic entertainment to kill time, the day felt particularly long. In my past life, he would probably still be fast asleep at this time. Damn it, I should have switched to a crossbow. Why is this thing so hard to pull? Su Yuan struggled to draw the compound bow. Without the boost from the potion, he found it difficult to fully draw the bow, but he was still able to fire it. Even with pulleys to reduce the force required to draw the composite bow fully, which can injure a Yeti, the total force required to draw it is still considerable. Right? Maybe we can give that life force a try. Su Yuan pondered for a long time and suddenly remembered the blue spirit drink, the good thing that Long and the others obtained from the witch power fruit. However, it was quite expensive, so Su Yuan had never redeemed it. Now that his points had already exceeded 10,000, Su Yuan could finally splurge and try out the effects of this item. System, redeem a bottle of blue spirit beverage. 2,000 points were quickly crossed out. Su Yuan looked at the liquid in the wooden bottle in his hand. It was the same as the potion he had exchanged before, only the taste had changed slightly. They're so stingy, they won't even give us a glass bottle. Su Yuan immediately poured the medicine into his mouth. The blueberry flavor tasted like a beverage, except that there wasn't much of it, and he finished it all in 1 gulp. After drinking it, a comfortable feeling instantly spread through my body, but it was very faint, like the shiver after using the toilet. I hope it works, otherwise I'll have wasted 2,000 points. Su Yuan tried to draw the bow again, and to his surprise, the bowstring was easier to draw this time than before. He could barely manage to draw it fully. Call out. The arrow flew straight over and accidentally pierced a small hole in the snowman's belly. It really worked, not only in terms of strength, but even my vision became clearer. Bang! Just as Su Yuan was sighing, a loud noise came from the side, which startled him so much that he quickly ran over. The beast girls practicing archery were also astonished as they looked to the side, where Lion was holding his bow and arrow high. Not far away, a tree was shot through with a large hole, and the original arrow was pulverized. Gulp. Husi, standing beside him, swallowed hard. If that arrow had hit him, he'd probably be riddled with holes. Holy crap, it's a humanoid Barrett. Su Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected Shirshir's bow and arrow to be so terrifying, though her accuracy was a bit off. However, this has little impact. Some smaller enemies don't need such terrifying arrows. Husi and her group are enough. As for enemies like the Yeti, if you can't hit them with a shot, they'll come right up to your face. At a distance of about 10 meters, an arrow is still faster. By the time the Yeti attacks, the arrows will probably have already pierced its body. In the morning, I practiced kung fu for a little while before having breakfast. This meal was still fish soup and grilled fish. We had finished the potatoes earlier, and the pork we had stored was also used up. After a few bites, Su Yuan lost his appetite. Recently, he had been arranging for Husi, Shaman, and some hunting beast girls in the tribe to find other food sources nearby. However, there has been no good news. The mountain roads are difficult to navigate, and the heavy snow nearby makes it easy to get lost, so they can only rely on the mountain range to explore outwards. If all else fails, Su Yuan will probably have to exchange for another batch of food to improve his eating conditions, but he needs to think about what kind of food to exchange for. Even the little beast girls eventually get tired of fish soup, but right now he's not really looking forward to eating fish. After a quick breakfast, Su Yuan called out to Long and the others. All right, Lion, Long, you two take some people and carry the trees with you. There are no pipes to bring water to this place. Otherwise, Su Yuan would have planned to bring the lake water to the tribe, which would make bathing and drinking much more convenient, since the melted snow on the ground is not enough. Chapter 39 Cabin in the Snow. Su Yuan, what are you doing? At noon, Su Yuan led everyone to the edge of the frozen lake. This time, only Husi, Shaoman, and Hui remained in the tribe to guard it. Even Red Fox and Fox 9 came along. Fox 9 was called over by Su Yuan, but Red Fox was curious about how these fish were caught, so he followed. With Foxy, Shaoman, and Gray, the tribe is more than capable. Although Foxy is the only awakened warrior, he is enough to deal with most invaders. If danger does occur, it won't take too long to get back to camp from here. All right, Long, you take everyone to fish up the food we need for the next 2 days. Su Yuan looked at the pile of trees that resembled a small mountain and was now in a dilemma. There were indeed many ways to build a wooden house, but which one was the most time-saving and labor-saving? And it must be very sturdy, otherwise it would be a problem if it suddenly collapsed halfway through washing. System, please filter for knowledge-based products related to log cabin construction. Book, The Wooden House, Mankind's First Dwelling, 300 points. Appreciation of Artistic Wooden Houses, 300 points. A History of House Evolution MP4, 300 points. Stop. Is this never going to end? Get rid of all this useless stuff. Looking at the pile of useless items that appeared, Su Yuan quickly exclaimed, these things that waste points are completely useless now. 100 ways to build a wooden house, 800 points. 3 digits is still acceptable. As Su Yuan made the exchange, a memory of the wooden house flooded his brain, as if he had just watched dozens of hours of videos. It seems we have no choice but to resort to the most primitive methods. Looking at the mountain of wood, Su Yuan thought of a very simple method. Apart from the small space and the waste of some wood, it didn't have any major drawbacks. System, just give me a wood drill and a saw, nothing fancy. Electric drill, 1,500 points. Hand crank drill, 300 points. Carpenter's drill, 200 points. Chainsaw, 1,800 points. Wood saw, 250 points. Forget about anything that requires electricity, as there are currently no power-generating items in the system store, but there are quite a few power-consuming items. Exchange for a woodworking drill and a wood saw. Su Yuan chose the simplest mortise and tenon structure, which required no special processing of the logs, let alone splitting them into planks. Simply cut a groove on each side of the tree and then join them together to secure it. However, the first step is to lay the foundation by using sharpened wooden sticks to fix the first layer of logs on both sides. Su Yuan, we're here to help you too. All right, everyone sharpen these pieces of wood and then place them on both sides of the log. Some beast girls who weren't fishing also came to help. Lion didn't go fishing. Instead, she carried her weapon and followed Su Yuan. Su Yuan's plan was roughly a wooden house of about 4 square meters. 4 round logs were nailed to the first floor during Su Yuan's renovation. The snow on the ground was cleared away in advance, and the wood was fairly flat. Next, drill holes in the grooves at the 4 corners and nail wooden sticks in to completely fix the overall structure so that it won't fall over with a single blow. After all, the snow and wind on the snowfield are quite strong. If he were to hold an umbrella here, he would probably be swept away immediately. As the trees were erected one by one, Fox 9's eyes grew brighter and brighter. She seemed to have figured out the trick to building the wooden house. The roof is designed in the traditional triangular shape. A flat roof would collapse under the weight of snow in less than a week in this snow-covered plain where snow falls every day. As for the construction method, it still uses mortise and tenon joints. If you're worried about it being too loose, drill a hole, and then use an axe to hammer a wooden nail in to secure it. With everyone's help, it was almost finished before dark. There was a small window on the top of the cabin and a small door on the other side. The gap above was filled by Su Yuan with small pieces of wood. It's done. Just apply the golden avocado oil on top last. Su Yuan, why are you applying golden avocado oil? Su Yuan looked at Hu Jio, who had a curious expression on her face, and guessed that the little fox had already learned some of it. Making a small wooden house was not difficult. She only needed to go back and practice once to master it completely. To prevent the wood from rotting or cracking due to moisture, you need to apply a layer of oil, but I don't know if the oil from this golden avocado will work. Su Yuan tore open a fruit and started painting it on the wooden house. The 2 Red Fox sisters now understand how the wooden house was built. If they had known how snow houses and wooden houses were built, they wouldn't have hidden inside that giant rock in the desolate snowfield. Nowadays, most tribes live in caves, while some tribes in the less cold areas of the Wangshu Mountains build houses using animal hides and wood. However, Red Fox had seen those houses before. They would collapse with a single gust of wind. Apart from being built in trading markets, even large tribes preferred to live in caves. Or some tribes simply hollow out large trees and live inside them. But the cost is that they are extremely crowded, and some tall beast girls have to curl up to sleep. All right, mission accomplished. Su Yuan walked into the middle of the cabin. The cabin was small, but still larger than the snow house, with some light coming in through the gaps in the wood around it. We'll add a candle lamp here, and then put a bathtub here. Taking a bath on a snowy day would be so refreshing. Without further ado, Su Yuan immediately gathered everyone to search for stones. If they wanted to take a bath in an iron bucket, they would need a stove underneath, and someone would have to watch the fire. Otherwise, if the temperature gets too high, you'll end up cooking yourself in an iron pot. System, can you customize an iron bucket? The current technological development of the Beast Girl tribe cannot support the emergence of steel, let alone a thin-skinned but sturdy iron bucket. Su Yuan will have to exchange the iron bucket he plans to take a bath for through the system. Of course, we did consider other materials. Wood is easy to break, stone conducts heat too slowly, and as for other materials, it would be more cost-effective to just get an iron bucket. Customization is available within acceptable limits. Then I want an iron bucket that is 1.8 meters long, 80 centimeters wide, and 70 centimeters high. Custom iron bucket, 1,500 points. A custom-made iron bucket cost over 1,000, but Su Yuan could still accept it. Nowadays, there weren't many places in the tribe where he needed to spend points, and those snow demon cores had brought him quite a few points. Exchange. This time, the iron bucket did not appear in Su Yuan's hands. Seeing the huge monster that suddenly smashed in front of Su Yuan, all the beast girls became nervous. Su Yuan. Watch out. Su Yuan quickly stopped them, and Shur was about to chop down with her horse-slaying saber. Don't panic. This is an item I prayed to the gods for. Fortunately, the knife didn't fall, otherwise Lion's strength would have split the iron bucket in two, and his more than 1,000 points would probably have been wasted. Lion, move this iron bucket inside and place it horizontally in that recessed spot on the side. The house was filled with rubble that the beast girls had collected, and some soil was placed on top to prevent them from getting stuck. The recessed area was naturally used for heating. All right, it's time for the iron pot stewing itself. Su Yuan watched with great interest as the large iron bucket was placed into the wooden house. He hadn't bathed for more than 10 days and was almost pickled. If it weren't for the freezing weather, he probably would have jumped right into the lake for a cold bath. Chapter 40: Stewing yourself in an iron bucket. Crackling and popping. Are you really going to cook yourself? Long and the others returned laden with their spoils, and many of the beast girls looked at Su Yuan, who was burning firewood, with complicated expressions. What do you mean by cooking yourself? I'm just taking a bath. Okay, Maoya, come and help me control the heat. If it's too hot, turn the heat down a bit. Su Yuan closed the wooden house when he saw that the water temperature was about right, and the light shining through the small window above illuminated the two people inside. Su Yuan, don't worry, I definitely won't cook you. Mao Yi looked very serious, and her little tail kept wagging restlessly when she learned that she was to cook Su Yuan. Just be careful. Su Yuan didn't try to hide anything. He had been with these beast girls for quite some time, and he even knew their body types. So, with Mao Yi looking on with curiosity, Su Yuan took off his clothes and soaked in the iron tub. There were some wooden planks underneath, so although it was a bit strange to sit on, at least his buttocks weren't burned. Awesome. A cold wind blew in from outside the window. Su Yuan, comfortably squinting in the hot water, felt that although he usually felt a little sticky, he wasn't actually that dirty after washing. After rubbing for a few minutes, Su Yuan leaned against the edge of the iron bucket. Mao Yi was quite serious about starting the fire, and she used a wooden stick to break up the flames when they got too big. However, her attention was no longer on the flames, and her eyes kept glancing at Su Yuan in the bucket. Su Yuan, I want to take a shower too. No one in the Snowfield tribe likes to take baths because it's too cold. The last time Maoya took a bath was when Hu Jio dragged her to the frozen lake. Maoya was shivering from the cold, so she was terrified of taking a bath. Now, the steaming hot water was starting to tempt her. She hadn't had a bath in so long that her tail fur was all matted together. You want to wash? Su Yuan immediately became uneasy. Could this be a sign that something was going to happen between the two lovers? Damn it. Unclean images started flashing through his mind. It's not good for a person to know too much data. For example, right now, Su Yuan can see through Mao Ye's figure just by looking at her wearing animal skin. Is that not allowed? Cat Knight looked pitiful, and Su Yuan swallowed hard before mechanically nodding. Yay! By the time Su Yuan reacted, water splashed everywhere in the bucket, and a small figure jumped in. The warm water made her lean happily against Su Yuan's chest. I never thought I would face such a choice between being a beast and being worse than a beast. The angel and the demon above Su Yuan's head fought, but after suppressing his evil thoughts for more than 10 days, the demon finally pulled out a machine gun made of his evil thoughts and shot the angel to death. Cat Knight, let me wash your tail for you. Huh? Outside, everyone was still a little worried that Su Yuan would cook himself in an iron pot, but only Mao Ye's exclamation came from inside, so no one was in a hurry. Sister, have you figured out how to make that wooden house? Fox 9 shrank closer to her sister and asked Red Fox with some curiosity. I understand a bit more now. Su Yuan is incredibly clever. If we had known how to build snow houses and wooden houses back then, Grandma Snow wouldn't have passed away. Yes, perhaps Su Yuan is the salvation given to us by the gods. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid I would have been captured by Black Sheep and the others. In just a few days, Red Fox's admiration for Su Yuan reached an extremely high level. She even felt that she was not suitable to be a witch. The water in the hut had cooled down. Su Yuan looked at the limp cat, so he had no choice but to carry it out of the bucket. Only a few embers remained burning in the flames below. Squeak. Amidst everyone's confusion, Su Yuan carried Mao Yi out in a princess carry, his face filled with relief and guilt towards the kitten. Su Yuan, what happened to Mao Yi? Cat Knight, are you alright? Nikoya's face was a little flushed. She raised her head and shook it slowly. After making a fuss for so long, even the originally energetic Nikoya had become listless. Cough, 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 she's a little tired. Lion, you can pour out the water. If anyone wants to take a bath, they can come here in the future, but they have to go in pairs and one person has to watch the fire, otherwise they'll get boiled. Su Yuan felt a little embarrassed and quickly changed the subject. Bringing the iron buckets back and forth was too troublesome. There were more than 50 people in the tribe, and he estimated that once the news of hot water baths came, the tribe would be busy every day. So it's better to leave the iron bucket here. As for if someone steals it, then it'll only cost 1,500 points. For Su Yuan, using those 1,500 points to learn that there were other people near his camp wasn't a bad deal. Su Yuan, can I try cooking myself today? Fox 9 was immediately intrigued. She touched the iron bucket that Lion had brought out, and it seemed to be different from the iron pot they were worried about being boiled in. Go ahead and try it if you want. It's still early, and it won't take long to boil the water, but you'll need to call someone to watch the fire. Okay, sister, could you keep an eye on the fire for me? Su Yuan, could you give me some guidance from the side? Again, Su Yuan twitched slightly, but seeing Hu Jio's sincere expression, he could only agree. She was probably genuinely worried that her sister would escalate the situation. If they come and stew a fox in an iron bucket, we're doomed. All right, once you two have learned it, you can teach others. Later on, when you're free, you can have people come in pairs to take a hot bath together. Soon, the second bucket of water was boiled. Watching Fox 9, who had just taken off his animal skin and entered the bucket, Su Yuan felt that the demons and angels above his head had started fighting again. This time, however, the demon was without its machine gun and was quickly defeated by the angel, who, disgusted by the demon's previous actions, stomped on it twice. Red Fox, if you want to try, go in too. I'll watch the fire for you. Yes, come quickly, sister. It's so warm and comfortable in here. Cat Knight had already been handed over to Lion. Su Yuan looked at the red fox wagging its tail. It was already evening, and there wasn't enough time to boil the third bucket of water. The large iron bucket was also quite empty. This was custom-made by Su Yuan according to the body types of Lion and the others. For the petite red fox and Fox 9, it could fit 3 people without any problem. Oh, okay then. Thank you for your help. The red fox was indeed tempted, so under the watchful eyes of the two, it also crawled into the iron barrel. I never expected that the red fox could be compared to Long. She is not to be underestimated. Moreover, she is also so fair and clean. Su Yuan sat on a wooden post to the side, slowly adding firewood to the two sisters' fire. The two sisters came out reluctantly after washing for a short while. It was getting dark, and if we didn't go back soon, everyone outside would probably go hungry. Chapter 41 Arrow. Back at the lake, the news that one could take a hot bath by the frozen lake quickly spread among the beast girls, and everyone was very curious about this amazing thing. So much so that there were hardly any people to be seen in the camp. If Su Yuan hadn't stopped them and let 2 or 3 people go in turn, there probably wouldn't have been a soul in the entire camp. Su Yuan still seemed to enjoy the memory of what happened that day, and the next day, Mao Yi acted as if nothing had happened and came to bother Su Yuan again. The reproduction of beast girls did not involve this step, or rather, Nicoya was too naive and did not understand what was happening that day. Now, the little angel above Su Yuan's head has come to condemn him for deceiving the little beast girl. Fortunately, after venting his frustrations, Su Yuan felt much more energetic, and he no longer had such vivid dreams every night that he almost had to get up in the middle of the night to wash his pants. After a week of development, the camp had enough snow houses, so Fox 9 and her friends built some wooden houses in the remaining spaces of the camp. A small room was conveniently cleared out and designated by Su Yuan as a latrine, since even the cutest little beast girl needs to use the toilet, and the camp is prone to snow accumulation. If you accidentally step on it, it will definitely make your feet feel uncomfortable in this cold weather. Is the big bear almost fully recovered? On this day, Su Yuan, having nothing to do, came to the side of the polar bear that had been recuperating from its injuries. Its enormous body looked quite frightening. However, the bear's face was filled with fear when it saw Su Yuan, as the scene of shooting down the Yeti with those arrows was still vivid in its mind. Yes, Su Yuan, the man's wounds have healed. Little man, the little bear mother, is next to the big polar bear, her tiny body holding a large grilled fish as she feeds the polar bear. The great barbarians? Su Yuan looked the man and the bear up and down. Calling them Big Barbarian didn't seem wrong. Now that Big Barbarian had recovered, he could become a decent fighting force in the camp. With such a massive body, if I were to buy some iron-spiked armor for the barbarians to wear, they would be an unstoppable force on the battlefield. Work hard for me from now on. As long as I get a meal of meat, you'll get a meal of potatoes too. Don't be like those stupid wolves, who need to be taught a lesson before they'll listen. Su Yuan patted the big barbarian's furry belly. The guy's fur was a bit messy, but it felt quite warm to the touch. The man's eyes were still a little confused, as if he didn't understand what Su Yuan meant, and he could only nod. Su Yuan, I hit the target. Just as Su Yuan was conducting onboarding training for the man, Husi's excited voice came from the training ground in the distance, followed by 2 figures running over one after the other. Su Yuan, I did it. I hit both fruits with 2 consecutive arrows. The usually mature and sophisticated Husi now looked like a little girl who had just won an award, holding a bow and arrow in her hand, and excitedly approached Su Yuan. Lioness behind was somewhat unwilling, but she didn't say anything. She just stood silently beside Fox, still holding the ironwood bow in her hand. That's pretty impressive. Su Yuan was somewhat surprised. He had set the distance for Husi and the others to practice archery at about 70 meters. Although it wasn't far, it was enough to hit 2 walnut-sized fruits in a row on a snowy day. Fox's archery talent is indeed remarkable. What reward does the fox want? Su Yuan had promised them that whoever was the first to hit 2 fruits in a row would be rewarded with a wish. Fox thought's little fox ears twitched mischievously, shaking off the fallen white snow. She then pulled out a somewhat rough, white object from her bosom. Su Yuan, I want to give this to you. You said the wooden arrows were too fragile, so I made a bone arrow out of bone. Su Yuan looked at the bone arrow in her hand. It was clear that Husi had put a lot of effort into this bone arrow. Not only had the arrowhead been ground, but the grooves on the tail had also been polished out. No wonder I saw you sitting alone by the campfire late at night. You were sharpening your arrows. Su Yuan recalled that during this period, Husi always sat there alone, returning to the snow house to sleep very late at night. It turned out that she had eaten the fish bones left over before grinding. It must be said that Fox thinking has indeed found a solution. Bone arrows are much sharper and more durable than disposable wooden arrows. The problem is that this project is too time-consuming. It takes almost a week to carefully polish a single arrow, and even a casual polishing takes 3 or 4 days. Well, I've always thought that if wood can be made into arrows, then bones and stones should also be able to be made into arrows, so... Su Yuan wanted to rub Husi's lively little ears, but seeing that Husi was even taller than him, he had no choice but to put away the bone arrow first. A very clever idea, but polishing an arrow is too much trouble. He retrieved the broken iron arrowheads that had previously been shot into the Yeti. The arrows redeemed by the system had embedded arrowheads, and these small round holes were difficult to grind out in primitive tribes. However, it is still possible to make a small hole in the bone material. Fox, all we need to do is polish an arrowhead and then attach it to the wooden shaft. If the shaft breaks in the future, we can simply remove the arrowhead. Husi took the iron arrowheads. Her fingers still stung a little when she touched the sharp points. Fortunately, the effects of the drug had long since worn off. Otherwise, Su Yuan was afraid that she might accidentally fall to the ground. I understand. Su Yuan, could you give me these arrowheads? I'll use the reward I got for shooting arrows before. Husi stroked the iron arrowhead with both hands. Her eyes filled with longing as she looked at Su Yuan. He probably took the few useless iron arrowheads to the system for recycling if the price wasn't so cheap. Seeing how interested Husi was, Su Yuan nodded. After receiving the arrow, Fox thanked them a few times and hurriedly ran back to the training ground. It seemed that he had a lot of ideas in his little head, leaving Lion standing there. Has Lion finished too? Su Yuan looked at Lion, who was still standing to the side watching him, and asked with some curiosity. Yes, but a bit slower than Husi. Su Yuan could sense Lion's disappointment. For Fox and the others, setting up small rewards was just a way to motivate them to train, but Lion treated it as a competition. She was completely focused every time she drew her bow and shot an arrow, but unfortunately, each arrow shattered upon impact, forcing her to sharpen it again. Or the snowman gets shot down into several clumps of snow, and then you have to rebuild the snowman. This is why she was a step behind Husi in achieving Su Yuan's goal. It's alright. From now on, you just need to draw your bow fully and aim at the big guy on the other side. What reward does Lion want? Lion was a little conflicted. The usually aloof Lion was now flushed, and she stammered, I'm not number 1. It's alright, consider it a gift from me to you today. Su Yuan didn't care. To him, Lion had protected him so many times, so giving him a small gift was nothing. Then, can I take my bow and arrows with me when I go hunting? Chapter 42. Okay, that's enough. Hunt. Everyone in the training ground was a little surprised. Currently, besides Fox Thoughts, only Lioness has the highest accuracy. Both of them are awakened warriors, so they are naturally more powerful than other beast girls. Other beast girls can only hit large targets like snow wolves at a distance of about 40 to 50 meters, and most importantly, that has to be a stationary target. So none of them were very confident, especially the little beast girls, whose tails were sticking up high with nervousness, like children facing an exam. Practicing with snowmen isn't very effective. Both enemies and prey move around, so if you want to practice your arrows, you need to try some moving prey. Don't worry, everyone. This is just practice with moving targets. It's okay if you don't hit any prey. Long's catch is enough for everyone to eat. Looking at these adorable little beast girls, Su Yuan knew they would become part of his ranged army. In this primitive world, bows and arrows were almost overwhelming against other tribes. Especially with Lion, the humanoid Barrett. If he draws his ironwood bow to its full extent, even a Yeti would be pierced through. After hearing Su Yuan's words, everyone was somewhat tempted. Static target practice was indeed a bit boring. Without the urgency of having to hit the prey, the few little tails that had been raised also fell down. Su Yuan, is there anything I need to prepare? Husi also put away his bow and arrows, and came to Su Yuan's side to obey orders. Fox Spirit, how many arrows does the tribe have left? Fox pondered for a moment, then said, there are about 100 of them, mostly wooden arrows. This number is sufficient. Arrows are not consumed much in the snow. Unless they hit a target, they can still be used even if they are stuck in the snow. Take some food with you. I'll go tell Red Fox later. The village is now filled with snow huts and wooden houses, no longer as empty as before, and everyone is busy with smiles on their faces. Recently, Long and the others have had a good fishing haul. Su Yuan instructed the beast girls to dissect the fish and bury the meat in a snowdrift, where it would keep for a considerable time in the icy conditions. Fox 9, where's your sister? When Su Yuan arrived at the snow house of Fox Thoughts, he only saw Fox 9 studying pottery art. There were also many other petite and cute beast girls around the little girl. There was a pile of oddly shaped pottery on the ground, including the pottery jars needed and some sculptural items. My sister went to take a shower. Su Yuan, look at this. What's this? Su Yuan picked up the clay figurine shaped like a little person from Hujio's hand. The little figure, made of clay, looked somewhat comical, with a happy smile painted on its face. This is a sculpture of you that I just finished. Isn't it beautiful? Fox 9 was quite happy, her little hands covered in clay. Su Yuan looked at the clay on her face and wiped it off with his fingers. It looks great, thank you little Fox 9. I'll teach you how to brew wine when I have time later. Alcohol? What's that? Su Yuan gently rubbed Fox 9's little head, feeling the soft, fluffy ears against his skin. They were especially smooth after his bath. There's something really delicious that I'll teach you how to make it later. If it comes to brewing wine, in this kind of place, only fruit wine can be brewed, unless Su Yuan spends points to buy grain in the shop to brew wine. Yes, by the way, is there something you need from your sister? Reminded by Hu Jio, Su Yuan remembered the important matter and steered the conversation back on track. I'm taking Foxy and Lion with me to go hunting. Tell Red Fox that Little Man is guarding the tribe. If there's any danger, have Little Man light this arrow and shoot it into the sky. Su Yuan handed the exchanged signal arrows to Hu Jio. These things involved gunpowder, and even though the quantity was very low, the price was not cheap at all. A single disposable arrow cost 500 points. This system is really afraid that it will exchange for a bunch of arrows to extract gunpowder. Then you must be careful. Fox 9 was a little worried about Su Yuan, but when she thought that Fox C and Lion, the two awakened warriors, were with Su Yuan, she took the arrow. Hunting? What hunting? I want to go too. Just as Su Yuan finished giving his instructions and was about to leave, a small figure jumped in front of him. Fearing she would fall, Su Yuan quickly caught her. The feel of it was definitely Cat Knight. Sure enough, when Su Yuan looked closely, Cat Knight in his arms was staring at him with both eyes. Gulp. It's been a week, and it seems the demon's suppressed rage has accumulated again, especially since Maya has been particularly clingy to him lately. Su Yuan, I want to go hunting too. Didn't you go fishing with Long and the others? Since learning how to fish, Maya has become particularly enthusiastic about fishing at the frozen lake. Unexpectedly, she is still staying at the campsite today, while Long and the others have already set off. Well, I came to see you. What do you want with me? Mao Ye's eyes lit up as she looked at Su Yuan excitedly and said, Su Yuan, let's go take a shower together. Cough, 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 I understand. I'll take you after we finish hunting. Okay, I want to go back to last time, wah. Okay, that's enough. Su Yuan quickly covered her mouth and carried Mao Yi to the outside of the camp. Everyone had already assembled, each with several arrows tucked into their waistband. Retrieving the arrow this way is quite troublesome. Fox thoughts, when you come back later, have White Rabbit sew a longer bag from the remaining animal hides, just long enough to hold the arrows. Su Yuan described the quiver to Hu Si. The White Rabbit was very skillful and adept at sewing clothes, so Su Yuan wasn't worried that she wouldn't be able to explain it clearly. Okay, I understand. Is Kitten Knight going too? Yeah, I'll be going back later, sob sob sob. Su Yuan quickly covered Mao Yi. Although he didn't know if the other beast girls understood that kind of thing, he was still a little embarrassed to bring up the topic here. Namai plans to hunt some prey for Mao Bai to help him recover. Fox Thought nodded in understanding. Cat White had been feeling much better recently, but compared to a tough bear like Big Man, its recovery was slower. In particular, the Red Fox's healing technique can only heal injuries, and it is not very effective for Cat White, who almost died from hypothermia and a cold. Therefore, Cat White's external injuries have almost healed. However, he had not yet recovered from the illness caused by blood loss and hypothermia, so he usually rested in the camp and would learn to make pottery from Fox 9 when he had nothing to do. Let's go over there. I found some bird eggs there when I was patrolling the area earlier. I remember that Cat White loves to eat roasted bird eggs. Birds would lay their eggs in this godforsaken place. How desperate must they be to prevent their offspring from surviving to lay their eggs in such a horrible spot? Yes, Cat White really likes to eat bird eggs. Let's go. Cat Knight broke free from Su Yuan's embrace, and her thoughts finally drifted away from bathing in the icy lake. Her little head turned to concern itself with Cat White's condition. Chapter 43 Hunting. In the snow, Su Yuan and his group searched for prey. When it came to hunting, these beast girls were more experienced than Su Yuan. This is the tree. With such lush foliage, the birds and beasts will surely settle here. Fox Thought pointed to the large tree in front of him, which was covered in snow. This time, the trunk was thicker than any he had seen before, and the faint green above seemed to tell of the tree's strength. Nowadays, trading trees for points isn't as cost-effective. It takes almost half the group's time to trade such a large tree, so it's better to find some smaller trees to trade. Seeing this, Nicoya was somewhat tempted, so she put on her steel claw gloves and prepared to climb up the tree. Don't rush. Su Yuan quickly grabbed her. This girl really doesn't remember the pain. Have you forgotten about the giant python in that tree last time? Oh, is that so? Cat Knight belatedly realized what was happening and quickly retreated to Su Yuan's side, looking at the tree with caution, its two small eyes fixed on the leaves above. It seemed to want to see through the leaves. Let me go? Nicoya hasn't awakened yet. It's too dangerous. Fox's spirit stepped forward at this moment. As an awakened warrior, her reaction was much more agile than Cat Knight's, and she was able to retreat in time even when faced with danger. Then be careful. Everyone, take out your bows and arrows. When you hear who sees command, shoot as soon as you see the target. At such close range, even something flying in the sky would be riddled with bullets. Fox's spirit nimbly climbed the tree in a few moves. Below, Lion solemnly knocked an arrow and drew his bow to its full extent. With that force, even a barbarian lying on top would be pierced through. After a moment, the snow on the trees fell off, and Husi's voice came from above. It's all right. There were indeed some bird eggs and some fruit up there. A green fruit was dropped down from above by Husi. Whether the fruit was frozen hard or was naturally hard, there was no system notification sound after it was picked up. Sigh, it's a pity it's not a rare item. System, calculate how many points it is. Miscanthus fruit, 150 points. 150 points is negligible, but why are the prices of these fruits so varied? I remember the blue vein snow fruit I found before only cost 100 points. System, what makes this more expensive than blue vein snow fruit? The authentication function requires 5,000 points to unlock. Unlock now. After all that, there was an identification function. Upon hearing this news, Su Yuan's face darkened. He had always been curious about why the Yeti meat couldn't be eaten. But all the beast girls knew was that there was a curse, so he had no choice but to trade them to the system. Now that I'm told there's an authentication function, didn't all those strange things we traded before just go to waste? My dear minister, is there anything else I don't know? List out the system function store page for me. Appraisal function consumes 1% of the corresponding item's points 5,000 points. Repair function, points are consumed based on the extent of damage 5,000 points. Replica function consumes 100% of the corresponding item's points 5,000 points. Second tier shop to be unlocked. Damn it, it unlocks the identification function and the repair function. Su Yuan stopped greeting the system. He now had just over 30,000 points, and he could afford to spend 10,000. It was perfect timing since Shirshir and the others could get their weapons repaired at a low price. Authentication function unlocked. Function repaired. Miscanthus fruit. Grows on miscanthus trees. Edible, sweet in taste, and high in sugar content. Trading price. 150 points. It had no special use, but since it was edible, Su Yuan took a bite without worry. The flesh was quite firm, but with the help of saliva, he gradually tasted sweetness as he chewed. Su Yuan, I want to eat sweet fruit too. Mao Yi lay down in front of Su Yuan, looking at the mango fruit with longing on her face. Eat up, eat up. The beast girl's name for this fruit was quite simple, but it was also quite fitting. Su Yuan took a bite and lost interest. Although it was quite sweet, its crunchy texture was similar to that of a sweet potato. Before long, many miscanthus fruits fell from the tree, and everyone put away their bows and arrows and put the fruits into the backpacks that Su Yuan had brought. Cat Knight, there are only a few bird eggs. Pack them carefully so you don't break them. After the grass fruits above had been mostly picked, Husi jumped down, still holding 2 bird eggs that were slightly larger than goose eggs in her hand. White feathered bird egg. Unhatched egg of a common bird. Trading price. 300 points. Having the appraisal function is indeed much better. Not only does it indicate the transaction price, but it also tells you exactly what the item is. If he hadn't used up the snow demon core and snow monster meat before, he could have appraised them. Unfortunately, the rarest thing in the camp these days is the fish that are caught every day. Yes, after eating this, Cat White's illness will be cured quickly. Manhwa took off his gloves and carefully wrapped the bird eggs in animal skin, tying them to his back like a bundle. After collecting the fruit, the group continued on their way. They had now arrived at a snow-covered forest. If Husi hadn't clearly known the way back, Su Yuan would have planned to take a detour. Careful! Just as everyone was on their way, Husi's ears twitched, and he immediately called out to them. There's the sound of wild beasts ahead, and they're running. Lion, you protect Su Yuan. I'll go check it out first. Let's all go together. Now that we have bows and arrows, we can shoot through any wild beasts that charge at us. Su Yuan called out to Husi. Now they were no longer unarmed as before, and could only carefully ambush wild beasts. Fox Thoughts immediately realized what was happening and agreed with Su Yuan's suggestion. Everyone bent over and rushed towards the direction of the sound. Cat Knight had to protect the bird eggs behind her, so she could only follow Su Yuan. Not long after they started walking, a scream came from afar. Husi quickened his pace, and soon everyone saw 3 figures running towards them. Behind them, a group of huge blue spiders were chasing after them, with the largest spider at the very back being nearly 3 meters tall. The spider's 8 long, slender legs were covered with ice spikes. One of its 8 eyes was oozing blue blood, and white ice mist was brewing in its mouth. Soon it spewed out a blue ice net to bind the 3 people who were trying to escape. You idiot, you traitor. I told you never to mess with it, but you insisted on doing so, and now we're all doomed. The white-haired girl at the front, without turning her head, shouted, Who told it to spit spider webs at me? I'll make it know the price of provoking Lord Manhwa. And you too are doomed. I'll be able to escape when they eat you both. Yeah, you're the one who provoked this. I knew it was a mistake for the witch to let us follow you. The beast girl behind was pulling another beast girl along, and the 2 of them were obviously slower than the white-haired girl in front. The ice net almost got caught on their heads. Chapter 44, Where did this idiot come from? Wah, I'm doomed this time, Panyu. If you manage to escape, remember to look under my mattress. I've hidden lots of fruit in there. They'll go bad if you don't eat them. The pessimistic rabbit girl, Beiwe, had already shed large tears. She was just a little rabbit girl with no fighting ability, so why was she sent to such a dangerous place? He's still on such a dangerous mission. Could it be that he's been discovered stealing the witch red fruit? Why should I listen to you? I've changed my mind. I'm going to lead you all out of here. Pan Yu's ears perked up, and she turned and pulled Beiyu along as they ran forward, while several small spiders, each about half a meter in size, closed in on the 3 of them. Manhwa, in your next life you must be obedient, okay? Don't be so rebellious anymore. Shut up. Why should I listen to you? Pan Yu gritted her teeth, grabbed the 2 of them, and threw them forward with force. The uphill road was covered in snow, and these large spiders would take some time to climb it. Betray the moon. The red-haired beast girl didn't give up. She turned to look at the group of spiders without any fear, and pulled out a stone dagger from her waist, swiftly piercing the eye of one of the small spiders. The witch just doesn't like us. She's probably not the same witch anymore since she came back that time. Only those idiots still obey her orders. And you, Beiwei, you idiot too. Just as several small spiders pounced into the air, preparing to pierce Pan Yu's body with their sharp legs, arrows shot from the snow behind her pierced the spiders' bodies. Huh? What's this? Pan Yu intended to be killed, but when she turned around, she saw a group of people walking down the slope, while Beiyu and Yu were being held tightly by 2 beast girls. I thought it was someone else, but it turns out to be you little wolf cub. Fox Thoughts looked at Pan Yu's stunned face, and a disdainful smile appeared on his lips. What? Are you spies sent by the black sheep to find us? Why should I tell you? Pan Yu's expression also turned extremely ugly, because Husi's words were indeed correct. The 3 of them had been sent to find the red fox. You still have the same bad temper. All right, you're captured now. Just squat there obediently. As Husi spoke, he shot another arrow that pierced through the charging spider. Su Yuan glanced curiously at Pan Yu before turning his attention to the group of spiders. Ice Spike Spider, an adult, low-tier level 2 magical beast. Its body is covered in ice armor that can defend against enemy attacks. It can use its mouth parts to spit ice webs to trap enemies, and then use its sharp legs to pierce them. As expected of an appraisal system that cost 5,000 points, it even identified the names and attack methods of these monsters clearly. It really is a primitive Western fantasy world. Even magical beasts have appeared. Could there really be a dragon island on the other side of the sea? And could there be dragon girls on it? Su Yuan was looking forward to it. Who wouldn't want to be a dragon knight at least once in their life? Riding a dragon and soaring through the sky during the day, and riding a dragon and tumbling across the earth at night. Lord Su Yuan, be careful of that giant ice spider. Its ice armor is probably impenetrable by arrows. Husi was somewhat worried about Su Yuan's safety. She stood in front of him, cautiously watching the large spider slowly approaching. The arrows that had been aimed at the spider all fell onto the snow. Only a few white dots remained on the blue ice armor, which was the only place where Husi's arrows could barely stick. However, since it was the first time the ice spider had ever seen this thing, it was shot through one of its eyes by Fox's precise arrow, leaving it with only 6 of its 8 eyes. Can't be shot through? There's nothing that can't be shot through. Lion, hurry up and attack. After calmly finishing speaking, Su Yuan exchanged for an iron arrow and handed it to Shirshir, who was preparing to draw her horse-slaying sword. Just kidding. Even a fox spirit can't penetrate it, so even if you were using a composite bow, it wouldn't be very effective. However, the humanoid siege machine next to him is no problem. Lion, you just need to focus on your strength. You don't necessarily have to aim for its eyes. Lion took the arrow, and the runes on her forehead reappeared. The ironwood bow trembled as she pulled it, and even the moon rebel pressed in front of her felt a terrifying aura. Damn it! How did this lion become so much stronger again? I was about to awaken and surpass her. Call out. A sonic boom resounded as the arrow shot directly at the largest ice spider. However, being a magical beast, it sensed the danger, and the arrow only pierced its side. The powerful penetrating force severed its foremost foot, and the arrow continued through its back without stopping, immediately splattering blue blood onto the ground. The ice spider lost its balance and fell to the ground. The other small spiders stopped attacking and surrounded the large spider. Taking advantage of the moment it fell to the ground, Su Yuan pierced its eye with another sharp arrow. His archery skills are getting better and better. Gazing at that precise arrow, Su Yuan felt a surge of exhilaration. A man only experiences such exhilaration and a sense of accomplishment when his shooting is extremely accurate. Careful! The fallen ice spider did not give up. White mist condensed in its mouth again, and an ice net rushed towards the group. Lion immediately dropped the bow and arrow in his hand, and slashed down with the saber behind him at the spider web flying in midair. Although he couldn't cut the spider web, he managed to pin it to the ground. The chill emanating from the spider web immediately froze a layer of white frost onto the surface of the sword. Damn system, is this what you call trapping the enemy? One touch, and they'd be frozen solid. Su Yuan had thought this thing would only physically hold back the enemy, but it turned out that the system's description of trapping the enemy meant trapping the enemy in a magical sense. The ice spike spider tried to condense white frost, but Su Yuan immediately drew an arrow and shot it into its mouth. The white frost exploded, freezing a layer of white frost around its mouth. Lion, you've been enhanced. Go. Su Yuan patted the lions, but beside her, the other beast girls were dealing with a group of small spiders. Only she and Fox C could handle this big guy. Lion realized what was happening and charged at the ice spike spider with his saber. The smaller spiders around him rushed towards Lion when they heard the big spider's cry. Before they could even get close, they were pierced by an arrow. The 30 or so little spiders were no match for the 100 arrows that Husi and her companions carried. When it reached the ice spike spider, the creature tried to fight back with its only remaining claw, but it was cut off by Lion's blade as soon as it extended. Hiss! The pain caused the ice spike spider's body to tremble. Without stopping, the long sword pierced the face not covered by the ice armor, and blue blood gushed out. After struggling for a few moments, it finally fell completely still in the snow, surrounded by the corpses of the other small spiders. The swift and decisive battle left the 3 members of the betraying Moon clan behind them stunned, their mouths slightly agape, their faces filled with disbelief. Chapter 45, Great Harvest. Fox Spirit, is this spider meat edible? After dealing with the ice spike spiders, Su Yuan watched as everyone efficiently disposed of their corpses and couldn't help but walk up to them out of curiosity. But there's too little meat, but their legs can be made into weapons. Su Yuan looked at the spider leg that Husi handed over. The blue spider leg was covered with a layer of sharp ice spikes, and blue blood was still dripping from the cut. Careful! Wow, an enchanted weapon. As soon as he touched the spikes and felt the coldness on his fingers, Husi quickly dropped the spider leg and put Su Yuan's frost-covered fingers in his mouth. The moist and soft feeling immediately melted away the previous frost, and my fingers, which had been somewhat numb, gradually regained sensation. The touch stirred something within Su Yuan, and he couldn't help but scratch it. Cough, cough, cough. Fox thoughts, I'm fine now. Su Yuan didn't intend to continue like this, as everyone around them was still watching. Su Yuan, these ice spikes are extremely dangerous. If you're going to touch them, please don't. Fox Thoughts placed the spider leg in front of Su Yuan again, but this time she carefully handed the broken part to Su Yuan. The moment I got my hands on the ice spike spider leg, that icy feeling returned, but it wasn't as terrifying as before. It felt like holding a block of ice that wouldn't melt. Of course, there was also a voice that made Su Yuan very excited. Rare item detected. Ice spike spider carcass. Tradable for 2,000 points, or 200 points. New special items added. Host, please select the direction of the transaction. Nice. The system's rare item notification sound hadn't been heard for almost a week. Originally, Su Yuan's goal was to reach the snow mountain that long and the others couldn't climb. 200 points. Hurry up and let me see what it is. There were dozens more near the corpse of the ice spike spider, so losing this one wouldn't be a big loss. After Su Yuan agreed, the spider leg in his hand immediately disappeared. Is Lord Su Yuan going to offer sacrifices to the gods again? In the past 2 weeks, Husi and the others have also learned about Su Yuan's abilities. He can communicate closely with the gods, something that only legendary sorcerers can do. Yes, the god said it really likes these strange things. The best explanation is still God. Anyway, there's no difference between the system shop and God. In fact, after obtaining more rare items, it can do things that are even more powerful than any sorcerer. That won't do. How can we give the legs of the heavenly ice spike spider? Lord Su Yuan, wait for me. Upon hearing that it was a gift for the heavenly god, Fox Thoughts immediately became very serious and hurriedly ran to Lion. At that moment, Lion, who had drawn his sword, was dismembering the useful parts of the ice spike spider. Lion, does this giant spider have any crystals? Lord Su Yuan is going to offer a sacrifice to the gods. Lion stopped what it was doing, frowned and stared at the giant ice spike spider for a while before plunging its saber into the middle of the row of eyes. Blue blood splattered out, and at the same time, a crystal blue stone landed in her hand. I'll go give it to Su Yuan. Lion wiped the blood off the knife, grabbed the crystal, and trotted over to Su Yuan. At this moment, Su Yuan was looking intently at the new item that had appeared in front of him, but he didn't expect that it was no longer a new drink. After several different flavored drinks appeared in succession, Su Yuan began to suspect that this rare item could only be used to create new flavored drinks. Ice Spike Series Weapons. Ice Spike Spear, 2,800 points. Ice Spike Blade, 2,500 points. Ice Spike Longbow, 2,300 points. Ice Spike Hammer, 3,000 points. This time, a single ice spike spider leg produced 4 different weapons, and the crystal blue weapon in the illustration looked incredibly cool. Especially the ice spike blade. If it were a longsword, Su Yuan would have renamed it Frostmourne. How about we exchange one for a trial? I just used up 10,000 points, and now I have to keep the remaining 20,000 points on hand. If I really have to change anything, I'll just get a new weapon. Su Yuan, this is for you. Just as he was pondering what weapon to exchange for, Lion, with blood on his hands, came up to him and handed him the blue crystal. What's this? Lion tilted its head, somewhat puzzled, and asked, wasn't it supposed to be a sacrificial gift to the gods? This ice spider's crystal is very rare. Rare? Su Yuan immediately focused his attention on the crystal. Ice spike crystal. A crystal that forms inside the body of an ice spike spider after it reaches adulthood. It contains the ice spike spider's magical power and can be used to make staves or magic scrolls. Needless to say, this thing must be a rare item. Su Yuan excitedly accepted the crystal, and that familiar and beautiful voice rang out again. Rare item detected. Ice spike crystal. Tradable for 3,000 points, or 300 points. New special items added. Host, please select the direction of the transaction. Lion, what are these crystals used for normally? Su Yuan first needs to understand whether this thing is used in the Beast Girl tribe, as the system says. If it has a more important function, there is no need to gamble on an unknown product. Well, the shamans of large tribes turn it into a shaman's staff, and some shamans turn it into a potion. This stuff can be made into a medicine? Could it be that the systematic introduction is incomplete? Lion nodded and said seriously, once upon a time, a shaman from a tribe crushed the crystals of the ice spider and poured them into a potion. Then what? The person who drank the potion was frozen into an ice block, and the shaman also turned into an ice block. If it weren't for another shaman in the tribe who knew fire magic, they would have frozen to death. Sure enough, the system hadn't lied to me. It's just that these beast girls had no idea what the items were for, and were just randomly trying out how to use them. Unlock new items for me, system. The magic wand is of little use to me, and Red Fox has rarely seen anyone cast magic using a magic wand. At this stage of development, unlocking new items should be the priority. Alright, Lion, you can join the others in dealing with the ice spiders. That's enough for today. We have enough stuff to take back with us. Only about 10 people came with them, while there were 20 or 30 spider corpses on the ground. Each beast girl had to carry 2 or 3 spider corpses to bring all the prey back. Su-yuan, it's me. Lion didn't leave immediately. Her voice was hesitant, and her usually aloof expression turned red as if she was about to cry. Hearing Shirshir's strange voice, Su-yuan looked up and saw that her pretty face was filled with heartache and sadness, and she was also full of guilt when she looked at him. Chapter 46: The Rebellious Wolf, the Timid Rabbit, and the Sleepy Koala. What's wrong? Why did you suddenly start crying? You were fine before. Su-yuan asked curiously, and after some hesitation, Shirshir raised the horse-slaying sword in her hand. Oh no, I didn't protect it properly. Just as Lion was about to leave with his knife, he noticed that there were nicks and cracks on the blade. The ice spike spider was a level 2 magical beast, and the ice spikes were extremely cold. The horse-slaying sword is just an ordinary iron weapon, so it is natural that it will suffer some damage. Hey, I thought something was wrong. Take another look. Su-yuan gripped the horse-slaying sword and silently chanted repair in his heart. Even though it was just a small shortfall, this dog system still charged 20.5 points. I don't know why they needed that extra 0.5 points. Now that there's a decimal point in the points list, it makes me feel particularly awkward. Damn system, give me back my 0.5 points. Upon hearing this, Lion looked at the weapon and saw that the original nicks and cracks had disappeared, and even the damage caused by previous uses had been repaired. Don't worry about using it next time. This thing can be repaired if it breaks. Su-yuan was afraid that Shirshir would be reluctant to use the knife, which would be putting the cart before the horse and keeping the knife hidden. Okay, I'll go help out first. Lion seemed to have a hard time expressing her gratitude. Seeing her face turn red, and finally she could only manage to say help, Su-yuan chuckled. Now let's see what other amazing treasures you've given me. Su-yuan watched Lion disappear into the distance, and then turned his attention back to the system shop. Ice Spike Scroll, 600 points. Note: releases a barrage of ice spikes to attack all units in front, dealing freezing damage to enemies. A one-time use magic scroll. I didn't expect that the system shop would actually have a product from the magical world. However, it's still a bit extravagant to use it once for 600 points. I just don't know how powerful this thing is. It was exchanged for 3,000 ice spike crystals, so the effect shouldn't be too bad, otherwise such a valuable crystal wouldn't be as good as that spider leg. Alright, let's get down to business. As the leader of the Star Tribe, Su-yuan clearly defined his position. These 3 little beast girls who came to scout were the enemy. When Su-yuan arrived at the rear, Mao Yi had already used the ropes he had brought to tie the 3 of them up tightly, and the 3 of them were tied together and sitting on the snow. One looked utterly resentful, another's eyes were already brimming with tears, and the third? Su-yuan stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Your friend has fainted? Why should I tell you? Su-yuan ignored the unhappy-looking Pan Yu and turned to look at the rabbit-eared girl Bei Yu, who was crying and sniffling. What happened to your partner? Slurp. Wah. Yue should be asleep. Each and every one of them was an oddball. Su-yuan couldn't believe how the Black Sheep tribe, which produced so many outstanding talents, had managed to defeat the Red Fox tribe. Is it really just this one rebellious red wolf, this cowardly rabbit, and this koala with animal ears that looks lazy? Hey, what's with that look? I'll kill you. Pan Yu felt Su-yuan's disdainful gaze and immediately bristled, struggling on the ground. You little traitor, how dare you threaten Su-yuan? Cat Knight immediately stepped forward in dissatisfaction, placed the bird eggs behind her on the snowdrift, and pinched Pan Yu's delicate face. Little traitor, now that we've caught you, you'd better behave, or we'll pluck all the fur off your tail and roast it. Little kitten Yi, if we hadn't been chased by the giant spider, you would have had no chance of catching me. The two were old acquaintances, having fought each other during the Black Sheep tribe's previous attack. However, given the current situation, Cat Knight's smug expression made even the Moon Tiger's teeth grind together. But you've been caught now. We'll ask you a question, and you'll have to answer it, or we'll pluck the hairs off your tail. Ah! Pan Yu stared intently at Mao Yi, a tuft of white fur appearing in her hand. Compared to Mao Bai's white fur, this tuft of white fur had a silvery texture. Nikoya, I'm going to kill you. A prisoner should have the mindset of a prisoner. This tuft of hair will be my trophy from now on. Pan Yu tried to break free of the ropes binding her, but with each effort, Bei Yu cried out in pain from the other side. After a few struggles, even Yu, who was sleeping, was awakened by the ropes. Let me ask you a question. Did Black Sheep send you to gather information about Red Fox? Why should I tell you? With a tuft of hair plucked from his head, Pan Yu's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Su Yuan and roared furiously. You say? Su Yuan immediately changed his target, and Beiyu next to him was the best breakthrough point. This is confidential. I can't say. You won't talk? If you don't talk, I'll strip you naked, then pluck all the fur off your little tail, tie you up, and roast you over the fire. Beiyu was immediately frightened and burst into tears. Her tears, which had just stopped flowing, started flowing again. With all those tears, the tribe would have no shortage of water after a whole day of crying. Even if you cry again, I'll roast you. This barely stopped Beiyu's tears. After sobbing a few times, she hurriedly said, I confess, please don't pluck my feathers. The witch sent us to find the red fox, and also Xian Ku who escaped. And who is Xian Ku? Xian Kursin was a shaman who escaped from another tribe. The Black Sheep shaman and another tribe cooperated to defeat the Xian Ku tribe, but they failed to capture her. The shaman from another tribe was surprised to learn that the Black Sheep and their tribe had not only defeated the Red Fox tribe, but also wondered what the person behind it all was after. The current level 1 mall only has some iron weapons, which cannot bring Su Yuan much sense of security. If he could get a tank or a plane, he would save up enough points and go ask the guy behind it all what he was up to. How are the prisoners from the Red Fox tribe doing now? Cat Knight also nervously raised her question. Some members of the Red Fox tribe were unable to escape with them. They are locked up. The shaman is busy attacking other tribes right now, so he hasn't been paying attention to them. But they're fine, they're safe. Beiyu told him everything she knew. She was well aware of her current situation. If the captives of the Red Fox tribe from the Black Sheep tribe were in mortal danger, she would truly become a roasted rabbit. Once we've rested and regrouped, we'll retaliate against the Black Sheep tribe. Next time, I'll lock the Black Sheep up too. Chapter 47, The Three Abandoned. Hehe, you guys have no chance at all. The Black Sheep, which has many more warriors under her command than before. Without hesitation, Pan Yu mocked, still holding a grudge about Mao Yi plucking her tail fur. She could feel a slight pain in her tail. Whether it's possible or not is not what you care about. By the way, I'm curious why Black Sheep sent the three of you. The reconnaissance team isn't like these three. Unless Black Sheep is out of his mind, he wouldn't send these three oddballs to scout. Why should I tell you? Lord Betraying Moon will not tell you any information. Pan Yu remained stubborn, turning her head away and ignoring Su Yuan. You wouldn't want your fur plucked, would you? I really don't know. The Black Sheep which just called Pan Yu over and said something to her, and then you and I were dragged here. The way she cried was so heart-wrenching. It seems this little rabbit mother wasn't lying. Otherwise, her crying scene would have surpassed countless top actors. Manhwa, you don't want your tail feathers to be plucked, do you? A mocking smile appeared on Pan Yu's face. Facing the threat of having her hair plucked, she said without any fear, I'm not as cowardly as Beiyu. You can kill me, and I still won't tell you. Su Yuan smiled as he looked at the arrogant little face. This kind of rebellious brat was the easiest to discipline. He slowly grabbed the tail of the rebellious moon. With its hands and feet bound, the rebellious moon could only bite Su Yuan with its teeth, but its head was also being held up by his hand. The little wolf's tail felt quite warm to the touch, but the fur was stiffer than that of the red fox and the others, as if it matched her stubborn nature. You can pluck all the hairs off my tail, but don't even think about making me bow down to you. Wow, you've got quite a rebellious spirit, actually managing to say something so philosophical. Looking at her determined eyes, Su Yuan realized that plucking the feathers really wouldn't work on this guy. As for the threats, they might scare Beiyu next to him. That was actually something the leader said. Shut up, go to sleep, or I'll pluck all your fur. Pan Yu glared fiercely at Yu beside her. This guy never considers the occasion when he speaks. Oh zzz. Su Yuan found himself increasingly amused by the sight of the three little ones, and suddenly, looking at Pan Yu's still struggling legs, he had a brilliant idea. Are you sure you don't want to tell me? Lord Betrayal Moon is never afraid of threats, not even Black Sheep which can do anything about it, because I am not afraid of pain at all. Pull it out if you want. Su Yuan revealed a wicked smile, and slowly squatted down in front of Pan Yu. Nakoya, hold this guy's legs down. I'm about to subject him to severe torture. Listen to my command. Pan Yu's originally resolute expression turned somewhat panicked, and Mao Yi, who had been watching the show from the side, walked over and tightly hugged the pair of legs wrapped in white animal skin. What are you going to do? Su Yuan ignored Pan Yu's trembling voice and took off her somewhat tattered animal skin boots. Fortunately, the beast girl's transformation was not severe. Those small feet were like those of an ordinary young girl, crystal clear and white. If you looked closely, you could see the blue veins on the instep. The 10 plump toes were trembling because of the cold. However, unlike Maoya and the others, Panyue's fingernails were also white. Not only her toes, but upon closer inspection, her fingernails were also white. Those jewel-like toes reflected the sunlight on the snow, looking like real gems, making you want to hold them in your hands and examine them carefully. If Lord Betraying Moon isn't afraid of pain, he probably isn't afraid of being tickled either, right? Su Yuan grasped Pan Yu's left foot and tickled the sole of her foot with 2 fingers. The strange itching sensation made Pan Yu immediately struggle. Ha ha ha, let go? The burst of laughter made Bei Yu, who was standing to the side, turn her head curiously to look at Su Yuan, who was squatting down and busy at work. The beast girls bustling around couldn't help but look over. The laughter didn't seem joyful at all. It was more a sound of collapse and pain. Hara, don't even think about me begging for mercy. Su Yuan wasn't in a hurry. This time, they had harvested a large number of ice spike spiders, and Husi and the others would have to work for a while to finish processing them. If all else failed, they could always go back to the tribe and deal with them slowly. The laughter lasted for more than 20 minutes. By this time, Pan Yu was covered in sweat, and his laughter was a little weak. It was estimated that if he continued to tickle for a while, he would laugh himself to death. I said it. Ha 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 ha. I said it, wah. Ultimately, Pan Yu couldn't bear it any longer and broke down crying immediately after Su Yuan stopped. Her miserable state also made Bei Yu, who was standing next to her, too scared to speak. Even the black sheep, which couldn't control the rebellious moon, but it was bullied to tears by the Red Fox tribe, and the crying sounded quite pitiful. For some reason, seeing Pan Yu cry, Bei Yu felt a pang of heartache. She didn't think she had ever seen Pan Yu cry before. If you cry again, I'll continue. Now that these 3 little guys are enemies, Su Yuan showed no sympathy and grabbed Pan Yu's ankle again. I didn't cry. The black sheep which sent me out, saying she was searching for the whereabouts of Red Fox and Exine Ku, but I know she was just unhappy that I didn't follow her orders. Su Yuan was somewhat puzzled. Pan Yu's personality wasn't formed overnight. If Black Sheep wasn't dissatisfied, he probably wouldn't have tolerated it for over a decade. What's going on with those 2? Pan Yu stopped crying and stammered. I was afraid I would be too bored by myself, so I asked the leader to add the 2 of them, and then the leader agreed. So it turns out that searching for escapees in the snow, enduring wind and rain, wasn't the leader's order. That wretched traitor, no wonder I, a little rabbit who knows nothing about hunting, was inexplicably captured and forced to perform a mission. Suddenly, I didn't feel so sorry for her crying anymore. It was great that someone could subdue her. On one side, Beiwei smiled, while on the other, Panyue's eyes were still bloodshot, and even though she wasn't crying anymore, tears still streamed down her face. I see. It seems the 3 of you have been abandoned. No, we're on a mission. Su Yuan wasn't afraid of the 3 abandoned little beast girls, and he put Pan Yu's animal skin boots back on her. A crybaby, a sleepy koala, and a rebellious wolf. You witches probably thought it was too wasteful of food, so you were sent out to fend for yourselves. Su Yuan's words struck a chord with several people, and the 2 little beast girls were somewhat disappointed, while only Yue, who was sleeping nearby, showed no expression. After a moment of silence, Pan Yu finally began to explain, sobbing. The black sheep, which wasn't like this before. Chapter 48, Strange Changes. In the past, the black sheep which would take in many homeless people. We were all from tribes that were attacked and displaced, and then we all gathered together again under the leadership of the black sheep witch. However, some time ago, the black sheep which was taken to the Wangshui Mountains. I heard that the shaman there summoned many shamans from various tribes. After returning, the black sheep which changed his appearance. The Moon Rebel's story is similar to that of the Snow Demon, and she doesn't seem to be lying. It's just unclear whether the black sheep was taken away or captured. Su Yuan also heard a familiar term, divine witch. Are there shamans in the tribes beyond the Wangshui Mountains? I don't know either. Pan Yu subconsciously wanted to retort, but after thinking of Su Yuan's methods, she immediately swallowed her words and shook her head with some grievance. The matter of the sorcerer was just something I overheard between the black sheep sorcerer and the tiger hunter leader. They said there was a sorcerer over there. It's another shaman, and this one's motives aren't simple either. Just by the fact that she's been capturing shamans from other tribes, this shaman is already standing right in front of me. Who knows, one day they might arrest me too. Su Yuan didn't know the true strength of these so-called divine sorcerers. After all, magic still existed in this world. If the opponent was some kind of magic master or holy mage, he certainly wouldn't be able to defeat them with just a few iron swords and sabers. We'll have to wait at least until the system shop reaches level 2, or until we find a very powerful rare item that we can exchange for something like a forbidden spell scroll. Forget it. That guy probably won't come to this godforsaken place anytime soon. If all else fails, I'll just take my men and escape to the land of death. Su Yuan temporarily put aside the matters concerning the Wanshua Mountains. The map from the Wanshua Mountains to the land of death was of unknown size, and the number of tribes existing within it was even more unknown. It's impossible to focus solely on capturing Red Fox. Currently, the only force capturing Red Fox is the Black Sheep tribe, which is controlled by that sorcerer. Alright, since you three have been abandoned anyway, from today onwards you are prisoners of our star tribe. You will only be able to eat if you work every day. Leaving these three guys on the Snowfield won't do. If they run back and inform the Black Sheep tribe, they'll probably be coming after us. This place isn't too far from the Star Tribe's camp, and there's a frozen lake there where you can harvest plump fish, so Su Yuan doesn't want to move camp for the time being. Capture them all. I'll devour your entire tribe. Su Yuan ignored Pan Yu's stubborn expression. By now, Sure and the others had finished dealing with the ice spike spiders, each of them dragging a few ice spike spiders. Give these to me. It's getting dark. I'll offer the extras as a sacrifice to the gods. In the snow, several tiny creatures, each only 1.5 meters tall, were struggling to drag the ice spike spiders along the ground, since they still had a few trading opportunities left to use. It would be better to dispose of the corpses of these ice spike spiders. Yes, Lord Su Yuan. Small ice spike spider leg, 300 points. Small ice spike spider body, 800 points. They're selling them separately again. Su Yuan already used up some of his trading opportunities today, so it looks like he can only process 2 or 3 more. The rest will have to be traded tomorrow. Let's go. It'll be dark soon if we don't go back. The 3 little beast girls who were captured by Pan, you don't need anyone to watch over them. Just tie their hands, and it's questionable whether they can even get out in this heavy snow. It's fortunate that these idiots were lucky enough to be caught. Otherwise, after wandering for 10 or 15 days, they would probably have either frozen into ice sculptures or been carried off by wild animals by the time they were found. The 3 of them were led back to the tribe by Su Yuan with a rope. Yue was still sleeping soundly, being carried on the back of the little rabbit girl. When everyone arrived at the campsite, several campfires had already been lit in the snow. The fragrant aroma of grilled fish immediately perked up the 3 who had been listless. It smells like fish. Betrayal Moon. It tastes like fish. I'm so hungry, I want to eat fish. The 3 reacted differently. Even Yue, who slept all day long, was attracted by the aroma. If she hadn't been tied up with ropes, she probably would have run to the campfire by now. The witch is back. Sister Wu and Sister Huzi brought back a lot of prey. Some of the little beast girls in the tribe habitually call Su Yuan the witch. Pan Yu's gaze shifted from the grilled fish to Su Yuan, and she asked with a face full of doubt, "Are you a witch?" "I guess so. Besides, you're a prisoner of war. Why should I tell you?" Su Yuan looked at Pan Yu with a smile and retorted with her most familiar catchphrase. "If you don't want to talk, then don't talk. I don't want to hear it either." Pan Yu was so angry that she started grinding her teeth again, turned her head away, and ignored Su Yuan. "Su Yuan, are you alright?" The red fox that hadn't been seen during the day had returned. It had been taking frequent baths these past 2 days, and its fur was much softer, with a faint scent emanating from it. It's not exactly a fragrance, but it's incredibly addictive, making you want to get closer and sniff it more. "It's nothing. I ran into 3 idiots being chased by ice spiders on the way, and they almost died." "You're the idiot." The voice of the rebellious moon made the red fox look over. When she saw the people of the Black Sheep tribe, she did not feel any impulsive anger. Instead, she smiled with some surprise and said, "So it's you 3 sisters. How are you Black Sheep witches doing lately? Why should I believe that Lady Black Sheep is attacking another tribe and will come looking for you after she wins?" Pan Yu originally didn't intend to pay attention to Chi Hu, but the unfriendly gaze from the side made her soul start to itch again, and the painful feeling from earlier in the day began to resurface in her mind. "Sigh, even now, don't you understand that the Black Sheep is no longer the same Black Sheep it used to be? Untie them. The Black Sheep doesn't need useless people now. These 3 have already been abandoned." The 3 were deeply disappointed by Red Fox's words. Even Yu, who was usually very composed, had red eyes. After being untied, she just squatted on the ground, somewhat at a loss. Recently, the tribe has captured many people, and many others have been driven away. She knows that Tiger Hunter Sister's request for the 3 of them to come out and search for the Red Fox was just a lie. Or, if they had truly discovered the Red Fox, the 3 of them would no longer be useless, which would be considered a contribution to the Black Sheep Witch. "Sister Wu, what should we do?" Yuzuki harbored no hostility towards Akakuni and the others. After rousing herself, She stared at Akakuni with her big eyes. Sigh, even if you capture me and take me back, do you think Black Sheep will let you stay? She needs useful people, not people who can make contributions. Red Fox wiped away the tears from the corners of Yoyue's eyes, then pointed to Su Yuan, who was curiously watching the drama unfold, and said, "If you want to know what to do, ask our divine shaman." A sorcerer? All three stared in shock, especially Pan Yu, who found it hard to believe that the person who had bullied her before was actually the legendary sorcerer. Yeah, you don't believe me with that look in your eyes? Chapter 49, I have a piece of cake plan. Su Yuan was somewhat surprised. Red Fox wasn't usually such an impulsive person who would casually reveal her identity. It seemed she truly trusted these three little beast girls. He even had the idea of recruiting all three of them. I don't. My lord shaman, what should we do? I don't want to leave everyone. I haven't finished the little jerky I left at the foot of my bed. Yue held Su Yuan's hand, looking up at him pitifully. The weariness on her face suggested she would fall asleep again soon. This matter is very clear. First, all the shamans from the tribes were taken to the large tribe in the Wangshui Mountains, and their personalities changed after they returned. This can only mean that they were controlled. Or rather, they are no longer the original witches, and it is very likely that they are other people impersonating them. Pan Yu and the others were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Wasn't the black sheep that had been hiding in the cave these days the former witch? So if you want to save the black sheep, to save the people of the black sheep tribe, the method is very simple. Even Pan Yu didn't interrupt Su Yuan at this moment, staring at him with hope of getting away to save everyone. After pondering for a while, Su Yuan finally spoke slowly to the three of them. The first thing is to completely defeat the black sheep tribe and capture the black sheep. We must know exactly what happened. The second point is to defeat all the other tribes around us that are similar to the black sheep tribe, and then go find the shaman of the snow-viewing mountains. If we just capture her, wouldn't everything be solved? After pondering for a moment, Beiwe said with a dejected look, "It's no use. That big tribe is very powerful. Even if all the tribes in our wasteland were combined, we couldn't beat them. How do we know before we've even started? She needs other people to do things for her, which proves they're also involved in something. Besides, she's a sorceress, but I'm not. Tell me, do you want the black sheep to turn back to its previous form?" Think. Su Yuan looked at Pan Yu, who was speaking dejectedly, and pinched her cheek, laughing mischievously. "Speak louder, haven't you eaten?" "I want her to turn back. Also, we really haven't eaten all day." The sound echoed throughout the camp, and the beast girls who were grilling fish all looked over. On the other side, Nikoya, who was holding a boiled bird egg, was so startled that she almost dropped it. "You wretched fellow, Cat White, look at the bird eggs I brought you." Cat White, whose face was still somewhat pale, smiled at Cat Knight, and gave one of the 2 eggs in her hand to Cat Knight. "Let's eat one together later, and give the other one to Su Yuanwu." "Oh right, Su Yuan promised to take me to take a bath today. Oh no, it's getting so late." Cat White's face was somewhat serious as he looked at Cat Knight, and said, "If Cat Knight wants to take a bath, I can go with you. Don't trouble Su Yuanwu." It's different, Cat White. Let me tell you, Su Yuan that day. All right, the 3 of you just need to trust me. Once we're all ready, we'll launch a counterattack on the Black Sheep tribe, capture the Black Sheep, and bring back all the tribespeople who have been driven away. Su Yuan first painted a rosy picture for the group. Of course, this was not an unattainable dream. They only needed to develop for a while longer to launch a counterattack against the Black Sheep tribe. We can train at least 10 archers, and then 20 warriors to charge forward. Of course, we'll need to make a lot of preparations if we want to capture them alive. Unfortunately, the tribe now only has 50 people. After removing those who are younger and not good at fighting, there are only about 20 left. All right, you guys go get something to eat first. Fox 9, I'm leaving them to you. Watching the departing group, Su Yuan sighed helplessly. We're still short-handed. Red Fox approached Su Yuan with a smile and said, "They are all good children. Pan Yu's talent will soon make her an awakened warrior. Although Bei Yu is very timid and cries every day, she has learned a lot from her mother. Yuzuki is often sleepy due to her physical condition, but her ability to hide is even better than Nikoya's." Red Fox was somewhat emotional. After being attacked by the Black Sheep tribe for so long, she had come to understand many things, but of course, there were also many more things she couldn't understand. What exactly is the shaman of the Maguang tribe planning to do, and why do the personalities of each shaman who goes there suddenly change? Okay, I understand. Go eat something, everyone's waiting. Su Yuan understood what Chihu meant. If Pan Yu could join the Star Tribe, it would mean having another awakened warrior waiting to be awakened. If we successfully awaken by then, we will have a much better chance of counterattacking the Black Sheep tribe. Sister, it smells so good. It's even better than jerky. Yuyue was unusually awake. By the campfire, the warmth of the flames made her less sleepy. She held a piece of roasted fish in both hands. Betrayal Moon and Sorrowful Moon were also happily munching on fish, though they were a little embarrassed, especially Betrayal Moon, who had just helped the Black Sheep attack the Red Fox tribe. Now they're eating and drinking in someone else's camp. But the rumbling in her stomach was protesting her last bit of stubbornness. The dried meat she had taken with her was all gone, and the three sisters had been finding wild fruits along the way to fill their stomachs during this time. How is it? Delicious, isn't it? Su Yuan sat down next to the group. The three of them seemed to be starving, and the aroma of the grilled fish made them speechless. He also casually picked up a piece of grilled fish and dug out a sweet potato that was roasting by the fire. After finishing the potatoes last time, Su Yuan couldn't resist eating fish, meat, and wild fruits every day, so he brought out another batch of sweet potatoes. These things are quite convenient. You just need to throw them into the fire and roast them for a while. The sweet and sticky taste made the little beast girls in the tribe love it, and they would stare at the pile of sweet potatoes placed in the cave every day at mealtime. Don't just eat fish, try this roasted sweet potato. Su Yuan casually tore off a small piece of steaming sweet potato and handed it to Pan Yu. The wonderful aroma made her head pop out of the fish meat. What's this? Sweet potato? What? Did you think I was going to hurt you? I didn't. Pan Yu's face flushed slightly. If she had only been physically subdued by Su Yuan before, then the conversation just now had made her feel somewhat subdued by Su Yuan from the bottom of her heart. It's so hot. You really meant to get me. Idiot, who told you to bite it? Spit it out right now, or you'll burn your lips. Why should I? I won't. The sweet and soft taste made Pan Yu's ears perk up with excitement, and she immediately swallowed the sweet potato she was biting into. Her originally shy and slightly flushed face was now completely red from the heat. After swallowing the sweet potato in her mouth, she took another bite of the sweet potato in Su Yuan's hand. You idiot. You bit my hand. Chapter 50: The Mysteriously Disappearing Food. At night, only a few campfires were still lit in the camp. Nowadays, snow houses no longer require everyone to sleep together in cramped conditions, but most beast girls still prefer to squeeze into a snow house in groups of 2 or 3. This will make it warmer when you sleep at night. Su Yuan returned to his cabin, and the first cabin built in the camp became his residence. A thick animal hide quilt was placed on a small wooden bed, and right next to it in the center was a small wooden box that he had just made in the last 2 days. Although it didn't look very nice, it was still a work of Su Yuan's painstaking effort. In the corner of the cabin, some tools and unfinished items were casually placed. These fruits could be used to make a bar. Su Yuan poured the miscanthus fruit he had picked during the day into a wooden box. The box was filled with other wild fruits he had found as well. After systematic identification, they were all ordinary fruits that were non-toxic and had no special effects. After arranging a large pile of fruit, Su Yuan lay down on the bed. Now that the tribe's food and lodging had been taken care of, he shouldn't need to do much more work in the coming days. Let's get the wooden barrel out tomorrow. I don't know if those oil fruits will be able to seal it completely. Squeak. Just as he was lying in bed pondering tomorrow's actions, the door of the cabin opened with a creak, and in the dim firelight of the camp, he could see the pretty face of the person entering the doorway. Cat Knight? You can't sleep again, can you? Su Yuan wasn't surprised to see her sneak into his room. This girl was one of the most active at night among the beast girls in the camp. She couldn't get up in the morning and couldn't sleep at night. She's a total night owl. Okay, Su Yuan, let's go take a shower. Cough, 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 it's so late. It's too dangerous to go out now. Su Yuan was surprised that she still remembered what they had talked about during the day. Mao Yi, who usually had a short attention span, had actually been thinking about this all day. Oh, but I really want to go, otherwise I won't be able to sleep. Mao Yi jumped onto Su Yuan's bed with a face full of resentment. Her twisting body almost caused her to fall to the ground. You should know that this small wooden house is not big. Su Yuan's wooden bed is even smaller than the bed in his dormitory when he was in school. Keep your voice down, don't wake everyone up. Su Yuan quickly held Mao Yi down. The tribe now has night watchmen every night. If they heard the noise and thought he was in danger, they might break down the door and rush in. The scene was unimaginable. Listen to me. You don't actually need to shower, but you can't make any noise and disturb everyone, understand? Really? Yes, I promise I won't wake everyone up at night. That night, the White Rabbit and several well-behaved little animal girls were keeping watch by the campfire. They curiously watched the small tools in the White Rabbit's hands. White Rabbit, this needle is so convenient for sewing animal hides, much better than fish bones. Yes, and this too. The white rabbit carefully taught the little beast girls who came with Long, never imagining that one day she would be able to teach others the knowledge her mother had taught her. All right, watch carefully. Su Yuan asked us to help make some quiver. It's just 2 pieces of animal hide sewn together. Be careful not to sew the opening too big. Oh, what's that sound? As she was talking, her rabbit ears heard some strange sounds, including the creaking of wood and the faint meowing of a cat. Ouch, that hurts. Just as she was looking around in confusion, the little beast girl next to her accidentally pricked her finger, and bright red blood immediately seeped out, which made the white rabbit panic. Be careful not to hurt yourself. Su Yuan told me that if your finger bleeds, you can put it in your mouth for a while and it will stop bleeding. The white rabbit carefully bit the little beast girl's bleeding finger, and soon only a small red dot remained. Amazing. It's really not bleeding anymore. Seeing everyone staring at her with wide eyes, the white rabbit couldn't help but laugh. All right, watch me demonstrate for you. The next day, when the sun was high in the sky, Long and her group went fishing at the frozen lake. Recently, the fish had become smarter, and it would take them much longer to catch the same number of fish as before. Bang, bang, bang. Something terrible has happened. The dried fish in the camp have disappeared. There was a knock on the door in the early morning. Su Yuan subconsciously pulled the blanket tighter around himself. Mao Yi was still fast asleep, and the fatigue on his face was very obvious. Wait for me to come out and take a look. Even things can go missing in the camp. The tribe has a large amount of food, which is stored separately in caves, and most of it is placed directly in individual snow huts. Meow, is it morning already? It's okay, you can go to sleep. You can get up and eat when you're hungry later. Su Yuan rubbed Mao Ye's little head. Today was another refreshing day. The great Lord Su was about to get up and solve the case. After quickly getting dressed, the red fox in the camp had already woken up and was taking stock of the tribe's food in the cave. How much food is missing? Could it be that wild animals came at night? The loss of food wasn't a big deal. After all, he had tens of thousands of points, enough to feed a tribe of 50. But he had to deal with the theft. There were about 4 or 5 frozen dried fish, and the footprints looked like they were left by a person. People. Look at these footprints. They look like they came last night. And White Rabbit heard strange noises while keeping watch last night. Su Yuan was somewhat puzzled. None of the beast girls in the tribe were starving. Now that the tribe was small, he advocated food sharing, hoping to unite the entire tribe into one family. Therefore, it's impossible for a hungry beast girl to come and steal things in the middle of the night. White Rabbit said that we had just fallen asleep when we heard cats meowing in the camp. She was afraid that the cat people had come to our tribe to steal things. Cough, cough, cough. We can't be sure yet. Maybe Mao Ye and the others were talking in their sleep last night. The meowing sound from that spot definitely wasn't from a thief. Su Yuan immediately interrupted Chi Hu, and then thought of a way to catch the thief. Red Fox, tell everyone not to worry these next 2 days. Then you and I will set a trap here and tell everyone that no one except you can come in. Trap. Red Fox was a little confused. Her original plan was to follow the remaining footprints in the snow to find the thieves, but it seemed that Su Yuan had a better idea. So she gave up on the idea. After a whole night, it was becoming difficult to find the footprints left by the thieves. Okay, I'll teach you and Fox 9 how to do it later. Don't tell anyone about this yet. We'll talk about it after we catch the person. Chapter 51, Traps and Wooden Fences. The matter of the missing food was temporarily glossed over by the Red Fox. A short while later, she brought Fox 9 to the cave. At this time, Su Yuan had some more branches and ropes in his hands. Su Yuan, are you going to make that thing called a trap? Fox 9's eyes lit up. She felt she could learn a lot from Su Yuan. She had been studying wooden barrels a while ago, and now her sister was talking about traps. Yes, a trap is to set up a location in advance and wait for the enemy to fall into it. It's like digging a big pit in the snow, then covering it with a layer of animal hide, and then covering the hide with a layer of snow. Guess what would happen if the enemy came? Without hesitation, Fox 9 exclaimed, I know we're going to fall. However, she soon became conflicted again, staring at the hard stone floor of the cave. But the caves are all made of stone, so we can't dig a big pit. That was just one of the traps before. I'll make a trap later that doesn't require digging a hole. The simple trap was not difficult to set. After observing the structure of the cave for a while, Su Yuan immediately thought of a trap specifically designed to catch thieves who wanted to steal things. The traps I'm teaching you this time can also be used to catch small animals in the wild. When Long and the others go fishing, you can take some people to set up some traps near the camp to catch wild animals. First, there's that thin, long branch. I don't know what kind it is, but it's quite resilient. If you tie a rope to its head and press it down, it's easy to be hoisted up before anyone can react. The other end of the rope was on the other side of the cave. In order to catch the thief, Su Yuan had specially exchanged for a thin thread in the system shop, which was so close to the wall that it was impossible to find. Finally, with the stick at the cave entrance, cover it with some snow, tie the line in a knot like this, and place it on top. If anyone touches the stick, the line will immediately retract and grab that person's leg. Looking at the masterpiece in front of him, Su Yuan's eyes darted around, and he smiled as he looked at the still somewhat dazed Fox 9 beside him. Little Fox 9, want to give it a try? Huh? Is that okay? Fox 9 was indeed somewhat tempted, because she listened to Su Yuan's explanation, but she still didn't quite understand how this thing captured people. Su Yuan, looking smug, pushed Hu Jiao in front of him and said, It's all right. It's all right. This trap can be reused after it's triggered. Give it a try. Red Fox was also curious and stood aside, carefully observing Fox 9. Oh well. Fox 9 arrived at the location of the trap with a puzzled look on her face. The wooden stick reached her calf level, and she would definitely hit the stick if she didn't deliberately lift her foot. Click! Just as she carefully knocked the stick away, the small piece of wood stuck in the cave wall lost its support and immediately retracted, pulling the line binding Fox 9 upwards. Before she could recover, Hu Jiao was instantly hung upside down. If Su Yuan hadn't reacted quickly, she probably would have bumped into the rock wall. Are you alright? Su Yuan quickly untied the thin thread around her ankle and lifted Hu Jiao down. The little fox was a bit dizzy from the pull earlier, but she had just recovered. It's all right now, I think I understand. The thin thread contracted too quickly. Even if she knew it, she would have had a hard time reacting and was left hanging upside down on the Shandong Island. It seems to be working well. Sigh. If we had set up this kind of trap at the entrance to the camp's boulder before, we wouldn't have been ambushed at night. Red Fox sighed helplessly. This kind of trap had too many limitations and was difficult to use on ordinary snowfields, but it was very effective in the tribe she had been with before. Fox 9 was still observing Su Yuan's restoration of the trap when she heard her sister's sigh. She immediately perked up her little ears, and her fluffy tail swept back and forth in the cave. Su Yuan, what if there are no caves for support on both sides in the wild? In the wild? It's too easy to be spotted in the wild. But if you want to catch some wild animals, you can just stick 2 sticks on either side and scatter some food near the sticks to wait for the prey to trigger the trap. This kind of trap is only effective against some wild animals. If it encounters a smart or large magical beast, the wooden stick will probably break before it can even pull the beast. Wow, Su Yuan is amazing. He knows everything. I'll go try it right away. Before Su Yuan could call her back, the little fox immediately ran out of the cave and got busy with her friends. Why is this girl so impatient? By the way, Red Fox, let's build some fences around the tribe, otherwise we won't even know if someone enters the camp. Su Yuan had been so busy with food and shelter that he forgot about this matter. A tribe doesn't even have a proper boundary. If there were a fence, things wouldn't be stolen in the middle of the night without anyone noticing. Fence. Seeing the Red Fox's puzzled expression, Su Yuan was also a little curious. Could it be that there were no fences for marking territory in this primitive society? It's about using some wood to surround the camp, leaving only one entrance and exit, so that if someone enters the tribe, they can be detected. Haven't you done this before? Before, we always looked for a cave or tree hollow. Our previous campsite was inside an empty boulder. Wood is needed to start a fire, and tribes without shamans won't waste too much time cutting down trees. Red Fox gave Su Yuan a general explanation, and Su Yuan understood that building a fence in this snowy weather was indeed unnecessary, since everyone either lived together in a cave or found a tree hole to hide in. The wood, painstakingly split with stone and bone axes, is used to build a fence, but it is still vulnerable to blizzards. If you're unlucky, it might be swept away by the wind within a few days of being built. We still have to build it, not only to prevent other people from coming to the camp, but also to help lost beast girls find their way back. More importantly, this thing keeps everyone together, providing a sense of security, as even if a wild animal were to rush in, it would make a loud noise beforehand. It's all right, there are plenty of trees nearby. If all else fails, we can go up the mountain and cut some down. Okay, then I'll go tell everyone. After thinking for a while, Red Fox agreed to Su Yuan's fence plan. Although she didn't know what it was for, there were too many things about Su Yuan that she didn't know. As long as it doesn't harm the tribe, she will unconditionally support Su Yuan, the person who brings life and hope to the tribe. No need, I'll go tell Lion and Fox. They don't understand how to build a fence yet. By the way, after you're done, cover the trap with some snow. It might be a bit of a hassle for you to do this in the middle of the night. If you hear any noise over here, come and check it out. Red Fox watched Su Yuan run towards the training ground, a smile that remained on her face. She hadn't smiled since the attack, or even since she took on the role of witch. The daily food at the camp, the living conditions of the tribe, and the treatment of those returning from hunting. All these things fell on her shoulders after her mother disappeared from the tribe. For the sake of the tribe's survival, she had to suppress her longing for her mother and her desire to find her deep in her heart. Mother, the tribe can now be handed over to Su Yuan. Once he leads us to rescue our people, I will set off to find you. Wait for me. Chapter 52, The Beginning of a Tribal Camp. Is this all right, Su Yuan? Fox Spirit sharpened both ends of a tree root, dug through the snow on the ground, and plunged it into the frozen soil. Even though Fox Spirit looked a bit thin, he was quite strong. The log was quickly driven into the ground, and unless there was a particularly severe blizzard, it would be unlikely to be pulled out. Not bad, this is it. Bang! Just as Su Yuan nodded in satisfaction, a loud crash came from the side, and some dirt splattered all over Su Yuan. Cough, cough, cough. Tui, 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 what happened? Su Yuan, I'm done too. Lion followed suit and nailed the tree trunk to the ground. Almost half of the 2 or 3 meter long trunk was driven into the frozen soil. Sure enough, Lion's competitive spirit was reignited. Although his aloof face remained expressionless, his eyes were filled with pride as he watched Fox. He only managed to pinpoint a small detail. Lion, actually, you don't need to nail it so deep. As long as the height is uniform, it's fine. If it's too low, it's easy for the enemy to climb over. Huh. The beast girls who were practicing archery at the camp all joined the task of driving wooden stakes. Su Yuan's planned area was not too large, only including the snow house where the beast girls lived and a few toilets in the corner. The main problem was that there wasn't much wood in the camp, and some needed to be left for firewood, so they only managed to enclose a semicircle around the cave. The surrounding beast girls were all drawn over, and as they watched the vast expanse of white snow gradually being replaced by rows of brown wood, the unease they felt from the previous attack dissipated somewhat. Lord Su Yuan, shouldn't we fill this in? Su Yuan left the last spot near the mountain wall alone. It was about 3 or 4 meters wide and looked very conspicuous. No need, we still need to keep some wood in the camp to start a fire. I can go and cut some back right away. Seeing how enthusiastic Husi and the others were, Su Yuan quietly pulled her and Shur's heads over, and the 3 of them formed a small circle before he whispered something. We haven't caught the thief who disappeared from the tribe yet, so we'll leave this place empty for him. We'll seal it off once we catch him. By the way, don't tell everyone yet. Although the thief isn't from our tribe, he knows where we keep our food, so he must be keeping an eye on things nearby. If we let it slip, we won't be able to catch the food thief. Husi immediately became serious, frowned, and said earnestly, I understand. I'll keep an eye on things tonight, and if anyone comes, I'll grab her immediately. Yes, I'll hold her too. Lion looked very serious. Judging from her expression, if she caught the thief, she'd probably have to take a hit first. No need. I've set up the cave. As long as you hear shouts coming from inside, it means the thief has been caught. Don't worry. Remember to tell Long and the others when you go out later, so they can find the campsite. Su Yuan worried that Long, who was in the land of death, had never seen this thing before, and that she would be finished if she kicked down the wooden fence. After explaining the situation, Su Yuan led everyone back to the camp. The beast girls gathered around him, their big, adorable eyes gazing at him curiously. What is this? Why do you stick the wood into the ground? The chattering voices didn't annoy Su Yuan. After all, every glance revealed beautiful faces, their curious expressions adding to their charm. From now on, everyone will no longer have to worry about enemy invasions. This is the camp fence, and the spikes on it can hurt people, so everyone will have to go through that gate to leave. Upon hearing that it was for everyone's safety, the beast girls all smiled and praised Su Yuan so much that he almost blushed. If he hadn't been held tightly by everyone, he would have almost floated to the sky. After finishing with the fence work, it was almost afternoon. Su Yuan returned to his little wooden house. Mao Yu was already awake and was lazily stretching on the bed. Her snow-white skin was exposed as the animal skin quilt slipped down, and the cold air coming from outside the door made her shiver, so she immediately crawled back into the quilt. How are you? Are you all right? He stayed up most of last night. If Su Yuan hadn't exchanged for another blue spirit drink to enhance his life force, he would probably still be sound asleep. It feels very comfortable, Su Yuan. How about tonight? Stop. You need to take care of Mao by tonight. She's not feeling well, and it's too cold for her to sleep alone in the snow house. Su Yuan casually made up an excuse. It was still during the cool-down period, and he was a wise leader determined to lead the Star Tribe to reclaim their original camp. Even if they had defeated all the major tribes of the desolate Snowfield and united all the tribal forces of the Snowfield, how could they waste their minds on such pleasures? We need to wait at least a day. But all right then. Come again tomorrow. Watching Maya put on her animal skin clothes and leave her little wooden house, Su Yuan also lay back on the bed with some emotion. The blankets had a strange smell, but in this freezing weather, it was impossible to wash and change them often. Fortunately, most of the scents are the faint fragrance of Maya, somewhat like cotton after being dried in the sun, which can relieve fatigue. Finally, we can brew wine. But how are wooden barrels made again? Previously, I had only casually told Fox 9 that wood could not only be used to make houses, but also to make wooden barrels like pottery jars. But now that it's his turn, he's stumped by the method of making the wooden barrel. Even without systematic knowledge, he can build a wooden house based on his knowledge from his previous life. Although there is a risk of the house collapsing, it is still better than not even knowing how to start a wooden bucket. Doraemon, do you have a recipe for making wooden barrels in the shop? The Evolution of the Bucket, Book 100 points. A collection of artistic appreciation of wooden carved barrels, 100 points. Wooden toilets make life better, 150 points. 10 types of wooden barrel making memories, 300 points. The system's shopping mall seemed to want to showcase the wide variety of its goods, listing any item with the words wood or barrel. Is the search system malfunctioning? I was referring to the crafting method. Never mind. I'll exchange it for the memory of crafting the wooden barrel. After receiving the memories of barrel making, Su Yuan's smile immediately disappeared. Making an ordinary barrel was very simple. It can be done by simply connecting a few pieces of wood using mortise and tenon joints. However, if one wants to make a sealed wooden barrel that can be used for brewing wine, the process is much more complicated. It's not as simple as just taking a barrel and applying a layer of oil to it as he thought. The tools he now keeps in that simple wooden box are simply not enough to make a sealed wooden barrel. This is a headache. Maybe we should look for a plant similar to bamboo in this world. Bamboo is naturally hollow, so you only need to drill a hole in it and then plug it. The only problem is that bamboo has a very small capacity. Su Yuan quickly dismissed this idea. What he needed was to improve the level of civilization of the Star Tribe. If they had to resort to crude methods to solve every problem, it would be disastrous. The development of that tribal civilization will likely only go further astray. So as long as there's any hope of making it, we should give it a try. After all, the chances of finding bamboo in this icy, snowy landscape are even slimmer. Well, Chapter 53 Trap Hunting Squad. The making of the wooden barrels had to be put on hold for the time being. Before nightfall, Long and the others dragged fish of all sizes back to the camp. Lord Su Yuan, it's been hard to catch fish in the frozen lake lately. This is all we've caught today. Long looked somewhat guilty. The team had only brought back about 20 fish, and they weren't very big. It's all right. I guessed this a long time ago. Catching more than 20 fish these days is already a good catch, considering the limited capacity of the frozen lake and the fact that the fish are now aware of danger. Starting tomorrow, the number of people going fishing at the frozen lake will be reduced by half. You should go with Husi to practice archery first. There's still some food left, so don't worry about it for now. Staying in this icy wasteland is not a long-term solution. More people need to learn archery. Long is stronger than Husi, although she is still no match for Sure in terms of strength. Okay then. Long was a little worried about the food, but since Su Yuan had said so, she had no choice but to follow his instructions. Even after dinner, the Star Tribe remained busy at night, having already processed the ice spike spiders they had hunted earlier. Blue limbs were piled up in the corner of the wooden stake, and Zizi and a few friends were playing with the corpses of ice spike spiders. Red Fruit Warrior, I will not show mercy. What I must protect are my comrades behind me. Zizi held a small section of an ice spike spider leg in her hand, staring seriously at a cute little beast girl with folded ears opposite her. Squeak, squeak, squeak. This thing is too dangerous. Shall we stop playing with it? The little folded-eared beast girl looked at the corpses of the ice spike spiders with some fear, while a blue shell shield was stuffed into her hand by Zizi. Red Fruit Warrior, please address me as Squeak Warrior. A great warrior is not afraid of the corpses of these small animals. Su Yuan came up behind Gigi, watched her speak these words seriously, and carefully removed the spider leg from her hand. Squeaky Warrior, this thing can hurt your buddies. Which? Su Yuan. The surrounding little beast girls all gathered around. These little guys were quite young and small as well. The biggest one, Zizi, didn't even reach Su Yuan's chest. Where are White Rabbit and the others? Sister White Rabbit and the others took the giant spider's meat with them. The ice spike spider meat was actually extracted by White Rabbit and the others. Su Yuan remembered that the ice spike spider didn't have much meat. Husi and the others had only brought it back to make weapons. Su Yuan could also use the corpses of these ice spike spiders to exchange for points. Otherwise, the amount of meat wouldn't even be enough for a meal for the tribe, and dragging it back would be a complete waste of time. Su Yuan, let go of Squeaky Warrior. My tummy's getting cold from the wind. At this moment, Gigi, who was being held, shivered. When Su Yuan hugged her, her animal skin clothes were lifted up a bit, exposing her fair little belly to the cold wind. Oh, sorry. Su Yuan quickly put the person down, and after landing with a creak, he straightened his clothes. When Su Yuan came over, she didn't continue playing the role-playing game she had been playing before. Instead, she hugged Su Yuan with a pleading expression on her face. Su Yuan, can you treat us to something delicious? Meat soup? Didn't you just have fish soup? Aren't you full yet? Now that the tribe has pottery-making skills, boiling water and making soup are very convenient. In addition to dry grilled fish for dinner, the Beast Girls will also make some fish soup to drink. It's not meat soup. Malia said you gave her some Yiya biscuits before. She said they were delicious. Pressed biscuits? If I'm not mistaken, Gigi was probably referring to compressed biscuits. It was the first meal she had when she met Malia and the others, and I was surprised that she still remembered it. Squeak, what's a pressed cookie? Can we eat this too? The other little Beast Girls beside him also set their sights on Su Yuan, like a group of cats waiting to be fed. Wanna eat? Sure, but you need to complete a task for me. A few packs of compressed biscuits aren't worth many points, but Su Yuan needs to find something for the little Beast Girls to do. Otherwise, if they keep playing with the legs of these ice spike spiders all day, they might accidentally hurt someone. Squeaky Warriors guarantee mission completion. The folded-eared Beast Girl, Manhwa, blushed and imitated Gigi's mannerisms, puffing out her head and saying to Su Yuan. Manhwa also guarantees to complete the mission. What could be done to tire out these little Beast Girls without being too dangerous? After pondering for a moment, Su Yuan decided to give the trap task he had given to Hu Jio to these little Beast Girls. After all, it was just a matter of setting up the trap and then waiting for the prey to take the bait. I'll teach you a method to catch prey, and tomorrow you can have Sister Lion take you out to hunt. Oh, and take those fat wolves out for some exercise too. We forgot about those tamed, fat wolves during the last hunt. Now, with food and lodging provided at the camp, they've almost degenerated into silly huskies, spending their days eating and sleeping. No longer do we live a life of irregular eating habits, nor do we have to search far and wide for a warm place. Compared to the past, this quality of life is simply amazing. Hunting. Can I go hunting too? Zizi's eyes lit up as soon as she heard about hunting. As expected of Long's daughter, the Totoro Zizi, who was able to run all by herself to the place where Su Yuan and the others were to steal food, has boundless energy. This isn't a hunting trip, come here. Su Yuan found an open space, squatted down, cleared away the snow above, and then used the shell of the ice spike spider to dig a small hole in the ground. Compared to fishing line traps made of tree branches, this is much simpler and easier to teach these little Beast Girls, since not every Beast Girl is as clever as Fox 9. Tomorrow, find some places outside, dig some pits, cover them with a layer of animal hide, then cover them with a layer of snow, and then put some food on top. Su Yuan made a simple pit trap, no more than 10 centimeters in size, which looked quite ordinary after being covered with snow. When animals come to eat the food, they will fall down, and then you can catch them. This thing is much simpler than a rope snare, and the little Beast Girls immediately understood. Now they had even more energy, and led by Zizi, they really planned to rush out of the camp in the middle of the night. Stop. It's too dangerous outside at night. You can go out tomorrow morning. Oh, and this is your advance payment. Su Yuan immediately used 10 points to exchange for a red date-flavored compressed biscuit and handed it to Gigi. No, the Squeak Warriors haven't completed the witch's mission yet, so they can't collect their rewards. That's not convincing at all. The little Totoro's sense of smell is too sensitive. The aroma of the red date biscuits has already reached Zizi's nostrils, and now his saliva is almost dripping onto Su Yuan's hand. Chapter 54 The Divine Shaman grants the power of awakening. Alright, this is an advance. You'll get a cookie as a reward if you catch a prey. Then Squeak Warrior will take on this mission. Zizi immediately took the cookie, divided the palm-sized cookie into several pieces, and gave them to the other friends. It has to be said that even a little kid like Zizi is surprisingly strong in this world. She can break such a thick cookie into pieces with just a little effort. If we were to put him back in his previous life, Su Yuan would have a hard time even breaking an apple. Even if he got angry, he could only get angry for a moment before obediently using a knife to cut it open. So delicious. The sweet taste made the little beast girls wag their tails excitedly. This sweetness was not as sweet as some of the fruits they had eaten before, but it slowly softened in their mouths with the help of saliva. The even sweeter aroma filled my mouth. All right, you guys get some rest. I need to finish my task tomorrow. Good. Good night, witch. After finally dealing with the little guys, the white rabbit and the others who came out of the cave arrived at the ice spike spider corpse. Su-yuan. White rabbit, do you still need these things? If it's useless, Su-yuan plans to use it as the item for today's 10th transaction. The corpse parts were disassembled quite a bit, enough to last a week. Sigh. It could have been used, but Sister Lei Yin was captured by the Black Sheep tribe, and no one knows how to deal with these things. Thunderflame. Sister Lei Yin used to be in charge of making weapons for the tribe. She made most of the stone axes and bone knives for Sister Shur and the others. But that day, she stood in the back to protect everyone. When the topic of the Black Sheep tribe came up, White Rabbit looked a little disappointed. Su-yuan quickly rubbed her drooping rabbit ears, and the ticklish sensation immediately brought White Rabbit back to her senses. All right, as long as the person is still alive, we can go back to the snowy wilderness to rescue them later. Yes, I believe in Su-yuan. Since these spider parts were useless, Su-yuan didn't stand on ceremony and quickly traded several large-looking pieces of the corpse to the system. Can this thing be made into a weapon without relying on a system? Looking at the ice spike spider leg in his hand, Su-yuan could only think of attaching it to a wooden stick to make a spear. However, this is clearly very different from the weapons that can be redeemed in the system store. The spears in the system store look much cooler than this wooden stick with a spider leg stuck in it. System, do you have any recipes or blueprints for making these magical materials? Please unlock the Tier 2 shop. Got it. It seems the second tier shop not only has modern firearms, but it might even have magical weapons. With my dual mastery of magic and physics, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for me to take down a mere rumored sorcerer? But how advanced is the tribal civilization in this level 2 mall? The iron smelting era? Or will the tribe be developed into a small town? Surely they won't make me develop to the steam age. Exchanging a steam engine from the system shop is not a problem. But how can we expect these primitive tribe beast girls to go from a primitive society to a steam-powered industrial society in just a few years? Even if the father of the steam engine, came, it wouldn't work. Now, even a wooden barrel is facing various challenges, let alone a steam engine. Forget it, let's go to sleep. Once we unify the tribes of the desolate Snowfield, my entire force will be clad in iron armor and wielding swords, with hundreds of archers launching fire arrows to sweep the land. Do you think you can defeat us then? The night was unusually quiet. Without Maya by my side, it was a bit cold to sleep alone. However, a great leader cannot waste his mind on such things. What? Afraid of kidney deficiency? That's definitely not the case. The next morning, the noisy little beast girls had already approached Lion. Upon hearing that it was Su-yuan's mission, Lion also put down the bow and arrow aimed at the snowman. Let's go, but you can't wander off once we're outside. Yes, no worries, Sister Lion. We're going to complete Master Witch's mission, not to play around. We definitely won't run around. Red Fruit Warrior, I'm leaving everyone in your command. I need to keep a close watch on the surrounding dangers. The little girl's face was flushed under the red-fleshed hat. She glanced at the aloof-looking Lion, but still answered loudly. Yes, mission accomplished. As Lion gazed at the group of adorable little ones, he didn't even realize that a slight smile was slowly forming at the corners of his mouth. By the way, Su-yuan Wu said that those fat wolves should also be taken out for hunting. Huh. Several white wolves seemed to sense the attention they were being directed at. They licked their messy fur and opened their eyes, their gazes now appearing much more innocent than before. It's time to make some changes. Lion walked over and kicked the guys. Apart from Su-yuan, the snow wolves were most afraid of Lion in the camp. In an instant, the snow wolves all stood up. Let's go hunting. Although reluctant, Lion's gaze made the snow wolves shake their messy fur and hurriedly follow. After she left with the group of little beast girls, the empty spot was filled by Long, and the fishing team was led by Shaman and Demand today. Unless they encounter an awakened warrior, Shaman and Demand, a bear girl and a white bear, are not many people who can stand against them. This is how you use a bow and arrow. Keep your body flat. The tribe's morning was full of vitality. Sunlight shone on the camp, and even the sleepiest cat, Night, woke up and was eating grilled fish with a few little beast girls by the campfire. The cat beside me, whose complexion had recovered well, was grilling fish. Is Su-yuan Wu really different from us? Yes, I confirmed it myself. This must be a unique ability of the shaman. My mother said that the shaman can use special abilities to grant ordinary people the power to evolve into awakened warriors. The surrounding beast girls cast envious glances. An awakened warrior, whose power and prestige in the tribe are second only to the shaman. Cat Knight, I envy you so much. It seems you've received the blessing of the witch and will soon become an awakened warrior, right? I also want the witch to bestow it upon me, but I'm afraid I'm not qualified. Pan Yu, sitting not far away on the other side, snorted, looking indifferent, but the fish in her hand was squeezed into a ball. What's so great about that? I'm about to become an awakened warrior too. Muttering to herself, her gaze kept drifting to the small wooden house not far away. Although Su Yuan was awake, he was still inside. Manhwa, it'll get cold if you don't eat soon, and we still have archery practice later. Beiwa took a delicious bite of the fish. These days had been wonderful. Not only was there meat to eat, but she could also sleep in a warm snow house. No longer suffering from hunger and cold, something that never happened in the Black Sheep tribe before. Even in the desolate snowfields, there are times when it is impossible to catch prey. At those times, people can only endure hunger or find some wild fruits and grasses to fill their stomachs. Some familiar wild fruits are fine, but if they are unfamiliar ones, you might be lucky and not have any major problems. But if you're unlucky, your stomach will hurt like it's being cut with a knife after eating them. I know what I'm doing. Glancing at Beiwa and Yue happily eating grilled fish beside her, Panhwa made up her mind and stuffed a ball of fish meat into her mouth. The scene of the Black Sheep tribe being driven away not long ago flashed before his eyes, and at that time, he could only stand quietly behind the chief. Even if it's just a tickle, I'll get Su Yuan to grant me the power to awaken, so I can save Black Sheep and everyone else. Chapter 55 The Great Pit Digging Operation. Heave-ho, Red Fruit Warriors, give it your all. We'll be finishing the first trap soon. In the middle of a snowy plain, Gigi and her group were diligently digging holes in the snow, and she was wielding the large iron shovel that Su Yuan had exchanged for Shirshir with great skill. But, squeak, isn't this pit way too big? Hongwo watched as Gigi dug a hole nearly a meter deep. If she dug any deeper, it would cover their heads. Lord Su Yuan wants prey. Of course we can't just catch any small animal. It has to be a big prey like that green-haired pig from before. Lion sat on a rock nearby, holding the leash of several fat wolves, constantly on guard. With this group of little ones, she dared not be too careless. Hearing Gigi's words, she couldn't hold back her emotions either. The green-haired pig she had encountered before was one that even her mother, Long, had found difficult to defeat in a short time. It should be noted that such a beast, which is about 2 meters long, is considered a medium-sized beast. A tribe without awakened warriors would typically need to send at least 3 or 4 experienced warriors. I never expected that this little guy's target today would be something so big. Sister Lion, could you please help us carry this up later? I'm planning to dig a little deeper. Squeak poked its little head out of the pit. Because it had dug so deep, its face and hair were covered with bits of dirt. But what if a large prey falls in? How would you deal with it? Zizi originally intended to have Shirshir help her kill it, but as a warrior, how could she trouble others? This was a task assigned to her by Su Yuan. After pondering for a long time, even the other little friends beside him stopped and looked curiously at Zizi, who was frowning and staring blankly. Squeak, why don't we catch some snow rabbits? We can also catch some snow deer and snow sheep in this burrow. Hongwa tugged at Gigi's sleeve, and Gigi, who was deep in thought, immediately had an idea, her eyes shining with wisdom. I've got it. Yesterday, Lord Su Yuan made some sharp pieces of wood and stuck them in the camp. If I fill the holes with sharp pieces of wood as well, any prey that falls in will be impaled. Then the Squeak warrior will only need to wait for it to bleed dry before it can be easily caught. This idea is indeed good. Lion was a little surprised. After thinking about it for a while, she found that the idea was actually effective. It was not only effective against prey, but if set up properly, some people would also get injured if they stepped on it. I never expected that little Squeaky would be so clever, actually coming up with this great way to deal with large prey just by looking at the wooden fence that Su Yuan built. Okay, then you guys hurry up and dig. I'll take you to the nearby area for archery and hunting later. Lion was also somewhat interested in Zizi and the others' traps, but once they were out, they naturally wanted to practice their archery skills, hoping to gain even more rewards. This will definitely help reduce Su Yuan's food consumption. Shoot the arrow. Good. The beast girls in the tribe all knew about the bows and arrows, and Zizi and the others were very clear about it. They would watch Huzi and the others practice at the training ground outside the camp every day. However, the bow and arrow were too difficult for them to use. Their short hands couldn't even fully draw the string. Of course, it's not impossible to draw a bow and arrow by using your feet to support it, like Neza did, but whether you can hit the target is another matter entirely. Several little animal girls excitedly dug the first trap, covered it with a layer of animal hides that had been prepared beforehand, and nailed the four corners with wooden sticks to prevent the trap from collapsing due to snow or small animals. The food used to lure them in was a piece of grilled fish about the size of an arm. They dug 3 such pits nearby, marking each one with a stone to prevent themselves from accidentally falling in and getting hurt on their way back. Let's go. The snow-covered plains are vast, and the wide expanse makes it easy to get lost, so Lion didn't dare take the little ones too far. After turning around, Gigi and the others followed Shurshur into a snowy forest, the same direction they had taken during their last hunting trip. You can see the majestic mountain nearby. Once you find this snow-covered forest, you can find the campsite by going through the snow-covered mountain. Red fruit warriors, little grass warriors, this is a reward for you. You did a fantastic job on the mission. Zizi pulled out a few bright red fruits from her pocket. In this snowy forest, you could still find some fruits to fill your stomach on a few trees. Is this edible? Squeak nodded very firmly, then took one for herself and took a bite. Don't worry, my nose tells me this is edible. It's so sour. Just as she was about to spit it out, the lion in front of her immediately became serious, squatted down and covered Gigi's mouth, and swallowed the fruit that was not yet spit out. The sour juice of the fruit returned to her mouth, and Zizi's face turned green. However, seeing Shurshur staring seriously ahead, she could only endure the discomfort and quickly squat down. Keep quiet and come closer to me. Lion originally preferred to hunt alone, but now it is necessary to train some new warriors for the tribe. If Zizi and the others can become warriors, they can also help in returning to take revenge. Okay, we definitely won't say anything. Squeak casually tossed aside the half-eaten fruit and stealthily followed Lion forward, getting closer and closer so they could see the creature on the other side more clearly. Its white fur fluttered in the cold wind, and its robust body appeared to be about 2 meters tall. A pair of gleaming white horns on its head made it look rather intimidating. At this moment, the creature was munching on its prey on the ground, and the red blood was very noticeable in the snow. Snow crystal cow. Lion quickly lowered his head and also pressed down the curious little ones. The snow wolves beside him had not lost their wildness. When they caught sight of the big guy, they also lowered their bodies, bared their teeth, and tucked their tails between their legs warily. This guy is called Snow Crystal Bull. It has very thick skin and flesh, and it is very sensitive. It will notice any noise it makes. Sister Lion, should we go? I'll lead everyone to the other side to ambush them. Lion quickly shook his head. No. This guy's white crystal horn is extremely dangerous. Many large tribe shamans use its white crystal horn to make their shaman staffs and tribal weapons. If you get hit by this guy's white crystalline horn, the spikes on the horn will pierce through the enemy's body. Then, shall we go back and inform everyone? Squeak was a little anxious. Such a big piece of meat could feed the tribe for a long time, and if she cooperated with Sister Lion to catch such a big prey, Su Yuan would definitely reward her. Don't rush, let's dig a big pit here first. Food is very scarce in the icy snowfield, and this guy will definitely rush up without hesitation when he sees us. Alright, Squeaky Warrior guarantees to complete the mission. Digging holes. I've already dug 3 holes myself, that's my specialty. The little ones immediately sprang into action. There was still a small piece of animal hide left in their backpacks, which should be enough to cover a hole more than a meter wide. Although he couldn't let the snow crystal cow fall, as long as he could trap it, Lion could handle the guy on his own. Chapter 56 Barrel Making. Before long, the pit trap project was completed. Gigi and the others were arranged to hide in the trees, leaving only Shurshur and a few snow wolves in the snow forest. Although the snow wolves were terrified of the snow crystal cow, the lion beside them was even more frightening, so they could only stand by with their tails between their legs. The snow crystal cow in the distance had already eaten the carcass on the ground, but it was still not satisfied. It licked a few mouthfuls of blood that had seeped into the snow before raising its head. Beneath thick white bangs, a pair of eyes surveyed the surroundings. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out from the snowy forest. Moo! Although it had heard the sound and reacted, a huge impact nearly knocked it over, with half a wooden arrow stuck in its side muscle. Bright red blood seeped out, and Snow Crystal Cow's eyes turned crimson, immediately locking onto Lion standing in the distance. That's exactly what I've been waiting for. Lion fired another arrow, which pierced Snow Crystal Bull's body before it could react. Moo! Despite the pain, Snow Crystal Bull charged toward Lion. Lion, having calculated the location of the trap, pulled out the horse-slaying sword that Su Yuan had repaired earlier from its back. Superior. The distance between the man and the ox grew closer and closer until they were only 10 meters apart. At that moment, Shirshir charged towards it, while several snow wolves flanked it from the sides. The snow crystal bull was completely oblivious to the traps on the ground, its eyes glaring angrily at the figure in front of it. Sudden, as the thin layer of snow beneath its feet disappeared, it tilted forward and fell, its pair of white crystalline horns crashing into the edge of the crater. Click! Above, Lion's eyes were fierce as he stood on the back of Snow Crystal Ox, his horse-slaying saber thrusting fiercely towards its neck. Each strike slashed a bloody gash into the Snow Crystal Bull. With its forelegs dangling in the air and the lion's body pressing down on it from above, the Snow Crystal Bull couldn't get up no matter how hard it tried. On both sides, the snow wolves were tearing at the Snow Crystal Cow's body, giving it no chance to get up. The blood flowed more and more, and the wound grew larger and larger. Gradually, the Snow Crystal Ox lost its movement and quietly collapsed in the pit. We won! We won! Squeak and the others quickly jumped down and ran to Lion's side. Although they didn't kill it, they still deserved some credit. Okay, let me move it out. Lioness was in a good mood after hunting such a large prey. Back in the snowy wilderness, she would have had to work with several warriors from the Red Fox tribe to hunt down the Snow Crystal Bull. Sister Lion can ask Su Yuanwu for a pack of compressed biscuits too. No, with prey this big, we should be able to take several pieces. Lion was a little surprised. She had thought that Su Yuan had asked her to teach the little ones how to hunt, but it turned out that he wanted them to exchange their prey for biscuits. But recalling the taste of those compressed biscuits, she couldn't help but lick her lips. She hadn't eaten them in so long and was starting to miss them. However, I still don't understand why Su Yuan would entrust such an important task as hunting to these little guys. Of course, we need to give them something to do. You have no idea what they were doing yesterday, playing with the corpses of these ice spike spiders. If they accidentally hurt someone, it would be all over. At noon, Long also heard that Su Yuan had assigned the hunting mission to her daughter and several other little beast girls. After receiving Su Yuan's explanation, Long gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. Gigi is still too naughty, Su Yuanwu. Don't worry, I'll deal with her when she gets back. No need. I sent Lion to take them along. It'll be a way to teach them how to hunt, and who knows, they might even catch some good prey. Long shook her head in disbelief. Didn't she know her own daughter well? Gigi is still too young, but it's good that she can learn some hunting skills by following Shirshir. By the way, do you have a mission for me? Yes, I need to make a wooden barrel. Can you help me with the work? Su Yuan ultimately decided to develop the craftsmanship of this item ahead of schedule, and then replace most of the pottery in the tribe with wooden barrels. If we want to return to the snowy wilderness, carrying these wooden buckets and basins is more convenient than carrying pottery. More importantly, if he could make it, he could also unlock the next new branch of crafts for the Star Tribe, brewing. Although the tribe's pottery jars can now be used to brew wine, the pottery making process is too primitive. Even when boiling soup, it has a faint earthy smell, so the wine brewed probably won't taste very good. If you're unsure how the system calculates civilization advancement, just think of it as civilization points in a game, where each craft is worth 1 point. Once you've accumulated enough points, you might naturally unlock the next level of the shop. Long, go and carry a few trees to the middle of the camp. They don't need to be too big. Su Yuan gathered the idle beast girls in the camp, and they all gathered around the campfire to wait for Su Yuan's orders. Even the white rabbits stood aside and waited. Everyone, you've all experienced the iron barrels by the frozen lake, right? How do you explain the concept of the iron bucket to other beast girls who don't know it? It's simple, because they've all used it, and Su Yuan didn't restrict its use. It feels so good to take a hot shower. Which, are you going to wash with us? Cough, cough, cough. Su Yuan looked at the pretty little fox girl, and he couldn't very well say it, but her tiny body filled him with a sense of guilt just thinking about her. All right. Today I'll teach you how to make barrels out of wood. Once you've learned how, you can make your own barrels. Making an iron bucket like the one for bathing is out of the question. He hasn't even found iron ore yet, and he has to exchange all the necessary tools from the system shop. Great. Can we take a shower at the camp now? It always takes so long to shower. I wish I could soak in hot water every day. Fox Nine's eyes were also full of light. She had built some strange wooden barrels based on the mortise and tenon structure that Su Yuan had built before. They were fine for holding some meat. However, once it was filled with liquid, it easily seeped out through the gaps, and soon it was all spilled on the ground. The only solution she could think of now was to put a large leaf or a tightly packed animal hide in the middle of the barrel so that the water wouldn't leak out. After waiting for a while, Long carried a tree on each shoulder and came to Su Yuan's side. Thanks a lot. Su Yuan took out an axe and chopped the tree into pieces of the same length, then slowly trimmed them into small planks. Actually, this step could be saved by using a planer, but if you're going to use a planer, why bother making the wooden barrels? Wouldn't it be better to just buy a diesel-powered construction line and solve the barrel problem directly? You should also carve the wood into small planks like these. Remember that they must be the same size, and one side should have some curvature. Yes. With the help of a group of beast girls, the plank step was completed very quickly. A few axes and bone knives were enough to trim the required planks to the desired length. The failed products on the ground were naturally thrown into the fire, making the already dim fire burn even brighter. Since there was no plank, each piece of wood was about the width of a thumb in order to carve the curves out of the planks, but fortunately, they could be aligned. Next step. Everyone, chisel a small hole in the side of these pieces of wood. Without iron rings or other tools to hold the wooden planks in place, Su Yuan could only use the ancient technique of mortise and tenon joints, chiseling small holes in the planks on both sides, and then securing them with a small wooden stick. The initial steps went smoothly. With everyone's help, even if a few planks failed, they were quickly shaved out to make replacements. Chapter 57. We've caught a big one. Sister Lion, do you think our trap might catch something? With the snow crystal ox, Lioness no longer planned to hunt. After all, if Squeaky and the others actually caught prey, she might not be able to bring back so much prey. It's already quite impressive that the little guys can drag one prey back in pairs. Don't worry, it's hard to find food in the snowfield. If you find fish and just leave it on the snow, large carnivorous beasts will definitely come over. Instead of discouraging the little beast girls, Lion patiently comforted them, though she herself wasn't sure if she could catch any prey. After all, the chances of seeing even a wild beast in this godforsaken place are extremely slim. The Star Tribe went out hunting twice, and the first time they saw the rebellious moon being chased after in just half a day. Aside from the ice spike spiders, the biggest find was the 2 bird eggs that Fox C had retrieved. As for the second time, she was lucky enough to hunt a snow crystal bull. This beast was a ferocious creature that was difficult to hunt in the snowy plains. If she hadn't fallen into a trap, there would probably have been a fierce battle. Well, if we catch something too big, we'll have the snow wolves help pull it back. With Lion's encouragement, the little Totoro Squeaky was already fantasizing about what kind of huge prey its trap had caught. The group returned to the location where they had set up the traps. The nearest one, with the grilled fish on top, was half buried in snow, while the other one was so heavy that it collapsed under the weight of the snow. Huh? We didn't catch anything. Was our trap too obvious? Squeak and the others were a little disappointed. Their little ears, which had been looking forward to it, drooped down, and they stared dejectedly at the empty pit. It's all right. Not every hunt is fruitful. If all else fails, we can try again tomorrow. Besides, there are more there. Lion originally intended to comfort the little ones, since even she couldn't guarantee a 100% success rate in hunting, let alone these little beast girls who had never hunted before. But when she was halfway through her sentence, she was shocked to find a huge figure lying in the pit at the last trap, struggling. Quick, it must have just fallen in. You guys guard the snow crystal cow. Lion put down the snow crystal ox carcass and quickly ran towards the last trap, with Squeak and the others following behind, their spirits lifted. The snow wolves behind licked their lips greedily. The snow crystal cow was very tempting, but when they thought about losing a piece of meat, they would probably have to give it to the wolves themselves, so they decided to ignore it and lay down to the side. Damn it, what is this thing? Inside the pit trap, a humanoid monster was half buried, its legs and body pierced below, causing it to contort in pain. Each time it tried to struggle up, the intense pain rendered it powerless and caused it to sink back into the pit, where the tempting fish meat remained stuck. It's a green-haired pig. Squeak was shocked and raised the shovel in her hand, ready to strike. She had witnessed her mother's fierce battle. Don't be nervous. This guy isn't a green-haired pig. Lion stood in front of several little beast girls whose faces were somewhat frightened, holding the blade of his horse-slaying sword to the neck of the monster, whose pig head had turned around. It does look somewhat like the mossy bristled pig we encountered before, except that this guy is human-shaped, without short limbs, and you can see his upper limbs stuck in the hole under his pig head. His clothes were very simple, with a piece of green pigskin visible on his shoulders. People of the Beastmen race? What bad luck, did you do this? The orcs call these beast girls, whose human form differs from their own, the beast race, meaning heretical beast race, and they are very unpopular with the orcs. Pigmen, where did you come from? There's no way there could be a lone orc in this freezing cold, especially not a pigman like this who has no supplies and just a simple stone hammer to venture out. Hee hee, I advise you to rescue me. Our tribe is nearby. If I roar, They will come and kill you beasts. But if you could just yell and the other pigs would come, why didn't you call them to come and save you before? Squeaky poked its little head out from behind Lion, looking at it with a puzzled expression. You cunning beasts, I'm going to capture you and take you back as slaves. Suddenly, the sword flashed in Lion's hand, and a line of blood appeared on the pigman's neck. The pigman, who had been shouting, stared wide-eyed in fear. What is this thing? Never before had he seen such a sharp knife. The pigman lost his previous arrogance, and his pig face turned somewhat pale. Don't do anything. You must have gotten lost in the icy wilderness. I can arrange for you to rest in our tribe before sending you away from the icy wilderness. Do you take me for an idiot? Orcs aren't as easy to talk to as you make them out to be. Lion's expression turned cold, and the blade pressed against the pigman's neck once more, blood slowly dripping down the blade. Tell me, where is your tribe? How many people are there? Do you have any berserkers or shamans? I said, our tribe is in a cave over there. It's just a small tribe with more than 30 people, one beast man, and no shaman. The pigman was pointing to the other side of the mountain where the star tribe was located. If Su Yuan crossed the frozen lake and walked a little further, he should be able to find it. Lion's expression turned serious. If the star tribe were to be attacked, with more than 30 pigmen, they would likely suffer heavy losses. Although orcs do not have shamans or awakened warriors, they do have berserker orcs whose strength is no less than that of awakened warriors, as well as orc shamans similar to shamans. Can you get me out of here? I'm willing to show you the way. We really have to rescue this pigman. After all, it's such an important matter that Su Yuan has to make the decision. Sure handed the large stone hammer on the ground to the pigman. Thank you. Don't worry, wait for me. Lion didn't give it a chance to talk nonsense. With a swift movement, it lifted the entire pigman up. Only after clearly seeing the bloody holes in its buttocks did Lion realize how badly the guy was in pain. Squeak, that's amazing. Manhwa and the others looked at Gigi with admiration, never expecting that sticking spikes into the pit would be so effective. Of course, but does this count as prey? I still want the cookies Su Yuan will reward me with. Squeak was a little confused. Hoo. Since you've rescued me, I'll thank you properly. The pigman did not loosen his grip on the stone hammer. His tusks were exposed at the corners of his mouth, and his eyes were full of ferocity as he stared at the lion holding the other end of the stone hammer. Die! Just as it was about to snatch the stone hammer, it found that the weapon was unmoved in the lion's hand, and its ferocious eyes instantly became much clearer. You're an awakened warrior. Chapter 58. Where did this pig's head come from? Long. Just close them all together with force, but be careful not to crush them. The production of the wooden barrel went relatively smoothly. After the barrel body was in place, all that was needed was to carve out a groove and insert a round wooden board coated with oil fruit into the inside of all the wooden boards. The bottom of the bucket was finished. Fortunately, the beast girls were all very strong, and Long only needed to use a little force to completely close the wooden bucket with some gaps. Without handles, the simple, lidless wooden barrel is now complete. All that's needed is to secure it with hoops and heat it over a fire to finish. Without an iron hoop, Su Yuan had to carve one out of wood. Fortunately, the wood was quite resilient, and Long Chung successfully shaped it into a ring the size of a wooden bucket. Which, won't it burn if you just leave it on the fire like this? Everyone watched with some concern as Su Yuan placed the wooden bucket over the fire to heat it. This was a piece that had taken a whole day to create, and everyone had some worries in their eyes. Don't worry, just roast it over a fire for a bit, and it won't burn. You can brush some oil on it while roasting to seal it completely so the water won't leak out. Before long, amidst everyone's expectant gazes, Su Yuan placed the dark wooden bucket on the ground. The tribe stored some water in earthenware jars. Su Yuan arranged for a beast girl to fetch water, and in a short while, 2 jars of water were brought over. Splash! The 2 jars of water only filled 1/3 of the wooden bucket. Since the bucket had no handles, Su Yuan had to lift it up. The bottom was sealed very well, and there was no sign of any water seeping out. It's a success. Everyone cheered happily. The fact that wood could hold water was not unusual for the beast girls. After all, people had previously hollowed out wood to store water, but each time they could only hold a very small amount of water, and it was also very troublesome to carry around. More often than not, the beast girls prefer to empty the internal organs of wild animals and then use their well-sealed shells to store water, or simply not store water at all. If you're thirsty, grab a handful of snow from the ground, put it in your mouth, and after a few bites, you'll naturally stop being thirsty. Alright, whoever makes the first leak-proof wooden bucket, I'll grant her a small request. Su Yuan placed the wooden barrel on the ground. If he wanted these beast girls to learn how to make wooden barrels, He needed to provide some motivation to stimulate them. Yay, I'm going to be the first one to finish. I'm the first one. I want the shaman to reward me with a weapon, and then I can go hunting with everyone else. The beast girls didn't mince words and directly express their thoughts. Some of the more impatient beast girls even ran towards the area where the wood was stored. Su Yuan, we're back. All right, you guys keep looking at it. I'm going to go outside and take a look. Just as they were celebrating, a creaking sound came from outside the door. Su Yuan put down the wooden bucket in his hand and rushed outside. In the corner, Pan Yu's eyes gradually hardened. Perhaps this was her chance, a chance to receive the power bestowed upon her by Su Yuan. You mean, this guy is the prey you caught? Where did this pig-headed man come from? Su Yuan looked at the listless pig-headed man being dragged back by several snow wolves with some shock. This Western fantasy world actually has such beast men with animal heads and human bodies. Fortunately, there are cute and beautiful creatures like beast girls. Otherwise, if he had to face pig faces every day, he would probably wake up in the middle of the night in fright. Shouldn't he be considered one? He fell into the trap we set before he was caught. Su Yuan pinched Gigi's worried little face, then quickly said, "Don't worry, you guys will definitely get a share of the credit. How about 2 compressed biscuits each?" After capturing such a huge pigman, Su Yuan felt like he was exploiting child laborers, as the 4 of them only received 80 points worth of compressed biscuits. 1 piece is enough. Squeak Warrior won't be greedy. We'll ask for 2 more when we catch real prey. Orcs are hardly prey, because both orcs and the divinely gifted can eat the flesh of wild animals, and orcs can also eat the flesh of other orc races, but orcs cannot eat the flesh of the divinely gifted, and the divinely gifted cannot eat the flesh of orcs. There was a case where someone went insane for a month after eating orc flesh. Had he not been saved by a shaman with healing magic, he probably would have died from eating orc flesh. Okay, here's your reward. Su Yuan exchanged for 4 compressed biscuits of different flavors. The 4 little ones each took 1, their faces beaming with joy. Thank you, witch. Thank you, Su Yuan. I'll go in now. The group of people ran towards the tribe with compressed biscuits in their arms. Squeak happily held up the biscuit in front of Long, showing off her spoils of the day. This cookie seemed less like a delicious meal and more like a badge of honor for catching their prey. You want one too? Su Yuan turned his head and found that Shir was also staring at him, and asked uncertainly, "Is that all right?" "Why not? Here you go." Su Yuan handed a compressed biscuit to Lion, and couldn't help but laugh as he watched Lion's golden ears twitching. "By the way, I just asked it some questions." Lion suddenly remembered the pigman tribe. This matter was very important, lest those pigmen invade one day. After all, more than half of the Star Tribe were ordinary beast girls with relatively weak strength. As Lioness recounted what had happened, the pigman who had been scolded by her woke up and saw a face staring at him as soon as he opened his eyes. "Oh, you're awake. Damn beast men. If I die, none of you, including the tribes behind you, will survive." Su Yuan looked at the snarling, pig-headed man, with several snow wolves baring their teeth at him beside him. If he behaved well, he might get a bowl of beef soup tonight. "If I kill you here, your people probably won't even know." The pig man was somewhat flustered, but he still forced himself to remain calm and said, "This place isn't far from my tribe. As long as I roar before I die, they will hear me and come over. Oh, what if I stab your throat with a knife and you can't scream?" Su Yuan narrowed his eyes and smiled very kindly, but these words made the pig man tremble with fear. Looking at the sharp dagger being extended towards him, he couldn't help but swallow hard. This guy is even more difficult to deal with than that awakened warrior from the alien race before, and that guy is right next to this person. Could this one be a shaman of the beastmen? I'll give you a chance. Tell me how many warriors your tribe has, how many sows and piglets you have, your daily hunting times, and your daily watch times. How can one allow others to sleep soundly beside one's bed? Since Su Yuan could not guarantee that the other side would coexist peacefully, then we have to act in advance. Only by eliminating the other side can we sleep soundly. Otherwise, we'll be doomed if we get ambushed by the pigmen while taking a bath by the frozen lake. Chapter 59: The Origin of Beast Girls. You can't treat me like this. I've already told you everything. The captured pigman was eventually tied to a large tree in the archery training ground by Su Yuan. Leaving him outside in this freezing winter weather would surely lead to his freezing to death. Don't worry, just keep living. I'll decide whether to let you go after I'm sure you're not lying to me. Su Yuan certainly didn't completely believe what the pigman said. People always call stupid people pigs, but this pig wasn't stupid, especially this mutated pigman. I'm not lying to you. You beast. No, you divinely gifted shaman. You'll freeze to death if you leave me here. Su Yuan ignored its shouts and yells behind him. Would its fur freeze to death? Besides, even if it froze to death, he could still check the value of this pigman's points. Su Yuan, should I go and check out the situation? Those pigmen were more difficult to deal with than Su Yuan had imagined, because only 1/5 of the pigmen in the entire tribe were not capable of fighting. Basically, all grown-up pigmen, regardless of gender, possessed formidable fighting power. Lion, do you think they'll attack us if they know we're here? Meeting. Lion's face was serious as he looked at the pigmen outside the wooden pen and slowly said, "These beastmen and our God-given race have always been at odds, or rather, they are extremely hostile to us. Could it be that the timeline of this plot is actually following the route of a traditional Western fantasy world? Are the so-called God-given race merely hybrids born from the union of beastmen and humans? They are despised and scorned by both beastmen and humans. But that doesn't make sense either. Where do ordinary humans come from in this world? Besides, the God-given race was born from eating fruit, so they're not hybrids. Lion, have you ever seen a human like me who doesn't have any animal characteristics?" Su Yuan still wanted to confirm whether there were humans in this strange, primitive world. "I've never seen one. All the divinely gifted races have some orc features, but you have none at all. You don't have ears on your head, and you don't have a tail. And the pupils are black, something I've never seen before. It's not necessarily true that there are no humans in this world. Lioness is just an ordinary lioness from the Red Fox tribe in this desolate snowfield, and she has never seen the world on the other side of the Wanshua Mountains. All right then, why do those orcs hate you so much?" "Actually, I don't know either. According to the stories of our ancestors, we came from the sky and should have disappeared from this world like rain and snow. But the gods who brought us into this world did not want us to simply disappear, so they merged us into the earth and transformed us into wondrous fruits. Those wild beasts that eat the fruit will have their bodies inherited by us, and then they will grow into this shape. Speaking of which, Lord Su Yuan, you are a bit like a god in a story." "Me? A god?" Su Yuan found it somewhat laughable. What kind of celestial being had almost frozen to death in this icy wasteland? "All right, if I were a god, I'd treat you to barbecue every day. Now continue." A faint smile appeared on Lion's lips as the two approached the campfire. The beast girl, who was preparing the food, handed them a piece of grilled fish and a bowl of fish soup. "You can have the grilled fish, just give me a sweet potato." "Okay, thank you, Wu." The little beast girl excitedly ran towards the campfire where a pile of sweet potatoes were roasting. Lion sat down with the food and continued the story, saying, "It's because we came from the sky and took over the bodies of these beasts that the orcs, who are also evolved from beasts, hate us so much. They see us as beasts that steal their bodies, and every time a divinely bestowed human is born, it means that a beast has lost the opportunity to evolve into a beast man. Every additional witch born means one less shaman for the orcs. Most importantly, we evolved from beasts and we have to eat those beasts, so when we encounter beast men, wars usually break out, and it's usually a fight to the death." Su Yuan took the sweet potato and, listening to Lion's story, asked with some confusion, "Don't they eat wild animals themselves? What do they eat then?" "They do eat, but they don't eat their own kind of wild animals, though in extreme cases they will." "Sigh, I thought it was something noble, but in the end it's just about eating." The orcs' hatred for these beast girls was nothing more than the legend, but of course, these were secondary. The most important reason was that the appearance of the God-given race had taken away the territory and food that originally belonged to the orcs. Judging from that crude-looking stone hammer, these orcs were far behind the divinely gifted race in terms of development. A wooden stick bound with animal hide strips became a weapon. Su Yuan was worried that if he used too much force, the stone would fly away. Although the God-given race's social development was also quite average, the bone knives and stone axes showed that they had mastered the craft of weapon crafting. Those orcs probably can't defeat the God-given race, right? Before Lion could answer, Red Fox came over with a bowl of fish soup. She seemed to be in a good mood today, with a smile on her face. At first, the orcs were strong and big, and we could never defeat them. Many people died then. Later, a shaman taught us how to sharpen stones. Then we started to fight back, and now we can only say that we have fought to a draw with those orcs. Neither side can gain an advantage over the other, so they don't dare to be as arrogant as before, capturing people of the God-given race as slaves. I've heard about that pigman. Su Yuan, do you have any mission? The red fox was still holding a small piece of compressed biscuit in its hand. It seemed that the little beast girls had shared their spoils with everyone in the tribe. Me? This battle is inevitable. My plan is to investigate the situation before they know us. If it's as that pigman said, then we'll launch an attack when they're resting at night. Red Fox pondered for a moment, then nodded in understanding. That's what I think too. Pigmen have appeared in the desolate Snowfield before. These guys look very honest, but they are very cunning. That pigman may have lied before, or even given us false information to trick us. No, it should be true this time because I hung it outside on the tree. Su Yuan was very confident because regardless of whether the pigman was lying or not, he had no intention of letting the guy go. However, on the surface, he maintained a lenient attitude as long as the guy confessed. If it were truly lying, anyone with a brain would have told the truth when it left the training ground. That must be true. The pigmen are quite afraid of dying. Then, Lord Su Yuan, what should we do next? After wolfing down her fish soup, Lion kept her eyes fixed on Su Yuan, waiting for instructions. Chapter 60. A sour fruit to refresh yourself. Tomorrow I'll take a few people to investigate whether that pigman tribe is as the pigman outside described. No, this is too dangerous. Upon hearing this, Red Fox and Lion hurriedly rejected Su Yuan's idea, as they felt it was beneath the tribal shaman to personally handle such a matter. However, Su Yuan also had his own ideas. Only he could clearly understand the situation on the other side and use the system shop to deal with unexpected problems. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. It's not like I'm going to start a war. I'm just going to investigate the situation on the other side temporarily, and I'm not going alone. As soon as Su Yuan finished speaking, Shirshir immediately hugged Su Yuan's arm. The contrast between his aloof face and his pitiful appearance was so striking that even Su Yuan couldn't resist. All right, you're included. I'll bring Long with me tomorrow, and the tribe will be left in the care of Red Fox and Fox Thoughts. Red Fox frowned and began to consider. If 2 awakened warriors went with them, it wouldn't be so dangerous. Even if they were discovered, they could retreat back. All right then, don't worry about the tribe. With this wooden fence, nothing will happen for the time being. Although it was just an ordinary wooden fence, it stood upright in the ground, row upon row, unless the same awakened warriors arrived. Otherwise, an ordinary person might not be able to break through in a short time. That amount of time would be enough for Husi to stand on the wooden house in the camp and shoot those people into a sieve. Okay, it's decided then. By the way, tell everyone not to go swimming in the frozen lake for the next few days, and fishermen should also stop for a day or two. The enemy will definitely notice if they lose a pigman. Su Yuan doesn't have any modern weapons that can completely overturn the battlefield right now, so we still need to be careful. If he could actually exchange for a Gatling gun, he would lead his men tonight and mow down those pigmen. Don't worry, I've already told everyone. As night fell, 2 more people joined the night watch, and the campfire in the camp dimmed a bit under their cover. Su Yuan lay in bed for a long time, unable to fall asleep, pondering the situation for tomorrow. This was no game. One wrong step could easily lead to disaster. As a modern person standing at a different perspective than these primitive people, coupled with that incredible shopping mall system, victory was not an unexpected event. But he wouldn't allow himself to fail, to let these beast girls who followed him become slaves of other tribes, or even lose their lives. Su Yuan, I'm here. Just as he was staring at the wooden ceiling, a figure jumped in through the window covered with animal hide. Hearing the expectant voice, Su Yuan knew who it was. After a day of cooling off, I didn't expect that Nicoya would be thinking about me all the time. She jumped in through the window as soon as I lay down. Cat Knight, get some rest tonight. We're going to investigate the pigman tribe tomorrow. Investigating the pigman tribe tomorrow? I want to go too. Okay, but you need to get a good rest tonight, otherwise you won't be able to get up tomorrow. It doesn't make a big difference whether there's 1 more or 1 less Cat Knight. As long as the tribe has Fox Thought and Red Fox, that's enough. Cat Knight's combat power isn't even as strong as little barbarians. Can I sleep here with you? It's very warm. Sure, but you can't do whatever you want. Damn it. Before he could explain, another body appeared in the bed. The coldness of Mao Ye's body made Su Yuan shudder. How could this guy move so fast? Don't move, or I'll throw you out. Okay, don't worry, I definitely won't move. Don't put your leg on top of mine. It was a very difficult night. If he hadn't had to leave early the next morning, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold on much longer. In the end, he also fell asleep to the sound of Mao Ye's soft breathing. At dawn, as daylight lingered over the icy snowfields, the campfire in the camp was still burning, with only 2 beast girls keeping watch listlessly tending to it. A soft knocking sound came from outside Su Yuan's small wooden house. Already preoccupied with something on his mind, he, a light sleeper, immediately opened his eyes. Who? Su Yuan, we can set off now. It was Long's voice outside. He had told Long about the matter last night. The big Totoro wasn't as sleepy as the little Totoro. It would wake up before dawn to go hunting. Okay, go and call Lion, Panyu, and Shanghui. The number of people to be surveyed should be carefully selected rather than large. The 2 awakened warriors, Lion and Long, and the 3 beast girls who are very likely to awaken, a total of 6 people, are more than enough. Even if they are discovered by the other side, they can retreat. Okay, we'll wait for you at the camp entrance. After Long left, Su Yuan patted the bottom of the cat in his arms. This guy's sleep was different from that of the big Totoro. He only slowly woke up when Su Yuan lifted him up. Here, have a sweet fruit that Zizi brought back to clear your head. Su Yuan fed the fruit that Gigi had brought earlier to Mao Ye's mouth, and Mao Ye, still a little dazed, subconsciously took a bite. Ouch! It's so sour. The sour fruit pulp instantly sobered her up. Her eyes were so sore she could barely open them. Are you awake now? We're about to set off. Su Yuan also took a bite of the sour fruit. The tooth-sore juice invigorated him, and the last bit of drowsiness he had was dispelled. The 2 quickly put on their animal skin coats and walked to the entrance of the camp. Everyone else was already fully prepared, except for Pan Yu, whose sleepy eyes showed some dissatisfaction. Still half asleep? Come and have some fruit. Su Yuan stuffed the fruit, which had been bitten twice, into Pan Yu's mouth. The 3rd person to shiver from the sourness appeared, and Pan Yu quickly removed Su Yuan's hand. Cough, 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 what's this sour stuff? Now she was completely awake, staring at Su Yuan with a face full of anger and asking, why did you call me so late at night? Didn't they tell you? Su Yuan glanced at the people beside him. Mao Yi had been with him last night, and Long had mentioned it before bed. Sure didn't like nagging. It seems like no one is really telling her anything. Ahem, Pan Yu, you're now considered one of my Starry Sky tribe members, right? Although Pan Yu was very unhappy, she still nodded and said, of course, but I will still go back when Lord Black Sheep wakes up. That's good. We can talk about going back later. There's a special mission for today, which I assigned to you because of your strength. Do you want to accept it? Upon hearing that he was called upon because of his great strength, Pan Yu couldn't help but show his arrogant expression, saying with a smirk, tell me, I'll definitely be able to complete it. You think I don't know your personality? Su Yuan had a firm grip on this rebellious brat. A few compliments were all it took to tame her stubborn temper. There's a pigman camp right next to us, too close to us. A fight is bound to break out sooner or later, so we're going to investigate that tribe tonight. Isn't Pan Yu afraid of being discovered by those stupid pigmen? If you're worried about being discovered, I'll call myself Yu. She's pretty good at hiding. Chapter 61 Pigman Tribe. Who said I can't do it? Yuzuki fell asleep halfway there, so you guys don't need to go? I can handle it all by myself. Pan Yu was instantly provoked and, without saying a word, decided to walk out of the camp. Fortunately, Su Yuan pulled him away quickly enough, otherwise this idiot would have been lost in the wilderness without even knowing where the Pigman tribe was. Alright, just kidding. Now, you guys change your clothes first. Su Yuan exchanged for several pure white, warm animal skin coats. Compared to the different colored clothes everyone else was wearing, white was less likely to be spotted in the snow. What beautiful clothes! Cat Knight happily accepted the white coat that almost completely enveloped her. It was not only warm, but also softer than her animal skin clothes. Clothes made simply from the skin of wild animals were not as soft as one might imagine. At first, they were even as stiff as cardboard. Therefore, Nicoya and the others rarely changed their clothes. Otherwise, they would feel very uncomfortable against their skin for a period of time after changing into new clothes. They're so comfortable to wear. Alright, from now on, follow my orders, and don't try to act on your own. Su Yuan glanced at Pan Yu, who snorted under his gaze, but still pouted and nodded in dissatisfaction. Alright, let's set off. You guys guard the camp and notify Red Fox immediately if you encounter any danger. The little beast girls on night watch behind him stood there respectfully with their hands placed on their chests. Su Yuan led Shir and the others out of the camp's wooden gate. At this hour, the captured pigman was still fast asleep, shivering every now and then. It seemed that sleeping on this snowy night was quite cold. I'm going to eat you all. In my dream, I saw some kind of delicious food, and the mouth with 2 fangs sticking out made strange smacking sounds. I didn't expect him to be so physically fit. The bleeding from his legs and buttocks has stopped, and he can even sleep in this freezing weather. Su Yuan scooped up a clump of snow from the ground and threw it into the pigman's animal skin pants. The icy sensation instantly sobered it up. Oh, if you call me that again, I'll cut your tongue out. The drowsy scene before the pigman's eyes gradually cleared, and Su Yuan's terrifying face came into view. It quickly shut its mouth and only spoke softly after the icy sensation subsided. Lord Shaman of the otherworldly god's blessed race, I wonder what business you have with me. Are you planning to release me? Let you go? I plan to go to the Pigman tribe when it gets light. If there's even the slightest discrepancy between what I told you, I'll cut your flesh into pieces and roast it over the fire. The bound pigman immediately panicked, swallowed a few times, and stammered. Don't worry, I'm definitely not lying to you. I hope so. Su Yuan ignored it and left the training area with Mao Yi and the others. The pigman tied to the tree breathed a sigh of relief and struggled to shake off the clump of snow from his clothes. I hope the shaman will notice this. As long as I capture that black-haired beast man, I can be rescued. Damn it, just you wait. I'm going to cut off pieces of your flesh, roast them over a fire, and then let you eat them. Only the pigman's muttered complaints remained in the snow. His once timid little eyes were now filled with hatred, and his desperate, twisting body still could not break free of the ropes binding him. Damn it, this rope is so stiff. It didn't take long for Su Yuan to return to the frozen lake. The cabin was still there, and the beast girls who had been bathing there these past few days were well protected. If we don't get rid of those guys, even taking a bath will be a dangerous thing. According to the pigman tribe is located on the other side of the frozen lake area, where there is a cave surrounded by a vast expanse of white without a single tree. The group arrived at a snow slope, where a dark cave entrance could be vaguely seen below under the starlight. The snow around the cave entrance had been cleared away, and only small black clumps could be seen outside the cave entrance in the thin white snow. Because of the distance, it was not easy to see what they were. Can you clearly see what those things are? The beast girls lying beside him strained to open their eyes, but after a while they shook their heads in reluctance. Only Nicoya could make out a few outlines. It's dark, and it looks like there's something covering it. What's covering it? Su Yuan sensed something was amiss. The bound pig-headed man hadn't mentioned any small black groups outside the cave. I'll go check ahead. I'm sure I'll be able to see clearly. Pan Yu was somewhat unconvinced. Mao Yi saw the situation clearly and was about to get up when Su Yuan quickly grabbed her tail. Oh. The tingling sensation and pulling pain from her tail made her lie back down. Her face flushed as she looked at Su Yuan, who was still holding her tail. I told you to listen to my orders, so lie still. If the pig-headed man is lying even when facing death, then there is definitely a danger here that could trap them and prevent them from returning, or rather, lead them back tied up by the pigman. I understand. Pan Yu dared not move, bit her lip, and could only lie still to continue staring at the few black lumps in the distance. System, how much does the telescope cost? Telescope, 500 points. Advanced telescope, 1,500 points. Astronomical telescope, 15,000 points. Five-figure telescopes have appeared. Although Su Yuan is indeed able to buy an astronomical telescope now, he doesn't need that level of telescope for this distance. Exchange for a telescope. The system's telescope was quite heavy, unlike the cheap 9 yuan and 9 yuan telescope he had bought out of curiosity. Su Yuan, did you pray to the gods? Cat Knight noticed that Su Yuan had a dark object in his hand and couldn't help but ask about it out of curiosity. Yes, this thing allows us to see the situation on the other side clearly. Su Yuan aimed his binoculars at the group of small black clusters opposite him, and the previously blurry clusters immediately became very clear. Yes, there were about a dozen large black clumps. The starlight wasn't enough to keep up, and the pigman tribe didn't have any campfires, so all we could see was something covered in black, just like what Cat Knight had described. I should have bought a night vision device. This thing is useless to him except for magnifying the scene. He still can't see the situation on the other side clearly. Wait a minute, cats must have pretty good night vision, and besides cats, there are also foxes, wolves, lions, and a big Totoro around me. Surely there's one that can see clearly? Chapter 62 Shaman? As it turns out, apart from him, the other beast girls could clearly see what those big black balls on the other side were. 11 mossy-bristled pigs. It seems that the two green-haired pigs we encountered last time were not a chance meeting in the wild, but rather escaped from this place. Su Yuan recalled the two mossy-bristled pigs that had charged at the small tree hole where Long lived when they encountered her before. How could such social animals be found alone in the snow? What should we do now? Long frowned, looking somewhat troubled. The mossy-bristled boars were not beasts that could be easily dealt with. Before meeting Su Yuan, she could only barely handle one or two. With the addition of the pigman warriors and so many mossy boars from the pigman tribe, it will be quite difficult for the Star tribe to defeat them. Su Yuan ignored Mao Yi, who was engrossed in playing with the binoculars, and quietly lay on the snow, lost in thought about something else. By the way, would orcs be willing to establish a tribe in the icy wilderness? Normally not. The icy snowfields are too cold. Most beastmen and divinely gifted people prefer to stay in the desolate snowfields or the tree-covered plains below the Wangshua Mountains. Lion also felt something was off, and after explaining, he himself felt a little confused. How did these pigmen manage to establish a tribe in this godforsaken place? Could it be that they were also hunted down here like us? Whether it is or not, we can ask when we get back. As for these guys, I have a way to deal with them too. Su Yuan abandoned his original plan to lead the Starry Sky tribe in a night raid. With these mossy boars guarding the outside, he feared they would be discovered before he could even kill a few. As dawn broke and the starlight faded, a ray of warm sunlight slowly illuminated the earth from the other side of the distant snow-capped mountains. Su Yuan, someone's coming out. Just then, Mao Yi suddenly tugged at Su Yuan's clothes, and through the binoculars she saw a figure emerge from the cave. What kind of person? Su Yuan pressed everyone's heads down, his white animal skin hats covering their multicolored hair, making them difficult to spot even in the sunlight. What a strange fellow, wearing a strange bone on his head and holding a bone club in his hand. Let me see it. Su Yuan took the binoculars and looked towards the cave. As dawn broke, he could clearly see the situation on the other side of the cave. The creature that came out was different from the pigman who had been tied up before. It was wearing heavy animal skin clothing. It was wearing a white animal bone on its head, and its face was not clearly visible under the binoculars. The bone club in its hand was about 1 meter long. Compared to the strange creature's physique, this bone club was more like a peculiar bone staff. Combined with its strange features, Su Yuan's face immediately darkened. You dare to lie to me? Looks like you're really not afraid of death. After the orc shaman emerged, he looked around and then raised his bone staff high, causing the mossy boars around him to slowly awaken. They talked about something until a burly boar with dark, moss-like bristles stepped forward and slowly shook its head. Only then did the boarman shaman put down its bone staff. They withdrew. I feel something's not right. Su Yuan sensed something was wrong when he saw this scene. He pulled the others down the snow slope. It had been a day and a night, and the tribe was missing a pigman. The shaman would definitely know. Furthermore, since he didn't understand the pigman shaman's tricks, it would be better for him to go back first. As for other information, he has a good friend who is fast asleep who can explain it to him. Smack. Su Yuan returned to the training ground in the early morning. The fishing trip had to be suspended for a while, and Long and the others had not yet left the camp. The snow crystal cow that Lion hunted yesterday, plus the fish we had stockpiled, should be enough to feed everyone for a while. If that doesn't work, there are also sweet potatoes that Su Yuan exchanged for. At this moment, the sleeping pigman was awakened by Su Yuan's whip. This thorny whip was specially prepared by him for this thick-skinned pigman captive. You're back? What? You think I'm not coming back? Or do you think I should die in that place? Or be captured by the pigman tribe? Su Yuan's smile widened, and seeing the pigman's shocked expression, he became even more certain of his previous thoughts. No. I just thought you were going to lead the tribe to attack the pigmen today and wouldn't care about me. The pigman immediately recovered from his shock and then revealed a faux smile, completely ignoring the bloodstains on his chest where the fur and skin had been beaten. Won't they take care of you? Of course they will. Outside the training ground, a group of beast girls were all lying there watching. Su Yuan was only accompanied by Long, Shir, and Hui, while Pan Yu was fighting with Mao Yi for the binoculars. Actually, you don't need to worry about me, just release me. I will definitely tell everyone to stay away from this place when I get back. The pigman's smile didn't stop. If Su Yuan could still come back, it would mean that they hadn't gone to investigate the pigman tribe. Tell me, what's the deal with the pigman shaman? Oh, and the 11 green-haired pigs at the cave entrance. How did you know? Su Yuan ignored the guy's incredulous gaze and turned to look at Long and the other two. Start a fire. Our pigman friend hasn't eaten for 2 days. I'm going to cut off pieces of his meat to feed him. Only in this way can we demonstrate the friendliness and enthusiasm of our star tribe. Su Yuan was just trying to scare the pigman, but Kalong and the others took it seriously and quickly took a campfire from the camp and lit it on the training ground. The warmth of the flames did not make the pigman feel anything. On the contrary, under the firelight, it felt its blood freeze. No. I'll tell you. I promise I won't lie to you anymore. This time, the pigman completely broke down, struggling with the ropes as he tried to explain, especially when he saw the unusually sharp knife in Su Yuan's hand as he walked over. Name. White teeth. Year. Cough. How many people are there in the pigman tribe exactly? The pigman White Fang still looked somewhat terrified. The knife roamed over the back of its bare hand, and the green fur on its body fell off with a gentle scrape. I'm not lying to you, but there's another shaman in the tribe. Of course, there are also 11 mossy bristled pigs. Baya swallowed hard, worried that Su Yuan might get impatient, and quickly continued to explain. Chapter 63, Digging a Trap Site. We were living in a forest in the snowy wilderness when the guy with the bone mask captured our leader and demanded that we bring him to the icy wilderness. That guy was a shaman who knew all sorts of terrifying tricks. We were afraid of being killed by him, so we brought our mossy-bristled pig with us and followed him to the cave in the icy wilderness. I really don't know that shaman. It does nothing all day except stay in the cave. If we weren't afraid of being killed by it, we would have run away long ago. Baiya seemed worried that Su Yuan wouldn't believe him, so he tearfully explained, looking as if he wanted to kneel down and slap himself a few times to prove his innocence. Not bad. Tell me what would have happened if I had gone to the Pigman tribe to investigate yesterday. What? These people didn't go to the Pigman tribe? White Fang was stunned, somewhat unable to react. But how could he know about the 11 moss-bristled boars and the shaman without going to the Pigman tribe? If you can't remember, I can help you think of one. Su Yuan's knife cut a small gash in Baiya's flesh, and Baiya, who was still pondering the problem, immediately woke up from the pain and hurriedly begged for mercy. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Yesterday, I just wanted you to be captured so that the Pigman tribe could come and exchange me for you. If you had gotten close to the Pigman tribe yesterday, those resting mossy-bristled pigs would have woken up, and then the shaman would have woken up too. Baiya trembled as he watched Su Yuan throw that piece of flesh into the campfire, while a bloody gash the size of an egg on his arm continued to bleed. This beastman shaman was definitely not a kind soul. He was far more ferocious and cunning than the kind and foolish beasts he had encountered in the desolate snowfields. Do you want to eat your own flesh? No. Can I say I don't want to? White Fang didn't know whether it should say no or not. Looking at Su Yuan's still smiling face, it wasn't sure if it wanted to or not. Of course, but don't let me hear your lies again. Tell me what that shaman's abilities are. That shaman could control wild beasts. We tried to catch him, but the mossy boars around us were attacking us like madmen. Moreover, the beasts it controlled were not afraid of pain at all. Many people in our tribe died trying to deal with it. Holy crap, a berserker summoner. I never expected to encounter this novel class here. Aside from not being able to summon monsters, the berserk skill is all too familiar. Great Master Wu, I guarantee that not a single word I have said is false. White Fang was genuinely frightened this time and revealed the shaman's abilities without any concealment, especially since the piece of pork was still sizzling and dripping with oil. A burnt aroma wafted from the campfire, stimulating its nose. Very good. Look how big your belly is. You should be fine if you go hungry for a day or two, right? White Tooth was about to curse. The last time it ate was the morning before Lion caught it. Counting the time, it hadn't eaten a single bite of food or drunk a single drop of water for 3 days. Lord Wu, I use this flesh to keep warm, but I'm still a little hungry. I'm willing to tell you some important information in exchange for some food. Without waiting for Su Yuan's reply, Baiya quickly said, the Pigman tribe goes back every night, and if there are any problems, they will return to the tribe within 3 days at most. If I don't go back, they will definitely find out and send people to search for me. White Fang's words were not wrong, and Su Yuan could roughly guess that it was. He even suspected that the strange shaman's conversation with the mossy boar this morning was about this guy. Since Lord Wu is worried about me going back, then we should prepare as soon as possible, otherwise, when they investigate. Not bad. It seems you're willing to tell the truth now. Lion, get it a piece of fish brain to nourish it. It has to suffer a bit before it'll tell the truth. Despite his frustration, White Tooth could only stand there and grin foolishly. That's because I didn't feel your power before. I will definitely explain everything clearly from now on. The tribe had plenty of food, and fish heads were usually given to demand and a few snow wolves to gnaw on. However, Baiya, who had been hungry for 2 or 3 days, didn't care about the fish head, which had only a few pieces of meat. She held the fish head tightly in her mouth, as if afraid that if it fell to the ground, Su Yuan would take it and feed it to the dogs. All right, take your time eating. I'll let you know if anything comes up. Back at the tribe, Long, who was standing nearby, asked Su Yuan with some concern, Lord Su Yuan, are we really going to release this guy? Su Yuan has not yet made a move against that pigman. Long is worried that Su Yuan will be soft-hearted and release the person after extracting all the information. Release them? How could we? They're very useful. We'll let them eat their fill before they gather. Su Yuan never intended to let this guy go in the first place. Once he arrived in this wild and primitive tribal society, all the kindness and benevolence he had in his previous life had long been thrown away. Breakfast was eaten exceptionally quickly this morning. Just as Su Yuan was breaking off a sweet potato in his hand, everyone had already gathered around him, with about 50 people surrounding him in circles. Some of the smaller beast girls in the innermost circle sat close to Su Yuan, while the beast girls behind him surrounded him, instantly blocking out the bright light source around them. Is everyone here? Yes, Lord Su Yuan, everyone is here. Red Fox was also in the innermost circle, sitting opposite Su Yuan and watching him quietly. Su Yuan tossed the unfinished sweet potato in his hand to the little beast girl next to him, cleared his throat, and said with a stern expression, "You all know about what happened yesterday when we weren't allowed to bathe by the frozen lake, right?" The beast girls around him nodded, but none of them complained. They hadn't gone since Su Yuan said they couldn't go. We discovered a pigman camp on the other side of the frozen lake. There were at least 11 green-haired pigs, a dozen pigman warriors, and even a shaman. Pigmen? There are orcs here too. Oh my god, thank goodness we found those big guys. Mom said they like to skin us and make clothes out of our fur. Little pair, you're too short to make clothes, are you? The beast girls around them were all talking at once, and the fear of beastmen had become a story for adults to tell children. All right, everyone, follow me to set up some traps on the way to the frozen lake. Fox and the archers will hide in the back, and Lion and the warriors will hide on both sides and wait for them to charge. Su Yuan, are we not going to launch an attack? Long was somewhat puzzled. Could the trap that Su Yuan had taught Gigi and the others was really that powerful? Could it even take down those 2-meter-tall pigmen? This time, I'll wait for them to attack. Chapter 64 Full Preparations. The camp's fighting force was insufficient. Lion and Long led a warrior team consisting of 8 people, including Pan Yu, Mao Yi, Hui, the Shaman, a bear, and 5 wolves. Then there's Fox Thoughts. Red Fox led 15 people to form an archer squad, although some of the beast girls weren't particularly strong in combat. But in this primitive world where even a tiny, slender Totoro like Squeak possesses incredible strength, these beast girls, as long as they are strong and have good aim, are more than capable of serving as archers from afar. There was also a final group of trap teams, led by Fox 9 and a few other little beast girls, consisting of about 20 people, who were setting up various traps at the locations planned by Su Yuan. White Rabbit and the last few people were guarding the camp, which was only a few hundred meters away from the battlefield that Su Yuan had planned. Their only responsibility was to keep watch for thieves to steal food. Dig a 2-meter deep pit here. You're too short, so just pick out some sharp fish bones there. I will grow taller. Squeaky looked a little aggrieved, pouting as she held a small bone shovel that Fox 9 had made for her. Her original motivation had been dampened. Su Yuan realized that his words had upset Gigi, so he quickly squatted down and rubbed her head, patiently comforting her. I'm sorry. Gigi will grow up, but choosing bone spurs is also an important task. The idea of inserting spikes into the pit was Squeak's idea. Only Squeak could have done it. After we defeat those pigmen, I will reward you with food that tastes even better than compressed biscuits. Really? Zizi's eyes widened instantly, and her little round ears twitched. Of course, when have I ever lied to you? Go and lead Red Fruit and the others to complete the mission, Squeak Warrior. Mission accomplished. Watching Gigi run off happily, Su Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. This time, the pit he was going to dig would be at least 2 or 3 meters deep. If Xia Beautian and her friends were to dig at this distance, they probably wouldn't even be able to throw away the soil they dug up, and they might end up burying themselves in the process. These few potholes alone won't do. Let me think of something. Su Yuan didn't go to work, but sat alone on a rock watching the beast girls working in front of him. These pits alone could indeed kill some of the pigmen. But he also had to ensure the safety of the beast girls in his tribe. Having lived with them for a month, he had become familiar with each and every one of them. He could not accept dying on the battlefield because of his own command. By the way, what if those pigmen can also throw stone spears? Su Yuan looked at Husi and remembered that when there were no bows and arrows, she used to throw her spear to kill the enemy with one blow. If those pigmen could also throw spears, then Lioness and the others who were close to the battle wouldn't be a problem, but the archers in the rear were just a bunch of ordinary beast girls who weren't good at fighting. No, we have to add this. Squeak, you two pick out the spikes and come over here. I have a very important task for you. Here it comes. Upon hearing that there was an important task, Zizi deftly put away the sharp fish bones and the shaved wooden splinters with both hands and rushed over in a hurry. Lord Su Yuan, what important mission do you have? Later, dig a long, 1-meter deep pit in front of Sister Fox and the others, and then pile the excavated soil in front of them. Su Yuan told Gigi about his worries. Although the little one was small, it didn't mean she didn't understand anything. She immediately understood what Su Yuan meant. So when those pigmen throw their stone spears, everyone just needs to hide inside the cave and you'll be safe, understand? Su Yuan's final solution was to dig a trench. It was faster to hide in the trench than to have each archer carry a shield. Otherwise, by the time you switch from bows and arrows to shields, their spears will be right in your face. Don't worry, I understand. Leave it to me. Unexpectedly, with a shortage of manpower, he ended up entrusting these tasks to the little guy he initially thought was the most unreliable. Watching Zizi's departing figure, Su Yuan recalled the little guy who had popped out from behind him at the beginning, biting his spoon, his face burning red but refusing to let go. Shaman, White Fang hasn't returned yet. In the pigman camp, a robust pigman with tusks protruding almost to the top of his head spoke respectfully to the orc who had previously worn a bone mask. Contrary to what White Fang had said about coercion, there was no discontent in the entire tribe. On the contrary, all the pigmen looked at the shaman with reverence. It's been a day and a night. It's time to come back. The skeletal shaman's voice was hoarse, and his eyes, protruding from the bones, stared indifferently at the falling snowflakes outside. Should I send someone to look for them? We need to know if they're alive or dead. After all, it's your fault. Fangs, if you want to save your son, you don't need to use my name as an excuse. The bone shaman glanced at the pigman beside him, his eyes calm, before turning back to look at the mossy-bristled pigs outside the cave. The dark green mossy-bristled pig that had been there earlier entered the cave, grunted a few times in front of it, and then returned to the snow. But, White Fang, if he was killed by someone your tribe sent before, wouldn't we have been able to prepare in advance? Prepare? How are you going to prepare? The frozen snowfield is cold enough. Do you plan to escape to that land of death? I won't freeze to death, but you will certainly die. After the bone shaman finished speaking, he slowly stood up. His tone was no longer as cold as before. He looked at Fong and said, "Don't worry, those people didn't come. The big guys outside just told me that some small animals came to our camp last night." Small animals? You don't see many small animals around here. The skeletal shaman chuckled hoarsely, seemingly mocking the Fang's foolishness. Of course there were no small animals, just a few small rats from the alien beast race. I suppose your son was captured by them. The alien beast race. A murderous glint appeared in the Fang's eyes. Back in the desolate snowfield, they had suffered a great loss at the hands of a beast tribe, and even the tribe's original shaman had been killed by that beast leader. It will never forget the name of that strange beast. Xianku. A strange beast with immense strength and sorcery. Fortunately, her tribe was destroyed, otherwise I would have had to flee to the icy plains before I could wait for the bone shaman. Then let me send someone to find out their location. Idiot. Stop right there. Before Fong could take more than a few steps, the bone shaman called out to it, his voice tinged with anger. If they can find our camp, won't they wait until you and your men leave before launching an attack on the tribe? When there's no food and no cave, are you planning to starve to death outside or run back to the snowy wilderness to die? What do you think we should do about that, bone shaman? After being reprimanded repeatedly, Fong was somewhat displeased, but out of fear of the other party's shaman identity and strange magic, it could only stand there holding its weapon. Take everyone with you. These big guys will find the little mice for us. The bone shaman stared at the mossy-bristled boar outside the cave, its tone unusually cold. If those beastmen were also coveting the treasure in its hands, it wouldn't be so ruthless. Chapter 65, Chili Pepper Tear Gas. Cat Knight, don't worry about things here for now. I'm giving you a more important task. The construction of the battle line was still in full swing. Su Yuan looked at the battle line, which was almost completed, and pulled Mao Yi, who was still busy, over. Go check on the pigmen tribe later. If they haven't made any moves yet, keep an eye on them. If they've already started looking for people, come back and tell me immediately. I feel reassured letting Mao Yi handle this task. Although she is not an awakened warrior and is not as powerful as Shur and the others, she is quick-witted. Even the giant python that was once face-to-face with her couldn't catch her. Okay, I understand. But what if they're not in the camp? Come back immediately if you're not here, but you must remember that your safety is the most important thing. If you are discovered, run back immediately. Su Yuan was still a little worried. After all, there was a shaman on the other side who knew magic, so he spent some more points to exchange for a few items in the system shop. These are pepper tear gas canisters. If you spot them, pull this off and throw it at them, then immediately run towards us. The level 1 system store doesn't have smoke grenades or flashbangs, but thankfully it does have some sprays and throwables made with capsaicin. The price is still not cheap, but it's still within his acceptable range. Don't worry, I can run really fast. Mao Yi looked proud, but she still obediently accepted the tear gas canister Su Yuan gave her and ran towards the pigman tribe. We still need to take some precautions. If those green-haired pigs really go berserk, they could cause quite a bit of trouble. Su Yuan silently opened the system store and, after thinking for a long time, searched for a keyword. Fireworks, 1,500 points. Thunder King firecrackers, 2,000 points. A deafeningly loud, super powerful firecracker, 3,000 points. Damn system, it's ridiculously expensive. The snowstorm was heavier than usual today, with snowflakes slapping against everyone's faces. Moss-maned boars led the way, while the bone shaman sat atop the dark green boar at the very front. Whoosh whoosh, humph humph humph. The skeletal shaman suddenly opened his closed eyes and, upon hearing the green-haired pig squeal, immediately looked toward the icy lake not far to the side. The frozen lake was clearly open, and next to it was a strange snowdrift, with brown wood visible from one corner. Looks like we have a new neighbor. Looking at the ice cave, the skeletal shaman smiled. Since it wasn't there for the treasure in its hands, there was nothing to worry about. The bone shaman, shall I go take a look there? Fong, standing nearby, looked at the strange little snowdrift and asked with some unease. No need, there's no one there. Those little mice already knew about us a long time ago. Let's hurry over there. Hurry, hurry. There's a tribe of beastmen on the other side. Let's kill all those beasts, carry their food back to camp, and celebrate in the cave tonight. Tusk's words excited the pigs behind him, who began to howl. The enthusiastic atmosphere caused Cat Knight, who had just arrived from afar, to immediately hide in a tree. Oh no, they're on their way. Maoya's expression was very serious. Her hands, adorned with steel claws, gripped the tear gas canisters Su Yuan had given her. She silently leaped down from the tree. Humph. Just then, the dark-haired boar not far away let out an angry roar, and the bone shaman sitting above instantly noticed the figure behind the tree. Grab her. As expected, you're a brat from the alien beast race. Where have you taken my son? Despite its body being covered in fat, the tusk was surprisingly fast, easily swatting away the snow blocking its path, while the mossy bristled boar beside it charged forward at full speed. Your son? You should be able to see his body by now, Cat Knight was not afraid at all. She made a face and immediately ran towards the battle line set up by Su Yuan. The taunts along the way made Fong's anger reach its peak. Beast God, bestow your blessing. The bone shaman raised its bone staff, muttering some unfamiliar words, and the surrounding pigmen and green-haired pigs were enveloped in a green aura. Not good. Cat Knight's tail bristled instantly. Forget about the mockery now. She turned and sped up her escape. The fat pig behind her, blessed by the fortune, was just as fast as her. Got you, you little monster brat. Ah! Fong leaped up behind Nicoya, its forefingers reaching out to grab Nicoya's head. However, in the instant that Maya turned around, the sharp steel claws cut several bloody gashes on its palm, and bright red blood dripped onto the snow. You're so annoying. I don't want to waste what Su Yuan gave me. Cat Knight was a little reluctant to part with the pretty little round ball, but looking at the approaching pigmen and the tusks in front of her, she couldn't care less. He tore off the lock with his fingers and threw the tear gas canister to Fong. You beast race are really pathetic, resorting to such useless tricks when you have no power. Fong suddenly felt something was wrong. The small round stone in his hand was emitting a warm sensation. Bang! The violent explosion turned the capsaicin it contained into a cloud of smoke. The pungent gas, when inhaled, caused the surrounding pigmen to cough violently. Even the usually calm and aloof bone shaman coughed violently while sitting on the bumpy green pig. The pungent capsaicin not only entered his nose, but also made his eyes burn red. That cunning beast, I'll kill her. Before long, the capsaicin smoke was blown away by the cold wind. The tusks and eyes were red from the spiciness, and the huge pig nose was dripping with snot. The other pigmen around were not in good condition either. Chase after them. That guy is probably dragging us along. Their people are about to escape. The bone shaman seemed to have guessed Cat Knight's intentions and shouted at the pig people around him, saying that those people might have already left with their things by now. No one can know I'm here. That little monster must be killed, and her entire tribe must be slaughtered. No need for you to tell me. I know it myself. The pigmen around them took out their weapons, some of which were the bones of wild beasts they had devoured, and others were rough wooden sticks. The weapon in Fong's hand was quite exquisite, a stone hammer somewhat similar to White Fong's, except that one end of it had been ground into a sharp edge. Chapter 66 Take Off the Mask. Oh no, they're on their way. The construction of the battle line is almost complete, and Su Yuan is now waiting for Long and the others to bring Baiyu over. He couldn't underestimate the intelligence of those orcs just because this was a primitive tribe. To be on the safe side, he had to find a way to enrage them to the point of losing their minds. Just then, Mao Yi did indeed arrive first. She was out of breath when she bumped into Su Yuan's arms, so Su Yuan quickly exchanged a bottle of juice for her and fed it to her. Ugh, it's so sweet. What is this delicious drink? Wait, no, Su Yuan, those pigmen are charging over. They've already reached the frozen lake. Mao Yi licked the liquid from the corner of her mouth. The sweet taste almost made her forget the important matter. They actually came looking for us. Long, tie that pigman to the log and stick it behind the trap. Su Yuan used his knife to cut off a piece of the animal hide that Baya was wearing. The greasy stuff made him feel nauseous. What are you trying to do? Let me tell you, you can't defeat my father and the shaman if they come. You might as well let me go, and I'll plead for you. Baya had just arrived when he heard what Mao Yi said. Now, he was no longer timid and afraid of death as before, but instead looked at Su Yuan with a smug expression. There's no need to plead for me. You have more important tasks to do. Just stay here and wait patiently. Su Yuan bound the disgusting piece of cloth around Baya's mouth, so tightly that it twisted Baya's snout, leaving it only able to grunt and moan. Seeing the scattered snow in front of it, and one spot where the snow had just been completely covered, wasn't this exactly the same as the pit it had fallen into when it fell into the trap? Aside from the fact that there are no tempting fish or meat pieces mentioned above, could it be that I am that fish or meat? White Fang glanced down at the position where he was being supported. It understood instantly and began to struggle fiercely, howling and groaning. The surrounding beast girls had already taken cover at Su Yuan's command. Zizi and the others returned to the outside of the camp. Once these little beast girls had finished digging the tunnel, their mission was complete. Besides White Fang, there were only Su Yuan, Red Fox, and Cat Knight in the snow. Su Yuan, why don't you stay hidden? I'll take charge here. Red Fox was worried about Su Yuan's safety, clutching several dominoes tightly in her hand. It's okay. Sure, and the others are hiding in front. It's quite safe here in the back. Besides, I still need to do the last step. Su Yuan has been exchanging for blue spirit drinks these days. Although the increase each time is not large, it has accumulated to improve his strength quite a bit. Then try to stay behind me later, so I can block any weapons those pigmen throw. Stop it. Su Yuan then remembered that Red Fox was also a sorceress who knew magic. He had rarely seen Red Fox use magic these days and had almost forgotten about it. By the way, Red Fox, I still don't know what kind of witchcraft you know. I can use fire, stone, healing, gale, and rain, but I lost the 2 spell cards, gale and rain, so I can only use 3 spells at the moment. Are there no elemental limitations among the mages in this world? A Red Fox knows spells of 5 elements. Su Yuan stared wide-eyed in shock. Could it be that in the primitive era of fantasy worlds, it was common to know several types of magic? And that the single type of magic in the Middle Ages was actually already in the end times of magic? It's all right. I'll get you a magic wand next time. In the distance, a clamor arose, and the snow fog rising from the snowfield made the view ahead somewhat murky. One after another, huge figures rushed out from the wind and snow. This time, observing up close, Su Yuan finally felt the oppressive aura of the pigman. Compared to White Fang, the oppressive aura emanating from the large tusked pigman in front of him was suffocating. Hey, you little beast cub, why aren't you running away anymore? White Fang. When the fangs charged, its eyes hadn't fully recovered and were still crimson. It could vaguely see its son, who was tied to the frame. Wah, humph. Baya was whimpering, trying to tell her father about the trap, but Su Yuan was holding her too tightly, and only indistinct whimpers could be heard. Are you the shaman from the pigman tribe? Su Yuan ignored the fangs. Compared to that guy, the shaman wearing the bone mask was the most important character. 1, 2, 3. Are there only 3 of you here? Humph. The green-haired pig beneath him immediately grunted a few times, and the bone shaman revealed a disdainful smile, looking at the snow-covered ground not far ahead and laughing. So there were so many people hiding here all along. I was wondering why you dared to stand here alone. So you were lying in ambush. Su Yuan's expression changed instantly. He hadn't expected that the green-haired pig to have such a good sense of smell, able to detect the scent of people from such a distance. More importantly, this guy can actually talk to pigs, and it's an encrypted call, so he can't understand what they're saying at all. Lion, everyone back. The group hiding in the snow removed their camouflage and returned to Su Yuan's side. The snow wolves were somewhat afraid of the pigmen opposite them, while the man patted his chest and roared at them. You bunch of losers, if you don't kill a single one of them by now, you're not eating dinner tonight. Su Yuan slapped the dog on the head in exasperation. These guys were becoming more and more intelligent under his guidance, and their cowardly behavior was simply lifelike. Whoa! Upon hearing that they couldn't eat, the snow wolves immediately perked up, baring their teeth as they stared at the smaller pigmen opposite them. He You must be the leader on the other side. Actually, we have a lot to talk about. For example, we're both people hiding in the icy wilderness. Why don't we sit down and have a chat? The shaman's hoarse voice carried a hint of sincerity and helplessness, which stunned the fanged creature beside him. No, weren't we here to start a war? My son is still tied up there. Oh, what's there to talk about? You're wearing a mask, so I can't feel your sincerity. That's because I have ugly scars. The icy snowfields are not a place for tribes to stay. There is no food, no place to live, and the cold and whiteness envelop this place. The bone shaman pushed up its mask, seemingly reluctant to let others see its appearance. If we weren't being chased here, who would want to come to this place? Right? We could have a good chat about our experiences. Take off your mask and let me see. Beastman, I told you this mask is to cover the scars on my face. Think about how I can go days without hunting and face hunger and the wrath of the gods that may suddenly strike in the icy wilderness. Then take off your mask first. Your beastmen aren't so resilient to the cold. Some of your people must have already died, right? We can discuss giving you some of the caves. Take off your mask and let me see it first. I'll pick your triple X. Chapter 67 Traps. They're all traps. Since you're unwilling, then there's nothing more to discuss. This kind of deceptive trick might work on those naive beast girls, but Su Yuan has seen all sorts of tricks. Is this low-level trick as sophisticated as the copywriting tricks of Crazy Thursday? There's really nothing to talk about. This is one of your people, right? I'll use its blood to commemorate this battle. Su Yuan drew a sharp dagger and stabbed it into the thigh of the white-toothed creature on the shelf beside him. The intense pain caused it to bite down on the animal hide in its mouth and scream in agony. At this point, they no longer cared about reminding their father to be careful of the traps. They were struggling desperately. Charge. All of you charge. Grab them and rescue my son. The tusk raised the large stone hammer in its hand, and the mossy bristled pigs and other pigmen around it roared fiercely and charged forward. Su Yuan, what should we do? Lioness and the others' hiding place has been discovered. They don't know what to do, so they all stand around Su Yuan and wait for instructions. Once they rush over, the traps won't be able to hold so many people, and some will definitely slip through. It's up to you to handle that. Manhwa, if you keep playing with that knife, I'm taking it back. Su Yuan was calmly explaining the strategy, but Pan Yu next to him was happily playing with the sharp short knife in her hand. The blade was only about the length of a forearm, slender and sharp, gleaming in the warm winter sun. The melee squad members all upgraded their weapons. Faced with this sudden battle, Su Yuan could no longer worry about saving points or the slow development of autonomous technology. Let's deal with these pigmen first. All these iron weapons only add up to 5,000 or 6,000 points, and Su Yuan's points have now dropped back to just over 10,000. If you say you don't want to play, then I won't play. Su Yuan ignored the guy and turned his gaze to the pigmen opposite him, who were now charging towards him. After running only a few steps, the first trap caused Fong to fall right into it. But Su Yuan hadn't anticipated that this guy was nearly 3 meters tall. The pit only covered its lower body, leaving its chest and head exposed. The mossy bristled boar behind it stepped on its head and charged forward. Stop! Stop! The bone shaman also discovered these pits, and one by one the pigmen fell in. Even some of the green-haired pigs couldn't stop themselves, and those behind crashed into those in front, stomping on them one by one. Archers, Fox Thoughts, leading a group of beast girls, stood up from the trenches. Even though her hands were trembling, she still drew the bowstrings taut. Without Su Yuan's command, Sure drew the ironwood bow to its full extent, and the sonic boom-producing arrow instantly pierced the head of a pigman stuck in the cave entrance. Arrows shot from Lion's hand, whether iron or wooden, are basically rendered useless. What is this thing again? The bone shaman was somewhat panicked. A dozen or so pigmen and mossy-bristled pigs had already fallen into the trap. Fortunately, the pigmen were able to stand up despite the pain. However, the mossy-bristled pigs that fell headfirst into the pit either had bone spikes pierce their skulls through their eyes or got stuck at the entrance and couldn't get out. The number of people around it was decreasing rapidly, and its expression grew increasingly grave. It quickly raised its bone staff high in its hand. Beast God, unleash your wrath and let the world feel your fury. The crimson mist flowed from the bone staff to the pigmen, causing their muscles to bulge and the mossy-maned pigs to pant heavily. Berserk. Red Fox looked at the skeletal shaman with some trepidation. No one in the desolate snowfield knew the berserk spell. She had only seen it once before in the snow-gazing mountains. Show me what you've got. Those little tricks won't save you. The bone staff in the skeletal shaman's hand still emanated a bloody aura, and the pigmen around him who had been howling in pain stopped howling. All right, I'll show you my witchcraft. Su Yuan took out a roll of bright red items from the system shop, lit it with a lighter, and quickly threw it towards the location of the bone shaman. Stop them. Having learned his lesson from the last time, the bone shaman wouldn't fall for it again. He didn't dare stop wielding his bone staff and had a pigman block his way, crackling and popping. The loud explosion of the firecrackers startled the mossy boars, and the bone shaman, who was casting the berserk spell, stumbled and almost fell. Let's deal with those who haven't fallen into the pit yet. Lion put down her bow and arrow. The horse-slaying sword suited her better. The other warriors beside her followed closely behind. Meanwhile, the mossy-bristled boar had not yet recovered from the disturbance caused by the firecrackers. Cover your ears, everyone. The tusk crawled out of the pit, blood still flowing from the bloody holes in its feet, and used its stone hammer to send a mossy-bristled boar that was frantically charging at it flying. At this moment, its body swelled up again, and its fat turned into bulging muscles with prominent veins. The faint blood aura around it was much stronger than that released by the bone shaman before. Die! It grabbed Gray, who was attacking the pigman, and smashed it down with its stone hammer. Clang! Gray's expression remained unchanged as he plunged his long sword into the eye socket of the pigman in front of him without hesitation. Long rushed over instantly and blocked Fong's attack. Over the years, Long and Hui had cooperated countless times. Such precise opportunities are rare. Gray drew his long sword from the pigman's corpse and immediately turned to slash at the tusked feet. On Long's forehead, the runes that belonged to an awakened warrior were shining. Fong immediately realized the other party's identity, but the pain in its feet prevented it from thinking about such things. The firecrackers stopped, the panicked mossy boar was calmed down, and the bone shaman was also somewhat alarmed by the runes shining on the forehead of the woman holding the horse-slaying knife in front of him. Damn it, it's a tribe with 2 awakened warriors. I really don't know what happened during these years of hiding in the icy snowfields. Even a tribe with 2 awakened warriors of at least intermediate level was driven to the icy snowfields. Stop it. I need time to cast berserk. The mossy boar beneath him charged forward, its thick tusks clashing against Lion's horse-slaying saber. The normally hard tusks were actually cut with small gashes after colliding with the saber. I never expected you to have 2 awakened warriors. But you released such a wide-range spell earlier, you should be out of magic power now. What? Witchcraft? Su Yuan looked at the lighter in his hand with some doubt. Did he need witch power to throw a firecracker? Flame. Just as the bone shaman was smugly preparing to unleash the berserk spell, the dominoes in the red fox's hand emitted an orange light, and a flame shot towards it. It immediately stopped laughing. Looking at the pigman warriors around it whose eyes had turned blood red, it gritted its teeth, put its arm in front of it, and took the hit of the fireball. Thump. Chapter 68, they're not even going to act anymore. The crisp sound of the bone staff shattering rang out, and the bone shaman stared in disbelief at the fragments of the bone staff lying on the ground. It's broken? In the distance, Su Yuan slowly lowered the composite bow in his hand. Knowing the terrifying power of the berserk spell, how could he allow the bone shaman to unleash it? He's not stupid. After searching for an angle for a long time, he finally came up with a plan to deceive the heavens and the sea, using the red fox's huge fireball to block the arrows he shot. If I hadn't had some questions for this skeletal shaman, I probably would have shattered its head with that arrow. The pigmen, empowered by the berserk spell, could hold their own against the lions, but now that they had stopped, the various piercing and arrow wounds on their bodies were causing them to scream in agony. Big barbarian, charge. Smash them. Roar. Shaman rides onto man's head, carrying a hammer covered in iron spikes. When the man tackles the mossy boar, it will face Shaman's hammer attack. The remaining forces were quickly wiped out, and those stuck in the pits were unable to get up. The entire white snowfield was stained red with blood. The bone shaman sat blankly on the ground, his eyes still fixed on the bone staff he never parted from. Amidst the bones, a dark crystal was covered in cracks. The sunlight shining on it was blocked by a figure. So, take off your mask and let me see. No beast girls died in this battle, but some were injured. Some were hit in the buttocks by stray arrows, while others were knocked away by mossy boars. As it turned out, Su Yuan's preparations were too cautious. The trenches were never used, and the chaotic pig herd, frightened by the firecrackers, was unable to throw weapons. Moreover, there are very few throwable weapons, and throwing a weapon when facing an enemy right in front of you is a mistake. In the camp, Su Yuan led the group to distinguish between the pigmen and the carcasses of the green-haired pigs. The green-haired pigs could be used as food for the camp, so even if they didn't hunt for a month, they wouldn't have to worry about food. As for the pigman's corpse, adhering to the principle of not wasting anything, Su Yuan could use it to exchange for points, since he hadn't traded any of his 10 chances for today. I told you, once I catch you, I'll rip your hood off the whole place. On a wooden frame in the camp, the bone shaman was tightly bound. The white fang had bled to death, and the rope that had bound it had been replaced on the bone shaman. Su Yuan pulled off the beast bone mask. The face beneath the mask was somewhat withered, revealing a dark gray-skinned, sparsely haired, and very old-looking fellow. Tell me, who are you? Where did you come from? And what is that crystal? Ever since that crystal shattered, this guy has been in a daze. It's obvious that the thing must have been incredibly valuable. You actually shattered the earth spirit. That was a treasure I stole with great difficulty. The spirit of the earth? Holy crap, why didn't you say so sooner? We might have been able to make a deal. The name itself sounded extraordinary, so Su Yuan hurriedly ran to the pile of things that were being cleaned up on the battlefield. Among them were the pigmen's crude weapons and some salvage traps. According to Red Fox, these things can still be used next time. White Rabbit, do you see that strange rock that's split in two? Is this what you mean? I felt it was warm inside, and I was just about to show it to you. The White Rabbit opened its palm, and inside it was the dark stone that had been split in two. At this moment, it could feel something flowing away from the stone. He immediately took it, and sure enough, he heard a familiar voice. Rare item detected, Earth Spirit Crystal. Tradable for 5,000 points, or 500 points. New special items added. Host, please select the direction of the transaction. 500, 500. Hurry up and show me what good stuff has been updated. Transaction successful. New products can be viewed in a special section. Complete Guide to Earth Spirit Basic Magic. 15,000 points. Note, 10 basic Earth elemental spells are included. You will need to learn them on your own. Holy crap, they're not even going to act anymore. It's an Earth magic book. Su Yuan stared wide-eyed at the newly appeared brown book, which was inscribed with some strange symbols, but he could understand them. Earth Spirit Magic, Basic Apprentice Edition. Unfortunately, this point system is proving difficult for him. If he spends 15,000 points, how will he make a living? Forget it. I'll redeem it when I have more points later. Besides, I have to learn this myself. What if I have terrible magical talent? After completing the transaction of the broken crystal, Su Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief and turned his attention to the pile of corpses and items. This time, under the command of the bone shaman, the pigmen launched a full-scale attack with their entire families, giving Su Yuan no chance to sneak attack their home base. So, they brought everything they could with them. He naturally looked down on those broken stone weapons. Besides that, there was only some food and dried meat. There was very little that primitive people could get their hands on. Just as he was idly flipping through the objects, the system's beautiful voice rang out again, this time targeting a broken piece of bone. Isn't this the bone staff that the shaman was holding before? White Rabbit and the others actually brought this thing back as well. Although the crystal on the bone was gone, it was still as long as an arm, with very sharp cracks, and the whole bone radiated a white jade-like luster. Rare item detected. Wind Chaser Wolf Leg Bone. Tradable for 2,000 points, or 200 points. New special items added. Host, please select the direction of the transaction. This item was cheaper than the crystal, but Su Yuan still accepted them all as special small commodities from the system. Wind Chaser Boots, 2,000 points. Wind Chaser Bone Arrow, 50 points. A pair of white fur boots that looked very comfortable, and a white arrow with a pointed arrowhead. This arrow was worth more than twice as many points as a poison arrow. Although the items were just average, Su Yuan wasn't picky. After closing the system shop, he continued searching through them, touching every single item that looked inconspicuous. Otherwise, it might end up like this Wind Chaser Wolf Bone, which looks ordinary but turns out to be a rare item. If I hadn't picked it up out of curiosity, it probably would have been taken by the White Rabbit and thrown somewhere else after a while. Su Yuan touched all the items on the ground. It seemed that the Wind Chaser Wolf Bone was a lucky event, as none of the other items made a clear notification sound. Well, it's already good enough to get 2 special items. Let's finish today's transactions first. Su Yuan dropped the wooden stick in his hand and went to the pile of pigman corpses next to him, which had been piled up into a small mountain. Because they were still bleeding, the pile of corpses was placed in an open area next to the wooden stakes, where the snow in the sky would keep them from decomposing too quickly. Otherwise, if the smell gets to the camp, it will definitely be unpleasant. Chapter 69 Yellow Sand Plain. System, can we discuss something? Let's stop dealing with these guys piecemeal. I'm too lazy to leave them here to annoy people. At worst, we can lower the transaction points and just buy them all at once. Is it true that recycling the entire item only earns 60% of the points for recycling all items? Okay. There are more than 30 pigman corpses here. Even if he trades 10 a day, it would take him 4 days to process them all. If the bodies were to be sold separately, it would probably take half a month or even a month to process them all, not to mention whether the bodies could even be stored for that long. Even back then, seeing mountains of pigman corpses every day would be terrifying, especially with all the little beast girls in the tribe. So it would be better to reduce the number of points for trading. Ordinary pigman corpse, 2,010 points. Should we trade? A deal. The mountain of pigman corpses was traded by Su Yuan to the system. The price of each one varied, with warriors earning more points and ordinary pigmen earning less. Just as his palm touched a huge white fong, the system's clear and pleasant voice rang in his ears again. Rare item detected. Mutant pigman tusk. Tradable for 4,000 points, or 400 points. New special item added. Host, please select the direction of the transaction. It's only 1,000 points less than the Earth Spirit Crystal that the Bone Shaman treasures, so it seems that the corpse of this awakened pigman warrior is quite valuable. 400 points, then open the special items page. Transaction successful. New products can be viewed in a special section. Piggy Milk Tea, 1,500 points. Note, increases body size and strength by 30% within 1 hour after consumption, lasting for 30 minutes. Up to 3 bottles can be redeemed daily. So it's a strength potion, huh? Wait, it increases size too. Su Yuan glanced at it curiously for a few moments, confirming that the increased size had caused the brain to wander a bit. If Lion drank this potion, that's at least 2.6 meters tall. Isn't that 8? Lord Su Yuan, we're back. Just then, Lion returned to the camp with several beast girls. Su Yuan had previously sent them to investigate the situation at the pigman tribe's camp. Now the group was empty-handed. It seemed that the pigmen had brought everything with them. The caves where those guys lived only contained some animal bones and stones, and we searched around but didn't find anything else. It's all right. You guys go and help White Rabbit and the others dispose of the bodies. It's normal that there's nothing there. Although we don't know when these guys arrived in the icy wilderness, they are, after all, orcs who fled from outside. After using up his last transaction of the day, Su Yuan returned to the pillar where the skeletal shaman was bound. The guy looked dejected, seemingly still thinking about the Earth Spirit Crystal. All right, didn't you want to talk before? We can have a proper chat now. Where did you come from? And what exactly is this Earth Spirit? Despite Su Yuan's question, the Bone Shaman remained unmoved, staring blankly down below. Looks like I need to teach you a lesson to get you down. Su Yuan grabbed the few remaining hairs on the guy's head, and after a painful scream, those few white hairs blended into the white snow. Anyway, the things are broken and I've already thrown them away. You don't want to suffer when you're about to die, do you? Damn orcs, you were the ones who drove me away in the first place, and now you've destroyed my treasure. I wish I could skin you alive. Su Yuan remained expressionless, staring at its head as he said, if you don't want to have a proper chat, I can peel your skin off first. But it's not that simple method. I'll cut your skin open first, then throw you into that frozen lake over there, and the fish will come and slowly gnaw on your body. Of course, don't worry. When you're about to die, I'll cast a healing spell on you, and wait for those fish to slowly eat away your flesh and blood. The Bone Shaman stared at Su Yuan with both eyes. It hadn't expected this guy to be even more cruel than the shaman in its former tribe. In fact, compared to him, the iron-blooded shaman could be considered kind and merciful. I said, my name is Whitebone. I come from the Poison Scorpion tribe of the Yellow Sand Plain, and that Earth Spirit is the treasure of the Poison Scorpion tribe. Yellow Sand Plains? How far is that sandy plain from here? I don't know either, but it took me almost 2 years to get here. Before that, I was being hunted down. 2 years. It seems this sandy plain is quite far from here. Su Yuan had originally planned to inquire about the Earth Spirit Crystal. This glass bead-sized piece, even though it was damaged, was worth 5,000 points. He couldn't imagine how valuable a complete one would be. Where are those people who've been chasing you? They've been after you for 2 years. They wouldn't let you live here, would they? They dare not come over. The Scorpion Shaman sent warriors from the Snake People and Lizard People. Those guys are particularly afraid of the cold, so they have been staying in the Wangshua Mountains. I want to take a sneak peek once before. They have now established a tribe guarding the road leading into the mountains, so I can only stay hidden here. So everything is clear now. This guy stole a tribal treasure and was chased to this place. As for those pigmen, they were probably just some laborers captured along the way. The reason for this is probably that someone will help it hunt for food and take care of it while it lives in this place. Su Yuan suddenly had a suspicion. Could the strange guy who hunted the beast which be related to these guys from the Yellow Sand Plain? Can you let me go? Without the Earth Spirit, they won't be able to find me. I'll leave the icy Snowfield immediately, and I absolutely won't tell anyone about you. Perhaps it was because Su Yuan plucked a few hairs earlier that it regained its senses. Now, facing death, the bone shaman still wanted to pray for a chance to live. Let you go. Su Yuan looked it up and down, found a good angle, and stabbed it into its body. Before it could even speak, ink-black blood flowed from its mouth. Perhaps it didn't expect Su Yuan to act so decisively, without even giving it a chance to plead for mercy. Even the pigmen who follow you are liars. Do you think I would believe what you say? As the skeletal shaman's body slowly tilted to the side, Su Yuan pulled out the dagger he had inserted. The last trading opportunity he had saved up earlier was meant to be used now. The moment his palm touched the skeletal shaman, the system's crisp voice predictably appeared in his ears. Rare item detected. Mutated desert goblin skull. Tradable for 4,000 points, or 400 points. New special item added. Host, please select the direction of the transaction. Chapter 70. Are they rewarding the pet here? Transaction successful. New products can be viewed in a special section. Goblin stone necklace, for 1,000 points. Note, wearing this item will keep you alert and slightly increase your magic power. The special item traded using the desert goblin's corpse was the most surprising item Su Yuan had received besides the magic book, especially the one that kept him conscious. If it works on the witches who were captured and taken to the Wanshua Mountains, it might be able to completely save them and thus uncover information about the Wanshua Mountains. After the battle, the excitement in the tribe reached its peak, and at night, a particularly large bonfire was lit in the center of the star camp. The bright flames illuminated everyone's faces as they sat happily in a circle, each holding a small bowl. The delicious meat soup brought a happy smile to the faces of every beast girl. The man and the snow wolves also enjoyed a sumptuous meal, especially the man, who was gnawing on a large pork bone with great enthusiasm. As expected, murder and arson bring wealth. After just one battle, not only was the tribe's food replenished, but my system shop also received a significant replenishment of special items. Besides fish, the only other food available at the camp was sweet potatoes and potatoes that Su Yuan had exchanged from the system shop. Although the fish was fresh and delicious, it couldn't compare to the flavor of pork and beef, etc. Su Yuan suddenly remembered the snow crystal bull that Lion had hunted before. It seemed that he had forgotten about the bull because of the pigman tribe. It's obvious that its size is comparable to the ice spike spider we encountered before, and that snow crystal bull is very likely to produce new special products as well. White rabbit. What about the snow crystal bull that Sister Lion hunted before? After much thought, Su Yuan decided to find the item first, and perhaps tomorrow he could try to unlock new special items with the snow crystal ox. That cow? I put it in the igloo after I finished dealing with it. Oh, they put out the snow house, I understand. I'll try it when I get up tomorrow. The atmosphere in the camp became increasingly lively. Several cheerful and enthusiastic beast girls pulled Su Yuan over, and everyone was dancing and gesturing wildly. This is our victory celebration dance. Why don't you join us? There were quite a few beast girls dancing around the campfire, including Nicoya, who was accompanied by a white cat named Shiro. They were all in high spirits, though their faces were a little pale. Long and Shirshir didn't participate, but they still clapped excitedly on the side, while Gigi joined in and started swaying around aimlessly. The dances of primitive tribes are very simple. They just sway around the campfire, moving their arms and legs without any rhythm. However, seeing those little tails of different lengths waving around, Su Yuan happily joined in. The campfire illuminated everyone's shadows and their joyful smiles. Lord Su Yuan, thank you for saving me earlier. In the crowd, Maobai came to Su Yuan's side, tiptoed slightly, and kissed Su Yuan's lips. The delicate touch made Su Yuan pause slightly. Wait, don't beast girls usually express their gratitude in this way? Cat White, who taught you this? Cat White looked somewhat surprised, then said with a hint of doubt, Cat Knight told me this. She said you told her that kissing was a way for your tribe to express gratitude. What are you saying? When did that happen? The bullet from that night somehow traveled for days before hitting me now. Su Yuan's lips twitched slightly. He had only whispered some words to coax Mao Yi at night, but he didn't expect this guy to actually take it seriously. The problem is, this guy really can't keep a secret. Su Yuan. Tonight, sob sob sob. In the crowd, Mao Yi jumped over again, but before she could finish speaking, Su Yuan covered her mouth and carried her away from the dancing crowd, leaving only a bewildered Mao Bai behind. Tonight, Cat White looked at Su Yuan as he left, scratching his head in confusion. The celebratory dances continued until midnight. After eating and drinking their fill, the beast girls leaned against each other in twos and threes, and Su Yuan also held the somewhat sleepy Cat Knight in his arms. We're back to over 20,000 points. and we'll be making over 30,000 more tomorrow. Should we reward these beast girls? Looking at the group of beast girls around him, Su Yuan didn't know what to reward them with. Should he reward them with compressed biscuits again? He had promised Zizi that he would give her something even better than compressed biscuits after the war ended. Speak of the devil, and he appears. Just as he was pondering, Gigi popped its head out from the side, its eyes darting around, and its face full of smiles. Hee, Su Yuanwu. All right, I know we're still missing your reward, Squeak Warrior. Go and call everyone over. Tonight I'll pray to the gods for everyone's reward. Okay, I'll go right away. Upon hearing about the reward, Gigi immediately ran over and greeted everyone around the campfire. Maoya also woke up somewhat upon hearing the sounds. System, do you have any foods that these beast girls like to eat? Please make a list for me. Cat food, large bag 100 points. Dog food, value pack 80 points. Animal milk tablets, surprise pack 150 points. Holy crap, I'm rewarding the beast girl, not the pet. The list on the tablet is all animal food, including freeze-dried food that small animals like, as well as some nutritional milk tablets and some kin pet food. You'd think he was browsing a pet food store. But my system is just a rigid program system that doesn't make any jokes. Could it be that raising beast girls is really like raising pets? Su Yuan, everyone has gathered. Just as he was pondering, Zizi had already gathered everyone together, and the beast girls, who were originally a little tired, all surrounded him. What's the reward? Is it delicious? But I'm already a little full. I want another animal skin blanket. Pan Yu always steals my blanket when we sleep at night. Bei Yu immediately shut her mouth after speaking, because at this moment, Pan Yu was glaring at her with angry eyes, and her white little tiger teeth were exposed. Wah, I guess I'll still eat it then. Quilt? Su Yuan suddenly realized that although the snow houses in the tribe were enough, everyone would sleep together in 2s and 3s at night, which was not only warm but also saved on animal skin blankets. After all, the tribe didn't have many animal hides, and animal hide blankets were even rarer. What was kept in the camp were mostly very tough animal hides that hadn't been processed yet. Since we're already receiving rewards anyway, why not exchange them for some blankets to help us get through this time in the icy wilderness? System, check the price of the quilt. Quilt, 500 points. Down comforter, 300 points. Wool blanket, 280 points. Memory foam comforter, 1,200 points. Chapter 71 Cat food is indeed for feeding cat girls. Pure wool and pure down comforters, which were previously quite expensive in the world, are now much cheaper. On the contrary, those technological products, such as memory foam quilts, bamboo fiber quilts, and even electric quilts, are very expensive, but nowadays we don't need these things. Today, thanks to everyone's bravery and teamwork, we defeated the powerful pigment tribe. Without everyone's cooperation, we would not have been able to defeat them. So I pray to the gods for blankets to keep everyone warm in winter, 1 blanket per snow hut later. Su Yuan redeemed the cheapest wool blanket. Although it wasn't as comfortable as down or cotton, its excellent warmth retention was perfect for the cold, snowy plains. Great! Now I can cover myself with a blanket, and Pan Yu won't steal my blanket anymore. Halfway through her joy, Beiwei was immediately grabbed by the rabbit's ears by Pan Yu, who couldn't stand it any longer. Her excited face soon turned into a mournful one. However, everyone in the tribe, who had been feeling sleepy, quickly woke up, even though it wasn't as cold to sleep in the snow huts. But in this cold weather, who wouldn't want to sleep warmer? Everyone line up. The oldest sister in each snow house will come to receive her reward. Su Yuan spread his arms, and in an instant, the white wool quilt fell in front of him. The beast girls lined up in a very orderly fashion, with the red fox at the head. She was somewhat surprised to see the wool blanket in Su Yuan's hand. Is this a wool blanket? Red Fox, you can tell. Red Fox smiled and explained to Su Yuan. Back in the snowy wilderness, many tribes would cut off the pelts of the snow sheep they hunted and make them into blankets and clothes. It's just that snow sheep are rarely seen in the snowfields, so this stuff is quite expensive. Besides, I've never seen a wool blanket like this before. I've only smelled it. The wool blanket that Su Yuan exchanged was quite well made. The white fabric was filled with soft wool, and you could feel its weight when you held it in your hands. It was much warmer and more comfortable than the tribe's original animal skin blankets, and when gently placed near the nose, it did not have the fishy smell of animals. All right, here you go. Thank you for your efforts, Su Yuan. Su Yuan placed the wool blanket in the red fox's hands. The soft touch warmed the red fox's heart. It gently came to Su Yuan and kissed him on the corner of his mouth. Did Maya teach you this too? How many people did Nico tell what she said when she was dancing before? Looking at Su Yuan, who seemed puzzled, Red Fox asked in surprise. This is what Cat White told me. He said that your tribe expresses gratitude with kisses. Am I mistaken? Should I admit I was wrong or right? If I was wrong, wouldn't everything I said to Maya before be nonsense? But if I wasn't wrong, I'm not a Westerner, so where would I get this kissing etiquette from? No, that's right. I'm just a little curious how you found out so quickly. Finally, looking at the Red Fox's fair and beautiful face, Su Yuan lied and said, Western etiquette is also etiquette. Isn't the earth just a giant village? Everyone has put a lot of effort into everything for you. After the Red Fox left, the Beast Girls lined up one after another. It seemed that Su Yuan's words had spread throughout the entire tribe. Every Beast Girl hugged the soft wool blanket and excitedly kissed it. I don't know how many wool blankets I've given away, but I still vividly remember the number of kisses. After receiving different Beast Girls more than 10 times in a row, my mouth was almost numb. You want some too? As the kissing progressed, just as Su Yuan was feeling somewhat lightheaded, a huge figure appeared in front of him, its outstretched claws startling him. Roar! The man nodded, stood up, and patted its belly. The fur from its previous injury hadn't grown back yet, making it look pitiful. All right, take it. Su Yuan handed a wool blanket to the man, and when it tried to imitate him and walk towards him, he kicked it away. Take your things and go back quickly. This guy's high IQ isn't a good thing either. He likes to learn everything. If he licks you, you'll be skinned alive. 15 quilts, a total of 4,200 points. 4,000 points is neither a lot nor a little. At least it brings Su Yuan's points, which started in the 20s, back to the 10s. He only has a little over 10,000 points now. If it weren't for the fact that he could earn 30,000 points tomorrow, he wouldn't dare to spend them like this. However, seeing the Beast Girls smiling while hugging their wool blankets, Su Yuan felt it was all worth it, and a sense of pride welled up inside him, prompting him to pull Nicoya over. Don't blurt things out next time, okay? You'll say anything? Cat Knight looked somewhat confused in its sleepy eyes. Su Yuan sighed, and then redeemed a bag of cat food from the system shop. The system remained as stingy as ever, refusing to even provide a packaging bag, instead simply using an animal hide to hold the brown kitten food. Sniff, what smells so good? It smells like chicken, fish, and beef. The moment the cat food was redeemed, the cat in my arms, who was clearly sleepy, suddenly widened its eyes and sniffed hard with its little nose. Is the flavor really that rich? Su Yuan picked up a piece and put it in his mouth to taste it. The first taste is of meat, followed by a hint of grain flavor. It's quite chewy and tastes a bit like the beef cubes Su Yuan used to eat. I have to say, it's actually quite delicious. Su Yuan was about to toss another one into his mouth, but the Beast Girls around him had a very keen sense of smell. Before long, he was surrounded by a crowd of people, all of whom were staring at him expectantly. Su Yuan, is this also a reward for us? Squeaky was practically drooling. If her mother hadn't been holding her tail, she probably would have already jumped into Su Yuan's arms. Shall we all try some? After receiving Su Yuan's permission, everyone grabbed a piece of cat food from the pile of cat food in the animal skin bag and put it in their mouths. The unprecedented aroma made everyone close their eyes in happiness. So delicious. This is even better than compressed biscuits. He chewed it with a crunching sound, his eyes even more excited than when he ate compressed biscuits before, and then grabbed another one and handed it to Long behind him. Mom, try it, it's delicious. Sure enough, this world is a giant pet breeding park. This cat food is not only effective for cat girls, but even the aloof lion girl, Lioness, couldn't resist trying it. The large bag of cat food was quickly devoured. Although everyone had already eaten their fill, they were still not quite done. The little guy, Zizi, was still licking his fingers when Su Yuan, unable to bear it any longer, grabbed him. All right, I'll ask the gods for this delicious food again during the next celebration. Eating cat food shouldn't be addictive, or they won't even be able to eat the food the tribe hunts for, and that would be the end of them. Su Yuan didn't want the tribe's Beast Girls to become dependent on the system's products. After all, with the unlocking of special items, more and more expensive items have appeared, and there will probably be even more expensive items after the second-level store is unlocked. Only what you develop yourself truly belongs to you. But how is cat food made again? Chapter 72, A Different Night. At night, after arranging for 3 Beast Girls to keep watch, everyone comfortably returned to their cozy little snow houses, where the soft wool blankets felt especially comfortable. 2 or 3 Beast Girls huddled together, and soon they were sweating slightly from the heat, so they had to take off their animal skin clothes to the side. If Su Yuan were still sleeping in the snow house next to everyone else, he definitely wouldn't be able to resist. That night, the demon above his head would probably shoot the angel above him dead. But he couldn't resist tonight either. Tonight is a different kind of night. He didn't know what time it was. Su Yuan held the sleeping cat, Yi, and was still somewhat excited due to the battle during the day and the celebration at night. I can't take it anymore. I'm so sleepy. I want to sleep and eat. Maoya was still talking in her sleep, smacking her lips as if she were having some kind of dream. Outside the camp, 3 small figures peeked out from a gap in the wooden fence, then withdrew after seeing that only 3 somewhat tired beast girls remained in the camp. Sister Lansha, are we really still going to steal their food? They were so scary during the day, I don't want to get chopped in half. Following closely behind was a petite girl with short white hair. Unlike the previous beast-eared girls, their ears resembled those of ordinary humans. As her hair sways in the wind, you can vaguely see her chubby little ears growing on both sides. If it weren't for the several ice blue spider legs stretching out randomly behind him, and the eyes that were even more complex than the Manjikyu Sharingan, he would look exactly like a human in every other respect. Shut up, they're all asleep. Besides, they harvested so much food today, they definitely won't notice anything is missing. The girl in the lead had long, ice blue hair, and the spider legs on her back were sharper than the other two's. Her cool face was filled with a determined expression. The food we stole before can only last for a while. Don't forget to prepare food for Mother Red Frost, otherwise we won't be able to control that monster. I'm going into the cave later. If I get caught, you all need to go back quickly and then lead everyone away from here. The 2 spider girls behind them hesitated, holding the blue-haired girl's arm and asking reluctantly, "But what about Mother Red Frost?" "Red Frost Mother will hold off that monster until everyone leaves, then it won't be able to catch you." Lansha was also frightened by the fighting power of this newly emerged tribe. During the day, they heard the sounds of fierce fighting below, so they came out to watch. Unexpectedly, they witnessed this newly emerged tribe unilaterally slaughtering the opposing pigment tribe, a group they dared not venture into. Last time she tried to steal food from that pigment tribe, she was discovered by the guy wearing the bone mask, and she almost didn't make it back. If those pigmen could climb mountains, she would probably be buried in some snowdrift by now. All right, you 2 wait here. I'll throw the stuff over here in a bit, and then you can take it back right away. Sister Lansha, wait a minute. Just as she was about to leave, another spider girl called out to her. Looking at the gap in the wooden fence, she felt something was off. What's wrong, Green Ear? Sister Lansha, why did the shaman of this tribe leave an opening here, but fenced off the rest of the area? This strange gap made her very suspicious. When she looked from the mountain during the day, she could see that the tribe's timber had not been used up, but now there were logs all around, and only this section was exposed. Hey, maybe those guys were too busy dealing with the pigman tribe to deal with this place. Besides, even if it's surrounded by these wooden barriers, I could easily climb up. Sister Lansha, be careful of the ground when you go in. Those guys dug a hole and covered it with snow. For some reason, Green Spike felt a little worried. Lansha waved her hand, not taking what she said seriously. That kind of pit? Even if she stepped into it, she could easily support herself with her spider legs. It was just that the clumsy pigmen couldn't react. All right. You guys stay hidden and wait for me to throw the stuff over here in a bit. After Lansha finished speaking, she used the blue spider legs on her back to tiptoe into the star camp. The sharp spider legs pierced into the snow without making a sound. After walking a few steps, she arrived at the cave where food was stored. Looking at the dark cave, there was no light at all, but she could vaguely see that it was no different from before. I thought these guys would dig a hole in the cave, but I didn't expect them to be so unprepared in the camp. Did they not notice that we stole the food before? Lansha quietly entered the cave. Her strange pupils allowed her to see some of the cave's interior, where there was more food than before. If only I could take all this food back with me, but they would definitely find out. Click. Just as she was marveling at how much food the tribe had increased in just a few days, a sudden clicking sound made her turn her head immediately. Outside, everything was the same as before. The 3 beast girls on night watch sat by the campfire, looking a little sleepy, and the other houses were also very quiet. Sigh, you're just scaring yourself. Lansha breathed a sigh of relief and continued walking towards the cave, but this time the cracking sound became even more pronounced in the direction of the sound. Right at her feet. What is this? What the hell? When her spider legs knocked over the wooden stick hidden in the snow, the ropes that Su Yuan had set up instantly bound her spider legs, and the wooden stick, now free of its clasps, was immediately lifted up. Lansha was caught off guard and pulled into the air. Several of her spider legs were tied behind her back, while the rest couldn't reach the rope. The spinning rope immediately made her dizzy, and her screams frightened the 2 sisters waiting outside, turning them pale. Oh no, something's happened to Sister Lansha. Hanchi, hurry back and lead the rest of the tribe away. I'm going to rescue Sister Lansha. After speaking, Green Spike rushed into the camp, leaving Red Blaze behind, who was so anxious that tears welled up in his eyes as he looked back and forth between the camp and the darkness behind. How do I get up the mountain this time? Wah, Green Ear, I can't find my way back in the middle of the night. Come back quickly, I'm going to rescue Sister Lansha. The sounds coming from the camp startled Su Yuan, who was just starting to feel a little tired. He quietly put Mao Yi aside, and then immediately got up and dressed. When they stepped outside, Long and the others had already arrived at the cave entrance. At this moment, she and Shirshir each held a small figure in their hands. The people in the other snow huts also came out one after another, rubbing their sleepy eyes and looking around at the cave. Chapter 73 The Spider Girl Tribe on the Mountaintop. Su Yuan looked at them silently, thinking, don't mess around, I just finished a battle. Because they came out so quickly, the beast girls hadn't even properly put on their animal skin clothes. Su Yuan looked at the girls, who were red from the cold, and quickly made arrangements for them. You guys go back and change your clothes right away. I'll handle these two guys. The green tassel that Lion was holding was struggling desperately, but unfortunately, it was Lion who was holding her. Not to mention holding her, he could tear her apart with his bare hands. Su Yuan, be very careful. The spider legs on this guy's back are very sharp. Spider legs? Su Yuan curiously examined the two captured beast girls. Their animal skins barely covered their thighs, and their fair, tender legs were frozen red. Lion pulled out one of the spider legs that was being held on her back. Although Green Spike was unwilling, she was no match for it. The long, thin, sharp spider leg, like a spear, was pulled out and brought in front of Su Yuan. This is it. Holy crap, the external sole bone 8 spider lances. Su Yuan stared in shock at the green spider leg that Shirshir had pulled out. Could it be that there are soul beasts in this world? However, he quickly realized what was happening and patted his still sleepy head. This girl must be the spider girl of this world, except that her lower body isn't a spider's body, but rather a pair of long, fair legs. Both spider girls, including the one inside the cave, were tightly bound to the wooden stakes erected in the camp, their spider spears tied together on their backs. At this moment, Su Yuan stood curiously in front of the 3 women, occasionally poking at the spider spears on their thighs and backs with his finger. Hey, have you had enough? If you're going to kill us, then do it now. Unable to bear such an insult, Lan Sha's eyes blazed with anger as she roared at Su Yuan, who was groping them from behind. Ahem, I thought spider girls had tails too. Su Yuan coughed twice, tied Lan Sha's animal skin skirt, and then walked up to the 3 of them, looking at them strangely. Why is it another trio? Do you always go on missions in groups of 3 in your world? If I had brought more people, your tribe would have been in danger. Lan Sha glared at Su Yuan with feigned composure, looking exactly like the way she had betrayed you back then, except that she was much more easygoing. To put it bluntly, they're stupid, while Pan Yu is purely rebellious and needs to be disciplined before she'll listen. Su Yuan didn't make any move despite seeing her disdainful look. Instead, he smiled at her, which made Lan Sha increasingly uneasy. Look at you, I was just about to let you live. Why are you still thinking of stealing? You stole it last time too, didn't you? No. Okay, we took it. Lan Sha quickly retorted, but her confidence waned, and she looked at Su Yuan nervously, saying, I took the things by myself. It has nothing to do with the 2 of them. I'm responsible for my own actions. You can kill me if you want, but please let them go. Su Yuan still had a smiling expression, but then he became curious about the pupils of the others and leaned close to Lan Sha's face to carefully observe her pupils. Holy crap, the Manjikyu Sharingan is even more overpowered than your 8 spider lances. All right, Sister Lan Sha, this Master Wu knows everything. There's no need to say any more. Seeing that Su Yuan didn't seem to care about the stolen food, LV Sui helplessly called out to Lan Sha, who was even smarter than she had imagined. Huh? What did I find out? Upon hearing Lu Sui's words, Su Yuan turned to look at her, and then, with his usual calm expression, said, Then tell me, where did you come from? I can't say you can kill me. Green Spike shook her head and looked at the other 2. Red Blaze kept his mouth tightly shut, and Blue Sha turned her head away from him. Oh, aren't you afraid I'll strip you naked, tie you up in the snow, and freeze you to death, or slice you into pieces? Come on, I won't tell you. These people were much more determined than Su Yuan had imagined, but Su Yuan was just trying to scare them. He wasn't that abnormal himself. When they wouldn't listen to reason, Su Yuan changed his tone, his face full of concern as he said to them, Sai, you must be starving to have come to steal things. Look at these legs, they're all red from the cold, and there's not a single animal skin to keep them warm. He placed his hand on her plump, red thigh and squeezed it. The cold, Icy plains had made her thigh extremely cold, and it felt like a piece of chilled jelly in his hand. How long ago did you set off? You're all frozen like this. The warmth from Su Yuan's palm made Hong Chi relax her tightly closed mouth, and after hesitating for a moment, she whispered, "We didn't come out until it was dark. I was already frozen like this in the cave." They set off at night and arrived at their location in the cave. Su Yuan deduced their location from Hong Chi's words. It's impossible for the Pigman tribe. If there were any other tribes in that area, the bone shaman would have discovered them long ago, not to mention that this guy is a stupid fellow. It's impossible ahead either. That place is the desolate snowfield that Su Yuan came from, where there isn't even a mountain, let alone a cave. As for the other side, there was a snow-covered forest. We had hunted there before, but we hadn't really looked at that place closely. You're from the mountains, aren't you? You. How did you know? Lansha immediately panicked. If this guy found the cave where they lived, they would all be doomed. No. We came from the cave at the foot of the mountain outside the gap over there. Even the cleverest green tassel didn't realize she'd been tricked. The three naive girls looked at Su Yuan and immediately had a guess. The shaman of this tribe must have some divination skills, and must have divined that the location where they lived was on the mountain. A cave. If you don't tell the truth, I'll send someone up the mountain to visit your elders. You can't get up there. The mountain path is blocked by snow. Even we have to rely on our spider legs to slowly walk down. If I send people to block the road down the mountain every day, you'll have to come down to find food, right? Previously, when Lion and the others couldn't climb this mountain, Su Yuan didn't take it seriously. He never expected that his neighbors, besides the pig people next door, also included the spider girl on the mountain. What exactly do you want? I'll return the food I stole from you. Su Yuan's relentless pressure drove Lan Sha to the brink of collapse. After struggling for a while, she was tied up again by Shir, who had rushed over. Shir's blue eyes were fixed on him. Then, as if deflated, he said in a pleading tone, "Please, spare my people. I will make up for the food I owe you. I was lying to you before." Looking at the snow-capped mountains illuminated by starlight, and the cave where her people had struggled to survive, she couldn't help but shed a tear. Our tribe. There are only some children left. Was the threat mentioned in Chapter 74 me? We were driven to this place and have been living in caves on this mountain ever since. Although the conditions in the icy and snowy plains were harsh, adults were still able to go out and hunt some animals back then. But a long time ago, a monster came here. It rushed into the cave and started tearing at everyone while we were sleeping. To protect us, the shamans and warriors fought against that creature. Win or lose. Su Yuan knew he had said the wrong thing when he saw Lan Sha's disappointed expression. We won. You won. It's all right, at least you're still alive, huh? You won. So why are you acting like this? Although we won, Wu and the others were all killed by that guy, and we still can't kill it. Now only Mother Red Frost is still holding on. Then why can't you run away? Green Spike looked at Su Yuan with a bitter smile and asked, "Where do we run to?" Mother Red Frost is the last awakened warrior. If she doesn't hold that monster back, we'll all die. But without Mother Red Frost, we wouldn't even be able to get these children out of the icy wilderness. Su Yuan underestimated the strength of the awakened warriors. A team or tribe without a shaman is just a wanderer, like Long and her group before. But if there aren't even awakened warriors, then there's no way to survive. Any monster you encounter on the road will tear you to shreds. Thinking of this, Su Yuan looked at the sleepy-eyed Pan Yu beside him. This guy was really lucky. If he hadn't met them, he would probably have been packed up by the ice spike spiders and used as food for the winter by now. Snort. Pan Yu also noticed Su Yuan's gaze and turned her head away somewhat unhappily, muttering to herself, "I will definitely become an awakened warrior." After listening to the three people's complaints, Su Yuan understood the current situation. There was another tribe on the mountain where his tribe's camp was located, a tribe that had been defeated and had no fighting power left. In addition, there is a monster that even a tribe with a shaman and an awakened warrior could not defeat. Pass down the message. We'll meet up at noon tomorrow to head up the mountain. Hu Si and Xiao Man can stay at the camp to protect everyone. You. Can you please spare our people? Those children didn't eat much meat. We ate most of it. If you want to arrest someone, just arrest us. Don't worry, I didn't care about that little bit of food at all. But there's such a big threat right next to my camp. I can't sleep until I deal with it. After Su Yuan finished speaking, he said to the beast girls guarding the area, "Light a fire next to them so they don't freeze to death. Also, remember to keep an eye on them." Sister Lansha, the threat he mentioned, could it be us? Hong Chi swallowed hard and asked somewhat uncertainly. None of the three of them quite understood what Su Yuan meant when he left, that all that was left in their tribe were those little creatures that hadn't even shed their shells yet. let alone fighting the Star Tribe. They couldn't even defeat the Pigman Tribe, which had already been wiped out. We shouldn't be considered a threat, right? Encountering such a thing late at night, Su Yuan was no longer sleepy when he returned to bed, while Mao Yi next to him was sleeping soundly. That strange fragrance always wafted from under the covers, making it even harder for Su Yuan to fall asleep. Forget it. Let's not bother her anymore. We still need to go see what kind of monster it is tomorrow. Su Yuan still harbored some expectations. If he killed that guy, he could probably unlock one or even several more special items. In the latter half of the night, although the people sitting by the campfire felt warmth in their bodies, their hearts were extremely cold. Every time they closed their eyes, they could recall the battle between Su Yuan and the Pigman. The images in their dreams gradually became demonized amidst their worries, and Su Yuan hung those pigmen on pillars to dry them into dried pork, then sliced the meat into pieces and grill them over a fire. I wonder if my own spider legs will be torn off and roasted tomorrow. And what about those little sisters who haven't molted yet? Will they be strung up and roasted over a fire? The next morning arrived quickly. After a night of fun, everyone was fast asleep except for a few energetic beast girls who had already woken up. The three people on the shelf eventually fell asleep in the middle of the night, but their expressions still showed some worry, and Lan Sha's drooling lips were still pleading. Su Yuan slowly woke up when the sun was halfway up the sky. Cat Knight went to bed early yesterday, and since Lan Sha didn't wake up when she was stealing things, she woke up very early this morning and is now off playing somewhere. Su Yuan Wu, everyone has assembled. When Su Yuan came out dressed, the group, who had just finished fighting outside the camp the day before, were ready for battle again. The beast girl who was injured in the previous battle with the pigmen did not participate in the battle and was assigned by Su Yuan to stay in the camp and guard the camp with Husi. He also summoned Red Fox to the camp. The tribe always needed someone to give orders, and since Su Yuan wasn't there, she was the only one left. Everyone performed well in yesterday's battle, and we successfully defeated the powerful Pigman tribe. However, I heard some news last night. On the mountain in our tribe, there is a tribe that is binding a terrifying monster. Although it is currently bound, it will eventually escape. Our tribe is right below it. If that guy escapes, that tribe will be the first to fall, and we will probably be the second. Even though they had just gone through a fierce battle, the beast girls in the tribe were full of fighting spirit. As soon as they heard that there was another battle, they all gripped their weapons tightly. So we need to take the initiative and eliminate that guy completely, for the sake of everyone in the tribe, and so that we can go back and rescue our companions who were captured earlier. That monster must die. Listening to Su Yuan's words, the worried expressions on Lan Sha and the others who were tied to the pillar changed. Sister Lan Sha, are they trying to help us kill that giant monster? Lan Sha shook her head helplessly and said, it's no use. Even the witches couldn't kill that monster back then. Although their weapons were very sharp, they couldn't pierce the monster's body. Oh, the monster you caught was that powerful. Su Yuan then brought the beast girls over and loosened the ropes binding the three of them. Finding a cave in such a large mountain would probably take a long time without their guidance. Seeing that Su Yuan had indeed untied them, Lan Sha felt no longer worried. Yes, that guy's skin is very tough. Our spider legs can't pierce it at all. It's like a hard rock stuck in it. Having been tied up for so long, shouldn't they have starved to death long ago? Su Yuan suddenly remembered this question. Just yesterday, Lan Sha and the others said that they had caught that guy a long time ago. They couldn't possibly be kind enough to feed it, could they? We also thought it would starve to death, but even after so much time has passed, Mother Red Frost can still feel its vitality. Chapter 75. Why did I spend over 2,000 points? If possible, could you take my people away from this place? As long as we and Mother Red Frost hold it off, it won't be able to catch up. Leaving? I've gone to so much trouble to build so many snow huts and cabins here, along with the wooden fences and the lakeside bathhouse. This place is a good place to fish and take a bath. After escaping, I need to find a sheltered mountain foot, reorganize the beast girls to build a snow house, and most importantly, I need to collect supplies again. It would be easier to just kill that guy. Let's go up and take a look first. You saw it yesterday. Our tribe has no shortage of food, so we won't ask you for compensation for the stolen food. All right then, come with us. Green Spike and Red Blaze also obeyed Lan Sha's orders, and after they were untied, they stretched out their bodies that had been bound all night. Put these on, or you'll really get frostbite. Su Yuan had the beast women from the tribe bring over some animal skin clothes. These spider women were in even worse condition than when Su Yuan had taken Cat Knight and the others. Thank you, thank you. The three women felt a little embarrassed, even though they had stolen the other party's food, and instead of pursuing the matter, the other party gave them animal skin clothes to wear. A dozen or so people headed towards the mountain. Some people stayed in the camp. Only a small number of archers were taken away, and then there was that guy, Panyu, who insisted on going along as well. So the dozen or so people got ready and headed up the mountain. Just as Long and the others had said when they went up the mountain, the snow-covered mountain path was indeed very difficult to traverse. Only these 3 spider girls were able to use the spider spears behind them to stabilize their bodies and easily climb up. How about we carry you upstairs? Lansha noticed the difficulties the group behind her were facing and stopped to ask him hesitantly. No need, it's just a small path. There were more than a dozen people in the group, and they didn't know how long the mountain path was. If these 3 spider girls had to carry them up one by one, it would probably take until the next day. System: filter items for climbing snow-capped mountains. Hiking poles, 20 points. Hiking boots with anti-slip properties, 120 points. Climbing crampons, 120 points. In the end, Su Yuan spent more than 2,000 points to redeem a set of non-slip shoes and trekking poles for everyone. Compared to animal skin boots, these black non-slip boots made movement much easier. Su Yuan, who had earned over 30,000 points as soon as he woke up today, wasn't so distressed and immediately redeemed a large number of hiking poles and non-slip boots. The group of beast girls looked puzzled as they held the black hiking boots in their hands, but they could clearly understand the strangely shaped wooden sticks in their hands. Su Yuan, are these shoes? They look strange. Mao Yi was quick-witted. She shook the boot and immediately noticed something, but she couldn't quite make out the boot shaft that went past her ankle and the densely packed shoelaces. Everyone come closer. I'll show you how to wear this. Wearing this will prevent you from falling when you go up the mountain later. Su Yuan pulled Pan Yu, who was sitting next to him, to sit down, and then took off her animal skin boots. Recalling the time Su Yuan tickled her feet, Pan Yu instinctively pulled her foot back in response to the stress, but Su Yuan quickly caught it. Don't move, I won't scratch you this time. Su Yuan rolled his eyes at her. He had no idea what this girl was thinking. I didn't shrink back, and I'm not ticklish at all. Pan Yu blushed slightly, turned her head away and ignored Su Yuan, but still stretched her leg out in front of her. After loosening your shoelaces, put your feet in, and then tie a knot like this. Although the process was very simple for Su Yuan, the beast girl who was seeing such complicated boots for the first time was still a little confused. Seeing the beast girls clumsily trying to put on their feet, Su Yuan could only sigh and then personally help them. However, for some reason, he didn't feel troubled at all as he held those crystal clear and cute little feet. There's even a sense of anticipation every time a new beast girl is introduced. Am I really a pervert? No. What pervert? This is a leader who goes to great lengths to solve the difficulties of his people. Seeing the beast girl's little feet shivering from the cold, he quickly pulled his wandering thoughts back to reality. The anti-slip boots issued by these systems are all the same size. Some of the beast girls with small feet look like children wearing adult shoes, but they are still able to continue moving up the mountain with difficulty. After a slight delay, the group resumed their journey, using their trekking poles for support as they walked hand in hand in a line upwards. How much further? Didn't you come down very quickly? After walking for an unknown amount of time, the sun was high in the sky, and Su Yuan felt a slight sweat breaking out inside his clothes. Didn't Hongqi just say they set off after dark? If they keep going like this, they won't reach their tribe before dark, right? The path down the mountain was easy. We just hoisted down the cliff face. They were hoisted down? Su Yuan was a little confused by what was being said. At this moment, Hongqi came up to him with a smug look and lifted his animal skin clothes up to reveal his fair belly. That's how they were hung down. After saying that, a white spider silk shot out from the navel of the crimson figure and instantly grabbed a tree trunk not far away. Then, holding onto the white spider silk, the figure nimbly climbed up. This scene left Su Yuan stunned, and for a moment he forgot to continue moving forward. Having lost most of the characteristics of a spider, he had not gotten used to the fact that the 3 girls were spiders until he saw Hongqi spraying spider silk. Damn, they're spider girls. Even the defeated man could shoot spider silk after being bitten by a mutated spider, so they definitely can too. So why did I spend over 2,000 points? To become a pervert? Why didn't you tell me before that you could spray spider silk? Lansha, standing next to her, scratched her head, looking somewhat confused, and asked, Huh? You don't know? Should I say I don't know, or I do know? Isn't that how it's recorded in Journey to the West? Spider demons without spider bodies spray spider silk from their navels. It's alright, let's keep going. Oh, just hang in there a little longer. The path will be flat once you get to the top. Lansha thought Su Yuan wouldn't be able to hold on, so she quickly explained. The road up the mountain was always difficult, but just as Lansha had said, The surrounding mountain paths gradually became flat after walking for a while. A few trees still stood scattered around, their large branches peeking out from under the snow-covered ground, like drops of ink spilled onto a white scroll. This place is perfect for skiing. The expansive view made Su Yuan, who was originally a bit tired, feel more comfortable. He could also ski on this flat snow slope when he had nothing to do. In his previous life in the south, he had never even seen snow, let alone skied. If he didn't have important business to attend to now, he would have already exchanged for skis. Skiing? Su Yuan, you can ski too? Nakoya, standing nearby, also perked up her ears excitedly, her eyes filled with hope. We used to ski a lot when we were at the camp, but the red fox which always wouldn't let us do it. Skiing appeared in this world so early? Su Yuan rubbed Mao Ye's ears and asked curiously, why wouldn't Red Fox allow you to ski? She said it was too dangerous. Everyone would be covered in snow as they skied, so how could it be dangerous? Yeah, wait a minute. You want to get covered in snow while skiing? Chapter 76 Cave, Stone Salamander. Sister, I'm so hungry. Why haven't Sister Lansha and the others come back yet? Why don't we go out and help them find some food? No, if little spider runs out, it won't be able to find its way back. Besides, it's very cold outside. You should listen to Sister Lansha and stay in the cave. Inside a cave in the mountains, 8 spider girls, who had not yet molted and were taller than Lansha and the others, lay helplessly. The cave entrance was sealed with spider silk, and the entire cave was covered with white spider silk. Deep inside the cave, a spider girl who had already molted and was somewhat tall looked rather thin. Beneath her, a 4-meter-long gray monster was squinting, but upon closer inspection, one could see that its eyes were always slightly open, its crimson pupils fixedly staring at the spider girl above. Chief Crimson Frost, have something to eat. This giant monster has fainted from hunger and will probably starve to death soon. A spider girl approached the large spider girl with long red hair, holding in her hand the grilled fish meat that Lansha and the others had stolen from Su Yuan's camp. You guys eat, I'm not hungry yet. This guy isn't dead, he's just pretending to be asleep. Hong Shuang's eyes were filled with deep weariness. Several more strands of spider silk shot out from her exposed abdomen, tightly binding the monster. Her slender, withered hands pulled hard on the spider silk. Roar! Sure enough, after its scheme was discovered, the gray monster stopped pretending to be asleep and struggled desperately once again, shaking some stone chips off the surrounding rock walls. You killed my people and even dared to try to exterminate them all. Today, I will die with you and I will never let you leave alive. The monster's roars frightened the spider girls outside, who covered their ears. Only a few of the older ones comforted their younger sisters. I'm back. Just then, Lansha's voice rang out from outside the cave entrance, and a blue spider spear pierced the spider silk that was tightly sealing the entrance. Outside the cave entrance, Su Yuan led the others to follow closely behind the 3 of them. The uniquely shaped white spider silk door made him marvel at the powerful abilities of these spider girls. The spider web at the cave entrance was quickly torn apart, and a few rays of sunlight shone into the dark cave, allowing Su Yuan to see the spider girls rushing over excitedly. Are these the spider girls who haven't shed their skin yet? Su Yuan wasn't particularly afraid of spiders. He followed Lansha and the others into the cave. The spider girls, who hadn't shed their shells, had somewhat childlike faces and enormous spider bodies beneath them. The spider's body and the human body merge right at the lower abdomen, and these little spider girls are simply wearing a layer of animal skin covering their upper bodies. Her lower abdomen was wrapped in white spider silk, and her 2 fair arms were exposed. Her upper body was no different from Lansha's. Who are these people? A little spider girl walked over curiously, but she was still a little afraid of Su Yuan, and actually hid behind Lansha because of his tall figure. It's alright, these are... Lansha found it hard to say. Could she say that these were the people whose food she had stolen, and now they were causing trouble? We are friends that Lansha just met. We heard that you were in some danger, so we came to help. Seeing that Lansha couldn't speak, Su Yuan took the initiative to step forward and greet the many spider girls. And we heard that you are short of food, so we brought some food with us. Lion, Long, please share the food with everyone. Yes. The beast girls behind him took out the roasted meat that Su Yuan had asked them to bring. Although it was a bit frozen solid in the snow, it still made the spider girls happy. They no longer felt any resistance to the strangers entering the cave, and even ignored Su Yuan's curious touching of their spider legs. This is probably the first time I've ever seen a legendary monster girl. By the way, how does someone with this kind of body go to the toilet? After fiddling around for a while, Su Yuan stopped being curious. He hadn't forgotten the important things he needed to do at the Spider Girl tribe, so he followed Lansha and the others to the depths of the cave. The cave was devoid of sunlight, but something embedded in the surrounding rock walls emitted a faint white light that illuminated the dark cave. A gray head emerged from the enormous white cocoon in midair, still struggling. The spider silk spray from the red frost above repaired the torn parts of its head. Lansha, you're back. Hearing the commotion behind her, Hong Shuang turned around and saw that the people behind Lansha also looked puzzled. These are, friend. The previous explanation was repeated, but Red Frost was clearly much smarter than the little spider girl outside and understood the situation after observing for a few moments. I'm so sorry that Lansha and the others stole your food. They are all good kids. They wouldn't have done this if they weren't starving. It's nothing, just some food. We didn't come here for the food today. Su Yuan focused his gaze on the gray monster directly in front of him and quickly identified the monster using the identification function. Cave Stone Salamander, an adult, low-tier level 3 magical beast that lives in caves. Its body is extremely tough, and it can go about 2 years without eating. It inflicts damage on enemies using its teeth and hard tail. No wonder this guy hasn't starved to death yet. Judging from this, he could go hungry for a while longer without any problem. Lion, can you shoot an arrow through its body? The lion beside Su Yuan did not answer Su Yuan's question. Instead, it immediately took off the ironwood bow it was carrying and was about to take out a bone arrow when Su Yuan exchanged it for an iron arrow for it. Try this. Lion took the iron arrow, and the rune on its forehead lit up, causing Red Frost above to exclaim in surprise, "Awakened warrior." The bowstring was drawn taut, and with a sonic boom, the iron arrow shot towards the head of the demon salamander. At such close range, it's impossible for it to miss. Roar! The salamander struggled in pain, a drop of red blood slowly flowing down its forehead. Su Yuan moved closer to observe the salamander's condition. The iron arrowhead pierced the man's forehead, but only about half a finger's length into it. The wood in the middle of the arrow was shattered into pieces. This guy's defense is terrifying. Are these people really that powerful? Su Yuan stared in shock at the wound on the demon salamander, while Hong Shuang stared in shock at the lion whose forehead runes were slowly dissipating. Even though their tribe's awakened warriors fought desperately, they couldn't inflict many wounds on this monster, while these people only shot something at it from a distance. A bloody gash was instantly pierced into the monster's forehead. Roar! The salamander seemed to possess some intelligence. Its crimson eyes were fixed on Lion, its sharp teeth clenched tightly, as if it wished it could rush up and bite these people to death immediately. Sensing the movement of the demonic salamander below, Red Frost reinforced the spider silk around her, leaving only a small opening to expose its head. Chapter 77: A Venomous and Fiery Scheme. Stop, Lion, this guy's defense is too high. After bows and arrows proved ineffective against this creature, Su Yuan had Shirshir try using a horse-slaying saber. After trying for a long time, Lion's newly repaired horse-slaying sword was all chipped, but when it was used on that guy, it only left some bloodstains less than half a centimeter deep. And the wound healed in no time. Now, the axolotl, howling in pain, stared at the people in front of it with eyes full of resentment, its sharp teeth trying to bite Su Yuan and the others to death several times. Lion put down the saber in his hand and retreated behind Su Yuan. There were some beads of sweat on his forehead, and the halo of the runes was somewhat dim. I told you, even our spider spears can't pierce this guy's skin, but it's already quite impressive that you managed to make it bleed. Lansha and the others, who had initially looked expectant, were now somewhat disappointed. If they couldn't deal with this guy, they would be trapped in this place. The best course of action would be to seek the protection of the Star Tribe, but that would mean that Red Frost's mother would surely die in this cave, and they would have to get away from this place. Chief, our tribe has become what it is today because of this monster. We are well aware of its strength, and no matter what we do, we cannot pierce its body. Your tribe has awakened warriors. If possible, could you allow the last children of our tribe to leave this place? As long as we block this entrance, they won't be able to come out. Hong Shuang wasn't too disappointed. Perhaps she had already guessed this outcome, but what surprised her was that there was an awakened warrior among the people who came. If they let the last remaining children in their tribe join them, perhaps there would be a way for them to survive. Who said you can only kill it by piercing its body? Su Yuan wasn't too worried. Instead, he looked at the salamander hanging in midair and jokingly placed his hiking stick in front of it. Here, didn't you want to bite? Here, take a stick to bite on. Ahoo! The axolotl angrily lunged at the stick, poking its nostrils, but before it could bite, Su Yuan pulled it back, the impact of their teeth colliding making it feel numb. No, you're really going to bite? That's 20 points. Su Yuan looked at its energetic appearance. This guy had been quiet before because it was conserving its energy, since it hadn't eaten anything for so long. Now, after a while, its fatigue is clearly visible in the salamander's expression. System, filter the poison series. Rabies King, 10 points. Blood-sealing throat, 80 points. Crane's crest red, 100 points. Arsenic, 280 points. Apart from the first inappropriate item, the other poisons were all ancient medicines that could be named. Moreover, the system still didn't allow him to find any loopholes. All the poisons had ancient names or nicknames, making it impossible to know their chemical composition. First, a bottle of arsenic. Then, a bottle of antihistamine. Arsenic and arsenic trioxide are actually quite similar, except that one is processed while the other is a natural mineral. After the exchange was completed, a bag of red powder and a bag of milky white liquid appeared in his hand. When he saw that these two things were just wrapped in simple bags, he was so shocked that he almost dropped his hand. Come on, here, I'll give you another one. Su Yuan told the others to step back, then stepped forward and poked the salamander's nostrils with his trekking pole again. The enraged salamander swung its body and bit at him. Su Yuan, watch out. The close proximity startled the lions behind him, but fortunately, Su Yuan's reaction was no longer the same as when he first transmigrated. After drinking quite a bit of blue spirit beverage, he could clearly see the gaping maw of the salamander, its sharp teeth, and its barbed tongue ready to wrap around him. Taking advantage of the moment the salamander opened its mouth wide, Su Yuan threw both packets of poison he had hidden into it, then forcefully jabbed its trekking stick into its nostrils and pushed it back in. The demonic salamander roared angrily after its failure once again, completely unaware that the two palm-sized packets of poison had fallen into the gluttonous beast's gaping maw. Su Yuan, what did you just throw in there? Cat Knight noticed Su Yuan's actions and stared curiously at the demon salamander opposite him, which was currently struggling angrily to move its body. Nothing much, just some good stuff. Nice one. Mao Yi didn't quite understand why Su Yuan would give such a good thing to this monster, but she still stood behind him and watched quietly, believing him. After roaring for a few moments, the salamander stopped moving immediately, its body began to tremble involuntarily, and its crimson eyes looked extremely painful. It seems the medicine is working. Su Yuan wasn't sure if these poisons could kill the guy, but even a little bit of effect would be fine. Even if he just passed out, he could still take care of him. Soon, blood flowed from the salamander's mouth, its sharp teeth were covered in blood, and its spirit became increasingly weak. Before long, it lay motionless with its neck tilted to the side. Huh? He's really dead. Su Yuan was somewhat surprised by the drug's effectiveness. This guy was so big. How could he die so quickly? My lord, be careful. This guy is playing dead. My spider silk tells me that his body is still moving. Hong Shuang tightened the spider silk in her hands, as if she were a master of traditional Chinese medicine who could diagnose a salamander's pulse through a thread, able to sense even the slightest heartbeat through the spider silk. After hearing Hong Shuang's words, the creature opened its eyes again. Although it was not dead, the poison had still caused it considerable damage, and it began to vomit. Blood mixed with chunks of flesh was vomited out, and the stench made Su Yuan quickly take a few steps back. If the outside doesn't work, and the inside doesn't work either, it seems we have no choice but to use fire. The salamander wouldn't fall for the poison trick again, so Su Yuan immediately retreated to the side of the others. Before he could finish speaking, Lan Sha hurriedly shook her head and said, "We can't use fire. If the spider silk breaks, this guy will escape. Who told you I was going to burn it? Everyone gather together. We'll go out and find some leaves and branches and bring them all into the cave, the more the better. Little spiders, do you want to come along?" Su Yuan led a group of beast girls to leave the cave, but halfway there he thought of Lan Sha and the others. After all, they were busy in someone else's cave, so he extended an invitation to them. Yes, we'll help too. Lan Sha ultimately decided to trust Su Yuan. After all, she had suffered a loss the first time she encountered that big monster, and her current state made Hong Shuang's mother feel much more at ease. The group quickly followed Su Yuan's footsteps, and when they reached the outside of the cave, they sealed the entrance with spider silk again. Do these people have any other methods? Witchcraft. Is there really any hope for our tribe? Chapter 78 Hot Springs Between Snow-Capped Mountains. The branches on this snow-capped mountain are not as easy to collect as those in the snow forest below, especially since Su Yuan needs a large quantity. For safety reasons, the group had to split into two teams. One team, led by Lion, was responsible for cutting down trees, while the other team, led by Dragon, carried the felled trees back to the cave of the Spider Girl tribe. Splash, splash. What was that sound? Su Yuan, who had just finished cutting down a tree, heard a strange sound coming from nearby. Mao Yi, who was beside him, twitched her ears and immediately pointed to the top of the cliff next to them. The sound is coming from up above. Let's go take a look. There was no snow covering the rock face, and the sound seemed to be coming from the water. After thinking for a moment, Su Yuan decided to lead everyone forward to take a look. After climbing this slope, the view in front of you widens considerably, revealing a long valley with towering snow-capped peaks on both sides. A stream flows from afar, with small pebbles piled up in it. Snow melts, and lush green grass grows among it. If you look closely, you can even see wisps of white smoke. Is this a hot spring? Su Yuan stepped forward and touched the flowing stream with his hand. It was cool and refreshing, but not bone-chillingly cold, indicating that there really was a hot spring at the source. The water here is so clear. Mao Yi and the others were also very surprised. When they picked up some water to drink, Su Yuan quickly grabbed their ears. Ouch! 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 Su Yuan, what are you doing? You can't just drink water from the wild. There might be something unclean in it. Normally, the camp uses melted snow water for drinking, and Su Yuan only feels safe after it has been sterilized by high temperature. However, this natural wild hot spring water carries certain risks. Something unclean? Fine then. Although she stared at the clear stream water in her hands for a long time, but couldn't see anything unclean, since it was Su Yuan who said it, she had no choice but to pour out the water she was holding and stand up again. The other beast girls around him also gave up the idea of drinking the stream water and gathered around Su Yuan to wait. Let's go take a look ahead. By the way, have you ever seen a stream that's steaming like this before? Everyone shook their heads, but Pan Yu proudly raised her head and said, Of course, I've seen it before when the black sheep which took us to other tribes. Oh, the tribe you're talking about is in the snowy wilderness. Not too far, on a high mountain near the desolate Snowfield. That's when the black sheep which led us to trade their blazing warm stones. Incandescent stone. This is probably a rare item too. Su Yuan looked at Pan Yu with some interest and asked, So, which direction is that tribe you mentioned located in? Is it far from here? Oh, there it is. A few years ago, the black sheep which said that they had incurred the wrath of the fire god for stealing the divine water from the heavens, and they were all burned to death by heavenly fire. Burned to death. Su Yuan was completely dumbfounded. Could this guy be talking about a hot spring in a volcano? Wait, could this hot spring also be from a volcano? He quickly looked around, and thankfully everything was covered in snow, and he couldn't see the bowl-shaped mountain peak. You need the blazing stones too? If you help us save the black sheep witch, she has some in her house. Don't worry, I'll send some people to investigate the snowy wilderness after a while. Upon hearing that they were returning to the desolate snowfield, Pan Yu immediately grabbed Su Yuan's hand and pleaded, Can I go back? Don't worry, I didn't run away. Beiyu and Yu will stay here. Worried about arousing Su Yuan's suspicion, she hurriedly explained, believing that as long as she left her closest friends, Beiyu and the others, here, Su Yuan would be at ease. For a moment, they forgot that she was the one who almost killed their two best friends when they encountered the ice spike spider. All right, I'll send you. As they walked and talked, they arrived at the steaming stream. This time, they could feel the warmth when they put their hands in, and everyone followed Su Yuan's example and comfortably put their hands in as well. It's so warm. It's so warm. It's a pity I can't drink it. I'm a little thirsty. You absolutely must not drink it. The shaman said this water is unclean and will give you diarrhea. Feeling the warmth from his palm, Su Yuan's expression became excited. All he had to do was dig a pit here to create a natural hot spring. Then we'll put a wooden bench at the bottom of the pit, so you can sit there and soak in the warm water all day. Life will become much better. Moreover, they can teach these little beast girls how to grow vegetables. Su Yuan looked at the green grass growing in the cracks of the rocks, wondering if the environment here was suitable for growing vegetables, with flowing streams and in this icy and snowy place. You don't even need to water or treat the pests. You just need to plant the seeds here. Of course, it wasn't that simple. Su Yuan temporarily put aside those plans and ideas in his mind. His most important task now was to get rid of that demonic salamander. Anyway, the hot spring water isn't going anywhere, but if that demonic salamander isn't dealt with soon, it really might escape. Let's keep cutting down trees. Once we've dealt with that big monster, we'll dig a hole here, and then we can take a bath here. Take a bath? Yeah. We don't need to boil water to take a bath here. But I still want to shower by the lake as before. It's so warm inside the little house. Great. Which, can we bathe together? After memorizing the location, the group continued cutting down trees. With the cooperation of more than a dozen people, they soon piled up a large heap of tree trunks and messy branches and leaves outside the cave. Lansha wiped the sweat from her forehead. Fortunately, Su Yuan had asked the beast girls to share some food with them earlier, otherwise they would have been starving and dizzy from all that exercise. Have the other spider girls cough, and all the rest of you step back. I'm going to discuss something with Red Frost. External attacks were ineffective, and internal attacks were also ineffective, so Su Yuan had no choice but to resort to a smoke attack. The cave entrance was sealed off, so it would not only suffocate the creatures, but also suffocate them. Su Yuan rushed over to Hong Shuang's body. The demonic salamander had recovered somewhat, though it looked a little haggard, but its condition was much better than before. Red Frost, how long can this monster be trapped if you leave? The red frost above lowered its head, remained silent for a long time, and then slowly said, "It won't last long, about the time it takes to eat a simple meal." The meal was simple, lasting less than 10 minutes, and Su Yuan fell silent at this point. What if we could get it back to how it was before? Su Yuan asked softly from beneath Hong Shuang, his head resting on the plump part of Hong Shuang's hide. The magical salamander was a creature with some intelligence, so he placed his head on the fleshy part of Hong Shuang's hide. The complete darkness prevented him from seeing Hong Shuang's face, and her voice sounded somewhat muffled. Chapter 79. Oh dear, I would never lie. Like before, that should be enough for us to leave the mountain. Hong Shuang thought for a moment and explained, but then she quickly added, "This guy is very smart. He won't fall for those things you threw away before. Do whatever you want to do. As long as you rescue the children of my tribe, I will be happy to see this monster die." Smart? That's not necessarily true. Su Yuan smiled mysteriously, and with a smile on his face, he walked up to the salamander again and poked the guy's nose with his hiking stick. A deep voice came from the salamander's mouth. The creature stared at Su Yuan with hatred, but its eyes would occasionally dart towards Su Yuan's other hand. That hand was behind his back, just like before. As soon as he opened his mouth, the man would immediately throw something in. After staring at Su Yuan for a while, the salamander simply ignored him and closed its eyes. You see, it won't fall for the same trick again. Hong Shuang sighed helplessly and tightened the spider's silk, binding the demon salamander even more. Cat at night, rebelling against the moon, setting up firewood. Su Yuan's smile didn't disappear. He returned to the cave entrance, where the wood had already been lit. He picked up a piece of meat and roasted it over the fire for a while. The aroma of meat wafted over, and not only the spider girls, but also Red Frost and the demon salamander behind them opened their eyes. This person is actually a fire-wielding sorcerer. Hong Shuang looked at Su Yuan with some surprise. She didn't expect him to know fire magic. There aren't many people in the Snowfield who know fire magic. The salamander stared longingly at the piece of roasted pork, especially after Su Yuan brought it over. "Hey big guy, want to eat? How about we make a deal? I'll come and feed you every day in exchange for letting these spider girls go." The demonic salamander stared at the beast meat in Su Yuan's hands, its eyes searching his body. Even after confirming that Su Yuan was holding the beast meat in both hands, it still harbored doubts. "Oh, don't worry, I never lie. Want to try some?" Su Yuan looked relaxed as he tore off a small piece and put it in his mouth. This expression made the demon salamander feel hungry, even though its body still had enough energy to sustain its life. But the hunger wouldn't go away. The aroma of meat tempted it, and after watching Su Yuan eat a piece, it finally couldn't help but open its mouth and nod. "All right, let's continue." Su Yuan threw the meat over without hesitation, which made Hong Shuang anxious, but she couldn't stop Su Yuan's actions. "This time the dosage has been tripled. Let's see if you still can't fall down." The salamander swallowed the pork in no time, perhaps because it was too hungry and didn't notice the poison mixed in with the meat. Only when it felt a familiar sensation in its body did the salamander widen its eyes and look at Su Yuan in fear, spitting out blood from its mouth once again. Red Frost, seal its mouth shut with spider silk. Seeing its stomach churning, Su Yuan hurriedly roared at Hong Shuang above. Hong Shuang, who was still anxious, paused for a moment and also noticed that something was wrong with the demon salamander. The spider silk gushed from its abdomen, sealing the salamander's mouth. It struggled desperately, and the red frost entwined itself around it, instantly staining the spider silk at the corners of the salamander's mouth blood red. "I told you, how smart can a beast be?" Su Yuan looked at the venomous eyes staring at him, and his expression became increasingly smug. Not only had the dosage been doubled, but some other ingredients had also been added. A feeling of dizziness washed over it, and at the same time, its stomach churned violently. The demonic salamander hung helplessly in midair on its spider silk, but it seemed that the dosage still hadn't solved the problem. "Everyone, get out of the cave!" Su Yuan shouted into the distance. Hong Shuang gritted her teeth, and a rune of a different color than Shir and the others appeared on her forehead. Crimson spider webs shot out from her lower abdomen. The demonic salamander, which was originally powerless to struggle, was bound even tighter, and only then did red frost finally reach the ground. Oh, perhaps because she hadn't walked for a long time. Hong Shuang's legs went weak the moment she stepped down, and she almost fell. Fortunately, Su Yuan was there and quickly caught her. Are all spider girls this cold? Before he could even savor the wonderful feel of the person, Su Yuan quickly picked them up and ran out of the cave, leaving behind piles of trees and leaves throughout the cave. The flames slowly began to burn, and the trees covered in snow melt emitted wisps of blue smoke. One type of black tree was particularly terrifying, its black smoke spreading like demonic energy. Holy crap, quickly seal the hole. Although I don't know what kind of tree the black smoke came from, it looked so hot that if you inhaled it, you would immediately fly into the sky. Spider silk sealed the cave entrance. Fearing that the creature would burst out, Su Yuan even asked Shir to bring a boulder to block the entrance. Only wisps of mixed smoke seeped out from the spider silk. Roar. Cough, cough, cough. Inside the cave, pitiful cries and coughs filled the air, sending chills down the spines of the beast girls present as they stared in fear at the black smoke billowing from the cave entrance. The fire gradually intensified, and the spider silk at the cave entrance could not withstand the heat and was burned through. Inside the cave, the flames also burned through the spider silk on the axolotl's body, and its eyes, which were so red from the smoke, searched for an exit in the smoke. Having been inactive for several years and having been poisoned twice before, the salamander shakily crawled forward, passing through the flames, its skin only slightly charred. After groping around for a while, it finally touched the boulder at the cave entrance. It angrily slapped its tail and coughed out black mist. Hold on, don't let it out. Lion and Long's forehead runes suddenly appeared, and Hong Shuang, who was being held in Su Yuan's arms, also stepped forward. The red spider silk tightly stuck the stone and the rock walls of the cave entrance on both sides. The slapping sound frightened the spider girls around them, who covered their ears in fear. Meanwhile, Cat Knight and the other beast girls, under Su Yuan's command, picked up bows and arrows and stood guard around the area. The smoke at the cave entrance could find no outlet, and gradually it grew thicker and thicker. The smoke rising from the cracks in the rocks became increasingly black, and the rhythm of the salamander's flapping slowed down. The sun hung high in the western sky, and the light of dusk illuminated the snow-covered plains. For quite some time, there was no movement inside the cave, except for the black smoke that continued to billow out from the cracks. Even Su Yuan, who was only able to smell a little of it, was choked by the smoke. However, to prevent the cunning salamander from feigning death, the stone remained unmoved. After another half hour, the amount of smoke inside the cave had decreased considerably. He should be dead by now, right? Su Yuan told everyone to retreat to a distance and hide, leaving only Long, Shir, and Hong Shuang, the three awakened warriors, to stand in front and push aside the stone at the cave entrance. The stone at the other end was blackened by smoke, and there were some marks on it where the dying salamander had smashed it. The smell emanating from the cave entrance made everyone cover their noses, and they only dared to enter the cave after the cold wind outside had carried away some of the smoke. The surroundings were filled with blackened charcoal, and a charred creature lay on the ground at the cave entrance, spewing black smoke from its mouth and nose. His previously gray skin had turned pitch black, and his bloodshot red eyes were fixed on the location of the cave. No way, he's still alive? Su Yuan hid behind Shir and poked the guy's head with his hiking stick, easily poking a hole in his dark skin. Is it cooked? Only after confirming the death of the demon salamander did the group dare to return to the cave. Hong Shuang and the others gazed at the monster that had troubled them for so long, their eyes red with tears. Witch, you've finally gotten your revenge. Chapter 80 War and Peace, our shared experience. This guy came from somewhere else. This mountain is not small. We used to hunt in that snow forest. They will only go down to the foot of the mountain to hunt when there are fewer prey in the mountains. In the evening, the group returned to the Star Tribe. The demonic salamander was also carried down. Because it contained various kinds of deadly poisons that Su Yuan had fed it, the White Rabbit and the others were not allowed to touch it. Hong Shuang led her people to the Star Tribe. At this time, many beast girls were curiously looking at these spider girls who had not yet shed their skins. Seeing this, the little ones who had just arrived had rosy cheeks and were a little embarrassed. Are there prey on that mountain? Yes, wild animals come to drink from that warm stream from time to time, so we usually hunt in that area. At this moment, Mao Yi was excitedly telling her companions about what had happened that day, while only Chi Hu, Si, Long, and Shir were chatting with Su Yuan. There are wild animals in that area, So it seems we can't let these little beast girls go there to soak in the hot springs. Su Yuan became wary. The beasts in this world were not just the ordinary jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards of his previous life. Guangdaman's strength alone could easily kill a brown bear of the same size. If I go to a hot spring by myself, I'll probably have to invite Lion and the others along. Otherwise, I'll end up making soup for wild animals. What are your plans for the future? Su Yuan looked at Hong Shuang. Now, she was the only awakened warrior in their tribe, which meant that she was the current leader of the Spider Girl tribe. I originally planned to take them away from the Snowfield after I was finally freed one day, but after you rescued me, I planned to lead them to continue living in the cave. But now I have a request. May we join your tribe? Hong Shuang looked at the camp. Although it was small, it was fully equipped with all kinds of facilities, including novel houses and mountains of food. Most importantly, she didn't expect that besides Long and Sure, there was also an awakened warrior and another powerful shaman in the camp. Of course you can, but have you thought it through? Everyone who comes to this icy wasteland has a reason. I don't know your reason, but we were chased here. But one day, we will come back and fight our way back. Joining us does not mean peace and stability. Su Yuan looked into Hong Shuang's eyes and calmly explained that although he had considered having these spider girls join the tribe, the Star Tribe needed more warriors right now. Instead of a group of weaklings who just wait to hide under protection and dare not pick up a weapon. Upon hearing Su Yuan's words, Hong Shuang finally showed a relieved smile. She nodded without hesitation and said, "Of course I understand. Once we join your tribe, we become your people. Whether it's war or peace, it's something we need to experience together. All right, welcome to the Star Tribe." Su Yuan extended his hand. Hong Shuang was stunned for a moment, not understanding what he meant, but with Su Yuan's guidance, she quickly understood and extended her hand with a smile. A smile appeared on Red Fox's face as he stood to the side. The tribe had gained another awakened warrior, bringing the total to 4. This was something the Red Fox tribe had never achieved before. There's also Mao Ye, Panhwa, and Hui, who's always been with Long, as well as Lan Sha, who just joined. It seems like they're about to awaken successfully too. Perhaps they're just waiting for the right opportunity to awaken. There are no snow houses big enough today. Hong Shuang, after everyone has eaten, take the children back to the cave to rest for the night. We will enter the camp tomorrow after the new houses are built. And Lan Sha and the other 2 little ones have already molted, so don't go back. They'll come with me tomorrow to complete a mission. Su Yuan had calculated the location when he went up the mountain this morning. He figured that he could easily reach the mountainside by building a ladder over the steep cliff on the top of the cave in the area where his camp was set up. No wonder Lan Sha and her little spider girls knew so much about their camp. They probably had a pretty good idea of what was going on from the mountainside. Okay, I'll go tell them later. The tribe's 2 consecutive days of victories brought the atmosphere to a climax. Cat Knight, who had moved a wooden stake over, stood on it high and vividly and exaggeratedly recounted the day's events. Pan Yu, looking indignant, tugged at her tail, wanting to stand up and speak as well. Around the campfire, the 3 Lan Sha sisters and the spider girls who hadn't shed their shells gathered together to eat roasted meat, while the enthusiastic and cheerful beast girls from the Star Tribe surrounded them, curiously watching the huge spider shells beneath them. If there were alcohol, these little guys would probably turn the camp upside down. Su Yuan stood aside, gazing at the camp in deep thought. Now that the war was over, the tribe should resume its development. They had finally managed to make the wooden barrels, but they hadn't even used them yet. The bonfire party that night didn't last long. Taking advantage of the starlight illuminating the snow, Red Frost led the spider girls back up the mountain. The next day, Su Yuan was unusually spared from being bothered by Mao Yi, and after a good night's sleep, he left the small house. The charred salamander was still in the corner of the camp. After his notification, no beast girls touched it, and it was now covered with a layer of white snow. Another rare item. Hopefully it will be as useful as that snow crystal ox. Su Yuan looked at the new items unlocked in the system shop. These were special items he had unlocked this morning by trading the snow crystal bullhorn that Lion had hunted. Snow crystal milk foam, black tea 1000 points. Note: drinking this product can relieve physical fatigue and may help heal some injuries. This drink, which restores physical strength and heals injuries, is most importantly his favorite black tea. Apart from the high point requirement, it has no drawbacks. In addition, another rare item that puzzled Su Yuan also came from the snow crystal ox. Jingdao beef tendon noodles, 100 points. Note: super chewy snow crystal beef tendon special noodles. Eating all of them will grant you the super chewy status, which will not consume any stamina for 10 minutes. It is already cooked and cannot be stewed for more than half an hour, as this will affect the status effect. The properties of this item were somewhat incomprehensible to Su Yuan. After all, an ingredient that could be obtained without consuming stamina only cost 100 points, and there was no limit to the quantity. This is not the usual practice of the system. At this moment, Su Yuan arrived in front of the demon salamander with some anticipation. This creature was about 1.5 meters tall and more than 3 meters long. Its short limbs were frozen stiff, and its overall shape looked somewhat like a large, charred lizard. Even now that it's completely dead, people are still intimidated by its enormous and ferocious aura when they get close to this demonic salamander. System, get up and get to work. List out all the rare items for me. As Su Yuan placed his hand on the body of the demonic salamander, the system's crisp sound rang out. Rare items detected: salamander hide, salamander crystal. Host, please select the direction of the transaction. There are only 2 rare items. One is the tough skin of the cave stone salamander, and the other should be the magical beast core commonly found in the Western fantasy world of the novel. Su Yuan took a quick look using the appraisal function. The demon salamander skin had no other use besides making leather armor, but now that it was burned to this state, there was little hope of making leather armor from it. Magic salamander crystals can be used to enchant certain armor and shields. Damn it, I haven't even figured out how to use a staff yet, and now there's weapon enchanting? Unlock all these new special items for me. Transaction successful. New products can be viewed in a special section. Chapter 81: Building the Spiderweb Ladder. Demon Salamander Leather Armor, 3,000 points. Note: can resist damage from sharp weapons and reduce damage from blunt weapons, but cannot provide immunity to elemental damage. Axolotl Crystal Protective Patch, 600 points. Note: single-use item. When applied to an item, it grants immunity to one attack below 300% of the user's own damage capacity. 8 items can be redeemed daily. As Su Yuan expected, the extreme defensive power of the demonic salamander unlocked 2 new defensive items for him, but he didn't know how to use the protective sticker. A wooden shield can withstand more than 300% of the force of a slap from a barbarian. If you were to stick it to a wooden shield, it would be smashed to pieces with a single slap. Wait, can this salamander leather armor be applied? Su Yuan suddenly looked at the gray vest with a puzzled expression. If he put the protective sticker on the leather armor, wouldn't that provide extra protection? This is great stuff. The stuff this demon salamander gave me is really good, even better than that snow crystal black tea that restores stamina. Besides the 2 rare items, the other tribes also put prices on them one by one. The skin of the demon salamander had been burned black and was no longer needed by the tribes. So this morning, Su Yuan sold them all to the system at a low price. After all, the pigman corpses over there hadn't been dealt with yet, and if it dragged on any longer, it might attract the attention of other wild beasts and people. Early morning. The beast girls climbed out of the snow house one after another. The corpses of the mossy boars from before had not yet been dealt with, and Lan Sha and the other 2 spider girls were also actively helping out. It seems everyone is quite diligent. Su Yuan was somewhat gratified. The tribe was still relatively small, and everyone carried out their tasks according to the assignments he had given them. The beast girls who couldn't fight were responsible for handling corpses and sewing animal skin clothes. Those beast girls with combat abilities are responsible for training and hunting every day, and they are also responsible for the firewood. This method works fine for a tribe of about 50 people, but once the tribe's population increases, some people will inevitably become lazy. Animal girls are also human, experiencing human joys and sorrows, as well as human diligence and laziness. Once we return to the snowy plains and take over all the other tribes, we should develop a monetary economy. But this will have to be done slowly, and we must take care of everyone. Su Yuan began to plan for the future. Once the tribe's population exceeded 700 or 800, management would no longer be as simple as just shouting in the camp. By then, it might no longer be called a tribe. The sun hadn't been up for long when Red Frost led a group of little spider girls to the camp. The morning wind was a bit cold, and the spider girls were shivering from the cold. Let's warm up by the fire for a while. Later, Fox 9 will teach you how to build a snow house, or you can build a wooden house if you want. Su Yuan explained to Hong Shuang that there were only 3 or 4 wooden houses around the camp, and most of them were snow houses. It's not that there's a shortage of wood, but most of the beast girls prefer snow houses. According to one of the beast girls he asked, those small houses give them a sense of security every time they go inside. Especially that small opening. Once it's covered, it feels like you're completely isolated in a safe and warm world. Okay, I'll ask everyone later. The camp was busy again today. The spider girls changed into new animal skin clothes, and the camp had plenty of animal skins to cover their lower bodies, which was quite warm. Several spider girls followed Fox 9 to learn how to build snow houses. Su Yuan specifically instructed that there was no need to build an entrance for the spider girls' snow houses. Simply make an opening in one corner of Yuan Yuan's room, close the door, and let them seal it up with spider silk themselves. After giving his instructions, he led Lan Sha, the other two, and Shir to the snow mountain. We saw you fighting those pig men right here. On a steep platform halfway up the snow-capped mountain, Lan Sha pointed down, looking out from where he had fought the pigman tribe. Behind us is the construction site of the Star Tribe. Jumping down this somewhat steep rock face would take several hours faster than walking down the mountain path. Of course, jumping down is unrealistic, and Su Yuan has no intention of dying for the time being, and he won't in the future either. Lan Sha, how many people can your spider silk hold without breaking? And will it be affected in snowy weather? Originally, he wanted to build a ladder for the tribe to reach the mountain, as such a ladder would be much more convenient than the winding mountain path. So Su Yuan's idea was to spend some points to buy some thick ropes and nails from the system shop, find a cliff here, hammer the nails in, and then go down to make a rope ladder. But now that we've encountered these spider girls, we should make better use of them, such as building a rope ladder with their silk. How many people? I haven't tried, but the three of us pulling together have never broken. As for snowy weather, it doesn't seem to have any impact. Lan Sha was a little unsure, so she lifted up the new animal skin coat that Su Yuan had given her, revealing her fair navel. A white spider silk instantly shot onto the rock wall. She tried pulling several times, but even with her hands turning white from the effort, she couldn't break the thick spider silk. That's enough. You guys can help me weave some things later. Su Yuan thought for a moment and decided to use some wooden planks to replace some of the spider's silk. Otherwise, even if the three spider girls were stunned by his breath at such a height, they wouldn't be able to make the ladder. While there was still time, he immediately led everyone to a nearby tree, cut it down, and split it into planks. All you need to do is drill a hole on each side of the wooden board, then thread spider silk through it, and string the pieces together at half-meter intervals to complete the process. The spider silk was secured above by attaching it to a 5-meter-high boulder, making it impossible for it to break unless a giant barbarian climbed up. The ladder was built section by section, and with the help of the three spider girls and lions felling of trees, a large pile had been made by noon. My lord, I'm so tired, I have no strength left in my stomach. Hong Chi lay weakly on the ground, rubbing her deflated belly with her small hands, looking utterly exhausted. Su Yuan retrieved the spider silk ladder that had been thrown down. The thing was indeed quite resilient, but after observing it for a moment, it seemed to be lacking something. It's almost done. Once it's finished, I'll treat you to a big meal tonight. A big meal. I can still handle it. Before Lan Sha and the others could speak, Hong Chi quickly got up and skillfully drilled holes in the wooden boards and then put them onto the spider silk. His diligent appearance made Lan Sha and Lu Sui blush with embarrassment. They had just eaten barbecue at noon, but Hong Chi was already hungry again before evening. As evening approached, the spiderweb ladder was finally completed. As the ladder was lowered to the mountainside beside the camp, everyone in the camp gathered around. Chapter 82: Explosive and Springy Beef Noodles. After the setup was complete, the group climbed down the ladder. Even with Su Yuan below them, Lan Sha and the other two spider girls were so frightened that their legs went weak. Hong Chi, don't you guys always climb up slopes? Hurry up and come down. After climbing for a while, Su Yuan looked up at the group of people above. Although Lion was also a little scared, it stayed close to Su Yuan. Only the last red flame was still hesitating on the edge of the cliff, its little head peeking out each time before quickly retreating back inside. We're on a slope, and we've never been to such a high place before. Then you'd better hurry up, we'll be going downstairs to prepare dinner soon, and then we won't be able to take care of you. Su Yuan revealed an evil smile and nimbly climbed down. The cliff made of spider silk ladders was not as terrifying as Hong Chi had described. If you lose your grip, you'll at most roll down the cliff, and you'll definitely get injured, but the force in the middle will prevent you from falling to your death. Of course, if someone deliberately jumps off from there, they will definitely die. Flying a little further away might allow them to crash into Su Yuan's wooden house and scare him. Wah, wait for me. Finally, tempted by the food, Hong Chi shakily climbed down. When it landed, the surrounding beast girls gathered around, looking at the strange creature. After Su Yuan landed, Shir, feeling slightly weak in the knees, jumped down from the spiderweb ladder. Su Yuan looked at the beast girls around him, patted the snow off his body, and explained the function of the spider silk ladder to them. This ladder will allow us to quickly climb up the mountain and hunt from there. My arms are too weak, catch me. When it was finally time for the red flames, she glanced down, her hand went limp, and she fell downwards. Su Yuan was startled when he heard her scream. But when he looked up, all he saw was darkness, and he was knocked to the ground. Ouch, that hurts. But it doesn't hurt at all. Witch, are you all right? Lord Su Yuan. Seeing the panicked crowd around her, Hongqi quickly looked down and saw a figure sitting under her bottom. Chief. 10 minutes later, Su Yuan wiped the blood from his nose, while Hongqi, looking guilty, was pulled to kneel on the ground by Hong Shuang. All right, this has nothing to do with Hongqi, let her get up. As her mother, I bear responsibility for Hongqi's blatant offense to you, Hong Shuang said earnestly. All right, this time I wasn't prepared properly. Fox 9, next time someone has to climb down the ladder from the mountain, find some animal hides to put underneath them. Su Yuan still pulled Hongqi up. The fall hadn't hurt him much. He estimated that Hongqi had only fallen from a distance of 3 or 4 meters. As for nosebleeds, there's something that the animal skin skirt can't completely prevent. Of course, Su Yuan was referring to the strange smell of the animal skin and the fact that the fur under the skin pricked his face a little. Since the leader tells you to get up, then get up. Hong Shuang's expression softened, and she glared at Hongqi, who was rubbing his stomach. Oh. Hongqi quickly jumped up, glanced at Hong Shuang beside her, and then whispered in Su Yuan's ear. Chief, is the feast you promised still valid? What would you like to eat? Barbecue. Hongqi hesitated. The tribe had a good variety of meat, and the pork she had eaten for the past 2 meals had kept her full every day. Okay, but could you grill it for me? This morning, Gigi and the others said that the meat you grill is tastier. Where did this rumor come from? Su Yuan glanced at Gigi, who was munching on a sweet potato by the campfire not far away. Her clean face was now covered with sweet potato chunks, making her look like a little kitten. Long sat behind her with a face full of affection, occasionally wiping the sweet potato smeared off her face. Totoro also loves sweets. Speaking of which, it seems that the sweet potatoes in the tribe have been almost completely consumed by Zizi and the others lately. Sudden. Watching Zizi munching on a sweet potato, Su Yuan had an idea. It would be a perfect opportunity to test something that had piqued his curiosity before. Since you've completed my task, I'll reward you with a special feast. Eating this feast will make you incredibly powerful. Special? Then I'll take this one. Su Yuan smiled and spent 100 points to exchange for a white noodle coiled in a circle in the system shop. The noodle was as thick as an index finger and looked very chewy. He put it in the earthenware pot and boiled it for about 10 minutes before taking it out. In the ceramic bowl, a piece of roasted pork was wrapped around the end of the noodle, and the aroma attracted the attention of Lansha and the others who were standing nearby. Look at this. Doesn't it look like your spider silk one end is wrapped with a delicious piece of food? You bite this end, just like using the spider silk to catch your prey, and then slowly tighten the silk to eat the prey in one bite. Su Yuan placed the other end of the noodles in front of Hongqi, who was initially stunned, but was instantly filled with fighting spirit and took a bite. I'm going to eat my prey. This kind of game is too childish for elementary school students, but it's just right for a spider girl who looks 18 or 19 years old. And these noodles aren't ordinary noodles either. They're the beef tendon noodles from the snow crystal cow that Lion slaughtered before. He'd always wondered why they only cost 100 points. Now there is a perfect candidate for testing. Hongqi enthusiastically put one end of the noodle into his mouth and slowly sucked it in like a spider spinning its web. After about 2 sucks, he began to chew. The beef tendon noodles were simply cooked in the earthenware pot of stewing broth for a short time without any added seasonings, yet the flavor was still incredibly tempting. The surrounding beast girls all gathered around, but since this was a reward from Su Yuan to Hongqi, they just swallowed hard and watched Hongqi taste it. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Hong Shuang looked at him with some impatience and said angrily, Hongqi, don't keep chewing your food in your mouth all the time. But Mother Red Frost, I can't chew it. Hongqi's cheeks were aching, but the beef tendon noodles in her mouth were still very chewy and bouncy. She had only chewed a small piece in a short time. Can't chew it? Didn't you molt? Hong Shuang looked at her with some doubt. Spider girls are only particularly weak during molting, but I just can't chew it up. Her words were mumbled incoherently, and tears were welling up in her eyes as she frantically began to pull at herself. No matter how hard she tried, the noodles remained incredibly chewy, leaving Su Yuan, who was watching from the side, speechless. Damn this system. No wonder this thing cost 100 points. The circle it just coiled up was at least 3 meters long. By the time you finish chewing it, you'll practically ascend to heaven. Seeing Hongqi's tears streaming down her face, Su Yuan gently rubbed her cheeks and comforted her. All right, that's enough for now. Let everyone have a taste of the rest. Since chewing was impossible, Su Yuan used a dagger to cut off the section hanging outside her mouth, leaving the rest inside for her to deal with herself. My lord, may we give it a try? Lansha was a little curious. She sniffed the beef tendon noodles, which resembled her own spider silk, and wanted to try them too. You want to try, sure. Chapter 83, Witnessing the Scenery Beyond the Mountains Together. An hour later, a dozen or so beast girls sat around the campfire, puffing out their cheeks. Their faces were flushed with exhaustion, and tears welled in their eyes. You can't swallow it without chewing it properly, or you'll choke and suffocate. Su Yuan cut off a small piece and started chewing on it. This stuff was even chewier than beef jerky, and he felt it could last a lifetime if given to a baby to chew on. Lion, if you can't chew it, don't insist. The last section was handled by Shir, who was still chewing with great effort, and it seemed that the beef tendon noodles were quite to her liking. Her stubbornness made her nod after hearing Su Yuan's words, but she turned back to continue fighting with the food in her hand. Sai, you guys finish eating early and go back to sleep. I'm going to sleep first. Su Yuan forced down the thumb-sized piece of beef tendon noodle, patted the snow off his body, and returned to the wooden house. The weather is getting colder. Should we install a fireplace in the house? But won't this all-wood house catch fire? He had no knowledge of fireplaces made of stone bricks. The last time he saw one was in a movie where Santa Claus rode a reindeer down the chimney into the fireplace. Moreover, this room was about the same size as the toilet in my previous life, with a wooden bed taking up half the space, and only a small box and some of my tools and clothes could be placed on the side. Forget it. Let's think about it when we get back to the snowy wilderness. Su Yuan lay on the bed and began to plan. He knew he had to go back to the desolate Snowfield, so the wooden house he built here didn't need too many facilities. Once the desolate Snowfield is stabilized, we will deal with the shaman of the Wanshua Mountains, and then break through the seals that the white-boned shaman mentioned to prevent us from leaving the Wanshua Mountains. After unifying the Snowfield region, there's a chance to go to the other side and see if there are any winged beast girls on the grassland. Are there legendary giants among those steep mountains? Are there mermaids in the sea? Are there elves in the forest? Are there dragon maidens on the island? For a moment, his thoughts drifted to the fantasy of conquering this magical land and making his star tribe bigger and stronger. Wait a minute, I'm a peace-loving, civilized person. How can I always be thinking about conquering cities and seizing territory? The two little figures above his head reappeared, and the white angel, Xiao Su Yuan, looked at the black demon, Xiao Su Yuan, opposite him with pity. Before he could say anything, a group of beast girls of all shapes and sizes hugged the demon Xiao Su Yuan, and in an instant, the white angel was killed in one move. What do you mean by conquering cities and seizing land? I am bringing the spark of civilization to primitive society, so that the whole continent can feel civilization and no longer suffer from hunger or cold. This is called sowing the seeds of civilization. The demon on his forehead took the golden ring from the angel's head and put it on his own. Holy light emanated from his body, and then he leaped into the arms of the beast girls. Sigh, I'm still too great. The tribe's development was proceeding in an orderly manner. The 3 spider girls who had shed their skins joined the warriors' ranks. Although the remaining spider girls were large in size, their combat strength was not very strong. In particular, they hadn't experienced much combat, so they could only work with White Rabbit and the others to process animal hides and meat in the camp. The pottery and woodenware in the camp were enough for everyone's use, and there was no need to add any more for the time being. Fox 9 just stayed by Su Yuan's side every day, watching him curiously. Su Yuan, will this really turn into that kind of wine? Fox 9 watched curiously as Su Yuan sealed the 2 wooden barrels with stoppers. One barrel contained naturally fermented brewing, while the other barrel contained yeast that Su Yuan had purchased with some points. In this freezing weather, he didn't know if there was any yeast on the picked fruit, so to prevent failure, he had to prepare an extra bucket as a reference. We'll know whether it works or not in a month. Later, put these 2 wooden buckets inside the cave and cover them with some animal hides. Okay, I understand. Although Fox 9 didn't understand what kind of wine Su Yuan was talking about, she still worked very diligently, and the 2 wooden barrels were piled up at the deepest part of the cave. Su Yuan stretched as he walked to the camp. After so many busy days, it was time for him to rest. He found Lion, who was training Hong Chi and the others outside the camp. Her archery skills were now much better than before, second only to Foxy, who could already shoot birds with a bow on land. Lion, if you're free, come up the mountain with me. Upon hearing this, Lion put down her bow and arrow and rushed to Su Yuan's side, staring intently at him as if waiting for orders. Take your shovel, and oh right, take your weapon too. Although we haven't found many wild animals at the mountain hot springs before, it's always good to be on guard, and Lion alone is enough for that. The two climbed the spider web ladder with great ease and quickly arrived at the cave where Hong Shuang and the others had lived before, following the mountain path. The effects of the previous damage were still present. Su Yuan had his men move the charcoal away, leaving only some charred marks visible in the cave. Actually, this cave is quite large, enough for all of us to live in. Lion clenched his fists, a look of difficulty in his eyes, before finally stammering, I still want to go back to the desolate Snowfield. But after we save everyone, I'll come back here with you. Su Yuan smiled with some surprise, gently stroking Shishi's hair. She must not have taken a bath in a long time due to her busy schedule these past few days, and even the fur on her ears was a bit messy. Who said I plan to stay here for the rest of my life? That. Lion was a little confused, staring at Su Yuan with its two big eyes in bewilderment. I just lament that if we had discovered this cave earlier, we might have been able to move in right away. It's a pity that there's already too much stuff in the camp. I haven't forgotten about saving the Red Fox tribe. Now that Hong Shuang and the others have joined us, we can go back and investigate. We'll take some time in a few days to go back to the snow wasteland and check on the situation. Before Lion could even get excited, Su Yuan continued speaking. You are the first people I met when I came into this world, and we are partners who have gone through thick and thin together, so I have unwavering faith in you, and you must also have faith in me. From now on, we will definitely defeat the black sheep and that sorcerer. By the way, have you ever seen the world on the other side of the mountain? On the other side of the mountain? Lion looked in one direction, where the sky was blocked by high mountains, and in the distance stretched a huge mountain range, which was the Wangshu mountain range that separated the two worlds. No, I grew up in the snowy wilderness, but the old witch told me that my mother went to the other side of the mountain. I think she must have seen it. Don't worry, we will definitely see it. From now on, you will be the great general of the Star Empire, and we will explore that new world together. It was rare for someone in their 20s to be so childish. Su Yuan raised his hand and held the mountain range in a gesture of grasping, his eyes full of confidence. Although she didn't know what an empire was or what a great general was, Lion could understand the stars and the word I. Yes, we will definitely see it. Chapter 84, Grooming the Big Cat. This is it. Su Yuan and Shi walked up the mountain together for a while. The source of the hot spring was a crevice in the rock, and the water there was so hot that it was almost burning to the touch. Only here will you avoid encountering those wild beasts that come to drink. Lion, you can't drink this water. Su Yuan was still figuring out how to build a hot spring nearby when he turned around and found that Shi had already buried her little head in the water outlet, with hot steam hitting her cheeks. So he grabbed the sticking up tail and pulled the person over. After realizing what had happened, Lion immediately turned around and covered its tail, then shook its head with a red face and said, I didn't drink it. It was just that the mist felt warm. There will be something warmer later. Come and help me dig a big pit here, up to my thigh in height, and make it into this shape. Su Yuan gestured a square with his hand. After sizing up the area for a while, he finally decided to dig a pit not far below the edge of the outlet, and then open a gap at the water flow point to divert the water. Moreover, because it's downhill, he can open another opening at the bottom to drain the water, thus maintaining a continuous supply of hot water. It's a pity there aren't any hot pits where you can just soak in without any preparation, and you don't have to worry about hot water as it keeps the temperature consistently high. Su Yuan used his dagger to mark out the area of rubble and mud, leaving the rest to Shi. To complete his task, Shi even used his awakened power. The sudden burst of runic light on her forehead allowed her to dig a huge pit with a single shovel strike, and then quickly excavated the square hole. Su Yuan, I've finished. While Su Yuan was still bent over studying the water diversion line, Shi was already there with a shovel, ready to go. Take a break, or find me a flat rock, just up to my calves. The process of drawing water went very smoothly. The steaming water immediately poured into the large pit that Lion had dug, and soon the water filled the pit. The previously prepared outlet flushed away the muddy water, and after half an hour, the natural, unadorned hot spring outlet was completed. Using the same method, a hot spring outlet was also created at the other end, so that in the future, as long as soldiers lead the way, everyone can come here to soak in the natural hot spring. It's much more convenient to boil water for bathing than before at the frozen lake, but the concealment isn't very good, and soldiers have to be on guard around the area when you come here. How about we build some more cabins near these hot springs sometime? After thinking about it, Su Yuan dismissed the idea. There was no need to go to great lengths to build 2 more wooden houses on the mountain, and he would have to consider the angle at which to build them on the slope. If they were to encounter a wild animal attack, those guys in this world, even if they built a wooden house, would smash it to pieces in a few slaps. Let's leave it at that for now. By the time the 2 hot spring pools were completed, the sun was high in the sky, and the surrounding cold wind and steaming mist were mixed together, with the bright sunlight shining on us. Su Yuan didn't shy away from Shirshir. After taking off all his clothes, he entered the hot spring, where the rock perfectly served as his cushion. Awesome. Lying down here feels like I've gained 10 years of life. The water temperature wasn't low, but it felt just right for Su Yuan in such cold weather. The flowing hot water felt like it was massaging his body. The warm mist made him feel drowsy, but then he remembered that there was a lion standing next to him. Lion, do you want to go to the hot spring? You haven't taken a shower lately, have you? Your hair is almost tangled. You can wash it while you're in the hot spring. Lion touched his head. A few strands of golden fur were tangled together, stained with some blood from when he killed the pigman. These past few days I've been busy following Su Yuan around, completely forgetting about taking a bath by the frozen lake. More importantly, she wasn't used to going to the bath with other people. The last time she took a bath, it was Red Fox who dragged her there, and she hadn't washed her body since. Then I'll take a shower too. Uh-huh. Su Yuan leaned comfortably against the edge, squinting his eyes. After hearing Shirshir's words, he slowly nodded, then realized something and immediately opened his eyes wide. At the edge of the hot spring pool, Shirshir changed out of his animal skin clothes, his golden tail fur fluttering in the wind, and then continued to look up. Su Yuan clicked his tongue in shock. This scale was indeed incomparable to that of Maya. Just as he was lost in thought, some water in the hot spring pool suddenly flowed out, and Su Yuan felt a pair of thighs immediately pressed against his side. He instantly perked up, swallowed hard, and looked at Lion, who was peeking out from the side, and asked in confusion, "Aren't you going to soak over there? Can't we stay here? Then I'll come right away. What am I doing? What's worse than being a beast is being worse than a beast." Su Yuan immediately pulled Shirshir down when he saw her disappointed look. Cough, cough, cough. I was just afraid that my willpower wouldn't be able to resist, but it's okay. Come here, and I'll wash your hair. Su Yuan suppressed his impulse for the time being, watching as Shirshir buried her head in his arms and gently rubbed her messy hair with his fingers. Because it was sticky with blood, he unconsciously used a little more force. No matter how much he washed it, not a single strand of his golden hair fell out, leaving Su Yuan speechless with amazement at its amazing quality. Su Yuan, who seemed calm, had been betrayed by his body's reaction. Shirshir looked curiously at the surface of the hot spring, but with Su Yuan holding her head, she could only suppress her doubts. System, redeem a pack of shampoo for me. After rubbing for a long time without any effect, Su Yuan immediately opened the system shop and redeemed a pack of shampoo worth 20 points, which was about the size of his palm. Lie still and close your eyes. These words sounded rather perverted in this situation, and upon hearing them, Lion immediately leaned against Su Yuan and closed her eyes tightly. She heard Su Yuan scratching his head, and something wrapped around it, along with a fragrant scent that reached her nose. With the help of shampoo, these messy hairs were able to be cleaned up, and the hot spring water flowing down from above quickly rinsed them away. How about it? Touch your hair. Isn't it especially smooth? Su Yuan felt a sense of accomplishment, as if he were giving his big cat a bath, looking at the soft, golden hair that lay smoothly on the lion's forehead. It feels very comfortable and smells nice. Thank you, Su Yuan. Lion came up and kissed him on the cheek, just like at the previous celebration party. The sense of accomplishment he was feeling while giving the big cat a bath was instantly shattered. I just exercised last night. If I'm obsessed with exercising all day long, my body won't be able to handle it. But I've already enhanced my life force, so why would I worry about not being able to handle it? At worst, I'll just exchange for a few more bottles of blue spirit drinks later. Freed from the little angel's restraint, Su Yuan whispered something in Shirshir's ear. Seeing the somewhat confused look in its eyes, he had no choice but to begin instructing it himself. Chapter 85, The Hot Spring Pool Project, is now open. As the afterglow of the setting sun shone on the mountain valley, Su Yuan leisurely lay in the hot spring, squinting his eyes and enjoying the tranquility of the mountain stream. After half a day, I felt like I was about to become a giant from the heat. A beautiful woman was nestled beside me, her face still flushed and her eyes slightly glazed. Lord Su Yuan, I have a question for you. Lion seemed to have mustered up her courage, raising her head to look at Su Yuan and asking nervously. Sigh, I've already told you all to stop calling me sir, and just call me whatever you want. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Su Yuan gently rubbed Shirshir's hair. The previous intense activity had caused the hot spring water to wet her hair again, and water droplets were still dripping from the ends. Lion nodded, then stammered. You're not from the God-given race, are you? Yes, I'm not. But how did you know? Su Yuan answered her without hesitation. After all, it was a fact, and he had no need to hide it, since everyone would find out eventually. My divinely gifted race can only reproduce by consuming the divinely gifted fruit. However, my mother told me that only the orc race reproduces through procreation. I saw it when I was little, when I was fighting the orc tribe with my mother. It was exactly like that. Oh no, there wasn't this problem before. It's not because these beast girls don't understand how to reproduce through the God-given fruit. It's just that Nikoya's knowledge is too limited. Now I've met someone who's quite knowledgeable. Are you a beast man? Lion's eyes held a mixture of caution and worry. The discord between the orcs and the divine race was not a recent development, but rather a long-standing one. Do I look like an orc to you? You all have traces of orcs on you. Did you just notice them on me? If you calculate it that way, I should be considered the first pure human in this Western fantasy primitive world. Lion looked her up and down with a puzzled expression. Her black hair had no wild animal features, and her ears were only slightly red, similar to theirs, but she didn't have the spider spears that spiders are known for. Its pupils are also black, and its hands and feet are no different from those of the divinely gifted race. It doesn't have thick fur, and it doesn't even have a tail on its buttocks, except for that. What you just did. Su Yuan's face stiffened, and he quickly covered Shirshir's mouth. If she said it, they would be in big trouble. Do you remember me telling you that I came from a very far-away place? Yes, you said it was a very, very big tribe in the east, Lion said with some recollection. Su Yuan nodded with emotion and said, yes, it is very, very big, and very, very far away, so far away that it is not even in the east of this world. To be precise, I actually came from beyond the heavens. Your gods brought you into this world, and I was also brought into this world by other gods. Although Su Yuan also used theorism to explain the reason, Lion still looked confused, its uneasy tail swaying back and forth in the water. These things were too complicated for her. Su Yuan sighed and hugged her tightly, saying, it's okay if you don't understand. Just believe me, I will always be with you. Let's go back to the snowy wilderness together, go to the snow-viewing mountains together, and even go to the other side of the mountains together. After a moment of silence, Lion gave a soft hum and rested its head on Su Yuan's shoulder without saying a word. In fact, she had already chosen to believe Su Yuan when he denied that he was a beast man, and everything else was no longer important. Su Yuan, isn't this how beast men have children? Well, I have a child too. This extremely unusual topic stumped Su Yuan, mainly because he didn't know anything about the beast girl's physical structure, or even whether she had reproductive isolation. I don't know either. After all, I'm not an orc, and of course, I would never have children with an orc. As for those orcs, regardless of whether there is quarantine or not, he will defend his integrity to the death. I want one too. Before Su Yuan could react, Shirshir pounced on him and pinned him to the edge of the hot spring pool. It seems 2 bottles of blue spirit drink aren't enough. I'll have to exchange for at least 3. Sigh, points are like the stream in this hot spring. They slip away too quickly. In the evening, Lion and Su Yuan returned to the camp. Red Fox thought that the two had gone on some special mission because they had been missing for a day. However, before she could finish being curious, Su Yuan gathered everyone in the center of the camp. Everyone was holding food, their big eyes curiously watching Su Yuan, wondering what important news he had to announce. Ahem, you all probably already know that we found a warm stream in the mountains before, right? Everyone nodded, and a lively little bunny girl raised her hand and shouted, Sister Maoya and the others told us before. It seems that Nikoya and Manhwa told everyone in great detail during their last fight for the right to tell the story. That's good, at least I don't have to explain it again myself. Today, Lion and I turned that place into a hot spring pool, a place to take hot baths. From now on, if you don't want to go to the frozen lake to boil water, you can go to the hot springs on the mountain. The hot water there is always flowing, and it never gets cold. The news excited everyone. Taking a bath in the frozen lake was quite troublesome. Not only did they have to learn how Su Yuan made fire by rubbing sticks together, they also had to boil the water first. This whole process takes at least 2 or 3 hours, which is why many people go to the ice lake to bathe every day, but only a few actually manage to bathe. However, you still can't go alone, and you must go with 2 warriors, as there are still wild beasts in that area. And you can't drink that water, it might give you a stomachache. As soon as Su Yuan finished speaking, everyone happily agreed, chatting excitedly with the beast girls around them about the good news. Yes, I understand. I want to go with Mommy. We can just take Shaman and Damon with us. Amidst the murmurs, Su Yuan overheard something extraordinary. He grabbed the fur-eared beast woman by the ear, lifted her up, and spoke earnestly. The man can't go. This rope can't support him. Just kidding. Forget about rope support or not. With that size, one shove in the hot spring pool would be several sizes bigger. Oh, all right then, can the witch come with us? Su Yuan glanced at the body of the folded-eared beast girl. TSK, she's even smaller than Mao Yi. She's not even up to his waist. Humans cannot, or at least should not. No, let's wait until you're a bit older. Chapter 86. Has this person caught the crab general? The opening of the hot springs caused all the beast girls to rush to the mountain to soak in the hot springs. Even Nicoya couldn't resist and dragged Su Yuan to soak in them once. It was this incident that made Lion understand what was going on with the strange cat meows that had been heard in the tribe before. Although Su Yuan was a little embarrassed, he put the embarrassment behind him after trying a new experience he had never had before and enjoyed the endless pleasure in the crowded hot spring pool. For several days in a row, he almost succumbed to despair. Fortunately, the blue spirit drink worth 2,000 points made him realize the truth. If he continued like this, he would really squander all his points. This is an important resource for developing the tribe. Su Yuan saw that his points, which had finally reached the new milestone of 100,000, had dropped back to 80,000, so he gave up his bad habit of soaking in hot springs every day. Cough, cough, cough. Lion, come fishing with me for a while. Su Yuan saw Shirshir carrying a wooden basin out of the snow house early in the morning and quickly went over to call out to him. The wooden basin contained not only an animal skin towel, but also some fresh fruit picked in the wild a few days ago. After all, soaking in a hot spring can make you thirsty, so you can eat a couple of pieces of fruit to quench your thirst after you're done. Of course, most importantly, the sight of these fruits floating on the water adds a touch of fun. Fishing? Aren't you going to soak in the hot springs? Lion put down the wooden tub and came to Su Yuan's side with some doubt. Soaking in the hot spring every day is not good for your health, and there are so many people in the tribe, so we should let everyone enjoy the comfort of the hot spring. Without saying a word, Su Yuan grabbed his fishing rod, pulled Shirshir along, and prepared to head towards the frozen lake. As they left the tribe, they spotted Hujio sticking out his butt and doing something in the snow. It would be good to call Fox 9 along, otherwise he would have run off to take a bath in the cabin before he even had a chance to fish at the frozen lake. Fox 9, let's go fishing together. Su Yuan swiftly grabbed the fox's high-waisted tail, startling Fox 9 so much that she fell to the ground in the snow. Su Yuan, you scared me. The trap I just designed almost worked. Fox 9 pouted angrily, her nose and head covered in snow, but her cute appearance made Su Yuan unable to sense her anger. With a smile on his face, he patted the snow off Hujio and looked down at what Hujio called a trap. What is this? When asked about the thing on the ground, Fox 9 looked very proud and showed the wooden object to Su Yuan. This is a trap I designed myself, which combines the bow and arrows you made with the previous cave trap. Look, I plan to use a bow and arrow to draw a full length of arrow here, then lock it in place. When someone steps into the trap, the hook will release and the arrow will pierce the ankle of the person who stepped into the trap. Fox 9 demonstrated it to Su Yuan, and the more Su Yuan looked at it, the more familiar it seemed. Wasn't this just a trap version of a crossbow? This little fox's head is truly full of wisdom. With her fiddling around like this, she might actually come up with some new tricks. We'll tinker with this thing later. Come fishing with me, and I'll teach you some new fishing techniques. A new method? Here it comes. Fox 9 glanced at the trap device in his hand, found a corner of the camp, buried it in the snow, and then caught up with Su Yuan. Few people come to the frozen lake these days, but the little wooden house that used to be there still stands cleanly by the lake. Some of the little beast girls still like to take baths in this enclosed little wooden house, so the snow that had been piled up before has been swept away. When I arrived at the lake early in the morning, there was no one there, and the opening in the middle of the frozen lake was somewhat frozen. Su Yuan forcefully smashed the frozen ice and tried casting a pole into the icy lake. Didn't they say there was a new method? Fox 9 had already learned the fishing method with a rod and a hook. Looking at Su Yuan, who was sitting calmly on the frozen lake waiting for the fish to bite, he couldn't help but ask, "Hey, let's fish for a while first, and then we'll try a different method after I catch a couple of fish. Now that we've come all this way to the frozen lake, how can we not cast our lines?" Su Yuan had barely sat down when the float bobbed. It seems that not fishing for a while has made them lower their guard again. Su Yuan quickly stood up and forcefully lifted the fishing rod. After drinking countless bottles of blue spirit beverage, his strength was much greater than when he first came fishing. This instantly lifted the prey caught on the fishing hook. Careful! The moment he landed, the 1-meter-tall creature launched an attack on Su Yuan. Beside him, Lion's saber lashed out like a spear, stabbing the creature that was almost touching Su Yuan back. The long sword carried the monster's body far away and plunged directly into another layer of ice. Su Yuan only saw it clearly after it was pinned to that spot. Holy crap, there are crabs this big in this lake. Su Yuan patted his chest with a slight tremor of fear. In the distance, a large crab had its chest pierced by a blade, and its pair of pincers, capable of crushing his head, were still moving. Isn't this a lake nestled against a mountain? Where did such a huge crab come from? He couldn't understand the strangeness of this world, but he did understand the deliciousness of this giant crab. Pale blue blood flowed down the hilt of the knife from the puncture wound. It didn't struggle for long before turning into a dead crab. This meat must be very tender and juicy, perfect for grilling. Lion, Fox 9, set up the fire. Once the creature had turned into a dead crab, Su Yuan brought the two beast girls to him. He tapped the large pincers, and the dull sound brought a look of joy to his face. The group hadn't eaten much in the morning before arriving, and this large crab was enough for the three of them to have a hearty meal. 10 minutes later, the large crab was placed on the fire by the lake, and crab soup was simmering in 3 earthenware pots next to it. Let it bake first, I'll teach you how to do it. Su Yuan led the two to the mouth of the frozen lake. The crabs there had hard shells and would probably need to be roasted for a while. Actually, we didn't have enough conditions to do this before, but now that Lan Sha and the others have come to the tribe, the problem is not so big. While speaking in a language the two couldn't understand, Su Yuan simultaneously redeemed a large black net from the system shop. Fox 9 stared at this novel contraption for a long time. It resembled the spider webs that Lan Sha and the others usually used, but the holes on it were denser and smaller. Grab these 4 corners, then put some food on them, and the fish will take the bait in no time. Su Yuan had cast a fishing rod a few times in his previous life, but fishing was a first for him. He had only seen it in online videos before. They placed some pork chunks on the net, and the 3 of them watched as the black net fell into the icy lake. Will this really catch any fish? Fox 9 scratched his ear. He explained that he had been able to catch fish before because the hook caught the fish and the float alerted him in time. These days, there's no fish hook, not even a notification. You don't even know if you've caught anything. By the time you pull up the net, the fish will probably be full and have escaped. Chapter 87 Mermaids? An ice lake connecting to the ocean. Of course I don't know either, but the lake isn't very big. We're bound to catch 1 or 2. Whether he catches fish or not doesn't matter, since the tribe has plenty of food, and he has accumulated enough points to feed the tribe for several years. The main thing is to have something to do today, otherwise I'll have to go exercise again if I have nothing to do. After turning the fishing net for a while, Su Yuan, who had been doing nothing, suddenly felt a pulling force coming from below. There really is a big one. Lion, quickly help pull it up, don't let it get away. Lion took the fishing net and immediately tightened it, seemingly worried that the fish would escape. She even used her awakened power, and the fish caught in the net in the lake was pulled up by her without any hesitation. In the sky, the lake water and a bunch of dark shadows flew up, arced overhead, and crashed heavily onto the ice. Wah! But then a sobbing sound came from inside. In the fishing net, besides some small and large fish, there was also a girl with beautiful blue hair. However, the girl looked rather disheveled, with a small fish in her mouth, a piece of pork that Su Yuan had previously thrown into the net in her hand, and a clump of messy water plants on her head. Tui, cough, cough, cough. Ouch, my butt. You guys, really? Hayao spat out the fish in her mouth, her expression furious as she prepared to berate these land creatures, but a gleaming weapon was instantly placed against her neck. Wow, that's really amazing. Good morning. Damn it, I just wanted to find some food. How did I get caught by these land creatures? My mother said these guys are not to be trifled with. You're a mermaid? Mermaids don't have butts. Upon seeing the new object, Su Yuan immediately squatted down to examine it with curiosity. The girl's beautiful blue hair was actually gradient. The top part was bluish-green, but it turned turquoise towards the tips. The ears on both sides were perked up. No, they shouldn't be called ears. Those 2 thin, pinkish gills seemed to be frightened by the sight of them. As for her body, unlike the one Su Yuan had seen in his previous life where only 2 seashells covered her private parts, the girl's upper body was wrapped in black seaweed. Only 2 lotus root-like arms were exposed, and the connection between the fishtail and the body was also covered. The fishtail was somewhat similar to her hair, long and beautiful, with scales that shimmered in the sunlight. Why don't mermaids have butts? Hayao seemed to want to be angry, but dared not. She glanced at Shirshir next to her, who had a cold face, and could only pout and complain online. Ahem, sorry, we didn't mean any harm. We just accidentally caught you while fishing. Su Yuan loosened the net for her, and she looked at the fish scattered on the ice with envy. However, she glanced at Shirshir and withdrew her hand from the fish. Do you live in this frozen lake? After untying the net, Su Yuan and Hai Yao chatted. Although he was a bit timid, he seemed like a free spirit. At this moment, he was still staring at the fish around him. If I were a bad guy, there would be a roasted mermaid tail on that fire by now. Me? I escaped from the Dream Coral Sea with my mother and the others. The Dream Coral Sea? Another new map. I wonder where it is. Su Yuan had already learned about several locations from these people. The Yellow Sand Plain, the snow-capped mountains, and this Dream Coral Sea. As she pondered, Hai Yao shivered, the cold wind making her hug her arms tightly. You mermaids are afraid of the cold too? Then how did you get this frozen lake? Seeing her like this, Su Yuan had no choice but to pick her up and carry her to the campfire. The warm firelight finally made Hai Yao breathe a sigh of relief, and she stretched out her little hands to warm them by the fire. It used to be very warm in the Dream Coral Sea, but it's a bit colder here. However, as long as we swim a little deeper, we won't feel too cold. And this starlight algae coat is also very warm to wear. Hai Yao tugged at the collar of her seaweed-covered dress, revealing large patches of white against the black seaweed. Su Yuan stared wide-eyed at her. Don't misunderstand. He was looking at the black star algae, just like the name Hai Yao had given it. This black algae was dotted with white specks. Like stars in the night sky, it is very beautiful when you look closely. May I touch it? Touch it. Hai Yao was a little confused, but she still generously puffed out her chest and said, Go ahead and touch it. Seeing this expression, Su Yuan immediately realized that his words had been ambiguous, but fortunately, these beast girls did not understand the other meanings. Su Yuan pretended to be normal and placed his palm on Hai Yao's starlight algae clothes. The seaweed clothes were a little cold when he first touched them, but he soon felt a little warm. And then that familiar system notification sounded. Rare item detected, starry seaweed. Tradable for 800 points, or 80 points. New special item added. Host, please select the direction of the transaction. Only worth 800 points. Su Yuan ignored the system's prompts. If he made the trade now, wouldn't that be like stripping the mermaid naked? By the way, I haven't asked you your name yet. My name is Hai Yao, what's yours? Su Yuan introduced himself and also introduced her to the two beast girls, one big and one small, beside him. He learned that Lion was just aloof and did not have any ill intentions towards her, which made Hai Yao relax. Hey Hai Yao, could you lend me a small piece of your clothes? As long as it's not too big, it'll be very cold when we go into the water. Only after obtaining Hai Yao's permission did Su Yuan use a dagger to cut off a small piece of a special item from her lower abdomen, which was used to unlock the system. However, while cutting, his eyes unconsciously drifted towards the area where the scales met the skin. There wouldn't be any under those scales. What does it taste like? Just as his curiosity was piqued, a strange smell attracted the group. Following the smell, they saw that the crab shell was already charred. The meat's burnt. Lion quickly took the big crab off the fire. The crab meat in the earthenware pot had been stewed until it was soft and tender, and some fish meat was floating in it. The milky white soup smelled very delicious. The crab meat was a bit charred, but thankfully not too much of it was burnt. Transaction successful. New products can be viewed in a special section. Starry Bandage, 300 points. Note, bandages that can alleviate and restore damage from freezing effects. The description is very concise, but it's still a pretty good item, especially in this icy wilderness where it can not only treat frostbite, but also damage caused by magical beasts that use ice magic. After completing the inspection, Su Yuan closed the system shop and sat down next to everyone. Hai Yao felt relieved after receiving his permission, and her mouth watered the moment she took the grilled crab meat from Hujio. Chapter 88 Dreamy Coral Sea. Is this food made with fire on land? It's so delicious. Hai Yao was happily eating a crab claw, each bite of the snow-white crab meat bringing tears to her eyes. His expressive face left Su Yuan speechless, completely oblivious to the delicious aroma emanating from the crab meat in his hand. Aren't you used to eating raw food in the sea? Hai Yao, her mouth full of crab meat, explained with her cheeks puffed out. In the sea, let alone eating raw food, we're lucky if we get a full meal. Are the conditions in the ocean really that bad? We caught quite a lot of fish before. Fox 9, who was enjoying a sip of crab and fish soup, asked Hai Yao with some confusion after hearing her words. Don't you mermaids eat fish? It's not that we can't eat it, it's just that we don't like eating fish. We always feel strange after eating it. Besides, many of the fish are small, with little meat and lots of bones. Last time, one got stuck in my throat and almost killed me. As she spoke, she used her hands to pull out the meat from the pincers. Compared to fish, the crab meat had no bones at all, and it was like a soft and delicious piece of tofu. And after eating it, I didn't feel any strange discomfort. By the way, you're from around here, right? Have you ever heard of Frost Sea Heart Crystal? Frosty Sea Heart Crystal? Su Yuan looked at the other two, Lion and Fox 9, who both shook their heads. Su Yuan could only shake his head as well. After all, he had only been in this world for a short time and hadn't even gotten to know all the places yet. Sigh, if we can't find this thing, we'll have to stay here and starve. I really want to go back to the Coral Sea. Could you tell me more about this Frost Sea Heart Crystal and why you came here from the Dream Coral Sea? With the help of the delicious crabs, Hayao no longer had any suspicion of the others, and while eating, she told them her story in detail. I originally lived in the sea spirit tribe of the Dream Coral Sea. My mother was the tribe shaman. But a few months ago, someone in the tribe betrayed my mother, and that traitor defected to the Fire Scale tribe. My mother said that the shaman of the Fire Scale tribe obtained a strange treasure and became extremely powerful. We couldn't defeat him, so we had to flee the Dream Coral Sea. It turns out to be another beast girl who was chased to this place, except that the Dream Coral Sea didn't have that mysterious shaman from the Snowdrift Mountains. They were forced to leave their homeland simply because of intertribal raids. In a world where hundreds or thousands of tribes are constantly at war, isn't this a great betrayal and blasphemy against the god who brought the Beast Girl's race to this continent? It seems that the unification of the tribes in this world is imminent. Su Yuan became even more convinced of his previous belief. What kind of order is this, with all this fighting and killing? Can't we all celebrate the new year together by making dumplings? So why were you chased to this place? If you went any further in, you would freeze to death. Isn't it just about finding that Frost Sea Heart Crystal? A shaman from another tribe who was close to my mother divined that the thing is in this place. Only it can allow us to return to the Dream Coral Sea and reclaim our homeland. A delicious crab breakfast brought the group together completely, and Hayao regained her cheerful and carefree personality, even developing an interest in fishing by the frozen lake. After finishing her meal, she was sitting on the edge of the gap in the frozen lake, swinging a pole, while Su Yuan and Shir and the others were supporting her from behind. Since the fishtail offered no support, the only way for her to sit down was to place the entire fishtail in the icy lake. I'm sorry, once I successfully awaken, my fishtail will be able to transform into yours. Seeing the group hugging her, Hayao felt a little embarrassed, but she was very interested in fishing at the moment, and soon her attention turned to the fishing float. Will you evolve into human legs after you awaken? Sure. You can become a witch or an awakened warrior. My mother can go to the mainland to trade with others at any time, and some awakened warriors in the tribe can too. Su Yuan was no longer interested in fishing. With such a big fish in his arms, he had no time to care about the smaller fish in the lake. He curiously stroked the beautiful fishtail with both hands. The scales on it were particularly neat, and each one shone brightly in the sunlight. You can feel the firmness of the fish flesh when you gently pinch it, unlike in the movies and TV shows you watched in your previous life, where you can still see the outline of two legs when the fish sits up. The tail fins floating beneath the water's surface, those two pieces as pink and tender as the fins on the ears, appear transparent in the sunlight. So this is what a mermaid is. I wonder if this form is suitable. They've taken the bait. They've taken the bait. Su Yuan, what should I do? Just as he looked up at the fish's tail again, trying to find the part under the starry seaweed, Hayao in his arms cried out excitedly, her hands gripping the fishing rod tightly. Just grab this spot and pull the line in hard, or pull it up with force. Su Yuan held her hands and taught her how to reel in the line. The little mermaid's arms looked thin, but she was quite strong. After a few struggles with her prey under the icy lake, she finally caught it. Soon, a large blue fish lay diagonally on the ice, its eyes glaring angrily at Hayao, who was cheering not far away. We are all fish. Why are we so eager to fight each other? Whether it was due to the presence of mermaids or not, Hayao was much faster at taking the bait than Su Yuan and the others. By evening, the ice surface was already piled high with fish. Thank you, but it's getting late and I have to go back. You can keep these fish. These are your spoils. Aren't you going to take them home? Hayao jumped back into the frozen lake, shook her head, and said, We don't like to eat these, and we caught them with your fishing rod, so please accept them. Can I trade you a few fishing rods like these? I plan to bring my mother and the others to come and find you in a while. Fishing rods aren't particularly difficult to make, but for primitive tribes, it's a particularly difficult thing, mainly because of the line. The rod and hook can be replaced with other things, but apart from the fishing line that Su Yuan bought, the Star Tribe uses animal hide strips cut and made by white rabbits. Of course, now that Hong Shuang and the others have joined, their spider silk has replaced the need for online access in some places. Sure, but how would I know you're here? Our tribe is quite a distance from here. Hayao thought for a moment. then tugged at the starlight algae on her collar, so that Su Yuan could see her silhouette perfectly from above. Yes, it's not as big as lions. This is true not only for Haiyao, but lion's position in the entire star tribe is also unshakable. Red frost might be a formidable enemy. Use this. If we come, this conch shell will carry my voice, and then you can come to this place. Haiyao took out a mini conch shell, about the size of a thumb, from her clothes and handed it to Su Yuan. She could still feel its warmth when she handed it to him. All right, I'll head back now. Could I try that meat next time? She pointed to the piece of pork in the net. She had been tempted by it before, but Su Yuan had fished it out. Even now, after a hearty crab feast, I still crave that piece of pork jerky. Okay, I'll definitely cook you a big meal next time. Chapter 89 Preparations for the plan to go to the Snowfield. A week passed by so simply. Since the last time I met Haiyao, the conch shell hasn't made a sound. I wonder how far away that creature swam from. Or perhaps they encountered some danger on the way. I should have given her some weapons for protection back then. The tribe's development continued smoothly, and Su Yuan hadn't been busy with anything else lately, making final preparations for going to the desolate Snowfield to gather information. First of all, he had to go. Now that the tribe's food and housing problems had been solved, he didn't need to worry about them, so he had to go with them to the desolate Snowfield. The first reason is that it's no longer possible to collect rare items in the tribe. Since the last time they dealt with the demon salamander trapped in the cave, they haven't obtained any new ones. Leaving the tribe and heading to the desolate Snowfield will surely bring considerable rewards along the way. Secondly, he needs to command the beast girls to act, and sending these simple beast girls to gather intelligence would probably not yield much useful information. Moreover, it's easy to get caught by the other side if you're not careful. It's better to go and see for yourself. In case of danger, you can even exchange items from the systems shop for emergency treatment. The selection of personnel for this reconnaissance mission, as well as the accompanying equipment and supplies, has been largely resolved within the past week. In the mountain stream, Su Yuan was soaking comfortably in the hot spring pool. Beside him, Shir looked a little tired, leaning against his shoulder with its eyes half closed. We'll be heading to the snowy wilderness in a couple of days, but I hope you can stay at the camp. Su Yuan smoothed Lion's long golden hair, which was a little longer than when they first met. It floated on the water like a piece of golden seaweed, and soon he grabbed it. No, I want to go too. For the first time, Shir refuted Su Yuan's order, her weary eyes looking at Su Yuan with unwavering determination. Listen to me first. This time we're going deep into the Black Sheep tribe. They know you, so it'll be easy for us to be exposed. I plan to bring Long and Hongshuang with me. This time, we might be able to find a way to rescue some of the Red Fox tribe members. But, Lion bit her lip tightly. She knew Su Yuan was right, but she felt very sad. All right, you're not without a mission too. You and Husi not only need to protect the tribe's safety, but also contact Haiyao's tribe. Su Yuan never expected that such a cold and domineering older sister would now appear in front of him like a pitiful little girl, and his body, which had just finished, was starting to feel unresponsive again. You don't want the tribe to be in danger, do you? Haiyao and the others have a shaman, and who knows how many awakened warriors they have. Although Haiyao seems to get along very well with us, her mother and other mermaids may not be so friendly. I can only trust you. Su Yuan's words left Lion silent for a long time before she finally nodded with difficulty. Awoo. You guys, stop playing in the water. Don't forget the mission we brought you here. The heartwarming scene between the two was interrupted by 5 snow wolves playing in the stream not far away, the water too hot for them. But the guys below were just right. Their fur was soaked, and they were having a great time playing in the flowing stream. Upon hearing Su Yuan's call, they immediately shook off the water and trotted over to him. They clearly distinguish who's in charge. If Su Yuan isn't satisfied, they'll just be roast meat on the grill another day. Awoo. Go and search the area for any traces of wild animals. If you encounter any, do not engage them on your own. Come back and report to me. A few days ago, the beast girls of the Star Tribe discovered some wild beasts in this place, but fortunately they were not particularly ferocious. The fiercest of them was a black bear with no special abilities. It just so happened that it encountered Long taking Gigi to a hot spring that day. The pair of sharp blades given to him by Su Yuan cleanly and swiftly severed the black bear's paws as it lunged forward. In addition to pork, beef, and fish, the tribe now has another type of meat, bear meat. This gave the man quite a fright. Every day when he saw Long Shur, the one who used to carry the bear down the mountain path, he would get a jolt of fear. Now that Su Yuan plans to leave with a group of people, he must ensure the safety of the star camp here. So he specially brought these snow wolves to investigate the situation. Wah! Upon receiving the order, the 5 snow wolves split into 2 groups and ran towards the mountains on either side. Although the food in the camp had improved, their speed was still quite fast. It disappeared from sight in just a few seconds. Not far away, several more figures appeared from the foot of the mountain. Su Yuan patted Shirshi's head and hurriedly said, "Let's get up quickly, otherwise they'll drag me to continue soaking when they come." Soaking in hot springs is one thing, but the real issue is that he couldn't resist so many cute and sexy beast girls running over to him with such joyful expressions, wanting to get close to him. "Wow, Wu, you're here to soak in the hot springs today too." After the 2 of them finished getting ready, a group of people from a distance arrived at the hot spring. Su Yuan looked at the 3 of them and curiously patted Yuyue's head. "Is Yuzuki not sleepy today?" The 3 women who came to soak in the hot spring were Pan Yu and her companions. Yuyu was in good spirits today and no longer had the weariness she usually had. When this was mentioned, Beiyu's expression became excited as she said, "After Yuyu soaked in the hot spring once, she wasn't sleepy anymore, so every few days, Pan Yu and I would bring her here to soak." Snort. Beside her, Pan Yu looked at Beiyu with displeasure as she interrupted her, then put her hands on her hips and turned her head away. "It actually has this effect? Could it really be a koala? The ears look quite like one, no wonder it's so sleepy." Su Yuan looked at Yue, who was pressed against him. Her 2 fluffy little ears were round, and her big eyes were full of confusion. Her little arms were tightly wrapped around his waist. A little wolf, a little rabbit, and a little koala. These 3 moons are quite different. If they were wild animals, the 2 moons would have been eaten by the betray moon. No wonder both Beiyue and Yue are so afraid of Panyue. A woo. At this moment, the snow wolves exploring outside also made a commotion. The 2 snow wolves on the left were filled with fear and limped towards Su Yuan. "You guys go ahead and enjoy your drinks. I'll go check on things." Su Yuan picked up Yue, who was clinging to him, and handed her back to Panyue, preparing to take Shirshir to see what had happened over there. "I want to go too." Without the slightest hesitation, Pan Yu tossed Yu to Beiyu, tossing her back and forth until she was dizzy. "Then you guys be careful, I'm not going." Beiyue timidly shrank her ears, then took off Yue's clothes and placed them by the hot spring pool, while cautiously watching her surroundings. Chapter 90 Warcraft Frost Wolf. "What's wrong?" Su Yuan approached the 2 snow wolves, and upon seeing him, they burst into tears, their mouths filled with sobs. "Stop howling, let me see how you are, then take me there." If they kept howling, they would attract the enemy's attention. Su Yuan slapped them on the head, then picked up the wounds to examine them. So cold. The injuries were on the snow wolf's rump and hind legs. They weren't bites, but frostbite. The rump was covered in frost, and it felt like a block of ice to the touch. System, exchange for starburst bandages. These snow wolves have been successfully tamed in the Star Tribe. They can no longer be called snow wolves. They're more like snow dogs. They've provided them with a lot of help when hunting. They couldn't just die like that. So Su Yuan carried them both to the spot where the water was boiling. Yuzuki was already soaking in the hot spring, her small figure standing out in the clear water, her proportions looking about the same as Nikoya's. "Beiyu, don't squat there. It's nothing serious." He had heard from Panyu that these women were all quite strong, especially Yu, who was always dozing off, and who had almost successfully awakened as an awakened warrior. The awakening failed because the person fell asleep during the awakening process. He patted Beiyue's head, then carried the 2 snow wolves to the boiling hot spring outlet above and pressed their buttocks down into it. A woo. The sensation of being caught between ice and fire made them howl again, and the 3 snow wolves on the other side also ran back. After he wrapped the bandages around the 2 guys' butts, he patted their heads and said, "Take us to see what happened. By the way, are you 3 all right over there?" The other 3 snow wolves shook their heads. They had only returned after hearing their companions howl. The 3 men and 3 wolves followed the 2 wolves that were wobbling along the mountainside. After walking for a short while, the scenery around them changed. The boulders in the surrounding mountains turned into a slender bamboo forest, with each bamboo stalk about as thick as Su Yuan's arm. Besides being covered in snow, the bamboo poles were also covered with transparent ice crystals. Could it be some kind of special item? Su Yuan touched the ice crystal bamboo with his hand, but unfortunately no system notification sound came out, so he ignored them. The group followed the snow wolves down a slope. After walking for a while, the 2 snow wolves in front of them turned back in a cowardly manner. Before them, a crack in the mountain wall appeared, smaller than the small cave where Su Yuan and his companions stored their food. From within the dark crevice, a pair of crimson eyes suddenly opened, and then an ice spike flew towards them. "Su Yuan, watch out." Lion used the blade to knock the ice spike away and stood in front of the two, looking at the mountain crevice opposite. Howl! From the crevice, a white figure nearly 2 meters tall slowly emerged, and the figure was somewhat similar to the snow wolves beside Su Yuan. However, the snow wolf was only a little over a meter tall, much shorter than this guy, and compared to their messy fur, the wolf opposite had fine fur, silvery white with a hint of blue. Most importantly, these idiots don't know the ice spike spell either. Frosty Moon Wolf, Tier 3 high-level magical beast with powerful frost abilities. It is agile, and its claws can not only inflict frost damage on enemies, but it can also condense ice spike magic in its mouth. It has just suffered serious injuries and given birth to cubs, and is currently weak. Tier 3, Advanced. Su Yuan looked at the frost wolf opposite him with some alarm. This was the highest-level magical beast he had ever seen since he came to this world. The magical salamander they had spent most of the day dealing with was only a low-level third-tier beast. If that creature hadn't been trapped in the cave and starved for so many years beforehand, and then Su Yuan hadn't poisoned it and used smoke and fire to strike its vital points, it would have been a different story. Even if Lion and Long were to join the group, they might not be a match for them. The frosty wolf stood at the cave entrance without attacking him, its bloodshot eyes watching the group warily, its bared fangs threatening them to leave. She just gave birth and was seriously injured, so maybe we can win her over. Su Yuan's eyes flickered, and he called out to Shir beside him. Shir you. Wow. Before he could finish speaking, Pan Yu stepped forward forcefully, his eyes filled with fighting spirit as he looked at the frost wolf opposite him. Stop right there. Su Yuan quickly grabbed her tail and pulled her back. Pan Yu turned her head, and her angry face immediately fell when she saw Su Yuan. Let me give it a try. We're going back soon. I'm not useless. I want to become stronger so I can save the Black Sheep Witch. What good are your bare hands? Here, take this. Su Yuan redeemed an exquisite steel knife from the system shop. He had noticed during the battle with the Pigman tribe that Pan Yu liked to use this kind of knife, which was about the length of his forearm. The blade is long and slender, and it always manages to inflict considerable damage on enemies during her agile combat. Be careful, come back if you can't win. I will definitely defeat it. Pan Yu pursed her lips, gripped the knife Su Yuan handed her tightly, and charged towards the frost wolf of the moon. Can she beat her, Lion? Lion stared at the rebellious moon wolf fighting the frost wolf, then shook his head and said, we can't beat it. Although that giant wolf is injured, its strength is still not weak. Unless the moon rebels awaken. Awakening? By the way, how do you guys go through the awakening process? Su Yuan had always been curious about how these awakened warriors were awakened. Was it a divine gift like in Western fantasy worlds, or through some kind of meditation technique? Lion pointed to the opposing moon, who were fighting, and explained, there are usually 3 ways. One is to have a shaman who knows the divine guidance technique help awaken it, but the success rate is very small, and it will fail if there is any mistake. There are also some special foods, but these foods are very scarce, and eating some that you don't recognize can be fatal. Su Yuan remembered that the blue-striped snake fruit they found on the head of a giant python was one type, but it was most likely to die, and only a small chance of successfully awakening. It was very similar to the T-virus in Resident Evil, which he knew. If it failed, one could only turn into a zombie. The last point is combat. You can also break through and awaken in combat. I successfully awakened while fighting a 10-meter-long giant snake all by myself. 10 meters, that's a python. Even without awakening, it can defeat a 10-meter-long python on its own. If Lion were to participate in Ultraman now, it should have no problem tearing monsters apart with its bare hands. Su Yuan put his arm around Shir's waist and sighed helplessly. It seemed that victory was not yet achieved, and he still needed to work harder. Is there anything more effective than Blue Spirit Drink? It's not necessary to increase the life force of the whole body. It's enough to increase one aspect of ability. I need help urgently. Chapter 91, Using the Cubs to Command the Frost Wolf. As it turned out, Lion's intuition was very accurate. After a few rounds of fighting between the wolf girl and the demon wolf, Betrayal Moon was corroded by the cold mist surrounding the frost wolf. As the cold caused his body to gradually lose sensation, even his once agile movements gradually slowed down. Fortunately, Lion rushed up and pulled her back. Otherwise, the frost wolf could have killed her with a single swipe of its claw. Cough, cough, cough. I want to try again. Pan Yu gritted her teeth and pounded hard on some frost-covered parts of her body, trying to accelerate blood circulation. These things can't be rushed. I wanted to comfort her, but when she stared at me with those stubborn eyes, I could only keep my words to myself. Sigh. Really, I'll have to make you change your stubborn nature sooner or later. If you want to try again, drink this. Su Yuan rubbed Pan Yu's arm, which was frozen like an ice cube, and then fed her a bottle of medicine in a bamboo tube. The sweet taste made her smack her lips unconsciously. Go for it, you've been enhanced. This sweet-smelling potion is the Snow Serpent Spirit Liquid, which costs 1,000 points per bottle. Although it doesn't have the permanent body-strengthening effect of the Blue Spirit drink, it does increase strength and the probability of awakening in the short term. This potion is more suitable for use by the rebels at this time. As Pan Yu charged out once more, she felt a warm current smoothing through her stiff limbs, and a powerful force emanating from her heart spread throughout her body. Seeing this, Lion retreated again. The Frost Wolf was not in good condition. The wound on its abdomen had started to bleed, and its steps were unsteady. This time, Pan Yu gained the upper hand, his blade slicing through the Frost Wolf like a gale, leaving several wounds on its body. The frost and mist continued to harm her. Pan Yu gritted her teeth and moved faster and faster, and the battle between the two intensified. Finally, bang! A figure was sent flying back. Su Yuan rushed up and caught the person. Pan Yu's face was pale, and her body emitted a faint light. A faint rune was faintly visible on his forehead. The betrayer moon has begun to awaken. A look of shock appeared on Lion's usually cold face. At the same time, she looked across at the opposite side. The Frost Wolf of the Moon was not dead, but the massive bleeding from its body had left it powerless. It lay on the ground whimpering. Lion, what can we do to help her? There's nothing we can do now. We can only rely on her. If she succeeds, she'll wake up immediately. If she fails, it doesn't matter. She awakens through battle, so even if she fails, the chances of her succeeding next time are higher. If there was nothing he could do, Su Yuan could only hold her gently, trying not to disturb her. The light around him grew stronger, and the runes on Pan Yu's forehead became clearer. These runes were different from those on Shur and the others. Several ripples intersected and looked quite messy. 10 minutes passed, and the runes on Pan Yu's forehead, which had been closed, shone with extreme light, and her crimson eyes opened instantly. Black Sheep Mommy. No, don't abandon me. Click. A crisp cracking sound came from Pan Yu's forehead. The runes that had been formed collapsed instantly. The usually stubborn Pan Yu cried like a baby, burying her head in Su Yuan's arms and hugging him tightly. All right, it's okay. We failed this time, but we'll have another chance next time. Pan Yu didn't speak, but Su Yuan felt his clothes getting wet quickly, so he had no choice but to stand up while holding her. Let her cry for a while. Let's go check on that Frost Wolf. Su Yuan carried Pan Yu to the Frost Wolf, whose eyes were still full of ferocity as it stared at the snow wolves behind Su Yuan. However, when he looked at Su Yuan and the lion beside him, his eyes were full of pleading, his huge body blocking the entrance to the cave. What exactly did you two do to deserve being beaten up? Su Yuan glanced at the Frost Wolf on the ground, then at the few silly dogs beside him. The two injured dogs looked at Su Yuan with intelligent eyes. Then, to his astonishment, she ran over and snuggled up to the Frosty Wolf of the Moon, licking it. Sure enough, the Frost Wolf lying on the ground immediately looked disgusted and wanted to swat the two of them to death with its paw, but it didn't have the strength at this moment. Su Yuan's mind flashed back to his masterpiece from his past life, the Minotaur and the widow who had just given birth. Damn it, he was still that shameless villain. So he kicked the two guys away, one after the other. Two useless sycophants, get out of here. No wonder your asses were frozen solid. After clearing the two silly dogs away, Su Yuan came to the Frost Wolf. Its eyes were no longer crimson, but instead a blue like glass. Looking at Su Yuan, she was filled with pleading and fear. She wanted to move her body, but she didn't even have the strength to stand up. I know you can understand what I am saying. If you submit to me, I can save you and guarantee that you and your child will live. If you refuse, I will kill you and then take your child away to raise. Choose one. If you submit to me, drink this one. Su Yuan placed the snow crystal milk foam he had redeemed in front of the Frost Wolf. The milk foam in the wooden bowl looked very appealing, and a gentle sniff revealed the sweet aroma of milk. Let's go in and take a look. You guys stay outside and keep watch. If you dare to touch it, I'll roast you all. After placing the items in front of the Frost Wolf, Su Yuan led Pan Yu and Shur into the narrow mountain crevice. The air was extremely cold, and they reached the end after only a few steps. Whoa! Deep inside the crevice, 3 pink wolf cubs were howling. Their fur was very sparse, and one of them even staggered over when it saw Su Yuan. However, the uneven bumps caused it to fall down, and its comical appearance made Su Yuan smile. Take them out. Lion nodded and lifted the 3 little frost wolves that were lying under the rock wall inside the cave out, as if catching prey. This rough and savage manner frightened Su Yuan, who quickly took them from him. All right, I'll do it. You go and see if that frost wolf outside has submitted. If it hasn't, then just give it a quick death. The damage to the frost wolf's abdomen meant it couldn't heal itself. If it hadn't drunk the snow crystal milk foam he gave it, its corpse would probably be cold by now. It would be better to end one's life sooner and unlock some special items for oneself, which would be making the most of one's resources. Su Yuan wrapped the 3 little frost wolves in animal skin, and their 3 tiny heads peeked out, curiously observing the bright environment of the snow bamboo forest. Awoo! When it emerged from the mountain crevice, the moonlit frost wolf that had been lying down was now able to stand up, while the 5 clumsy dogs around it stared at it with trembling limbs. However, he was also loyal. Even though he was so scared that his legs were trembling, he did not run away. Instead, he stayed at his post and kept an eye on the frost wolf. Hearing the sound of Su Yuan and the others emerging from the mountain crevice, the frost wolf of the moon walked over unsteadily, licked Su Yuan's palm, and then lay down. Those blue eyes gazed lovingly at the 3 little frost wolves that had poked their heads out. A smile appeared on Su Yuan's lips. The tribe had gained another powerful fighting force, and judging from the way it looked at its child, there wouldn't be any problems returning. After all, he could use his cubs to control the frost wolf. Let's go. I'll take you back to the tribe first. Chapter 92. You think you can awaken like this? Okay, you'll be fine after a couple of days of rest. At the star camp, the beast girls gathered around the campfire. In the center, Red Fox used healing magic to treat and heal the wounds of Frost Wolf. 3 wolf cubs were happily nursing, while 5 silly wolves watched longingly from a distance, their necks bound by spider silk, leaving them only able to stare and howl helplessly. Is Panyu all right now? Yes, she was a little injured in the battle earlier, and then she was a bit upset because her awakening failed. She's asleep now. The Red Fox's eyes held a complex expression, which ultimately turned into a sigh. Although I don't know what happened, the changes in the black sheep had a huge impact on her, and perhaps that's the key to her failed awakening. The black sheep? I think I heard her calling for the black sheep mother when she awakened. Su Yuan recalled that sorrowful cry from before. It seems that even in this other world of swords and magic, there are inner demons to overcome. The frost wolf had finished nursing its cubs, and the 3 wolf pups were happily rolling around by the campfire. Su Yuan quickly picked them up and placed them in the small wooden box that Fox 9 had made. There were some animal hides inside, and after putting the 3 little frost wolves inside, they fell asleep covered in the hides shortly afterward. Have something to eat. From now on, I'll call you Big Frost. Su Yuan didn't have any naming skills, so he used the size of the frost wolf and the system's name to give it the same name as the man. The frosty wolf of the moon did not refuse and wolfed down the roasted meat. It was unclear how long it had been hungry, as it even chewed the bones into pieces and swallowed them. The flames illuminated its silvery white fur, and only now, as Su Yuan got closer, could he see clearly that the previous bluish hue was the color of the roots of its fur. After eating 4 pieces of roasted meat, Deshuang slowly walked over and lay down next to Su Yuan's legs, squinting her eyes. Deshuang, did you escape from somewhere else? Not if you did, shake your head if you didn't. Deshuang opened her eyes and nodded quickly. Upon learning that it had escaped from elsewhere, Su Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. That was good. Otherwise, the appearance of an unknown creature nearby that could injure a high-level 3rd-tier magical beast would have been a relief. Then he wouldn't dare lead his men out of the icy snowfield to the desolate snowfield to gather information. Was this injury sustained in the same spot as before? Deshuang nodded again. Su Yuan asked a few questions and learned some information by nodding and shaking his head. Renzuki Frostwolf was previously in a sizable wolf pack, and her husband was the Wolf King. However, she was seriously injured during a hunt and then killed by another frost wolf in the pack, so Great Frost had no choice but to flee with her unborn cubs. They fled all the way to the bamboo forest, where their 3 children were about to be born. So they hid in the crevice and gave birth to the children. Unexpectedly, at this weakest moment, 2 low-ranking ordinary snow wolves were licking him, which allowed him to drive them away. What happened next was something Su Yuan learned after his arrival. The previous battle with the Moon Rebel caused its scabbed wounds to reopen, and coupled with the fact that it had not hunted any food to replenish its nutrition for several days, the child was born just in time. That's why he was defeated by the rebellious moon. It seems that the magical beasts in this world not only possess animalistic instincts, but they also know how to exterminate their prey. Fortunately, they didn't chase us here. This is something we have to be wary of. Now that we've brought the Great Frost back, we certainly won't drive them out again. If they really push us too far, we'll arm the tribe to the teeth. Let's see if your wolf fangs are harder or my composite steel is harder. Don't worry, let it rest here for now. The new Wolf King has to deal with the wolf pack and the food problem, so he won't have time to look for the old Wolf King's child in a short time. Red Fox walked over and ruffled Frost's hair, a smile on his face as he comforted him. The affairs of the beast hordes are far more complicated than those of our divinely gifted race. They don't make fires or store food, and once they set up a location, they rarely move around, especially in this icy and snowy place. If they're not careful, they can get lost and perish. Su Yuan thought about it and realized that was indeed the case. If he hadn't been able to build a snow hut in this godforsaken place, he probably would have been frozen into an ice sculpture during the blizzard. If they weren't being hunted, the red foxes wouldn't have wanted to leave their home. In primitive society, beasts and humans were the same, except that humans learned to use tools. Are you going to the desolate snowfield? Yes. Once Great Frost has recovered, I plan to take it with me. I'll leave the tribe's affairs to you then. Then you must be very careful. That's settled then. Get some rest early tonight. After explaining everything, the two chatted for a while longer. Su Yuan then patted the snow off his bottom and headed towards his cabin. There was a red fox stationed at the camp, and as long as there were no unexpected events, she could handle everything in the tribe, so Su Yuan could rest assured. There was a hint of loss and fear in Red Fox's eyes. It was because of her that half of Red Fox's tribe was captured by Black Sheep's tribe in a surprise attack. However, watching Su Yuan's departing figure, she still silently agreed. Don't worry, I won't let anyone get into danger again. At night, De Shuang and De Man covered themselves with a fur blanket and fell asleep in a corner of the camp, leaving Xiao Shuanglong in the care of Bai Tu and the others. In the dead of night, Su Yuan was awakened by the creaking of a wooden door. He knew without a doubt who had come. His drowsiness vanished, and a sense of excitement stirred within him. After pulling back a corner of the bedding, he deftly pulled the person inside. The animal skin clothing seemed a bit more complicated than before. Su Yuan. Wait, that voice. Betrayal of the moon? Su Yuan pulled the blanket up, and beside him, Pan Yu's expression was still somewhat sad. The way she was holding him made Su Yuan struggle to cover himself with the blanket again. Why are you here? Haven't you recovered from what happened during the day? At this moment, Su Yuan didn't dare to think too much. Pan Yu was heartbroken right now, and he wasn't so inhuman as to not consider her feelings. Pan Yu wiped away her tears, raised her little head. Her clean hair was already stuck to her face. It looked like she had been crying for a long time. Her eyes were red, and she looked very weak, which was very different from her usual self. Can you grant me the power to awaken? I don't want to go back like this again, unable to do anything. Su Yuan was both amused and exasperated. If he knew any divine guidance techniques, he would have used them on everyone in the tribe. Sai, I can't help you. This can't be rushed. I'll give you another bottle of that potion later. Maybe you'll awaken successfully next time. Pan Yu bit her lip and stared at Su Yuan, saying, You're lying to me. I saw it. That Mao Yi used to come to your room every night, and she's become really powerful lately. Su Yuan's face twitched slightly. Why did this guy like to peep at other people sleeping in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? The cabin wasn't very well sealed, and he even cut a small window in one side to let in some light. Could it be that this guy was watching a live broadcast through the window late at night? No, never mind. You have to promise me that you won't be sad if you fail to awaken, and you have to stay in the camp this time when we go to the snowy wilderness. Given the current situation of Betrayal Moon, it's no longer suitable for him to return to the desolate snowfield. The task of guiding the way can only be temporarily entrusted to Sorrowful Moon, even though that guy isn't very reliable either. I promise you, if I fail this time, I'll stay in the camp and wait for you. I'll listen to you from now on and never cause trouble again. Pan Yu's hesitant gaze hardened in a few seconds. After making her vow, she lunged at Su Yuan. Chapter 93. Did the awakening actually succeed? Late at night, in a small wooden house of the Star Tribe, a fiery red light suddenly appeared, appearing and disappearing quickly. Han Chi, who was keeping watch by the campfire at the camp, immediately raised his head, looked around but didn't find anything, and then his sleepy little head slumped down again. A glistening liquid was slowly dripping from the corner of his mouth. Inside the cabin, Su Yuan was tightly covered by the blanket, his face full of shock. He incredulously lifted a corner of the blanket. A crimson light shone from under the covers. At this moment, Pan Yu had turned into a little red figure, her eyes tightly closed as she clung to Su Yuan. Damn, this kind of thing can actually awaken? Could it be that, in a sense, this can also be considered a battle? In any case, this matter must not be disturbed by the rest of the tribe. After all, the matter is only half done and the task is not yet completed. This time, the light was even more dazzling than before, and it had a clear red hue. The runes that had been faintly visible before were now clearly visible on the forehead of the rebellious moon. Could this time they really awaken successfully? Su Yuan was a little nervous, and this time he didn't dare to disturb Pan Yu at all. He lay quietly on the bed and observed the changes in Pan Yu's body. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the red light around Pan Yu disappeared instantly, and everything returned to normal. Did it fail again? Just as he frowned, the red runes on Pan Yu's forehead appeared, and under the starlight, her white hair turned crimson. His body seemed to inflate, growing from about 1.56 meters to nearly 2 meters. Not only did it grow taller, but its overall physique also increased, and the scale of that growth was even more astonishing than that of a lion. Su Yuan, I did it. Pan Yu opened her eyes, her crimson eyes seemingly burning with flames. She sat up, supporting herself on Su Yuan's chest with both hands. Her once white nails had turned black, shimmering under the starlight outside the window like sparkling obsidian. Ahem, Pan Yu, why don't you get up first? Pan Yu's eyes were filled with excitement and wildness. Her delicate face pressed close to Su Yuan's eyes, her crimson pupils revealing an intense sense of intimacy. No, I need more power. The next morning, Su Yuan walked out of the wooden house, rubbing his back. Pan Yu was sleeping on his back. The strength of the great rebel moon is simply terrifying. When they arrived at the camp, some of the beast girls were already up, grilling food in 2s and 3s, as it would soon be time for their training. Su Yuan, what happened to Pan Yu? When Shir and the others saw Su Yuan, they quickly ran over and carried him down. Last night, the moon rebels successfully awakened. Awakening successful? This news made Nikoya's tail stand on end. Shocked, she came to Pan Yu's side and started pinching and squeezing her body. Damn it, this guy actually awakened before me. I'm going to find a monster to fight later. Su Yuan looked at the restless Mao Yi and stuffed a piece of roasted meat into her mouth, which calmed the tribe down considerably. Hey, Lion, Long, have you ever heard of a situation where hair changes color and the body gets bigger when someone awakens? Hair color change? Getting bigger? Both of them looked puzzled and shook their heads. Are there any awakened warriors who can grow their own bodies? The two shook their heads again, and the red fox, who was carrying a bowl of meat soup in the distance, came forward to explain to him. In ancient times, several prophets among our divinely gifted race received divinely bestowed knowledge about awakened warriors. After awakening, awakened warriors are divided into 3 levels. Our predecessors divided them into low level, medium level, and high level based on what they had learned. Low-level awakened warriors are simply faster and stronger. The intermediate level already allows them to unleash powerful strength. Lion and Long are intermediate awakened warriors. The last high-level awakened warriors can use witchcraft like sorcerers, but their witchcraft is basically attached to the surface of their bodies to fight. Su Yuan nodded thoughtfully. This method was somewhat similar to the Western fantasy world he had read in his previous life. It was obvious that there were more stages after the advanced awakened warrior. I just don't know why they chose this name. Is it really because of some divinely bestowed knowledge? He told Red Fox about his question, but Red Fox shook his head and said, I don't know what's above advanced awakened warriors. My mother told me all this. Back then, the Red Fox tribe only had intermediate awakened warriors. I've only ever seen high-level awakened warriors in the Wangshu Mountains. Su Yuan frowned slightly at the thought that there were actually high-level awakened warriors in the Wangshu Mountains, but quickly relaxed his brow. He wasn't about to go to the Wangshu Mountains to his death so easily. After they develop for a while, it's uncertain who will emerge victorious. Just as everyone was discussing, Pan Yu, who was lying on the animal skin mat, slowly woke up, her eyes still filled with confusion about the current situation. You're awake. Are you feeling unwell? Under the expectant yet nervous gazes of everyone, Pan Yu slapped away Mao Ye's mischievous hand and obediently began to carefully examine her own body. No, I'm just a little hungry. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and sat back down. Mao Ye, somewhat unwilling, approached Pan Yu and asked, How did you suddenly awaken successfully last night? Last night I. Su Yuan rushed over from the side to cover Pan Yu's mouth. If word got out, everyone in the tribe would come looking for him to awaken. He'd surely die inside the wooden hut. However, Pan Yu changed her tone and looked at Mao Yi with disdain, mocking, Why should I tell you? This is outrageous. I've decided to give up hunting and fight you right here. Pan Yu glanced at her smugly, then slowly said, I don't fight those who haven't successfully awakened, otherwise they'll say I'm bullying them. Su Yuan, can you let her fight me? I want to awaken my powers too. Mao Yi was so angry that she went to Su Yuan for help. The two of them were causing a huge commotion, which gave him a real headache. Let Nicoya give it a try. It'll be a good opportunity to see how strong the Moon Rebel is. At this moment, Red Fox made a suggestion, and Su Yuan thought about it and nodded. He was also quite interested in seeing how Betrayal Moon became Great Betrayal Moon. Break the moon. Be careful when you make a move. No need. I will definitely defeat her. Mao Yi took out a bone knife, while Pan Yu on the other side didn't take any weapon. The two of them arrived outside the camp, followed by Su Yuan and the others. Go ahead and do it. I'll let you have your way. Cat Knight was so angry that her teeth itched. Her figure disappeared from the spot with great agility. The next moment, Pan Yu casually raised her hand and blocked Cat Knight's wrist that was about to strike. Before she could even grip it tightly, Ma Ye's figure disappeared again. During this time, her strength had visibly improved. Compared to the helplessness of being relentlessly chased by a giant python when they first met, they can now move with the speed of a blur. Could that thing really increase strength? Let me think. Could it be the blue spirit drink? Huh. That stuff can be transferred through power transfer. Chapter 94. Let's go. After a few rounds of fighting, Pan Yu also became serious. Red runes appeared on her forehead, and her beautiful white hair turned crimson once again. Her petite figure grew to be as tall as Lion and the others, and her sexy black nails became extremely sharp, piercing through the bone knife in Cat Knight's hand in an instant. You can't beat me. And this tuft of tail hair is my spoils of war. Tear. Just then, a crisp tearing sound came from the clothes. Pan Yu stood there, holding a tuft of hair in her hand, stunned. Her clothes had been torn by her enlarged body during the previous intense exercise. Wow. You wait. I'll definitely awaken successfully too. Cat Knight covered its tail and ran angrily to Su Yuan, hugging him and crying. Not far away, Pan Yu turned back into its small form, but the animal skin on its body had fallen to the ground. The cold wind made her shiver, and she quickly picked up the torn animal skin clothes and put them on, but they couldn't cover her petite body at all. Su Yuan patted his head, speechless as he watched the scene unfold. Looks like I need to buy a durable outfit for Pan Yu from the system shop. The White Rabbit's craftsmanship isn't yet capable of creating a highly elastic garment, like the one that grows 40 or 50 centimeters every time Pan Yu uses her awakened power. Especially since the original B level has increased linearly to the D+ level, this kind of animal skin clothing definitely cannot withstand it. Alright, everyone, let's go back first. Let's finalize the personnel for the survey team going to the snowy wasteland today. Su Yuan smoothed down Mao Ye's hair, which had been a little messy during the fight, and then gave Pan Yu a set of elastic, close-fitting clothes and a fur coat to cover her up. The conversation about returning to the desolate snowfields perked everyone up, and the group gathered together after breakfast. Aside from the people who had escaped from the Red Fox tribe, Long and the others also had a general understanding of the Red Fox tribe, but they needed to explain it to Hong Shuang and the others again. Chief, no matter how dangerous it is, we will stand with the tribe through thick and thin. Red Frost's expression was very serious as she firmly expressed her stance. Well, it's inconvenient for Lioness and Fox to go back this time, so we need you, Hong Shuang, Long, Hui, and Lan Sha to come along too. Su Yuan considered the various possible scenarios in his mind, emphasizing that the key to sending people to the desolate snowfield was quality, not quantity. Although Lan Sha and Hui are not yet awakened warriors, their combat strength in the tribe is not bad, and they can be dispatched to complete tasks in special circumstances. So this time, there are 6 of us: me, Long, Hui, Hong Shuang, Lan Sha, and Pan Yu. I want to go too, Su Yuan. Nicoya poked her little head out from his arms and said pitifully, still feeling frustrated from being defeated by Pan Yu. Her eyes filled with tears as she looked at him. You can't do it. The Black Sheep tribe knows you, so you'd better stay in the camp and protect everyone. Mao Yi looked exactly as dejected as Sure had before, but for the same reason. So, after Su Yuan comforted her repeatedly, Mao Yi finally agreed to stay in the camp to protect everyone. The conch shell that Haiyao gave him was also handed over to Mao Yi by Su Yuan. After the conch shell rang, she and Sure were responsible for communicating and trading with Haiyao. Of course, the main focus of the transaction was on Red Fox. Otherwise, given Cat Knight's naive nature, she would have been easily fooled and would have had to say thank you. Alright, now that we've made up our minds, let's get ready in the next couple of days, and then we'll set off. Yes. After resting for another 4 days, De Shuang's injuries had almost healed thanks to the combined treatment from Su Yuan's milk tea and the Red Fox. His imposing appearance was hard to reconcile with the image of the fleeing wolf that had previously emerged from a crevice in the mountains. If it weren't for the fact that she still had her child, Su Yuan really wouldn't have dared to leave this guy in the camp like that. Those tricks for restraining snow wolves were useless against it. Unless you spend a lot of points to exchange for ropes made with modern technology to tie it up in the camp. But what's the point? It would be better to just kill him to unlock special items. Su Yuan wanted them to increase the tribe's strength. The 5th day was also the day he planned to go to the desolate Snowfield. The weather was worse than usual this morning. The sky was covered by thick clouds and fog, and a biting wind blew from time to time across the gloomy, snow-covered plains. Su Yuan rubbed his aching back, not wanting to disturb Mao Yi, who was sleeping soundly with her blanket, and picked up the 2 sleds he had exchanged earlier from the corner of the wooden house. When he arrived at the center of the campsite after getting dressed, everyone was ready, and the hiking backpack that had been given to White Rabbit was taken out. The black backpack was bulging, with a black iron rod and his compound bow attached to the side buckle. When the White Rabbit saw Su Yuan come out, it hopped over happily and handed him the backpack. Su Yuan, I put the dried meat and the first aid kit you gave me in here. Oh, and there's also a small ceramic pot I made, so we can make soup on the road. And also, here's your fishing rod and bow and arrow. You can fish if you can't find any prey. Looking at the well-behaved little rabbit girl, Su Yuan touched her long ears. The ticklish feeling made the White Rabbit pull her little head back, but after a few moments, she immediately snuggled back. The first aid kit will remain in the tribe. If you get injured, please ask White Rabbit for treatment. If it's really not working, then you can bother Red Fox. Yes, I won't bother the Red Fox which too much. After Su Yuan took the first aid kit out of his backpack, there was a lot of empty space in the bag, but he didn't have anything he needed. The items you need can be redeemed from the system shop later. Su Yuan, let's go. Since her awakening, Pan Yu's mood has improved a lot in the past few days. She ran over as soon as she saw Su Yuan, and the others behind her were also ready. Let me carry it. Gray took the backpack and carried it on his back. The others also traveled light, each carrying only their own weapons. The direction is over there. If we hurry, we should be able to get there in 7 or 8 days. Seeing Pan Yu's anxious expression, Su Yuan once again skillfully grabbed her tail and pulled her back. Don't rush, it's too much of a waste of time to walk there. Huh? But we can't fly either. Su Yuan took out the sled plank he had taken earlier. This thing only needed a little modification to be used as a sled. As for trading for a real sled, the price immediately made Su Yuan abandon his idea of buying several sleds. The power issue was also easy to resolve. Since he had already thought of sleds, he naturally wouldn't forget about sled dogs. He looked at the 5 snow wolves that were still sleeping not far away. 1 head for each person, just right. They exchanged for a few more sleds, drilled 2 holes in one end, and then all that was needed was for Red Frost to use spider silk to secure them to the snow wolves, and the job would be done. For safety, you can also tie a sled handle to the 2 holes in the sled board with spider silk, so you won't fall off even if you go fast. I can't imagine how fun it would be to sled in this vast snowfield. Beside the tree, the 5 snow wolves, who had been forcibly powered on, were still a little dazed, but upon seeing Su Yuan's face, they immediately stood up straight and lined up to await orders. Chapter 95 seems to be lost. Su Yuan arranged for the group to sit on the sled, with their luggage also strapped to it. Is this really okay? Holding the spider silk tightly with both hands, Pan Yu looked at the strangely shaped board under her buttocks with some confusion. You'll find out soon enough whether it works or not. Your task now is to sit still, hold on tight to the handrails, and don't fall off. Su Yuan didn't participate in the sledding event. He calmly climbed onto the back of De Shuang and sat down. If those few clumsy dogs weren't so small, he wouldn't have bothered wasting his points to buy these boards. Let's go, is that the way? He shifted his position and looked down at the Moon Rebel on the sled below. Yes, just keep going straight, and you'll see an endless glacier. Then, go through a vast white snow forest, and you'll arrive. The memories of the rebellious moon are never wrong, Pan Yu said with certainty, because this was the way she had come here before, except that she had accidentally turned into the lair of the ice spike spiders. Then, she stubbornly provoked those ice spike spiders, and was finally discovered by Su Yuan and his group who were hunting during their escape. Big Frost set off. Let those silly wolves follow you, so they don't get lost. A wolf howl startled the snow wolves beside him, and as they watched the departing frost wolf pull its sled to follow. Is this thing really going to work? Don't pull it later. Before Pan Yu could finish wondering, a powerful pull propelled the sled so fast that the rocks at the camp entrance caused the entire sled to lift into the air, almost throwing her off. Slow down, my head is spinning. Fortunately, she wasn't the only one who hadn't reacted. On the other side, behind the snow wolf that was running wildly with its head down, Lansha was also gripping the handrail tightly. His seated body had now slumped down, His entire body pressed against the sled board, swaying with the rhythm of the rushing movement. In the camp, Red Fox walked out from the wooden gate and watched the figures of the departing group gradually disappear into the snowfield, feeling a little uneasy. Please come back safely. I'll be waiting for you. How much longer do we have to wait? Wait to go back to camp. One day later, Su Yuan grabbed Pan Yu's ear and glared at her angrily. The group had been traveling all day, and as they walked, they felt that something was increasingly wrong. Pan Yu's tone gradually changed from, "It's this way," to, "It seems to be this way, probably around here." Now it's become, "Wait a minute, there should be a small hill here, there should be a forest here, there's definitely a path here. I clearly remember it like this, but I was chased by those ice spike spiders before, so my direction was a little off." Pan Yu pouted, with an expression that said, "It's not my fault, it's the world's fault," which gave Su Yuan a headache. He released his grip on her ear and looked around helplessly. They had traveled all day and had now reached the foot of a snow slope. Not far away was an unfrozen river, its waters reflecting the somber sky and looking lifeless. "Sigh, never mind, it's getting dark. Let's set up a snow hut here and rest. Pan Yu, come with me to check the directions." Because of the thick snow and fog in the sky all day, he couldn't use the sun to determine direction, so he had to spend 300 points to exchange for a compass. "I was wrong. Scratch me if you want, I won't fight back." The two sat down on a rock by the river. Pan Yu, who had been so stubborn, softened and took off her boots. That fair and delicate little foot was placed directly in front of Su Yuan's legs. Ha ha ha. Su Yuan, of course, did not let her off the hook. He grabbed the sole of her foot and tickled it a few times, his attention shifting from the direction to the white toenails on her toes. He remembered that a few nights ago, when she successfully awakened and transformed into the great rebel moon, her fingernails turned black, and when she fought Nicoya, the smooth crescent shape became extremely sharp. Now these white nails look crystal clear and feel like a piece of warm jade. He really doesn't understand this guy's transformation mechanism. "Okay, put your shoes on, don't catch a cold in this weather." After tickling her a few times, seeing that Pan Yu was laughing through her tears, Su Yuan put her boots on and then took out the compass. "Try to recall, what time was it when you left the tribe?" Pan Yu wiped away her tears and recalled for a while before saying with certainty, "It was in the morning. The sun was still quite strong. Beiyu was planning to go back and get some food before leaving, but I just pulled him away." Why is there a hint of pride in that tone? Su Yuan's face twitched, and he quickly followed up with, "In which direction was the sun at that time?" "They're right behind us." So the Black Sheep tribe is located directly facing the sun. Su Yuan drew the current location on the ground with his finger and compared it with the compass in his hand. According to the compass, the direction in which the sun rose in the camp was also east. So, all we need to do is head east, go around the high mountain of the Star Tribe, and we can return to the Snowfield and find the Black Sheep tribe. He glanced at the eastward direction pointed by the compass, which was roughly the same direction that Pan Yu was guiding them on their journey. "It's just a right-angle difference. If we continue like this, we won't reach the land of death, but we also won't reach the Snowfield. As for where we'll end up, then we can only leave it to fate. All right, I'll lead the way now. When we get back to the Black Sheep tribe, you mustn't act rashly. I need to observe the situation of the Black Sheep first. If the shaman of Wangshua Mountain discovers anything, we won't be able to escape back." Su Yuan had to be wary of this. In the fantasy world of swords and magic, there are always some perverts who use crystal balls to monitor others. Or it could be some guy with a magic mirror asking all sorts of questions. So this operation must be carried out with extreme caution. Pan Yu nodded firmly, patted her chest, and assured him, "Don't worry, I will never rebel again. I will do whatever you say." "All right then." Just then, a dark shadow appeared on the still, unfrozen river behind them, its outline barely visible against the somber sky. Sitting on the rock, Pan Yu's pupils suddenly contracted. A dangerous aura made her hair stand on end, and a red rune appeared on her forehead. "Careful." Without the slightest hesitation, after transforming into the great rebel moon, she rolled to the side with Su Yuan in her arms. At that moment, a huge black figure crashed down on them from the bottom of the unfrozen river. Boom! Pan Yu, carrying Su Yuan, fell to the side of the snow. Where the large rock had been, a giant fish monster had bitten it into pieces. Having failed in its first attack, it stared at Su Yuan and his companion in the distance with its eerie eyes, then reluctantly thrashed its body and jumped back into the river. Chapter 96. Are you trying to bully me? Su Yuan, are you alright? Upon hearing the noise, Long and the others put down the snow bricks they were holding and ran towards the river. The huge black figure on the river disappeared, and the unfrozen river returned to calm once again, with only the broken boulder on the riverbank telling the story of the previous danger. It's all right. Thankfully, Pan Yu reacted quickly enough. The two got up from the ground, covered in snowflakes and looking quite disheveled. Pan Yu did not remove the runes, and his crimson eyes were glaring angrily at the river. Damn it, I'm going to teach it a lesson. As she spoke, she grabbed the short knife from her waist and prepared to rush into the river. Her impetuous nature startled Su Yuan so much that he didn't even bother to brush the snow off his body and grabbed her by the tail. This move had an immediate effect. Pan Yu immediately calmed down and obediently stood next to Su Yuan, though her expression was still full of anger. Don't rush. If you jump in like that, you'll either drown or freeze to death. But are we just going to let it leave so arrogantly? Pan Yu was very unwilling and tightly gripped the short knife in her hand. Should we try to fish it up? Su Yuan carefully observed this unfrozen river. The river water had formed a large pool at the foot of the hillside, which unfortunately prevented the digging of an irrigation canal. Otherwise, he would have to drain the river dry and let that strange fish know what the dangers of the world are. Okay, you can take this. If you get pulled into the river later, drink this immediately. Just in case, Su Yuan redeemed a few bottles of Snow Demon brand tea from the system shop. If he were pulled into the unfrozen river, his body would freeze stiff in no time. In addition, he reluctantly spent his points to buy cod-flavored instant powder to mix with this Snow Demon brand ginger tea. The 3 combined potions cost him more than 6,000 points. The group took a bamboo tube from Su Yuan, and Long immediately returned to the camp to retrieve the rebar fishing rod that had been prepared earlier. This was just the first step. Su Yuan guessed that the creature was probably a magical beast with intelligence, so he also needed to prepare a second step. System, give me a short gun made of pure iron. About a meter long is enough, and preferably one end has a barb that is difficult to remove. These custom-made weapons aren't cheap. This iron spear, as thick as a rolling pin, cost him 800 points. But he'd already spent over 6,000, so another 800 wouldn't make a difference. You've dared to bully me. I was planning to just pick a random tree to fall for today's trading opportunities, but it looks like I'll have to make an example of you. Manhwa, you and Lansha build a snowman by the river, dress it in animal skin, and then stick it in the ground with the pointed end sticking out. That guy likes to ambush people, and underwater visibility isn't that clear, so the second option is to wait for it to attack first. Yes. After the snowman was built, Long, who was on the other side of the unfrozen river, cast her fishing hook into the river and squatted on the hillside far away. Su Yuan and the others hid behind the rocks to the side. Gurgle. A few bubbles rose to the surface of the unfrozen river. Long stared solemnly at the fishing float on the water, the runes on her forehead faintly visible. Finally, the monster underwater couldn't resist any longer, and the fishing float was instantly dragged into the river. Get up here. Long instantly unleashed her awakened power, pulling her fishing rod high into the air, lifting the creature in the river into the air as well. They've taken the bait? Pan Yu's face lit up with joy, and after transforming, she immediately rushed forward with the short sword in her hand. But when they got closer, they were stunned, because the fish hooked on the hook was not the giant monster from before. After falling to the ground, it could only frantically pound the ground. Coax. The moment the giant fish was caught, a tremendous sound erupted from the river, and the monster fish leaped out of the water once more. This time, Su Yuan finally saw through this guy's identity. Shadow Shark, a juvenile Tier 3 low-level magical beast that lives in icy regions. It is an extremely cunning ambush hunter that moves very quietly. When the time is right, it uses its ice teeth to inflict fatal damage on its prey. Its powerful bite force can crush most creatures of the same tiered. It's another low-level Tier 3 magical beast. The previous Cavestone Salamander was also a low-level Tier 3 magical beast, but this one was a Tier 3 magical beast in its infancy, and according to the description, it is a magical beast with high physical attack. After leaping up, the ice-toothed shark accurately bit down on the snowman that Su Yuan had built earlier, and its crystal-like sharp teeth instantly crushed the snowman. When it realized it had been tricked, a flower of blood suddenly appeared on its palate, followed by a gush of bright red blood from its mouth, as the iron spear jammed its mouth full of sharp teeth. I'll take care of it. Pan Yu immediately ran over and jumped onto the ice-toothed shark before it could escape back into the river, swiftly stabbing its eye with a short knife. The intense pain caused the ice-toothed shark to struggle to its feet. Pan Yu did not let go, but instead gripped the short knife embedded in its eyeball and stirred it around. Stop that guy! Don't let it get back. The others surrounded him and attacked, but this guy, as if he didn't care about his life, twisted his body to lift the iron spear stuck in the ground, and then twisted his body again to jump into the river. Betray the moon. This time, the rebellious moon did not give it a chance to escape. After drinking the ginger tea that Su Yuan gave it, it hung on the body of the ice-toothed shark and fell into the river. Lansha, Hui, you two stay here to protect Su Yuan. We're going to help. Long and Hong Shuang also drank ginger tea and jumped into the river. Their bright red blood turned the unfrozen river a deep red after the ice-toothed sharks leaped into it. The low-level third-tier magical beast, whose greatest reliance, the ice fong, is now stuck in the iron spear and unable to move, is now being wielded by 3 awakened warriors who are armed with sharp iron weapons and are unaffected by the cold winter and underwater breathing. Su Yuan's tense mood relaxed a bit. Since the ice-toothed shark's mouth couldn't close, it could only hide in the river to avoid being hunted down. Wait, sharks? Where would sharks come from in this mountain river? Oh no, Frost, you go help too. If you can't catch them, pull them all up. Su Yuan suddenly realized something and shouted to the frost wolf beside him, his expression changing drastically. This unfrozen river is very likely like the frozen lake of the Star Tribe before, with a channel connecting it to the sea below, and this shark probably entered this lake through that channel. Otherwise, with such a small, unfrozen river, it would only take a month or 2 for this ice-toothed shark to starve to death. After Su Yuan fed it ginger tea, De Shuang also jumped into the river. Although the water was not its main territory, it still used its dog paddling very nimbly to move downstream. Somewhere in Hanoi, Pan Yu was unaffected by the river, panting heavily as he gripped the dagger stuck in the fish's eye. With her other hand, she lifted up the animal skin skirt, revealing a finely crafted steel knife strapped to the outside of her thigh. This was a gift from Su Yuan during their last battle with the Great Frost. After that incident, she always carried it with her, wrapped in animal hide. Click! The blade pierced the ice-toothed shark's body, penetrating about 1/3 of the way before becoming difficult to penetrate further. After pulling it out, the blade of rebels immediately thrust it in again. Blood blossomed in her hands as the ice-toothed shark frantically crashed into the river's rocky walls. The iron spear embedded in its mouth sank deeper and deeper with each twitch, the pain making it unable to exert any force with each bite. Above, Long and the other 2 swam over as well. Meanwhile, the ripples coming from the sea not far away attracted an even larger, dark shadow. Chapter 97. After beating the young one, the old one came. In the unfrozen river, the 3 of them tightly surrounded the ice-toothed shark. Although Red Frost and the others were much weaker in the water, the ice-toothed shark was now only struggling for its life in their hands. In the end, Red Frost seized the opportunity to stick to the tail of the ice-toothed shark, pierced a hole in it with the blade in her hand, and then tightly bound it with the red spider silk from its belly. Now the ice-toothed shark didn't even have a chance to swim or struggle. It could only be quietly dragged towards the surface of the river by the 3 people. Gah! Boom! A strange cry rang out from the mouth of the ice-toothed shark, and from a dark tunnel at the bottom of the river, a huge figure was desperately rushing towards the river. The enormous body became stuck in the dark tunnel. Each impact caused the tunnel to widen, scattering debris everywhere. The group of Pan Yu above also noticed something was wrong. The dark shadow burst through the narrow tunnel, and the ice-toothed shark above the unfrozen river screamed desperately. Several beast girls' expressions changed drastically, as a powerful aura was approaching from below. Let go, run. Finally, Long released the ice-toothed shark she was holding, intending to pull Pan Yu and Hong Shuang back to land. The flowing river water around them began to frost over, and as the dark shadows rushed up from below, the frost above also reached the side of Pan Yu and the others. The icy mist surrounding it was released into the river, and icy spikes from its mouth shot into the riverbed like arrows. The ice spike struck the shadowy figure, but Frost didn't continue its attack. Instead, it used the spider silk binding the ice-toothed shark to drag the group of people and the fish back towards the surface of the river. Below, screams accompanied by the sound of ice breaking made the entire river tremble, and the ice formed by the condensation of cold mist was instantly bitten through. As the distance between the 2 sides drew closer, Hong Shuang seized the opportunity, turned around, and spat out a red spider silk that stuck to the front of the dark figure. Puff! At the critical moment, the group finally broke through the water. De Shuang immediately froze the water's surface and, while biting a spider silk, threw them onto the shore. The ice did not stop it at all. After throwing out a few people, it turned around and shot several ice spikes at the leaping figure. Clang, clang, clang. The ice spikes did not cause any damage to the monster, but they still knocked its figure back to the riverbank. After Su Yuan saw the group come out, He quickly dragged them up the hillside with Lan Sha, Hui and the others, along with several snow wolves. The half-dead ice-toothed shark had little strength left. Its sharp iron spears were welded shut in its mouth, and its body was covered in cuts from blades. The two shark fins were also cut down to just a few pieces of flesh hanging there. At this moment, it landed on the snow slope and still tried to struggle, twitching its body in an attempt to return to the river. Big Frost, come back. Su Yuan breathed a sigh of relief after everyone retreated back to the hillside. Pan Yu and the others looked like drowned rats, but fortunately they were not injured and just seemed to be a little exhausted. As long as the clothes are dried within 3 hours of the ginger tea's effect, there shouldn't be any major problems. You guys take a break and keep an eye on this shark. Su Yuan watched as De Shuang returned, shaking off the river water. He patted its head and praised it. Well done. I'll give you a treat of third-tier magical beast shark meat later. Even third-tier magical beasts need to eat, and upon hearing this, De Shuang happily licked Su Yuan's cheek. In the distance, the nearly 6-meter-long great white shark was staring angrily at Su Yuan, while trying to thrash its body and rush ashore. Once on land, natural factors prevented it from running over and killing Su Yuan, even though it was a 4th-tier magical beast. Each time it leaps up the slope, Su Yuan leads the group back more than 10 meters. Once it leaps onto the vast snowfield, it's uncertain who will be the prey. Shadow Shark, a peak-level adult Tier 4 magical beast that lives in frigid regions. It is an extremely cunning ambush hunter with a keen sense of smell. It moves silently and can sense its prey by resonating with the water currents. It is a terrifying predator in the sea. Holy crap, a peak 4th-tier adult magical beast. Su Yuan broke out in a cold sweat from fright, but seeing it lying on its side on the ground, his tense heart relaxed. No matter what level of magical beast you are, if you can't walk after going ashore, you can only watch helplessly as he hides back in the snowfield. Hey old shark, your son attacked me first without any reason. Is it okay for me to retaliate? I'm definitely not going to release the fish today. You should go back and find a new wife to have another child. Maybe if we take action tonight, your son can be reincarnated as your son. Halfway up the slope, the ice-toothed shark grew even angrier at Su Yuan's taunts. It slapped the clods of earth with its tail and hurled them at him, but was struck down by Frost's ice spikes halfway down. Look at you, you're still angry. If you wait too long, your son will be reborn into someone else's family and you won't even have a son anymore. Su Yuan looked at its hateful expression, as if it wouldn't stop until it bit him to death. So he immediately went back up the slope to get his compound bow, and spent 300 points to buy a Thunder King firecracker. This tiny grenade cost 300, and the Thunder King, whose arm was as thick as a baby's forearm, looked like a hand grenade with a wooden handle. Lan Sha, help me tie a knot. After Su Yuan tied the Thunder King to the bow and arrow, he took 2 steps toward the ice-toothed shark, which immediately opened its mouth, as if to bite him to death. You won't leave unless I do something really tough. His appearance made him ignite the Thunder King without hesitation, and then swiftly shoot it towards the ice-toothed shark's eye. The arrow was bitten in the jaws of the ice-toothed shark before it could react. Coax! A muffled explosion rang out, and the ice-toothed shark hurriedly opened its massive jaws. Black smoke billowed out. It was unharmed, but the smell of gunpowder was extremely unpleasant, and the inside of its mouth was coated with a charred black substance. After exhaling the smoke from its mouth, the ice-toothed shark glared fiercely at Su Yuan, as if trying to etch his image into its mind. Once again, Su Yuan drew his bow to its fullest extent before patting himself back into the river. The fish head stared at the bow for a long time before finally leaving the river after seeing its child die. Finally, he's gone. If this guy could move on land, he wouldn't be able to escape. Su Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. He had only encountered some relatively weak magical beasts before, but after seeing the peak 4th-tier ice-toothed shark, he realized how terrifying this world truly was. The arrow hit it like it was playing, and it swallowed such a large firecracker without any damage to its mouth. It only vomited it out later because of the smell of sulfur dioxide and other chemicals. I wonder when the level 2 shop will unlock. Maybe I should find a chance to get the iron smelting done in the tribe. No iron ore has been found in this world, and Su Yuan only has a superficial understanding of iron smelting. Apart from knowing about high-temperature iron smelting, he has never even seen what the iron ore in this other world looks like. After driving away the adult ice-toothed shark, he returned to the temporary camp. The dying ice-toothed shark lay on the ground in despair, having given up struggling, its body bound by layers of spider silk. Weren't you so tough just now? You even dared to bite me? Now you can't even stand up straight. Unfortunately, the ice-toothed shark was no longer moving. With its last breath, It glanced at Su Yuan with its remaining eye before swallowing. Chapter 98, I've become that peeping Tom with the crystal ball. In the temporary camp, the simple animal skin tent set up by Su Yuan shielded the area from the cold wind. Pan Yu, Long, and Hong Shuang were squatting by the campfire, roasting animal meat. His clothes were being dried by the fire, and Su Yuan, naturally, didn't want to make a fool of himself by exchanging them for a few more pieces of clothing. Fortunately, the effects of the ginger tea hadn't worn off yet, and the group took the roasted meat out of the campfire. Su Yuan, how does this meat taste? Su Yuan accepted a piece of sizzling, oily shark meat from Pan Yu, but he had heard that the shark meat had a fishy smell due to the presence of urea. I wonder if the magical sharks from this other world will taste like this too. Taking the grilled shark meat, Su Yuan took a bite. Compared to the fish he had caught in the frozen lake before, this meat was firmer and had a somewhat rough texture. Moreover, he only realized the faint fishy smell after chewing a few bites. The meat didn't taste very good. Su Yuan took a bite and then gave it back to Pan Yu. You guys eat it. This meat doesn't taste very good. If you don't like it, just give it to Shuang and the others. I'll go check on them, and on today's prey. Su Yuan casually touched Pan Yu's little ears, then walked towards the car-like ice-toothed shark. Is it not tasty? Pan Yu took a bite of the meat that Su Yuan had returned. After chewing it a few times, she could indeed taste a faint flavor, but it was much better than the raw beast meat she had eaten before. Long and Hong Shuang also ate with great gusto. The meat of the ice-toothed shark suited their tastes even better, and every time they tore into it, they could feel a surge of energy coursing through their bodies. Unfortunately, Su Yuan, who hadn't awakened, and Hui and Lan Sha, who were standing nearby, couldn't sense it. Su Yuan arrived at the location of the ice-toothed shark corpse. Without the help of White Rabbit and the others, the dissection of the corpse was done very casually. The fish head was chopped off, the skin was peeled off, and several pieces of firm fish meat were cut off. The rest was left on the snow. System, exchange the 10 most valuable items of this fish for points. Keep half of the fish meat, and prioritize unlocking special items, if available. As soon as Su Yuan's hand touched the ice-toothed shark, the crisp system notification sound rang out. Ice-tooth alien shark liver, 2,000 points. Rare items detected. Ice crystal shark tooth, shadow shark eye, ice-tooth shark fin. Is that thing also a rare item? Su Yuan looked at the shark fin that hadn't been cut off yet. It was such a big piece of shark fin. In his previous life, he had never tasted shark fin. He had even planned to get some to try. Wait a minute, can I unlock special items by cutting it in half myself? Su Yuan immediately climbed up and cut off 2/3 of the arm-length shark fin, leaving only a small section for the system. Of course, the points he earned were reduced by 2/3, but he didn't care about the few points needed to unlock special items. Alright, let's begin the transaction. New special items have been unlocked. Please check the special items page. After the transaction, only the upper body of the ice-toothed shark remained, and one of its eyes on its head had also disappeared. It seems the system picked the best eye. Fortunately, the ice-toothed shark's tooth system wasn't so ruthless as to reclaim all of them. It only took one tooth as a trade item to unlock special goods. Su Yuan had also inquired with the system about the remaining crystal-like ice teeth. The largest one was priced at 1,000 points, which was more expensive than the core of a snow demon. These rows of teeth are enough for him to trade with the system for several days. Alright, you can divide this meat among yourselves, Shuang. These are your little brothers, and from now on, the distribution of food will be entirely your responsibility. Su Yuan handed over the remaining fish body and head to the 5 snow wolves, who were excitedly preparing to run up, but after hearing this, they shrank back and looked at Shuang beside them. The pitiful, tail-wagging look was a stark contrast to his previous arrogant demeanor in the snowy forest. Awoo! Shuang glanced at them a few times, then proudly raised her head. However, she didn't make things difficult for them. After giving a call, several snow wolves followed her, wagging their tails. For animals, the smell of fish or mutton is not a particular problem. After eating the 3rd-tier magical beast shark meat, the 5 snow wolves seem to have taken stimulants. The body hair is constantly growing and falling out, and the body has also grown slightly. At this moment, Su Yuan had already arrived at the campfire carrying the bloody shark fin. Wear your clothes once they're dry, so you don't catch a cold. Su Yuan touched the animal skin clothing of the people by the campfire. It was almost healed by now, and their ginger tea time was almost over. Although the spectacular scene was over, there were even more spectacular events to come that night. He needed to conserve his energy to defeat the great rebel moon. Also, you can try this. It doesn't have the weird taste of shark meat. Su Yuan handed the meat to Hong Shuang, who was the camp's all-around spider girl. She could not only roast meat and cook soup, but also weave clothes and build snow houses in no time. Su Yuan didn't contribute much to building this makeshift snow house. It was mostly built by Hong Shuang and Lan Sha. System, open the special store. After sitting down, Su Yuan looked at the clingy Pan Yu and hugged her in his arms. His chin rubbed against her fluffy little ears, which felt very comfortable. He could smell a warm scent with his breath. Shark Tooth Blade, for 1,000 points. Note, this is a special dagger made from the teeth of the shadow eye-tooth shark. The blade can easily penetrate various enemy defenses and inflicts freezing damage. Shark Eye Sensory Crystal, 10,000 points. Note, a magic crystal ball made from the eye of a shadow falcon can be placed above a surface to sense all activity within a radius of up to 500 meters. Spicy Shark Burger, 1,800 points. Note, this spicy and delicious burger with a frozen ocean flavor greatly increases agility for 1 hour after consumption, allowing for a brief levitation state. This time the quality was exceptionally high. That small dagger was even more expensive than the largest ice spike hammer in the ice spike weapon system. There's also that crystal ball worth 10,000. This is the second item he's redeemed for that amount to 5 figures. The previous one was a basic magic book that he hadn't even redeemed yet. This Shark Eye Crystal is quite a good deal, covering an area of 500 meters. 500 meters may not seem like much, but if you use a reference point, there is a medium-sized factory area within a 500-meter radius, which includes the factory buildings, warehouses, and offices. If I could exchange for that, I wouldn't need to peek at the little beast girls anymore. Cough, cough, cough. Wait a minute. Su Yuan snapped out of his reverie and stared intently at the small print in parentheses in the crystal's notes. He froze on the spot. The specific scope depends on individual mental strength. Chapter 99, which came first, the river or the forest? If Su Yuan hadn't noticed that line of small print in time, he almost would have gritted his teeth and placed the order. After all, at this crucial juncture when he was preparing to gather intelligence on the Black Sheep tribe, a surveillance camera that could cover a radius of 500 meters was extremely useful, allowing him to gather information even from a distance. System, with my current mental strength, how far can I sense using the Shark Eye Sensing Crystal? Currently, my maximum mental perception range is 50 meters. Puff. That's a 10-fold difference. But a 50-meter perception range is still quite useful. It's just a pity I don't have a crystal ball with a maximum perception range of 50 meters and 1,000 points. Never mind, I'll exchange it when I need it later. Su Yuan closed the system shop. The 3 newly unlocked items were all very useful, but the prices were a bit too high. Only the last hamburger was somewhat understandable. Above the snow-covered slope at night, bright firelight illuminated the faces of Su Yuan and his companions. Hong Shuang distributed the stewed shark fin soup to the group, and the shark fin, which was as long as her forearm, had been cut into thumb-sized pieces of meat. The savory and thick broth was dotted with a few pieces of shark fin meat. The aroma whetted Su Yuan's appetite, but he seemed to have forgotten to take his homemade chopsticks with him. Just as he was pondering how to savor the delicious shark fin, a small hand held out a piece of meat to Su Yuan. Ouch, you ruthless iron hand. Betrayer Moon, aren't you afraid of getting burned? Is it hot? Would you like me to blow on it for you? Su Yuan looked at her nonchalant appearance. Among the other beast girls around, apart from Lan Sha, who had made a pair of gloves out of spider silk after being burned, and Hui, who was carefully blowing on the meat, the 3 of them, including Pan Yu, were putting the meat directly into their mouths with their hands. Whoosh. Pan Yu thought Su Yuan was really afraid of being burned, so she blew on the meat before handing it to him. Her fair fingers were covered in broth, looking even more tempting than shark fins. Su Yuan, why are you biting my hand and won't let go? The soup on my hand smells so good, I can't waste it. After a simple shark feast, everyone returned to the snow huts to rest. Due to the unexpected situation this afternoon, only 2 snow huts were set up. Under Su Yuan's arrangement, Lan Sha, him, and Pan Yu were in one room, while Hui, Long, and Hong Shuang were in another room. As for the Frost and the others, they were guarding the camp. Covered with animal skins, they were warm enough by the campfire. The snow wolves, tired from traveling all day, closed their eyes. Inside the snow hut at night, Pan Yu did not feel tired from the day's battle. On the contrary, she looked at Su Yuan with great energy. The 2 embraced, facing each other. Lan Sha was fast asleep beside them, smacking her lips in her sleep as she savored the delicious shark soup from before. Su Yuan, I want to gain power again. Keep your voice down, don't wake Lan Sha. Su Yuan tightened the animal skin blanket around himself. The conditions now were nothing like when he first built the snow house, when he not only had a layer under him, but also a layer on top of him. It has an excellent warmth retention rating. The two groped around for a long time, but because they couldn't see any light in the dark, he was exhausted and sweating profusely without making any progress. All right, Panyu, you go down a bit first. By the way, whatever you do, don't use your awakened power to transform. The transformed Great Rebel Moon Tiger Fong is sharper than a blade. It could probably easily tear apart even the tight, rough flesh of the Shadow Eyes Tooth Shark. The new experience that night left Su Yuan feeling physically and mentally exhausted. He didn't wake up until the next morning, by which time several pieces of animal meat had already been roasted over the campfire in the camp. Nothing else happened last night, right? Su Yuan scooped a bowl of water from the unfrozen river into a wooden bowl, then sat in the camp brushing his teeth. After brushing, he didn't forget to pull over Panyu, who was preparing to eat. Brush your teeth before eating. Brush teeth. Panyu was a little confused. The beast girls didn't usually brush their teeth. Su Yuan observed that their teeth were fine and still very clean and healthy, so he didn't bother with them. But this morning's moon is different. I have to clean my mouth thoroughly. Panyu, who had been pulled over, obediently sat in front of Su Yuan and looked at him. Then she noticed that Su Yuan had poured some snow-white salt onto his fingers. Before she could react, she shoved the salt into her mouth, the pungent salt grains spreading across her white teeth as she rubbed them between her fingers. Ugh! Wow! Ow! It's so salty. Panyu's face was rubbed into all sorts of shapes, and the salt grains melted into an overly salty brine as the saliva dissolved. Take a sip of water, then spit it out. No, that's such a waste. Salt is very important. They usually supplement their diet by drinking raw animal blood or by being lucky enough to find some fruits containing salt. Currently, Su Yuan has been purchasing salt from the system shop to supply the Star Tribe. Although the water in the glacial lake is connected to the glacial sea, its salinity is not high enough, and sometimes even a whole jar of water cannot be distilled to extract any salt. So when Panyu was fed a mouthful of river water, she immediately swallowed it. The extremely salty water made her face scrunch up, but more importantly, her furry ears suffered again. Su Yuan saw that she had already swallowed it, but it was no use. He wasn't sure if the river water was clean or not, which was why he had Panyu spit it out. I never expected to drink it like that. I'm sorry, it hurts so much. My ear is going to fall off. Wah! After a quick shark meat breakfast, Su Yuan took out a guide and aimed it at the east. This meant he would have to go around the small hill and head in the other direction. The sleds were still pulled by the same few snow wolves, but Su Yuan had become the leader. If they continued to follow the direction of Panyu, they would probably get completely lost in this vast snowfield. After traveling for 2 more days, the white surroundings made Su Yuan's eyes hurt, so he spent some points to buy a pair of protective glasses from the system shop. The beast girls who have lived in the snowfields for years are completely useless, and Panyu's narrow, vertical pupils have been looking at the snowfields for more than 10 years without any problems. Surprisingly, the most useless one was this outsider. On the 3rd day, Su Yuan finally saw the forest that Panyu had mentioned. That's right, he didn't see the glacier, but instead saw the forest blocking his way. The mountains and forests stand tall in front of us, their dense trees bringing life to the mountain range, where birds and animals can be seen from time to time. Looking at the approaching Panyu, Su Yuan said helplessly, Panyu, are you sure the glacier came first, and then the mountains and forests? That's right. When I came here, I saw that glacier first, and then I saw this forest. I remember it very clearly. Back then, Beiwe and I even caught fish in the lake in the mountains. I can't be wrong. Su Yuan patted his forehead, thinking that Panyu had said it backwards, but it turned out that she had said it in the order she saw it when she arrived. That's good, at least we're on the right track. Su Yuan looked at the low forest ahead. The past few days of travel had left them somewhat short of food. If we don't plan to buy from the system store, we'll have to go into these mountains to replenish our supplies. It'll be a good opportunity to explore and maybe even unlock some new special items. Chapter 100: The Beast-Eared Girl Who Fainted in the Forest. Be careful, there are probably many wild animals in these mountains and forests. The mountain forest wasn't very high. The plank behind the snow wolf was temporarily removed and carried on its body. The group of people and wolves quickly climbed up the mountain. Su Yuan looked at the leaves that still showed their green color under the white snow. To be precise, this area had already left the icy snowfield. As he ventured deeper into the mountains, he discovered lush green plants emerging from the snow, some of which he had seen in his previous life, but many more he had never even heard of. However, as long as they weren't poisonous, Su Yuan would pick some and put them in his backpack. After eating meat for so long, he was eager to try the taste of vegetables. These vegetables from another world can't even be redeemed in the system's shop. When we eat later, we can throw these fresh, otherworldly vegetables in and cook them together. The appraisal function with 5,000 points is really worth it. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to pick these things. Su Yuan rubbed his hands together and pulled out the sprouting green bamboo shoot from the ground. According to the identification system, this snow-frozen bamboo shoot was non-toxic and particularly delicious. Su Yuan, there seems to be a figure over there. There are people here. Be careful. They might be spies sent by Black Sheep and her group. Those who could run towards the icy snowfields were either part of the group being hunted or part of the group being hunted. Su Yuan was unaware of the current situation of the Black Sheep tribe. If they defeated another tribe, they might turn their attention to the Red Fox tribe. Hong Shuang nimbly hung from the tree trunk, looked into the distance, then came down, shook her head, and said, "Chief, that person is lying unconscious on the ground. He shouldn't be the enemy you mentioned. Fainting here? You'd freeze to death. Let's go check on you first." Su Yuan put the frozen bamboo shoots into the hiking backpack that Long was carrying. The group quickly arrived at the figure they had spotted earlier. At that moment, several birds were about to peck at her body. "Call out." An arrow pierced the body of one of the birds, and the rest scattered in fright, leaving only the people lying on the ground. Su Yuan walked over and turned the person over. Her long silver hair was tied into a thick braid that reached her buttocks, and there was a pair of small, round animal ears on both sides of the girl's head. The back of her ears was covered with a layer of silver down, and there were scattered black spots on the area between her ears. Most importantly, there was a small notch in her left ear. A white, jade-like animal tooth was tied to its ear with a thin rope made of twisted plants, giving it a savage look. This beast girl was dressed even more savagely. A torn piece of animal skin barely covered her chest, and her fair navel was covered in a layer of frost. The tattered animal skin trousers on his lower body only covered a small section of his two fleshy legs, about 1/10 of his thighs, and the animal skin boots on his feet were also torn. Several plump toes were sticking out. Most importantly, her exposed skin was covered with wounds, most of which had healed somewhat. Could he be dead? Lansha poked her chubby cheeks, and a stream of green juice flowed from the corner of her mouth. Wow, he's vomiting green blood. This guy died a horrible death. Su Yuan frowned and pressed his palm against the full chest of the unconscious beast girl. Her heart was still beating, but the rhythm was a little slow. Wait, what is this? He looked into the girl's mouth, pried it open, and found it stuffed with some dark green plants. Sleeping snow moss, a poisonous plant that causes weakness in the legs and dizziness after consumption. Excessive consumption can lead to fainting and death. It can be processed into a sleeping potion using special techniques. This dosage is more than just too much. He's almost choked to death. Didn't this idiot know to taste a little bit before eating to check for poison? Su Yuan didn't intend to let this white-furred beast girl, who should be a snow leopard, die like that. So he used his hands to pull out the sleeping snow moss. Not only was his mouth stuffed full, but his throat and even stomach were probably filled with a lot of snow moss. However, to his utter surprise, the system voice sounded again when his fingers touched the green chewing material. Detected. Skip this and unlock the new item. After Su Yuan made his choice, the green chewing substance in the beast girl's mouth immediately disappeared, leaving the others, including Panyu, stunned. Does the heavenly god still enjoy chewed food? Sleep aid tablets, seaweed flavor 200 points. Note, these sleep aid tablets are made from 8 medicinal herbs combined with sleeping snow vegetarian. One tablet can provide 10 hours of restful sleep. Do not overdose. 6 tablets can be redeemed daily. Wow, I didn't expect to get such an unexpected bonus. However, this is just a small, decorative item that I might use when I have trouble sleeping. Gray, give me the water you're carrying. Su Yuan took the water that Hui handed him, then took a sip and poured it into the white-haired beast girl's mouth. The few mouthfuls of cold water made her react a little. Cough, cough, cough. A weak cough was heard, and Su Yuan stopped what he was doing. After returning the water to Hui, he deftly lifted the beast girl up. You? Xin felt her eyelids were very heavy, and she didn't know what the people in front of her were doing. She wanted to stand up, but she couldn't muster any strength. Suddenly, her mouth was pried open, and just as she was about to say something, a finger was stabbed directly into her throat. Huh. Everything he had eaten earlier was vomited up, the green juice mixed with some sticky stuff all over Su Yuan's hand. Even the prettiest beast girl will smell bad when she vomits. But luckily this guy has probably only been eating grass these days, so it's not that disgusting. After Su Yuan had Hui wash the juice off his hands with water, he fed it to the beast girl who was still gagging. You? In the end, her eyelids closed, and she fainted on Su Yuan's body before she could finish speaking. Did she die again? Lansha poked her head curiously, but there was no response. Die my foot. Let's find a safe place to rest today. The snow and terrain of the mountains and forests were not suitable for building a snow house. So Su Yuan put the unconscious beast girl on the back of the Great Frost, and then the group hurriedly searched for a place to take refuge nearby. As evening fell and darkness descended, it became clear that there were no caves or other shelters in this rugged terrain, and it was unknown where the beast girl had been resting these past few days. After walking for so long, Su Yuan saw the pile of rubble and immediately called out to the group. Stop looking, there shouldn't be any caves here. Pan Yu, you guys put these stones together, and Long, go cut down some tree trunks from nearby. Having failed to find a natural shelter, Su Yuan stopped pressuring the matter. He had previously seen a type of house built of stone while watching Wilderness Challenge. This mountain hollow is quite suitable, and there's no need to search for loose stones. After placing the unconscious beast girl and supplies on the ground, Su Yuan began directing everyone, starting by digging out a shape in the depression. After leveling the ground, animal hide mats were laid down, and the large pebbles were stacked on 3 sides of the depression, fitting together with the raised slope. Once Long has cut down the trees, that will be enough to cover them. Only a gap wide enough for one person to pass through will be left in front of them, which will be covered with animal hides. Although the small stone house was small, it could easily accommodate several people. The cold wind blowing from the cracks in the surrounding stones was not a big problem, since it wouldn't be too cold for so many people to huddle together. The extra leaves and branches from those trees can serve as firewood for a fire at night, and the surplus can be used as an extra blanket for the frost and the others. By the time the stone house was completed, it was already dark, and the light from the fire outside the stone house gradually ignited the darkness. A bright campfire lit up the dark mountain forest. Chapter 101. Why are there so many idiots? In her sleep, the delicious aroma of meat made Xian Ku's ears twitch and her mouth water. How long has it been since I smelled the aroma of meat? Since her defeat in the last tribal war, she had been fleeing through the desolate snowfields, believing that the tribes only intended to annex her. But when she was taken to the Wangshui Mountains, she realized that her previous thoughts were too naive. Those guys didn't just want to annex her tribe. Instead, they wanted to rule. No, it could be said that they wanted to completely control them, to control all the tribes in the entire snowfield, and to make everyone their puppets. So she used her awakened power under the cover of night to escape the Wangshui Mountains. She was chased by people from various tribes all the way to this place, and didn't even get a bite of food for several days. When they were extremely thirsty, they would grab a handful of snow from the ground. When they were extremely hungry, they would grab some leaves from the trees to fill their stomachs. I never expected that after eating a few pieces of dark green plant growing in the cracks of the rock wall this morning, I would immediately faint. I think I fainted. Xian Ku suddenly recalled her past experiences in a flash. When she remembered that she had fainted, she opened her eyes instantly, runes appeared on her forehead, and her whole body wanted to pounce. Ouch! She fell to the ground before she could even get up. Her hazy vision gradually cleared, and only then did she realize her situation. Her hands and feet were tied behind her back, which was even more desperate than being tied to a pillar with her hands behind her back in the Wangshui Mountains, because she couldn't exert any strength at all, because she was bound in an arc shape. He's awake. Su Yuanwu. Lansha was eating barbecue when she saw the beast girl lying next to her wake up and immediately called out to Su Yuan, who was studying vegetable soup on the other side. Is he awake? Su Yuan put down the homemade soup spoon in his hand and immediately walked over. Long and the others beside him also put down what they were doing and followed him. Since you've captured me, I accept my fate. But don't even think about me submitting to you and becoming a puppet. Su Yuan stared blankly at the beast girl, struggling desperately. The rune on her forehead lit up briefly before dimming. She hadn't eaten for days and had previously vomited up everything in her stomach. Her body can no longer provide the energy for her to use her awakened power. What nonsense. Tell me who you are, where you're from, and which tribe you belonged to before. Xian Ku was stunned for a moment, glanced at Su Yuan, and then looked at the people behind her and asked in confusion, You're not here to capture me? Wait a minute. Let me explain the situation to you first. We are people who have wandered from the icy snowfields, and we just found you unconscious over there. Su Yuan explained the current situation to the white-haired beast girl, but buried some things about the star tribe. Upon learning this, Xian Ku breathed a sigh of relief and immediately said to Su Yuan, It's good that you're not the one chasing me. Please let me go. My name is Xian Ku, and I am a witch. Xian Ku, that name sounds so familiar. You're the one, Wah. Pan Yu recognized the name immediately upon hearing it. She had heard of the name before when she was in the tribe, but had never met the person in person. She was only halfway through her sentence when Su Yuan covered her mouth and dragged her aside. Fortunately, the snow leopard girl was easygoing and didn't care. Instead, she tugged at the spider silk binding her hands and feet and said, "Release me. My tribe has been defeated, and you are wanderers. If you have nowhere to go, you can come with me. I'll go after I've recovered, and then I'll go after that guy Mugwang. I'll make sure you become the warrior leaders of my tribe." Su Yuan shook his head at her carefree attitude. This girl, although she possessed both the awakened power of a warrior and the magic power of a mage. But his brain isn't working very well, not even as good as the red fox's. He thinks he can take revenge with just a few of them? How is this any different from a lamb entering a tiger's den? As expected, you can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't have your brains and chest either, or your brains and strength. Su Yuan shifted his gaze from Xian Ku's erect figure, then squatted down and continued to ask, "Tell me first, who is this Mugwang?" Hearing Xian Ku's heroic words, which sounded like he was going to his death, could it be that the shaman of the Wangshu Mountains was named Mugwang? The name is quite nice. Mugwang, a powerful tribe, has suddenly appeared in the Wangshu Mountains. You are not very clear about the situation outside the icy snowfield. Now that guy is conquering other tribes everywhere. Every which she defeats becomes her puppet, and then obeys her commands completely, leading the tribe to carry out her orders. Luckily, I was smart enough to tell them that I was just an awakened warrior in the tribe. Sure enough, this was pretty much what I had guessed. The others present didn't seem to have any particular emotions. If Long and the others hadn't been with Su Yuan, they would probably still be struggling to survive in the icy wilderness and wouldn't have known about this news. However, the expression of the rebellious moon beside him was somewhat disappointed. Sure enough, the black sheep had become like this because of that radiant shaman of the snow-viewing mountains. Su Yuan took the initiative to untie the ropes binding Xian Ku, and then handed her a piece of roasted meat. "Let's eat something first. Although this guy is very strong, he's not very bright and isn't very dangerous." "Thank you." Xian Ku was already so hungry that her eyes were dizzy. After taking the food, she wasn't afraid of the heat at all. She chewed a couple of times and swallowed the food. Then, she was seen pounding her chest, her face ashen. Sigh, he really is an idiot. Su Yuan found it hard to believe that such an idiot could lead a tribe. It took several firm pats on Xian Ku's back to get her to swallow the food she was choking on. "It's delicious. You're welcome to join my tribe." Xian Ku's eyes lit up as she looked at the food by the campfire with excitement. She turned and grabbed Su Yuan's hand, saying something quickly. "Idiot. Talk is talk, but don't grab me with those oily claws." Su Yuan tried to break free a few times, but the guy held on tightly, and he couldn't get away at all. "Let's talk about this later." Su Yuan thought he could just brush off this idiot and deal with the rest after investigating the Black Sheep tribe, but before he could finish speaking, Xian Ku pinned him to the ground. Their faces were only centimeters apart, and he could feel the other person pressing down on his chest, making him feel suffocated. "Su Yuan, leader." Long and the others rushed up anxiously, but Xian Ku, having eaten a few pieces of beast meat, had recovered somewhat, and the peculiar runes on her forehead lit up. The lightning flashing around them made Long and the others feel numb instantly, and their legs went weak, causing them to fall to the ground. Even the strongest of them all, Great Frost, lay sprawled not far away, his body enveloped in frost and white mist. "Are you really unwilling to join my tribe?" "So strong." Su Yuan had thought that this snow leopard girl was just a little stronger, but he didn't expect her to be so ridiculously strong. Was the lightning around her an awakened power? Just as he was about to say something, Xian Ku suddenly changed her tune, hugged Su Yuan tightly, and started crying. Please join me. 7 days. I haven't had a proper meal in 7 days. Do you know how much suffering this delicious food makes for me? They must think I'm a cook." Xian Ku, to tell you the truth, we actually have tribes, but Mugwang has been capturing the shamans of various tribes in the Snowfield, so we came out to investigate the situation. "Really? You're not lying to me." Although he asked him this question, Su Yuan knew that this idiot already believed what he said, so he nodded without hesitation. "Humph, our leader is also a shaman, and an even more powerful divine shaman. That's it. How can there be an idiot among our own people?" Su Yuan thought, turning his head to look at Lan Sha, who was struggling to control her body and come forward to save him. Sigh, considering her loyalty, Su Yuan decided not to punish her. "Are you also a shaman?" Chapter 102, Even Commanders Need to Eat, right? In the temporary camp, Xian Ku took a sip of the delicious vegetable and meat soup. Her eyes narrowed with happiness, and then without hesitation, She picked up the whole jar and gulped down a large mouthful. Damn, are you really not afraid of getting burned? Su Yuan blew on the steaming vegetable and beef soup in the bowl. The snow crystal beef had been transformed into very firm beef jerky after his processing. It's quite convenient when you're on the go, but it's a bit tough on your teeth. Now that it's soaked in vegetable soup, the taste and texture have improved a lot. After quickly finishing the soup, Xian comfortably patted her flat stomach, then leaned over and put her arm around Su Yuan's shoulder. Seriously, why don't you and I create a new tribe together? I'll manage the tribe's wars, and you can manage the tribe's internal affairs. If the two of us join forces, it won't be long before we defeat the Muguang tribe and rescue my former people. Fortunately, Xian had no ill intentions. After learning that Su Yuan was also a witch and a divine witch like Muguang, she immediately released Su Yuan. However, Su Yuan ignored her. With her clueless attitude, if he really let her take charge of the tribe would probably be ruined in no time. Xian, I'm actually very curious about two things. Ask away, ask away. You treated me to such delicious food, so I can tell you anything you want to know. Su Yuan thought for a moment, then said, have you met that girl named Muguang? Can you tell me what she looks like? That guy was pretty skinny, with pointed, hairless ears on either side, golden hair, and wearing strange clothes. Oh, and he had a pair of transparent, glowing wings on his back. Transparent, glowing wings? Featherless, pointed ears. Based on these characteristics, Su Yuan immediately thought of a creature, an elf. However, according to the description of Western fantasy world, shouldn't elves be peaceful and nature-loving creatures? It's true that you can't judge the creatures of this world based on stereotypes from your past life. Who would have thought that such a sensitive snow leopard would be such a fool? Then why do you call her a shaman? Shamans are usually able to communicate with gods, right? Xian licked the remaining soup from the edge of the pot, nodded, and replied, indeed, I overheard some of it when I was taken there. It is said that Muguang came to this world from the heavenly realm of gods, and she can make everyone submit to her. As for why the others are called divine witches, I don't know. Maybe it's because she came from heaven. A magical elf who claims to be from the realm of gods sounds like a charlatan. If she says that, doesn't she also come from heaven? The place I came from is even further away. I don't even know how many galaxies I've crossed. All right, finish your meal and get some rest. Tomorrow you can continue your escape. We're heading to the desolate Snowfield. If you come with us, you'll definitely get caught. Su Yuan actually values Xian quite a bit. If she could join his tribe, she would definitely be a powerful fighting force. However, this guy insisted on leading the tribe and then roared that he would go to war with Muguang. If he were as steady as Chi Hu, I might have actually agreed. What a pity. What? You really don't intend to rebuild the tribe with me? Xian put down the jar in her hand, and her words made Long and the others around her stand up and look at her cautiously. No matter what you say, by the way, Cinco, I'm curious how long you've been ruling the tribe. I don't know, it's been a long, long time, almost several years. Seeing her determined look, Su Yuan had no choice but to harden his heart and say some harsh words. You probably don't manage the tribe, do you? Do you know how to store food for the tribe? Do you know how to build defenses for the tribe? If the tribe is attacked, can you make the right choice, fight or flee? I usually just let Kong help me take care of her, but she got arrested too, and I was so angry that I took people to rescue her. Xian's mental defenses were broken down by the three questions, and tears streamed down her face. Her sobs gave Su Yuan a general idea of what was going on. Previously, the Xinca tribe was always governed by a beast girl named Kong. Due to Xinca's powerful strength, the Black Sheep tribe had a hard time defeating her. So after the Black Sheep tribe tricked Xian into leaving, another tribe launched a surprise attack on the camp and captured Kong and the other orcs. Xian could have escaped with the remaining warriors, but she ultimately led all the warriors straight to the heart of the enemy camp, rushing into the Muguang tribe's camp. Then they were easily captured, and none of the remaining soldiers escaped. They wwere all taken in. Fortunately, Muguang didn't recognize her. He thought she was just an awakened warrior because of the runes on her forehead. She escaped in the middle of the night by Xian using witchcraft. All right, it's all Muguang's fault. If we blindly rush into Muguang's tribe again, do you think we can defeat them? Su Yuan helplessly patted Xian's head. This girl was quite tall, and he had to stand up to comfort her. What should I do? They keep trying to capture me, and Kong hasn't come here to help me. Join my tribe, and I will lead you to rescue everyone and defeat Muguang. You? Xian wiped away her tears, looked Su Yuan up and down, and shook her head decisively. No. How can I submit to others? My mother told me from a young age that I am a super strong person who possesses both awakened power and witchcraft, a born leader. Even a commander needs to eat, right? Join my tribe later, and I'll let you lead a squad of warriors and become a warrior commander, and I'll provide you with 3 meals a day with plenty of meat. They eat meat at every meal, and they can still eat their fill. Xinku swallowed hard. Back in the tribe, even she, as a shaman, couldn't guarantee that she would have meat to eat every meal. Kong controls the food supply in the tribe, so most of the time she eats wild fruits, and only occasionally can she have a good meal when she hunts a large wild animal. However, this only applies to a small amount of meat that can barely fill their stomachs. The rest is stored as reserve food for the tribe. My mother told me, you can have hot meat soup with every meal, and there are even more delicious things to eat if you do something good. Su Yuan bought a bag of cat food from the system shop. Snow leopards are just large felines. If Mao Yi and the others like to eat cat food so much, then Xin definitely won't be able to refuse it either. After feeding Xin a piece of cat food, she subconsciously chewed it a few times. The delicious taste made her snow-white tail thump excitedly on the ground. I promise you, the team leader is still a leader, but all of this must be given to me. Xin looked at the remaining cat food in Su Yuan's hand with longing in her eyes, and her stomach, which had been somewhat full, began to protest again. Of course not. You haven't done anything to help us. But since you joined my tribe, I can give you a little something. Su Yuan naturally couldn't just blindly obey Xin. Compared to the rebellious and treacherous nature of Pan Yu, what Xin wanted was to temper her sharpness as a leader. Otherwise, if joining a tribe doesn't mean they'll listen to you, then you shouldn't join a tribe at all. Banyue, Long, Hui, these are yours, as well as Hongshuang, Lansha, and Dashuang. Everyone deserves credit for saving Xinka today. To entice the guy, Su Yuan bought some more food from the system shop and distributed it to everyone. Red Frost and Blue Sand both like sweet and sticky things, while Big Frost and the others are even less picky, as long as it's meat. As for Gray, Rebel Moon, and Long, this bag of cat food is more than enough to satisfy their appetites. I promise you, from now on you'll be the leader, Your Excellency. Please let me have a little more. Chapter 103. Look how hungry the child is. Xin, if you move again, I'll kick you out. At night, everyone huddled together in the small stone house. Long and Hongshuang, worried about Su Yuan's safety, separated him and Xin at opposite ends. At this moment, Su Yuan was sleeping in the corner, with Long tightly protecting him on his side, and Pan Yu, who was small, was huddled in the quilt on the other side, with only her little ears showing. Feeling Xin picking at the pebbles around her, Su Yuan felt like the veins on his temples were about to pop out. I slept a little too much just now, and I can't fall asleep now. If you can't sleep, go outside to keep watch. There's some food by the campfire, so you can grill food and play around when you're free. Fine, I'm going. I'm starving. Xin immediately sat up, threw off the blanket, and nimbly slipped out. Dashuang, who was resting by the campfire in the camp, opened her eyes, glanced at Xin, then moved her head away and ignored her. Finally, it's quiet. Su Yuan, I think. Before Su Yuan could close his eyes, Pan Yu in his arms opened her eyes as well. Don't even think about it. Go to sleep. It'll be here in about 2 days. With so many people here, Long and the others aren't as carefree as Lansha, who can lie down and then forget everything. If Long and the others find out about tonight's battle, he'll probably have to be carried out tomorrow morning. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. In the campfire, the bird that had previously tried to peck at Xin's body was now roasting over the fire, its fat sizzling and the aroma of meat wafting into her nostrils. I think we should sprinkle some of this on top, right? Xin found the bag of salt in Su Yuan's backpack, grabbed some, and followed Hongshuang's example to spread it evenly on the roasted meat. Instantly, the aroma of meat became even richer, and Xin's mouth was practically watering. I can't wait any longer. I'll starve if I keep baking. Just as she was about to take a bite of food, a commotion in the distance made her ears perk up immediately, and the food in her hand stopped at her mouth. Dashuang opened her eyes at this moment, shook off the animal skin covering her body, and stared at the dark snow forest with great vigilance. Could it be the pursuers from the Mguang tribe? Xin quickly put down the food in her hand and immediately crawled back into the stone house to pull Su Yuan, who had just fallen asleep, up. Xin, if you don't have an explanation, I'll take you down tonight. Su Yuan, the people who arrested me are here. Su Yuan immediately opened his eyes, and Long and the others beside him also got up one after another. After hearing the news, there was no trace of sleepiness in their eyes. The people from the Mguang tribe have arrived? It should be. I've heard this noise often before. It's probably from the two men who were chasing me before. Two people? How strong are they? Xian replied without hesitation. Just like me, a high-level awakened warrior. Broken. Su Yuan had witnessed the strength of advanced awakened warriors today, which was completely different from Long and the others. It was like comparing whether someone who cultivates battle chi could release their battle chi externally. The lightning surrounding Xian was already difficult for Long and the others to deal with, and now two enemies of this level had arrived. You hide in the stone house, and the rest of us will go out. Follow my instructions. If those two enter the stone house, Xian, you take care of one of them immediately. We'll hold off the last one. You can deal with this one right after you've finished that one. What if they don't come in? Xian paused for a moment, then thought of a second possibility. If you're not coming in, then stay inside and don't make a sound. Without time to think, Su Yuan led the others out of the stone house. At this moment, the great frost bared its teeth and stared into the depths of the snowstorm, its fur turning an unusual color, looking as if it were facing a formidable enemy. System, give me some sleeping pills, a large dose. The stronger the better, preferably strong enough to knock out an elephant. Wait, give me some sleep snow tablets. That Mying Sui Tai could even knock Xian unconscious, so dealing with beast girls of similar strength shouldn't be a problem for her, right? Worried that the dosage might not be enough, Su Yuan exchanged all 6 pills. These green pills were the same size as the ones he had taken in his previous life, about the size of a soybean, and they even smelled like seaweed. Now it's time to think about how to feed these two uninvited guests. Su Yuan pondered, holding the pills in his hand. Long and the others beside him had already taken out their weapons and were waiting for the guests in the wind and snow. Sniff, when was this chicken roasted? Suddenly, the aroma of meat attracted Su Yuan. He looked at the birds that Xian had roasted earlier, which were stuck next to the campfire, their golden skins sizzling and dripping with oil. Got it. Long, you guys put away your weapons, then sit by the campfire and pretend you just finished eating. And to Shuang, you two lie down and don't move. After giving instructions to the others, Su Yuan divided the bird in half and stuffed 3 pills into each half. If this dosage didn't work, then we'll have to resort to the second option. Before long, 2 figures rushed out from the dark night and snow, the firelight illuminating their bodies and faces. The 2 men, one with brown hair and the other with gray hair, each held a long knife, and the other surprisingly held a bow and arrow. The strange clothes still had some snowflakes on them, indicating that they had rushed over overnight. Have you seen a divinely gifted person with long silver hair come here? Su Yuan was still staring at their delicate little faces when he saw one of them sniffing. He stood up and said with a smile, I've actually seen the one you're talking about. She ate something here before. Such a trick, which I've never seen before, might be fine for dealing with ordinary people, but the people in this world are all beast girls, and these 2 clearly found this place by their sense of smell. The flavor of spiciness is so strong here, it would be a lie to say you've never seen it before. She is indeed here. Do you know where she is now? I don't know. We didn't have much food left to begin with, and she took it all. Now we only have this little bit left. Su Yuan picked up the 2 sizzling, oily roasted bird pieces. The aroma was irresistible even to the 2 high-level awakened warriors. He could see the 2 of them swallowing hard. She took most of our food when she left. Can we offer this as payment to ask you to help us get our food back? That's what we've been saving up for so long, and it was taken away before we even got to eat it ourselves. Look how hungry the kids are. Su Yuan handed the roasted bird meat to Long, then pulled Pan Yu over and lifted her animal skin clothes to reveal her small belly. Because the vegetable and meat soup he made in the evening was quite novel, Pan Yu ate a lot of it, and now her little belly has a small curve, making her look very cute. Look at this child has been starving all day and his ribs are sticking out. Su Yuan quickly pressed Pan Yu's belly back down with his hands. There were hardly any ribs to be seen, but during her time in the Star Tribe, she had gained some soft, fleshy flesh. Manhwa, tuck in your belly. Chapter 104. Are you tying up a dinosaur? Upon hearing the faint sound beside her ear, Pan Yu immediately received the signal and lay listlessly on Su Yuan's body. Those big eyes were fixed on the roasted meat in Long's hand. Su Yuan, hiccup, I'm so hungry. Why don't you let me eat this meat? There was no point in expecting anything from this girl's acting skills. Su Yuan watched as she let out a burp and could only grin awkwardly as he continued acting. No, this food will only last us 1 night. The food that person stole was enough to feed us for 5 days. 5 days worth of food. The 2 advanced awakened warriors exchanged a glance. Not only had Xian not eaten much, but neither of them had eaten much during the chase. After all, the leader insisted that Xin-Ku must be captured. Everyone else could be put aside for the time being, but Xin-Ku had to be caught. This put the two of them in a difficult position. Xin-Ku had been hungry for several days and still hadn't caught anything. If they waited for her to eat and regain her strength, it would be even more difficult to catch her. My two brave men, I see you haven't eaten for a long time while chasing that thief. Why don't you eat this before you go catch him? I can see she has a lot of injuries. She probably can't have run very far. Su Yuan handed the roasted meat to the two of them. The steaming meat immediately drew their attention, and the aroma of the meat replaced Xin-Ku's scent. Yinduo, why don't we eat something before we chase after him? If that guy is full, we probably won't be a match for him. Okay, I just sensed that she's been here for quite a while. It's dark now, so she shouldn't have gone far. Let's finish eating and then continue the chase. Su Yuan immediately revealed a triumphant smile and handed 2 pieces of roasted meat to the two of them. That's right. That guy is really strong. When he was taking our things, we couldn't fight back at all. You guys are so strong, you'll definitely beat her. Come on, have a taste. Eating meat is such a wonderful thing. The two took the roasted meat and sniffed it. Xin-Ku had rubbed it with a lot of salt beforehand, but apart from the charred aroma of the roasted meat, they couldn't smell anything else. Not to mention that the special products from the system all have strange flavors, and the seaweed flavor added to them is just a minor addition. So the two of them immediately wolfed down the roasted meat in their hands, and their little tiger teeth quickly chewed up the bones and swallowed them. Su Yuan was stunned by this. Back in the Star Tribe, only a few little beast girls liked to gnaw on bones. But he wasn't so hungry that he was gnawing his bones to pieces. The two finished the whole roasted bird in no time, and the way they licked their fingers showed that they were still not satisfied. They didn't even spit out a single bone from the bird. Holy crap, it's not going to be ineffective, is it? Su Yuan nervously opened the system shop, thinking that if something happened later, he would buy a roll of firecrackers to disrupt the scene. Long and the others also placed their hands on the weapons behind them. All right, Yinduo, take another sniff and see what she really is. Just as the beast girl was about to continue her actions, her vision suddenly became dizzy, and her eyelids felt like they were filled with lead. Yinduo's nostrils twitched slightly, sensing something was wrong. Before she could even speak, she pointed at Su Yuan and collapsed to the ground. Quickly, tie these two up and wait a moment. These two are advanced awakened warriors, and not the weak version of the advanced awakened warrior that Xin-Ku was like before, who looked like a starving ghost. System, select ropes with high strength. Special thick yarn, 3 kilograms, 50 points. Steel wire, 0.5 tons, 300 points. Kevlar rope, for ton load capacity, 1800 points. Dyneema rope, 6-ton load capacity, 2,400 points. Steel wire rope, 20-ton load capacity, 7,000 points. Holy crap, 20 tons? Are you strapping on a dinosaur? Su Yuan had thought the maximum weight would be around 4 or 5 tons, but he was surprised to find a 20-ton rope. The only problem was the low points. A few more points would have been enough to exchange for a crystal ball. Moreover, Su Yuan didn't think he could use the steel wire rope to tie up 2 girls who were only about 1.7 meters tall. Speaking of which, do advanced awakened warriors in this world have a strength of 20 tons? Su Yuan didn't want to waste too many points to exchange for a rope that he might not even need, but he broke free of the rope in case the 2 beast girls woke up. So he sought out Xin-Ku, who was hiding in the stone house, ready to pounce. Xin-Ku, try to see if you can break free from this rope. Su Yuan brought over a Dyneema rope that could withstand 6 tons and tied it to Xin-Ku's body. Xin-Ku, who had eaten her fill, was very confident, looking at the strange white rope on her body with great confidence. This rope is so thin, I could tear it in a few seconds. Tear it, tear it, tear it. Xin-Ku struggled several times, but the ropes binding her remained unmoved. Even when she used all her strength and her face turned red, she still couldn't break free. Looks like I'll have to get serious. After trying for a long time without being able to break free from the rope, Xin-Ku's expression became very serious. The runes on her forehead appeared, and fierce lightning crackled around her. But this thing was also insulated, and no matter how much she struggled, she couldn't break free of the Dyneema rope binding her body. It seems that even the strongest awakened warriors can't reach 6 tons, but to be on the safe side, we'll tie them up in a way that makes it difficult for them to exert any force. Su Yuan nodded. The rope with over 2,000 points was quite long, so there was no need to buy another one. 2,000 points were enough to bind 2 advanced awakened warriors. That's still quite a good deal. All right, stop trying. When the ropes were removed from Xin-Ku's body, Her resentment was palpable. Her clenched fists and competitive demeanor made her look like a child. I almost broke it. Let me try again. Okay, you broke it right away. I believe you. Go and rest now. Su Yuan had Long and the others lift up the two unconscious beast girls, then tied them up tightly. He gave a perfunctory response after hearing Xian Ku's complaints. This punch, which felt like hitting cotton, made Xian Ku so angry that she punched a tree stump next to her, and the casual punch cracked the tree stump. After she calmed down, she came to the group and asked, puzzled, "Why didn't you just kill them? Kill me and tell me about Mu Guang." Huh? You've told me everything I know. Su Yuan rolled his eyes at her. Sure enough, his decision not to let her be the leader was absolutely correct. Otherwise, one could imagine how troublesome the tribe would be in the future. I really want to meet that beast girl named Kong. She must be a top-notch talent to have managed to maintain the tribe for so long under Xian Ku's rule. Soon, the two of them were bound hand and foot behind their backs, just like Xian Ku had been before, except that their bodies were bound even more tightly than Xian Ku had been. Perfect, but we still need to take some precautions in case these two really manage to break free. Su Yuan hung the two of them in an open space not far from the campfire, with the rope between them suspending them from a wooden frame, making them look like wind chimes. A gust of cold wind blew, and the two of them began to spin in midair. Chapter 105 Is the outside world really that wonderful? Slap slap. After tying the two people up, Su Yuan clapped his hands and nodded with great satisfaction at his masterpiece. The way he was tied up was so tight that he almost tied each toe separately. How did these people come to possess bows and arrows? Su Yuan picked up the weapons the two had brought earlier and examined them. The long sword was made of iron and looked somewhat rough, but it was much more advanced than those of primitive tribes. After carefully examining the blade and hilt, I noticed that it looked somewhat like it was forged using a medieval hot forging technique, with some delicate carvings on it. Iron Spine Battle Blade, a high-quality iron blade forged using a quenching and burning process. The engravings on it are infused with magic, making the blade even sharper. Is this still the primitive society? Holy crap! Su Yuan rubbed his eyes, looking at the description of the knife in disbelief. In this world, not only are there people who can forge swords with magic, but they can also carve and enchant them? Could it be that the outside world has already progressed to the Middle Ages, and the snowy plains I've traversed are still an undeveloped wilderness? I'm not sure. I'll think about it some more. He put down the iron knife in his hand and picked up the wooden bow and arrows next to him. Wind Whisper Bow, a longbow made of Wind Whisper wood, enchanted with Wind Whisper. Each time the bow is drawn, it gathers surrounding wind elements, greatly increasing the arrow's flight speed. Wind Whisper Arrow, made of Wind Whisper wood, it can be adjusted by the wind element after being fired, thereby improving the shooter's accuracy. Rare item detected, Wind Whisper wood. Tradable for 1,000 points, or 100 points. New special items added. Host, please select the direction of the transaction. As expected, both weapons were enchanted, and now it seems there's some truth to the beast girl's belief that the elf was a witch. And there's even better news. This thing actually triggered a system notification, revealing that the seemingly ordinary arrow is actually a rare item. New product, Wind's Whisper Bow, for 1,000 points. Wind Whisper Arrow, 100 points. He was so excited, thinking it was some new and interesting gadget, but it turned out to be just the thing in his hand, with a different name. Although this bow and arrow are indeed excellent, not only does it increase the speed of the arrow's flight, but it can also correct the angle of the arrow. But the absence of the thrill of opening blind boxes still left Su Yuan somewhat frustrated. Where did this guy come from? Could there really be tribes in the outside world that have developed blacksmithing and enchanting skills? Su Yuan stared at the two figures hanging above, spinning in the wind, his mind filled with questions. Neither the white-boned shaman nor Hai Yao, who had come to the icy snowfield, had displayed these things. Even the boned shaman didn't know what a bow and arrow were, otherwise he wouldn't have been tricked and killed by Su Yuan in that place. After thinking for a long time, I still couldn't figure it out. We'll only know the specifics when these two wake up. Su Yuan, let me see this weapon. They were so mean before, they used it to shoot my butt. Last time they almost shot off my tail. Before Su Yuan could react, Xian Ku snatched the item away and examined the bow and arrow carefully for a long time, still unable to understand how it had managed to hit her buttocks. All right, you can keep this to play with. Give me the bow and arrows. Su Yuan snatched the Wind Whisper bow and tossed the iron knife to her. The iron knife wasn't very valuable. There were plenty of modern items in his system shop that were of much better quality. Even with sharp runes, it's difficult to overcome the gap in skill. But these enchanted bows are different. Each one is worth 4,000 points. Hongshuang, You can use this. Su Yuan knew that Hong Shuang particularly liked using bows and arrows and had a good talent for it. She had only been learning from Hu Si and the others for a few days and had already shown initial results. Thank you, Chief. Hong Shuang looked at the bow and arrow in her hand with some surprise. She knew that many warriors in the tribe had trained for longer than her and were much more accurate. Compared to the others, she was still just a novice archer. However, since it was Su Yuan, she naturally wouldn't refuse and touched the wind whisper bow in her hand with a hint of joy in her eyes. All right, Xian Ku, stop touching it. You'll ruin the patina if you keep touching it. Put it down and get some rest. The disturbance caused by these two uninvited guests made everyone lose their sleepiness. When they returned to the stone house, they heard Xian Ku scratching the stone again. Pungent. I'm hungry. Take it out and grill it yourself, then you can keep watch. In order to get a good night's sleep, Su Yuan redeemed a piece of pork from the system shop and gave it to Xian Ku. If she kept bothering him like this, he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. At dawn, the two beast girls opened their eyes, and before their hazy vision appeared a vast ocean. The azure sea reflected the sky, and chunks of white ice floated on the surface, moving rapidly. Wait, it doesn't look like the ice block is moving. It's myself. Wah! Yin Duo tried to call out to her companions, but then she realized that her mouth was gagged with a piece of animal skin and that she was tied up and suspended in midair. Big Frost, stop! Hearing the beast girl hanging to one side of the great frost whimper, Su Yuan immediately patted its head, and the snow wolves following behind also stopped. What's wrong, Su Yuan? We're almost there. Someone has woken up. Su Yuan looked at the two beast girls who were still a little dazed. These two had slept for 2 whole days after taking the drug. If he couldn't still feel their heartbeats, he would have thought they were dead. Only now did they have to admire the power of the sleeping snow moss. After taking these 3 pills, the two beast girls slept like dead pigs, without any reaction despite the bumpy ride. Woke up. Long drew her twin swords from her waist, and the others also picked up their weapons and looked at Yin Duo onto Shuang's side. At this moment, Yin Duo, who was somewhat sober, looked at Su Yuan, who had given her the meat earlier, and Xian Ku, who had walked over from the side, and she understood what was going on. I've actually been tricked by this group of people. Wah! Su Yuan carried the 2 of them down. After traveling for 2 days, they had arrived at the glacier that Pan Yu had mentioned. However, because we had spent a whole day walking and were 90 degrees off from our destination, the angle was slightly off now, and we could still see some marine animals moving about on the broken glacier beside us. Cough, 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 you guys. After sleeping for 2 days straight, Yin Duo and Yin Hua's throats were practically parched, and their stomachs were growling with hunger. Their voices were hoarse and broken when they spoke. Have some water. Just as Yin Hua was about to drink the water Su Yuan fed her, Yin Duo nudged her with her body, glaring angrily at Su Yuan and Xian Ku behind him. You cough, 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 you're all in cahoots. Not too stupid. Chapter 106, I'm still just a kid. I'm going to kill you all. Then why don't you give it a try? Not far from the glacier, beside a river that flows into it, Su Yuan leisurely watched the 2 people in front of him struggling. Long was fishing by the river, while Xian Ku was baring her teeth, wanting to fight the 2 of them. Fortunately, Pan Yu held her tightly. Gurgle. The rock flower's skin turned brown, and its fair skin looked as if it were covered with a layer of rock and soil. With each struggle, some brown clods of soil would fall off. But after struggling for a few moments, the hunger in her stomach made her lose all her strength, and the rune on her forehead faded away. Iwahana. Conserve your energy, don't waste it. Yin Duo, who was tied up on the other side, ignored the others. Since Su Yuan hadn't killed them, there must be something she could do for them. For example, trading hostages with the shaman of the Radiant Light. I have a question for you. Why do your Maguang shamans insist on arresting people everywhere? Snort. Neither of them paid any attention to Su Yuan, behaving exactly like the former Pan Yu. Su Yuan couldn't help but glance at Pan Yu behind him. Why are you looking at me like that? Pan Yu seemed to understand Su Yuan's meaning. Her face flushed slightly. Looking at the 2 stubborn guys, she released Xian Ku and went straight to them. If you've got the guts, then let's fight. Hey, why didn't you stop me? Xian Ku immediately shut down her gun when she saw that Pan Yu had released her. These 2 were Su Yuan's prisoners, and if they really fought, she wouldn't even get to eat later. I hope your feet are as hard as your mouths. Without needing to be taught, Pan Yu walked over, squatted down, and took off their boots. Then, imitating Su Yuan, she breathed on her hands. What are you going to do? Tara. Iwahana, who had been trying to muster the strength to break free of the ropes, instantly lost all her energy and began to convulse and roll on the ground. Yinhua, what are you doing? Yin Duo roared at Pan Yu, who glanced at her and immediately switched her target. Ha 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 ha. How cruel. As Xian Ku watched the two advanced awakened warriors rolling on the ground without any resistance, she couldn't help but feel a bit of admiration for the white-haired little guy. Let me go, haraha. However, Yin Duo and the others were still advanced awakened warriors, far inferior to Pan Yu, who was only a beginner. Even with their hands and feet bound, their rolling figures were as difficult to hold down as pigs during the Lunar New Year. So Su Yuan also joined in. Chief, the fish is ready. Half an hour later, both of them were panting heavily. Yin Hua and Yin Duo were both pale and sweating profusely from laughing, but they still refused to say a word about Mu Guang. Let's eat first. The catch from this spot near the sea is plentiful, including all sorts of strange and unusual fish, as well as other seafood. Su Yuan looked at the lobster, which was as big as a facehugger, and immediately used a knife to pry open the shell and cut off a piece of the snow-white meat inside. This tastes good, much better than shark meat. After taking a bite, Su Yuan immediately set his sights on the scallops in the fire beside him. The bright red scallops were as big as his head. Red thorn vine scallop, a tier 1 low-level magical beast that often lies in ambush in the water, waiting for its prey to approach before using the thorny vines inside its shell to trap it. Huh, this guy is actually a warcraft? Su Yuan cautiously poked the tightly closed shell with his dagger. A wisp of heat and white foam seeped out from the crack in the shell. It should be cooked through by now, right? Insert the dagger into it, and with a gentle pry, you can see the cooked scallop meat inside. Unlike the small pieces of meat you've seen in your previous life, the meat in the middle of this thing is very plump and juicy. The meat vines on both sides were already cooked through, and the original meat spikes were also roasted until they were slightly charred. The enticing aroma drew everyone around the campfire, and even Yin Hua and Yin Duo, who were lying on the ground panting heavily, looked over, having not tasted any meat for 2 days. Ha ha ha, it smells so good, Yin Duo. Ignoring Yin Hua, who was practically drooling, Yin Duo stared intently at Su Yuan's back. The behavior of Xian Ku and the others in front of her made her frown. That guy is suspicious, Iwaka. Have you noticed? Everyone here is extremely obedient to his orders. Previously, whether it was Xian Ku or others, they all centered around Su Yuan, and even someone as strong as Xian Ku listened to him. This guy is probably a shaman, or even a shaman more powerful than Cinco. This meat is really delicious. You all share some and have a taste. I'm going to interrogate those two separately. Su Yuan distributed the remaining scallop meat to everyone. This meat was much chewier than fish or crab meat, and with each bite, you could feel the hardship the red thorn scallop endured to train its body. Carrying a small grilled fish the size of a palm, Su Yuan returned to the two of them. I'm a little curious why you're being so cautious with Mu Guang. Can't you even share any information with him? Forget about making us betray the god of light. Su Yuan could tell from their expressions that they were much more resolute than the rebels, since the divine shaman Mu Guang hadn't abandoned them like the black sheep. Furthermore, as advanced awakened warriors, their hearts are not as fragile as those of unawakened little guys like Pan Yu. This means we can only investigate Mu Guang indirectly. Let's not talk about Mu Guang anymore. Can I ask you two a question? Answer me one question, and I'll give her a bite of meat. He circled the fish in front of the two of them, and Iwaka couldn't resist taking a bite, but she only managed to bite into air before the grilled fish was taken back. Snort. Have you two always lived in the Muguang tribe? After a moment of silence, Yin Duo slowly spoke. We were taken in by the shaman of the bathing light. Take you in? You two are both high-level awakened warriors, so you weren't starving to death when Mu Guang saved you. You're not allowed to talk about the goddess of light like that. Besides, I've already answered one of your questions. Yin Duo glared at Su Yuan hatefully, looking like a fanatical follower of Mu Guang. Could it be that even church believers have appeared in this outside world? Here you go, but you can't bite me, or I'll strip you both naked and throw you into the river to fish. Su Yuan cut a piece of fish about the size of a thumb with a knife and fed it to Yin Duo. Humph, coward. Yin Duo picked up the meat and turned to Yin Hua, who was swallowing hard. Yin Hua, eat this to restore your strength. Yando, it's you who's recovered, Hua. Yin Duo didn't have that much patience and directly fed the fish to Yin Hua. Damn it, if you two want to eat fish, you can just answer one more question for me. There's no need to go to such lengths. I'm here watching over you. Su Yuan used his forked fingers to shield his eyes from the loving scene before him. After the two of them swallowed that small piece of fish with difficulty, they still stared at him with cold faces. Oomph, I bet you're a sorcerer too. If you don't release us, the divine sorcerer of the bathing light will find you soon and arrest you all. Chapter 107. Will the elves save the world? Don't wait for her to catch me. You'll probably starve to death if you don't eat soon. Then let me ask you another question. As high-level awakened warriors, how did you end up being taken in by others? Yin Duo glanced at the grilled fish in Su Yuan's hand. It tasted even better than the grilled meat they had eaten in the Maguang tribe. Regarding my own issues, it shouldn't be considered a betrayal of the god of light, right? Swallowing hard, Yin Duo remained silent for a moment before explaining. We were just intermediate awakened warriors before. Our tribe encountered the wrath of the gods, and everyone died except for me and Yanhua. However, we were on the verge of death at that time. Lord Maguang saved us and gave us even greater power. That spirit is so powerful. Besides controlling people, it even has the ability to enhance their strength. I don't believe there's anyone that powerful in this world. If she were as amazing as you say, wouldn't the entire Snowfield be hers? Su Yuan fed her another bite of fish, using a provocation that made Yin Duo immediately bite down hard on the dagger. Lady Maguang is much more powerful than you think. If it weren't for her kind heart, you would have been arrested long ago. Little girl, stop deceiving yourself. Your Maguang bullies other tribes everywhere, destroying their homes, and even Xian Ku, that idiot, has been constantly hunted down by you. Could it be that what you mean by being kind-hearted is attacking other tribes and turning those shamans into puppets? Su Yuan's words struck a chord with him, but what he didn't expect was that these two people's beliefs were too firm, the kind of fanaticism that would be found even among religious believers. This is necessary. Lord Maguang did not harm them, but he needs everyone's cooperation. In order to save this world, everyone must come together. Yin Duo then dropped another confusing bombshell. Save the world. Isn't the world perfectly fine? Is it some kind of dinosaur era, with a meteorite about to destroy the world? Su Yuan immediately dismissed the idea. If it really was a meteorite attack, everyone should stop fighting and find a good spot to bury themselves. Perhaps tens of thousands of years later, it will be unearthed and displayed as an exhibit. Is she really going to save the world by being an elf who has only just entered the blacksmithing stage and knows a little bit about enchanting? Is the cooperation she's talking about turning everyone into puppets? Just because of the promise of saving the world, countless people will lose their homes and freeze to death in the snow. Lord Maguang, saved everyone. Those who surrendered did not freeze or starve to death. This was all to save the world and to save more people. The two women's beliefs were completely unbreakable, and Su Yuan gave up on the idea of making them betray Maguang. Perhaps one day, seeing Maguang for himself would make them come to their senses. Fine, whatever. But I'm curious about one thing. How does Maguang control the others? I have no idea. Yin Duo turned her head away while biting into her meat. These little beast girls from primitive tribes were still too naive. Even the smallest expressions were written all over their faces. Oh, through a potion or some other item? Yin Duo's expression remained unchanged. She continued to turn her head away, ignoring him. So, it's through coercion and bribery. His expression remained unchanged. Is it through witchcraft? Yanhua's expression became somewhat unnatural, but she still turned her head away and didn't say anything. Witchcraft, it must be some kind of elven magic. Based on this, I must possess purification magic to dispel it. But right now he only has one basic earth magic book, and he doesn't know if it contains any purification magic. I have to buy that spell book no matter what when I get back. Even if it doesn't have purification magic, increasing my strength will give me some insurance for the battles to come. You did a good job, so I'll give it all to you. After thinking it over, Su Yuan gave the two of them the whole piece of fish, which was only the size of a palm and not enough to fill them up. However, they won't be allowed to starve to death. Hanging them like this, preventing them from breaking free of their restraints, is enough. How is it? When they returned to the group, Xian Ku immediately came over, put her arm around Su Yuan's shoulder, and asked excitedly, "Have you found out? Should we kill them? Damn it. Keep these two for now. They were taken in by Maguang. If you're powerful enough, you can recruit them as your subordinates." You're right. If I had two more high-level awakened warriors, my chances of defeating Maguang would be even greater. Xian Ku nodded in agreement. Okay, good luck, and remember to show your domineering side. Su Yuan watched Xian Ku run away, but ignored her. She figured the two sisters would be in for a rough time with her. Soon, the sound of Yanhua and Yin Duo's broken laughter came from over there again. Su Yuan, do you have any news about the Black Sheep Witch? At this moment, Pan Yu looked at Su Yuan with a hint of expectation and obediently leaned her little body over, letting Su Yuan touch her ears. Yes, it is true. Black Sheep, like the other shamans, was controlled by Maguang's witchcraft. However, The good news is that Mu Guang captured the shamans and occupied the various tribes without harming them. Could it be that she's aiming to rule the entire Snowfield and establish a super large tribe? Long frowned and said that she had heard the old shaman say that their branch came from a large tribe on the other side of the snow mountain. No, she said it was to save the world. Save the world. Everyone looked surprised. This reason and behavior were completely unrelated. Who would want to save the world by conquering other tribes? As Su Yuan rubbed Pan Yu's ears, he suddenly thought of something, and his movements almost pulled out the white downy hair inside her ears. It hurts. I'm so sorry. Gently rubbing Pan Yu's ear, Su Yuan quickly asked Long, I remember you said your ancestors came from a large tribe, right? Yes, the old shaman said they are from the Xinyuan tribe. They came to the land of death because the shaman asked them to find something bestowed by the gods. Su Yuan seemed to understand a little. The shaman of the Xinyuan tribe sent people to the land of death to search for divine gifts, and this Mu Guang was also a shaman. Is it possible that she also came to this snowy plain in search of divine gifts? Su Yuan shared his doubts with everyone. Only Long and Hong Shuang were pondering the question, while Hui was intently watching the roasting meat in the fire. Pan Yu and Lan Sha's minds were completely blank at this moment, staring blankly at the boundless sea in the distance. Could it be that she rules over other tribes in order to compete with the Kambara tribe for the divine gifts? Chapter 108. Get out of here. Sleeping is not allowed. That's possible, but it's probably not aimed at you, given the huge difference in strength. It's possible that Mu Guang is dealing with people sent by the Xinyuan tribe. Su Yuan felt that Mu Guang's eagerness to rule the entire Snowfield was most likely because he wanted to compete with other tribes for the divine gifts. This tribe is very powerful, so she needs enough men and enough strength to resist them. This is probably why she was determined to capture Xian Ku no matter what, because Xian Ku is a genius who combines the abilities of an awakened warrior and a sorcerer, and can exert a powerful suppressive force on the battlefield. As for the nonsense about saving the world, he's not one of those naive little guys who would believe such unrealistic lies. We have to catch that guy no matter what to find out if he's telling the truth or not. Ha ha ha, let me go. Ha ha ha. 2 days later, after passing through the endless white glacier, the group finally saw a piece of land in the distance where green and white intertwined. Compared to the meager greenery of the previous mountain forest, this place is clearly much more colorful. This is the desolate snowfield. Su Yuan patted De Shuang's head, and the group stopped on the grass with some greenery. Looking around, they could see many lush trees growing freely. The surrounding mountains are layered and overlapping, with small hills that can be seen at a glance, and mountain peaks that pierce the clouds when you look up, and flocks of birds soaring in the sky. Not only that, Su Yuan also saw a white-haired rat in the distance that immediately scurried into its hole after seeing him. Creatures were practically everywhere around him. Compared to the desolate snowfield, the icy snowfield seems rather barren. It's much warmer here. That awful place before was so cold my legs were numb. Xian Ku also jumped out from behind, tugging at the animal skin clothes Su Yuan had given her earlier. Su Yuan had specially added 2 leg warmers to protect her long, fair legs from the cold. If it's too hot, take off your clothes. Oh, okay then. The weather is still too warm. If it weren't for drinking a lot of blue spirit drinks, which slightly improved his physical perception, Su Yuan would have felt that the weather was no different from that of an icy snowfield, both equally cold. All right, hurry up and put your clothes on. When Su Yuan saw Xian Ku actually obey his orders and take off her animal skin clothes, he slapped his forehead in anguish. Sure enough, he couldn't communicate with her using subtle language, because she couldn't understand it at all. Manhwa, how far is it from here to the Black Sheep tribe? It's not far. After the Black Sheep, which occupied the Red Fox's territory, she stayed there. The chief said that the Red Fox's tribe seemed to be in the middle, which was more convenient. The phrase, Manhwa, likely refers to the Red Fox tribe's location in the middle of the desolate snowfield, making it convenient for them to attack other tribes. All right, Xian Ku, you stay here and keep an eye on them. Don't leave no matter who you encounter, and don't listen to anything they say. Fine. Hui, you and Lan Sha stay here and keep an eye on them too. Su Yuan looked at Xian Ku, who had a blank expression, and patted his forehead again. He was really worried about leaving her to guard these two alone. If Mu Guang finds out about my situation, I'm doomed. Right now, I really don't have the strength to fight her. If I'm discovered, I'll probably have no choice but to continue fleeing towards the land of death. What? I want to join you guys in fighting too. Xian Ku clung tightly to Su Yuan's arm, as if to say, I won't let go until you let me on. All right, the task of guarding them is very serious. Look, Gray and Blue Sand are both ordinary warriors, while these two are advanced awakened warriors. Now that you are the strongest, I feel at ease leaving you here. This is your food here. Only those who stay can eat it. To keep Xian-ku here, Su Yuan left behind all the fish and meat he had previously stored, and even exchanged for a bag of cat food and placed it on the ground. All right, I'll stay and keep an eye on them. Xian-ku's gaze followed the cat food in Su Yuan's hand all the way to Lan Sha's hand, and then she stared at the little spider girl with dissatisfaction. The food is for you during this period of time, and you can't eat it all in one day. There's a cave over there, so you can wait there for now. There was a cave not far away. It was impossible to build a snow house there. Even if it were possible, Su Yuan would still choose the cave because it would be more secluded than a snow house. The cave was very small. Only after getting close could Su Yuan see that it was only about 2 meters wide and could be seen from the end at a glance. Inside, a big, fat, dark-skinned man was fast asleep with his eyes half closed. Xian-ku, go and wake it up and let it sleep in a different place. This black bear wasn't even as big as the man's. Su Yuan only glanced at it and then ignored it. It was just a late-stage first-tier magical beast. At most it had a lot of meat on its body. Upon receiving the order, Xian-ku stepped forward and slapped the black bear twice. The somewhat dazed bear opened its eyes, looking at the human in front of it, still not understanding what was happening. Get out of the way, you're not allowed to sleep here. Roar! The black bear immediately woke up and angrily got up, intending to tear the human who had woken it to pieces. But as soon as it stood up, its entire body floated in midair. After a dizzying spin, it crashed into the distance, its massive form immediately creating a crater in the ground. Okay, all done. Black Sheep Tribe, a new gathering point. At that moment, inside a stone cave hidden by animal hides in the giant rock cave, 2 tall women were arguing fiercely. Black Sheep, we can't keep fighting. The tribe needs to rest and recuperate. The frost crystal season is coming soon, and everyone needs to prepare food and warm clothing to get through it. The woman speaking had long, brownish-yellow hair tied into several braids that fell over her shoulders. She was tall and sexy, wearing a white animal skin blouse and a short skirt. His animal hide arm and leg guards were tattered and torn, and his body was covered with wounds of all sizes. He only had a bone battle axe at his waist. Time is running out. We must complete the task of the shaman of the bathing light immediately. Only by unifying the snowfields can we resist the impending disaster. On the opposite side, a woman dressed in animal skin sat on a rug, staring blankly at the witch's staff in her hand. Her clothes were much thicker than the woman opposite her, and her pair of black goat horns and long dark gray hair gave her a mysterious look. Mu Guang, Mu Guang, Mu Guang. What exactly did Mu Guang say to you that made you abandon your tribe and do this just to complete her mission? Tiger Hunter approached Black Sheep closely, his wounded hands gripping Black Sheep's face. The face that used to always wear a gentle smile was now as still as stagnant water. Tiger Hunter, I am the shaman of the Black Sheep tribe. As long as I live, and as long as you haven't defected, this tribe must obey my orders. A ferocious look appeared on Black Sheep's calm face, and a strange white light flashed in his pupils. The tribe's people are no longer able to fight. Then let those prisoners fight, and let them plunder other tribes for food. Keep some of the captured people to fight, and give the rest to the Muguang tribe. If you're planning to defect, then I'll take command myself. It'll be the same whether you're here or not. Tiger Hunter clenched her fists, her head bowed, her face filled with sorrow and anger. She couldn't understand what had happened to turn the usually gentle Black Sheep into this state. After a moment of silence, she could only grit her teeth and nod. Yes. Chapter 109, the third method. This must be where Red Fox and the others used to live. Not far from the Black Sheep tribe's giant rock dwelling, on a mountain covered with dense bushes, several figures were lying under the trees, observing the situation below. Panyu seemed very nervous. This was the place where she had been driven out, and now she was back. She could still clearly remember the way she had left. This rock is truly a wonder. Su Yuan carefully examined the strange structure with binoculars. The boulder did not appear to have appeared naturally, judging from the surrounding protruding hillsides and the large boulders scattered around it. This thing looks more like a meteorite from outer space, which fell here thousands or tens of thousands of years ago and has endured wind, rain, snow, and hail, yet it still exists here. So, it seems that meteorites from outer space are rare items? Su Yuan was somewhat tempted, but there was no need to rush. He could simply pick up any of the loose stones scattered on the ground to determine if it was a rare item. Su Yuan, what's the next step? The 3 beast girls besides Su Yuan looked at him, unsure of what to do next. Don't rush, let me observe carefully. Su Yuan looked through the binoculars toward the interior of the tribe. Because there were quite a few people captured, there were still many beast girls tied to pillars outside the boulder. Fortunately, the camp was still burning, and through the binoculars, one could vaguely see that the bound beast girls looked weak, but thankfully they were alive. It seems that Yinduo and the others were not lying. Maguang needs a large number of strong people to resist the other large tribes that are competing with her for the divine gift, so it will not cause too much bloodshed. Besides the bound prisoners, there were some beast girls going in and out of the cave in the camp. There were no children playing in the camp, only beast girls with their hands stained red anxiously coming out. After observing for more than 10 minutes, Su Yuan put down the binoculars. There were about 70 or 80 prisoners outside the cave, but he was not sure about the number of enemies. How many people are there in the Black Sheep tribe? How many are warriors? And how many are awakened warriors? Originally, our tribe had more than 100 people. When we came to Red Fox, some of the elderly and children in the tribe were taken to other places. Pan Yu looked somewhat disappointed, but she suppressed her grief and continued. So when I left, the tribe still had about 50 warriors, 3 intermediate awakened warriors, and the Black Sheep Witch. This number of people isn't particularly difficult to deal with. Su Yuan nodded and began to ponder. Currently, the Star Tribe has about 30 warriors. Long, Shishir, Huzi, Homshuang, and Panhua, 5 awakened warriors, and Exine Ku. Based on this combat strength analysis, I could easily defeat Black Sheep. Not to mention the others. Exine Ku alone could suppress those 3 awakened warriors. But the most crucial question is, what about the tribe that cooperated with the Black Sheep tribe? Do you know anything about them? Given the current situation of the Black Sheep tribe, it's impossible for her tribe alone to defeat Exine Ku. Su Yuan's biggest concern is the other tribe. That tribe? I heard from the Tiger Hunter chief that that tribe is very powerful. They were the ones who came up with the idea to attack the Shinka tribe before. Moreover, it was they who carried out the operation to prevent the capture of Exine Ku. The Black Sheep tribe was only responsible for attacking Exine Ku's tribe's camp. Pan Yu said in a low voice, somewhat disappointed, I didn't participate in that battle, so I'm not very clear about their strength. That time, she had argued with the Black Sheep and, in her rebellious nature, had defied the Black Sheep's orders, so she was unaware of the tribe's situation. If they could defeat Exine Ku, it would mean that the tribe possesses advanced awakened warriors, but they would still need to cooperate with the Black Sheep tribe for a raiding tactic. It's likely that the tribe over there only has one high-level awakened warrior, who is no match for Exine Ku in a direct confrontation, which is why they came up with this idea. Alright, there are 2 options now. After thinking for a moment, Su Yuan immediately came up with a way to gather information this time. First, Pan Yu, go and lure out the leader of the Black Sheep tribe. After we subdue her, we'll tell her that the Black Sheep are being controlled by Mu Guang. Then, we'll wait for an opportunity to capture the Black Sheep from within and without. As soon as the idea was proposed, Pan Yu immediately shook her head and said, No, the Tiger Hunter leader has been with the Black Sheep Witch since she was a child. She would never betray us. Secondly, you should go back and gather information and find out about the other tribe before you are driven out by the Black Sheep. I didn't complete the Black Sheep Witch's mission, A look of fear appeared on Pan Yu's face as she instinctively grabbed Su Yuan's arm. But she stopped mid-sentence, gritted her teeth, and looked at her tribesmen not far away. In the end, she nodded and agreed. I'll give it a try. After saying that, she prepared to walk down the hillside. Wait, I have a third method. Su Yuan frowned and pulled her back. It was too risky to let Pan Yu go back alone. Just as she said, she had not completed the mission. Even if she completes the mission, if Black Sheep discovers that she has successfully awakened, she will probably have a hard time escaping again. A third option? At noon, the sun hung high in the sky, and its cool sunlight shone on the earth without bringing any warmth. I'm so hungry, when can I eat? Wait a little longer, we can eat when the sun goes down. The beast girls of the Black Sheep tribe are in low spirits right now, not only because everyone is injured, but also because of the food shortage. Inside the cave, the animal skin was pulled back, and Tiger Hunter walked out, his face full of anger. Tiger Hunter leader. Tiger Hunter leader. Seeing the pitiful state of his people, Tiger Hunter gritted his teeth and dared not utter a sound, his sharp nails already digging into the flesh of his palms. Lingling, how much food does the tribe have left? A petite girl with a resolute expression stepped out from the crowd, her face showing some distress upon hearing Tiger Hunter's question. Chief, the tribe only has 2 snowthorn boars left. We estimate that we'll run out of food in about 3 more days. 2 days? Tiger Hunter looked around with a headache. A snowthorn boar was at least 2 meters tall, and its flesh was enough to feed a tribe for at least half a month. But now, they not only have to provide food for the prisoners to keep them alive, there is an even more important reason. Give Shui Ro and the others half a snowthorn boar first. I'll go out into the wild tonight to see if I can catch any more prey. We absolutely mustn't let Black Sheepwitch know about this. Tiger Hunter whispered in Ling Ling's ear that Shui Ro and the other members of the Black Sheep tribe were originally arranged by Black Sheep to go to the Mu Guang tribe. But ever since Black Sheep's expression changed drastically, she has been full of vigilance towards that shaman. So, taking advantage of the Black Sheep's inattention, they found a secluded cave for the children and the beast girls who were unable to fight to hide temporarily. For their safety, she had people secretly deliver their food these past few days. Black Sheep could abandon her former tribesmen and let them become prisoners of other tribes, but she couldn't because she hadn't lost her mind. Chapter 110, The Traveling Merchant from the Forest. Chief, 3 people are coming over with a magical beast. They say they are traveling merchants who have come to trade with us. Catching a few small wild animals like snow rabbits and snow rats in the desolate snowfield is not particularly difficult, but catching food for hundreds of people is not so easy. She is especially busy now. She received a mission while talking to the Black Sheep. After defeating another tribe, she is to take these prisoners to the Muguang tribe. Just as Tiger Hunter was pondering the food problem, a beast girl guarding the camp ran over and hurriedly said something. Traveling merchants? What are those? Tiger Hunter scratched her head, but she understood what a trade meant, and since a magical beast had arrived at the tribe, she immediately ran down to the rocky area at the foot of the hill. Not far away, there was a ground covered with piles of rubble. Su Yuan and his 2 companions were standing there, with Deshuang baring her teeth and staring ahead beside her, while several dirty beast girls around them were pointing their weapons at them. Hey system, what do you mean by this? Your system shop level is insufficient. Please upgrade before trading this special item. Good news. The giant rock where Red Fox and her companions previously lived is indeed a rare item. Bad news. Its quality is perhaps too high, and the system cannot trade it. What about regular points trading? Please upgrade your system shop. What about the authentication? Please upgrade the system shop and then upgrade the appraisal system level. Useless, step down. Su Yuan stuffed a palm-sized stone into his pocket, then stood up and looked at the tall, beautiful woman walking towards him, her body covered in wounds, and her imposing expression. Hello, we are traveling merchants who have come to the snowy plains to conduct a transaction. Tiger Hunter looked at the somewhat strange person in front of her. The 2 awakened warriors beside her were a bit weaker than her, but the difference wasn't too great. The person standing in front of the 2 intermediate awakened warriors was accompanied by a powerful magical wolf. It seemed that only the Black Sheep which could subdue these people. Where did you come from? Beyond the snow-capped mountains lies the green vine forest. Without batting an eye, Su Yuan casually made up a place. The world is so big that even large tribes might not know every place. Not to mention this ordinary little tribe in the snowfield. The other side of the Wanshua Mountains? Wasn't the road we came from already occupied by the orcs? Tiger Hunter looked at Su Yuan with a puzzled expression and a somewhat unfriendly look. This guy knows about the Wanshua Mountains too? Could it be that Mu Guang told her? Su Yuan smiled calmly. The mountain range is so vast, it's impossible for them to lock down the entire mountain range, right? I've only come to your tribe to make a trade. I wonder if you're willing to trade. Before arriving, Su Yuan had a rough idea of the current situation of the Black Sheep tribe. Simply put, they were militaristic and constantly waging war, which was draining everything they had. They were troubled by a lack of food, medicine, clothing, and all sorts of other supplies. But the controlled Black Sheep naturally didn't care about these things. What do you need? Our tribe has nothing right now. Tiger Hunter stared at the 3 people in front of him. The awakened warriors on either side of him, who were silent, were wearing special weapons and looked dangerous. The person in the very center was dressed very cleanly, and his expression, beneath his short black hair, was full of friendliness. We have nothing to trade, and the tribe doesn't have many resources left. Tiger Hunter was somewhat disappointed. 3 or 4 consecutive battles had nearly depleted the tribe's food, animal hides, and crafted weapons. The fact that even a chief like her is now wielding an awkwardly shaped short-handled battle axe speaks volumes about the tribe's current situation. Don't worry, our tribe doesn't lack these. It's just that the tribe has had a good harvest of food and other supplies recently, so we plan to offer some for trade. Su Yuan certainly didn't expect their meager food. He was there for intelligence and also to see if there were any rare items to expand his special merchandise inventory. We have 2 items for trade. One is intelligence, and the other is some special items, such as materials for making witch wands, or very special stones, bones of powerful magical beasts, rare plants, and the like. Intelligence? What kind of intelligence do you need? Tiger Hunter cautiously looked at the person in front of him. Could he be a spy sent by another tribe in the Snowfield? Information about the area around the Snowfield, such as where there are food sources, where there are powerful magical beasts, and what has happened in the Snowfield recently. We visited several tribes, but didn't see anyone. Su Yuan put on an act, wearing a very confused expression. Although professionals could see through it at a glance, Tiger Hunter's mind was already drawn to what he had just said. You really think I'll trade food for it if I just tell you where there are powerful magical beasts? These messages don't yield much food, because we're not sure if what you're saying is deceiving us, so one message can only be exchanged for one of these. Su Yuan took out a roasted sweet potato from his backpack. He had brought more than a dozen sweet potatoes with him when he parted ways with Xian Ku and the others. What's this? Tell us some information. Are there any powerful magical beasts near the desolate snowfield that would be difficult for even a mid-level awakened warrior to defeat? It's a useless piece of information, Tiger Hunter said without even thinking. After walking a day's journey over there, you'll reach a cliff where there's a strange flying bird. If you get too close to it, it will attack you. If you can't fly, there's no way to defeat it. Good, we've noted this down. Su Yuan tossed the sweet potato in her hand to Tiger Hunter, who was clearly a little confused after catching it. You have to tell me what this is. It's a unique food from our green vine forest. You'll know once you take a bite. Since Xue Yuan had never seen this thing before, he could make up whatever he wanted. The important thing was to gain the trust of the Tiger Hunter in front of him. Chief, let me do it. Tiger Hunter frowned as she looked at the dark object in her hand, and Ling Ling stepped forward to try it for her. I'll do it myself. Faced with the tribe's food crisis, Tiger Hunter did not hesitate to bite into the dark object in his hand, easily creating a gap in what looked like a stone. The yellow flesh at the notch didn't look as bad as the dark outside, and after chewing it a few times, Tiger Hunter could taste a hint of sweetness. What sweet and fragrant fruit. Tiger Hunter ate the rest. The palm-sized fruit was surprisingly filling. Such a small piece made her feel a little full. All right, if a deal is reached, how about we continue the discussion? Yes, welcome. Please come in. Seeing Tiger Hunter pointing to the tribe and inviting him in, Su Yuan quickly shook his head and said, No, we traveling merchants do not enter any other tribes. This is a sign of respect and loyalty to our tribal shaman. Just kidding. If Black Sheep goes crazy and grabs them after they go in, they probably won't be able to escape. If something happens here, Big Frost can lead them to escape immediately. Chapter 111. Will the Firefly Girl glow? Then let's trade here. Lingling, Shuangshi, bring out everything the tribe previously stored at the camp. Tiger Hunter glanced at the sled that Frost was dragging behind him, which was piled high with a large amount of goods hidden by animal hides. Should we tell the Black Sheep Witch? The Black Sheep, which is already resting. Don't wake her up over such a small matter. Tiger Hunter remained silent for a moment before giving his orders. Black Sheep's emotions are too strange right now. If we tell her about the deal, the food problem will probably be even more difficult to solve. I'm sorry, Black Sheep Witch, but this time when I go to the Sunbeam tribe, I must find out exactly what happened. Tiger Hunter silently said something to himself before looking at Su Yuan opposite him. Information can be exchanged for food, right? Of course, as long as your information is accurate. Su Yuan looked at her with a smile. Without that unpredictable Black Sheep present, everything was proceeding according to his plan. Tiger Hunter was also delighted. This way, Xue Rou and the others could also get some food, and there was no need to send their tribesmen who had no fighting ability to go out hunting. So the two of them went back and forth, exchanging some information about Warcraft, including some information about orc tribes. Looking at the sweet potatoes on the ground, Tiger Hunter's serious expression softened somewhat. Although there wasn't much food, she had obtained it by exchanging a few useless pieces of information. Could you tell me what's been happening in the Snowfield lately? This is important to us traveling merchants in the Snowfield, so I'm willing to trade 5 sweet potatoes for it. Not long ago, a person named Mu Guang appeared in the Snowfield. She established a tribe and then planned to rule all the tribes, saying it was to save the world. This question could be easily answered by asking other tribes. As for why Su Yuan and his group, who came from the Wangshui Mountains, did not know about the Muguang tribe, Tiger Hunter did not suspect anything. Perhaps the road they took to the Snowfield wasn't the one leading to the Muguang tribe? Even she didn't know just how big the entire Snowfield was. The joy brought by the food allowed Tiger Hunt to also fill the gaps in Su Yuan's words. No wonder we didn't find many tribes in those dilapidated caves. You must be careful. We found traces of many tribes that had disappeared when we were in the Wangshui Mountains. Hey, the goods have arrived. Take a look and see what you can trade. Wasn't the Black Sheep tribe also ruled by Mugwang? The tribes in the desolate Snowfield either obeyed Mugwang's orders like them, or they became wanderers. Tiger Hunter took the package wrapped in animal hide that Ling Ling had brought, opened it, and found a bunch of strange things scattered inside. Su Yuan also stopped the conversation. He was there to trade, and if he wasn't interested in the items being traded and kept asking for information instead, it would inevitably arouse suspicion. This one, and this one. The animal hides contained mostly small items, some unpolished bone knives, some shiny stones, and several palm-sized pieces of animal hide. The system voice in his ear made Su Yuan smile. Sure enough, the transaction was a win-win situation. Not only did he unlock special items, but he also found out more information. These 7 items will do. I don't know what you need. Food. We just want food. Tiger Hunter immediately spoke without hesitation, his hands instinctively gripping Su Yuan's arm in his nervousness. Long and Hong Shuang on either side immediately drew their weapons and cautiously watched Tiger Hunter. I'm sorry, we're so short of food. I don't know how many of those sweet potatoes we can exchange for these things. Tiger Hunter quickly released Su Yuan and said apologetically, It's nothing. They were just nervous because we encountered a situation where they tried to rob us when we were trading with other tribes before. Su Yuan made a hasty decision and took out 2 large bags of sweet potatoes from the pile of animal hides behind Shuang. Of course, these sweet potatoes were just exchanged in the system shop. Not much, just 200 points for a sweet potato. Any one of those 7 traded items would be worth more than 200 points. Not to mention there are 4 special items inside, which are priceless treasures. Are these 2 bags of sweet potatoes enough? Su Yuan placed 2 animal skin bags in front of Tiger Hunter. The bags reached Su Yuan's waist and were bulging with contents. That's enough. Looking at the pile of sweet potatoes that had been poured out and formed a small mountain, Tiger Hunter swallowed hard and nodded, saying that she knew that among the items Su Yuan had chosen earlier were several important materials for making a witch's staff. I was originally planning to haggle a little. Unexpectedly, the other party was so generous, giving away so much food so readily. It seems that these people must come from a large tribe. Perhaps it is a tribe even more powerful than the Mugwang tribe. All right, then our deal is done. Su Yuan smiled slightly. His mission had only just begun. After putting the animal skin bag back, he said with a very gentle smile, Now that the deal is done, I'll give you a free tip. These sweet potatoes must be roasted before you can eat them. The soft one you ate before was one we roasted earlier. If the sweet potato is freshly roasted, it will taste even better. We're heading to the next tribe. In consideration of this food, could you please tell us, for free, what other tribes exist in this Snowfield area? Tiger Hunter sent people to collect the sweet potatoes, and after hearing Su Yuan's question, he pointed to the direction of a faint mountain range. The Mugwang tribe, the tribe that wants to rule the entire Snowfield, is in that direction. Perhaps you could give it a try. Su Yuan's smiling lips twitched slightly. If I dared to go to the Mugwang tribe, I'd still be here chatting with you. That tribe is too powerful. We only brought some food and homemade clothing and bedding. I'm afraid they won't want them. Could you tell us about some tribes nearby that are also short of food? Hu Lai then changed direction and said, The Wuing tribe is in a state of war, just like us. They are short of food and clothing. It will only take half a day to get there from this direction. The Firefly tribe? Could it be that the shaman of that tribe is a firefly girl? Those things glow from the butt. I wonder what she cough. Su Yuan cleared his mind of all the jumbled thoughts and said in a wary tone, How strong are they? If they're too powerful, we might get robbed of all the goods we brought. They have 1 high-level awakened warrior, 4 mid-level awakened warriors, and that which is also quite powerful. 5 awakened warriors? Their strength is far superior to that of the Black Sheep tribe. If I were to launch a surprise attack on the Black Sheep tribe, I would likely find it difficult to defeat them with the support of the Wuing tribe. Most importantly, he couldn't kill these beast girls, because they were all members of the rebels against the moon, merely obeying the commands of the controlled Black Sheep. This makes it even more difficult. Chapter 112, Trading Prisoners. Could that shaman, Mugwang, remotely control these controlled shamans? This problem forced Su Yuan to take precautions. What if Mugwang discovered the surprise attack on the Black Sheep and other controlled tribes came to its aid? This battle will not be easy to fight. Therefore, without a way to quickly defeat the Black Sheep tribe and kidnap them, this raid cannot be carried out so easily. Seeing Tiger Hunting's hesitant expression, Su Yuan smiled and kindly offered her a piece of roasted meat. Thank you for the information. Consider this roast beef a gift from me. The tribe you mentioned is too powerful. In order to prevent the rest of our goods from being stolen, we have no choice but to go back first. Thank you very much. I wonder if you need anything else. If possible, could you rest at our tribe for a day while I try to find a way to kill that strange bird? Tiger Hunter didn't know how long the war would last, but the food was definitely not enough, and if she left the Black Sheep tribe to fight, Shuiro's people would have no food source. So no matter what, she had to get more food, even if she was seriously injured. No need, no need. That magical bird is too dangerous, and we have to go back soon. It's harvest time, and there are too few people in the tribe to handle it all. Su Yuan feigned refusal, then looked at the beast girls tied to racks in the camp with a puzzled expression. Hey, are these the prisoners you captured? Yes, yes. Tiger Hunter felt somewhat ashamed. Those tied to the racks included not only warriors from other tribes, but also ordinary beast girls from other tribes. Anyone who was young and strong was to be captured and taken to the Mguang tribe. Don't worry, we are not a tribe that kills indiscriminately. We intend to hand these people over to the Mguang tribe. She was afraid that Su Yuan would misunderstand them as a tribe that enjoyed killing and then refused to continue trading with them. Ha ha, judging from your demeanor, Chief, I trust you completely. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have been robbed of everything by now. Su Yuan, completely unconcerned, mustered his courage and entered the camp. The bound orcs were pale, their lips cracked, and they were listless from hunger. My lord, how about I trade some slaves with you? I'll give you the remaining food, and you can take some people back to help my tribe harvest this year's food. These people were all designated by the Black Sheep Witch, and most of them were to be sent to the Mguang tribe. If the Black Sheep Witch found out, if we finish harvesting during this period, we will come again and bring even more food then. Okay, how many people do you need? Is all of them okay? Su Yuan looked at the group of about 70 or 80 people tied together. If he could take all of them back, the strength of his tribe would definitely increase greatly. Whether someone is a warrior or not doesn't matter. As long as they are strong and accurate, they can at least hold the position of an archer in their tribe. Even the weaker ones can help make traps like Squeak and the others, or help the white rabbit process the harvested prey. Those dozen or so moss-bristled boars almost exhausted White Rabbit and her little beast girls, which shows how serious the population shortage problem is in the Star Tribe now. Most importantly, there might be Xian Ku or former members of the Red Fox tribe among them, so saving one is better than nothing. No, I can't give you all of these people. Tiger Hunter shook his head. These days, the Black Sheep Witch rarely pays attention to prisoners, but for them all to have disappeared is rather obvious. 40 people. I can give you 40 people, but I want 99 bags of those sweet potatoes from before. A bag of sweet potatoes worth 100 points can be exchanged for 5 people. These 800 points are less than the points Su Yuan earns in a day, but that's not how things are calculated. Su Yuan shook his head. His gaze at the weak beast girls was very calm. These are all ordinary people. They can't do any physical work, so we can only give them 6 bags of sweet potatoes. 6 bags it is, but you have to give us those animal skin bags too. Make a deal. They were just some slightly thicker animal hide bags, worth about 10 points when recycled to the system. Su Yuan only bargained with Tiger Hunter because he was a businessman. Otherwise, he could give 20 bags of sweet potatoes and let all the beast girl captives take them away. Chief, the Black Sheep Witch might find out that so many people are missing. Lingling, who overheard the transaction between the two, was somewhat worried. The Black Sheep Witch was no longer so easy to talk to. Mistakes would be punished. It's all right. In a little while, you take these people and leave here with them. Just say that the tribe is running out of food and you're taking them to the Mguang tribe ahead of time. Then you take this food to Shuiro's place, stay there for a few days, and come back. I will explain things to the tribe. Su Yuan, who was following along, was stunned. This Tiger Hunter looked like a very cool and mature woman, but he didn't expect her to be so thoughtful and come up with a plan so quickly. No wonder Red Fox and the others couldn't defeat Black Sheep. This guy is strong and meticulous, and is more suitable to be a leader than that idiot Xian Ku. That's settled then, my friend. My people will escort you for a while, and then she will leave with the food. Please accompany her for a bit. Troublesome? Of course not. Su Yuan's smile deepened, and his expression towards Ling Ling beside him became much more affectionate. No problem long. You pick 40 people, and they should look particularly weak, otherwise we won't be able to suppress them if they resist on the way. Su Yuan originally planned to select the people himself, but there were no supplies on the sled behind Shuang, so he had to go and get them himself. Yes. Soon, 6 bags of sweet potatoes were brought out. Tiger Hunter handed 3 of them to Ling Ling, who had 1 bag under each arm and another bag of sweet potatoes on her head. Looked quite comical. Long also brought 40 people with her. Every one of them looked at Su Yuan with fear on their faces, and they were also full of worry about their unknown fate. Let's go. Does this lady need our help to give her a ride? Su Yuan said hastily, looking at Ling Ling's appearance. No need. She will leave on her own after we leave the Black Sheep tribe's territory. It won't trouble you. Before Ling Ling could speak, Tiger Hunter refused on the spot and whispered something in Ling Ling's ear, which made Ling Ling look at Su Yuan and the others with more vigilance. All right then, we won't bother you any longer. Let's go. With the intelligence in hand and the unexpected personnel acquired, the next step is to consider how to deal with the Black Sheep tribe. Su Yuan tied all the Beast Girls' hands in a row, and then led everyone away from the Black Sheep tribe. When they reached the hillside, he looked back and saw that the animal skin curtain had been pulled open at one corner. Let's go. Speed up. Chapter 113, she's actually a very nice person, except Tiger Hunt. What's the situation with those people? The familiar voice behind him made Tiger Hunter freeze as he stared at the sweet potatoes on the ground. He turned around and calmly explained, those people are merchants who came to trade from Greenvine Forest. Greenvine Forest. Black Sheep muttered a few words of doubt. Is there such a place as Greenvine Forest? What about the tribe's captives and those strange things on the ground? Tiger Hunter then gave the excuse he had prepared. This food was obtained by exchanging some of the tribe's items for making shamanic staffs. I have calculated the tribe's food consumption, and now we must hand over some of the prisoners to the shaman of the light in advance so that the tribe can get through the next period of time. I have already sent Ling Ling with people to the Mguang tribe. I took it upon myself to exchange these food items for the tribe's treasures. Please punish me, shaman. Coax. A burst of black mist shot out from the Black Sheep's body, knocking the kneeling Tiger Hunter away. After falling to the ground, she coughed up blood and knelt down in front of the Black Sheep once again. Do you think I don't know you hid those people from the tribe? This is the second time you've acted behind my back. I don't want to hear about you acting independently again. Black Sheep's face was extremely gloomy, and his gentle and intellectual features became somewhat distorted under this expression, losing their usual charm. Pack your things. Tomorrow morning, head to Broken Cliff Mountain and bring back those useless tribesmen. The Shaman of Light needs more people to help her save the world. I understand. Tiger Hunter lowered his head, forcing back the blood in his mouth, his eyes fixed on the shadow of the Black Sheep in front of him, filled with murderous intent. Shadow Priestess Mguang, I'll personally escort them here this time. Luckily, they didn't chase after us. Who knows what kind of trouble that Black Sheep might cause when it comes out. Once they were out of sight of the Black Sheep tribe, Su Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Without the warmth of the flames, the Beast Girls following behind began to shiver. The thin animal hides barely covered their bodies, offering them no warmth whatsoever. Thank you all, I'll be leaving now. Having left the Black Sheep tribe's territory, Ling Ling prepared to head in another direction, as Tiger Hunter had previously warned her to be wary of Su Yuan and his group. She must not let them know the location where Shui Ro and the other Black Sheep tribe members are hiding. She had been suspicious of Su Yuan when he was trading prisoners. Don't rush, little beast girl, look who this is. Su Yuan brought out Pan Yu, who was hiding in the corner. They had left Pan Yu here when they went down to pretend to be merchants. Sister Ling Ling. Traitorous moon. Ling Ling was stunned, her eyes filled with disbelief as she looked at Pan Yu. No, when did Pan Yu have this expression? Just as she was still shocked at how Pan Yu could be here, Long and Hong Shuang had already arrived behind her, and a red spider silk instantly bound her body. Knock, knock, knock. The sweet potato she was holding fell to the snow. Spider silk tightly bound Ling Ling's body, and even her mouth was tightly bound. Huh? Su Yuan, why did you tie Ling Ling up? This scene stunned Pan Yu, who anxiously grabbed Su Yuan's arm and explained, Sister Ling Ling is not a bad person. Apart from being a bit fierce, always having a stern face, having a bad temper, and having a very frightening appetite, she is actually a very good person. MMM. Ling Ling looked at Pan Yu with a black line on her forehead. She had been so worried about her, but she didn't expect that Pan Yu would think of her like this. Don't worry, I don't plan to deal with her. Let's get everyone together with Xian Ku and the others first. Su Yuan turned around and looked at the beast girls shivering in the cold wind. He quickly exchanged for 40 large pieces of animal skin clothing and boots in the system shop. The animal hide items don't cost many points, but 40 people still spent nearly 4,000 points. Everyone, please put your clothes on. I am the leader of the Starry Sky tribe, and I am not with the Sunbeam tribe. This time, I am here to rescue you all. The beast girls in front of him looked somewhat bewildered, unsure of what to do with the mountain of clothes piled up in front of them. It seems that these ordinary beast girls don't know anything about Mguang. Perhaps for them, it's just that their ordinary lives have been disturbed, and they've been inexplicably tied to the pillar. So Su Yuan had to change his wording. Are there any members of the Red Fox tribe? I am a friend of the Red Fox. There was a moment of silence in the crowd, and after a while, about 10 people raised their hands. Some of them, like Gigi, were small and didn't even reach Su Yuan's waist. Su Yuan felt a pang of heartache seeing their pitiful appearance. I'll untie the ropes for you later. Put your clothes on and come back with me. We'll eat after we leave the Black Sheep tribe. Hurry up. If Black Sheep and the others get here soon, we'll all have to go back and tie ourselves to the pillars to starve. After Su Yuan scolded them, everyone hurriedly put on their clothes. The little clothes looked quite comical on the animal skin coats. His entire body was enveloped in it, and the hem of his clothes dragged on the ground, leaving a long trail as he walked. Everyone in the group was filled with uncertainty about the future. Sister, where are we going? On the way, a bold little boy came up and cautiously asked Su Yuan, holding his finger. Call me brother. Let's leave here first, and then go back to the tribe. Su Yuan looked at the adorable little one and picked her up. The warmth from the clothes he wore along the way helped the beast girls recover from their shock. Brother, how far is the tribe? My stomach is so upset from hunger. The little one's appearance made Su Yuan feel uncomfortable. There were still many people in the Black Sheep tribe who were tied up, and the Maguang tribe had captured countless more people. At that moment, he desperately wanted to rush back and rescue the remaining 40 people, but reason told him he couldn't do that. Even if he managed to bring them back, he would probably be caught before he got very far. Just hang in there, we're almost there. Ugh. Lingling was also restless, struggling desperately as she was carried onto Shuang's back. However, as a mid-level awakened warrior, she couldn't break free from the spider silk's restraints for the time being. Sister Lingling, Su Yuan, and the others are good people. Believe me, we are all trying to save the Black Sheep Witch. Pan Yu tried to persuade Ling Ling with earnest words, which made Ling Ling even more convinced that Pan Yu had been bewitched. When would she see that arrogant and confrontational guy become so obedient? As dusk fell, Su Yuan led his group back to the place where Xian Ku and the others had stayed earlier. The campfire inside the cave was already lit, and 2 figures were standing outside the cave entrance. From a distance, only their backs, holding weapons, could be seen. Lansha, Hui, what are you 2 doing guarding the cave entrance? Upon hearing Su Yuan's voice, Lansha and Hui immediately ran over and grabbed his arms, anxiously saying, Leader, those 2 are planning to escape. Escaped? Where's Xian Ku? Someone stole our food during the day, and she went to catch them. That idiot. Can't he tell which is more important, food or these 2? Su Yuan had a headache and quickly led the others into the cave. The 2 people who were tied up were struggling desperately, and the ropes binding them were rattling loudly. You've got nothing better to do than eat your fill, huh? Oh no, Yinduo, he's back. The 2, who had initially felt the ropes were loosening, deflated completely upon hearing Su Yuan's voice, like eggplants chilled by frost. Chapter 114 He, the Demon's Whisper. You 2, don't even think about running away, or next time I'll make you sleep for days and nights again. Su Yuan secured the rope again, looked at the 2 of them with expressions of utter despair, and gently pinched their fair and tender faces, chuckling softly. Kill me, and after death we will follow in the footsteps of the divine shaman of the bathing light once again. Then you can starve to death. The food is here. If you don't eat it, I'll give you a proper burial in 2 days. He tossed a sweet potato in front of the 2 men and ignored them. 1 sweet potato was enough to keep them alive. As for them to starve to death, he would just bury them somewhere. Yinduo, are we really not going to eat? I won't eat it. Even if I starve to death or freeze to death here, I won't eat a single bite of his food. Yinduo turned her head away without hesitation, ignoring the sweet potato. Gurgle. 10 minutes later, the 2 smiled as they tasted the sweet potato. They hadn't eaten anything so sweet in a long time. It was soft and chewy in their mouths. It's so soft and smells delicious. IWA, remember this. We're eating to conserve our strength so we can escape that guy's clutches. Okay, I got it. The cave couldn't hold so many people, so Long cut down some trees nearby and lit several bonfires outside the cave entrance. Everyone looked curiously at the steaming sweet potatoes in their hands. Everyone, eat up, but be careful, it's hot. Su Yuan sat down and broke open a sweet potato. Only after he ate it did the beast girls around him start eating. It's so sweet. It's so soft and chewy. It tastes even better than the fruit we used to pick. Exclamations of surprise and joy rose and fell, and the beast girls, who had been somewhat silent, became lively, stuffing mouthfuls of hot sweet potatoes into their mouths. Its chubby little face looked like a hamster's. It couldn't swallow and could only keep chewing in its mouth. After they started eating, everyone looked at Su Yuan with more trust. as they had never tasted such delicious food, even in the tribe before. Especially in some tribes that do not know fire magic, they eat wild fruits and raw meat every day, and the food freezes into ice blocks as soon as it is placed on the snow. If you're still hungry, come here and get some. Just throw it near the fire, but don't put it on the fire to roast, or it won't be edible. Su Yuan ate 2 simple meals to fill his stomach, then took a roasted sweet potato and came to Ling Ling's side. At this moment, only Hong Shuang was watching over her. Hong Shuang was quite experienced in how to keep an eye on people. She managed to drag the demon salamander until it almost starved to death, but it still couldn't escape. Xiao Panhua followed behind him, holding a broken sweet potato in her hand, her head bowed with some guilt. Ugh, you guys, cough cough cough, you're not businessmen. Of course we are not businessmen. Hello, I am Su Yuan, the leader of the Star Tribe. Su Yuan subconsciously reached out his hand, but seeing Ling Ling bound hand and foot, he had no choice but to withdraw it. Star Tribe. Where did this Star Tribe suddenly appear in this desolate snowfield? I've never heard of it before. A tribe with 2 intermediate awakened warriors shouldn't be completely unknown. Sister Ling Ling, they've come to rescue the Black Sheep Witch. Pa, traitor, didn't the leader tell you to go find Red Fox? Pan Yu pouted, feeling a little aggrieved, and said, I found it, and then they captured me. Then how come you and Xingqian are from the Red Fox clan? Ling Ling caught a glimpse of a wolf-bone dagger at Su Yuan's waist. The dagger was exquisitely crafted and wrapped in spider silk, but some symbols could be seen on the hilt. That's the symbol of the Red Fox tribe. You guessed wrong. Red Fox and the others are my people. But don't be nervous. Let's eat something first and talk slowly. While feeding Ling Ling, Su Yuan told her the gist of what had happened, though he made some minor alterations to the events in between. Since Mu Guang is conquering other tribes' territories under the guise of saving the world, then I will go and defeat her under the guise of saving the beast girls of the Snowfield world. So, this time we're here to investigate whether Black Sheep is being controlled by Mu Guang. Do you think Black Sheep would ever drive his own people out of the tribe before? Ling Ling fell silent. She had considered this matter, but as the leader, Tiger Hunter was carrying out Black Sheep's orders, so how could she possibly rebel? Then why did you tie me up? Capturing me won't do any good. I won't go with you to attack our tribe. Su Yuan pinched her stubborn little face into a wide grin and stared at her like this, laughing. I don't need another awakened warrior like you. If I weren't worried about the Wuying tribe, I would have launched a surprise attack on the Black Sheep tribe this time. I captured you just to find the tribesmen who were abandoned by the Black Sheep tribe. No way. I won't tell you. You can kill me, but I won't tell you where they are. Ling Ling broke free from Su Yuan's clutches and bit into the sweet potato in front of her to seal her mouth. If you don't tell them, they'll starve to death. Tiger Hunt sent you with 3 bags of sweet potatoes, so we probably won't be providing them with food for a while. If someone gets bitten to death by a monster while searching for food outside, or starves to death in the camp, then you'll be the one who caused their death. Su Yuan's words were like a demon's whisper, filling Ling Ling, an awakened warrior, with fear. She quickly swallowed the sweet potato in her mouth. Wah! Water! Pan Yu, quickly get her some water. Perhaps startled, Ling Ling's face was flushed red from holding her food in, and Su Yuan quickly patted her from behind. Cough cough cough, you can't steal our food. Ling Ling was so anxious she was almost in tears. She turned to Pan Yu and hurriedly said, Pan Yu, make him give the food back to me. I'll come back on my own after I deliver it, and then he can do whatever he wants with it. Su Yuan. Ugh, this is such a headache. Why are these people so stubborn? It's not like they're going to eat these beast girls. Hey, you're back. Just as he was thinking of a solution, Xian Ke's voice came from afar. Seeing that everyone was eating sweet potatoes, she came over and casually picked one up from the fire. I just baked that, wah. Xian Ke woo. The little beast girl had been drooling from the aroma of the sweet potatoes, but when they were taken away as soon as they were baked, she burst into tears of grievance. But when she saw who it was, she froze on the spot, and the tears welling up in her eyes stopped for a moment. Little Mulberry, I'm your leader. What's wrong with me eating a sweet potato? Never mind. Here you go. Seeing Su Yuan approach with a dark expression, Xian Ke quickly returned the sweet potato to the little beast girl, but Su Yuan still grabbed her furry ears and pulled her over. I told you to keep an eye on Yin Duo and the other girl. Where did you go? Do you know they almost ran away? I'm chasing the thief. Someone stole our food. No one can steal food from me. Even with Su Yuan pulling her ear, Xian Ke still acted as if she hadn't done anything wrong, tilting her head back and speaking arrogantly. Hey, what about the thief you caught? Su Yuan had a headache. This guy was the strongest, but also the most unreliable. What kind of leopard girl could be so outrageous? Let go of me first, and I'll show you the tribesmen I've recruited. Then I can continue to develop the tribe. Xianku broke free and excitedly pointed to the group of figures behind her, saying, Look, these are the new clansmen I've recruited. Sister Shuero? Chapter 115 You mean, a sheep gave birth to a wolf? Several more campfires were lit, and the firelight outside the cave was very bright. The beast girls shared sweet potatoes with each other in the snow. Su Yuan looked at the rabbit-eared girl in front of him. Unlike the white rabbit, this one had longer ears and a longer light gray fur tail. At this moment, Xianku sat next to Su Yuan with a depressed look on her face, appearing unwilling to accept defeat. So your people stole Xianku's food, and then she caught them all in one fell swoop. I'm sorry, Xiaoyan was too hungry, so she stole your food. Shuero lowered her head apologetically, her expression unchanged from before. Sadness, helplessness, and a touch of despair filled his voice, which was filled with sorrow. His hands, holding the sweet potato, were covered in wounds and calluses. There was also a tiny beast girl in his arms, about the size of a squeaky chirp, happily eating sweet potatoes with both hands, her mouth covered in sweet potato smears, completely oblivious to the fact. You're also from the Black Sheep tribe, right? From the earlier mention of Sister Shuero and the current intimate gesture between them and Panyu, Su Yuan knew that Xianku had accidentally captured the Black Sheep tribe members who had been driven out. There were about 30 people, most of whom were children like Zizi, and some who looked very mature and beautiful, but moved rather slowly. This was the first time Su Yuan had ever seen elderly beast girls from another world. Apart from their cloudy eyes and the slight wrinkles at the corners of their eyes, it was hard to tell how many years these beast girls had lived. That was true before, but not anymore. We've been driven out by the Black Sheep Witch. Then why don't you join my tribe? It's just some elderly people and children. Su Yuan is a young man who emerged from the socialist era of the 21st century. He doesn't have the primitive tribe's idea of abandoning the elderly and children. What's more, they are a group of very beautiful and cute beast girls. For tribes that conquer and expand their territory, they are naturally of little use, but development requires people. The elderly are experienced, and the children are the future of the tribe. This made Su Yuan even more convinced that Mu Guang wanted the divine gift, and that if she could seize it through a short war, she would return to her own tribe. Shuero. Lingling watched this scene with heartache, but her eyes kept avoiding a beast girl who was slowly eating a sweet potato not far away. The two looked very alike. The one had a somewhat melancholy expression and did not have Shui Ling's resolute gaze. She was also very gentle in her actions, like a soft breeze. Alas, Lingling, I fled the Black Sheep tribe for the sake of everyone who was taken away. My mother is here, and so is your mother. Without support, it will be difficult for everyone to survive. The Black Sheep which has changed. I don't want to trouble you or the Tiger Hunter Chief anymore. So, for the sake of these people's survival, I'm willing to bring everyone to join me. Despite having the character Ro, meaning gentle, in her name, Shuero is decisive and makes her own decision after looking around at everyone's cheerful expressions. So that was your mother. Su Yuan withdrew his gaze from the woman Ling Ling was staring at, and smiled at Ling Ling, who was avoiding his gaze. Miss Ling Ling, don't you miss your own mother? No, don't tell her I'm here. You'll be found out sooner or later, won't you? For everyone's safety, I can't let you go back. I'll have to trouble you to come back to the tribe with me. Ling Ling bit her lip, struggling with the decision for a long time. Everyone else around her left, and the camp was filled with the laughter and cheers that had been heard long ago. I see. Lingling, my child, it's been so long. Lingling lowered her head, and a familiar voice reached her ears. The tears she had been holding back for so long finally fell. Mother. At night, Su Yuan sat by the campfire, with Panyu, who was in his arms, asleep on his knees, and Xianku, who was keeping watch with him, resting her head on his shoulder. The beast girls around them were all fast asleep, huddled together in twos and threes, with only half of their heads sticking out as they breathed. Because it was too late when we returned, and there was a large force of nearly 80 people in the camp, the idea of building a shelter had to be put on hold. The animal hide quilt, which cost 200 points, was the cheapest quilt Su Yuan found in the store. Fortunately, it was thick and warm, and the 6,000 plus points allowed everyone to sleep peacefully tonight. Then he spent another 10,000 points to exchange for the shark eye sensing crystal. This place was too close to the Black Sheep tribe, and it was also in the desolate Snowfield. To ensure the safety of these beast girls who lack combat abilities, it is necessary to guard against the surrounding situation to prevent anyone from getting hurt. System, how do I use this thing? Su Yuan played with the crystal ball in his hand. It was about the same size as the eyeball of the ice-tooth shark from before, and could be held in one hand. Aside from the sudden coldness in my hand, I couldn't sense anything about my surroundings. Close your eyes. After hearing the prompt, Su Yuan closed his eyes, and the crystal ball in his hand emitted a light. In the darkness, Su Yuan felt that some images appeared before his eyes. Like playing a game, the perspective in front of him can be moved, zoomed in, and zoomed out at will, depending on his thoughts. Under the starlight, he could zoom in to see the squirrel sleeping soundly in the tree hole, zoom out to see an aerial view of the area, and even see himself with his eyes closed. But once you go beyond a certain range, the surrounding world becomes completely dark, as if you've fallen into an abyss. These 8,000 points are quite worth it. I thought it would be like in movies and TV shows from my past life, where a scene of a certain place would be displayed in a crystal ball, but I didn't expect to have a holographic view of my surroundings. Black Sheep Mama, I will save you. Just as Su Yuan was studying the crystal ball, Pan Yu in his arms began to mumble in her sleep. Looking down, he saw the girl drooling at the corner of her mouth, her slightly open lips murmuring to herself. Gazing at Pan Yu's face pressed against his, Su Yuan recalled that night at the unfrozen river. This little beast girl still needs a period of training before she can start working. Last time, even without transforming, her sharp little tiger teeth scared him so much that he gasped for breath. It was a night of extremes, like being in both ice and fire. How about we have some training tonight? Calm down, calm down. There are so many beast girls here. But speaking of which, why does Betrayal Moon call Black Sheep Mom? Could it be that this little guy was also picked up by the black sheep? Or is the black sheep not a sheep at all, but a wolf like Pan Yu? It can't be a sheep giving birth to a wolf, can it? Compared to these, Su Yuan was still more willing to believe the first conjecture. The beast girls in this world basically respected the laws of nature. For example, Red Fox and Fox 9 should be biological sisters. After all, both of them are fox spirits. Awaka and Awado are probably sisters, but the three sisters, Panyue, Yuiwe, and Beiyue, are different. They even have completely different personalities. Chapter 116 No, Where's My Magic? Today, I traded a total of 7 items in the Black Sheep tribe, 4 of which were rare items, and the other 3 were also quite valuable. Su Yuan took out the items. There weren't many. The 7 small items were wrapped very tightly in animal hide. Rare items detected: Energy Stone, Howling Bull Bone, Blazing Warm Stone, Frost Mushroom Spore Sack. Tradable for 21,000 points, or 2,100 points. New special item added. Host, please select the direction of the transaction. The 4 rare items are worth over 20,000 points in total, and the 3 ordinary items are worth 8,000 points. In addition, the items you searched in the wild today have also earned you over 10,000 points. Furthermore, 4 special items were unlocked. After confirming the direction of the transaction, Su Yuan immediately opened the system shop. Juning Stone Brand Flashlight, 300 points. Note, this is a flashlight that can be used simply by charging. One charge can last for a week. It's instant on-off, waterproof, and fireproof. A true powerhouse among flashlights. 1 is better than 10. Roaring Sentinel, 2,100 points. Note, the whistle, crafted from the spine of a roaring bull, consumes energy to increase the strength and speed of nearby units for 10 minutes when blown. Blazing Warm Stone, 300 points. Note, throwing it into a flame will allow it to absorb fire elements and store them in the stone. It can absorb the elements for 1 day and can maintain its heat emission for up to 7 days. Frost Mist Spore Bullet, 500 points. Note, bombs made using frost mushroom spore sacks explode when thrown at a distance, causing frost mist erosion damage within a 10-meter radius. For new special items, 2 related to daily life and 2 related to combat, but they are mostly quite useful. The flashlight, in particular, which was obtained by exchanging energy stones, was a huge help. Su Yuan had originally planned to make torches, because it was difficult to leave the tribe once it got dark, but unfortunately the oil fruits he had used up were all gone. Nowadays, there are no products with high oil content, and extracting animal fat is too troublesome, plus it requires wrapping strips of cloth around wooden sticks. In this snowy night and blizzard, the fire would probably burn out in less than half an hour. This flashlight, which can be redeemed with 300 points, is simply a godsend. Once you exchange one, you can use it indefinitely, and you don't need to change batteries as frequently as with a regular flashlight. So Su Yuan immediately exchanged for an Energy Stone brand flashlight, which was a light blue crystal-shaped cylinder with some beautiful patterns carved on it. Its pale blue exterior was somewhat dull, presumably due to a lack of power. That was convenient, though, as it could still display the power level when it was low. System, how do I inject this energy? The word injection felt particularly strange to Su Yuan as he asked the system, examining the cylindrical flashlight from all angles. It resembles a certain object in size, but one end is a black screen and the other end is a transparent screen. It really looked like a flashlight I'd seen in my past life, but I'd forgotten what brand it was. Hold the flashlight by its black rear end and channel your stored energy into it. Following the system's instructions, Su Yuan placed his palm on the back of the flashlight, but he did not feel any strange changes. After waiting for half an hour, the flashlight remained dim. Su Yuan released his grip and tried to turn it on. The flashlight in front of me still didn't move. What's going on? Do I have to charge it for a whole day and night? System, what's going on? The host has no energy. Please replenish your energy reserves before proceeding. Why didn't you tell me just now? I just stood here like an idiot, holding this thing and waiting for ages, and you're telling me it has no power? The sensing crystal before that. Su Yuan suddenly realized that the shark eye sensing crystal he had seen earlier did not mention energy, but rather that the range was determined by an individual's mental strength. So, all that drinking blue spirit beverage for so long has only slightly increased my physical stats, without helping me grow in magical power to become a mage at all. Su Yuan really wanted to throw the flashlight out, but it only cost 300 points, so he had no choice but to reluctantly put it back into the animal hide, where he had previously stored the items. The night passed peacefully, and in the early morning, Su Yuan's eyes only showed a trace of weariness. He was already used to staying up all night in his previous life. However, after transmigrating, he went to bed early every day, except for a few nights when he stayed up late playing games with Manhwa and the others. Let's get ready and set off. Once we get to the snowy plains, I'll teach you how to build snow houses to keep warm. What? We're going to the frozen wasteland. People can freeze to death there. Wah, I'm so scared. What if the ice god gets angry? Upon hearing that they were heading to the icy snowfield, the beast girls, who had been laughing about the food, panicked. They thought that they wouldn't freeze to death here, and that they could find some food nearby to fill their stomachs. Only after reaching the icy snowfield did we reach the most desperate place. Everywhere we looked, the earth was covered in white snow. If we lay on the snow overnight, we would be buried in ice the next day. The camp was immediately filled with a cacophony of voices, and some of the little beast girls, who had grown up being terrified by their mother's stories of the frozen wastelands, even burst into tears. Don't worry, everyone. Since I can lead you to the icy and snowy plains, I will definitely protect your safety. As for food and accommodation, don't worry. Looking at these beast girls, Su Yuan realized that this world is indeed about appearances. There's a difference between a group of unruly people and a group of cute and beautiful unruly people. Faced with these adorable beast girls, he could only patiently say, if you continue to stay here, you will all be captured and taken back. If you are tied up there without food or water, you will die in no time. If you trust me, come with me. If you don't trust me, you can go back and be captured by the Black Sheep tribe again. You can't. You have to come back with us. Su Yuan looked at Ling Ling, who was tied up, and said with a forced smile, there are 3 prisoners in total this time. Manhwa and Yin Duo are on the verge of starvation every day. After seeing Su Yuan return yesterday, she gave up her plan, but she occasionally tried to break free of her restraints. Ling Ling, on the other hand, was quite well behaved. He spent the night embracing the gentle beast girl that Su Yuan had seen the day before, and slept very soundly. I didn't say I wanted to go back. I agreed to temporarily join your tribe, but I still won't participate in the attack on the Black Sheep tribe. Ling Ling pouted and turned her head away, ignoring Su Yuan. The surrounding chatter instantly ceased. The other beast girls from the Black Sheep tribe, who had been captured and brought here, were suffering from hunger and cold. The thought of being captured again made them all choose to follow Su Yuan. Sister Shui-Ro, what should we do? The members of the Black Sheep tribe gathered around Shui-Ro anxiously. Keep up with them. Yesterday's conversation gave Shui-Ro some specific information, including what Tiger Hunter told her, even though they used to be members of the Black Sheep tribe. If discovered, they will be captured by the Black Sheep and taken to the Mguang tribe without hesitation. Chapter 117 Get Lost. You're not allowed to sleep here. Where are they? On the desolate snowfield and the precipice of the mountain, a group of people arrived at this perilous place with serious expressions. The reason this place is called Broken Cliff Mountain is because of the distant, upturned hillside, which is shrouded in a white, cold mist. Walking through the thick fog, you might slip and fall off the bottomless cliff after just a few steps. Countless creatures have fallen to their deaths here in recent years. There was a huge cave in the crack on the side of the cliff. At this moment, Tiger Hunter looked at the cave in front of him with a very ugly expression. There was no one in sight. Roar! Inside the cave, A black bear with disheveled fur opened its eyes. This was the second time in the past 2 days that it had been awakened. It angrily rushed out of the cave, intending to bite the intruder to death. Tiger Hunter frowned, dodged the black bear's attack by sidestepping, and grabbed the black bear by the scruff of its neck, pulling it back. Wah! The black bear was manipulated like a chicken for the second time. When it saw the tiger hunter with a fierce expression like a ghost, it lost hope and collapsed to the ground. Sniff. There's no smell of blood, and you don't smell of shui ro or the others on you. Get lost. This isn't a place for you to rest. Now that he could not find any trace of his missing tribesmen, Tiger Hunter lost his will to hunt. He casually tossed the black bear aside and led the other warriors into the cave. The dark cave was very quiet, with traces of wild animal bones visible in some corners, but judging from the bite marks, they didn't seem to belong to that black bear. Look around and see if there are any traces of sweet potatoes. Tiger Hunter was somewhat panicked. He had asked Ling Ling to bring food over yesterday, but today all the tribesmen who had been hiding here had vanished. What exactly happened? Could it be that the black sheep witch acted behind my back last night? Or was it that traveling merchant? Chief, there is no trace of sweet potatoes nearby, and we can't smell any Ling Ling here either. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I'm just curious why those people insist on coming here to trade slaves. Are they after the Black Sheep tribe? But who could it be? The Deer Bell tribe, currently engaged in battle, doesn't have the strength for that, and the Witch Firefly tribe also has its own mission. Where did that traveling merchant come from? How did they know that their people were hiding in this very secluded location? Tiger Hunter firmly believed that Ling Ling would not betray him or his people, which is why he had no idea how their hideout had been discovered. Let's go back. The 3 traveling merchants had said they were in the Green Vine Forest on the other side of the Wanshua Mountains. If I act tonight, I can find their trail in the Wanshua Mountains. With so many elderly people and children, as well as more than 40 people captured from the Black Sheep tribe, their progress can't be fast, and they might even be able to capture those people again. As for the excuse given to the Black Sheep witch, the matter of sending people to the Mguang tribe can be used as a convenient pretext. Please make sure nothing happens to you. Or even if I have to leave the Black Sheep tribe, I will go to the Green Vine Forest and capture you. If only we could catch a few more. With a large group, the journey became much more difficult, and we were delayed a bit on the way here. However, Su Yuan calculated that even if he followed the correct route and traveled at a fast pace, it would still take 3 or 4 days. The majority of the current troops are ordinary beast girls, and most of them are elderly people and children. It will take at least half a month for them to return to the Star Tribe's base. Therefore, Su Yuan had the idea of taming some more wild beasts. If he could capture some more wild beasts like snow wolves that could be used for travel, he could return in about a week. Why don't you rest for a bit, Chief, and I'll go look around the neighborhood. Long looked around and saw traces of small wild animals such as snow rabbits and snow mice in the green and white grass. As for large wild animals, only a few occasionally dart out of the woods. No need, I'm not very sleepy right now. Su Yuan gently brushed the snow off Long's forehead. His capable assistant was quite reliable, much better than the snow leopard girl who was currently sleeping on the sled. Thank you, Chief. Even the big beast girl couldn't resist such intimate gestures. She was the only one who usually did these little things for Zizi. Long still needs to protect everyone. I'll handle this myself. I'll let you know if I find anything. Arriving at Deshuang's side, he patted Yanhua, who was drooling and sleeping on his side, and then pulled on the rope to climb onto Deshuang's back. I don't know if there are any wild animals around here. These old people and children can't go very far anyway. Without a wild animal to take them back, even half a month would be the ideal time, and it might even take more than a month. Entering the shark eye sensing crystal perspective, Su Yuan adjusted the view to a 2D plane. Green plants dotted the snow-covered ground, and a black snake swimming in the middle represented their group. There were quite a few animal tracks to be seen around, but unfortunately, 1 or 2 of them couldn't solve the problem. At most, they could give the main group a treat for the night. Wait, what's this? As he was turning the crystal ball around to investigate his surroundings, a jumble of footprints in a corner caught his attention. The animal's footprints were very clear in the snow, no more than 10 centimeters in size, flat and smooth, leaving a shallow mark in the snow. Deshuang, go take a look over there. The distance was only 100 or 2 meters. Su Yuan planned to take his men over there to take a look first. These footprints did not look like the claw marks of wild beasts, but rather the hooves of cattle, horses, and sheep. With so many footprints, if we could find a herd of otherworldly magical horses, this journey back would be much easier. Wah! Deshuang nodded and changed direction slightly. Long, who was behind him, noticed that the direction was wrong and quickly ran over and said, "Chief, are we going the wrong way? We need to go through there to get back to the ice and snow plains. Let's not go back yet. I saw some animal tracks over there. If we can catch some animals to ride with, we can get back faster." Wild animal footprints. Long frowned. Although she trusted Su Yuan completely, there were many trees standing here, and the road was not as smooth as the icy snowfield. It's rather unbelievable that someone could find animal tracks under these circumstances. Such an ability was unheard of even by the tribe's old shamans. Could this be the shaman's special ability? Suppressing their doubts, the group followed Su Yuan for several hundred meters until they reached a bend in the rocks. The footprints there were exactly the same as those they had seen in the crystal earlier. Much of the grass in the nearby meadow had been bitten off, so the owner of these footprints must have been a herbivore, which is good news. Compared to savage and ferocious carnivorous beasts, these herbivores are more docile and easier to tame. Long, do you know what animal these footprints belong to? Long Wang glanced at her and shook her head. She came from the deadly land of the icy snowfield and rarely saw traces of wild animals. Hong Shuang and the others shook their heads. Pan Yue, the only one living in the desolate snowfield, was also a little embarrassed. She usually went out to play and spent most of her time playing while searching for wild beasts. She would only charge after the tiger hunter to hunt and kill when she spotted a target. This is a snow yak. Chapter 118 Snowy Yak Herd. Shui Rose slowly walked over from behind, glanced at the footprints, and then noticed a black, lumpy object covered by snowflakes on the other side. Snowy yak. Look at this dung and these grass roots. I've seen this kind of beast before when I was in the tribe. Hunting one of them could last us a long time. Upon learning that it was a snow yak, Pan Yu's face lit up with excitement. She had hunted this kind of beast with Tiger Hunter before. Its meat was delicious and much easier to deal with than those other ferocious animals. These footprints haven't been covered by snow yet, and these snow yaks haven't gone far. Let's follow them. No rush. Let me observe for a while. Su Yuan took out the sensing crystal, closed his eyes, and observed the surrounding situation. He could see more footprints by going down the corner of the mountain rocks on this side of the footprints. Down the hillside, beside a clear lake, cows with long, snow-white hair were drinking the water. There were about 20 or 30 of them. This must be the snowy yak that Shui Ro was talking about. It should be able to carry 3 people without any problem. That 2-meter-tall body was much more robust than the bulls I had seen in my previous life, so riding 3 petite beast girls shouldn't be a problem. But the problem now is, how can we capture all these snow yak? There are about 30 yaks at the bottom of the lake, which should be the snow yak that Shui Ro mentioned. Then what are we waiting for? Let's set off quickly, and we can have roasted yak meat tonight. Pan Yu was very happy and prepared to rush down. She hadn't taken 2 steps when the familiar sensation from her tail pulled her back. This time, the base of her tail was grabbed, and the tingling sensation made Pan Yu's body go limp, causing her to fall into Su Yuan's arms. Her face was flushed as if it were filled with blood, and the short knife she was holding tightly in her hand almost fell to the ground. She looked at Su Yuan and twisted her waist uncomfortably. Cough, cough, cough. Be quiet. We're not catching them to eat this time. The elderly and children in the army need wild animals to get around. Just like when we came here before. They came here on sleds, and instead of feeling tired, they enjoyed the exhilarating feeling of high-speed gliding. If these yaks can carry everyone back, then we'll use sleds. If not, we'll use sleds. Let's think about how to catch them all first. Xian, Long, Yu and Hui, Lan Sha, go down from that side and block the other side. I, Pan Yu, and Hong Shuang will go down from the other side. Su Yuan looked around at the people. He knew he couldn't count on Yin Hua, Yin Duo, and Ling Ling, but Shui Ro was somewhat useful. What? I can help too. What kind of look is that? Xian Ku was very dissatisfied and pulled Su Yuan close, locking him tightly in her arms. Suddenly, everything went black, making Su Yuan feel suffocated. This guy's strength was beyond his reach. In desperation, Su Yuan grabbed the base of her tail and pinched the part next to it tightly. What are you doing? All right, I believe you. But you have to protect everyone, so you and Shui Ro will stay on the hillside. Su Yuan gave Shui Ro a deep look. This beast girl, who had only recently joined the tribe, looked delicate and frail. However, judging from her betrayal of the black sheep and escape from the tribe, she is not as weak as she appears. Shui Ro, whether they are people captured from other tribes or people from the black sheep tribe, they are all people of my star tribe now, including you. So I hope you can put everyone here first. Shui Ro's expression remained unchanged. After listening to Su Yuan's words, she smiled gently and said, Don't worry, There is no Black Sheep tribe or any other tribe here, only Shui Ro from the Star tribe. Then I'll leave this place to you. Su Yuan decided to appease De Shuang. If everyone was mobilized, then only De Shuang, the strongest member, would be left to keep an eye on the unruly Yin duo and the others. Awoo. He stroked De Shuang's head, and it licked Su Yuan's palm. Then it barked for a long time and pointed with its paw at the corner of the mountain rocks. You want to come along too? De Shuang nodded, then summoned several snow wolves carrying heavy animal skin blankets on their backs. Awoo! A soft wolf howl made several snow wolves lie down on the ground, burying their heads in the earth in a cowardly manner. Are you saying you can subdue those yaks? The idea that higher-level magical beast bloodlines can suppress lower-level ordinary wild beasts was something I would have considered just a novel in my previous life. But now that I've transmigrated to this Western fantasy world, I never expected that such a thing would actually exist. Then when the moon rebels, you and Hongshuang go to the other side, and I will follow Dashuang down the slope. Hongshuang and Lansha, you use spider silk to block both sides so they can't get away. Although Dashuang appeared confident, she couldn't afford to be careless with such an opportunity. It would be a great pity if even a few yaks escaped. The group nodded and then slowly walked down the hillside, carefully reaching both sides of the lake. Only when they got closer could they clearly see the snow yak. Su Yuan used the sensing crystal to observe the people on both sides until they were close to the yak beast, and the spider silk blocked the escape routes on both sides before he got up. Let's go, Big Frost. It's all up to you now. If you do well, we'll catch you some monster fish when we get to the glacier so you can enjoy some seafood. Upon hearing about the magical fish, De Shuang became incredibly energetic, and as soon as Su Yuan sat on its back, it rushed down the mountain. The bumpy slope made Yin Hua and Yin Duo, who were tied to the sides, feel very uncomfortable. Their stomachs were already empty, and they vomited a few mouthfuls of acidic water. However, before it could spit it out, it was blocked by the spider silk sealing its mouth. Their faces visibly turned green. Below, the snow yaks also heard the commotion and stopped drinking. The larger ones scattered and fled, while the smaller ones followed closely behind. Long and Panyu, armed with weapons, stood guard on both sides of the lake. Panyu imitated the way Tiger Hunter used to hunt, raising her weapon high and making strange shouts. Awoo-wah. The cries threatened the yaks, and Long and the others echoed them. The panicked yaks scattered in all directions, anxiously circling around. As De Shuang led Su Yuan to the foot of the hill, a fierce wolf howl accompanied by a surge of cold mist, and the snow-white fur of its body emitted a ghostly blue color. Moo. With no way to go in either direction, the powerful aura caused the snow yak beasts to lie down on the ground, their bodies trembling, their small eyes fixed on the approaching Great Frost, who seemed to be a king. Snowy yak, a common wild animal that lives in the snowfields. Its body is covered with thick, long white fur, which can withstand the cold and also has a camouflage effect. It is very strong and will charge when it encounters danger, using its hard horn to strike the enemy. However, it is timid and easily tamed. Su Yuan used the identification function to observe these snow yak beasts. Although they were not the horses he had hoped for, the yaks were still good news. Not only are they strong, but these yaks could also be used as draft animals when the Star Tribe returns to the desolate snowfield, and they could also serve as important tools for transporting supplies during wartime. Chapter 119, The Blue Elf Dancing on the Snowfield. With the bloodline of the Great Frost suppressing them, taming these snowy yaks became much easier. He brought all the snowy yaks back to the slope and plucked some leaves from the trees to feed them. The yaks, which were initially somewhat frightened, recovered after being fed a few handfuls of leaves. With no risk of being killed, the humans in front of them even thoughtfully plucked leaves from the tree to feed them. It would be so much more convenient if we could just wear a nose ring. Su Yuan gently stroked the heads of these snow yak beasts. The long fur was not very smooth to the touch, and it was not as comfortable as the tail fur of Panyu and the others. However, it has the advantage of being warm. The thick fur means you can't touch their skin even if you put your whole hand inside. The mouth chewing on the leaves and the nostrils above it were very similar to the cows I had seen in my previous life. If they had a nose ring, I wouldn't have to worry about them escaping. It's a pity that there are so many snow yak beasts here now. If we hurt them and they start to riot, our small group won't be able to stop them. However, those curved horns can be used. Tightly tying the ropes to the horns can prevent these snow yaks from escaping. So Su Yuan spent the whole morning working on these snow yak beasts, spending some points to exchange for ropes to tether them. As for the points for the sled, he saved them. The yak was much stronger than he had imagined, and some of the young beast girls could ride 3 or 4 people without any problem. They walked until the afternoon, and the sunset made the beast girls panic. The surroundings had gradually turned into a continuous expanse of white, and it was difficult to see any green plants. If they couldn't find a cave to rest in for the night, they would likely turn into an ice sculpture the next day. The desolate scene gradually made them feel anxious and uneasy. Let's stop here first. Long, Hui, Lansha, you teach everyone how to build an igloo. Xi and Ku, go and cut down some trees nearby. Su Yuan handed the iron axe he had brought to Xi and Ku, and the gleaming blade made Xi and Ku's eyes widen. Wow, this is even sharper than Mu Guang and the others' weapons. Is this really a gift for me? She had only ever seen such a fine weapon in the hands of Long and Hong Xuan. Although this axe was a bit smaller, it could still cleave an enemy's skull in two with a single blow. Give me your head, my foot. Come back and give it to me after you've cut down all the trees. You stingy person. Xi and Ku glared at Su Yuan with dissatisfaction, then grabbed her axe and ran towards a few trees standing on the snowfield not far away. Shui Rou, Lu Shi, Tung Yi, you follow Long and the others to learn how to build snow houses, and then teach everyone later. Build as many as possible before dark. Su Yuan summoned several mature and voluptuous beast girls. If Pan Yu and the others were newly grown fruits, then Sure was a ripe fruit. These women, except for Shui Rou, are like ripe fruits, offering endless sweetness with every bite. Especially their figures, which even animal hides couldn't conceal, would probably have suffered frostbite if they hadn't been wearing the animal hide coats they had exchanged for. After giving the orders, everyone began to move. Su Yuan was not idle either, using the crystal to observe the surrounding situation. Eating sweet potatoes all the time was not a good thing. Many of the beast girls are carnivorous, and the Great Frost and the others cannot transform into herbivorous magical beasts, so they still need to hunt some wild animals to provide some meat for the team's food. Of course, if there's really nothing to gain, then you can only waste some points to exchange for some livestock meat from your previous life in the system shop. Huh? What kind of monster is this? From God's perspective, he could see very clearly that the vast expanse of white snow, except for his own scattered black, was like a blank sheet of paper. Not far from him, a faint, icy blue figure was emitting a light. Only when he zoomed in on the image could he make out the blue figure in the snow. A girl radiating blue light is dancing gracefully in the snow, her blue figure swaying in the fierce wind. What on earth is this thing? Su Yuan wanted to get closer to the thing to get a better look at the face under the blue light. But no matter how he looked, he could only see the obscured blue. A treasure from another world? It doesn't seem like it at all. Shall we go take a look? Su Yuan withdrew from the sensory crystal's field of vision and looked up at the hillside. The distance between them was more than 100 meters. He could walk a short distance to reach the place where the little blue sprite was dancing. Let's go take a look first, since it has an authentication function anyway. Dancing in the snow on such a heavy day, and judging from the way he's only wearing a thin layer of clothing, it's probably either a trap or a snare. As for any opportunities, such an obvious opportunity is almost too conspicuous, as if afraid others won't notice it. This place isn't too far from the desolate snowfield. If it were an opportunity or treasure from another world, it wouldn't be sitting here so calmly. Even if it's a trap, he still has to check it out. Traps come with opportunities. Even useless items become very useful as long as they trigger a system notification sound in Su Yuan's system. After waiting for a while, Xi and Ku dragged the tree trunks of a small hill back with a rope. If it weren't for the low friction of the snow, the rope would probably have broken. When she returned, Xi and Ku was still waving the axe in her hand with great enthusiasm. When she saw Su Yuan walking over, she immediately hid the iron axe inside her clothes. What do you want? The way you're holding your belly is a bit like you're trying to hide something. And be careful not to cut your precious baby with the axe blade. Take out the axe and come with me over there to do some work. I'll give you a better weapon later. Really? If this axe isn't as useful, you'll have to promise to give me this axe too. Right now, they still needed to use an axe to chop the trees into timber. Su Yuan took the axe out of her clothes and pulled her toward that strange place. Su Yuan, where are you going? Go fight monsters. Long, you guys chop the wood and start a fire. De Shuang, watch over Yin Duo and the others. Su Yuan has already started choosing a weapon for Xi and Ku. He naturally doesn't consider special items, as those cost several thousand points. She'd be overjoyed if you just gave her any iron weapon. I want to go too. Pan Yu paused, her ears twitched, and she dropped the axe to follow Su Yuan. The three of them walked for a short while before arriving at the place where the blue elf had been dancing earlier. At this moment, Pan Yu had already drawn his short sword. Xi and Kale looked like a fool, holding an iron spear in both hands. The sharp tip of the spear emitted a cold glint, and a red tassel fluttered in the wind. If Su Yuan hadn't been pulling her arm this way, she probably would have been sitting there on the hillside, clutching her gun and grinning like an idiot. All right, if you keep looking at it, I'll take your things back. Su Yuan's face darkened with anger as he looked at the blue dancing sprite that was less than 30 meters long and Xian Ku, who was chuckling to herself beside him. Chapter 120, The Phantom Swamp Worm. Swamp Worm, a peak Tier 2 magical beast about to break through to Tier 3, in dire need of blood food. It uses its humanoid tentacles on its head to lure prey, while creating a swamp below to lure them in, and once the prey approaches to observe, it will be swallowed whole. The three stood at a distance to the side of the ice blue dancing girl. As if they had been spotted, the girl waved cheerfully with her small hand, seemingly inviting them to dance together. There seems to be someone over there. Xian Ku belatedly shifted his gaze from the iron spear to the icy blue figure in front of him. Be careful, these are the tentacles of a swamp worm. Its true form is in the swamp below. Su Yuan shared the information he obtained from the appraisal function with the two of them, which was similar to what he had guessed when he observed the sensing crystal earlier. It was indeed a trap, just like the one Su Yuan had dug before, buried underground. How could this bug be so wicked? Huh? What should we do then? Who knows where that guy is hiding in that snow-covered field, especially since they're so far apart. Simple, just lure the snake out of its hole. You guys wait for me a moment. Su Yuan ran back to the camp and took out his fishing rod from his backpack. He could catch a low-level third-tier shark, so how could he not be able to deal with a second-tier magical beast? When he returned, his fishing rod had caught a piece of pork that he had bought for several dozen points. It was still oozing blood and looked like fresh pork. Later, Panyu, you throw this piece of meat out, and Xian Ku holds the fishing rod and waits for it to bite. Don't make a move this time. You're going to fish it up? Xian Ku's eyes widened. Fishing was one thing, but she never expected this thing could be used to fish for magical beasts. They're pretty much the same. They're all things that will bite the hook. He's about to break through to the third tier, and even a simple pork bait would make him lose his temper. After speaking, Su Yuan exchanged a scroll and an ice blue spore sack that was still emitting cold air from his backpack. These were attack-type items from his shop. Now that I have a target, I can test its power. The two items cost a total of 1,100 points. If they don't work, I'll just leave them in the store to gather dust. So I'll lose it. Throw it away. Panyu aimed at the blue sprite not far away and cast the huge pig leg in her hand over, causing the line on the fishing rod to spin violently. Bang! This throw deserves praise for Panyu. The pork just happened to hit the elf squarely, and the swamp worm reacted instantly, rushing out of the icy swamp. Its enormous mandibles immediately snapped into the pork, and after its body slammed onto the ground, it tried to burrow back into the swamp to savor its meal. Xian Ku, quickly pull her back. Su Yuan tore open the ice spike scroll in his hand, and a blue magic circle instantly condensed in front of the scroll. Countless ice spikes condensed from the magic circle and shot into the swamp worm's body. Blue blood gushed out. Although the ice spikes did not pierce the swamp worm, they covered its body with ice spikes, and the blood stained the surrounding snow blue. Gah! The pain caused the swamp worm to writhe, and the taut fishing line looked like it was about to break. Su Yuan quickly threw the spore bullet over. This is the next one. Bang! Su Yuan gazed into the distance. As the spore bullet struck the swamp worm, releasing a burst of intense white smoke, the fishing line that had been binding it snapped instantly. Xian Ku plopped down on the ground, dropped his fishing rod, and hurriedly looked in the direction of the swamp worm. As the white mist dissipated, a gap was blasted into the swamp worm's body, and white frost clung to the area around the wound. At this moment, the blood was not as gushing as before. Go. It's all yours now. Su Yuan determined the effects of these two special items and immediately dispatched Xian Ku and Panyu without hesitation. Ice spike scrolls are good for dealing with units that are difficult to move around, while spore bullets can be used to catch people off guard, but unfortunately the damage is not very high. Previously, when using it, the ice spike scroll could not be turned after being released, so it was impossible to release it in time to deal with some fast-moving units. It was okay to use it to ambush people from the bushes. The release speed of the spore bullets depends on the throwing speed, and the released frost can slow down enemies, but it is weaker than the frost mist of the Great Frost. Fortunately, this thing can be thrown from a distance, and it can also be used as a smoke grenade to help with retreats in certain situations. Panyu and Xian Ku approached the swamp worm and mercilessly pierced its body with their weapons. Xian Ku's spear, combined with her strength, pierced the original wound with a single thrust. It even pierced through the other side. Chirp! A strange cry came from the gaping maw of the abyss. The pork that was bitten into its mouth had not yet been swallowed when the blood that came out of its mouth caused the pork to be spat out as well. Get up! The purple runes on Xinku's forehead exploded, lightning surged around him, and the spear in his hand was bent. The swamp worm was instantly pulled out of the swamp beneath him. In midair, Manhwa precisely cut off the blue tentacles with her short sword, then jumped back to Su Yuan's side. Fire, thunder, explosion. This was the first time Su Yuan had seen Xinku fight, and his ferocious appearance was simply terrifying. The gun flashed with lightning and was released onto the swamp worm's body. Immediately afterwards, she held a witch's talisman in one hand and released a burst of flame that slammed into the swamp worm in midair. The violent explosion blasted the swamp worm in two, and blood stained Xinku's body, yet she laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, that's awesome. So awesome. That idiot. Su Yuan rubbed his head helplessly. Such a good prey had been blown to pieces. Fortunately, the pieces of meat were relatively large, but it would be more troublesome to transport them back now. Su Yuan, this is so beautiful. I'll give it to you. Panyu deactivated her transformation and handed the blue sprite she had obtained to Su Yuan. After losing its master, the thing lost its blue light. The white body felt like a tiny silicone doll in my hand, soft to the touch, and blood was still flowing from the joints of the tentacles on its back. Rare item detected, Spirit Tentacle. Tradable for 4,500 points, or 450 points. New special item added. Host, please select the direction of the transaction. Unexpectedly, there was an additional gain. Su Yuan used the appraisal function to examine the spirit tentacles in his hand, as well as the chunk of flesh that had fallen to his feet. Enchanting tentacles, the tentacles used by the enchanting swamp worm to lure its prey. They contain abundant energy and can be made into alluring perfumes to captivate people or into beast-attracting incense to lure magical beasts. Milky Way worm meat, delicious and tender, rich in energy, with 6 times the nutrition of beef, suitable for stewing and grilling. Regular consumption can nourish yin and yang and strengthen the body. The only rare item about the swamp worm is the blue tentacle on its head. Its body, shattered pieces of flesh, sharp teeth, and scattered internal organs are hardly anything special. The points earned from the transaction would be slightly higher than for ordinary items, and the scattered fragments would just be enough to cover Su Yuan's 10 transaction opportunities for the day. Chapter 121. How long until I grow up? You guys grill the food first, and we can make some soup with this meat later to warm everyone up. The group carried the swamp worm's carcass back to the camp, leaving the charred, small pieces behind. After giving his instructions, Su Yuan grabbed a tail that had been dyed blue and walked toward a campfire burning in another corner. Sit still and take off your clothes. Su Yuan looked at Xinku, who looked like she had rolled in a mud pit, her blue blood mixed with bits of flesh, and her body reeking of the stench of blood. Oh, I see. Could you please wash my head a little more? The blood is sticky and it feels really uncomfortable. This girl really can't read her own expression. Even when Su Yuan had a stern face, she still obediently took off her animal skin clothes with an innocent look. Blue blood stained his entire body. Even his fur was dyed blue, and his animal skin clothes looked like they were ruined. You're really asking for it. Sit still properly. System, please replace the soap and towel. The snow water was melting in the earthenware pot on the fire. Su Yuan didn't bother to care about the points for soap and towels. After changing them, he wiped the guy's body. Although this girl is usually clumsy, her sexy figure still made Su Yuan arch his back uncontrollably, and he quickly wiped the blue blood off her body with both hands. The blood stuck to her hair, and tail was the hardest to remove. It took almost half a bar of soap to completely wash away the bloody smell from her body. 10 minutes later, Su Yuan put away the towel and soap. Judging from Xinku's condition, he figured these things could be kept for future use. Wake up, get up and get dressed. Su Yuan was busy cleaning her blood-stained body, which made him feel uncomfortable, but he leaned against a rock and fell asleep. The swaying body was about to crash down on him, and after calling out for a long time, it still seemed dazed and confused. Get up and eat. Have a meal. Su Yuan looked at Xinku, who had neatly put on her new clothes, and rubbed his temples with a headache. He wanted to grab Xinku and teach her a lesson, but he was afraid that his shouts would wake everyone up. Fine, I'll trouble Panyu again today. Before nightfall, 28 snow huts were erected in the snow. These beast girls, who usually worked in the tribe's logistics, were very experienced. After watching it a few times, he immediately learned how to build an igloo, and even exceeded the number of igloos Su Yuan had estimated. The group gathered around the campfires, while the snow yak behind them lay comfortably by the fire, eating the handfuls of grass and leaves that Su Yuan had redeemed with his dozen or so points from the system. The beast girls leaned against the yak beasts, looking expectantly at the swamp worm meat roasting to a golden brown with fat in front of them. Gurgle, gurgle. Su Yuan tasted the soup made from the insect meat. Because there wasn't enough water to wash such large insect meat, some blood was mixed in with the soup, giving it a salty and savory flavor with a slightly fishy and bitter taste. The insect meat was indeed as soft and tender as the system had described. Taking a bite felt like eating a piece of jelly, and it wasn't as greasy as I had imagined. The frost-like creatures, who were chewing on the flesh of the swamp worms nearby, were quite satisfied with this. They didn't even have to gnaw on the bones. Every bite was full of nutritious meat. Let's share the soup with everyone. I didn't bring any pots or pans with me when I came. I redeemed this ceramic pot from the system store on the way. Su Yuan made the arrangements, then carried 2 small pieces of insect meat to Yin Duo and Manhwa. The 2 beast girls were too hungry to move, but the aroma lured them to keep their eyes glued to the steaming meat. I have a question for you. Do those witches controlled by Mu Guang have any connection with each other? Have no idea. Upon hearing that it was about Mu Guang, the 2 sisters resisted the temptation and turned their heads away, ignoring Su Yuan. Gurgle. But the rumbling of their stomachs robbed them of their strength, and they lay on the ground like salted fish, their eyes fixed on the sky, devoid of hope. I didn't ask about Mu Guang. I was just curious whether the shamans had any connection with each other. Think about it. If one tribe is attacking another tribe might also attack that tribe because of Mu Guang. Then how do they distinguish whether another tribe is controlled by Mu Guang? Looking at the 2 stubborn beast girls, Su Yuan revealed a sly expression and said with a smile, "So Mu Guang is simply incapable of handling these matters?" The divine shaman Mu Guang certainly knows. She knows everything those shamans do. Rock flower. Ultimately, they were just simple beast girls, easily tricked by a mere provocation. Yin Duo looked at Yan Hua with a disgraceful expression, then glared angrily at the utterly despicable Su Yuan in front of her. Great, this is your reward. Take your things away. I'd rather starve than eat a single bite of your food. Yan Hua pursed her lips longingly, looked at Yin Duo who had her eyes closed beside her, and whispered, "Yin Duo, you seem to have said something like that last night too." Shut up. This time, they couldn't even last 10 minutes before the 2 sisters shed tears of regret as they chewed on the soft, sticky worm meat. Shadow Shaman. Only when we are well fed can we capture the enemy for you. Our loyalty remains with you. Oh woo, chewing, chewing, chewing. Yin Duo, give me back the meat you snatched from my mouth. Sister Shuero, it's so warm. Night fell, and starlight illuminated the snow-covered ground. Shuero stared in disbelief at the snow house that enveloped her, with wisps of firelight shining through the cracks. They still slept in animal skin blankets, but today they actually felt warm in this snow house, and the little creatures clinging to her tails even broke out in a sweat. Lie down properly. We have a long journey ahead tomorrow. Sister Shuero, does the black sheep witch really not want us anymore? The little beast girl on the other side peeked her head out from under the covers. She was too young to understand these things, but she had a general idea of what had happened during this period. Black sheep witch, you'll understand when you grow up. Shuero didn't know how to explain to the children that the black sheep witch hadn't abandoned them, and how to make the children still care about the black sheep tribe. How could he possibly accept the benefits Su Yuan offered him, openly declaring his intention to join the Star Tribe while secretly plotting against the black sheep? She couldn't bring herself to do such a thing, but how could she tell these children the truth? In the end, I could only brush off the topic with the phrase, "You'll understand when you grow up." Huh? How long until I grow up? The little beast girl's voice came from the side. Shuero looked at the firelight shining through the cracks in the snow house. A figure sat by the fire, and just sitting there made people feel at ease. You and Mu Guang will eventually have a battle. She will not allow your existence, and I believe you cannot tolerate her existence either. That day is very close, and it will also be very close to seeing the black sheep witch again. Patting the little guy's back, Shuero withdrew her gaze and said softly, "Little White, you'll grow up soon." Chapter 122, A Future That Won't Be Peaceful. Ha ha. Su Yuan sat leisurely by the campfire. He wasn't on night watch tonight. Hong Xuan was playing with some cute little creatures on the other side. Pan Yu was also sharing her experiences from this period with her old friends, but her arrogant little expression made it seem like she really wanted to say it, but she was only doing it because they were begging her. Several energetic little beast girls nearby listened intently, and when they heard that Pan Yu had personally led everyone to kill the invading pigment tribe, they all whispered in amazement. Sister Pan Yu is so amazing. Sister Pan Yu can actually defeat the orc berserker all by herself. The many eyes that looked at her were filled with admiration, and amidst the exclamations of praise, her little tail still wagged proudly, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. System, exchange this thing for a special item. The enchanting tentacles given to him by the rebellious moon were of no particular use. Su Yuan needed them a few times to release the pressure in his heart, and finally handed them over to the system. Enchanting mosquito coil, 450 points. Note, made using the tentacles of the enchanted swamp worm. When lit, it will confuse all creatures within a 70-meter radius, interfering with their senses of sight, smell, hearing, touch, and taste, and preventing their brains from making correct judgments. Su Yuan was overjoyed. He looked at the light blue, disc-shaped mosquito coil that had appeared in the system shop. This was a good thing. It could be used for defense, and also for surprise attacks on enemies. After all, in primitive tribes, everyone goes to sleep as soon as it gets dark, and the more cautious ones will arrange for a few warriors to keep watch at night, just like Su Yuan did. Some orc tribes didn't even have anyone on night watch. As soon as night fell, they would find a sheltered spot, lie down, and fall asleep. If a mosquito coil were lit in the village at this time, the entire village would have no chance to resist. It seems there's a better plan to deal with the black sheep this time. Su Yuan gazed at the flickering flames, a confident smile playing on his lips. Yanhua's earlier words were quite clear. Mu Guang was able to learn about the situation in the Snowfield through the various controlled witches. What if I blocked the black sheep's 5 senses that she controlled? Would that shaman still be able to sense the situation near the black sheep tribe? Manhwa, come back to sleep. After completing his 10 trading opportunities for the day, Su Yuan patted the snow off his clothes. He was feeling a little sleepy after not sleeping well the night before. No matter how tired I am, the most important task of the day is not yet finished. I'm not sleepy yet. Just then, as the story reached an exciting point, Pan Yu, seeing the admiring looks in her friend's eyes, craned her neck and shouted at Su Yuan. I have granted you power. If you don't come, I will find someone else. Here, the intimate distance between Pan Yu and him allows him to rest earlier. Otherwise, if he stays up all night, he might not be able to get up until noon the next day. Power. Here I come. Tempted by the power, Pan Yu had no choice but to put aside this admirable topic, bid farewell to her friends, and ran towards Su Yuan, her delicate and lovely face full of anticipation. Ugh, this damn guilt. Let's make her transform into the great rebel moon tonight. After a delicious meal of meat, the Beast Girl team was in much better spirits the next day, curiously observing the snow-covered world along the way. It's rare to see such a wide expanse covering the entire land in the past, especially since the snow yak can easily leave a large snow pit with a single step. Su Yuan leaned against the back of the frost beast and looked at the large group behind him. Fortunately, they had managed to harvest these snow yak beasts, otherwise the snow on the ground would have reached halfway up some of the little beast girls. If we walk back like this, it would probably take more than a month to complete the journey. After spending several days returning to the glacier, Su Yuan spent another day fishing on the glacier to prepare food for the next few days. After traveling and stopping for about 10 days, we finally saw the familiar snow forest and the tall wooden fence. We're back. At this moment, the main group was covered with fish frozen into ice sculptures, and they all looked at the neat fence with great spirit. Even Lingling, who was tied to the snow yak, looked at the wooden fence with a bit of anticipation. Su Yuan, and the others are back. Upon hearing the sound, Cat Knight rushed out excitedly. Everyone who was busy also showed joy on their faces, putting down their tasks and running excitedly towards the door. Wow, Su Yuan, I miss you so much. Mao Yi leaped forward and knocked Su Yuan down on the snow. Her little head rubbed against Su Yuan's chest, and her whole body pressed tightly against him. Why does it feel a bit off? Su Yuan had a very clear understanding of Mao Ye's figure, and he could tell such a huge change just by touching her. Nicoya, have you awakened? Huh? How did you know? I was planning to give you a surprise. Mao Yi lifted her head from his arms, pouting with some dissatisfaction after Su Yuan guessed her surprise. Idiot, it took you so long to awaken successfully. Pan Yu jumped off the snowy yak beast, glanced at it, and calmly went to pack up the supplies. This infuriated Mao Yi, who rushed over, grabbed Pan Yu's tail, and angrily said, Pan Yu, if we fight again, I'll pluck all the fur off your tail. Stop, don't pull my tail. Aya, Nicoya, I'll fight you to the death. Has anything happened in the tribe lately? After releasing Mao Ye, Su Yuan looked at the red fox slowly walking towards him. He wondered if anything major had happened in the tribe in the past month. However, Seeing the happy smiles on the faces of the beast girls who came out, he didn't feel too worried. A few days ago, when Manhwa was soaking in a hot spring, she encountered a snow wolf. After breaking through and awakening, she killed it. Then, a few days ago, when Shir was hunting in the mountains, she discovered a strange cave. A strange cave? Caves are quite common, but if even the red fox finds it strange, then it's probably not so simple. Let's go inside and talk. Who are these people? Red Fox looked at the large force behind him. There were 30 more people than the original 50-odd people of the Star Tribe. People the Black Sheep Tribe has captured from other tribes, as well as elderly people and children driven out of their tribes by the Black Sheep. And oh yes, people from your original tribe as well. Su Yuan recounted the events that had transpired to Red Fox. Perhaps understanding that these were ordinary beast girls suffering hardship, Red Fox sighed helplessly. I never expected that the outside world would change like this after only a few days. If this continues, that radiant shaman might really rule the entire Snowfield. That's not a good thing. In order to obtain this so-called divine gift, she started a war, causing the tribes of the entire Snowfield to fight against other foreign tribes. I'm afraid a lot of people will die. Yes, the future is unlikely to be peaceful. Chapter 123, Practicing Diving for the Future. The sudden increase in the number of people has kept the entire tribe busy again. The previously planned camp area now needs to be expanded, and the trees planted in the ground need to be pulled out again. At the same time, they also had to take care of these captured snow yaks, as there weren't enough green plants in the icy snowfields to supply the consumption of so many snow yaks. Su Yuan could only temporarily exchange some grass and leaves in the system shop to store them, and send the beast girls to feed these big guys every day. At the same time, there was another headache for him, the issue of tribal integration. He also needed to pay attention to the relationship between the beast girls from these other tribes and the original beast girls from the Red Fox tribe, especially the beast girls from the Black Sheep tribe who had driven the Red Fox tribe out. Fortunately, these were mostly elderly people and children, and the beast women of the Red Fox tribe had also heard about their being driven away, so no conflict broke out. However, the two sisters, Manhwa and Yenduo, were still tied up. Lingling, who was with them, had accepted the fact that she had been captured and sent to the icy snowfield, and waited for her mother to feed her every day. Beast girls are much easier to manage. If it were an ordinary primitive tribe, conflicts would have broken out long ago. At the hot spring entrance, Su Yuan lay comfortably inside, the water enveloping his body, with Shir resting on his shoulder beside him. Wow, I can't hold my breath anymore. At this moment, Nikoi popped her head out of the water, her wet face flushed, and her hair stuck to her face, making her look somewhat disheveled. Didn't you become an awakened warrior? How come you can't even hold your breath? Su Yuan brushed aside his messy hair. As soon as he heard about Pan Yu's new skill last night, he insisted on dragging Su Yuan over early this morning to prove his strength. It's not like I've awakened the ability to breathe underwater, and besides, water gets stuck in my throat as soon as I open my mouth. Nikoya's face turned red, whether from anger or from the steam of the hot spring. Right now, my face is as red as a boiled shrimp. I took a deep breath and prepared to practice diving again. Then stop being stubborn and come over to rest. Su Yuan called out to Mao Yi and used his fingers to clean the downy hair inside her ears, asking with some doubt, "By the way, has the conch shell been silent all this time?" At this point, Mao Yi was too weak to speak. Suddenly, Shir remembered the conch shell and opened her eyes, asking curiously, "Haiyao blew the conch shell before. However, we found that she had disappeared as soon as we got to the frozen lake, and all the ice on the lake had been smashed to pieces." The frozen lake was shattered? Su Yuan frowned. The ice layer of that frozen lake was very thick, and it had taken a lot of effort to make a hole in it last time. Will Haiyao and her tribe be in danger? Su Yuan felt a pity and worry that such a key trading partner was now in such an uncertain situation, as there were many rare items in the sea. But there was nothing he could do. If they were on land, he could lend a helping hand, but he was lucky not to drown in the sea. Wait a minute, it seems like I can actually breathe underwater. Su Yuan opened the system's special goods page. The Cod King fish instant powder he had obtained when he killed the monsters he had fished up earlier was just enough to keep him breathing underwater for 3 hours. How about trying cat night? Looking at Nikoya, who had already been steamed to death by the hot spring steam, Su Yuan gave up the idea. Why waste 1,500 points of Cod King fish instant powder like that? I'll at least try again when I have more money, or maybe I should just get a mermaid. Then let's wait for Haiyao to contact us again. Su Yuan, when are we going back to the desolate snowfield to deal with the Black Sheep tribe? Shir suddenly perked up, raised her head, and stared intently at Su Yuan. She had been thinking about this matter ever since Su Yuan returned from his investigation. She had been so busy that she hadn't had a chance to speak, but now that she had some free time, she asked somewhat nervously, "Let's wait 2 more days. Let the new members of the tribe build their houses and gather more food in the camp. Aren't we going back to the snowy wilderness?" Su Yuan shook his head. After learning that Mu Guang could find out what was happening in the Black Sheep tribe through the Black Sheep, he canceled his plan to go to the desolate Snowfield. After all, they had just reclaimed the original territory of the Red Fox tribe, and before they could even set up defenses, the people of the Muguang tribe had already rushed over. "We won't go back for now. Mu Guang knows what happened to the Black Sheep tribe. We'll make sure to finish the job quickly, capture the Black Sheep and the others, and come back immediately." Lion's eyes hardened, and he nodded earnestly, saying, "I understand. This time, I will definitely not lose to Tiger Hunter. Meow, I'll do my best even at night." The listless cat meowed listlessly upon hearing their conversation, then leaned against Su Yuan and fell asleep again. In the deep sea of a snowy plain. "Mother, that monster should be gone by now, right?" Haiyao, her face filled with panic, hid in a cluster of caves made of ice and rock. Many of her tribesmen around her were also hiding in fear, not daring to make a sound. At the cave entrance, a mermaid with a similar blue fishtail and a sexy figure nervously observed the outside world. Unlike Haiyao's tail, her blue was much deeper. The fish's tail is covered with many beautiful, sparkling sequins that reflect a variety of colors when it sways slightly. It's just a pity that there are several horrifying wounds on this beautiful tail. "Keep your voice down. That guy is very smart and might be hiding nearby, waiting for us." Hailing took out her witch's staff, and as she waved it, seaweed from the seabed surged towards the cave, filling the originally 2-meter-high entrance. Then, tiny points of light appeared on the surface of the dark seaweed, illuminating the cave and bringing some relief to the people hiding inside. "Haiyao, didn't you go to find that tribe on the mainland? How did you end up provoking this kind of guy?" Haiyao was still a little shaken. She shook her head and said, "I don't know either. I went to find Su Yuan a while ago, but I ran into this guy as soon as I got to the frozen lake. Then it chased me relentlessly. If it weren't for you, Mother, waiting for me nearby, I probably would have been eaten by it. Could this guy be a monster that specifically feeds on our God-given race?" As a newcomer to the Icefield Sea, Hai Ling was unfamiliar with the magical beasts of this area. After nearly 3 months, she still hadn't found the Frost Sea Heart Crystal. Even a divinely gifted person from the ocean didn't notice that this area was as desolate as a no-man's land. "Mother, what should we do next? We can't hide here forever, can we?" It's already the 2nd day of their hiding, and there are still more than 20 people in the tribe. The amount of food they consume every day is not small. If things continue like this, he'll either be killed by the monsters outside or starve to death in this icy cave. "You all stay here and don't make a sound. I'll go outside and take a look. Haiyao, give me the conch shell, and where is that frozen lake from before?" "Mother, which? This is too dangerous." As the leader and shaman, Hailing had to make a choice. After pondering for a long time, she looked at the seaweed-covered cave entrance and calmly said, "If I go out unharmed, it means the monster has left. If it hasn't left, then we can only seek help from the tribe on land. You don't need to stop me anymore. Only I can escape the monster's pursuit now." Chapter 124 Elements. Come and fill my body. Is this the cave you discovered earlier? On the snow-capped mountain, in a more remote location than the cave where Hong Shuang and the others had lived, the entrance to the cave was covered with layers of snow deep in the folds of the mountain wall. There were some frozen green vines on both sides, and the broken green vine marks at the entrance of the cave were the ones that Lion had cleaned up when he came over not long ago. "Yeah, it was too dark inside, so I came back after walking for a little while." "What's so strange about this cave?" Su Yuan looked around but didn't find anything strange, except for the green vines growing on top of it. Lion stepped forward and pointed to the dark cave, explaining, "It's very hot inside." "Huh, could this be a lava crater? And the hot spring water below flows down from here?" Su Yuan calculated the location of the hot spring outlet and their current location, and the two were too far apart. If the water really flowed from here to that mountain stream. The rock strata in this mountain are rather intricate and complex. Let's go in and take a look. I'll use fire magic to clear the way. Accompanying Su Yuan this time were Lion, Red Fox, and Xian Ku. Red Fox had come to investigate before, but after walking for a while and feeling the heat, she withdrew. Cinco was simply bored in the tribe, so she followed along. But there's no need to go through all that trouble. Su Yuan took out the flashlight that hadn't been able to charge from his pocket. He couldn't charge it, but Chi Hu and Xian Ku could. "Red Fox, place your palm here and try to see if you can inject your body's energy into it. The strange little cylinder puzzled Red Fox, but she still followed Su Yuan's instructions and placed her palm on the black part of the flashlight. I've got it. I've got it. As the dim flashlight grew increasingly full, it became clear that this thing required magic power, and only the shaman of this primitive tribe could charge it. Should I go back and buy a magic book and try learning some magic? Su Yuan couldn't understand the technique that Red Fox and the others used to release magic with witch cards. As for how Red Fox and the others became witches, according to their explanation, they didn't know either. They just suddenly learned some witchcraft during their growth and were then trained by the old witch and instructed to become the next witch. Based on Su Yuan's experience from novels and anime in his previous life, this must be because his body accepted elemental power before he broke through to become a magician. Just like some geniuses in cultivation novels, even without actively absorbing spiritual energy will enter their bodies on its own. But I can't just wait like this until the elements fill my body before I become a real witch, can I? When will that be? Forget it. Let's deal with the Black Sheep tribe first. We need to save up more points to deal with any unexpected situations that may arise. Although he already had a surefire plan in mind, his cautious nature still made him want to save up more points for unforeseen circumstances. The charging process didn't take long, about 20 minutes, before Su Yuan saw the entire flashlight glow with blue light. All right, Red Fox, how much magical power did you expend? Su Yuan took the flashlight and looked at the Red Fox, who had opened its eyes, and asked with concern. About 1/10. The magical power injected into it seems to have entered a series of rugged paths. This thing feels very strange. This is a wonderful gift from the gods, look. When faced with a dilemma, Su Yuan resorted to divination and metaphysics to brush it off before taking a flashlight and heading into the cave. As the button is pressed, a dazzling light shines from the transparent screen, illuminating the entire cave, and the brightness adjusts accordingly with each press. How amazing! The three women crowded around, staring curiously at the flashlight that emitted light. Su Yuan saw the three elegant women with their beautiful faces approaching like curious children, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. This is a very common thing. I've used it before. Wait a minute, can't I redeem a flashlight myself in the regular shop? I remember there were flashlights for sale in the level 1 shop, and it seems like they weren't the only ones that needed to be charged to work. Damn, I was completely fooled like an idiot, thinking this energy-concentrating flashlight was such a good deal. System, open the store and list the prices of flashlights. Standard battery flashlight, 10 hours 100 points. Rechargeable flashlight, requires charging 150 hours. Extra long battery life flashlight, requires charging 300 points. SR32 flashlight, requires charging 1,000 points. After looking at the flashlights in the store, Su Yuan's cursing mood calmed down a lot. Compared to flashlights that couldn't be charged and battery flashlights that could be lit for 10 hours with 100 points, this 300-point energy-gathering brand was quite a good deal. Of course, this is assuming the flashlight can be charged. If Red Fox and Xin don't charge it, this thing isn't as useful as a 10-point stone hammer when hitting people. Alright, stop staring. Staring at it for too long will hurt your eyes. Su Yuan closed the system shop, snatched the flashlight back, and the three beast girls strained their eyes to peer into the bright, transparent screen. Wow, this is amazing. How does it emit light, and it's not even hot to the touch? Xin scratched her head, somewhat confused. Su Yuan ignored her. He himself didn't understand the complexity of this thing, let alone this idiot. The four lit up the cave and walked inside. Red Fox and Su Yuan walked behind, while Xin, carrying a spear and a horse-slaying saber, and Sure led the way. Under the light, the overall structure of the cave can be clearly seen. Unlike the cave where Hong Shuang and the others live, this cave is long and narrow. Liquid seeps out from the rock walls on both sides and slowly flows to the ground. Su Yuan checked it with the identification system and found it to be just ordinary water droplets. After walking for a short while, the dampness on their heads made them look up. Above the cave, rows of white stone pillars stood upside down above them. Drops of dew were falling from above onto the heads of the group, and under the flashlight, the stone pillar could be seen emitting colorful light. So beautiful. Xin aimed at the largest piece, thrusting his spear upwards, and the head-sized white stone crashed down. Is this a stalactite? Su Yuan squatted down and touched the white stone. Its surface was very smooth, like a piece of jade that had been handled for a long time. Unique white stalactite grows in areas with large temperature differences, formed over thousands of years by melting snow seeping into the mountains. It has a temperature-regulating effect, quickly returning to room temperature when placed in both hot and cold water. Trading price, 2,000 points. It's amazing that such a beautiful item isn't rare. But this function is quite impressive. If I insert it into the snow, will it turn into room temperature water? Besides its temperature regulating function, the white stalactite is also very attractive in terms of price. A small piece is worth 2,000 points, so Su Yuan couldn't help but shine his light into the cave. There's another piece of this white stalactite hanging upside down from the cave ceiling. Presumably, we won't even need to wait until we've dealt with the Black Sheep tribe to return. I'll be able to learn magic tonight. Chapter 125, let's have an ice pop to cool off. Okay, put this down. You can carry it back when you come back later. Since obtaining this lustrous, uniquely colored white stalactite, Xian-ku has held it tightly in her arms as if it were a precious treasure, refusing to let go. The scenery in front of us was already magnificent, but now with this rock blocking our way, we can't even see the road clearly. Okay then, remember to remind me when you come back. Xian-ku reluctantly placed the white stalactite in a corner of the cave passage, not knowing why it attracted her so much. Could it be that snow leopards all like these slippery, shiny things? The four walked for about 10 minutes, but the winding tunnel ahead still hadn't ended. The cold mist they could exhale when breathing outside had disappeared, and the surrounding temperature had become noticeably hotter. A strange smell filled the air, but unfortunately the testing equipment couldn't identify the air's composition. Be careful, and run out immediately if you feel anything wrong with your body. This is a strange and bizarre other world. It wouldn't be surprising if you walked in and found a giant dragon that breathes fire. Su Yuan didn't dare to be careless and slowed down his pace. Oh, okay, stop pulling my tail. It tickles. Xian-ku wanted to argue, but after being caught by the tail, she had no choice but to slow down her pace. As the group ventured deeper, the strange smell in the air grew stronger, and the temperature became increasingly hot. By this time, the animal skin coats had soaked everyone into a sweat. I can't take it anymore. It's too hot. The sweltering heat was also making Su Yuan uncomfortable. Xian-ku wiped the sweat from her forehead and took off her animal skin coat, and she didn't seem to be stopping. Stop. This is enough. Seeing that she was about to tear off the animal skin skirt and the half piece of animal skin covering her upper body, Su Yuan quickly stopped her. It was already hot enough. If she took them off, wouldn't that add fuel to the fire? But it's still very hot. Hang in there. Su Yuan looked at those long, muscular thighs, their skin smooth and firm, and the several clearly defined abdominal muscles glistening with sweat. Her sexy abs extended all the way into the animal skin skirt, with a few drops of sweat flowing freely down her abs. If Xian-ku can't hold on, then I can't hold on either. In that case, today's cave exploration will have to end here. All right. You're the tribe's greatest shaman. I'll listen to you. Seeing Su Yuan's serious expression, Xian-ku had no choice but to retie the half-pulled animal skin around her body, only changing the way she tied the original full-body wrap. The scenery of the southern hemisphere of the otherworld continent is fully displayed. Lion and Red Fox had only taken off their short animal skin skirts and tops. The hot temperature in the cave was very unfriendly to Red Fox, whose thick foxtail was already soaked with sweat and became very heavy. Su Yuan, if you don't let me take it off soon, I'm going to die from the heat. After walking for a while, a faint red glow could be clearly seen ahead, and Xian-ku's animal skin coat was already soaked with water. System, open the store and filter the popsicle list. Ice Lotus, 25 points. Milk Popsicle, 25 points. Sleeping Dragon, 25 points. Argenhas, 25 points. All the popsicle series have the same points of 25. Su Yuan ordered 4 milk popsicles, and 4 milky white ice blocks appeared out of thin air in his hand. If they won't even give you a stick this time, can this still be considered an ice pop? Su Yuan was too lazy to complain about the system's stinginess, so he handed the milk ice cream bars in his hand to the others. Eat this to relieve the symptoms. The 3 of them took the ice cream and gently licked it with their tongues. The milky aroma, along with a touch of coolness, soothed their souls, and their previously listless ears perked up. So delicious. Is there more? Xian-ku finished the milk ice cream in a few bites, like Zhu Beiji eating ginseng, and now she was licking her fingers and looking at Su Yuan. Eating too much will cause stomach aches. Now that it's not hot anymore, let's keep going. What? My stomach doesn't hurt from eating a few pieces of ice. You're just being stingy. After eating a piece of ice cream, everyone felt a little better. Su Yuan couldn't bear Xian-ku's pitiful look and gave her his half. Before my eyes, under the light of the flashlight, a red light appeared in the passage ahead, unlike the white light of the flashlight. It was visible even when the flashlight was turned off. Arrive. Everyone took out their weapons. Xin licked his palm while gripping the spear tightly in his other hand. The Red Fox pulled out several witch tokens from somewhere. Su Yuan looked her up and down, and the only possibility was that she had hidden them in the crevice in front of her. He also gripped the compound bow he was carrying in his hands. Buzz buzz hiss. As you approach the red light, you can hear a strange, indistinct buzzing sound mixed with a clear hissing sound. As you get closer, you can see the environment inside the cave, and a wave of heat hits you. Holy crap, this is lava. How come there's such a huge area inside the cave? The crimson cave in front of him startled him. Su Yuan quickly pulled the three people beside him back a few steps. If they accidentally fell in, they would probably be reduced to ashes. What is magma? Red Fox and the others were a little confused, but seeing Su Yuan's tense expression, they cautiously retreated to the back. Even Xian Ku, unusually, did not cause any trouble. Before, Pan Yu mentioned that a tribe was completely destroyed by the wrath of the fire god. In fact, that was a volcanic eruption that spewed lava. Hiss! Xian Ku took a few steps back in fear, gasping for breath. I've heard about this too. According to those who saw it, being touched by the wrath of the fire god will turn you to ashes. Why don't we leave quickly? If the fire god of this place gets angry, we're doomed. Don't rush, let me take a closer look. Su Yuan was a little confused. This place was a cave, not a volcano, and the path before hadn't given a particularly strong sense of going downhill. How could we suddenly encounter such a large area of lava? The development of things must have a logic. Even the world of magic must have its own logic. If something that shouldn't appear appears, then there's only one possibility. There's a treasure here, and it's an extremely rare fire elemental treasure. Su Yuan suppressed his nervousness and returned to the edge of the cave entrance. In front of him, apart from the ground, everything was a red crystal color. The surroundings were very spacious, roughly the size of a high school playground from his previous life. This is much more spacious than the small cave where Hong Shuang and the others used to live. Huh? Why is the lava pitted and uneven? Wait, this doesn't seem to be lava. Su Yuan took the horse-slaying sword from Shi's hand and gently placed it on the red ground in front of him. The scene of it melting into the lava that he had imagined did not appear. Clang! A crisp sound rang out between the blade and the ground. The blade striking the red ground sounded as if it had hit a hard stone. This isn't lava? Chapter 126. It can fly and breathe fire. What else could it be but a dragon? Flame-patterned iron, or a mutated iron or formed under high-temperature conditions. The ore contains flame energy and releases red light through the red patterns on its surface. It can be used to forge fire element ironware through a special process. Trading price. Not retrieved, cannot be identified. So you've been scaring yourself all along. But if this isn't the source of the cave's high temperature, then where is it? Su Yuan tried placing his palm against the surface of the flame-patterned iron ore again. Although it looked terrifying, like magma, it wasn't as scorching as he had imagined. Could it be buried under these iron or deposits? Just as he was wondering, some red crystal fragments fell on his head from above. Before he could even look up, a dark shadow pounced on him. Su Yuan, watch out. The three people behind reacted quickly, grabbing Su Yuan and retreating into the tunnel. Inside the cave, the dark figure crashed into the iron or ground, creating a crater. The flying or fragments splashed all over them. Without thinking, Shi and Shinka picked up the weapons on the ground and held them in front of them. Roar! At the narrow tunnel entrance, the dark figure's head was tightly wedged in, its crimson skin covered in dense, scaly patches, and its pupils were also crimson vertical eyes. He was furious as he looked at Su Yuan and the others, and the tongue that had shot out of his mouth was slashed open by Lion. What the hell is this? Don't try to run away now that you're here. With the iron spear in his hand, Xian Ku pinned the monster's tongue to the ground. The pain made it struggle desperately, but each pull caused it to tremble with pain. Seeing that it couldn't retract its tongue, the monster opened its mouth, and fiery red energy condensed inside. You're resorting to underhanded tactics with me now. System, give me an ice spike scroll. If it were to unleash magic in such a narrow tunnel, it would be disastrous. Su Yuan immediately tore open the ice spike scroll he had exchanged and aimed it at the monster's mouth, where it was gathering magic. Lie down. Xian Ku. Like raindrops, ice spikes shot out instantly. Xian Ku heard the commotion behind her and quickly bent down. The ice spikes instantly pierced the fire element that had condensed in the monster's mouth. Coax! An explosion rang out from the monster's mouth, and ice shards mixed with chunks of flesh blasted the group away once again. Even Xian Ku's iron spear was sent flying, along with a piece of tongue and flesh. The explosion sent the monster flying back into the mine. Shaking its dazed head, it turned and glared resentfully at the 4 people in the tunnel. Red blood slowly flowed from his mouth. Tui, tui, tui. What the hell is this thing? Su Yuan brushed the pieces off his face and quickly activated the identification function on the monster in the mine. Molten Fire Lizard, a Tier 3 high-level magical beast. This is an iron-eating lizard that evolved in environments rich in fire element. It possesses agile movement and astonishing bite force. Due to its excessive consumption of flame-patterned iron ore, it has powerful fire element within its body and also exhibits fire resistance on its exterior. Damn, it's a flying, fire-breathing lizard. What's the difference between it and a dragon? 1 second we were in the tunnel, and I was wondering if we would encounter a fire-breathing dragon in the cave. Now it's all right. Apart from the different name, it has the same ability as a dragon. I should have called Great Frost as well. It's also a high-level Tier 3 magical beast, so the fight wouldn't have been so difficult. It's just a small lizard, move aside, I'll take care of it. Xian stood up, kicked off the tongue stuck in the iron spear, and rushed in after saying that. The lightning around him flickered and condensed on the pure iron spear. Even the molten fire lizard was somewhat frightened by its imposing presence and took a few steps back, flapping its 2 pairs of fleshy wings close to its back as it flew into the air. TCH, another flying creature. The molten flying lizard seemed to realize that the humans below couldn't fly, and once again opened its huge mouth, attempting to unleash fire magic. Xian looked at it with a sneer, then took out the witch's talisman from her chest. This time Su Yuan saw it very clearly. It turned out they could actually hide the witch's talisman inside. Fireball. The flames in front of him transformed into a ball of fire and flew rapidly toward the molten fire flying lizard in the sky, but the creature did not seem afraid. It used its wings to block the head-sized fireball and neutralized it. At the same time, the flame that had failed to be released earlier crashed down on everyone. One crimson fireball after another slammed into the ground. Unlike the ones Xian released, these fireballs didn't disappear after hitting the ground. Instead, they smashed holes into the ground. The blazing flames burned in the holes, but fortunately, the group retreated back into the tunnel and were not hit. Fire has no effect on this guy. Do you know any other witchcraft? Su Yuan knew from the identification function that this guy had fire resistance, so it wouldn't be so easy to deal with it using fire. That's all. I only had 1 fireball witch card on me when I ran away. Xian shrugged. That was all she had. I'll give it a try, solidify stone. Red Fox stepped forward, took out another witch card, and condensed the scattered flame-patterned iron ore into a ball, throwing it towards the molten fire flying lizard. The thrown stones flew too slowly and were easily dodged by the molten lizard. I have no other choice. Red Fox sighed helplessly. Fire, stone, and healing were the 3 spells she knew, but they were completely useless against a fire-resistant and fast-flying magical beast. Roar. Inside the cave, the molten fire lizard landed triumphantly. The 2 were far apart, and it wanted to gather flames again at the other end and smash them into the tunnel. Xian sure. This thing can make you fly in the air for a short time after eating it. After you eat it, step on the stone wall and go harass it in the air. Red Fox, take this. If anyone touches that giant lizard, immediately use your magic to blow this whistle. Since they couldn't use their abilities, it was up to Su Yuan. He exchanged 2 spicy shark burgers in the system shop and then exchanged them for a howling war sentinel. This round cost more than 5,000 points, but killing the giant lizard would have given them more than just 5,000 points. Su Yuan handed the 2 of them steaming hot hamburgers. It smells so good, wow. Xian still wolfed it down, finishing the spicy shark burger in just a few bites. The delicious shark meat, mixed with a strong spiciness, instantly ignited her fighting spirit. Lion wasted no time either, and after eating in a few bites, he picked up his horse-slaying sword. Is there any more? 1 isn't nearly enough to fill me up. Su Yuan's face darkened, and he slapped her on the back of her buttocks, then hurriedly urged, that's all. Hurry up and get on with it. Okay, I'll go first then. Xian rubbed it without caring at all, and then once again picked up the iron spear and rushed into the cave. When the molten fire lizard saw the figures approaching the cave, it flapped its wings without hesitation and flew back into the air. When it landed on the ground, it was no match for the people in front of it. Its true home ground is only in the sky. Chapter 127, Who Gave You Permission to Touch My Treasure? Inside the cave, the group rushed back in. The molten fire lizard hovered in midair, flapping its wings, and aimed the fireballs that had been condensing in its mouth at Xian's position. It was this woman who caused its tongue to be severed. At this moment, all the anger in its heart was focused on Xian-ku. Xian-ku, fearless, defiantly beckoned to it, then quickly ran towards the mountain wall. The molten fire lizard, its eyes filled with rage, followed after it, flames gathering in its mouth. The man and the lizard ran towards the rock wall. When they saw that Xian-ku had nowhere to escape, the lizard immediately rushed forward and released a series of fireballs from its mouth. Boom, boom, boom. Amid the explosion, a figure leaped high into the air. Xian-ku pierced through the dust and debris brought by the flames, using the wall as a springboard to fly into the air, and hurled his spear toward the wings of the molten fire lizard. Unfortunately, the spear missed by a foot, landing on the ground some distance away, having missed the pair of wings. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A mocking smile appeared on the face of the molten lizard, and it reached out with its front paws to grab Xian-ku, who was floating in midair. Wah! At this moment, a clear and loud sound rang out from the cave. With the crisp whistle, the magic power within the red fox spread outwards like a ripple. The magic in the voice infused the three people in the room with a powerful force. The molten lizard was also attracted by the crisp sound and subconsciously looked down in the direction of the red fox. In that moment of stunned silence, a flash of light from the side made its body tremble violently, and its instinctive fear made it want to fly backward. Click! With a swift stroke, the lion-like creature severed one of the claws, spraying blood onto her face. As she tried to swing her blade a second time, the molten fire lizard retreated to a higher position. Call out! Before it could even catch its breath from the pain of losing its forelimbs, an arrow pierced through its fleshy wing and lodged in its back. This battle wasn't just about Xian-ku. The molten lizard noticed the lightning flashing on Xian-ku's body and, remembering the previous grudge of having his tongue cut off, forgot about the others on the field. Now, with its leg broken and its wing pierced by a bullet, it flew in terror to the rock wall above the cave and pressed itself against it, opening its mouth as if to lick the crimson crystal in the very center with its tongue. It just opened its mouth, and a mouthful of blood flowed out. Without a tongue, it could only use its teeth to grind a crystal. That is. Su Yuan frowned and looked over. Although it was somewhat similar to flame pattern iron ore, something that the molten fire flying lizard valued so much must be extraordinary. The identification function quickly provided him with the answer. Blazing fire crystal, a treasure containing powerful fire elements. It can mutate surrounding ores and creatures by releasing fire elements. It can be used to craft top-tier fire-type weapons. Soaking it in water for many years can enhance one's own fire element talent trade price. 20,000 points. So it was you who caused all this flame-patterned iron ore and that molten fire lizard. Damn monster. Who told you to touch my treasures? Su Yuan's face lit up with joy as he looked at the description of the blazing fire crystal, but the molten fire flying lizard was still grinding its teeth on it. He immediately took out an arrow and shot it at the lizard. The molten fire lizard looked at the incoming arrow, then glanced at the blazing fire crystal embedded in the rock wall, and finally chose to dodge. Its body, flying in midair, was already swaying precariously. There were holes in its wings, and its forelimbs were bleeding heavily. Most importantly, its back and the ripped wings had somehow lost some sensation. The numbness made its wings flap at an unusual frequency, and it wobbled as it flew through the air. Even if Su Yuan stops attacking it now, it won't be long before the molten fire lizard falls down due to blood loss and the effects of the anesthetic. Hey, big lizard, look here. But Su Yuan had no intention of wasting time with it. With a call, he attracted the attention of the molten fire lizard, and then a spore sac flew into the air. The arrow pierced the spore sac, and the white frost obscured the attention of the molten flying lizard. Xian-ku, drop your gun. It's been prepared for a long time. Xian-ku felt his body brimming with power. He took a leap and leaped into the air, this time almost reaching the same height as the molten fire lizard, with the two less than 10 meters apart. Die! Lightning crackled around his iron spear, and his sweat-drenched face was filled with arrogance as he thrust the spear into the icy mist with a thunderous roar. Crackling and popping. Boom! In the icy mist, the body of the molten fire lizard crashed to the ground, the iron spear piercing its abdomen, its entire body pierced by the spear. Lion. On the ground, the molten fire lizard tried to escape, but Lion, who was guarding it, rushed forward and cut off its wings. At this moment, its eyes were filled with despair. Before it could struggle for long, a long sword, sharp and menacing, slashed towards it under the red light of the crystal in the cave. Hoo-ha, cough, cough, cough. The battle was so intense in such a hot environment that after the molten fire lizard died, The group was already covered in sweat, and Ku's animal skin clothes were dripping wet. Her once rosy lips had become dry and cracked, and her throat felt like it was on fire, with uncontrollable coughing when she tried to breathe. System, bring me a few bottles of water, chilled. 2 points for a bottle of ice water. Su Yuan waved his hand and exchanged 20 bottles directly, instantly filling the ground with a pile of bamboo jars. Have some water and rest for a bit. Su Yuan first grabbed a bottle and gulped it down. The refreshing feeling instantly revitalized him, and he drank 3 bottles in a row before he recovered. On the other side, Ku and Sure completely lost their composure, hugging the jars and drinking in large gulps. The red fox beside them wasn't in a hurry. She first used healing magic to treat the wounds caused by the splashes of fireballs on the 2 women's fair abdomens, which were covered with small black wounds after the battle. Besides a blazing fire crystal, I wonder how many rare items you can bring. Su Yuan arrived at the corpse of the molten fire flying lizard. This was the first high-level 3rd-tier magical beast he had killed, and its strength was not particularly strong. If he didn't have the ability to fly, Ku alone could kill him using the combined power of lightning and fire. From this perspective, a high-level awakened warrior possesses at least the strength of a 4th-tier monster, but we must exclude some advantages and disadvantages. It's like the molten lizard, because the space is small, and there's the red fox's whistle buff, plus the spicy shark burger's levitation buff. Even if Ku hadn't reached the level of an advanced awakened warrior, Su Yuan and the others could still kill the molten fire lizard by working together. However, without a levitation item, no matter how powerful they were, it would be useless if they couldn't touch the enemy's powerful attacks. Don't disappoint me. I spent over 5,000 points for you. Su Yuan placed his palm on the head of the molten fire flying lizard. Instantly, the system's voice sounded, and an exciting system panel popped up in front of him. Rare items detected. Molten lizard stomach, molten lizard wings, molten lizard beast crystal. Tradable for 23,000 points, or 2,300 points. New special items added. Host, please select the direction of the transaction. Chapter 128, Who turned my fox into this? System, show me the functions of these 3 things. If a rare item has high value, Su Yuan is unwilling to use it to gamble on an unknown commodity that the system will unlock, so he needs to check it before making a trade. Molten lizard stomach pouch can be crafted into molten missiles using special techniques. Molten lizard wings. With special techniques, they can be crafted into hang gliders for aerial gliding. Molten lizard beast crystal can be crafted into a fire summoning core using special techniques. Damn you, system. Did you guess what I was thinking? Su Yuan stared speechlessly at the descriptions of the 3 rare items. Each one required a special skill, and frankly, in this primitive society, he couldn't even make a staff. Not to mention learning any special skills. By the time they learn any special skills, their stomachs and wings will have long since gone moldy. Unlock all the special items. Su Yuan was too lazy to research any special skills. Since he couldn't use them, he would use them all to unlock special items. Transaction successful. New products can be viewed in a special section. Molten spike bomb, 5,000 points. Note, this design is based on the attack pattern of the molten flying lizard. Place or inside. Infuse it with magic and wait for a while. Opening the lid will release a fireball. The trajectory needs to be adjusted manually. Molten cloak for 1,000 points. Note, made using the wings of a molten lizard. It enhances jumping ability and provides a brief levitation effect when worn. Molten guardian orb, 7,000 points. Note, made using molten fire lizard beast crystals and infused with magic. This sphere can dispel darkness and cold near the illumination ball. If it is broken in the event of danger, it will activate a fire protective barrier around it. Of the 3 items, the cloak has some overlap with the previous spicy shark burger, but the molten cloak is not a one-time use item, so it's worth it in terms of points. The other 2 items are an energy-storing cannonball that can be given to Red Fox and a guardian orb that can be placed in her camp. With this protective orb, he could at least be at ease about the safety of the tribe if he led some of the tribe's warriors to fight in the desolate Snowfield. Overall, the results were quite good. Moreover, these 3 items are not the main attraction. The Real treasure is still right above us. Su Yuan looked up and saw a blazing fire crystal above him that looked somewhat similar to the flame pattern iron Oregon. This was the first time he had ever encountered such a treasure worth 20,000 points. The problem now is that the fire crystal is at least 30 meters above the ground and is located in the very center of the cave. Even using a ladder won't work. Wait a minute. This is another world. Why are you still using the old way of thinking? If you can't reach it yourself, you can call for backup. Xin Ku, run faster and go to the tribe to call Hong Shuang over. Just tell me if there's a problem. Why call Hong Shuang? Xin Ku finished the last glass of ice water, casually tossed the kin behind him, and stood in front of him with his iron spear in hand. Having just killed a high-level third-tier magical beast, he was now so arrogant that his tail was practically wagging in the air. Then go and help me take down the fire crystal that the giant lizard just bit off my head, or you can take me up there. I'll go and call Hong Shuang right away. Xin Ku glanced at the distance above her head and immediately left. She didn't stay idle in the cave either. Now that she had discovered iron ore, it was time to advance her iron smelting technology. If even refining iron can't upgrade the system shop, then the system probably really needs to bring me into the steam age before it can upgrade. Lion, try to knock the flame pattern iron ore off this rock wall. Su Yuan bought her an iron pickaxe from the system shop. It shouldn't be too difficult to get the iron ore. The fireballs from the molten lizard had already created several craters. Lion took the pickaxe and nodded. The runes that had just disappeared on his forehead reappeared, and he slammed the pickaxe heavily against the flame pattern iron or rock wall. Stone chips flew everywhere, and several fist-sized pieces of flame-patterned iron ore fell to the ground. Flame-patterned iron ore, 1,800 points. The trade points for a mere palm-sized piece of flame-patterned iron ore are almost equal to those for the white stalactite that Xin Ku acquired, which was larger than his head. This cave is a treasure trove. If we could dig it all out, 1,000,000 points wouldn't be a dream. I'll eat spicy shark burgers for breakfast, and I'll use blue spirit drinks and snow fairy black tea as mouthwash. Bang! While he was still daydreaming, Shir swung his pickaxe again, and the shattered stone chips hit his face, waking him from his reverie. That's enough, that's enough. This amount of flame pattern iron ore is sufficient. Su Yuan, is there anything special about this thing? Red Fox came over to return the whistle to Su Yuan, but seeing him staring at the red stone, he couldn't help but ask curiously. Take the whistle, it's more suitable for you. As for these iron ore, they can be refined to make ironware. Ironware. A hint of doubt flashed in the eyes of Red Fox and Lion, but they quickly realized that the particularly sharp and hard objects Su Yuan had taken out earlier were all made of iron. Is it a weapon like Lion's horse-slaying sword? More or less, but the forging technology probably won't reach that level. We can make ordinary daggers, short swords, or hammers, though. The Zamadeo, horse-slaying sword, is a product of modern technology provided by the system. Even if I knew the forging process, I wouldn't be able to make it myself. Even Xin Ku's pure iron spear couldn't do it. He could only make a spearhead. Sigh. If Lei Yin were still here, she would be very interested in these things, and the weapons she made were all exceptionally good. Red Fox sighed helplessly. This was the second time Su Yuan had heard the name Lei Yin. Both Red Fox and Lion looked somewhat disappointed when Lei Yin was mentioned. Don't worry, Mu Guang shouldn't kill someone as powerful as Lei Yin. We'll find a way to rescue them from the Wangshua Mountains when we have the chance. Su Yuan rubbed their hair. It was soaked with sweat and felt like they had just washed it. The hair on their ears was also sticky and clumped together. Let's take a shower together later. Shir told me about your situation, Su Yuan. Huh? What is it? The sudden shift in the topic of the Red Fox left Su Yuan somewhat bewildered. He glanced at Shir, who lowered her head and looked down at Su Yuan's lower body. The Red Fox beside her was also watching with a half-smile, her expression showing no trace of girlish shyness, but rather like that of a curious child. What did Lion tell you? Red Fox stepped forward and hugged Su Yuan, resting her head on his shoulder as she slowly said, about the fact that you're not a beast man, and many, many other things about you. Of course, it's not that Lion doubts you. This idiot secretly came over a while ago to ask me if the God-given race could conceive life using the methods of orcs. The heat wave in front of us carried a strange smell to our nostrils. Since everyone was sweating profusely, the smell was very strong, and a light sniff gave us a feeling of being intoxicated. However, after hearing Red Fox's words, Su Yuan's desire to be seduced by the scent was brought back, and his lips twitched. This was indeed a question that Lion could ask. Do you know if it's possible? Red Fox wrapped her arms around Su Yuan's neck, boldly raised her head, and whispered sweetly in his ear, I don't know about this either, so I want to try it myself. Wait, no, it's only been a month. Who changed my fox's appearance like this? Is this still the Red Fox of the Star Tribe? This smooth combo made Su Yuan's blood rush to his head, and the scent once again caught his attention, making his body somewhat out of control. Then a loud voice rang out from outside the cave. Su Yuan, we're back. Chapter 129, Even the Beast Girl Smells Bad When She Goes to the Toilet. Xin Ku's voice rang out in the tunnel. and soon she carried Hong Shuang into the cave. Judging from Hong Shuang's bewildered expression and the unfinished work in her hands, it was clear that Xian Ku, in order to be quick, didn't even bother to explain and just carried the person over. Chief, what happened? Cough, 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 Hong Shuang. I need you to take that thing off. Su Yuan tugged at his pants, which had become a little tight. He didn't know why, but ever since he came to this other world, his pants had been getting tighter and tighter. It seemed he would have to get a bigger pair. That crystal. When Hong Shuang came to her senses, she stared in shock at the fantastical scene. No sunlight from the outside could penetrate, but the crimson light inside the cave illuminated every corner. Not only the ground, but also the rock walls and the cave ceiling. Every stone was emitting a red glow. I see. Hong Shuang clearly saw the blazing fire crystal that Su Yuan was pointing to. This distance was somewhat insurmountable for Xian Ku and the others, but she easily used the spider silk to attach herself to the top of the cave. Despite several strikes with the pickaxe, the blazing fire crystal remained unmoved. In fact, as time passed, the spider silk clinging to the rock wall began to detach. Is this thing really that hard? Su Yuan was watching from below, ready to catch the person immediately if there was any danger. The hardness of the blazing fire crystal surprised him, especially since the surrounding flame pattern iron ore was also extremely hard. Although Red Frost's power was not as great as Lion and the others, she was still an awakened warrior. Those few swings of the pickaxe only sent up some sparks. They didn't even manage to knock off a single piece of debris. Looks like I'll have to give it to the system to unlock special items. Su Yuan originally didn't plan to use this treasure, which could enhance fire element talent when placed in water, to unlock special items. First, a swimming pool must be built in the camp, and then an artificial hot spring must be made using hot stones, so that the tribe's beast girls can soak in the hot spring directly in the camp. The blazing fire crystal placed inside can awaken the beast girls of the Star Tribe into magicians, who are essentially the shamans of the primitive tribe. But now they can't even remove the blazing fire crystal, and all their plans have been aborted. How about we get a power drill and force it open? After pondering for a moment, Su Yuan dismissed the idea. If this thing could be taken down so easily, the molten fire flying lizard, which had been here for countless years, would have already devoured it. There's no need to stay in this cave. All you do every day is lick it with your tongue. Hong Shuang, stop knocking. Just take me upstairs. Since that's the case, we can only leave it to the system to forcibly extract it. Hong Shuang immediately stopped hammering when she heard the shout. The impact of those swings of the pickaxe had made her arm go numb. Chief, please hold me tight. After returning to the ground, Hong Shuang used spider silk to tightly bind the two of them together, so that half of Gao Xiyuan's head was covered by Hong Shuang, forcing him to stay close to her. The darkness covering his face allowed him to breathe in fresh air only through the gaps in the walls. The sweat mixed with a strong, exotic scent made Su Yuan feel drowsy, and he just wanted to fall asleep. Chief, we've arrived. Damn, I almost got lost in that world of pleasure. Hong Shuang's reminder made Su Yuan raise his head. The two of them were hanging about 6 or 7 stories high. Looking down, they saw Shir and the other two guarding the middle to catch them. Chief, I'm afraid this spider silk won't last much longer. Because Su Yuan was pressed tightly against her, he couldn't spray any more spider silk. Hong Shuang quickly reminded him, noticing that some of the spider silk was starting to fall off. Su Yuan nodded and placed his finger on the blazing fire crystal. The temperature of this blazing fire crystal was much higher than that of the flame pattern iron or that I had touched before. At this moment, the fingers touching its surface felt as if they were touching a red-hot branding iron. Testing. It's so hot. Stop talking nonsense. I'm about to be burned to death. Unlock the new special item now. After Su Yuan confirmed it, the hard, blazing fire crystal disappeared into thin air, revealing a notch the size of an apple in the center. The surrounding fiery iron ore seemed to have lost its energy, and the bright red light became somewhat dim. All right, let's go down. There was no time to check the new products. If she didn't go down now, she would have to do a no-rope bungee jump. After receiving Su Yuan's order, Hong Shuang immediately returned to the ground along the spider silk. Hiss, Red Fox, heal me quickly. Red Fox grasped Su Yuan's scalded and blistered fingers, and as the healing magic was released, a green light slowly merged into his fingers. The original blood blisters disappeared, leaving only a few shallow marks. Was that crystal offered to the gods? Okay, let's carry the giant lizard's carcass back first. We can take the stones from this cave back to the tribe piece by piece when we get back. It would be risky for ordinary beast girls to do this, as the mountain is not only difficult to traverse, but they might also encounter attacks from magical beasts. At the very least, We need to clear out the nearby monsters, or simply move the camp here. Su Yuan carefully observed his surroundings. It wasn't bad to actually live here. The area was spacious, and without the blazing fire crystal, the temperature wasn't as hot as before. Even when I'm trying to sleep at night, I'm affected by this bright red light. Red Fox, Lion, Xian Ku, Red Frost, what do you think about us moving our camp here? As everyone carried the molten fire lizard away from the cave, Su Yuan voiced his somewhat immature idea, as moving the camp was a huge undertaking. If not absolutely necessary, he would prefer to stay at the foot of the mountain, where the snow huts and wooden cabins were fully built, and even the wooden stake railings were enlarged. This cave? That's great. That way I won't wake up freezing at night because I kicked off the covers. Xian Kun naturally agreed without hesitation. She was restless even when sleeping alone in the snow house, and in her moments of agitation, she could even kick the snow house to pieces and bury herself. Red Fox frowned as he glanced at the cave, pondered for a moment, and then shook his head. I don't recommend it, even though this place is a natural sanctuary. But the tunnel in the cave is too long. If the toilet you requested is built here, the smell might be a bit unpleasant, and the water source will also be very inconvenient. Red Fox's concerns were indeed valid. The cave was surrounded by hard, fiery iron ore, and the depth of this ore was unknown. The tribe now has more than 100 members. If they can't solve the problem of using the toilet in the cave, the stench inside the cave will be unbearable. Even the prettiest and cutest beast girl still smells bad when she goes to the toilet. That makes sense. However, we can use this place as a refuge. Once Mu Guang discovers our camp, we can lead our people into the cave. When I get back, I'll investigate the structure of this cave and see if I can find a hidden escape route. Su Yuan didn't want to be suffocated by smoke and fire like the previous cave-stone salamander. If he really intended to make this place a refuge, he needed to find an escape route that only he and Red Fox knew, lest you end up getting roasted yourself one day. Chapter 130: The White Rabbit Who Doesn't Like Meat. The group returned to the camp with their spoils, and the enormous molten fire lizard immediately attracted the attention of the tribe's little beast girls. The beast girls who had recently joined the tribe also excitedly ran over, and Zizi and the others also rushed to Su Yuan's side. Su Yuan, why didn't you take Gigi with you on the hunt? Su Yuan rubbed her little head and squatted down to hug the other little beast girls as well. Hunting magical beasts is too dangerous. I'll take you there once you become awakened warriors. Squeaky pouted and looked at him proudly, saying, we can hunt those big monsters now. Little warrior Bay, quickly bring our spoils over to show the leader. Understood, Master Zizi. Unexpectedly, this little guy was the first to integrate into the Squeaky group. The little beast girl named Xiao Bei is the same little guy who boldly asked Su Yuan a question on the way back. She has a very cheerful and optimistic personality, very similar to Zizi. Not long after she left, she returned to Su Yuan's side carrying 2 snow rabbits and a lizard about the length of an arm. Look, Chief, this is the prey that Squeak Warrior led us to catch. It seems that Zizi has put the traps she learned before into practice. I didn't expect that they could catch some small wild animals near the tribal camp. Great. When you grow up, I'll take you hunting these giant lizards. Good. The corpse of the molten lizard was handed over to White Rabbit to handle. With so many ores in the cave that could be traded for points, Su Yuan naturally didn't care about the little points this guy had. After simply removing some useless positions and using up the remaining trading opportunities for the day, all the remaining positions were given to White Rabbit. White Rabbit, give the parts with more bones to Big Frost and Big Barbarian to sharpen their teeth, and leave the claws, teeth, and eyeballs separately. And this lizard's skin, which can be skinned and made into clothing. The molten lizard's hide wasn't very strong. Xian Ku's single shot pierced its entire body. However, Su Yuan discovered its advantages when it was being carried over. Even though it was completely dead, the huge corpse and the severed claws were very warm. Fire element was concentrated in the flesh and skin, and the clothes made from it were warmer than ordinary cotton clothes. Yes, by the way, Su Yuan, you asked me to teach some of the new members of the tribe how to make clothes and butcher meat, but we don't have enough tools. The tribe now has enough manpower, and its efficiency is much faster than before. Even the White Rabbit's spirits are much better than before, and its long ears stand up prettily. It's all right. I'll exchange some more and pray to the gods again. Looking at the adorable White Rabbit, Su Yuan couldn't help but stroke her cute white ears. There were many beast girls in the tribe with more work experience than the White Rabbit. But what reassured him most was the White Rabbit, the adorable rabbit girl who had walked out of the snowfield with him, with a gentle nature but also a strong will. Even when exhausted, They still complete their tasks and manage the tribe's resources very well. It's still too lacking in nutrition. I'll definitely get a bunny girl outfit for it once it grows a bit bigger. This malnourished body can't support the sexy bunny girl outfit. We must give the white rabbit more nutrition when we have the chance, instead of letting her eat those fruits and vegetable leaves all day long. Hey, the three of you are eating? After handing some tools to the white rabbit, Su Yuan went to the side of the camp. The expanded star camp was much more organized than before. The most remote toilet area was next to Su Yuan's wooden cabin rest area. In the area where people gather to eat, there are two people tied to pillars and suspended in midair, and another person on the ground with their feet bound. It's just a giant lizard. Our Maguang shamans have killed countless of them. Yin Duo glanced at the molten fire lizard that had been brought back and turned her head away disdainfully, ignoring even the meat that Ling Ling fed her. If you're not going to eat it, I will. Let go, this is my flesh. These past few days, the constant hunger and the inability to escape had driven the two women to despair. Every time they ate, the tantalizing aroma of food tempted them. In particular, the aroma of the meat broth simmering in the earthenware pot filled the entire camp with a misty fragrance. The two could only watch helplessly, tears streaming down their faces, unable to stop themselves from covering them with their hands, forced to passively accept the temptation of the delicious food. If you want to attack the Black Sheep tribe, you'd better do it as soon as possible. Ling Ling is now much taller than Manhwa and Yin Duo. In addition to her feet being tightly bound to prevent her from escaping, even her hands have been untied. The task of feeding the rock flowers and rocks also fell to her. You've thought it through? You're planning to join us? No, I didn't. Ling Ling's day was bound to come, and Su Yuan was not surprised at all. He smiled, squatted down, snatched the half-piece of beast meat from her hand, and took a bite. This is my flesh. Let go. Aya, you damned bastard. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Wah, this is my flesh. Yin Duo looked at the meat she was about to eat. It was almost noon, and she had only taken a bite of half a piece of roast beef. She knew that her next meal would have to wait until evening. Is it really necessary? Instead of staring at this piece of meat, you should tell me about Mu Guang sooner rather than later. You actually believed her ghost story about saving the world? Yin Hua quickly wolfed down the roasted meat in her mouth, while Yin Duo glared at her fiercely and said in a very firm tone, whether the goddess of light is the savior or not, we will follow her. Well said, I'll have half of the meat tonight too. Yeah, I'm going to kill you. Ignoring Yin Duo's frantic attempts to bite him to death, Su Yuan sat down next to Ling Ling and asked curiously, then why did you say we should act sooner? In a few days, after those people are sent away, the Black Sheep which will attack the next tribe. Now the tribe only has those warriors left, so everyone will leave at that time. They won't be coming back after they've finished fighting? Ling Ling shook her head, her face full of disappointment, and continued, the Tiger Hunter chief disagreed with this war. The 3 consecutive wars have already exhausted the tribesmen. Some of our tribesmen have even fallen completely, and the tribe is no longer fit to continue fighting. However, due to the Black Sheep Witch's insistence, the Tiger Hunter chief plans to recuperate in the next tribe. Given this, I need to speed up my actions. The Black Sheep tribe is a formidable force, and one that Su Yuan can deal with most easily. Among the remaining warriors are Tiger Hunter and another awakened warrior. Once Black Sheep is captured, those men will be easy to deal with. Why are you telling me all this? Have you really thought it through and are planning to join us? Ling Ling's expression was very serious this time. She looked at the woman sewing animal skins with bone needles by the campfire in the distance, and a rare smile appeared on her face. The animal skin garment, meticulously sewn stitch by stitch, closely resembled Ling Ling's figure. After examining it closely for a few moments, she placed it on her lap and continued sewing slowly. Because my mother is very happy here. Chapter 131. If I soak in it again, it will become a giant spectacle. Red Fox, you take this. Su Yuan found the Red Fox and exchanged the Molten Fire Guardian orb that he had unlocked earlier. Although it was expensive, it was a crucial item for the tribe at present. The fiery red crystal ball was the size of an apple, and it was crystal clear on the outside. A red element was suspended inside. This is... Fox 9 was also there. Seeing the sparkling crystal ball, she couldn't help but lean forward and examine it curiously. The Guardian Orb, when infused with magical power, can illuminate the entire tribe and keep it from getting cold. If we encounter danger, smashing this crystal ball will activate a barrier to protect everyone. Give this to your sister so that everyone can be properly protected. Such a magical item was something that even Red Fox had never heard of, let alone Fox 9. After receiving the crystal ball, he immediately tried to infuse it with magical power. A faint ray of light emanated from the crystal ball, and the red element, which was originally like a small flame, gradually grew larger, filling the entire ball. The magical power required for the molten guardian orb is much higher than that for a flashlight. After only 10 minutes of waiting, beads of sweat had already appeared on Red Fox's forehead. Finally, just as the Red Fox felt its magical power was running out, a soft orange-red light shone through the crystal ball. The intense heat of fire was released throughout the camp, and even the beast girls guarding the campfire felt the sudden rise in temperature. That's amazing. Fox 9 stared at the crystal ball that was shining with a red light. This palm-sized crystal ball could actually melt the snow in the entire camp. Moreover, even during the day, the dazzling light is so intense that it is difficult to look directly at it. Are you alright? Seeing that Chihu's body was a little sore, Su Yuan quickly helped her up. It's nothing. I'm just a little weak from exhausting my magic power, and I've been sweating a lot. How about we go soak in the hot springs? Red Fox handed the crystal ball to Fox 9, who was watching eagerly. The little fox immediately took it and ran off to study it, completely unaware of the conversation taking place. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. The 2 consecutive nights of sweating had left the red fox with a strange smell, which made him unable to resist sniffing it whenever it was near him. Have you thought this through? Yes, the orcs only united their tribe when they had children. I want you to be closely united with the tribe as well. Su Yuan sensed that the red fox had completely lost her strength, so he gently took her legs and held her in his arms. Actually, there's no need for that, but I'm willing to do it for you. At the mouth of the hot spring, the sunset was exceptionally fiery red, somewhat similar to the guardian orb that the red fox had lit up earlier. Is it evening yet? Red Fox opened her eyes with difficulty. Her physical strength was much weaker than Lion and the others. This was the first time Su Yuan had felt confident. Having accumulated so much blue spirit drink for so long, the enhancement of his abilities certainly wouldn't be reflected in combat, since he wouldn't be involved in any fighting anyway. However, the battle at the hot spring also demonstrated his enhanced physical abilities. From noon to evening, the Red Fox recovered his magical power and even cast 2 healing spells on himself. Let's go. We should probably head back now, or they'll start to worry. Just as Su Yuan finished speaking, Shir and Xin Ku walked up the hillside from a distance. Upon seeing him and Chihu, Xin Ku complained with some dissatisfaction. Great. You all came to the hot springs without inviting me. I'm all sweaty today too. Su Yuan could handle Lion himself, but adding Xin would make things difficult. He quickly sat back down. You were just showing off in the camp. Who could possibly get you to come? Who? Who's showing off? That's telling the tribe that I'm powerful enough to lead them. Xin Ku blushed a little after being exposed, and quickly took off her animal skin clothes and jumped into the hot spring on the other side. The warm hot spring immediately made her forget what had happened before. Hey, Lion, aren't you coming with me? It's so crowded over at Su Yuan's place. No, it's not necessary. Lion blushed slightly from the steam, and after speaking, she quietly closed her eyes, letting Su Yuan wash her hair, which was sticky with sweat. The battle inside the fiery cave during the day had made them sweat profusely, leaving their hair and skin sticky, and their inner ear hairs clinging tightly to their skin. I see. Damn it. I should have come to your place too. My hair is too long to wash properly. Xin Ku tugged at her hair, but her excellent hair quality meant that not a single strand fell out after tugging for a long time. Instead, she got her hands tangled in the messy hair. You can see the small opening Su Yuan dug. The 3 of them filled it perfectly, so they had no choice but to sit back down and deal with the tangled mess of long hair. This made Su Yuan breathe a sigh of relief. One more? If another one comes along, I'll probably be carried back today. Su Yuan remained silent, quietly completing his task. Xin Ku, who was next to her, was also completing her task. Her hair, which was floating on the water, was stuck together in a clump. If she didn't separate it, her hair would still feel uncomfortable after washing it. By the way, Red Fox, tomorrow have Fox 9 get a big wooden tub. After I lead the warriors away from the tribe, everyone can soak in the hot springs in the camp. Don't risk coming out. A wooden basin? Like the one used to boil water by the frozen lake before. Su Yuan used one hand to exchange for a blazing warm stone in the system shop. Put this stone in the fire for a day, then put it in a wooden basin. The stone will radiate heat for 7 days, so you won't have to bother boiling water. This was the only solution Su Yuan could think of. What would he do after leaving the icy snowfield and returning to the desolate snowfield? He had long been addicted to the comfortable feeling of the hot springs every day. Forced to soak for a while longer, the setting sun slowly sank behind the mountains, and Su Yuan felt that if he kept soaking, he would turn into a giant. Aren't you ready yet? It'll get dark if you don't leave soon. Xin Kush shook her hair, and after a long time, she finally managed to wash every single strand of her hair clean. The steam made her skin red. Wearing only a thin animal skin skirt and top, she stood by the stream, watching Su Yuan and the other two dawdling beside her. It'll be ready in a little while. Su Yuan still had a slight advantage in the war. When the group returned to the camp, dinner was in progress, and the guardian orb that had been lit at noon was now shining brightly. Like the Star Tribe where dusk had not yet ended, everyone watched this scene in amazement as the snow on the ground melted, revealing the original black soil. The warmth also made some of the beast girls, who were wearing thick animal skin coats, take them off. They didn't feel cold in their thin clothes. I had never felt such warmth, not even in the desolate snowfields. Suddenly, there was even more white in the tribe than before. Su Yuan, who had just returned to the tribe, was dazzled by the sight and almost thought he had come to the wrong place. Chapter 132 Boasting. This is Lord Betrayal of the Moon's glorious achievements. After dinner, with plenty of light, many beast girls sat outside chatting in twos and threes. Of course, as the temperature rose, many of the little snow houses that the beast girls had carefully made also melted, so they could only rest outside for the night. Su Yuan summoned Hu Jiao, now a master craftswoman in the Star Tribe, and told her about his previous plans to create an artificial hot spring. These 10 blazing warm stones are for you. Roast them in the fire for a day, then put them in a wooden basin. Oh, and after I leave, use the extra wood to help everyone build the wooden houses. I understand. But Su Yuan, now that we have this protective orb, everyone can take cold showers in the camp. Despite saying that, Fox 9 still accepted the 10 scorching hot stones. In her opinion, these stones, which could absorb and release heat, could be used not only to create artificial hot springs. Perhaps with her genius-level brain, Fox 9, she can come up with even more uses for it. Phew, I've finally finished today's work. Fox 9 took the scorching hot stone and ran off to study it. Lion and Red Fox, exhausted from a day's work, had already gone to rest early. The rare tranquility allowed him to lie comfortably on the ground, gazing at the sky. The night sky wasn't very bright tonight. The starlight was hidden among the clouds, making the night sky appear somewhat dim. The red glow of the guardian orb beside them added a touch of red to the dim starry sky. I feel like I've forgotten something. Su Yuan frowned. Everything that needed to be done today had been done. The mine incident had been properly explained, and the giant lizard's carcass had been dissected by White Rabbit. Red Fox and Lion were also taken care of, and even the artificial hot spring was entrusted to Fox 9. What's left? Damn, I haven't even looked at the special items in the Blazing Fire Crystal trade yet. After such a busy day, I even forgot to check the special item I got in the Flame Pattern mine this morning. It's a new item worth 20,000 points. System, open the special products page. The special items section is no longer as empty as before. Rows of items are arranged in the order he unlocked them. Surprisingly, 3 new items have appeared behind the Molten Guardian Orb at the bottom. Complete Guide to Basic Fire Spirit Magic, 15,000 points. Note, 10 basic fire elemental spells are included. You will need to learn them on your own. Fire Spirit Drink, Strawberry Flavor, 5,000 points. Note, drinking this will grant a small amount of fire elemental energy and life force. With no side effects, 3 bottles can be redeemed daily. Blazing Purification Syrup, 5,000 points. Note, the fire element of the Blazing Fire Crystal dispels negative statuses such as control, curses, and charm from the drinker and restores their spirit, making them unable to be affected by negative statuses again for a short period of time. Note, due to the burning effect of the Blazing Fire Crystal, the treatment process may be slightly painful. Purifying Syrup. Su Yuan stared wide-eyed at the 3 items that appeared. The first 2 were not too surprising. They were simply items that increased fire element energy, which was very much in line with the properties of the Blazing Fire Crystal. Unexpectedly, the problem of the Black Sheep Tribe shaman being controlled by Mu Guang was solved because of this Blazing Fire Crystal. This time, as long as we capture the people and give the Black Sheep the purification syrup, we can bring the entire Black Sheep Tribe under the Star Tribe's control. A look of confidence appeared on Su Yuan's face. Under the current circumstances, he had to obtain the Black Sheep Tribe's vital forces, not just Tiger Hunter, the awakened warrior. There's also Black Sheep, a more experienced and powerful magician than Red Fox. Otherwise, why would Su Yuan still be eyeing the Black Sheep Tribe after learning that the Red Fox Tribe had been captured and taken to the Muguang Tribe? It's simply because he wanted to get them. Now that we have fire magic, do we still need to learn earth magic? Ignoring the purification syrup, Su Yuan turned his gaze to the Fire Spirit Basic Magic Compendium, which was priced the same and had the same configuration as the Earth Spirit Basic Magic Compendium. There are 10 basic spells, but in terms of elemental damage, Earth magic is naturally inferior to fire magic, but in terms of defense, Earth magic is the opposite. Yes, this is what he learned from anime and games in his previous life. Never mind, with the Fire Spirit drink, my fire element will definitely improve, giving me a natural advantage in learning basic fire element magic. System, exchange for the complete guide to basic fire spirit magic. Redeem successful. Su Yuan thought this thing would be directly transmitted into his mind, but he suddenly found that the starry sky was blocked by a blackness, and then a book was smashed directly in his face. Su Yuan. Su Yuan quickly sat up, and Mao Yi, who had just come closer, bumped his head against his. Mao Yi fell down and cried out in pain, clutching his forehead. Ouch! My head hurts so much. Su Yuan quickly hugged Mao Yi and rubbed her little head. He hadn't seen her because the book was blocking his view, and when he stood up so suddenly, even he felt a little dizzy. He picked up the Fire Spirit Basic Magic Compendium that had fallen to the ground. The basic book of 10 spells had about a dozen pages, forming a thin booklet. Wah! Where did that crying come from, Nicoya? Did I bump into you and hurt you? A sudden whimper interrupted Su Yuan's action of opening the book. He glanced at the cat in his arms. The little beast girl wasn't crying, but just rubbing her head. Crying? I wasn't crying. Oh, right, Su Yuan, this conch shell just clicked. Cat Knight paused for a moment after hearing the question, then remembered the conch shell hanging on her chest, and quickly pulled it out of her clothes, making the whimpering sound even louder. The whistling sound was somewhat noisy, clearly indicating that the water was making a hurried noise as it flowed into the conch shell. Seashell? Is that Haiyao? Did she say anything? No, I just heard a strange sound, but she didn't respond no matter how I called her. Why would Haiyao choose this time of night to come over, and why wouldn't she respond no matter how he called her? Su Yuan frowned, sensing something was amiss. Last time he left suddenly, and this time he rushed over in the middle of the night again. Cat Knight, call Long, Xian Ku, and Hong Shuang over, and bring a few archers with them. Yeah, wanna fight? I wanna go too. You're in a lot. Hurry up and go get someone. Cat Knight didn't care about her headache at this moment, and ran off to the other side. Su Yuan took the opportunity to put the Fire Spirit magic book back into the house. Sigh, what happened again in the middle of the night? I was just saying I'd stay up all night to learn fire magic. When they arrived at the center of the camp, not only Lioness and the other beast girls gathered around curiously, their faces full of concern. Take your weapons and come with me to check out the frozen lake. Pan Yu, who see, and sure, you stay here and guard the tribe. I want to go too. Pan Yu scratched her ear, looking eager to try. Although she didn't know what had happened, she was sure that following Su Yuan would definitely lead to a fight. You've been bragging to your friends at camp, and you haven't even finished recounting your great achievements yet. Su Yuan came up to her, pinched her little face, and smiled. Now that her companions from the Black Sheep tribe have just arrived, the three of them, Pan Yu and Bei Yu, need their care the most. Who's bragging? Humph, I'm not going then. Pan Yu blushed, her toes inside her boots almost tearing through the soles. She snorted in dissatisfaction and ran to hide in Su Yuan's small wooden house. Red Fox, the conch shell is ringing. I'm taking the others to check on the frozen lake. The tribe is in your hands now. Red Fox's body was still a little sore, but she followed Lion out after hearing Cat Knight's call. Lion, who was supporting Red Fox next to me, was also somewhat tempted, but Su Yuan interrupted him before he could say anything. You've had a long day, so rest at the tribe and take good care of everyone. Lion blushed slightly, still feeling the lingering tingling sensation from the evening, and even looking at Su Yuan made her feel a little weak. Chapter 133. An old friend emerges from the lake. In the snowy night, a light illuminated the dark, frozen lake. Su Yuan, I smell blood. Nicoya sniffed, and a faint scent of blood and rust wafted into her nostrils amidst the wind and snow. Is this also your awakened ability? Su Yuan was somewhat surprised. Even Long and the others hadn't noticed anything amiss. He hadn't expected Mao Yi to have such a keen sense of smell. Now we can't just describe their keen sense of smell as a dog's nose anymore. Here's an even more sensitive cat's nose. Yes, since the last awakening, I can smell a lot of scents. The scent of tribal food, the scent of blood, the scent of burning wood, and the scent of the red fox and sister lion on you. All right, stop smelling these things and quickly find where the blood is. Su Yuan was a little embarrassed. He had been soaking in the hot spring for half a day, so how could he still smell the odor? Could it be that he had been pickled by Chi Hu and the others? Here, follow me. The group quickly arrived at the edge of the frozen lake. The ice on the lake had broken into pieces, but it remained unchanged, floating calmly on the water. Cat Knight sniffed around, then went to the mud by the lake and picked up a clump of black soil. Now that they were close, Su Yuan could also smell the rusty smell. Find out where she went. Haiyao can't have gone far since she doesn't have legs. Since the blood has already reached land, it's very likely that Haiyao was chased here by some monster, and the monster chasing her doesn't have legs. Haiyao still had 2 arms to drag herself to land, so the monster chasing her in the sea could only leave in resentment. Just as Mao Ye was sniffing the air, a dark shadow was slowly swimming towards them on the lake, its fierce eyes fixed on Su Yuan. That's where the blood is thickest. Maya looked around. The stench of blood lingered around the lake, eventually pointing to one place. The wooden bathhouse that Su Yuan used to build was rarely used after the hot spring was built. However, Su Yuan thought that he could invite Shir and the others to take a private bath there on weekdays, so he did not demolish it. Let's go take a look. Su Yuan was about to pull Mao Yi away when Mao Yi seemed to discover something. Her expression changed drastically, and the strange runes on her forehead flashed with dazzling light. Puff! On the lake, a dark shadow rose up, its surging maw opening as if to swallow Su Yuan and Mao Yi whole. But as it landed, Mao Ye's figure had already retreated. You dare to ambush me. You're asking for death. Xian Ku and Long stepped forward, and a bolt of lightning, accompanied by crackling sounds, was instantly thrown. The dark figure only let out a scream before leaping back into the lake. Su Yuan jumped down from Mao Ye's arms and hurriedly shone his flashlight on the lake, but the monster's blood had stained the lake black, and nothing could be seen except for the ripples. That voice sounds so familiar. The scream earlier caught Su Yuan's attention, but unfortunately, he couldn't guess anything from just that one scream. However, he was certain that it was this guy chasing Haiyao. My iron spear. You stop right there. Xian Ku watched the fleeing monster and panicked, wanting to jump into the lake to grab the iron spear. Fortunately, Long quickly grabbed her waist and pulled her back. All right, that guy ran away a long time ago. Here, take this. You can use this for the next throw. A steel spear doesn't cost many points these days, so Su Yuan immediately gave her a new one, and at the same time found a new gadget. Although Xian Ku cannot shoot arrows, his throwing ability is terrifying. He accurately hits the enemy twice in a row. The triangular spiral iron spike in his hand is about 1 meter long. The front end is very sharp, and the barbs at the tail form 3 blood grooves that are difficult to remove. If that monster dared to attack again, this one stab would have drained its blood dry, even back to the ocean. What a beautiful weapon. Upon seeing the 2 weapons, Xian Ku immediately stopped playing around. The moment he picked up the triangular dagger, it crackled with lightning. Su Yuan glared at her. There were still some unawakened beast girls around, so he quickly scolded, "Put your power away, or I'll take it all back. Don't even think about it. I just saved your life." Xian Ku immediately hid her weapon behind her back, giving Su Yuan no chance at all. Having driven back the unknown monster, the group hurried to the cabin. The door was ajar, and a creaking sound came from when it was pulled slightly. There was no movement inside the wooden house. When the wooden door was opened, a strong smell of rust could be smelled. A very beautiful woman was lying quietly in the wooden barrel. At this moment, her cold and beautiful face was very pale, her eyes were closed, and the upper half of her body exposed from the wooden tub was dressed in the same seaweed-covered clothes as Haiyao. System, a glass of snow crystal milk foam, please. Su Yuan quickly went in and helped the person up. He forcefully probed through the seaweed to the chest area and felt something sticky in his hand. It took him a while to feel a faint heartbeat. Now that the red fox is gone and Xian Ku doesn't know how to use healing magic, after exchanging for a cup of snow crystal milk foam, Su Yuan can only use the old method to heal Xian Ku. As Su Yuan pressed his lips against the mermaid's pale lips, he felt as if he were pressed against a block of ice. But the ice was very soft and even carried a hint of the ocean. Unlike Linus and the others, this scent isn't as strong or alluring, but it exudes a fresh and natural plant aroma. After drinking half a cup, the mermaid's breathing became noticeable, and she even unconsciously and actively sought more of the snow crystal milk foam tea. This put Su Yuan in a difficult position. He had only just gone through 2 battles, defeating an awakened warrior and a shaman, and now there were signs of another battle. After struggling to finish feeding the baby with milk foam, he quickly carried the person out. The mermaid's tail was somewhat similar to Haiyao's, and it was covered with scars. The bloody fish tail revealed the flesh inside, with fresh blood still seeping out. Only the healing effect of the snow crystal milk foam stopped the bleeding. Quickly, carry him back. The snow crystal milk foam did not heal the mermaid's injuries. At this time, the only way to save her was through the red fox's witchcraft. Although they did not know who the mermaid was, the conch shell she blew must have been a message for Hayao. The group immediately took the mermaid back to the tribe. When they returned, many of the beast girls had already rested, with only a few on night watch and a group of night owls wandering around the campfire. Hearing the commotion, Red Fox came out of the snow house and saw the group carrying a mermaid. He quickly asked them what was going on. What's wrong? Hayao didn't come. The conch shell must have been blown by this person. We just found her being chased at the frozen lake. Do you still have the magic power to heal her? Su Yuan stroked the Red Fox's hair with some concern. If it didn't work, he could just drink a few more cups of snow crystal milk tea. He should be able to last all night without any problems. Red Fox shook her head. After a whole day of tossing and turning, she only felt tired and sore, but her witch power had already recovered to about 70 to 80. Saving lives is the most urgent task at hand. Chapter 134, I just want to read the book properly. With several healing spells, the mermaid's tail recovered some of its injuries, and Su Yuan wrapped the remaining wounds with starlight bandages. If a wound like Cat White's could be stitched up with medical needles and thread, how am I supposed to sew up this fish tail? If I accidentally tear off a piece of fish meat, I'm doomed. So after the Red Fox was healed, Su Yuan could only use the starlight bandage, which was used to treat frostbite, to wrap the entire fish tail like a mummy. In the end, the mermaid was assigned to share a room with the Red Fox, Fox 9, so that if anything happened, the Red Fox could provide timely medical assistance. In the middle of the night, after a long day of hard work, Master Su finally lay down on his beloved little bed. We can't let anything else happen. Su Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and was about to open the Fire Spirit magic book to take a look when a figure pounced on him through the window and pinned him down. The familiar smell made him sigh helplessly. Sure enough, today's events were far from over. Cat Knight, if you don't get up soon, I'm going to suffocate. I just wanted to give you a surprise. Look, have I changed since I awakened? Having the Molten Guardian orb is great. When Cat Knight came in, she wasn't wearing the animal skin coat she used to wear because she was afraid of the cold, and her thin animal skin skirt revealed her little tail. The animal skin clothes on her upper body seemed to be a little smaller than before, and her once flat stomach now had healthy abs. Yes, there have been some changes. You've grown taller and a bit bigger. By the way, what ability have you awakened? Su Yuan held Mao Yi on his lap. The little beast girl's physical condition had indeed changed a lot compared to before. He had wanted to ask her about this when he came back before. At that time, Pan Yu's words caused Mao Yi to start playing around with her, so she didn't have time to ask. The speed has increased a lot. The nose has become more sensitive, and the body has become very flexible. Look. Nico personally demonstrated her newfound flexibility, jumping onto the bed with ease and then performing a difficult split. Not only that, seeing Su Yuan's shocked expression, Mao Yi leaned forward, her legs flipping over so that her lower body could rest directly on top of her head. Su Yuan had only ever seen such amazing flexibility in videos, but Mao Yi's current ability was even more outrageous. Cats really are liquid. How about that? Aren't I amazing? Mao Yi lay there proudly, grabbing her feet with both hands to show off her flexibility. Just as she was about to get up, Su Yuan stopped her. Let's leave it like this for a while. Meow. Nicoya demonstrated through her actions that her speed had increased after becoming an awakened warrior, and that she had allocated points to speed, agility, perception, and reaction abilities in the direction of an assassin. It's fair to say that she has become much faster in every aspect. This was something Su Yuan never expected. He never imagined that he, who had narrowly defeated a witch and a mid-level awakened warrior, would be defeated by a low-level awakened warrior. Now everything is finally resolved, right? I don't know what time it is now. Su Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the sleeping Cat Knight fall into a deep sleep, and then turned his gaze once again to the Fire Spirit Basic Magic Compendium placed in the box beside him. Just as my hand touched the door, it was pushed open, and a dark figure shone brightly in the red light. Su Yuan, I'm going to defeat you today? Tonight I'll prove I wasn't just bragging. This voice lacked Xiao Panyue's soft yet arrogant tone. Instead, it was wild and unruly, causing Su Yuan to drop the magic book he had just picked up from his hands once again. What did you say to your friends before? I told them that I had beaten you before. Didn't you lose in this cabin last time? Bullshit, it was clearly a draw. How come I lost? Damn it. Why did I have to be so sarcastic at this moment? We were originally evenly matched with Panhwa, and now that we've been fighting for a whole day, how could I still be a match for him? Cough, cough, cough. At worst you'll be considered the winner last time. How about we reschedule for another day? No, they'll laugh at me tomorrow. You don't have to grant me power. This time, I'll defeat you fair and square. Without saying a word, Pan Yu rushed in. Seeing Mao Yi sleeping soundly on the bed, she became even more agitated and grabbed Su Yuan's arm, pulling him over. Then wait for me to have a drink of water first. There was no escaping it now. Looking at the points on the system panel, Su Yuan knew he had to buy the fire spirit drink. Otherwise, if I were really defeated by that traitor Yu, what would happen? Wouldn't that make him completely unruly in the Star Tribe? After an unknown amount of time, Su Yuan propped himself up and sat on the edge of the bed, which had been occupied by Pan Yu and the other two. The life force of the fire spirit drink was much stronger than that of the blue spirit drink. After drinking one bottle, one could feel a warm current forming in the lower abdomen and slowly flowing into the limbs. However, this warm current was quickly dissipated. Su Yuan became even more suspicious that the last time he rebelled against the moon was because of him, since he was drinking blue spirit beverage to strengthen his physique during that period. Looking back now, Cat Knight and Betrayal Moon, who had contact with him, both awakened into awakened warriors. It wasn't obvious with Lion, but this was the first time Red Fox had awakened. Did I transfer all my life force to them for the second time? This is truly heartbreaking to hear and brings tears to the eyes of all who listen. System, what is the meaning of life? Where does life end? How far is this world from Earth? And what time is it now? You're not expecting me to spend points to buy a watch, are you? Is it this hard to even ask you for the time? Why would I need an Earth watch if it's based on the time in this world? The time-related feature requires 500 points to unlock. Unlock now. You? Fine, let's unlock it. Su Yuan was worried that his anger would wake up Mao Yi and Pan Yu for the second time loop, so he covered them with the blankets and suppressed his anger to unlock the time function. Current time in the Snowfield, 2:17 a.m. It was only a little past 2 o'clock. In his previous life, he would have been surfing the internet at this time, but now he could only play with cats in the snowy plains of this strange world. This kind of life is actually pretty good. It's still early. I'm going to study this fire spirit magic tonight no matter what. Su Yuan changed his clothes and came to the camp. Although the tribe's cold had been dispelled by the guardian orb, the campfire was still burning. A few beast girls on night watch were boredly playing around with the fire, roasting branches over the bonfire, while the rest of the beast girls had already gone to bed early. In primitive tribes, there's no entertainment at night, so everyone goes to bed early. Perhaps we could add some games for these beast girls to help them pass the time? Chapter 135 Why Not Farm? Leader. Which, upon seeing Su Yuan, the little guys happily greeted him, and Su Yuan very kindly rubbed each of their fluffy ears. Complete Guide to Fire Spirit Basic Magic. Su Yuan found a quiet place to sit down and opened the magic book. The first page had the words Table of Contents written in Chinese characters, and below it were rows of 10 spell names. Fireball, Fire Heal, Fire Wall, Fire Arrow, Blessing of Fire, Fire Shield, Fire Cyclone, Lava Burst, Fire Serpent Coil, Fire Blast. The 10 spells cover ranged attacks, melee attacks, blessings, shields, and healing, but like the title suggests, they are all very basic spells. However, these spells were considered quite advanced witchcraft for this primitive tribe. The most powerful one he had ever seen was Xian Ku's Fire Thunder Blast. Moreover, no one else can imitate her fire and thunder attack. After all, she has the dual identities of an awakened warrior and a witch, and has honed herself into a high-level awakened warrior. And what's more, it just so happens that the awakened power is lightning-based, and it also possesses fire elemental magic power. How many coincidences would it take to achieve this? Fireball spell. Chant the incantation for Fireball spell. Circulate internal energy to condense a fireball in your hand, and release it forward. Chant the incantation for Fireball spell. Gather surrounding flame energy into a fireball, and release it forward. Each spell is accompanied by dense annotations, meaning even complete beginners can understand the spells taught through self-study. But there is one most important question. Damn it, I don't have any magic. How do you pronounce this spell again? Fire Spirit, in my palm. Condense into a ball of fire, Fireball. Su Yuan stretched out his hands and chanted along with the description in the book, but apart from the crackling sound of burning wood, everything in the air was perfectly calm. The significance of the system's note about self-study is still increasing. After fiddling around for a long time, Su Yuan still couldn't feel the magic power in his body that the spell mentioned. Well, it's not that he didn't feel it at all. It's a little like the feeling after using the toilet, a weak sensation stuck inside the body that you just can't seem to release. As for the fire element in the air, I couldn't sense it at all. Won't I waste these 15,000 points? Su Yuan sighed. It wasn't a waste. He didn't feel any magic, but Chi-Hu and Xianku could. With the terminology in this magic book, they wouldn't even need to use the spell cards anymore. But I can't use any magic at all after I've been transported to this other world. Does that mean I'll only be able to tease the beast girls in the tribe with a cat toy when I'm bored? The crackling sound of the campfire nearby startled him awake. Although he could not feel any magic in his body, a trace of the warm current he had felt earlier in his lower abdomen remained. It's those few drops that were stuck in my body before. This fire spirit drink contains fire element. So wouldn't that be considered magic? Su Yuan squinted, carefully feeling the warm current in his body, which felt like a flame, but after observing it for a long time, it also felt like a sphere made of intertwined red threads. However, this sphere is too small. It's likely that almost all of the fire spirit drinks consumed earlier were given to Manhwa and Manhwa. To verify the truth, Su Yuan exchanged for another bottle and drank it down in one gulp. His body felt warm, and the small sphere had grown much larger, with the red lines wrapped around it clearly visible. Under his control, these red lines could travel through his limbs, and he could clearly feel the changes in the warm current wherever they passed. Is this magic? Su Yuan wasn't quite sure, so he raised his hand and aimed it at the campfire. The warm red current in his body gradually flowed into his right palm, and for a moment, his palm felt as if it were being roasted in the fire. Fire spirit, in my palm, condensed into a ball of fire, fireball. This time, Su Yuan clearly felt the change in his palm. A ball of fiery red fire condensed in his hand, and as soon as he finished chanting the incantation, the fireball shot towards the campfire. A fireball the size of an egg struck the campfire, sending charcoal flying everywhere before it quickly melted into the embers. It's done. Su Yuan was overjoyed. Although some of the red sphere inside him had been consumed, he had finally figured out the secrets of magic. Although I had only used the fire element of the fire spirit drink to release the fireball, once I figured out the trick, everything was no longer as clueless as before. At this moment, one could still feel the red threads slowly recovering in the lower abdomen. This should be the seed left by the flame energy, which can slowly recover over time even if it is consumed. I just don't understand how Red Fox can release all kinds of elemental magic. Does she have the ability to switch between magical elements in her body at any time? The only thing I can do is buy a basic Earth Elemental Magic manual and try it out when I have time. If I can also cast Earth Elemental Magic, then the Red Fox won't be an isolated case. Another thing Su Yuan was concerned about was that Pan Yu had received a lot of fire spirit drink this time. Would he awaken his fire talent when he became a high-level awakened warrior? Or perhaps he became a genius who cultivated both witch and awakened warrior ahead of time. It seems that every time I grant power to the rebellious moon, I'll have to give him a bottle of fire spirit drink first, to see if he awakens his fire talent or becomes a witch. After figuring out the fire elemental magic, Su Yuan was in a good mood. He also got a general idea of the spells following the fireball spell, but unfortunately, his current mana was not enough. Back in the house, he quickly lay down on the bed. Pan Yu, who seemed to sense his return, moved over and lay on top of him with practiced ease. Cat Knight, who was standing nearby, snuggled up to him and hugged him tightly. This night was destined to be warm. Early in the morning, Su Yuan woke up. He was about to launch a surprise attack on the Black Sheep tribe and needed to make sure everything in the tribe was settled. When he arrived at the camp, a patch of green at his feet caught his attention. Since the Molten Guardian Orb was activated yesterday, the original land in this area has been exposed. Unexpectedly, in just one day, these tenacious green grasses have sprung up from the ground. How about we grow some fruits and vegetables in the camp? That way we'll have a place to dispose of the manure that accumulates every day. But what should we grow? Plants in this local world are temporarily excluded. The only fruits and vegetables visible in this icy and snowy landscape are those growing on trees, not those on the ground. They were either frozen to death or buried underground by the snow. So far, Su Yuan has not found any healthy green plants growing in the icy snowfield. Only a few wild grasses near the hot spring are still alive. For vegetables, I can plant some chives. They're easy to grow and can also help me get some nutrition. Lettuce is also a good option. Looking at this dark land, Su Yuan did have the idea of teaching the beast girls to grow vegetables. There were still many ordinary beast girls in the tribe who were not needed for combat, and the work of skinning and cutting meat did not require so many people. The Star Tribe will one day grow into a village, a town, or even a city, and will need to be self-sufficient in everything from food and vegetables to clothing and tools. Otherwise, if you were to rule a super large city with tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of beast girls in the future, you would have to exchange for food, clothing, housing, and and transportation from the system shop yourself. How busy would that be? The points system can't handle the consumption of so many people. The first step in development is to start with farming. The system opens the store, filters grain, vegetable and fruit seeds, and then finds planting knowledge for me. Chive seeds, 300 points. Lettuce seeds, 300 points. Strawberry seeds, 300 points. 100 little-known facts about grain cultivation, 150 points. Comprehensive Guide to Basic Planting Knowledge, 500 points. Stardew Valley Planting Guide, 1 point. The Private Life of Plants, Unveiling the Secrets of Plant Growth, 50 points. The information that popped up in this category was very complicated, with all kinds of fruit and vegetable seeds densely displayed in front of you. Apart from some very rare or improved seeds, the rest were basically priced at 300 points. Wait, what's strange in the planting guide? Chapter 136, Learning New Witchcraft, Striving to Become a New Wizard. Fox 9, stop researching that artificial hot spring and come here right now. After a simple breakfast, Su Yuan called Hu Jiu over. This guy was researching artificial hot springs and wanted to combine pottery and wood. His face and body were covered in mud, and his hands were covered in clay when he ran over, making him look rather comical and cute. Su Yuan wiped the dirt off her pretty face and then instructed, later, find 20 people from the tribe. They need to be patient and very meticulous. Is there something new again? The little fox's intuition was also very sharp. After hearing Su Yuan's words, it wagged its tail and asked with a look of anticipation. Su Yuan patted her ear and chuckled. Well, this time it's a bit complicated, so we need some people to help us. Go on. Okay, I'll call someone over right away. Fox 9 acted quickly. The Beast girls who had just finished eating breakfast in the morning received the news and rushed over. Most of them were Beast girls who had nothing else to do. The soldiers have gone to the training area for combat training. After getting familiar with the fixed target practice, they also began the moving target practice taught by Su Yuan. One person molds a snowball into a ball and throws it into the air, while the other person tries to hit the snowball before it hits the ground. Currently, the most accurate archer, Hu Si, is even more skilled than Su Yuan. She can shoot through 9 out of 10 snowballs thrown continuously, making her the undisputed tribal archer. The 20 selected Beast girls came before Su Yuan, most of whom had only joined the Star tribe a few days ago. When Red Fox fled, he only took the young people and most of the warriors from the tribe. The old people and children were caught off guard and didn't have time to run away. Today I will teach you how to farm. After you learn, you will be able to grow your own vegetables and grains in the camp. Farming. The group looked at each other in bewilderment. In primitive society, there was no concept of farming. Most people simply went out to hunt in the wild or picked fruit from trees. If they're lucky, the tribe might get a few good meals. If they're unlucky, they might go hungry for several days. Especially in the Snowfield, even the most basic elements of farming, light, heat, water, soil, and seeds, are lacking. At least 2 of them are unavailable. If it weren't for obtaining the Molten Fire Guardian orb to melt the snow in the tribe, Su Yuan wouldn't have planned to farm here. Follow me. Su Yuan led everyone to a corner of the camp, near the few toilets that had been built. The unpleasant smell made everyone cover their noses. Let's talk about what farming means first. Plants grow from seeds, just like how we grow from infancy to adulthood. Simply put, farming is about cultivating seeds into plants ourselves. Su Yuan took out the seeds of several kinds of vegetables that he had exchanged earlier, as well as a small bag of sweet potatoes. Of course, the price of these sweet potatoes was much higher than the ones he had eaten before. According to the system, the cheap sweet potatoes purchased earlier cannot be grown, and they are only good for eating after being redeemed. First, use sharp animal bones to turn over the soil of this land. Su Yuan used the shovel he had prepared at his waist to scoop up the soil. The soil in this world was very dark in color, and he was very familiar with it after receiving the complete guide to planting knowledge. The soil covered by snow is quite fertile, and it seems to have different effects in this other world with elements. The Beast girls around him followed suit and turned over the soil. The area was about the size of 4 of Su Yuan's small wooden house. Even if 20 people came to take care of this soil, it would be more than enough. Then everyone buried the seed in the soil. Su Yuan took out the seeds and showed them to everyone. He explained how to plant them in the soil, how to water them, how to fertilize them, and all the precautions he had to take. The many Beast girls watching around him were completely confused. Fortunately, the clever Fox 9 remembered all of this, and even took out a stone slab from the hut he had just built and started scratching something on it with a bone knife. When I have time, I need to teach these Beast girls to read. Sigh. Even in the midst of war, there are still so many places that need development. Su Yuan didn't disturb Hu Jiu's drawing. As for literacy, he could directly teach her Chinese characters when the time was right, without needing to create a new script based on this other world. Moreover, the books in his system shop are all in Chinese characters, so he can't just be the only one to read them after he redeems them. Fox 9. The task of planting these plants is now in your hands. These seeds cannot be exposed to temperatures that are too hot or too cold, nor can they be watered too much or too little. But don't worry too much, it's okay if it doesn't grow. Su Yuan comforted her by rubbing her ear. These complex issues made Hu Jiu frown deeply, but based on the experience Su Yuan had previously shared, she also gained some confidence. Don't worry, I will definitely grow it. Su Yuan, the mermaid you rescued last night, has woken up. At this moment, the red fox arrived, with the lion behind him carrying a figure in its arms. The dazzling blue fishtail belonged to the mermaid who had been chased yesterday. Hello, you must be the leader Su Yuan that my daughter Hai Yao told me about, right? Hai Ling broke free from Shi's embrace, and her fishtail transformed into a pair of long, beautiful legs the moment it hit the ground. The starlight seaweed on her body only slightly covered her lower body. Her thighs were smooth and beautiful all the way to her feet, without any embellishment, except for 2 bloody wounds on her calves. The star-shaped bandages that I wrapped around her fishtail yesterday are scattered all over the ground. Hai Ling seemed to want to salute Su Yuan, but when she bent down slightly, the laceration on her leg caused her to fall down. Are you all right? Su Yuan helped Hai Ling up. She rested her head on his shoulder and looked down from behind. He could see the vast expanse that even the starlight and seaweed couldn't hide. This curve is exactly what a mermaid should look like, and she is a mermaid mother who gave birth to Hai Yao. It's clear that Hai Yao didn't suffer much when she was young. Here, the red fox quickly crouched down, the green light in its hand repairing the bleeding wound. Thank you very much. Hai Ling turned pale with pain, and her human form lasted only a few seconds before she transformed back into a fishtail, thanking Su Yuan and the red fox. Please sit down. Su Yuan placed Hai Ling on the ground and watched the red fox release a healing spell. He was also somewhat tempted, as the fire element he had used yesterday seemed to have recovered somewhat. Yesterday's magic lesson included a healing spell. The essence of fire transforms flames into healing. Fire brings life, and flames bring healing. After chanting the spell, Su Yuan realized that he couldn't seem to sense the fire element in the world and was using only the magic power that had recovered from his body. However, having at least demonstrated it last night, this release went very smoothly, and a warm red light emanated from Su Yuan's hand. Gently applied to the wound, the flame element transformed into a red light, repairing the injured area. Unfortunately, Su Yuan didn't have much magic power left, and it was exhausted in a short while, causing the red light in his hand to stop. Su Yuan, you actually released witchcraft without a witch's staff or witch's token. Red Fox stared in shock at this scene, only to see Su Yuan mutter something to himself, and then his hand glowed with the light of witchcraft. Even Hai Ling, who wanted to get up again to express her gratitude, was stunned. A witch who could cast spells without a wand or talisman. What kind of witchcraft is this? A divine witchcraft? Chapter 137. I just love colorful decorations. You mean you're Hai Yao's mother? Su Yuan did not respond to Chi Hu and the other woman's shock. He was not stingy with Chi Hu, but there was an outsider present, and some secrets were not convenient to reveal. Yes, that's right. Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Hailing, and I am the shaman and chief of the Hailing tribe. The mermaid in front of me, Hailing of the Hailing tribe, is actually a witch. Su Yuan then realized why the fish tail was so beautiful, and it even felt somewhat familiar, resembling the blue hue on the scales of the sea bream. Su Yuan, leader of the Star Tribe, you were the one who contacted us last night using the conch shell, weren't you? Hai Ling nodded and took out the conch shell from her chest. Su Yuan glanced at the impressive place without saying a word. It turned out that the conch shell had been sticking to his hand last night. Not long ago, Hai Yao met you and came back to tell me. However, a few days ago, when I was preparing to lead my people to follow Hai Yao, we were attacked by a demonic beast. That guy chased after Hai Yao while she was looking for you. Is Hai Yao all right? Su Yuan was a little worried. The last time the two met, they had a very pleasant chat, and he could be considered a good friend. Hailing shook her head and continued. She was lucky enough to escape because of the treasures I left behind, but now she and the rest of my people are being chased by that monster. I have risked my life to come here this time in order to seek your help. Why would a monster relentlessly pursue a mermaid tribe? He caught a lot of fish while he was on the glacier not long ago, which means there are plenty of marine creatures in this cold world. Could it be that that guy has a liking for eating mermaids? Why would that guy only chase you? There should be plenty of fish in the ocean, right? They weren't chasing us. To be precise, they were chasing Haiyao. I only attracted them by wearing Haiyao's clothes this time. Haiyao's clothes. Su Yuan glanced at Hai Ling's clothes and noticed that her ample bosom did indeed appear somewhat compressed. No wonder he felt that intense pressure yesterday. We injured that monster last night, so it shouldn't stay here anymore, right? Su Yuan did not give Hai Ling a definite answer. Yesterday, the monster was able to attack him and Mao Yi silently, and even Xian did not notice it in time. This magical beast's strength is probably no less than Xian Ku's. No, the monster chasing Haiyao is a shark. I injured it before, and the blood will only stimulate its bloodlust. Now that it can't find Haiyao and the others, it will definitely be waiting in the lake where I came up. Wait, what did you say? Shark. Su Yuan's eyelids twitched, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. No wonder he had felt a strange sense of familiarity earlier. Is the shark you're talking about a very large one that swims in the sea without making a sound, and has an exceptionally strong sensory ability? You saw it last night. Hai Ling was a little surprised. It was dark last night, yet she was still able to see the appearance of the magical beast clearly. It's not just that we've met. It's like we've run into each other on a completely different road. Su Yuan finally understood why the magical beast kept chasing Haiyao. It had been mentioned in the previous introduction of the peak 4th tier Shadow Hunter Ice-Tooth Shark. This magical beast has an extremely keen sense of smell, but he never expected it to be this keen. It had been more than a month since he last met Haiyao. And even in the sea, how could they locate the sea bream based on its scent? This guy not only has a keen sense of smell, but he also holds grudges. Now, with Xian Ku's help, he has added a few more combat use items to his special merchandise. That would be a good way to get rid of this wretch. If he were to break through to the 5th level and hold such a grudge, wouldn't he be unable to eat or sleep properly even while fishing every day? We can help you, but we're going to fight in the snowy wilderness now, so... Hai Ling smiled bitterly, her face pale and weak. We can't afford to waste any more time. Haiyao and the others are still hiding. If they're not discovered in a few days, they'll starve to death in the coral cave. You need to pay more. In primitive societies, people don't understand the meaning of adding money. Su Yuan coughed and patiently explained. We need some benefits before we will help you. We escaped from the Dream Coral Sea, and we didn't bring anything with us. Hai Ling bit her lip and said with some disappointment. Her pitiful expression made Su Yuan reluctant to deceive her. After all, the beast's target was him. No, you do. The ocean is your richest asset. After dealing with that monster, I need you to collect some rare items from the ocean for me, including the corpses of powerful monsters, items with magical power, or items that can glow. Su Yuan gently held Hai Ling's hand and spoke, his kind expression easing Hai Ling's nervousness. By the way, do you still have that sound-transmitting conch shell? Hai Ling shook her head, took out the conch shell from her chest, and said, This is the only one I have, but if you need it, I can make another one. So that thing was crafted? No wonder such a magical object didn't have any rare item indication when I had it. Perhaps the magic wasn't the conch shell itself, but rather the sea spirit's ability to create a sound transmission device. Alright, besides those rare items, we also need some sound-transmitting conch shells. We can also catch some seafood to trade with our tribe. Oh, by the way, Haiyao told me last time that you needed fishing rods. Is fishing in the sea really such an abstract thing? Yes, we plan to trade a few of those fishing rods to fish for treasures in the Abyss Sea. The Abyss Sea, which map is this? Hai Ling noticed Su Yuan's confusion and quickly explained. The Abyss Sea is a type of sea within an ocean. As long as you dive to a certain depth, you will encounter the entrance to the Abyss Sea, but not all seabeds will have it. After this explanation, Su Yuan understood what the Earth Abyss Sea was. Simply put, it wasn't the name of a place. The deep sea is the name for the entire ocean floor. When you dive to very deep places, you will encounter a thin film-like substance on the seabed. That is the entrance to the Abyss Sea. Ordinary creatures that enter the Abyss Sea will be pushed out by the sea god inside. The larger the creature, the more difficult it is to enter the Abyss Sea. Unless they are extremely powerful magical beasts or mermaids, their strength will be greatly weakened if they enter the Abyss Sea. The reason Hai Ling and the others wanted to trade fishing rods was that they could use them to catch fish from the Abyss Sea, where the fish were said to be even more delicious. Furthermore, one can discover some surprising treasures inside the bodies of those fish beasts. The treasure that Hai Ling used to save her daughter's life was something she obtained by diving into the Abyss Sea in the Dream Coral Sea, but it was soon pushed out by the sea god. I see. I can provide you with the fishing rods for free. You can also trade with us for any good items you find in the Abyss Sea. Su Yuan did not intend to use helping them hunt that fourth-tier shark as leverage to force them to provide the treasures in the Abyss Sea free of charge. Transactions are mutually beneficial. Giving away 1 or 2 items for free for a short period is fine, but working for free for a long time will inevitably cause Hai Ling and the others to complain or even leave the sea area. The ocean is their world, and even if they escape Su Yuan, there is nothing they can do. Yes, I promise you, but most of the things we found in the Abyss Sea were only used as decorations, and only a small portion. It's okay, I just like decorations. I like to fill my room with decorations all the time. Chapter 138, Using oneself as bait to catch sharks. After agreeing on the reward, the next step was to figure out how to kill the shadow shark. Should I go back into the frozen lake and lure that monster up? Your injuries haven't healed yet, so you shouldn't bother. Su Yuan looked at Hai Ling's forearm-length wound at the fish tail, which was still bleeding from time to time. If it weren't for the red fox and his 2 healing spells, she would probably be crippled in the future. But the monster won't appear if you don't go into the lake. The shadow shark hunters are all about killing with a single blow, and the previous 2 times they were fortunate to have awakened warriors like Betrayal Moon and Cat Knight, who have extremely keen senses, by their side. Won't they appear? That's hard to say. Su Yuan recalled the 3rd-tier ice-tooth shark from before, which was pinned to the riverbank the second time it tried to ambush him. He had already devised a plan for dealing with this peak 4th-tier shadow hunter ice-tooth shark when he rewrapped Hai Ling's wounds with starburst bandage. You should rest well in our tribe, Cat Knight. Exist. Mao Yi stood beside Su Yuan, looking very excited and ready. This time, you and Pan Yu will stay in the tribe. Sure, Xi and Ku, Long, Hong Shuang, Demand, and Xiaoman. They gathered more than 20 people in total, mostly power-type beast girls, and even sent out Demand, the mascot who usually stayed at the camp. Having consumed a considerable amount of monster meat, the great barbarian was no longer the same as before. His massive 4-meter-tall body could blot out the sky when he stood up, and his flesh and glossy fur were completely different from when he was begging for food in the snow. Snowfield Giant Bear, a mid-tier Tier 2 magical beast. It evolved into a Tier 2 magical beast due to its long-term consumption of magical beast meat. It possesses great strength and defense, but due to being domesticated, it has become lazy and less ferocious. All right, you two, protect the tribe properly. Weren't you quite well behaved while sleeping last night? The 2 of them were restless in their sleep last night. When they woke up this morning, the 2 little beast girls, Pan Yu and Mao Yi, were still hugging each other tightly. Now they've started bickering again. Oomph. No wonder there was something bothering me when I woke up this morning. Next time you sleep, stay away from me. Cat Knight stared at the departing rebel moon, stunned for a moment before understanding her meaning. Looking down at the curve that was much more pronounced than before awakening, she was so angry that her tail bristled. Stop right there. Who's annoying? You're the annoying one. You almost strangled me to death last night. Although having 2 guys guard the Horde doesn't seem very reliable, the Horde now has the Molten Core Guardian Orb, and they've also left Foxminster and Red Fox at the camp. All we need to do is keep an eye on the 2 most dangerous sisters, Rockflower and Rockdoll. During this time, the 2 beast girls seem to have accepted their current situation. Every day, they eat as soon as they open their eyes and sleep as soon as they close them. Lingling, as the feeding master, diligently fed the 2 of them the meager amount of food every day. The small group soon arrived at the frozen lake. It was much clearer in the daytime, and there were still traces of blood on the edge of the frozen lake. The lake water wasn't very clear either. Its slightly reddish hue suggested that the shadow shark hadn't given up despite being injured. How about we try building another snowman? After careful consideration, Su Yuan shook his head. This idea wouldn't work. The 4th-tier Shadow Hunter Ice-Tooth Shark was quite powerful. Unless the trap was set more than 10 meters long, it would escape even if the trap was successful. Dealing with monsters is not like dealing with wild beasts. Although these guys are not as intelligent as him, the 2 consecutive injuries will surely make them more cautious. However, this method still has its merits. Su Yuan's mind raced, and he immediately came up with a solution. Xine Ku, give me the triangular spiral spikes I gave you yesterday. What are you doing? You promised to give it to me. Xin Ku reluctantly handed over the sharp spiral dagger from her waist. She loved its shiny appearance and streamlined design. Would I steal something that was given to you? Su Yuan rolled his eyes at her. This girl was a classic example of someone who was all looks and no brains. After taking the iron spike, I bought a rope similar to the one used to bind Yanhua and the others from the system store, wrapped it around the iron spike, and a simple fishing spear was made. We'll lure that shark out later. Once you see it, throw this iron spike at its body with all your might. Can you do that? There was no way to make the trap more than 10 meters long, but Su Yuan was prepared in advance. The many powerful beast girls he brought were meant to pull the monster directly ashore. Having learned its lesson the last time, this time Su Yuan ensured it wouldn't even have a chance to hop around after it came ashore. Drink this before you throw the dagger later. To be on the safe side, Su Yuan also exchanged for a pig-shaped milk tea to enhance his strength, which was very important to Xian Kalai. She needed this stab to be firmly embedded in the flesh of the ice-toothed shark. What's this? Something that makes you stronger. Su Yuan was too lazy to explain to her, and after giving his instructions, he continued to arrange things for the others. Red Frost, when you get a chance, use spider silk to wrap around the eyes, nose and mouth of the ice-toothed shark after it comes ashore. Everyone hold onto this rope. Once Xian Ka hits it, pull the rope with all your might. After the ice-toothed shark comes ashore, Big Frost will attack first. I never imagined that one day I would be able to hunt sharks by the lake, and not just any shark, but a large shark that was nearly 6 meters long. Roar! At this moment, the man looked at its claws with dissatisfaction. Its thick, fleshy claws were completely unable to grip the rope, while Xiao Man, sitting on its back, wrapped the rope around its waist. The man, stop pulling. Protect Xiao Man and don't let her get dragged into the lake. Everything was ready by the lake. Su Yuan also built a snowman and placed it on the ice floes floating on the lake. The snowman was wearing his clothes, and his 2 trouser legs floated on the lake. If that guy uses his sense of smell to hunt, this scent is much stronger than the faint smell that Haiyao had on her body when they hugged before. Now it remains to be seen whether the shark can resist the temptation. The group crouched in a corner, watching the little snowman drifting in the lake. Apart from its simple clothes, the snowman had some blood on its body. Ouch, that really hurts. How can I get you moving without some fresh blood? Su Yuan used the last of his magic power to heal the wound on his palm. His scent combined with his blood would make the shark, even if it had some doubts, unable to resist the urge for revenge. As time slowly passed, a thin layer of snow covered the heads of the people who were waiting, but the little snowman in the lake did not stay in one place. The wind and snow blew it away, causing it to swirl and its blood to become disordered, creating ripples on the water's surface. They're here. Xian Ku's somewhat casual expression immediately turned serious. He gripped the 3-edged iron spike tightly in his hand, his eyes fixed on the gradually darkening lake surface. Drink your milk tea. Su Yuan knew she would forget, so he quickly handed her the milk tea that had been placed aside and turned into iced milk tea. Oh. Xian Ka finished it in one gulp. It was icy cold with a sweet taste. Because she drank it so fast, the glutinous rice balls went straight down her throat and into her stomach. So sweet, can I have another one? As she looked at Su Yuan, the changes in her body made her lower her head. Her already 2-meter-tall body grew even larger, and her tight-fitting animal skin dress was instantly torn apart. I was careless. Chapter 139. The sky over this snowfield is so blue. In addition to increasing strength by 30%, the piggy milk tea also increases height by 30%. Xian Ku, who is usually close to 2 meters tall, becomes a terrifying 2.5 meters tall after the 30% increase. It should be noted that even the legendary 8-foot lady from a certain Japanese country was only 2.4 meters tall, so Xian Ku seemed like a giant in front of Su Yuan. Well, one more thing worth noting is that the snow leopard is actually the same species as the white tiger. I've seen red, white, gold, and gray tigers before, but this is the first time I've seen this new species. How can you be distracted at a time like this? Xian Ku didn't pay attention to the changes in her body. On the contrary, the powerful force made her feel hot all over, and she used her arms to lift the 3-edged iron spike. The lake remained perfectly calm, and the movement of the shadow shark did not cause any change on the surface. However, the stench of blood grew stronger and stronger. Puff! In an instant, the tranquility of the lake was shattered. The dark shadow swallowed the little snowman in the center of the lake, and the huge figure leaped into the air through the water. Lightning! Xian Ku instantly activated the awakened power within his body crackling with electricity, and the 3-edged steel spike in his hand shot out like a bullet. Bang! This attack was even more terrifying than Su Yuan had imagined. The 3-edged iron spike pierced through the ice-toothed shark that was about to fall into the lake. The sharp iron spike did not stop at all and pierced through a part of the back of the shark's body. Pull this guy up. The shadow shark also noticed something was wrong. The human who should have been swallowed by it was still standing on the lake shore, and its body was injured once again. After missing their target, they immediately fled towards the bottom of the lake. Before the group could even begin to pull on the ropes, a tremendous force dragged them into the lake. Several awakened warriors unleashed their power, and the beast girls behind them also mustered their strength, pulling the moving rope back a little. Me too. Xi and Ku immediately joined in, standing at the front and pulling the rope tightly. The forces of both sides were balanced, and the ice-toothed shark in the water could not dive any further no matter what. Su Yuan frowned as he watched this scene. He hadn't expected the ice-toothed shark at the peak of the 4th tier to be so powerful. Even with so many people working together, they couldn't lift it up. This balance must be broken. If this continues, that guy's tail will break off and he'll die in the sea, becoming food for other fish and beasts. We can't waste 4th tier magical beast meat like that. After a moment of contemplation, he redeemed another howling war whistle from the system shop. The one he had given to Red Fox before had been worn close to her body by her ever since. Now that I have awakened my magic, I can buy another one for my own use. Wah! The fiery red magic in his lower abdomen surged into his mouth, and as the whistle was blown, he experienced for the first time how the war whistle bestowed power upon everyone. Magic transformed into starlight and flowed into the bodies of all the beast girls who were tug-of-war, and the rope, which had been in a stalemate, was quickly pulled toward the shore. The ripples on the water grew more and more violent, and the blood almost filled the entire lake. A fish tail was the first thing to be dragged out of the water. The iron spike pierced the shark's tail and formed a T-shape with the rope. Each swing of the tail would cause the spike to prick the body from time to time. The blood in his body gushed out like a spring, and the wound gradually widened as he struggled. If it continues to struggle in the lake, it might actually manage to open a large gap in its tail and escape. Puff! After half of its body emerged from the water, the shadow shark was too exhausted to struggle any longer and tried to bite and kill its enemies. Those who haven't awakened, step back and hold on tight to the rope. Even when the 4th tier magical beast shark came ashore, it was not something that ordinary beast girls could handle. Su Yuan left only Xian Ku and a few others to fight it on the lakeside. Red Frost seized the opportunity and used its red spider silk to seal the ice-toothed shark's eyes and nose, but the shark's mouth was too strong and broke the silk in an instant. I told you to go home and find your wife and stop staring at me. Since you're not planning to have another son, then I'll just have to personally take you to see your son. Su Yuan was also somewhat angry. This guy held a grudge and hurt Hai Yao, who had been in contact with him. If they hadn't come to tell him, he probably would have really suffered a great loss. If the tribe's beast girls were to be swallowed whole while fishing by the frozen lake, their bodies might not even be found. System, give me a bottle of fire spirit drink. The others had already surrounded it. The massive ice-toothed shark lost its ability to hunt prey once it reached land, but its swaying body still made it difficult for the group to deal with. Fireball. This is the only offensive spell Su Yuan has learned. He is not very proficient in other spells, but he is very clear about the fireball spell. With ample fire element, the fireballs he condensed in his hands were much larger than the previous egg-sized ones, eventually reaching the size of a basketball before he was unable to control them and had to release them. The ice-toothed shark, which was blindly biting at everyone with its massive jaws wide open, felt a wave of intense heat coming towards it and instantly flew into its gaping maw. Roar! The son ate firecrackers, the father ate fireballs. Su Yuan truly treated both of them well. Under the combined attack of the group and with its eyes blinded, the shadow shark's anger slowly turned into fear, and the pain and weakness in its body made it want to return to the lake immediately. The continuous swaying had already made it dizzy. Its sense of smell and sight were obscured, and its proud water resonance had lost its effect. My gun! Xian Ku, who was about to engage in battle, immediately spotted the iron spear he had thrown the night before. The attack, delivered in the darkness, had struck the ice-toothed shark in the back. Half of the gun barrel was embedded in it. No wonder there was so much blood last night. Xian Ku thrust the iron spear into the shark's side, and using the spear as a springboard, instantly moved to the shark's back, pulling out the spear that was only partially exposed. Fire, thunder, explosion. He thrust the iron spear down a second time, and the electric current, accompanied by sparks, caused a violent explosion on his back. Damn it, don't blow my shark fin off. The people beside him immediately sprang into action, their sharp weapons slicing open several wounds in the shark's abdomen, spilling blood and internal organs onto the ground. It was clear that it wouldn't survive this, and the powerless ice-toothed shark gave up struggling, its covered eyes trying to find Su Yuan's direction. Unfortunately, he eventually collapsed, gazing towards the lake with deep resentment. We won. We won. The fierce battle drew cheers from the crowd. The ice-toothed shark, as large as a small mountain, was arguably the most terrifying monster they had ever seen. Even the most powerful magical beasts I encountered back in the Red Fox tribe were not as terrifying as this shadow hunter ice-tooth shark. As expected of a divine shaman, he led everyone to defeat such a powerful monster in just a few months. In an instant, Su Yuan was lifted high by the beast girls. It was unexpected that the celebration in this primitive society of another world also involved throwing people into the sky. However, he trusted these beautiful and adorable beast girls completely and let them toss him high into the sky. The sky over this snowy plain is so blue. Chapter 140, I am truly a kind and great tribal chief. After the excitement came the harvest. The internal organs were naturally handed over to Shuang and Man, and the fish meat was cut into several pieces by everyone. Each person carried a piece, covered in blood, towards the tribe. The afterglow of the setting sun illuminated the figures of the group, adding a warm golden veil to the joyful smiles of these beast girls. Upon returning to the tribe, the beast girls, busy with other tasks, gathered around. Because the harvest had been divided into several pieces, no one was too shocked this time. But when they came to the giant shark head at the back, the little beast girls were so frightened that they fell to the ground. The terrifying aura emanating from a peak 4th-tier magical beast is enough to intimidate nearby people and animals, even the corpses of long-dead magical beasts. Let's leave the body there for now, and you can go to the hot springs to wash yourselves. Hai Ling arrived at the camp in Red Fox's Princess Carrie. Looking at the shark-headed man whose eyes were full of resentment and hatred, she realized that this was the guy who had been their nightmare all this time. If it weren't for the secluded and narrow location discovered by chance beneath the icy sea, the people who had escaped from the dream coral sea with him would probably have perished in this creature's mouth. I never expected to die so quickly. In just one day, he was dismembered into several pieces by the people of the Star Tribe and carried back to the tribe. We've dealt with that monster for you. Since your wounds haven't healed yet, why don't you rest for a few days before going back? No need. Hai Yao and the others are still waiting. They'll worry if I'm gone for too long. When Hai Ling left, there was only one awakened warrior in the entire tribe who had recently awakened and was protecting everyone. Without her, the tribe was leaderless. With her tribe's safety on her mind, she longed to return to her tribe immediately after the shadow shark was killed. Your wound will be fine after going into the water. I'll have someone take you to the frozen lake later. Su Yuan was about to say that wounds shouldn't get wet, but the beast girl in front of him was a very special mermaid, so there was no reason why wounds shouldn't get wet. Thank you very much for your help. After I recover, I will collect the necessary items for you. I will come back to find you with my people in a few days. Hai Ling was somewhat moved. Just for her promise, the other tribe was actually willing to risk hunting a peak 4th-tier shadow shark. What a great tribal leader. Compared to the tribes in the Dream Coral Sea who fought each other for territory, the tribes on land seemed far too pure and kind. Okay, I'll wait for you. By the way, it'll get too dark later, so here's a flashlight for you to use on your way. Looking at Hai Ling's deeply moved expression, Su Yuan redeemed another energy-gathering flashlight from the system shop, spending 300 points to improve the Merman Chieftain's favorability. This deal is very worthwhile. This is... Infuse it with demonic and magical power, then flip this switch. Su Yuan still had some fire element in his body that he hadn't used up from drinking the fire spirit beverage earlier, which immediately entered the flashlight after gathering in his palm. Once the energy was fully charged, she gently flipped the switch, and a bright light shone so brightly that Hai Ling could barely open her eyes. This is too valuable. I can't accept it. There are also some bioluminescent plants in the ocean, but they mostly emit tiny points of light, and the light fades quickly after being torn off. Such an item, which glows when infused with magical power, is unheard of. In the Dream Coral Sea, it would likely become a treasure fought over by various tribes. It's all right. Your injuries haven't healed yet. It would be too dangerous to rush back in the dark. This thing will illuminate the surroundings and make you safer. Think of your people. Just kidding. I've already redeemed it. Do you think you can refuse me? You absolutely have to owe me this favor today. Speaking of her people, Hai Ling bit her lip. These were her people who were willing to follow her, including her own relatives and her daughter. Thinking of all this, she still accepted Su Yuan's gift. Her fingers, holding the flashlight, turned white. She didn't know how to repay this enormous favor. Then I'll accept it. Thank you so much again. I will never forget what I promised you. Okay, you should focus on getting better first. I'll be leaving the tribe in a few days, and I'll let you know when I get back through the conch shell. Hai Ling was sent away, and because she was in such a hurry, she didn't even have time to eat dinner. Su Yuan looked at the tribe preparing dinner in an orderly manner, so he went to the ice-tooth shark's corpse first, The 6-meter-long ice-tooth shark was divided into more than a dozen pieces. The bloody internal organs failed to detect any special products and were distributed to the Frost and its companions. The snow wolves have now become loyal followers of Great Frost, and their original covetousness has vanished. They now follow Great Frost around with their tongues lolling out all day long. Placing his hand on the thick fin, perhaps because the previous Tier 3 ice-tooth shark had already provided similar rare items, there was no reaction this time. Su Yuan touched several pieces of fish meat without any reaction, until he saw the ferocious-looking fish head, at which point the system's crisp voice finally rang out. Detected. Stop testing, open the identification system, and show me what it is. Hunter Crystal Core, the core within the shadow shark, granting it extraordinary sensory abilities. It can be used to craft sensory items or forge hunting weapons. There is only one rare item this time, which is also the core of the hunting ability that the shadow shark is proud of. However, the description of the sensing ability overlaps somewhat with the items unlocked by the Tier 3 small shark eye. Should we change it? Su Yuan hesitated. If he unlocked another sensing crystal, wouldn't it be a complete waste? But this was forging a hunting weapon. Currently, the tribe's forging skills are limited to polishing stone bones. To forge weapons, they need to develop their own iron smelting techniques, and forging special weapons is a different story. I'm afraid I'll have to deal with Mu Guang and learn the forging techniques for special weapons from this other world from her. Forget it, there's no use keeping it. Unlock special items for me. New special items have been unlocked. Please check the special items page. Shadow Hunter Compass, 20,000 points. Note, when placed on a ship, it can sense dangers in the surrounding sea through water currents. When encountering fog, it can be activated with magic to indicate the direction of travel. The good news is that it's not the same type of item as the Shark Eye Crystal. The bad news is that this thing is useless to him right now. A 20,000-point navigation compass? I'm not going to see right now, so what use is this thing to me? Su Yuan sighed, and then silently closed the system shop. This compass wasn't completely useless. On the contrary, it would be a very useful reconnaissance tool in the future. But its current purpose isn't to defeat Mu Guang and then take Chi Hu and the others across the ocean to the legendary Dragon Island. Even if such an island exists, if we can't even defeat Mu Guang, how could we possibly defeat a dragon? This is a headache. I still have a bit of fire element in my body. I'll go find the red fox to use it up and see if I can increase her magic power. Chapter 141. Have you ever drunk milk? In the early morning, sunlight streamed into the wooden house. Su Yuan felt a slight itch in his nose, as if his face was covered with a thick animal skin blanket. He opened his eyes and saw a bright red tail pressing against his face. Beside him, the lion was fast asleep, its arms tightly wrapped around a long, slender leg. Was it that intense last night? It goes without saying whose the bright red tail was. Su Yuan gently moved the tail aside, put on his clothes, and went outside. Last night, my body contained a lot of fire magic, and I won a complete victory against 2 opponents. However, when I woke up this morning, my body felt empty, and my magic had only recovered a little. That's not right. Why is this kind of thing consuming all my magic power? Could it be that I've messed up my cultivation? The beast girls who woke up early had already started preparing food. After Su Yuan arrived, some of the beast girls kindly served him a bowl of delicious meat soup. It's this one bite that gives off a strong, gamey smell, just like the shark soup I had at the unfrozen river before. It's at least 4th-tier magical beast meat. We can't waste it. Su Yuan forced himself to finish the soup despite the strange smell, and then quickly swallowed the pieces of shark meat as if he were taking medicine. With the addition of magic power, he could clearly feel the changes that the 4th-tier magical beast meat brought to him, and the magic power source in his lower abdomen recovered faster. The energy I had used up overnight was also restored. After forcing himself to finish a piece of grilled shark meat while still feeling nauseous, Su Yuan put the food down once he felt his magic power had almost fully recovered. The snow yak was placed in an open space outside the camp, surrounded by a wooden fence. The yak was not tied with a rope and just lay there leisurely in the small wooden fence. These yaks don't need to be strictly guarded. In this icy and snowy place, anyone with a brain wouldn't run away. As herbivores, without the fodder that Su Yuan feeds them daily with points, they would either be bitten to death by carnivorous monsters or starve to death in the snowy plains. Huh, they actually had babies. Su Yuan carried a pile of hay into the enclosure. Among the yak herd, there were several very thin yaks with sparse white fur. The baby yak greedily drank its milk, while the other yaks around it gathered around Su Yuan as he arrived, quietly waiting for the fodder in his hands. Fox 9. After feeding the yaks, Su Yuan immediately returned to the camp. Fox 9, who had woken up early but hadn't seen her sister, was still looking around. The sounds outside the camp made her rush over immediately. Find 2 beast girls and bring them pottery jars with me. When Su Yuan saw the carcass of the snow crystal cow, he was thinking about milk. It was easy to get milk. He could just exchange for it in the system shop. But with fresh milk from another world, who knows, maybe if we catch a powerful monster in the future, we can even drink monster milk that can boost our strength. Fox 9 didn't ask anything, dropped what she was holding, and immediately went to pull over 2 beast girls, one of whom Su Yuan was quite familiar with. Lingling's mother, the quiet and meticulous woman, now had her fur neatly groomed, and even her animal hide was very clean. Su Yuan, what are you doing with that pottery jar? Have you found a water source? Fox 9 had a somewhat expectant expression. Nowadays, the tribe's water source is all from melted snow, and the frozen lake has been unusable for a short period of time since it was stained with blood. To wash clothes, you have to climb a spider web ladder to get to the hot spring area. No, have you ever drunk milk? I drank it before, every day when I was a kid. Ahem, that's not what I meant. Never mind, come with me. Su Yuan understood what Hujio meant. There were mothers here, and it would be bad if they misunderstood his thoughts. The 4 arrived at the yak enclosure. The baby yak had already drunk its fill and fallen asleep, while the other yaks were still enjoying their fresh grass. Among the yaks they brought were 12 females. Su Yuan found the yak he had just seen, gently stroked its fur, and then squatted down with the pottery jar in his hand. Su Yuan was a bit clumsy at first, and soon angered the yak, which kicked its hooves and walked away, biting the grass. Chief, I understand what you mean. I'll handle this. Lingling's mother smiled faintly, took the pottery jar, and went to the yak. She placed her hands on its forehead and stroked its messy fur. She then slowly squatted down. This time, the yak was very quiet. In a short while, she returned to Su Yuan's side with the pottery jar in her arms. Wow, that's amazing. Sister Linghua, how did you do that? I belong to the same family as it, so I can sense its emotions to some extent. Linghua pointed to her ears. Su Yuan had been curious about what kind of beast girl these ears were, but it turned out they were cowgirls. No wonder she's so big. Lingling must have eaten really well when she was little. There's a reason why such a clumsy girl could become an awakened warrior. Then I can give up too. Lingling is already so old, there's probably no hope for her. Su Yuan quickly averted his gaze and took the pottery jar from Ling Yu's hands. The jar was filled with yak milk. Snowy yak milk, freshly made, rich in nutrients. Long-term consumption can increase height and improve physical fitness. Trading price, 900 points. Humans can also drink this yak milk from another world. Su Yuan immediately picked it up and took a sip. The taste was similar to the pure milk he used to drink. This milk just feels richer and more mellow. One sip and you can feel your body getting an energy boost. Gulp. Fox 9's swallowing sound was impossible to hide. The little beast girl hugged the jar and looked at Su Yuan with longing eyes, her eager little expression accompanied by her wagging little tail. Su Yuan had no choice but to immediately hand the pottery jar to Hujio. Sister Linghua, when you get back, organize a few people to come and collect some animal milk for everyone in the tribe to drink every day. The tribe now has over 100 members, and the milk produced by these dozen or so yaks is more than enough for everyone in the tribe to drink a jar of milk every day, which can be considered another food after stewed meat. Belch. The little fox clearly loved drinking milk. After finishing a whole jar of yak milk, it still looked like it wanted more, with milk still sticking to its lips. Yes, I understand. Thank you for taking us, the abandoned people of the Black Sheep tribe, in these days. It is my honor to serve you. Actually, Lingling has accepted the current situation. I wonder if I could plead for her release. I swear on my life that I will never let her leave the tribe. What mother would want her child to be tied up and suffer from the cold outside every day, even though the tribe is no longer so cold now? Su Yuan frowned. He untied Lingling's hands because he was confident she couldn't untie the bindings on her legs, but if he could completely loosen her grip, I will have someone untie her in a couple of days. The tribe is now almost ready and can set off for the desolate Snowfield in the next few days. At that time, it will be meaningless whether Lingling runs away or not. Linghua pondered for a moment and then understood Su Yuan's thoughts. She gently pulled Su Yuan's hand and placed it on her forehead. Thank you for your generosity, my esteemed leader. Chapter 142, I'm the man who's going to become a great magician. Wow, this tastes so good. It tastes just like it did when I was a kid. I never knew beast milk could taste so good. Chief is so clever. The beast women in the tribe showed excited expressions after drinking the yak milk. In the past, they would hunt their prey directly outside to prevent them from escaping. So this was the first time they had tasted beast milk, and even some of the older beast girls couldn't resist taking a few sips. Mom, this tastes so good. It tastes a bit like the drinks I had when I was little. It brings back so many memories. Squeak also received a small can of animal milk. After slurping down half of it, she wiped her mouth and said, "My mouth is all wet with milk." I'm looking at the can in my arms with a look of unsatisfied enjoyment. How old are you? Don't smack your lips when you eat, okay? Long knew what she was reminiscing about, so he rubbed her little head and tasted a mouthful of animal milk from the jar. In his eyes, he seemed to see the vast grasslands that his mother had described when he was a child. Mom misses it too. How is it? Delicious, right? Su Yuan looked at the red fox sitting beside him. Lion had a good physique and went to train this morning, but the red fox didn't have such a good physique. After getting up, she cast a healing spell on herself before leaving the wooden house. At this moment, she took a small sip of the fresh animal milk that Su Yuan had brought over. It does taste very good. I thought you brought those snow yak back to store meat as a reserve. Red Fox took a small sip, and the rich, fragrant taste made her drink half of it before putting the jar down. We have no shortage of meat. Hailing and the others will bring some more food to trade in a while, and the food grown in the soil will also ripen. This yak milk will not only make the children in the tribe grow taller, but also make them stronger. Maybe someone else will awaken successfully soon. Su Yuan put his arm around the red fox's waist. Without the animal skin coat to block it, he could feel the warmth when he gently pressed against her. He only withdrew his arm when the red fox blushed slightly. By the way, can you use the contents of this magic book? The red fox's fire magic is cast using magic cards. Su Yuan wanted to see if the locals of this other world could also cast magic according to the contents of the magic book. The book on basic fire magic was brought out, and the complicated text on it made Red Fox frown. Su Yuan, aware of the issue with the text, quickly explained, "Magic is witchcraft. Look, this spell is a fireball spell, and it can be cast in two ways." He explained the release of magic to the Red Fox, and the meaning of it surprised and disbelieved the Red Fox. How could one release magic without relying on magic cards? Try to gather the magic in your hand first. Red Fox tried closing his eyes and communicating with the magic power within his body. Before long, with a soft chant, an orange flame appeared in his hand. This was the first way to release magic. Fireball. A fireball the size of a fist flew into the sky, crashing into a distant mountain wall and disintegrating, leaving only some charred black marks on the wall. Try the second method and see if you can communicate with the fire element between heaven and earth. While releasing magic using stored internal energy allows for faster casting, communicating with the elements of heaven and earth to release magic has a greater advantage. The endless elements wouldn't drain the magic power from the body by releasing one or two spells. Apart from the time needed for chanting and condensing the elements, it didn't require much magic power to be consumed. Okay, I'll give it a try. Red Fox nodded seriously. Ever since the fireball spell was cast, she had been in a state of shock. She had never heard of the power of magic that could be drawn without a magic wand since childhood. Before, she had actually drawn the power of magic into her palm, as Su Yuan had instructed. Originally, the use of witch cards and witch wands relied on the witch wand to guide the witch power out. But now this method is more like actively guiding the witch power yourself. Upon hearing Su Yuan's second method, she immediately tried it, but after closing her eyes and trying to sense the so-called elements of heaven and earth for a long time, she still couldn't feel them. I'm sorry, Su Yuan. I didn't sense the fire element in the world you mentioned. Red Fox shook her head somewhat dejectedly, not noticing anything even when she was focused. It's all right. I'll tell you about other spells, and you can try to see if you can cast them. This was to be expected. Su Yuan immediately turned to the next page. Although it contained some basic magic, he couldn't cast most of them. The magic power within my body simply doesn't support some basic spells, and sometimes the spells I cast are inexplicably interrupted halfway through. The Red Fox is definitely more skilled in this aspect than I am, a complete novice in basic magic who has only been learning for a few days. She might be able to unleash it after just a few lessons. Flame Arrow. Flame Cyclone. Outside the camp, firelight accompanied by a delicate shout drew curious attention from many beast girls who gathered around to watch the scene on the snow that resembled a fire dragon descending. The Red Fox Witch is so powerful. This is the witchcraft that the leader taught to the Red Fox Witch. If I could become a witch too, could I go and see the leader as well? This scene indeed shocked Su Yuan, who widened his eyes in astonishment. The fire arrow magic failed after Red Fox tried it once. But she was not willing to give up and tried several more times until she held the flame witch card in her hand and was able to release flaming arrows one after another toward the ground in the distance. Although the power was not as great as that of a fireball, the consecutive arrows still blasted a large crater in the snow. Not to mention the subsequent fire cyclone. The scene of that tornado destroying the snow was absolutely terrifying. It seems that a medium is needed to cast more complex spells, but it looks like it can also be cast empty-handed once you have mastered it. Su Yuan gazed into the distance, stroked his chin, and muttered to himself thoughtfully. So, is it true that you can unleash all fire magic with just one fire spell card? Should I go get a few of different elements to try out first? Then what's the point of practicing archery? We should just learn magic from now on. 2 days later, at dawn, everything was ready. Red Fox, this time it's your turn to protect the tribe. Outside the camp, more than 30 beast girls stood behind Su Yuan, fully equipped and ready to go. This time, only Red Fox and Fox Thoughts remained to guard the tribe. Originally, Su Yuan planned to leave Hong Shuang behind as well, but facing the battle with the Black Sheep tribe, Chi-Hu insisted that leaving only her and Hu Si was enough. By the way, take this thing, infuse it with your magical power, and you can see everything around you when you close your eyes. Su Yuan exchanged another sensing crystal from the shop and gave it to Red Fox. Now his points have exceeded 200,000, so he can be more generous when it comes to using some special items. Don't worry, if we encounter any danger, I will lead everyone to hide in the mine in the mountains. Red Fox hugged Su Yuan affectionately, as if bidding farewell to her departing husband, her eyes filled with worry and reluctance. Wait for our good news. Chapter 143, How did you turn into a big sweet potato? This time, it only took 6 days to reach the desolate snowfield. Firstly, all those who followed were warriors, so they didn't have to start preparing for the night's rest as they did before when returning. Su Yuan also exchanged food directly in the system shop, so he arrived at the desolate snowfield in just 6 days. Late at night, Su Yuan led everyone to the area above the Black Sheep tribe. The same familiar location, the same familiar big tree. From this vantage point, one can clearly see the movements of the Black Sheep tribe below. However, this time there was no need to use the telescope. Su Yuan handed the prepared telescope to Mao Yi beside him and then took out the sensing crystal. Now that he has magic, although he doesn't understand how to improve his mental strength, he always finds that the distance increases every time he uses the sensing crystal. During this period, all I did every day was drink fire spirit drink and practice casting basic fire spirit magic. Surely it's not because I tease cats and foxes every night that I'm increasing my mental strength? The gaze shifted to the Black Sheep tribe camp, where the flames on the perimeter were still burning, and the prisoners who had been tied to the wooden stakes earlier were nowhere to be seen. Only a few beast girls were sitting in the camp licking their wounds, having been too busy with the trade to pay attention to the details of the Black Sheep tribe. Looking at those 2 little beast girls, who were only about 1.6 meters tall, their arm wounds were already festering. They were clearly in excruciating pain, but didn't want to wake everyone. Their pale faces were quite heartbreaking. Sai, how should we proceed in this battle? Capture everyone alive, but without being discovered by Black Sheep. The strategy of capturing the leader first won't work. If Mu Guang controls Black Sheep to cause a self-destruction, we're doomed. System, exchange a tube of enchanting mosquito incense for me. 70 meters away, but the distance from here to the Black Sheep tribe is far more than 70 meters. Su Yuan held the enchanting mosquito incense he had exchanged in his hand. After a moment's thought, he whispered to Long behind him. Long, give me my compound bow. It's impossible to have someone sneak in. The location occupied by the Black Sheep tribe is spacious on all sides, more than 70 meters uphill, and clearly visible downhill. Instead of doing that, it would be better to just shoot an arrow down. Those 2 little beast girls have never seen an arrow before, and even if they hear the sound, they will only come over out of curiosity. Once you smell the aroma and your thoughts start to become confused, that's when you can take action. Having figured out a solution, Su Yuan lit the enchanting mosquito coil. To prevent it from going out halfway, he lit half of the entire coil, and thick white smoke instantly billowed out. Hold your breath. Don't smell this white smoke. Su Yuan held his breath, climbed back up the slope, hung the mosquito coil on the arrow, and a whooshing sound rang out as the arrow embedded itself in the soil next to the large rock where he had been resting. Lele, did you hear that sound? The beast girl, sitting by the campfire, cautiously looked around. The starlight wasn't very bright that day, and the dim environment made her shrink back in fear. Ayu, I think I'm hungry. My stomach is growling. The sweet potatoes last time were so delicious. It's a pity I only got to eat one this afternoon. When sweet potatoes were mentioned, Ayu sat down by the campfire, feeling deflated. Only the intense heat of the fire could bring her some warmth. Wah, stop talking, I'm hungry again. Me too, what's that weird smell? Hey, Where did you get this sweet potato? Wait, ew, you've turned into a sweet potato. Lele rubbed her eyes, and the ew in front of her turned into a big, round sweet potato. The aroma made her mouth water immediately. Ew, can I have a bite? Just one bite, please. In the distance, Su Yuan put away the sensing crystal in his hand. The two little beast girls below had been bewitched by the mosquito coil and were now hugging each other and gently biting each other. Without the eyes on guard, the sleeping beast girls are much easier to deal with. Su Yuan did not act immediately. The thick smoke in the air was still spreading, and the mosquito coil that could originally burn for 7 or 8 hours was now half burned. Going down now might affect our own people. It's better to let it fumigate for a while longer so that everyone resting in the camp can fully absorb some of the smoke. Half an hour later, the smoke dissipated, and the ashes of the mosquito coil fell into the soil. The two little beast girls who were keeping watch outside were already tightly embracing each other. Their faces and hands were covered in each other's saliva and teeth marks. Go, you guys tie up the others later. Pan Yu, sure. Mao Yi, Hong Shuang, you deal with Hu Lai and the other awakened warrior. Xian Ku, Long, come with me to catch the black sheep. De Shuang, you take the snow wolves and keep an eye on the surroundings. Don't let anyone escape. If anyone comes, notify us immediately. Tiger Hunter is not an easy opponent, but the 4 awakened warriors should have no problem holding them off. But most importantly, there's the black sheep, a witch with incredibly mysterious abilities. The group rushed down the hillside, making only a slight noise that alerted the 2 beast girls guarding the outer gate. When they turned around, they saw a bunch of sweet potatoes. So many sweet potatoes. Before the 2 of them could even make a move, a spider silk tightly bound them together. Su Yuan felt a little uneasy. He touched a crystal-clear gemstone necklace on his chest, and the cool sensation made his mind very clear. Now that he himself had become a magician, or a shaman in a primitive tribe, he was unsure of Mu Guang's control methods. And what if he were also controlled? The little beast girls of the Star Tribe are very obedient to me. They will immediately comply even if I tell them to stop suddenly. Therefore, one must always remain clear-headed. Superior. The 3 of them rushed into the complicated cave. Under the flashlight, they could only see several beast girls hugging each other tightly, dreaming about delicious food, with glistening saliva slowly dripping from the corners of their mouths. That's not it. The sensing crystal couldn't penetrate objects to see what was inside, so Su Yuan glanced at it and immediately moved on to the next one. There weren't many caves that could be covered by animal hides. When the third one was opened, a wisp of black mist burst out through the hide. Careful! Xian Ku grabbed Su Yuan's arm and pulled him aside. The black mist shattered the animal skin curtain and instantly extinguished a campfire in the camp. Where did this rat come from, daring to launch a sneak attack at night? A sexy beast girl emerged from the cave, her black ram horns standing upright on either side of her head, her aloof face filled with indifference. He pointed a staff at Su Yuan, his eyes scanning the 3 people in front of him. Xian Ku, it's you. No wonder I've been looking for you for so long. I never expected you to come to my tribe in person today. Broken. Su Yuan frowned. He hadn't expected that the black sheep was unaffected by the enchanting mosquito coil. Was it because the magician had strong mental power, or because Mu Guang was controlling it remotely? Are you the black sheep or the bathing light? The shaman of the bathing light? And who are you? How do you know the shaman of the bathing light? A look of doubt appeared on Black Sheep's face. Then he stared at Su Yuan with an icy expression. Not Mu Guang. Looks like that guy isn't monitoring these people all the time. Su Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. If that radiant shaman knew about the situation here, who knows what kind of trouble might arise. Chapter 144. Who's the Good Samaritan? With an instant flashbang in his hand. The eerie atmosphere around him made Black Sheep realize that something was wrong. His tribe's warriors were not in the cave. Instead, unfamiliar faces surrounded him. Su Yuan, we've captured them all. Inside the cave, Lion and his companions emerged, carrying a bound beast woman. The woman looked disheveled, with a trickle of blood at the corner of her mouth. What about Tiger Hunting? I didn't see her. She's the only awakened warrior in the cave. Tiger Hunter isn't here? Su Yuan glanced at the black sheep over there, then looked at the empty wooden stakes around him, and instantly understood the situation of the black sheep tribe. Grab the black sheep, then leave immediately. Xian Ku made the first move, but this time he didn't use the tip of the spear. Instead, he used an iron rod to smash the black sheep. Dark shield. Now only black sheep remained. She pointed her staff forward, and a black barrier appeared around her body. The iron rod slammed down with a dull thud. Such powerful magical energy. Are you a great sorcerer? This is the ability that the God of Light bestowed upon me. You possess 2 talents. As long as you join the Light of Light tribe, becoming a great shaman will be a piece of cake. Su Yuan was somewhat confused. They had just had a divine shaman, and now a great shaman had appeared. He craned his neck and asked Shirshir beside him, Shirshir, what is this great shaman? The Great Witch is an advanced level of a witch, equivalent to a high-level warrior among awakened warriors. I never expected that Black Sheep would actually become a great witch. Su Yuan roughly understood the 3rd level of the magician hierarchy. Warriors are divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels, and magicians should be divided into apprentice wizards like himself, ordinary wizards like Red Fox, and great wizards like Black Sheep in front of him. The Dark Elemental Great Wizard is not easy to deal with. Notify the others to take the prisoners out first, and be ready to leave at any time. Su Yuan frowned as he watched Xian Ku and Black Sheep fight. If he couldn't catch Black Sheep, he would at least have to capture everyone else. Without their tribesmen, the Black Sheep had only 2 paths: either raid other tribes or venture into the icy wilderness to seek revenge on Su Yuan and her group. However, if they were released, it would be difficult to manage these captured warriors. According to the Beast Girls of the Black Sheep tribe, the Black Sheep, which was a gentle person before she was controlled. Even when they were severely injured and exhausted, these Beast Girl warriors were still willing to serve her. Without Black Sheep, she would not be able to manage and control these Beast Girl warriors. Sure, Long, eat these things and go help. If there's any danger, get out immediately. Su Yuan generously redeemed all the burgers and drinks with bonuses from the system shop, knowing he would have plenty of time to recover his points after the battle. But this is your only chance to catch the Black Sheep. Xian Ku, who had retreated, was also enhanced by him, and the stalemate in the battle instantly changed, with lightning and fire shining all over Xian Ku's body. The black mist was instantly shattered, and Long and his group seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack from the side. The continuous attacks made it difficult for Black Sheep to defend himself. Manhwa, you and everyone else stay outside and guard the area. Beside her, Manhwa bit her lip tightly, her sharp teeth causing blood to flow from the corner of her mouth, and tears welled up in her red-lined eyes. No, I must capture the Black Sheep Witch. I won't allow Mu Guang to control her like this. I must capture her. Panyu moved quickly, swallowing the spicy shark burger in a few bites before rushing towards the Black Sheep. He had no weapon in his hand, but his sharp claws instantly tore open the animal skin around the Black Sheep's waist. Not bad. You've grown up too. You've actually become an awakened warrior. I underestimated you, Traitor Moon. Blood seeped from the gash in the skin, and a fierce look appeared on the Black Sheep's face. She was no match for these people in front of her. Xian Ku alone was already keeping her busy, not to mention the other awakened warriors around her. He raised his staff again, and the dark shield reappeared. The Black Sheep closed his eyes and slowly uttered a prayer. Radiant Shaman, I call upon you. Descend upon me. Not good. Su Yuan instantly fired a fireball, but the dark shield blocked the surroundings, and a white light suddenly emerged from the Black Sheep's dark shield. Xian Ku, and people from the Red Fox tribe? His voice was still the same magnetic voice, but his tone had changed. It was now noble and indifferent, and his gaze was full of contempt and disdain as he looked at everyone. Mu Guang. And who are you? Oh, you also possess magical power. It seems you're a shaman from some tribe? Mu Guang's words startled Su Yuan. The black shield around him exploded, and Xian Ku and the others were forced to retreat. Release my Black Sheep mother. Pan Yu's eyes were bloodshot, and her trembling body tried to rush forward again. Su Yuan grabbed her tail from behind, and this time he almost pulled off the tail hairs before he could barely pull her back. Why don't you join me? A demon is about to be born. If you can eliminate the demon and save the world, I will naturally release everyone. Salvation? Ha 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 ha, hypocrite. If I'm not mistaken, you're doing all this for a divine gift in the Snowfield, aren't you? Mu Guang's expression changed slightly. Su Yuan stared intently at her, catching even the slightest evasive glance. Haha, it was that demon who stole the divine gift. I'm just here to eliminate that demon. If she gets it, the world will perish. This shaman, Mu Guang, seemed rather immature. Even though he denied coveting the divine gift, his cunning was lacking, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he looked at Su Yuan. Enough with the nonsense, subdue her. This is not the time for idle chatter. Who knows if Mu Guang has controlled people from other tribes to rush here. At Su Yuan's command, everyone launched an attack once again. This time, the Black Sheep staff no longer released dark magic. A bright white light instantly blinded everyone, and Xian Ku was instantly blasted away within the light. That trick again. That damn guy only knows how to sneak attack. Xin wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, revealing a wound on her exposed shoulder. Su Yuan was also blinded by the light. Enduring the pain, he quickly shouted to the system, "System, give me a few pairs of tactical sunglasses." No wonder Xin couldn't defeat Mu Guang before. This sudden, instantaneous flashbang made her invincible. Put on your sunglasses. Given the current situation of being surrounded, it's obvious that Mu Guang will definitely notify other tribes to come. The nearest tribe, Wu Ying, can normally travel there in half a day. But if those awakened warriors rush over, they'll probably arrive in 4 or 5 hours at most. If they don't deal with the black sheep controlled by Mu Guang soon, they won't even have a chance to escape. Su Yuan put on his tactical sunglasses, and the stinging in his eyes subsided considerably as the light disappeared. Not far away, Mu Guang stood proudly in front of everyone, holding a witch's staff in his hand. A beam of light magic shot from the tip of the staff towards Su Yuan. The magic wand has a solution. Chapter 145 Spells, Exorcising Weapons. The battle was at a stalemate for a moment. With the tactical sunglasses eliminating the blinding light magic of the glare, Xin was no longer afraid of the sudden flashes of light. However, the intense light still injured those who rushed forward. System, bring me a bottle of Snow Demon brand ginger tea and 2 frost mist spore bullets. Su Yuan hid in the back, looking for an opportunity. After drinking the ginger tea in his hand, he shouted at the fighting crowd. Everyone stand back. Although they didn't know why Su Yuan shouted to retreat, everyone obediently retreated to the back. Only Xin, that idiot, impulsively thrust his spear at Mu Guang. Damn it! May the holy light protect us. Mu Guang also saw the 2 strange things flying towards her and felt a sense of foreboding, but Xin was pressing her closely and giving her no time to dodge. Bang! The frost mist spore bullets were blocked by the holy light, and the dense frost mist obscured the battlefield, instantly causing a layer of frost to form on the skin of Xin and Mu Guang within it. However, this bit of cold mist couldn't harm either of them at all. The frost on their skin only made their bodies a little stiff. What exactly are you trying to do, holy light? Just as Mu Guang was about to unleash her magic again, a figure rushed out of the cold mist and instantly grabbed her staff with a large hand. Detected. Stop talking nonsense. Just trade to unlock it. At this moment, Su Yuan didn't dare wait for the system to finish its introduction and immediately roared in his mind. The staff was now emitting a bright light. Transaction successful. New products can be viewed in a special section. In an instant, the light vanished, and Mu Guang stared in horror at the disappearing witch's staff in her hand and the figure pressing down on her body. Spatial magic? That's impossible. Who are you? Spatial magic? Su Yuan overheard Mu Guang's murmur and recalled that Mu Guang seemed to have mentioned magic before. After all, in this primitive society, beast girls were all called witchcraft. You filthy human, get out of my way. After the initial shock, Mu Guang looked at Su Yuan with disgust and struggled to get up, but she was no match for Su Yuan's restraints. At this moment, Su Yuan held her tightly. To prevent her from being controlled, Su Yuan pressed down on her without looking at her eyes. Xin and the others rushed up from behind and quickly tied up the black sheep that Mu Guang was controlling. Release your witchcraft. Give me back Mother Black Sheep. At this moment, Pan Yu excitedly grabbed Mu Guang's shoulder, but Mu Guang showed no fear on his face. Instead, he looked at Pan Yu's outstretched arm with disgust. You filthy bastards, just you wait, I'll find you and catch you myself. The bright light around them disappeared, and the black sheep's neck tilted to the side, and it collapsed. At that moment, tears instantly fell from the eyes of the rebel moon. It's all right, she just fainted. Let's pack up and get ready to leave. Su Yuan stepped forward to check the black sheep's breathing, then quickly got up and looked into the strange rock cave. Since we're already here, we should naturally scavenge the supplies. Maybe we'll find some treasures that Tiger Hunter has been hoarding and unwilling to trade. He took everyone away, so naturally the items weren't left here. So Su Yuan immediately went inside. The beast girls in the cave had already been tied up and taken out. The cold cave contained only some animal skins and some unfinished sweet potatoes in the corner. After searching for a long time, they only found some stone and bone weapons. After exiting, they immediately switched to the small cave that the black sheep had previously hidden in animal hide. The cave is not very large, about 4 square meters, and the space above is relatively spacious. There is only an animal skin mat inside, and some food is placed next to it. After searching for a long time, he finally found a small animal skin bag under the animal skin cushion, and the system's crisp voice rang out again. There was no time to examine it closely. Su Yuan quickly packed up his things and came out. Everyone around him had tied people up, and each person was carrying 1 or 2 people on their backs or shoulders. Let's go back first. Although he didn't know when the Wuing tribe would arrive, it was safer to leave as soon as possible. Su Yuan tore off a piece of animal skin and covered the black sheep's eyes. The group retreated quickly under the cover of darkness, as if on a forced march. The campfire in the camp had dimmed, and the howling of the wind and snow grew louder and louder, soon extinguishing the flame completely. Only 1 arrow remained stuck in the ground in the entire camp. 3 hours later, a hand pulled out the arrow and examined it closely. Could that person also be from the celestial realm? Lady Wuing, we haven't found any trace of the enemy, but we did smell the direction they left in. They're heading towards the icy snowfield. The person behind him came to report. Mu Guang suppressed his anger and broke the arrow in 2. The arrow was made of ordinary wood, but the workmanship was particularly exquisite. It seems there are some formidable figures on this continent. Is it still possible to win them over? Judging from the tracks in the snow, they've been gone for a while, and the frost crystal season is almost here. The subordinate hesitated. Entering the frost crystal season into the icy wilderness without food or shelter could lead to death. That guy is coming soon. We can't afford to lose any more men now. Mu Guang gritted his teeth, staring at the broken arrow in his hand with resentment. The person knew him very well, but he knew nothing about the other person. This feeling of being passive made her feel particularly uncomfortable. The warrior leader of the Black Sheep tribe has returned from the Sunbeam tribe and sent a few people to tell her that the Red Fox tribe returned and slaughtered the people of the Black Sheep tribe before fleeing into the icy snowfield. Yes. Sniff. After his subordinates left, Mu Guang sniffed the air. A peculiar scent wafted from the arrowhead. The scent was familiar. He seemed to have smelled it before during the battle. Is this an alchemical tool? Mu Guang lowered his head and found a small clump of light gray ash buried in the wind and snow. He gently picked it up and put it to his nose and could smell a strange odor. The taste entered her brain and made her feel dizzy. The scene before her suddenly became blurry, and in a daze, the scene before her transformed into a magnificent palace. The palace was lined with young and beautiful elven guards, and a woman in a white dress slowly looked at her from the throne in the very center, bathing in light. However, she quickly recovered and threw the powder out of her hand in a panic. I see. It seems that person is also from the celestial realm, possessing such powerful alchemical tools. Could he be a subordinate of the Crystal Queen? Mu Guang frowned. Now, not only were people from the netherworld coming to compete for the divine gift, but even those guys from the celestial realm were sending people to the snowfield to fight for it. Our king made an agreement with her, but we never expected that Queen Crystal would break her vow. No one has ever been able to snatch anything from me, Mu Guang. One day, I will personally drag you to Queen Jingsui to demand compensation. Chapter 146 this time, it's my turn to save you. Ha-hu. 7 days later, outside the Black Sheep tribe camp, a lithe figure rushed back quickly, his eyes revealing clear anxiety and exhaustion. Upon arriving at the camp, he rushed straight into the cave. Roar! Inside the cave, a giant black bear was thrown out. Its hazy eyes held a hint of anger at being woken up. It growled and prepared to rush in and bite the person who had woken it up. But as soon as it entered the cave, it stopped abruptly. The person inspecting the cave was none other than the tiger hunter who had thrown it away earlier. The black bear's body was somewhat stiff, and its face wore a sad expression. This was the 3rd time it had been woken up in such a short period of time. It was thrown out by humans all 3 times, and each time the humans who threw it out were people it couldn't afford to mess with. This is absolutely outrageous. What's going on? Is it really as that person said? Tiger Hunter frowned and searched around. The signs of a fight in the cave were not serious. Only the animal skin mats were a bit messy. There were no traces of blood around, and even the sweet potatoes and weapons were placed in a corner. Something's not right. None of these things were taken. Ignoring the fleeing black bear, the tiger hunter rushed out of the cave and then ran to the black sheep's separate den, smashing the animal skin curtain to shreds. There was no blood inside. Only the animal skin mat on the ground was somewhat messy. When he emerged from the cave, Tiger Hunter appeared remarkably calm. The 2 campfires in the camp had long since gone out, and one of them had likely been extinguished. There was also a neatly arranged campfire. The snow in the open space covered some traces of a fight, but the snow was not thick, and some traces could still be found. That person lied. He specifically told me that the Red Fox tribe massacred the Black Sheep and the others. Either it was the Deer Bell tribe that the Black Sheep were about to attack, or it was Mu Guang. Tiger Hunter sat down on the snow. She was extremely tired after traveling for several days. She had been investigating the traveling merchant she had met earlier and had arrived at the foot of the Wangshui Mountains almost without stopping after handing him over. She couldn't see a single person. She couldn't understand how those guys managed to escape the Wangshui Mountains after she had led so many people away from the desolate Snowfield. On the way back, he heard more bad news about the Black Sheep tribe. Tiger Hunter felt completely drained and had no energy left. My eyelids felt very heavy, as if I was about to fall asleep at any moment. No, I can't rest yet. Tiger Hunter propped himself up and looked in two directions. One was the Snow Mountain Range. Perhaps he could find his tribesmen who had been taken away by the traveling merchants if he crossed the mountain range. The other was the icy Snowfield. Although the person had deceived him, he had clearly told him the other party's direction of action and even knew people from the Red Fox tribe. That leaves only Mu Guang. He told himself that they simply wanted to use him to deal with the fleeing Red Fox tribe. Two directions made her hesitate. One was the ordinary people of the tribe, and the other was the tribe's shaman and the warriors. Tiger Hunter's eyes were bloodshot, his hands were clenched tightly, and his heart was filled with hesitation. Now he didn't even have anyone to talk to. Little Tiger Hunter, I will not let go. Mother and the others will be here soon. A little girl with black ram's horns seemed to appear before my eyes, hanging on the edge of a cliff, tightly holding onto a small figure. The only branch that held them both up was covered with fine thorns, and blood flowed down from the ramhorn girl's wrist to her face. Black Sheep, wait for me. Tiger Hunter gritted his teeth and ran towards the icy snowfield without the slightest hesitation. Those tribespeople captured by traveling merchants might have a chance to survive, and might even have lived more peacefully than the Black Sheep tribe today. But if the Red Fox tribe captures them, given the Black Sheep Witch's previous ambush of the Red Fox tribe, the Black Sheep Witch is probably in grave danger. I must find the Red Foxes as soon as possible. They would risk their lives to get the Black Sheep back. This time, let me save you. Let me go. The group hurried across the snowfield. The captured members of the Black Sheep tribe seemed to have accepted their fate, especially the beast girls who recognized Lion and the others. Black Sheep, her eyes covered, still struggled desperately on Shuang's back. Behind her, Su Yuan sat on Shuang's back. She pressed her palm firmly against the Black Sheep's body. The Black Sheep had been restless for the past 2 days, and Mu Guang had even been summoned by her once. However, without the witch's staff and with his eyes still blindfolded, Mu Guang struggled for a while before choosing to give up on this piece. Now only Black Sheep, the fanatical believer who is being controlled, is still trying to break free of his shackles, and his daily prayers for the coming of the light are no longer effective. Stop wailing. Didn't you see that Mu Guang has already given up on you? Su Yuan slapped her behind, at her pert back. This sexy, mature woman was always yelling like a child, and her mental energy seemed inexhaustible. The shaman of Muguang has not abandoned me. Once I find your lair, the Muguang tribe will lead everyone to wipe you out. It's unclear how Mu Guang controls these people. They have their own thoughts, but all of those thoughts serve Mu Guang's purpose. It was as if Mu Guang had become the supreme god in their hearts. How much longer until we reach the tribe? After traveling for half a month, Su Yuan was also a little tired. In order to make sure that the hunters behind him could not find him, he deliberately took a detour. The detour was the same route that Pan Yu had taken when they got lost in the desolate snowfield. They had already reached the unfrozen river 2 days ago. Thinking back to the last time, I managed to catch a tier 3 great white shark there, but when I came back again, its father had been stewed into soup. We're almost there. I can already see the tribe's red glow. Cat Knight seemed a little excited, and with a light leap, she landed on Frost's back, sitting arrogantly on the Black Sheep's back. Cat Knight, get off the Black Sheep Witch. I don't want to, unless you let me pluck some of your tail hairs. Get down here right now. The two started playfully fighting again. Su Yuan rubbed his head helplessly, but just as Mao Yi had said, the outline of the camp could already be seen from here. The people in the camp seemed to have seen them as well, and some figures rushed out from the wooden door. Many beast girls gathered outside the camp, gazing in this direction, their cheers guiding them back. How come Ling Ling and the others are here too? Frost Rhino, also an awakened warrior, had better eyesight than the others and spotted several familiar figures running towards them from afar. Xiao Shuang, let me tell you, Ling Ling and Sister Shui Ro have both joined the Star Tribe. The Black Sheep, which is really being controlled by Mu Guang. Pan Yu stopped playing around with Mao Yi and came to Shuang Shi's side, pouting and saying unhappily. She's been talking so much these past 2 days that her lips are practically chapped. But Shuangxi and the others just wouldn't believe it. After realizing they couldn't break free of their restraints, they watched Su Yuan take them away every day with expressions of waiting to die. Are you telling the truth? Chapter 147. This is even harder to tame than a pig during Chinese New Year. Oh, Xiaoshuang, you've been arrested too? In the camp, Lingling looked at Shuangxi, who was tied up, with a teasing expression. The two of them used to like bickering, but the continuous battles after the black sheep was controlled had left them without energy. Now that he's well fed and watered, and sleeps until he naturally wakes up every day, all he needs to do is feed the two grumpy beast girls on time to complete his daily tasks. His spirits are much better than when he was first captured. Xiaoling, Tiger Hunter's sister has been looking for you for ages. Turns out it was you who betrayed Black Sheep Witch. What do you mean by betrayal? I was captured too. Didn't you realize that the traveling merchant who traded with Tiger Hunter's sister was the one who captured you? Ling Ling sighed. Watching everyone being brought back bound, her worry subsided, and even her guilt towards the black sheep which lessened somewhat. Anyway, everyone else has been arrested. I was just arrested a little earlier. Humph, you must be too stupid to have been captured. If it were me, weren't you arrested too? Such a lively scene at the camp was quite rare. The beast girls of the Red Fox tribe looked at the captured Black Sheep tribe warriors with great vigilance. Red Fox had previously told them about the Black Sheep tribe, and everyone knew that the previous raid was not the Black Sheep tribe's true intention. Regardless, the attack had also harmed these beast girls, so everyone was very wary of the Black Sheep tribe warriors' expressions. Inside the cabin, Su Yuan leaned down with a smug look on his face and looked at the sexy, mature woman with ram horns lying on the bed, then pulled off the animal skin strip covering her eyes. No, ha ha ha, Black Sheep, now that you're in my hands, do you still expect Mu Guang to rescue you? Just wait, as long as I can escape, I will definitely bring people to wipe out your tribe. The long-lost light made Black Sheep somewhat dazed. Only after she could see the person in front of her clearly did she grit her teeth and say hatefully that without her staff, she was like a little lamb, completely harmless. No matter how I look at the scene inside the room, I feel like I'm the villain. Forget it, there's no point in talking to you about this now. System, exchange for blazing purification syrup. Su Yuan felt a pang of heartache as he watched his points slip away. He hadn't gained much in the few days since he returned, and that battle had reduced his previous 200,000 points back to 160,000. Fortunately, the mission was successfully completed, and there will be no more battles for a while, unless the controlled Wu Ying tribe finds this place. A small bamboo tube appeared out of thin air in his hand. The tube had no lid, and a faint herbal scent emanated from the black, viscous substance inside. Isn't this just cough syrup? Su Yuan gently dipped his finger in the mixture and put it in his mouth. The sweet taste had a refreshing coolness, and just a small sip made him feel invigorated. This effect is much stronger than the syrup I've had before. Come, esteemed Black Sheep Witch, drink this. What is this? Let go of me. Get this disgusting thing away. Black Sheep frowned and moved her body tightly towards the back of the bed. The smell of black syrup coming from the bamboo tube in front of her made her head feel a little throbbing. Shouts and struggles came from the cabin, and noises also came from the camp outside. As the shaman of their tribe, Black Sheep was the focus of everyone's attention. At this moment, the Black Sheep was as uncontrollable as a pig during the Lunar New Year, let alone being fed syrup. What's all the noise about? Su Yuan was also a little angry. He had captured the person, so why couldn't he solve the problem? He put on the blindfold and immediately carried the Black Sheep to the camp. At this moment, the warriors of the Black Sheep tribe were struggling, but even Frost Rhino, an awakened warrior, could not break free from Red Frost Spider Silk, let alone these ordinary warriors. Release our Black Sheep witches. Come at us if you have a problem. Everyone gathered around, and some former beast girls from the Black Sheep tribe wanted to plead for them, but Shuero stood firmly in front of them, not allowing anyone to come forward. Sister Shuero, the Black Sheep Witch. We are members of the Star Tribe, and we obey all orders from Su Yuanwu. Su Yuan carried the person out and walked directly to the center of the camp. The Black Sheep was thrown on the ground. At this moment, no one dared to step forward. Even Pan Yu watched nervously from the side. I haven't explained this before, but I'll explain it in detail today. Haven't you all noticed that the Black Sheep Witch's personality has suddenly changed drastically? A war that disregards life and death, abandoning one's own people. Every war is fought in a murky way, without plundering food, resources, or territory. What are you fighting for, and for whom are you fighting? The questioning rebuke silenced the surrounding Black Sheep warriors. They didn't know why they had been fighting so many times. They had been living peacefully in the cave. Under the guidance of the Tiger Hunter, they could harvest abundant food in the snowy wilderness every day, but now exhaustion and hunger have cast a shadow over the entire tribe. No one can answer this question. It's very simple. Let me tell you. Because of her, she has been controlled by a person who claims to be a shaman. Not only her, but also many shamans from various tribes. The current turmoil in the Snowfield is caused by that person. Su Yuan looked at everyone and shouted loudly. Although he had mentioned it in private before, this was the first time he had said it loudly and formally in front of everyone. That man is called Mugwang. I believe some of you have heard of him. Why did Black Sheep ask you to send people to the Mugwang tribe? And why are you fighting this pointless war? I can answer you, and I can make Black Sheep answer you too. Betrayer Moon, pry her mouth open. Pan Yu, who was in the crowd, looked at Su Yuan in panic. After a moment of silence, she still came up. Fortunately, the Black Sheep's eyes were covered by animal skin, otherwise she would not have had the courage to look directly at him. The taste of the purifying syrup made the Black Sheep close her mouth tightly, and she struggled violently, but this time, the rebellious Moon pressed her down firmly. As her mouth was pried open bit by bit, Su Yuan lost his patience. He scooped out a piece of syrup with his hand and stuffed it directly into her mouth, doing this several times in a row, each time hitting right in the back of her throat. Only after the syrup in the jar was used up did they tightly cover the Black Sheep's mouth and make her swallow it slowly. Saliva secreted and melted the viscous, purifying syrup, which quickly turned into a sweet stream that entered the Black Sheep's body. It should work, right? It cost me 5,000 points, and with so many people watching, it would be incredibly embarrassing if it didn't work. Although Su Yuan appeared calm on the surface, he looked at the Black Sheep struggling on the ground with a guilty conscience. In order to ensure the effectiveness of the purifying syrup, he had scraped every last bit out of the bamboo tube. Even the remaining syrup on their fingers was scraped clean little by little with the Black Sheep's teeth. At this moment, the Black Sheep on the ground began to tremble violently. Its covered mouth broke free, and it let out a miserable cry. Chapter 148 Little Rebellious Moon Doesn't Cry. Witch. Black Sheep Witch. Flaming phantoms burned on the Black Sheep's body, and its heart-wrenching screams startled the surrounding beast girls. Even Pan Yu panicked and burst into tears. Gone was her usual arrogant little expression. She pitifully ran to Su Yuan and grabbed his arm. Don't worry, this flame is just to dispel Mu Guang's control over the Black Sheep. It won't hurt anyone. Su Yuan patted Pan Yu on the back to comfort her. The Black Sheep struggling in the flames made everyone feel heartbroken, and Su Yuan even had a toothache. The system note said it was some pain, but is that what you call some pain? If that ferocious-looking creature hadn't been bound by spider silk, the Black Sheep would probably have already smashed its head against the wall and died. What if I get controlled one day and end up drinking this stuff? No, I can't afford to confront Mu Guang head-on without sufficient strength. At this time, at the foot of the Wanshua Mountains, there was a tribe that was also built with wood. The houses in the center of the tribe were somewhat similar to the wooden houses built by Su Yuan, and many beast girls in the camp were busy preparing various items. Several beast girls guarded the surrounding high platforms, their eyes fixed on the crowd below. In the very center of the luxurious wooden house sat a girl dressed in a green dress, with exquisite makeup, inverted triangular elf ears, and a bright blue gem on her forehead. Cough, damn it. That guy broke my soul imprisonment. Mu Guang coughed up a mouthful of blood. Her connection with the Black Sheep was abruptly severed by a flame, and just a moment ago, the flame also burned into her soul. The searing pain of the flames almost made her faint, but thankfully the burning sensation came and went quickly, though the trembling in her body still wouldn't stop. Could it be the Crystal Queen's soul-burning potion? She actually used the soul-burning potion personally concocted by the Crystal Queen to deal with me. It seems you are very important to Queen Crystal. Guards. Mu Guang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression returning to normal as he looked at the two people who walked in through the door. He said in a very cold tone, "Send a few quick-witted soldiers to the icy Snowfield to find the hiding place of that black-haired guy." But, Lord Divine Shaman, Bing Tian is. The two saw Mu Guang's face visibly darken and immediately lowered their heads in agreement. The frost crystal season is almost here, and those who go to the icy and snowy plains are likely to meet with dire consequences. No, we can't let that guy get away with it so easily. We need to at least have someone keep him in check. Ignoring the two who had left, Mu Guang sat down again to think. If he and the people of the Netherworld fought to the death, wouldn't that give the Crystal Queen's subordinates hiding in the icy snowfield an advantage? Snowy Fan, spread the word to the orcs in the desolate snowfield that a kind of orc totem has appeared in the icy snowfield, and the tribe that finds the totem can gain infinite power. The totem is now in the hands of a member of the God-given race. He has short black hair, yellow skin, and has already killed many orcs. Outside the door, a white-haired woman nodded slightly, a gentle smile always on her face, and uttered only one word in her soft, water-like voice. Yes. The next second, the figure outside the house vanished instantly. Now I'll see who the prey is. A fierce glint flashed in Mugwang's eyes. He then threw the blood-stained clothes out of the house. The gem on his forehead glowed slightly, and then an identical set of clothes appeared on his body. Here it is. It has been 2 days since the last time the Star Tribe was given medicine. Black Sheep fainted after being burned by the phantom flames for about 10 minutes. For the past 2 days, the 3 of them, Pan Yu, Yu Yu, and Bei Yu, have been by his side almost constantly. After dealing with the Black Sheep, Su Yuan continued his mining business. The high blood loss from the points required him to focus on the mines during this period. Otherwise, we wouldn't even be able to afford the fire spirit beverage we use every day. Moreover, the original plan was to pass on the iron forging technology to the Star Tribe after capturing the Black Sheep Tribe. So during this time, the Beast Girls of the Starry Sky Tribe were busy working in the mine with Su Yuan. Su Yuan dared not release the captured Black Sheep Tribe warriors for the time being. Only when the Black Sheep truly awakened could they be completely surrendered to him. Black Sheep Witch, you're awake. Both Bei Yue and Pan Yue were resting on the edge of the bed, while Yu Yue, now that it was no longer so cold in the tribe, was full of energy and playing with Bei Yue's ears at the head of the bed. Yu Yu's surprised voice also woke up the 2 people who were lying down. After rubbing her eyes, Pan Yu looked at the Black Sheep on the bed. Black Sheep Mom, Black Sheep Witch, you're awake. Pan Yu's smile lasted only a moment before she looked at her with some fear. What if Su Yuan failed? What if the Black Sheep in front of her was still the same Black Sheep as before? She was terrified, and the first person she thought of was Su Yuan. She wanted to rush out of the house to find him, but Black Sheep's words stopped her in her tracks. Little Pan Yue, why do you look so unfamiliar? How come you've grown so much taller after just 1 night's sleep? Those gentle words were so familiar that Pan Yu immediately lowered her head, her body trembling uncontrollably, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Wow, Black Sheep Witch, you're finally awake. We missed you so much. Before she could vent her emotions, Bei Yu burst into tears and threw herself at the Black Sheep, smearing her tears and snot all over him. All right, I didn't leave, so what happened to me? Where's Tiger Hunt? Black Sheep didn't mind Bei Yue's presence. When he tried to hug her, he found that his hands and feet were tightly bound, and the smile on his face gradually faded. In her memory, she only slept in a cave in the tribe. She hadn't slept well for several nights because she was trying to solve the food problem when the ice god arrived. But when he woke up, the dark cave had turned into a brown wooden house. The moon beside him had changed, and more importantly, he was actually tied up. That's right. Of the 3, Yu Yue is currently the most emotionally stable. Although she is also clinging to Haeyang, she is still able to recount what happened. However, she knew too little about the matter, and had been either sleeping or eating before, so even after talking for a long time, Black Sheep was still completely confused. However, she knew about Yu Yue's situation, so she just smiled and didn't say anything, turning her head to look at Pan Yue, who was crying alone. Little Pan Yue is not someone who cries. She didn't cry when she was surrounded by wolves before, and she didn't shed a single tear even when her face was bruised from the pain when I helped her apply medicine. Wow. Chapter 149, I will no longer serve as the tribe's chief. Verification for Xiaoya Linfeng's great work, +1/2. Build it up with clay like this, and wait for it to dry. In a corner of the camp, Su Yuan, along with Red Fox and Fox 9, were building a strangely shaped structure in an open space, their hands covered in mud. The tall cylinder was hollowed out in the middle, and next to it was a shorter hollowed-out building. This strange thing made Fox 9 look at it with a face full of doubt. Su Yuan, what's this for? Is it for cooking? Looking at it this way, it does look somewhat similar. You can simmer a delicious meat soup by simply placing the earthenware pot on it, which is much more convenient than putting an earthenware pot on a campfire. All you ever do is eat. Have you been spending the last few days playing with Gigi? Su Yuan wanted to tug at Fox 9's ears, but his hands were covered in clay, so he had to give up. Later, have Xin find a palm-sized piece of the flame pattern iron or that we dug up earlier and break it into small pieces. Now that the Black Sheep problem has been solved, it's time to consider improving the level of tribal civilization. At the very least, we need to determine whether the Iron Age is a requirement for a level 2 shop. If so, I can save up my points, exchange them for dozens of firearms, and then go and take down Mugwang. Otherwise, I can only stay here for now and slowly develop. Then go and take down Mugwang. I see. I'm so sorry you've had to go through so much trouble. In another cabin, the Black Sheep looked dejected. He hadn't expected so many things to have happened, and the tribe his sister had entrusted to him had been reduced to this state. Without food, the continuous battles left the tribe members teetering on the brink of hunger and exhaustion. More importantly, they almost lost their children and elders to other tribes. At this moment, Black Sheep couldn't help but shed tears, his heart filled with guilt and sorrow. Black Sheep Witch, I'm not blaming you. Su Yuan said you were controlled by that person named Mu Guang. Pan Yu's tone was much lighter, without the rebelliousness of the past. She clung to Black Sheep, hugging her and snuggling against her familiar scent. Bathing in the light, the Black Sheep murmured the name to itself, and a woman seemed to appear in its memory. She was very beautiful, but her ears were different from those of the beast men of the God-given race. Her eyes always revealed disgust and contempt when she looked at people. So it was her. Then it seems quite a few tribes are under her control. Little Rebel Moon, could you introduce me to your new leader? Yes, he's in the camp. I'll take you there. Beiwe, stop crying. Hurry up and prepare some food. Still wiping away tears and snot, Beiyu immediately raised her head, bubbling from her nose, and said, Okay, I'll go make some meat soup for the Black Sheep Witch right away. You, come and help. No, I'm sleepy. It's my turn to sleep now. No, if you keep sleeping, you'll turn into a pig. You have to come and help. Pan Yu led the Black Sheep outside. The sun was not bright today, and the dark clouds made the atmosphere very gloomy. Only the guardian orb of the camp was emitting light. Black Sheep Witch, let me untie you. Just as Pan Yu was about to untie the spider silk binding Black Sheep's hands, Black Sheep refused with a smile. I am still a sinner. I can't be untied and go over there. Come on, take me to see that leader. The two walked one after the other in Su Yuan's direction. Some of the little beast girls who were playing around stopped frolicking, and many of the original members of the Black Sheep tribe looked at the Black Sheep with fear. And those soldiers who were tied up, each of them was more or less wrapped in white strips of cloth, and their faces were pale, and they looked very bad. Little Rebel Moon, where's your Tiger Hunter sister? When we went to capture you, we didn't see Sister Tiger Hunter. It seems she went to the Muguang tribe to deliver people, as you instructed. Tiger Hunt. Black Sheep dared not look directly into the eyes of the tribesman, and walked with his head down to the circular building burning with flames. At this moment, several people were gathered around, and fierce flames were coming out of the round hole, as if they were doing something. Su Yuan. Pan Yu hugged Su Yuan, who was watching the blast furnace closely, with great joy, and said in a slightly nervous tone, Su Yuan, Black Sheep Witch has woken up, and I've brought her here. Is he awake? Su Yuan raised his head, and the red fox beside him also looked at the Black Sheep standing not far away. The black animal skin only covered his chest and lower body. He was barefoot, and his hair was very messy. Seeing that several people were looking at her, Black Sheep also came over, knelt down directly in front of Su Yuan, lowered her head and whispered, Thank you for saving my people. Are you awake now? Su Yuan frowned. The medicine didn't guarantee a 100% solution to this problem. He couldn't be sure if Black Sheep had truly regained consciousness or if this was Mu Guang's scheme. Yes, Pinyu has already told me what happened before. You were supposed to kill us, Red Fox. I'm so sorry. Su Yuan looked around. Red Fox knew Black Sheep. After seeing Black Sheep say this, he shook his head. It's all in the past. I know Black Sheep Witch wouldn't be that kind of person. A mistake is a mistake. I am no longer qualified to be their witch. I hope you can take them in and become their new witch, their new leader. They are already part of the Star Tribe, but those warriors need your orders. Su Yuan helped the man up, his eyes fixed on the Black Sheep's eyes. The clear and gentle look in his eyes was indeed very different from the manic energy he had shown before. Don't worry, I will tell them. They have already suffered too much with me. Well, please forgive me, but I can't be sure if you've really broken free from Mu Guang's control, so I won't loosen the restraints on you for now. I understand. Please come with me. I think this incompetent sorcerer should have retired long ago. The task of blast furnace iron smelting was temporarily handed over to Red Fox and the others. Su Yuan followed Black Sheep to the tribe, where the bound Black Sheep warriors were sitting together. The tribespeople beside them were feeding them by hand. Lingling, Shuangshi, you've both lost a lot of weight. Which? Looking at those familiar faces, Black Sheep felt a surge of anger and sorrow. She remembered the name and appearance of every member of the Black Sheep tribe. If they weren't here, there was only one possibility, and she couldn't help but shed tears. All the people of the Black Sheep tribe, because I was previously manipulated by evil people, the Black Sheep tribe has fallen into hunger and suffering. I was fortunate to receive Su Yuanwu's help and was able to come to my senses, but I have made such a mistake that I can no longer lead everyone. Tears streamed down everyone's faces. Some were tears of joy that Black Sheep had regained his senses, while others were tears of sorrow for the painful experience they had gone through. From then on, the Black Sheep tribe was incorporated into the Star Tribe, and everyone obeyed the orders of Chief Su Yuan. I am willing to bear the sins to atone for the dead tribesmen and will no longer lead the tribe. Chapter 150 The Unstable Grenade, verified by Xiaoya Linfeng as a master plus 2 halves. With Black Sheep's command, the bound beast girls loosened their bonds, except for the two on the central wooden stake. Yinduo, why hasn't the shaman of the bathing light come to rescue us yet? Several months have passed, and she's starting to wonder if Mu Guang has forgotten about the two of them. But they are, after all, high-level awakened warriors. How could he possibly ignore them completely? That despicable fellow must have used tricks to prevent the shaman of light from finding this place. Anyone who doesn't give us enough to eat is a bad person. Yeah, that Su Yuan guy is awful. It's time to eat. I won't have to feed you anymore. While the two were complaining, Ling Ling walked over with a smile, holding 2 palm-sized pieces of roasted meat that emitted an irresistible aroma. Huh? Could it be that Su Yuan, that bad guy, is planning to release us? No, that's not it. I'm free now. From now on, when others feed you, remember to speak nicely to them. And if they say anything bad about Su Yuanwu, they won't be as kind as me to feed you. Damn it, I was wrong. Yin Duo was about to curse when she saw that Ling Ling had already placed her meat near her mouth. She immediately lowered her ears and begged for mercy. She was struggling to survive on the verge of starvation every day. If Ling Ling ate this piece of meat, she would faint from hunger. Just you wait. One day I will take my revenge. Rock silently made a grudge in his heart and took a bite of the beast meat that was handed to him. Wah, it's roast beef today? It smells so good. The flames of the blast furnace had gone out. Su Yuan used 2 sticks to take out the small ceramic cup in the middle. The bottom was still glowing red. The beast girls around him all took a few steps back in fear. Why hasn't it melted after all this time? Su Yuan examined the contents of the ceramic cup carefully. The flaming iron ore, which had been crushed into pieces, had become very bright, but it did not reach the molten iron consistency he desired. Is the temperature insufficient? Or is it that this type of flaming iron or simply cannot be melted into molten iron? In any case, this iron smelting attempt was a failure. Su Yuan sighed helplessly and threw the ceramic cup into the water to cool it down. The scattered iron ore in the water became even brighter, appearing as if it could drip blood under the camp's lighting. What is the shaman doing? This is witchcraft. I've seen other witches do it before. They burn wild animal eyeballs and claws to ashes, stir them in water, and turn them into a magical potion that can cure diseases. In the distance, Zizi was talking nonsense with a straight face. Fortunately, Long wasn't around. Otherwise, he would definitely have given her a good beating if he heard her rambling. However, the little beast girls beside her, the newly recruited little subordinates of Zizi, were quite surprised. They understood what was going on when they thought of the Black Sheep Witch's sudden awakening earlier. So that's how it is. Su Yuanwu is amazing. He knows witchcraft and can lead everyone to find food. Sister Zizi is so smart. She knows so much about witchcraft. She'll definitely become a witch someday. He, of course. Squeaky is very powerful. From now on, I will lead you to go out and hunt prey. Let me tell you, we caught a super big prey before. After the temperature dropped, Su Yuan tried to take out a piece of flame-patterned iron or the size of a fingernail. The change was completely different from before. The original lava-like orange-red color has turned blood red, and you can feel a slight tremor when you touch it. Flame-patterned iron or modified. Huh? Why is there an extra word modify? Su Yuan remembered that this thing didn't have the word modified before. It had actually turned into this after being subjected to fire refining. Note: flame-patterned iron ore, which is formed from ordinary iron or transformed by blazing fire crystals, absorbed a large amount of fire element after being improperly refined by humans, and also absorbed a small amount of water element in the water. The elemental forces within the ore are extremely unbalanced, making it prone to explosion at any time. Holy crap! This note sent chills down Su Yuan's spine. Without the slightest hesitation, he threw the iron ore in his hand out of the camp. Quickly, get out of here. There's a huge pile of explosive iron ore in this ceramic pot. Who knows how powerful it is? If a fragment of iron ore accidentally pierces my body, my journey to explore this other world will have to end there. The others didn't understand what was happening, but they all obeyed the order and ran away into the distance. Sure, worried about Su Yuan's safety, hugged him tightly. Bang! An explosion rang out from outside. The piece of iron ore that had been thrown out earlier had exploded. The sound wasn't particularly frightening. It was like the firecrackers that had been used earlier. Everyone retreated to a distance, and the iron or fragments in the ceramic basin did not explode. It remained quiet for more than 10 minutes. What's going on? Could it be that being submerged in water won't cause an explosion? Su Yuan frowned. The previous notes mentioned that this thing absorbed a large amount of fire element, and then absorbed a small amount of water element when poured into water. The explosion was triggered by an extremely unbalanced situation between the two sides. Are those or still absorbing water elements, which is why they haven't exploded? I'm going out to take a look. You all stay here and don't come any closer. Su Yuan pondered for a long time. Since he didn't know what was going on, he decided to go out and see how powerful the exploding iron or particles were. With these, he would indirectly have control over firearms like grenades. The grenade is currently quite unreliable. It might not detonate when you want it to, and it might explode very quickly when you don't want it to. It's too random. I'll go with you. Lion and the others followed, and when they arrived at the place where the iron or particles had been thrown, they only saw a snow pit about half a meter deep, with some traces of the blasted soil on the ground. It's more powerful than firecrackers, and even if it's thrown near someone, it will only cause minor injuries. But this thing is only the size of a fingernail. If it were the size of a fist, the power would be completely different. If we can control the explosion, this thing might actually be usable as a hand grenade. No, I need to try to bring the water and fire elements to a balance. Su Yuan ran back excitedly, while the others, though very curious, followed him back and forth. The iron ore in the basin remained still. Having determined the level of danger, Su Yuan dared to boldly step forward to observe the situation. Flame-patterned iron ore modified. Note: flame-patterned iron ore, which is formed from ordinary iron or transformed by blazing fire crystals, absorbs a large amount of fire element after being improperly refined by humans, and then absorbs a moderate amount of water element in water. The elemental forces within the ore are unbalanced, and there is a chance that it will explode. The text in the notes has changed. The water content of the ore has reached a medium level, and the possibility of an explosion has changed from being easy to occur to being probabilistic. The iron ore was thrown to the ground, and this time it took a full half-hour before the second explosion occurred. I understand. This thing won't explode as long as it absorbs water, and it will also tend to be non-explosive when it reaches a balance between water and fire. Su Yuan immediately understood the principle behind the explosion. Although he failed to refine any ironware, discovering the unique properties of the flame pattern iron ore was still a good gain. But what if the water element surpasses the fire element? Chapter 151. What he brewed was civilization. At night, bonfires were lit in the camp, and after Black Sheep's words, the Beast Girl warriors who were tied up in the camp were also untied. In order to celebrate their arrival, Su Yuan decided to hold a grand celebration party. After all, he had mentioned this before after the battle with the Pigman tribe. The night sky was very gloomy, with no starlight visible in the vast blackness, except for the orange-red light from the Star Tribe, accompanied by bright firelight. Everyone happily gathered around the campfire. Since there were more than 100 people in the camp, those who were close to each other huddled together. What exactly did Su Yuan go off to do? He's so mysterious. At this moment, by the bright campfire in the middle, Pan Yu, Mao Yi and the others sat there happily. After He Yang woke up, Pan Yu's personality also became very cheerful. However, he still couldn't shake his rebellious verbal tick. Aside from Su Yuan and Black Sheep, he probably wouldn't listen to a word anyone else said. And Fox 9 too, all mysterious. Wait, could it be that they are? As Mao Yi spoke, her eyes were fixed on the cabin. The two of them had just run into the cabin together. What could they possibly do inside so late at night? Damn it, we were all having a barbecue together, but Fox 9 secretly followed Su Yuan to play alone. I want to go too. Mao Yi glanced furtively at Pan Yu, who was clinging to He Yang beside her, then slowly moved her buttocks out and, under the cover of the firelight, ran to Su Yuan's door. Let me take a closer look first. I'll give them a scare when I go in. The cabin was ajar, and the red light from the window faintly illuminated the scene inside. It was very quiet, with the blankets neatly arranged on the bed, but Su Yuan was nowhere to be seen. Hey, where did they go? Squeak. The sound of the wooden door being pulled open startled Mao Yi, causing her to fall to the ground. Two shadows enveloped her completely. Why didn't you stay over there? What are you doing here? Su Yuan and Hu Jiu came out carrying a large wine barrel. Hu Jiu's small figure carrying a huge wooden barrel looked somewhat comical. Mao Yi rubbed his bottom, looking miserable, and stammered. I thought you guys were secretly playing around here. Play? What's so great about playing secretly? Su Yuan put down the wine barrel, picked up Mao Yi, and brushed the mud off her tail. The little beast girl's face was a little rosy, and he immediately understood what Mao Yi meant. What does this guy think his house is? Besides, who does he think he is, after such a short time? Bring the barrel over here, and I'll find you to play alone tonight. He often practiced his limits by fighting two opponents at once, which made this little beast girl more confident. Tonight, he would let her know his true strength. They carried the wooden barrel back to the campfire. This was fruit wine that Su Yuan had brewed before he set off, and it had been about a month now. Although it hadn't been aged for several months to ferment, it was enough. After all, this was to test whether the fruits from this other world could be used to make wine. If it was successful, the beast girls of the tribe could prepare more fruit and put it in the cave. As for whether the two barrels were successful, Su Yuan smelled them this morning when he carried the wine back to his room. The wooden barrels were well sealed, but they still emitted a faint fragrance. Although it doesn't taste like the fruit wines he'd drunk before, as long as it doesn't smell rotten, there's a high chance of success. Su Yuan, what is this? Everyone gathered around. In this primitive tribe where there were no entertainment options, everything was so novel and always attracted a crowd. This is good stuff. It's the fruit wine that Fox 9 and I brewed before. Alcohol? What's that? None of them understood what alcohol was, but their keen sense of smell allowed them to detect the aroma emanating from the wooden barrel. It has a fruity aroma, but also a sweet and indescribable flavor. You'll all find out soon enough. Su Yuan was also a little excited. Although he rarely touched fruit wine before he transmigrated, he found soda more appealing than wine. But this time is different. He brewed it himself. Is this wine? No, he's brewing civilization. Su Yuan forcefully pulled out the stopper, and with a pop sound, a fruity aroma immediately wafted out. Everyone couldn't help but swallow, and the roasted meat in their hands no longer smelled good. Su Yuan. These pretty little faces looked at him pitifully. Su Yuan took a specially made wine spoon and tapped each of them on the head before reaching into the wine barrel to scoop out a spoonful. The wine is clear and transparent, and its original color cannot be seen under the orange-red light, but the aroma does not smell like a failed or rotten product. Activate the identification system. Crude mixed fruit wine. Fruit wine fermented using primitive methods. Due to the short fermentation time, it has a more sour and sweet taste and a lower alcohol content. This batch didn't have any yeast added, so it doesn't seem to have failed, but the taste is almost indistinguishable from fruit juice. Su Yuan took a small sip, and it was pretty much as he expected. The sour and sweet flavors of the fruit were quite prominent, but he could also detect a hint of alcohol. It also has a unique woody aroma, which should be the smell of the wood from the barrel itself permeating the wine, adding a touch of mellow fragrance to the sweet and sour flavor. It's done. Gulp. Everyone around him blinked and stared at him. The wine dripping from the corner of his mouth made Nicoya unable to resist pouncing over and licking it. It's so sweet. Is this wine? The sudden pounce startled Su Yuan so much that he almost dropped the wine spoon in his hand. The warm feeling of the kitten's tongue made him unable to resist hugging Maoya's body. Ahem, one bowl for everyone, to celebrate our first victory against Mu Guang, and also to celebrate Black Sheep breaking free of control and regaining consciousness. Su Yuan raised the wine ladle in his hand and cheered to the people around him. The lively atmosphere was ignited at this moment. Amidst laughter and cheers, spoonfuls of wine were shared. The second barrel contained yeast that Su Yuan had exchanged, and the flavor of this barrel of wine was more pronounced, with a more prominent alcohol content. Cheers to our victory. After the wine was distributed, there was still about half a barrel left. Everyone held up their wooden or ceramic bowls with a serious air, their faces beaming with happiness. Looking at everyone's laughter, Su Yuan couldn't help but smile as well. Cat Knight and Pan Yu in his arms were still glaring at each other, neither willing to give in. It's a pity there aren't many entertainment options. The tribe is now well managed and doesn't need to work as hard as before. White Rabbit also has helpers, especially the clever and agile Shui Rou, who is very experienced in processing animal hides. Su Yuan stroked his chin, wondering if he could come up with an entertainment activity to help everyone pass the time. Otherwise, the people on night watch would get so bored by the campfire that they would fall asleep. I've got it. Teaching these innocent little beast girls this game will not only help them pass the time, but it will also make them more careful when they go out in the future. Chapter 152 Vegetables Growing Too Vigorously. More than a week has passed, and life in the Star Tribe has returned to normal since the bonfire party. The addition of the Black Sheep warriors has greatly increased the tribe's manpower. The two sides have always been somewhat at odds due to previous reasons, and Su Yuan doesn't have any particularly good solutions for this. As long as nothing serious happens, he can only leave things as they are for the time being. During this week, Su Yuan didn't do anything else but kept adjusting the balance ratio of the flame pattern iron organ. Without modern machinery, he could only use the simplest methods. Try them one by one, also known as the controlled variable method. During the research process, I would just tease the cats, foxes, and lions. The outside temperature was getting colder and colder. Even though I was bundled up in thick clothes, I could feel the biting cold once I left the camp's light-filled area. Therefore, Su Yuan had no choice but to give up going to the hot springs to tease the foxes and cats, and each time he had to sneak around in his little wooden house. Fortunately, the molten core guardian orb did not drive away the sound of the cold wind, and the noisy wind around the camp every night during this period masked the sounds of nighttime revelry. Early in the morning, the weather was as gloomy as ever. Su Yuan sat on a low wooden stake, studying the newly forged flame-patterned iron ore. 218th time, 3 hours, 15 minutes, and 12 seconds. Su Yuan pressed the stopwatch he had redeemed. The balance of this flame-pattern iron ore was accurate to the second, so he had to buy a stopwatch for precise timing. In his hand, the color of the flame-pattern iron ore was completely different from before. The blood-red gem fragment had returned to its previous orange-red color. Upon closer inspection, one can clearly see the flowing crimson patterns and icy blue veins within the ore. Fire and water elements intertwined within the mineral, eventually converging at the very center. Unfortunately, the blue color eventually completely swallowed the red color in the center of the ore, and the iron ore still did not reach equilibrium. Note: flame-patterned iron ore, which is formed from ordinary iron or transformed by blazing fire crystals, absorbed a large amount of fire element after being improperly refined by humans, and then absorbed a large amount of water element in water. The elemental forces within the ore are slightly unbalanced, and there is a very small chance that it will explode. There were more fire elements 10 seconds ago, so it looks like it will be 15 minutes and 11 seconds. Su Yuan opened the small notebook he carried with him, which was filled with densely packed data. The continuous testing for more than a week had made him a little irritable. If it weren't for the fact that this thing was still dangerous and that timing and statistics were a bit complicated for these beast girls, he would have just left it to them. The water element has expired. We'll have to refine another batch. Su Yuan, the frost crystal season is coming. Just then, Red Fox ran over from behind with some concern, followed by Black Sheep. After a week, her body had recovered somewhat. The spider silk binding his hands and feet hadn't been untied, but compared to the previous tight bindings, he could now walk and move around without any problems. Frosty crystal season? Su Yuan looked up at the sky. He had been so busy researching the flame pattern iron, or that he hadn't noticed the weather had been gloomy for several days in a row. Could the frost crystal season that Red Fox and the others mentioned be winter? This icy, snowy plain is so cold. How can it have winter? The frost season usually only occurs once every few years, and each season lasts for a minimum of 7 or 8 days and a maximum of several months. When the frost crystal season was mentioned, Black Sheep's face showed some worry as he continued slowly. Every time the frost crystal season occurs, many people die. Some go out hunting and get lost in the snowfields and freeze to death, while others starve to death because their tribes don't have enough food to survive the frost crystal season. According to the ancient legends of the Red Fox and Black Sheep tribes, the frost crystal season is the day of sorrow for the gods. At this time, the sky will remain overcast, and a layer of cold mist will shroud the snowfield, obscuring the road. Animals scrambled to find shelter, and the trees and grass in the snowfields were covered with a layer of glistening ice, which is why it's called the frost crystal season. Su Yuan nodded thoughtfully. This kind of weather was somewhat similar to the freezing weather in his hometown before he transmigrated, but it was probably even more terrifying during the frost crystal season in this other world. I plan to have the soldiers hunt more game in the wild during this period to stock up, so that when the frost crystal season comes, everyone can stay in the camp and get through it safely. But now you are the leader and the shaman, so the specific decisions are up to you. The Black Sheep wore a faint smile on its face, showing neither sadness at losing the Black Sheep tribe nor anger at losing its original status. In the past week or so, she has seen a lot of things and witnessed Su Yuan's abilities. All sorts of novel things have emerged one after another. And even in this wooden camp, she could still feel a sense of security, the kind of security she only felt when hiding in a cave. And then there's the fire that everyone in the tribe can light, something even she can't do. It's as if fire can appear effortlessly in Su Yuan's hands. Okay, let me think about it. Su Yuan did not refute the Black Sheep's suggestion. With the frost crystal season approaching, it was very likely that the animals would find places to hide in advance. During this period, it becomes much more difficult to hunt prey, but it is still possible to find some wild fruit in the trees. Pass the word down. There's no need to deliberately search for prey. Just look for some fruit on the nearby trees. By the way, Red Fox, how's the vegetable I asked Fox 9 to plant coming along? It's growing very fast. It's already a lush green jungle over there. Su Yuan was somewhat surprised. Was the growth rate of these crops really that fast? All in all, it hadn't even been 2 months. Logically, most of them should have just broken through the soil. After placing the fiery iron ore in the water, he timed his walk to the toilet area, where the green color next to him made him stare in shock. This is too fantastical. The chive seeds planted earlier have now grown into bright green chives, as have the lettuce and cabbage. What surprised him most was that these things were a bit unusual in size. The chives were already up to his waist, and their color clearly didn't indicate they were fully ripe, but they were still huge. The previously estimated space was completely insufficient. Some vegetables were crowded together, and there wasn't a single spot to stand in the green field. Which you've arrived. The beast girl who was helping Fox 9 with the plants in the fields immediately came over when she saw Su Yuan, but her face showed some apology and guilt. Behind them, directly in front of the green vegetables, Fox 9 angrily grabbed Squeaky's little ears. Squeak, this is a plant that Su Yuan planted. If you steal and eat it, you'll get a spanking from Long. Sister Fox 9, please let me go? I was just curious, so I broke off a small piece and tasted it. Her other little accomplices were also squatting there in fear, their little ears almost having their fur pulled out, and tears were streaming down their faces from the pain. Mom, I was wrong. I won't do it again. Sister Shuero, I won't do it again. Su Yuan watched them with a smile. These vegetables were originally intended for experiments, mainly to teach the tribe how to grow vegetables, and removing some of the tops wouldn't cause them to spoil. All right, if you dare to cause trouble again next time, I'll punish you by making you watch over Manhwa and Yin Duo, and you'll be responsible for feeding them every day. That kind of boring and tedious task? Zizi's aggrieved expression immediately turned bitter, and she clung to Su Yuan's leg, begging for mercy. No, Su Yuan, I'll never do it again. Chapter 153 Dynamic Equilibrium Field, authorized by the Master of Lies and Dreams, +1/2. The fruits and vegetables grow very quickly, and because of the magical land of this other world, their growth is also astonishing. Su Yuan didn't pay any more attention to the fruits and vegetables. As long as he taught these ordinary beast girls how to plant them and ignited this spark, the rest of the planting could be left to them. Later, take this guardian orb to the snowy yak's enclosure and place it where they can't reach it. Then build 2 watchtowers near the camp gate and send 2 people to guard them every day to monitor the surrounding area. There's no need to worry about food. Apart from the fruits and vegetables, there's enough meat left in the camp to feed everyone for a while. Moreover, even though the frost crystal season lasts for an exceptionally long time, Su Yuan is able to overcome the difficulties by accumulating points. With nearly 300,000 points, raising these 100-plus beast girls for 4 or 5 years shouldn't be a problem. However, during the frost season, safety issues must be given even greater attention, especially the snow yak kept in enclosures outside the camp. This is the tribe's only source of milk. A sentry tower? What's that? Embracing the spirit of asking questions when they don't understand, Red Fox and Black Sheep both looked at Su Yuan with puzzled expressions and inquired. Su Yuan tapped his head, almost forgetting that this was a primitive society where there weren't even houses. How could Red Fox and the others understand watchtowers? A sentry tower is a small building that is built very high. The person sitting inside is responsible for patrolling the surrounding area from a high vantage point. He couldn't explain to Red Fox and the others what a watchtower was, but he only needed to tell them its purpose and how to build it. As for how to build it, this is a fantasy world, and these Beast Girl warriors won't get hurt much if they fall from a height of 3 or 4 meters. If all else fails, you can buy 2 molten cloaks to increase the levitation effect. Alright, I'll leave the frost crystal season matters to you. Let's also temporarily stop the mining in the flame pattern mine. Let's cut down more trees in the near future. 3 hours should be enough. Su Yuan needs to check on the effects of the refined flame pattern iron ore. With only about 10 minutes left until the previously calculated time, the blue and red flame-patterned iron ore lay quietly in the basin, radiating light. 18, 3, 2, 1. In an instant, Su Yuan burst out of the water, clutching the iron ore. Its vibrant colors stood out brightly against the gloomy sky. If you look closely, you can see that the red and blue colors spiraling to the very center are exceptionally stable. It's done. Su Yuan's face lit up with joy, and he immediately opened the appraisal system. Note: Flame-patterned iron ore, which is formed from ordinary iron or transformed by blazing fire crystals, absorbed a large amount of fire element after being mistakenly refined by humans, and then absorbed a large amount of water element in the water. The ore became very fragile, and the elemental forces within it reached a balance. When it was shattered, a dynamic equilibrium field was formed in the vicinity. Dynamic equilibrium field? The notes for flame-pattern iron ore haven't changed much, except that there's now an explanation of a dynamic equilibrium field after the equilibrium is reached. Dynamic equilibrium field weakens the effects of all elements within its range. The effects of fire and water elements become unpredictable. This introduction was somewhat baffling. Su Yuan read it for a long time, but couldn't find any other specific details. The only good news was that the value of this thing had doubled compared to the original flame-pattern iron ore. Practice makes perfect. To know exactly what that means, you have to try it yourself. Su Yuan pulled Red Fox to an open space outside the camp. After leaving the range of the molten guardian orb, the cold air around him made him shiver. The Red Fox was more adapted to the cold air than Su Yuan. After wrapping itself in its clothes, it looked at Su Yuan and asked, "Su Yuan, is there a mission you called me here for?" "Okay, after I throw this or over there." You immediately cast the stone condensation spell in that direction as well. He only knows that one set of fire elemental magic, which can verify the second unpredictable state of the fire element in the dynamic equilibrium field, but the first weakening effect still needs to be tested by Red Fox. "Okay, I understand." Red Fox nodded without asking any further questions, and simply took out the condensed stone, which token from his pocket. Su Yuan also raised his hand, and fire element instantly condensed in his palm. As the flame-patterned iron ore was thrown out, it smashed into dust upon hitting the tree trunk. The surrounding space seemed to have changed, with the red and blue elements appearing as if they were particles floating in the air. Are these the elements of heaven and earth? Su Yuan stared in disbelief at this strange scene. He had never been able to sense the elements in the air before, but he never expected to be able to see the fire and water elements at this moment. Bang! A loud noise startled him awake. The Red Fox beside him had already released the giant rock that he had conjured in his hand. The half-meter-long rock did not break the tree when it approached the trunk. After a muffled thud, it turned into a pile of sand and scattered in all directions with the cold wind. Fireball! Su Yuan also quickly released his fireball spell, and the orange fireball also shot towards the tree trunk. As they approached the area, the fireball's color became somewhat strange. The fiery red became even more dazzling, and the original orange instantly turned into gold. It exploded upon hitting the tree trunk, and a shower of golden rain fell on the already frozen trunk. Is this what they call unpredictability? Su Yuan watched as the fireball that could have destroyed the tree trunk turned into a golden rain of light, and the dark branches actually blossomed with green vitality. Fireball! The second fireball shot towards the tree trunk once again. This time, there was no unusual change. It simply turned into a wisp of smoke after hitting the trunk. There wasn't even a trace of char on the tree trunk. This specially made flame-patterned iron ore is a bit strange. Su Yuan watched this scene with surprise, but also felt a pang of heartache. If he had known that the flame-patterned iron ore had this function, he shouldn't have traded the blazing fire crystal. Wouldn't it be better to mutate more flame vein iron ore? However, he shook his head. There was still a lot of flame-patterned iron ore in the mine, but the special goods obtained from trading blazing fire crystals were particularly important to him. Without the blazing purification syrup, Black Sheep would probably still be tied up right now, and it would be even more troublesome if Mu Guang found out something at this stage. The importance of the fire spirit drink is self-evident. It was his key to victory. Forget it. We'll have to keep some of those flame-pattern iron Oregon. Its ability to weaken magical effects can be a powerful weapon. Su Yuan came up with a way to deal with Mu Guang. He would tie this thing to the arrowhead and shoot it into Mu Guang's camp. Once the magic is gone, it will be a battle between primitive tribes using cold weapons. At that time, I won't be able to defeat a primitive elf. Su Yuan. The conch shell is ringing. Chapter 154: The Arrival of the Sea Spirit Tribe. Verified by the Master of Lies and Dreams, +2 halves. Yes, I've recovered. Thank you for your help. In the camp, Su Yuan, with a joyful expression, placed the conch shell to his ear. The familiar, gentle voice came from it, indicating that some time had passed since Hai Ling left. They thought they wouldn't return until after the frost crystal season, but they unexpectedly got in touch with Su Yuan today. Chief Su Yuan, thanks to the flashlight you gave us before, we found quite a few things in the sea. This time, we hope to trade with you for some fishing rods and weapons. I have also prepared a gift for you, which we will share at the frozen lake earlier. Su Yuan was somewhat tempted. There were many good things in the sea. For example, this conch shell that looked like a telephone was given to him by Hai Ling and the others. At this stage, he didn't have the conditions to build a signal base station, so a conch shell that could communicate over long distances was much more important. Don't worry, we'll be there soon. Su Yuan had already made quite a few fishing rods, and with the addition of those spider girls, he no longer needed to go to the mall to exchange for fishing lines. The flexible spider silk was sufficient. As for weapons, the tribe has quite a few bone and stone tools, but Su Yuan naturally wouldn't trade the few iron tools that Shir and the others had. Red Fox, have a dozen or so men bring the tribes and used weapons and fishing rods, and come with me to the ice lake. How about I go? Before the frost crystal season arrives, those magical beasts will come out to hunt, and it will be too dangerous to go out like this. Red Fox was somewhat worried. Things weren't peaceful before the frost crystal season arrived, mainly because there were few creatures in the icy snowfield. This time of year was probably the most chaotic in the desolate snowfield. Those who are lucky can hunt a lot of prey, while those who are unlucky will become prey for powerful magical beasts. No need, it's just a short walk from here, and with Shir and the others with us, there won't be any danger. This is related to Su Yuan unlocking special items, so he naturally has to take charge personally. He chuckled as he ruffled the Red Fox's hair. With the addition of Black Sheep and the others, the tribe's safety was no longer a major concern, and Su Yuan soon led more than 20 warriors away from the camp. The wind and snow outside swept over everyone's bodies, and the biting cold wind made him pull up the animal skin tied to his face. At this moment, only their eyes were visible. Even Xian Ku, who usually dresses lightly, was wrapped up tightly, carrying large and small bags on her back as she walked ahead. The lake is freezing over very quickly. When Su Yuan and his men arrived, they only saw the frozen surface of the lake. The shark blood from before had long since dissipated. Haven't they arrived yet? Su Yuan put down his belongings and led everyone to the edge of the frozen lake. The ice layer was not very thick. The impact of the ice-toothed shark had broken the frozen ice into pieces. The accumulation over this period has only caused the ice to solidify slightly. Bang! Suddenly, a sound of ice breaking rang out. Lion and the others cautiously looked at the broken ice surface and saw a blue figure leap directly towards Su Yuan. Haha, Su Yuan. I missed you all so much. After recognizing Haiyao, Shir stopped Shinka and the others from making a move. Haiyao's current condition was somewhat different from before. The black starlight grass dress was long gone, and she was now wearing what looked like a sea beast's hide, the smoothness of which she could feel when she was held. Did you come alone? Su Yuan carried her in a princess carry. Haiyao's body was ice cold, and she was shivering from the cold wind of the frosty season after arriving on land. How could that be? Mom and the others are behind us. I just missed you guys a lot. The little mermaid's eyes darted around, seemingly thinking not of Su Yuan, but of the barbecue she had promised earlier. Don't bother looking for it. The barbecue will be frozen solid by the time I bring it over. Here, have a taste of this. Su Yuan took out the remaining fruit wine and put it in a small cup in a bamboo tube. This bamboo tube was left over from the drinks he had exchanged before, and he had stored it in his house as a spare. Now it came in handy. What is this? It smells so good. Haiyao had no suspicion of Su Yuan. She picked up the bamboo tube and curiously took a bite. The sweet and sour taste immediately made her sway her fishtail. Her small eyes narrowed happily. Gurgle, gurgle. At this moment, many bubbles rose to the surface of the lake, and figures emerged from the water, with hair of various colors, the same ears, and beautiful faces. The one leading the group was Hai Ling. She gently swayed her body and came ashore, her fishtail transforming into two fair and tender legs. The recovery is going well. Those long legs used to be covered in bloody wounds, but now they only have some reddish-brown scars, which is much better than before. Hai Ling glanced at her legs, nodded slightly, and said gratefully, "Thanks to your help. Otherwise we would probably have been eaten by that shark long ago." Su Yuan was also smiling awkwardly. How could he not know who the shark was targeting? If Hai Ling and the others hadn't been attacked, he would probably be the one who suffered. "Mom, try this, it's delicious." Haiyao, who was being held, was also very excited. After taking a few sips, she handed the bamboo tube to Hai Ling. "Haiyao, don't be so rude. We already owe her so much, and now her daughter is taking other people's things without permission." Hai Ling frowned and scolded. "It's all right, this is our own homemade wine. You should try some." Yes, try it." Seeing that the two of them were looking at her expectantly, Hai Ling had no choice but to take the cup of fruit wine that was almost empty and drink it down. "How about it?" Hai Ling took a small sip, and the sweet and sour taste combined with a rich and mellow aroma made her miss the dream coral sea and the sea soul fruit that grew on the fluorescent coral tree. This tastes familiar, somewhat like a sea sponge fruit that's been picked a few days ago. Sea soul fruit. Before Hai Ling could explain, Hai Yao, who was in his arms, seemed to wake up with a start and hugged Su Yuan's neck excitedly, saying, "That's right, I remember now. It tastes like sea spirit fruit, and it tastes even better than sea spirit fruit." Sea soul fruit is a specialty of the dream coral sea. It grows on coral trees and is a fruit that we usually drink. I never imagined that such unique plants existed in this otherworldly ocean. It's a pity that the dream coral sea is too far away from here. I've only ever heard about this place from Hai Yao and the others. There is no way to see this peculiar fruit for the time being. By the way, we collected some things from the ocean, and with the help of that flashlight, I also obtained a few treasures in the Abyss Sea. After chatting, Hai Ling took out the items that she and her people had collected during this period. A group of mermaids slowly lifted a 1-meter-long clam shell out of the water. Chapter 155 Loot from a Tier 6 giant whale. The large clam shell was lifted ashore. The entire clam was tightly wrapped with seaweed. The contents inside were not very heavy, and one person could easily lift it. These are the things we've collected over this period of time, as well as the conch shells we've made for making sound transmission. Hai Ling opened the clam shell, which was filled to the brim. Besides the conch shell for communication, there were many other items that met Su Yuan's requirements, either strangely shaped or emitting faint fluorescent light. And this is a thank you gift for your previous rescue and killing of that ferocious monster. Hai Ling found a palm-sized, jelly-like object among them. The gloomy sky allowed everyone to clearly see the deep blue halo it emitted. Within this blue light, you can see shimmering specks of white light, each small patch seemingly containing the entire starry sky. A few glances will draw you in. So beautiful. This glows just like our tribe's treasure. It looks so soft and delicious. Su Yuan was also pleasantly surprised. When he took this thing out, he could feel a cool sensation coming towards him, and the cold air also had a bit of the scent of the ocean. Star whale crystal marrow. The most important crystal marrow from the 6th tier behemoth, the star whale. Due to the long period of lifelessness, its magical power has been greatly reduced. It can be crafted into high-level magical items using special techniques. Trade price, 7,000 points. A 6th order behemoth? This thing was actually taken from the body of a 6th order behemoth. Su Yuan felt his heart start pounding uncontrollably. It should be noted that the adult Shadow Fang shark, which was extremely difficult to deal with before, was only at the peak of the 4th tier. This 6th tier behemoth would probably have difficulty even breaking through its skin. This thing is way too valuable. Su Yuan felt a little embarrassed, something he hadn't expected. He had thought it was just some ordinary deep-sea materials, but Hai Ling had prepared such a big surprise. "We found this in the Abyss Sea, and it was thanks to the flashlight you gave us that we were able to see this glowing object that was left there. You don't know what this is?" Hai Ling shook her head. "At the time, I just saw that this thing was glowing, and I took it with me when I was squeezed out of the Abyss Sea. However, the aura it emitted was very powerful, so I thought I would give it as a thank you gift." Indeed, judging from the notes, it should be a 6th order star sea whale that has been dead for a long time. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Hai Ling and the others to catch up with such a big monster. Not to mention dealing with a 6th tier behemoth. Su Yuan accepted the gift from Hai Ling. A familiar mechanical voice sounded in his ears. Although this item was from a 6th tier magical beast, it was not of the same quality as the meteorite from the outer space at the Red Fox's former stronghold. "Hee, Su Yuan, you should accept it quickly. Ever since Mom took this out of the Abyss Sea, we've been being watched by other magical beasts. But we don't know what use this thing is. If it weren't for keeping it for you, we would have thrown it away long ago." "Well, thank you very much then. Let's trade the rest fairly." Su Yuan didn't stand on ceremony and put the items into his backpack. There were many other items left inside the clam shell, including inanimate objects like stones and coral, as well as teeth, eyes, and the bones of an unknown monster. Each one is very valuable, including 5 rare items. Even the others, which are not rare, are still quite valuable in terms of points. "I'll take them all. I've only prepared 30 fishing rods and weapons for you." That's enough. We don't even have 30 people in our tribe here. This is more than enough." These beast girls in primitive society were indeed too naive, or perhaps this transaction was filled with feelings of friendship. Even though they knew these things were very important to Su Yuan, they didn't even think about raising the price. Although, according to the trade practices of primitive society, it would be a great deal to exchange some rather useless items for so many well-polished weapons and fishing rods to make a living. You can take this too. Once activated with magic, it can dispel the surrounding cold and darkness. If you break it, it can form a shield to protect everyone. With the points from rare items, these things are worth at least 150,000 points, while the fishing rods and weapons for hailing and the others are only worth a few hundred points in the system shop. The price difference of 1,000 times made Su Yuan feel a little embarrassed. After thinking for a moment, he spent another 7,000 points in the system to exchange for a molten guardian orb. Only if Hailing and her companions can better survive in the icy sea can they collect more items to trade with them. Thank you so much for your generosity. Hailing couldn't refuse this treasure that could protect everyone. The ocean wasn't as calm as it seemed. Half of the people she brought from the Dream Coral Sea had already been lost along the way, and she didn't want to lose the rest of her people. Gently holding the protective orb, as she infused it with her magic, a layer of red light enveloped the surroundings, and the biting cold wind abruptly ceased. It's so warm. The red light shone on everyone's faces. The clansmen who followed Su Yuan were not very surprised. After all, this thing was placed on his house and emitted light every day. But the mermaids were all drawn to this magical treasure, their eyes fixed on the red glow emanating from the orb. Mom, can I go to Su Yuan's tribe to play? The transaction didn't take long, and as darkness fell, it was dangerous to wander around outside at night during the frost crystal season. As they parted, Haiyao still clung to Su Yuan with some reluctance, her head resting on his shoulder, her blue hair exuding the scent of the ocean. Su Yuan didn't dislike the smell. He supported Haiyao's fishtail with one hand and put his arm around her back with the other. It's worth mentioning that the animal skin clothes felt really bad. It's not as good as the starlight algae I wore last time. At least I could feel the warmth of Haiyao's body. Haiyao, don't trouble Chief Su Yuan. If the weather gets too cold in a couple of days, you won't be able to come back. Hailing knew the distance between the Star Tribe and the frozen lake. The weather was getting colder and colder, and even the fish in the ocean were swimming towards the seabed. They didn't plan to stay on the surface of the sea for long. Come back after the frost crystal season is over. I plan to dig another irrigation canal into the tribe. Then you can swim directly to our tribe. Although Su Yuan welcomed Haiyao to his tribe, the tribe's water problem was still unresolved. They could boil water for drinking and washing their faces without any issues. But raising a mermaid is not so easy. Okay, it's settled then. Contact us with the conch shell once you've fixed it. Don't worry, I'll treat you to barbecue later. The construction of the irrigation canal was not only for Haiyao and the others to be able to come to the Star Tribe, but more importantly, it was to solve the water problem. If frost crystal season destroyed the underground heat source of the hot spring, they would have to boil water to bathe in the future. Let's go back. After bidding farewell to Hai Ling and the others, Su Yuan led the group to carry the giant clamshell back to the tribe. Chapter 156. Don't ask. The answer is a narrow victory. At night, Su Yuan quietly covered Red Fox and Lion with blankets, put on a robe, and sat down beside them. Tonight, it was a 1-against-2 battle. As for how the battle would go, the answer is that it was a narrow victory. Fortunately, these past 2 days, Pan Yu has been sticking to He Yang, and Mao Yi has also been with Mao Bai, following Hu Jiu around mysteriously every day, probably researching something. After drinking Fire Spirit drink for a while longer, I guess I'll be able to try taking on 3 opponents at once. Su Yuan sat by the window and clenched his fist. His current strength was far greater than when he first came to this other world. In terms of physical strength, he could even be compared to Mao Yi and the others when they first awakened. However, it lacks the mysterious symbol on its forehead and doesn't possess the transformation ability of someone like the Moon Rebel. As for magic, his fire magic is comparable to the Red Fox's fire magic, but he knows absolutely nothing about other magic, only the 10 basic spells in the book. Let's see what we can gain this time. First, there's the crystal marrow of the 6th-tier behemoth, the Star Whale. Since it has no definite use, I can only give it to the system to unlock special items. Inspection. Unlock special items. Hey, open the store. Too lazy to pay attention to the system's mechanically repetitive words, Su Yuan opened the shop and immediately found the newly unlocked special items. Whale Crystal Jelly, 5,000 points. Note, consuming this will result in a period of heightened mental focus for 1 hour, enhancing the understanding and comprehension of magic. After consumption, a brief state of fatigue will occur, and the user will be unable to consume it again within 1 day. 5 can be exchanged per day. Star Whale Crystal only unlocks 1 special item, and the price isn't particularly outrageous. Like the Fire Spirit drink, it's still affordable if you grit your teeth. Isn't this a state of deep mental concentration, just like the meditation described in novels? It was already dark, and after fighting all night to defeat those two giant beast girls, my mental energy wasn't particularly high. Su Yuan immediately turned his attention to the other items. Mutated Ice Core Pearl Clam, a mid-tier Tier 1 magical beast that disguises itself as a stone and lies in wait for passing prey to arrive before launching a deadly attack. Due to mutation, it contains a small amount of ice element within its body. Wow, there's still something alive. It's a very intelligent creature. I didn't find these things when I traded with Hailing before. I didn't expect there to be a magical beast disguised as a stone. Su Yuan picked up his short sword from the side and teased the creature. Knowing that what was touching him was not a living thing, the pearl clam did not react at all and lay quietly in the box. It wasn't until the blade pierced the clam shell that the creature reacted violently, the clam opening its shell and clamping down on the short knife. Crack, crack, crack. The clam shell bit the short knife, making a harsh and grating sound. The force was so great that it would probably have shattered an ordinary stone knife into pieces. I don't know how Hailing and the others managed to put this thing in, or maybe this little pearl clam is actually a baby pearl clam that Hailing uses to store things. If you bite again, don't blame me for getting physical. Su Yuan tried to fling it outside, but no matter how he tried, he couldn't throw it away. It had the aura that it wouldn't let go until it bit the knife off. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull the blade out of the clam shell, and he couldn't break it open either. Su Yuan, what happened? The commotion in the room woke up Red Fox. Although she had suffered the least in the previous battle, her physique couldn't hold up for long, so she was the first to surrender and rest. She was rubbing her eyes when she pushed off the blanket covering her with her raised arm, revealing her fair and rosy skin. Cough, cough, it's nothing. You should get some rest. I'm going out for a drink of water. Su Yuan didn't disturb them any further. He brought the pearl clam to the camp, where 4 little beast girls were chatting by the campfire. What brings you here? Shuero, it's your turn to keep watch tonight. One of them was Shuero, who had been in the Star Tribe for some time. Unexpectedly, her originally thin body had gained some weight. He looks much healthier than before, and right now he's holding a piece of wood and making something. I couldn't sleep, so I came outside to sit for a while. What are you doing? Su Yuan looked at the wood with holes dug in Shuero's hand with some confusion. It was impossible to tell what she wanted to make. I don't know either. It was Fox 9's request. I figured I had nothing to do tonight, so I just helped out. The little fox was also acting mysteriously, rarely seen each day, and never telling anyone what it was up to. Can't you sleep either? The beast girls around them also came over. Several of them were warriors from the Black Sheep tribe. These past few days they had been fed and drunk, and had a warm little nest to stay in, something they had never experienced before. Coupled with Black Sheep's previous remarks, her favorability towards Su Yuan skyrocketed. No, I'm here to treat you to a late-night snack. Night snack. Su Yuan smiled mysteriously, then took the pearl clam that was biting the blade. This guy was a stubborn magical beast. It hadn't shown any intention of letting go even after all this time. If you can't break it by smashing or prying it apart, then you'll have to bake it fresh to order. Su Yuan placed the blade on the fire, and the intense flames quickly burned away the camouflage of the pearl clam, revealing the blue and white shell inside. It does bear some resemblance to the large clam shell from before. It didn't last long before some water started to seep out of the crevice, and the pearl clam's body began to tremble. It seemed that it was about to give up its grip on the blade. Click! Finally, the pearl clam could no longer endure the scorching heat of the flames. After releasing the blade, it tried to leap over and bite Su Yuan's arm. We've been waiting for you. Fireball. The fireball struck the pearl clam, sending it flying. In midair, a blue pearl emerged from its mouth, its eerie blue light particularly noticeable under the camp's red glow. The pearl oyster seemed a little anxious, hopping around trying to find the blue pearl. Fireball. Before it could even bite the pearl, a fireball blasted it away again. This time the flames poured directly into its mouth, and black smoke billowed out from the gaping hole. He should be dead by now. Su Yuan walked over and picked up the blue pearl. A faint light emanated from it, like a legendary luminous pearl. Rare item detected. Ice core bead. Ice core pearl. A unique pearl produced from a mutated ice core pearl clam. Carrying it can maintain youth and allow the wearer to undergo ice element mutation. Trade price, 4,000 points. A rare item worth 4,000 points. No wonder that guy valued it so much. Perhaps this thing is the key to its mutation, which is why he had to rush over desperately to get the bead back. Wearing it on your body can help you maintain your youth, which is quite useful, but it can also cause the body's ice element to become distorted. If this ice core bead hadn't undergone the second mutation, it might have actually been able to remain. It's a pity he doesn't want to become an ice sculpture one day. If his whole body turned into ice, then every time Red Fox and the others came to train with him, he would probably have to leave injured. Transfer it to me as a special commodity. Chapter 157 teaches you a brand new magic trick. Transaction successful. New products can be viewed in a special section. Ice Core Pearl Powder, 3,000 points. Note: applying the solution to the body can restore a youthful appearance, lasting for up to a week. The unlocked special item removes the Ice Core Condensation Bead's mutated ability, only changing the effect of maintaining youth to restoring youth. However, this thing was of no use to Su Yuan. He was only in his 20s, in the prime of his youth, the kind of person who could fight all night without batting an eye. However, if this were before he transmigrated, even if he added a few more zeros after the 3,000 points and sold it, there would still be plenty of people willing to buy it. But this is primitive society. Not only is it useless to Su Yuan, but in the eyes of those beast girls, it is probably not as tempting as a delicious meal. Well, I'll be useful when I'm old. I wonder if I'll be able to completely unify this other world before I die. Su Yuan looked at the small houses standing in the tribe. One day, these low wooden houses would become tall buildings, and the wooden fences would become a huge city wall. They found the pearl oyster that had been charred black by the fireball. It was dead beyond dead. When they broke it open, they could see some blackened flesh inside. Fortunately, the impact wasn't too great. After scraping away the charred exterior, you could see the tender pink clam meat inside. Let's have an extra meal tonight. Su Yuan looked at the group of people watching him from afar and happily waved the clamshell in his hand. Half an hour later, a clay pot was placed next to the campfire, containing stewed clam meat mixed with some vegetables that had just been picked from the garden. It smells so good. The beast girls on night watch were practically drooling, several pairs of eyes fixed on the soup in the pot, and even the usually composed Shuero couldn't help but swallow. Let me try it. Su Yuan picked up the spoon and took a small bite. The seafood flavor was very strong, and the mutated clam meat was also very chewy and springy. This pearl clam, having been transformed into such a delicious seafood feast, has certainly died a worthy death. All right, it's almost done stewing. You can divide it up now. Which aren't you going to eat? Even though they were very hungry, these beast girls still waited respectfully for Su Yuan to eat first. No need. I have something to do. You guys can eat. Exhausted after a long night, Su Yuan's eyelids were already drooping. He waved and went back to his room. The remaining special items weren't particularly special, so none of them were kept. They were all used to unlock new special items. 2 identical magical weapons, a food item to restore stamina, and 2 other useful items. Coral Stone Gun, 3,500 points. Note: the attack inflicts poison and has penetrating properties. Sea Vine Whip, 3,000 points. Note: the whip has barbs. Attacks will tear the enemy's skin, causing bleeding. Finger Licking Original Flavor Chapter, 1,000 points. Note: restores a significant amount of stamina after consumption. Fluorescent Jellyfish Bomb, 700 points. Note: when thrown at a creature, it will emit a strong blue fluorescence and leave trails of fluorescent powder on the ground for half an hour. Seashell Paste, 1,000 points. Note: applying this to the wound can stop bleeding, accelerate wound healing, and reduce pain. A fluorescent powder for tracking enemies, and an ointment for treating injuries. This deal yielded quite a few good things. Su Yuan looked at the new items on the panel and smiled with satisfaction, especially the seashell ointment. Since there were no other products to treat injuries before, he had been using snow crystal milk foam. That thing is primarily a product for relieving fatigue. Its effect on healing injuries isn't particularly outstanding. If you get injured, you'll basically still need Red Fox to use healing techniques to treat you. Now that there's a healing ointment, the Red Fox no longer needs to exhaust her magic to treat her injuries as before. After dealing with these rare items, Su Yuan took off his robe and laid down on the bed. The Red Fox seemed to have been unable to fall asleep since the earlier commotion, and now it reached out and hugged him from the side. The little head rested against his chest, and he didn't say anything. He just kept his eyes tightly closed, and his little tongue would occasionally lick Su Yuan's neck. Why aren't you asleep yet? I was worried about you. The noise was so loud earlier. I thought something had happened. Red Fox opened his eyes and smiled as he looked at the hand reaching towards his head. Sorry. The sound wasn't very loud before, but the sound of the clamshell biting the blade was quite jarring. Lion was still fast asleep at the moment. It's okay. I actually rested well beforehand. Red Fox was the first to fall and did not participate in the subsequent operations. Lion was the only one fighting, so he was the one who had rested. The damp itch on his neck made him put his fingers inside the fox's ear. The downy fur inside was even softer than the outer fur. However, The ears were extremely sensitive, and after only a couple of touches, the red fox's body felt like a furnace, and frantic breathing came out of its mouth. Su Yuan, why don't you rest early? My magic power hasn't fully recovered yet. It's all right. Turn around, and I'll teach you a new sorcery spell. Witchcraft? Could it be a spell that can be cast without a staff or talisman, just like before? Red Fox looked pleasantly surprised and propped himself up, turning 180 degrees as Su Yuan had instructed. Cough. Cough, cough, cough. In the dead of night, in a simple tree hollow, the cold wind blew in through the stones that concealed it. Inside, several animal hides wrapped a human figure. The body was strong, but the face was pale from the cold and somewhat thin, though the features were still clearly visible. Cough, 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 I finally found them. It seems that Wu and the others are not in any danger, but were just captured by the Red Fox people. Using the sliver of starlight filtering through the cracks in the rocks, Tiger Hunter carefully examined a sharp spike in his hand. The spike was about 6 or 7 centimeters long, and its sharpness was evident under the starlight. She found this on the tree trunk during the day. She probably wouldn't have discovered the mark left by her people if she hadn't planned to rest here. In the Black Sheep tribe, there was a warrior named Zhu Ku who could shoot a sharp spike from her hair. The spike was black with a hint of gold, and the one in her hand was exactly the same. But why are they capturing the Black Sheep Witch? Are they planning to trade her for their people? Among those who escaped from the Red Fox tribe were Hu Si and Shur. Now, it would be quite difficult for her to rescue them all by herself, unless they also have hostages from their tribe in their hands. Let's find them first before we talk. If the witch is still alive, I'll try to go back to Muguang and bring her out. If the witch is dead, Tiger Hunter tightened his fingers slightly, breaking the spike in his hand into 2 pieces, and a fierce look appeared on his pale face. The cold wind blew into the tree hole again, causing the animal skin covering her to flutter. Achio. Chapter 158. The frosty crystal season shrouded in white mist. Ouch, it's freezing. At dawn, Su Yuan stood on the snow, looking in shock at the icy world around him, the wooden basin he was holding falling to the ground. The lion beside him rubbed its hands together in the cold, tucking its tail, which had been sticking out and swaying, back into its first skirt. The two had originally planned to soak in a hot spring before the frost crystal season arrived, and exchange combat techniques from primitive tribes, but they didn't expect that this awful weather would arrive so quietly. The faint white mist drifting in the air touched Su Yuan's palm and instantly formed a layer of white frost on it. Is this weather really that outrageous? What the Red Fox and the Black Sheep described was not as shocking as what he had personally experienced. Only now, seeing the frost crystal season in person, did he realize how terrifying it was. Su Yuan, why don't we go back? Lion drooped its ears and pulled the animal skin covering its head forward a little. Let's go back and tell everyone that no one should leave the camp in this weather. We should wait until the frost crystal season is over before going out. If they get lost during frost crystal season, awakened warriors like Lioness can survive, but ordinary beast girls will soon turn into ice sculptures. When they returned to the tribe, everyone came out of their houses. The white fog outside had covered the entire camp, and the world seemed to have turned white. When the white mist tried to approach the Star Tribe, a red light appeared and blocked them from entering. So beautiful. The little beast girls, including Zizi, hadn't seen frost crystal season much, and with the protection of the guardian orb in the camp, they weren't feeling the harsh cold. Aside from feeling a sense of wonder, I didn't find the frost season scary. Is this the frost crystal season? Long and Hui, these beast girls who came from the land of death, also found it somewhat novel, as the land of death did not have this misty weather. Long, didn't you encounter frost crystal season in the land of death? Su Yuan led Shur into the camp, and some of the beast girls beside him returned to the tribe as if they were fleeing. Her once colorful hair had turned frosty white, and even her eyebrows were covered with a layer of frost. Her small body shivered as she ran. No, the land of death has always been a deathly still place. I've never seen this kind of white mist before. This was quite strange, and Su Yuan frowned in confusion. According to the map, it gets colder the closer you get to the land of death, and this was confirmed by Long and the others. Extreme weather like the frost crystal season has occurred in places from the Wangshui Mountains to the icy snowfields, but it has never occurred near the coldest death zone. Su Yuan, can we go out and play? I'm sure Bai Jie and the others won't find me when we play hide-and-seek today. The little Totoro was excited looking at the misty white weather, shaking Su Yuan's hand with longing in its eyes. Going out to play again? Didn't you see the people who just came back? Their hair was covered in frost. If you go out and play for a few minutes, it will turn into ice. Oh. Squeak was a little dejected. She always got caught by Cat White when playing hide and seek, and it was so rare to see weather like this where you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. I might be able to beat them this time and become the winner of the hide and seek game. Red Fox, Black Sheep, inform everyone in the tribe that they should not leave the tribe during this period. The warriors can train in the camp. By the way, Little Fox 9, is the watchtower finished? Recently, the mysterious Fox 9 was also in the camp. After hearing Su Yuan call her, she walked over with her little ears perked up and pointed to a corner, saying with dissatisfaction, "After my sister told me, I led everyone to finish repairing it in just 2 days. Didn't you notice?" Su Yuan followed the direction and saw 2 strangely shaped objects not far away. 4 pillars stood in one corner of the camp, with a wooden plank on top. There was no roof to shelter them from the wind and rain, but thankfully they thoughtfully added an animal hide and propped it up with a few wooden sticks. He had indeed seen this thing before when he wandered around the camp, but he had always thought it was some kind of little decoration that Fox 9 had made. Now you're telling me this is the watchtower you requested? How are you going to get up there? Su Yuan felt a sudden darkness before his eyes and turned to look at Hu Jio in a daze. It's very simple, Maoya, show Su Yuan. Fox 9 pulled out Maoya. Watch me. Like Fox 9, Cat Knight arrived at the foot of the watchtower with a proud expression, grabbed the tree trunk with both hands and feet, and quickly climbed onto the wooden plank. Forgetting this is another world. Climbing a small tree trunk is something even a typical beast girl could easily do. Let Hong Shuang and the others add a rope ladder. The discussion of the watchtower was dropped. The more important issues were water and fuel. Without the means to fetch water from outside, they will likely have to rely on the melting snow outside the camp for water, but this water will only be enough for the tribe to drink. There's also the issue of combustibles. Since the Molten Fire Guardian Orb was activated in the camp, the snow huts have naturally melted into snow water. So the tribe had been busy building log cabins, and with Fox 9, a skilled technician, building log cabins was naturally not a problem. However, the camp's timber consumption has also increased dramatically, and now 5 or 6 people still live in a small wooden hut. Recently, even Su Yuan's cabin has been frequented by people. Cat Knight and the others have practically moved in here recently. If it weren't for his insistence that the bed can only accommodate 3 people, I bet those guys squeeze together on his bed every day. With the arrival of this frost crystal season, logging is out of the question. The surrounding trees have been almost completely cut down. Once the remaining charcoal and timber are burned, all that will be left is cold, raw food. Little Fox, come with me. I'll teach you something new. Su Yuan pondered for a moment. He realized that he still needed to find a new way to solve the timber problem. Otherwise, when he ran out of supplies, he would have to spend points to buy coal. That's not worth it. If you have points to buy this stuff, you might as well just buy some food that doesn't require any processing. Something new? I'm coming right away. Fox 9 carefully put the strange-looking thing back in her hand, then scurried over to Su Yuan's side. At this moment, the red fox and the black sheep also watched with curiosity. Can this wood be reused after it's burned? Black Sheep looked at Su Yuan with some confusion as he took out a pile of charcoal from a corner. He had never understood many of the strange things about the camp. For example, there are these piles of charcoal, and even higher piles of yellow mud next to them. Of course, this stuff can not only be burned again, but also used to remove impurities from water. It was even one of the main components of gunpowder. But it's too early to talk about gunpowder right now. We haven't even been able to smelt iron yet. Maybe gunpowder is just a civilization stage required to unlock the 2nd level shop. Chapter 159, The Beast Girls in a Bored Moment. Will mixing soil into it really make it burn? After trying 7 or 8 times without finding the right mixing ratio, Su Yuan could only continue using the controlled variable method, trying each one by one. Each time he threw a charcoal ball into the fire, it only produced puffs of thick smoke. The soil was mixed with grass clippings and charcoal, and the thick smoke from the burning would make everyone cover their noses and watch from a distance. Of course, I'm just trying to make it with the least amount of charcoal. I can find some soil around here. Are you planning to climb the mountain to find trees? Su Yuan rolled his eyes at Hu Jio. In this awful weather of the frosty crystal season, he had no desire to go up the mountain to soak in a hot spring, let alone go up there to look for trees. Stop talking. Look, it's on fire. This batch of dried peat was shaped into fist-sized squares with several small holes drilled out, making it look somewhat like a square honeycomb briquette. However, this thing is too distorted in appearance, and its surface is covered with cracks after being smoked and dried. After the peat bricks were thrown into the fire, their brownish-yellow exteriors were soon tinged with orange flames. Can soil really burn? This sight opened the eyes of the beast girls observing from all around. Fox 9 stared wide-eyed at the scene with curiosity, her mouth full of doubts about the common knowledge she had previously learned. Why don't you bring your tail over to test the temperature? Su Yuan stared at Fox 9's tail and smiled wickedly. Fox 9 clenched her tail tightly behind her. I've always believed in you, Su Yuan, and I've never doubted you. The little fox was startled by Su Yuan's words and quickly ran over to hug him obediently, using its clean little hands to remove the mud from Su Yuan's hands. The others also gathered around, and the baked peat bricks were placed next to the fire, but several of them cracked because the holes in the middle were too large. Everyone should crush the charcoal and mix it with the soil according to the proportions I made last time, and then poke a few holes in the middle with a twig. It doesn't matter if it cracks after baking. The holes are simply to increase airflow and allow oxygen to come into better contact with the peat bricks, thus reducing the time it takes to burn and producing less smoke. Su Yuan wasn't particularly concerned about this. As long as it could prolong the burning time, that was enough. It wasn't for making a fire or for burning it indoors to avoid poisoning. So as long as the peat ratio is maintained as before, it will burn. Sigh, I wonder how long this frost crystal season will last. The white, misty weather made it almost impossible to distinguish between day and night, and I couldn't go out to find resources or rare items. The 3 days passed in a white blanket, and the warriors continued their training methodically. The Black Sheep tribe warriors who joined later also began practicing archery. All the things that had piled up before were resolved in the past few days, and the boredom on the faces of the beast girls, who had nothing to do, was almost overflowing. They spent their days leaning against each other in the camp, lost in thought. I said, couldn't you two wait until tonight? Su Yuan sat on the animal skin cushion, with Mao Yi and Pan Yu on either side of him, their arms wrapped around his body. The sweetness they had shared during this time made them seem to be glued to each other. Currently, his daily points income can only be supported by the flame pattern iron or previously stored in the camp, so he dares not spend points recklessly to exchange for fire spirit drinks. But after doing this, Su Yuan felt a noticeable ache in his lower back. But it's so boring. You've even learned how to use a bow and arrow? Su Yuan asked, somewhat helplessly, as he carved a piece of wood in his hand. I learned it a long time ago. I even taught that idiot Pan Yu how to do it. After Mao Ye finished speaking, he picked up a clod of dirt from the ground and casually tossed it into a small bowl some distance away. Who told you to teach me? I learned it myself a long time ago. What makes you think you taught me, you idiot? Nikoya. Just as Pan Yu was about to explode, a scream rang out from afar, and Hujio walked over carrying a small bowl of soup, glaring angrily at Mao Yi. The white soup in the bowl was stained with some dirt, which was exactly what Mao Ye had thrown over there earlier. The chaotic, playful fight didn't last long. Soon the group was back on their feet, clinging to Su Yuan like koalas. By the way, what were you all doing in the tribe during the frost crystal season? Although this was the first frost crystal season that Su Yuan had ever experienced, it wasn't the first frost crystal season in this world. Su Yuan was curious about how they had all survived it before. Mao Ye sat up and said lazily, I usually help with preparing food, and Sister Shirshir and the others sometimes risk going out hunting. Then we also have to keep an eye on the dangers around the tribe. Although the caves can protect us from large monsters, some small monsters are still very dangerous. If that's what Cat Knight and the others say, then the Star Tribe's activities during the frost crystal season are indeed a bit boring. The camp was surrounded by a wooden fence. Although the outside was shrouded in white mist, the beast girls on the watchtower would immediately spot anything that entered the camp. As for the food, there was no need to prepare it at all. Every time a magical beast was hunted, the meat would be dried by smoking. Not long ago, the only thing to do was also taken care of by Shuero and the white rabbit. All right then, I'll teach you a game. A game? Is it like hide and seek? Cat Knight and Pan Yu had both heard of hide and seek, a game that Su Yuan had previously used to pass the time with the energetic Zizi and other little beast girls. However, after Zizi provoked Mao Ye and the others, the nature of the game changed. No matter how they hid, Mao Ye could find them, and Zizi made a bold statement that she would not be caught by Mao Ye. However, it hasn't been completed yet. But how do we play hide and seek in this camp? Su Yuan blew a breath, removing the sawdust from the wood chip, and turned the head of the Cat Knight cat back from looking around, a mysterious smile on his face. Call all the bored people over here. I'll teach you a game to pass the time. I had originally planned to hand them over to these beast girls, but I was too busy recently. Now that frost crystal season is locked up in the camp, it's just the right time for everyone to come and relieve their boredom. A few minutes later, Su Yuan was surrounded by beast girls with brightly colored hair, who encircled him in layers. The air was filled with a mixture of smells, not particularly foul, but not exactly sweet either. Su Yuan would describe it as the different scents emanating from the different races of beast girls. Red Fox and Fox 9 have one scent, while Cat Knight and Cat White have another. After smelling them so much, he can tell who has come in even when he's asleep with his eyes closed. Cat Knight, Rebel Moon, Fox 9, the three of you come and demonstrate for me. Su Yuan took out a pile of wood pieces, which were the 20 pieces he had been carving with a knife earlier. The three of them, Maya, sat in several other directions, their eyes curiously examining the strange little wooden pieces. Chapter 160. What about trust between people? The rules are very simple. There are 20 cards in total, representing the sun, a tree, a cloud, and a star. The game that these beast girls could understand, and wasn't particularly troublesome, was of course Do Diju, a card game, a cheating game they had played a few times before transmigrating. In a moment, I will randomly draw one card from the sun, the big tree, and the cloud as the real card. Then, after we cover them up, each person will randomly draw 5 cards in their hand. Then the 4 of us take turns playing cards. You can play any number of cards, but you have to make the next player think that the cards you play are the real cards that were previously revealed. Among them, the star card is a wild card. No matter what the real card is, the star card can be the real card. Yes, the stars are omnipotent. This design will ensure that as the game spreads, the name of the star tribe will also spread. What if the card played isn't a real card? Before Pan Yu and Mao Yi could understand, Hu Jiu looked at Su Yuan with a gleam in his eyes. No, then the person who plays the card loses and has to accept a punishment. But if it's a real card, the person who guesses loses and also has to accept a punishment. As for what the punishment will be, Su Yuan revealed a wicked smile and exchanged a large handful of bright red chili peppers from the system shop. Later, I will have Red Fox and the others cover this thing with ceramic bowls. Only one of the 6 bowls will contain it, and whoever is chosen will have to eat it. Of course, he couldn't actually pull out 4 revolvers like before. Even if he could, he wouldn't be so foolish as to imitate it perfectly. So the punishment was changed to eating these freshly exchanged, fiery, and spicy chili peppers. Did you understand the rules? Okay, let's begin. The rules of the game weren't difficult. It was all about deception. The 3 of them looked at the cards on the ground with great interest, each with a fighting spirit on their face. Especially the 2 guys facing each other. Their eyes practically ignited the animal skin cushion. The first one is the sun. Su Yuan picked up his cards, and Lion and Red Fox clung to his side, nervously staring at the 5 cards in his hand. 2 suns, a big tree, and 2 clouds. I'll go first, with a sun. Su Yuan was the first to demonstrate. So he placed a large tree card on the animal skin mat, and covered it up, while Pan Yu was still carefully looking at the cards in her hand. The black sheep behind her was also looking at the cards in her hand with interest, a faint smile appearing on his lips, but he didn't say anything. Betrayal Moon, you can choose to believe me, and then it's your turn to play your card, or you can not believe me and reveal my card. But the last card played must be revealed. Although he wasn't pressing down on the sun, Su Yuan's face was full of a confident smile, which made Pan Yu's brows furrow into a deep frown. He didn't even notice the tail swishing against the black sheep from behind. I believe in you, and I am also a sun. When it was Fox 9's turn, she seemed to be calculating the cards in everyone's hands. After thinking for a moment, she also placed a card on the animal skin mat. I am also a sun. Then I am also a sun. In the first round, everyone played very conservatively, with each person only playing 1 card. Even if everyone had the sun card, there was still 1 left on the table. 2 suns. This time, Su Yuan pressed down 2 sun cards, and since it was the first time playing, the betrayer and the others would naturally subconsciously assume that everyone had pressed down sun cards. So now, Pan Yu's expression became even more conflicted, and she hesitated as she held the cards in her small hand. Either everyone was telling the truth before, then Su Yuan must be lying this time, or everyone was lying before. I believe it, I don't believe it, wait, I. She was so anxious that her head was practically steaming. She held the cards in her hand anxiously, and the sound of her tail slapping against the black sheep's arm could be heard. Little Rebel Moon, think it over carefully, don't be too hasty. Black Sheep gently rubbed her head to soothe her, waking up Pan Yu, whose eyes were starting to glaze over. Black Sheep, which, should I believe Su Yuan? The 2 looked at Su Yuan, who was standing to the side, looking completely unhurried. He was smiling at her, and it was impossible to find any flaws in his expression. However, the beast girls behind him who were watching Su Yuan's moves were full of mistakes. Black Sheep glanced at them but didn't say anything, only soothingly stroking Pan Yu's hair. I don't know either. I don't believe it. Both Mao Yi and Hu Jiu were playing for the first time, and they were staring at her without blushing or skipping a beat, so they were probably not lying. If that's the case, Su Yuan definitely had a fake one. Then I'll reveal my cards. Before Pan Yu could hesitate, Su Yuan immediately flipped over his cards, and cheerful laughter filled the air. Then there was the pitiful cry of the rebel moon, who angrily looked at the overturned tree sign at the feet of the cat knight opposite and said, "Cat knight, so you were the one who lied. There's nothing I can do. They don't have the sun card. I can only say that you're too stupid. You fell for it." Maoya laid out her hand. She didn't have a single sun card, and her previous lies were forced upon her. Accept the punishment. It's just eating that red stuff, and there's no guarantee it will work. 6 ceramic bowls were already prepared next to her. Pan Yu, who had no idea what chili peppers were, was not afraid at all and casually chose one. I told you I was lucky. Let's go again. After the first demonstration, everyone understood how to play, especially the 3 participants on the field. Soon, the second round of the game began. Me first, 2 big tree cards. Fox 9 couldn't wait and put 2 trump cards on the ground. I don't believe. The instant she finished speaking, Mao Yi confidently flipped over the card she had covered up, a sun and a cloud. Fox 9's lie was ruthlessly exposed. Huh? How did you know, Nicoya? Cool. Cat Knight has seen through your little trick. Now accept your punishment. Su Yuan turned his head and glanced at Mao Ye's hand. Sure enough, there was a reason why this guy was so sure. She had 5 big trees in her hand. This luck is unbelievable. Fox 9 also discovered the reason, and with a pout, she opened a ceramic bowl. This time, she guessed right away, and a bright red chili pepper was revealed. This is going to be good. No one knew what this was, but Su Yuan knew its power. He suppressed a smile and said, "All right, little fox, accept your punishment." Fine, I'll eat then. I want to go first in the next round. Fox 9 nonchalantly put the chili pepper in his mouth and chewed it. As his saliva mixed with the chili juice, the spicy flavor instantly filled his mouth and nose. Don't spit it out. Ha ha ha. Chapter 161. How did he learn the 36 stratagems without a teacher? Ugh, this hurts so much. Fox 9's face turned bright red, and tears and snot streamed down her face from the spiciness. She didn't understand what this feeling was, so she could only wail and scream in place. Ha ha ha. Go get some water. Su Yuan's laughter mingled with her screams. Fox 9's eyes gradually hardened from confusion to determination. She wiped her nose and pounced on Su Yuan. Before he could react, she kissed him directly, pushing the chili pepper out of his mouth with her little tongue. The soft lips were burning hot. Before he could even savor the taste, the spicy liquid flowed into his mouth, and the spiciness of the chili pepper he had redeemed from the system instantly made his face turn red. This was the first time he felt no desire whatsoever to be close to a beast girl, especially not with Fox 9, this delicate little fox with her slender waist. Wah, Fox 9. A few minutes later, the two of them started licking a snowball, and a single chili pepper added 2 sexy, fiery red lips to the scene. Again, Cat Knight and Pan Yu on either side swallowed hard, looking at the ceramic bowl beside them with some fear. Although they didn't know what it was, they felt something was wrong from the expressions of Fox 9 and the other two. Cough, cough, cough. In the frosty white mist, Tiger Hunter adjusted his heavy animal skin coat, with the corpse of a giant beast lying beside him. A small incision was made in his abdomen, and his internal organs were scattered on the ground, now frozen into ice blocks in the wind and snow. Cough, cough, cough. Thankfully, we still managed to encounter frost-rock giant lizards in this place. During the frost crystal season, the magical beasts that venture outdoors are no ordinary creatures. They not only possess extremely strong cold resistance, but also the ability to discern directions clearly within the frost and mist. Tiger Hunter rubbed her hands, which were red from the cold. Her body was covered in congealed blood, and her reddish-brown face was unrecognizable. Unable to start a fire, she arrived deep in the icy snowfield, too afraid to sleep at night. Last night was already the 3rd day. Fortunately, she encountered the frostrock giant lizard. After killing the creature, the Tiger Hunter cut open its abdomen. It had slept inside the frostrock giant lizard's body the previous night. Although this method allowed her to survive, her body was still severely frostbitten, and coughing sounds could be heard coming from the thick animal hide. The frost rock monitor lizard has a strong sense of direction, so its presence in this location indicates that there is prey nearby. Regardless of whether this is the cave where Red Fox and her companions are hiding, she must find a place to stop right now. Rushing alone into the icy snowfields of the frost crystal season was too reckless. Even she wouldn't last long in that place. Was this the direction this guy was heading before? When she killed the frostrock giant lizard yesterday, It seemed to be walking straight ahead. Now, with the white mist engulfing the entire world, she can't see her surroundings clearly. After hesitating for a moment, she decided to head in the direction the Frostrock giant lizard was heading. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. She didn't know how long she had been walking when, in the wind and snow, a red light appeared before her eyes. The dazzling red light became clearer and clearer, like a mother's gentle embrace, making her tired body feel somewhat dazed. Thump. Finally, as he stepped into the red light, his body went limp and he collapsed under a row of wooden stakes, his forehead hitting one of them. His pale face turned an unusually rosy hue. Did you hear anything? On the other side of the wooden stake, in the camp, Su Yuan, sporting sausage lips, looked around as he secretly slipped the chili pepper in his hand into his pocket. Su Yuan, you're not allowed to renege. The other three little beast girls were also not feeling well. Their red lips were swollen, and sweat from their foreheads dampened their cheeks. Their original animal skin coats had been reduced to just two small animal skin undergarments covering their vital parts. Mao Yi pulled Su Yuan down and pressed her body against him. At this moment, the kitten didn't have any fragrance, and the sweat that flowed down seemed to smell like chili peppers. I'm not playing anymore, Fox 9. You and Shui Ro can use the wood to make something to keep everyone entertained. Don't waste too much wood. I should have known better than to exchange so many chili peppers. I thought these naive little beast girls would lose miserably, but after playing 4 or 5 rounds, they all became cunning and shrewd. They used all sorts of tactics, from feints to betrayal, and even seduction, and Su Yuan lost quite a few rounds in a short time. Although these beast girls were innocent, they were not stupid, so Su Yuan had no choice but to drop his cards and prepare to flee. No, you haven't been punished yet. As Su Yuan's opponent, Mao Yi had dealt the most cards to him, and basically all of the kittens were punished because of Su Yuan. Right now, they were clinging to Su Yuan's leg and wouldn't let go. Before she could finish shouting, Su Yuan quickly threw the chili pepper into her mouth. Then, holding the struggling figure, he pulled Pan Yu, who was still drinking yak milk, over to him. I'll test how hot you two are in a bit. Those two guys, one of them keeps using a honey trap to trick him, and the other keeps revealing his cards to make him get shot. If we don't teach them a lesson today, they'll get too cocky. Gulp. The two were dragged into the wooden house like 2 lambs to the slaughter. What was that sound? After an unknown amount of time, Tiger Hunter felt his consciousness returning somewhat. He could hear strange panting sounds, the owner of which seemed familiar, but he just couldn't place them. Right, I'm in a snowy wasteland, so how can there be a sound? Am I still dreaming? What am I supposed to do? Go save the Black Sheep Witch. After a while, Tiger Hunter suddenly opened her eyes. Although the things in front of her were still a little blurry, her consciousness was much clearer. Rows of wooden stakes stood in front of her, but this did not stop her at all. With a light leap, she landed on a stake, and the sharp top of the stake only pierced a small wound on her palm. What a clever idea. This not only stops the enemy from attacking, but also serves as a warning. If an ordinary wild animal were to wander in and get pierced by the spikes, it would probably scream on the spot, which would immediately attract the attention of the camp. Judging from this, there must be traces of people inside, and it's very likely that they were from the God-given race. Ordinary orcs couldn't make something so intricate. Tiger Hunter lowered his head and peered through the gap in the wooden stake. There was no one left in the camp at this moment. There were wooden houses all around, and a campfire was burning not far away. Several beast girls were sitting around the campfire playing something. Could they be from the Red Fox clan? A tribe suddenly appeared in this godforsaken place, and strangely enough, the camp was unusually warm during the frost crystal season. No wonder he was able to defeat the Black Sheep Witch. Fire magic. Judging from this, the Red Fox has probably broken through and is now even stronger than the Black Sheep Witch. The only sorcery capable of resisting the frost crystal season could probably be unleashed by that mysterious sunlight shaman. No, besides Red Fox, the 2 awakened warriors Lion and Fox thought also escaped back then. I'm afraid I can't save Black Sheep Witch in my current state. Tiger Hunter didn't act impulsively. He retreated behind the wooden stake and calmly considered the situation. He realized that rushing in would only lead to his death. Looks like we'll just have to let them make some noise. Chapter 162: The Plan to Use Chinese Characters in Another World. Open. You lost. Ha. Zizi is too smart. Huh? How did you know I don't have the sun brand? Cool. This is Zizi's secret. I can't tell you. It's unclear how many days of the frost crystal season has passed, but the sky is still shrouded in white mist, and the visibility is getting lower and lower, making it difficult to see anything beyond the red light. The tribe members gathered in 2s and 3s, playing the trick games that Su Yuan had set up for them, with cheers and wails echoing throughout the camp. This made the tiger hunters hiding outside the camp clench their fists, having been searching for the frostrock giant lizard all this time. When they got tired, they would run back to the red-lit area outside the camp and rest against the wooden stakes. When they got hungry, they would sneak into the camp in the middle of the night to steal food. To avoid being discovered, she only began her actions after everyone had returned to the cabin, and each time, she only took enough to barely fill her stomach. Once, she secretly peeked at the black sheep outside the cabin. Now she was under strict guard, her hands and feet were tied. With the black sheep, which is a hostage, it's no wonder that the black sheep tribe, suffering in their tribe, did not rebel but instead endured oppression from the red fox tribe. As a result, her search for the frostrock giant lizard became increasingly urgent during this period, and she would run back each time she was so cold that she was coughing. Ugh, so boring. During the day, Su Yuan sat bored in the camp, petting her cat. The little cat Yi in her arms was frowning as she looked at the cards in her hand. Across from her were 3 foxes, Red Fox, Fox Thought, and Fox 9, waiting for her to play her card. Speaking of which, we should do something meaningful during this time. Otherwise, if the frost crystal season goes on for too long, will I just waste my time here with these beast girls? As Su Yuan stroked the cat's ears, his thoughts drifted to distant places. He had already satisfied the basic needs of food, clothing, and shelter in primitive society. But what if he wanted to develop from a tribe into a village, or even a town or city in the future? That means it's not just about having enough to eat, wear, and live in. By the way, we can teach everyone to read first. Su Yuan's tightly furrowed brows suddenly relaxed. Social development is not only about material development, but also about cultural development. For example, writing. It seems that the concept of writing does not yet exist in this primitive continent of another world. The Beast Girls record events by drawing. If the Beast Girls learn to read, it will be much more convenient to transmit information or impart knowledge in the future. More importantly, if the Beast Girls learn to read, they can try out the magic books that the system can exchange for. Just imagine the appearance of hundreds of witches in the Star Tribe in the future. A single fireball can turn the opponent into a sea of fire. Without further ado, Su Yuan looked at Mao Yi, who was groaning in place, moved her buttocks aside, and stood up. Stop playing for now. Call Black Sheep, Red Frost, and Snow Soft over later. Su Yuan did not intend to teach everyone at once. Instead, he selected the smarter beast girls in the tribe. Once he had taught these few, he would then have them teach the others. This will save you a lot of effort. By the time he found a decent patch of soil in the camp to use as a blackboard, the beast girls were already standing in a row behind him. Quick, let's find seats first. Su Yuan, are you going to teach us some new game again? Fox 9's eyes gleamed with excitement. She had won the most games recently. Even the most boring game can bring joy if you win a lot, especially games with penalties. Seeing others get punished is much more comforting. Fuck you. Today I'm going to teach you something that can change the world. Change the world. Everyone was somewhat surprised. Even the Black Sheep and the others who joined the Star Tribe later only had a slight doubt. During her time with the Star Tribe, she could feel that the people of her tribe were filled with smiles she had never seen before, smiles of carefree joy. In particular, the original tribe's people were willing to share their methods of starting fires, which made them realize for the first time that fire was not a right exclusive to shamans. Even the most ordinary children in the Star Tribe can light that hopeful flame with just a few pieces of wood. Once you learn this, you will have a great chance to become a shaman in the future, and you will be able to go to the sky and into the sea, and you will be able to do almost anything. Of course, it would probably take a long time to reach that level, but once he learned to write, Su Yuan could exchange books in the system shop. The things that can change the world are all in these books, so it's not wrong to say that. Upon hearing Su Yuan's words, everyone became extremely attentive, sitting cross-legged around him in a circle. I want to learn, I want to learn. Once I learn it, I'm going to fly over that mountain range and go see the world over there. Su Yuan held down the excited Mao Yi, and then took out the wooden stick he had prepared earlier. Today, I will teach you to read. It is a kind of picture book, similar to the ones your ancestors used to record stories, but this is more important. Literacy? After Su Yuan's explanation, everyone became even more confused, as this had nothing to do with what they had previously said about going to the sky or the sea. However, no one interrupted him. They remained quietly seated, watching Su Yuan write on the ground. This is the Chinese character for person. Do you think it looks like a person standing sideways? This is the hand, and this is the foot. Su Yuan had no intention of inventing any new scripts to become the Zhangjia of another world, nor did he have the ability or energy to research new scripts. As for the other languages from my previous life, Apart from the words Shiba, Baka, and fact, the rest of the vocabulary I could recognize couldn't even form a complete sentence. So why not teach these beast girls Chinese? Although it's the most difficult language, it's also the most efficient and concise. It's hard to learn, but once you've learned it, it will be extremely convenient to use. Imagine a world of swords and magic 1,000 years from now, where a beast girl mage in robes, staff in hand, shouts, "You little bastard, I'll dunk you with water all over your head." Cough, cough, cough. You're thinking too far ahead, Su Yuan recalled. After teaching them the word human, he didn't level the soil, but instead spoke while they were deep in thought. Of course, this character can not only be seen as a person standing on their side, but also as two people, one leaning on the other, and the two people can stand up by supporting each other. Therefore, humans are different from other animals. Only by supporting and helping each other can we survive in this world. These words immediately made the beast girls sitting in front of them understand something, and as they looked at the word human, they increasingly grasped its meaning. Aren't the members of each tribe able to survive in this desolate and barren snowfield only by supporting each other? Chapter 163. The clever cat-eared girl chooses to open her shop. In the vast, white expanse of the icy snowfield, several white figures moved about. If it weren't for their exposed black claws and faces, it would be impossible to detect that there were people in the snow. Oh, boss, do you think that rumor is true or not? In this awful weather, isn't it just a hassle for the shaman to send us to search for that rumor? The figure following behind stepped forward, its entire body covered in white fur, its face generally wedge-shaped, with a broad forehead and a pointed mouth, smooth yet powerful. At this moment, its mouth, filled with fangs, was breathing directly at the palm of the hand. Even with its thick fur, the hand felt the biting cold in this frosty season. Shut up. Whether it's true or false, other tribes have already started taking action. Are you going to wait until other orc tribes attack before you can determine whether it's true or false? In this awful weather, I can't even see the road clearly, and I don't even know our exact location. Are we just going to keep wandering around in this freezing snowfield? Perhaps they could resist the cold with their fur, but they had set out lightly, without much food on them, hoping to find food in this frost season. That would be easier than finding the Orcish sacred totem that the shaman mentioned. The lead frost werewolf stopped and glanced at the group behind him. The last two werewolves were carrying their food. After more than 10 days in the icy wilderness, even with only simple meals each day, the food we brought is now almost gone. Boss, give me an idea. How about we go back to the snowy wilderness and hide for a while, and then go looking for them after the frost crystal season is over? I don't believe that the other orc tribes can survive in this awful weather. If even my frostwolf tribe couldn't survive, those guys have probably already frozen to death somewhere. The words of his companions behind him made the lead werewolf's sharp eyes harden with conflict. Continuing on would most likely mean death, but turning back meant certain death as well. They had already come this far. Let's stop looking for the sacred totem for now. Next, we'll focus all our efforts on searching for any traces that have appeared in the vicinity, whether they are from other orc tribes or magical beasts that have appeared in the wild. The frost werewolf behind him wanted to say something, but seeing his leader continue walking forward, he kicked a hole in the snow before following with a grim face. There are several such orc groups in the icy snowfields, while the desolate snowfields near the Wangshui Mountains are slightly less affected by the frost crystal season. The white frost mist is thinner than that of the icy snowfield. In the distance, you can see the dark shadows of some mountains and trees, but the visibility is not as poor as that of the icy snowfield. AFI, are we really going to the frozen wasteland? We'll freeze into ice blocks there. Several little animal girls dressed in animal skins were hiding in a cave. The entrance to the cave was blocked by snow, and cold and darkness enveloped them. The cat-eared girl, leaning against the corner of the wall with her legs crossed, licked her palm and said unhurriedly, "What's the rush? Didn't the shaman of the bathing light tell us to go find that red fox tribe?" "Yes, didn't you receive the message, AFI?" "Of course I received it, but did the shaman of the bathing light say when it will be found? At worst, we can just say it hasn't been found yet, or we can stay here for a while and look for it slowly after the frost crystal season ends. Anyway, Wu and the others don't know the situation here. So what if we can't eat dried fish? It's better than going in and freezing to death." The cat girl named AFI showed no hurry or worry. She took out a piece of frozen raw meat from her chest, licked it, and then reluctantly put it back. Mu Guang had arranged for several clever beast girls to track down Su Yuan and Red Fox. Coincidentally, Afei was the most clever one in her tribe, whom the tribe's shaman had volunteered to help. However, she was a bit too clever for her own good. Even the shaman of her own tribe couldn't control her, let alone a shaman who appeared out of nowhere. Having no choice but to comply with the order this time, AFI simply gave up and left the Wangshui Mountains with several other beast girls who had also been assigned to the same task. That makes sense. Why don't we stay here for a while? I saw some fruit on the trees over there that we can eat, but they're a bit high and I can't climb them. It's all right, Sister Faye is very capable. Now we don't have to go to our deaths in the icy snowfields. Yeah, it's not like the tribe is going to collapse. Just to investigate a tribe that escaped, they're sending us to the icy wilderness. Ab isn't stupid. I think the shaman of the Light of Light kicked you out because he thought Abu ate too much. The surrounding beast girls echoed this sentiment. Those chosen were all clever, and with AFI's suggestion, everyone seemed to reach a consensus. Investigating the escaped tribe wasn't urgent. Open for business. The Star Tribe's activities have recently changed again. Many beast girls with nothing to do are gathered around a patch of ground, writing and drawing with wooden sticks in their hands. They stopped playing the deceptive wooden card game they used to play and instead focused on studying the writing that Su Yuanwu had taught them with great curiosity. The news that learning to write could make one a shaman and enable one to perform various witchcrafts spread throughout the tribe, and even the ability to fly and dive into the sea reached the ears of every beast girl. As a result, the learning atmosphere in the Star Tribe has been particularly strong during this period, and the first group of people, including Fox 9, who were taught to write, have already learned several hundred characters. It's basically the text from the Fire Spirit Basic Magic book that Su Yuan exchanged before. After learning it all, he plans to see if Fox 9 and Cat Knight, who are beast girls without magic power, can cast spells. There are 3 targets worth observing now. One is Fox 9, who has neither become a witch nor an awakened warrior. The second target is Husi. As an awakened warrior, it is unknown whether she can learn basic fire spirit magic. If so, she would be able to cultivate both magic and martial arts like Xi and Ku. The last one is Maoya and Manhwa. Although they are also awakened warriors, they and Sure have a common characteristic. That is because they had all received the nourishment of the fire spirit drink, and Su Yuan never wasted a drop of energy, injecting the energy of the fire spirit drink into their bodies. Little Fox 9, how many of the Chinese characters in this book can you recognize? In the camp, Su Yuan rubbed the fox's ears. He hadn't washed them with water recently, and even Fox 9's ears weren't as fluffy as before, so the feel of them had naturally deteriorated. Fox 9 flipped through the book of basic fire spirit magic. The words in it were all ones she had been taught before, but for her, forming words from the words was still a bit complicated. Fortunately, Fox 9's intelligence and eagerness to learn have combined to allow him to now recite the magic spells in the book in Chinese. There was simply no reaction. Chapter 160, For we will eventually cultivate a group of all-around magic geniuses. I know most of them, but this one sounds a bit strange. Fox 9 picked up the book, his accented Chinese sounding like that of a foreigner just learning to read. He read each word aloud, but none of them were very standard. However, at least she recognized the words on the screen, just like she said. So after Fox 9 finished reading it haltingly, Su Yuan had no choice but to slowly correct her accent. Something's wrong. Su Yuan. Just as he was carefully guiding Fox 9 in learning the pronunciation, Red Fox rushed over anxiously, holding a sensing crystal in his hand. Several magical beasts are charging towards us from outside. Warcraft. Su Yuan took the sensing crystal. His view from high above was obscured by a white expanse, but he could still vaguely see a place where white mist was surging. He zoomed out and finally saw the magical beasts that the Red Fox had mentioned. They were on all fours, covered in thick ice armor, and each one had a physique similar to that of the molten fire-flying lizard. Frostrock, Giant Lizard, a low-level Tier 3 magical beast with thick, hard frost armor that can withstand cold and magical attacks, but reduces its agility and speed. It usually disguises itself as a rock to wait for its prey to approach. Frostrock, Giant Lizards? Why are there so many lizards again? The tribe has almost run out of pork and beef, and the molten fire lizard has become part of their diet, though it tastes so-so. If only a herd of Warcraft cows came. Su Yuan snapped out of his reverie and continued to observe the scene outside. There were 7 Frostrock giant lizards charging towards them, and they were very close. It was too late to dig a trap at this point. It's impossible to create a trap that can catch a giant lizard that's 4 or 5 meters long in a short time. Fox 9, inform Shui Ro to take everyone and hide below the mountain wall. Red Fox, tell Lion and Long to get their weapons ready and prepare for battle. Since we couldn't set traps, we had no choice but to confront these magical beasts head-on. Fortunately, only 2 of them were at least Tier 3, while the rest were only Tier 2. With the people of the tribe today, They are fully capable of resisting or even turning them into food to survive the frost crystal season. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, the two immediately ran away. Su Yuan wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he curiously turned his gaze back to the crystal. Why are these magical beasts charging towards my camp with such a purpose? At such a great distance, with the white mist enveloping the entire world, not even a sliver of red light from the star camp could be seen hundreds of meters away. These guys were charging from more than 100 meters away, but their crawling claws clearly indicated their direction of movement. Wait, what's this? Su Yuan frowned and zoomed in. In front of these frost-struck giant lizards, a dark figure was stumbling and running towards them. The man was covered in a bulky animal skin garment. His face and head were also covered with animal skin, and apart from his almost 2-meter height, he had no other distinguishing features. People from Muguang? This thought was quickly dismissed. Someone from Muguang would never be so foolish as to believe that a few frost-struck giant lizards could destroy him. After all, Muguang had personally witnessed his strength, and this kind of trick could only bring him some meat at most. He was probably a refugee who had entered the icy wilderness, just like Xianku back then. However, this guy was a bit unlucky, encountering the frost crystal season and being hunted by magical beasts. No matter what, those giant lizards must not destroy this place. The flame pattern iron mine above could be the final refuge for him and the beast girls, but to get there, they would have to give up these newly grown green vegetables. They also feed on the snow yaks. Upon hearing Su Yuan's summons, all the warriors came to his side, with Lion and a few others carrying sharp metal battle blades at the head. Even the 2 awakened warriors of the Black Sheep tribe who were recently captured and forced to join were now standing in front, each holding a polished stone knife. Those curious eyes would occasionally glance at the weapons in Lion's hands, the sharp blades reflecting a red light. Frost Rhino, Lingling, you 2 take 10 warriors and guard the tribe. Don't let the monsters that charge and later get close to us. Oh, okay, fine. Their fighting spirit was interrupted, and the 2 retreated to the back with their little ears drooping. However, they did not forget their mission and led 10 people to the armory to find some bone shields. The rest of the group followed Su Yuan to the outside of the camp. Ahead lay a thick white mist. The group did not let their guard down and drew their bows to aim at the mist. Behind Su Yuan, Red Fox and Black Sheep stood on either side of him, except that Black Sheep was holding a bone knife. Black Sheep, can you use the Red Fox's witch card? Su Yuan remembered that he had traded the Black Sheep's staff to the system during the previous battle, but the option to purchase the staff did not appear on the special shop page. The item he skipped earlier was the black crystal on the Black Sheep staff, and the only rare item he unlocked was a smoke bomb that could release black smoke. The current situation is that even though Black Sheep's witch power is much stronger than Red Fox's, he can only wield a bone knife and fight on the front lines like an ordinary warrior. No, my witchcraft can only unleash dark magic. But please rest assured, Chief, before becoming a witch, I was also a warrior of the tribe. Black Sheep's words helped Su Yuan understand the situation in this world. It turned out that Red Fox's use of several elemental magics was just a special case. Like a magical genius, one in a million, in a novel, a powerful elementalist capable of wielding various elements. What about the fire spirit magic ability that I awakened by drinking the fire spirit drink? And what if Nicoya and Manhwa can also use fire spirit magic in the future? Could it be that I really infused them with magic? If that's the case, and I can collect beverages of other elements in the future, wouldn't I be able to create a group of top-notch all-elemental magic geniuses who are proficient in all kinds of elements? Black Sheep, you go back and take charge of the others. Make sure they don't run around. Yes, I understand. Black Sheep showed no sign of disappointment. He simply put away his bone knife and walked toward the camp. At this moment, the Frostrock giant lizard had arrived outside the camp. The figure in front of it paused for a moment, then vanished instantly after a rune flashed on its forehead. Having lost its target, the large lizard turned its gaze ahead. A warm red aura emanated from it, and the smell of meat wafted from the white mist. Hiss hiss hiss. Having been hungry for so long in this awful weather, the Frostrock giant lizards couldn't help but drool from the corners of their mouths, which solidified into ice blocks within seconds. Roar! With a roar from within the fog, their steps quickened until they pierced through the white fog and saw the beautiful scene in the red light. Chapter 165, I'm here to help you. The enormous head pierced through the cold mist, its scarlet eyes filled with rage as it stared at the crowd before it. It grinned slightly, revealing its fangs that gleamed with sharpness, ready to devour the warriors guarding its front in the next moment. Woo woo woo. A crisp bone whistle rang out from the Red Fox's mouth, signaling the imminent outbreak of battle. The surrounding warriors felt a powerful surge of energy coursing through their bodies. Hong Shuang, raise the rope. Su Yuan roared to the side, and a white spider silk was pulled up from the snow at the feet of the Frostrock giant lizard. Hiss! The Frostrock giant lizard, which was running, didn't have time to react. Its forelimbs were tripped by the spider silk, and its head crashed directly in front of Su Yuan. Let me do it! Let me do it! Xian leaped high from behind, stepping on the Frostrock giant lizard's mouth and launching himself into the air. With a sonic boom, he hurled his spear downwards. Bang! The spear tip pierced through the hard ice scales, but only the spearhead was welded in. The rest of the spear shaft was blocked outside. These scales are so tough. Sink frowned. He had used 8/10 of his strength in that shot, but it had only managed to pierce a small wound on the Frostrock giant lizard's forehead. The remaining monitor lizards rushed forward one after another, and the spider silk ropes under their feet could not hold up and snapped instantly. Xian, turn on the electricity. Breath of blazing flames. With my incantation, the wall of fire stands forever. Firewall. Su Yuan raised his palm, and the immense flame magic transformed into a wall of fire standing at the feet of the Frostrock giant lizards. The flames, more than a meter high, scorched their jaws and forelimbs. Xian, who had landed on the head of the third-tier Frostrock giant lizard, also heard Su Yuan's command, and crackling electrical sounds rang out around her body. His hand gripped the iron spear tightly, and the purple lightning within him surged from the spear into the head of the Frostrock giant lizard that had just risen. Hiss! Ah! Electricity surged within the ice armor. Although the outer ice armor was not shattered, the flesh inside was blasted by the current, emitting white smoke. Blood flowed from the crevice, and the struggling Frostrock giant lizard roared in pain, but before it could stand up, a rocket shot into its mouth. The arrow, imbued with fiery magic, pierced through the sharp teeth and exploded inside the Frostrock giant lizard's mouth. The battle around them was also under Su Yuan's control. The second-tier Frostrock giant lizard's ice armor was not as terrifying as the vanguard's, and after being attacked dozens of times, cracks gradually appeared. The most terrifying of them all was Shaman, who was riding demand and charging into the swarm of giant lizards, stepping on the head of a great white bear, and slamming the giant hammer in his hand on the heads of these giant lizards like he was playing whack-a-mole. Each hammer blow sent the giant lizard, which had just gotten up, sprawling back down to be scorched by the wall of fire. Although the man really wanted to fight back, he could only hide behind Shaman and serve as her mount after his fur was nearly set ablaze by the fire. In the rear camp, Black Sheep organized the beast girls who remained inside. The sounds of battle outside heightened their tension and curiosity. Everyone wanted to crane their necks to see what was happening outside, but unfortunately, they could only see Xian giving electrotherapy to the Frostrock giant lizard's head from above the wooden stake. Black Sheep Witch, can I go over there and watch the battle outside? Without long supervision, Gigi became much bolder, darting out from the crowd and grabbing the Black Sheep's clothes, her eyes filled with longing. No, it's too dangerous over there. Zizi, stay here and wait for Su Yuan and the others to clear out those monsters before you can go over. But it won't be interesting once it's all cleared out. I also want to watch them fight. Black Sheep crouched down and rubbed Squeaky's head. Little Totoro had a very lively personality, and perhaps even before the attack by the Black Sheep tribe, he was quite welcoming to this new, gentle older sister. She also adored the mischievous and lively little Totoro, who resembled Panyu a bit when she was young. Of course, Panyu was much more mischievous than her when she was young. Then Zizi should train hard and become an awakened warrior so she can go into battle. If she goes now, Long will be angry and she might get a spanking again. Yeah, Mom's still there, so let's forget about it. She pouted and was about to back away when the Black Sheep picked her up high. Riding on the Black Sheep's shoulders, she could finally see the battle outside clearly. Flames and colorful runes illuminated the battlefield. The warriors were divided into front and back rows in an orderly fashion. Although the arrows could not penetrate the ice armor, each one was shot at their eyes, making the Frostrock giant lizards dare not open their eyes. Squeak you. The Black Sheep had a smile on her face, but as she spoke, a dark shadow suddenly appeared beside her, causing her eyes to freeze. Who goes there? In an instant, she drew her bone knife with her right hand and stabbed at the man, but before the blade could reach his neck, it was grabbed by an outstretched hand. It's me. The tiger hunter, wrapped tightly in animal skin, pulled back the veil covering his face, revealing his pale and weak complexion to the Black Sheep. The Black Sheep, whose expression was always as calm as still water, suddenly narrowed his eyes and turned around with a slight tremor, dropping the bone knife he was holding to the ground. Hey, why did Sister Black Sheep suddenly turn around? Before Gigi could get enough of looking, Shuero noticed her from behind and pulled Gigi onto her shoulder, retreating to the back. You've lost a lot of weight. Black Sheep remained silent for a moment, then gently stroked Tiger Hunter's haggard face. This was a frozen wasteland, where even entering normally carried the risk of death. Now is the frost season, and entering the icy snowfield in this weather is basically a matter of life and death. Tiger Hunter was also taken aback. She had considered being punished by Black Sheep because it was her negligence that led to the attack on the tribe and the capture of everyone. Don't say anything more. I lured those Frostrock giant lizards here. Which, I'll take you away. Tiger Hunter leaned close to Black Sheep and whispered, picking up the fallen bone knife as he prepared to cut the spider silk binding Black Sheep's hands and feet. No need, Tiger Hunter. I have already broken free from Mu Guang's control. The Black Sheep tribe no longer exists. I am just an ordinary shaman of the Star Tribe. Black Sheep, combining what Betrayal Moon had told her before, and now with the arrival of Tiger Hunter, roughly understood what had happened recently. After avoiding Tiger Hunter, she smiled with some relief. To be honest, it's really easy not having to manage the tribe and just being an ordinary shaman. By the way, go help Su Yuan clear out the monsters outside, and then come back and apologize to everyone. Oh, Tiger Hunter was a little confused. Could it be that the Black Sheep, looking like this, had been controlled by someone else? No, that's how the Black Sheep Witch used to be. She was gentle and kind, never had a cold face, and always had a reassuring smile on her lips. I understand. Now Black Sheep was finally lucid, and Tiger Hunter's haggard face finally showed a smile. He picked up his bone knife and ran out of the camp. Watching that departing figure and seeing that pale and weak face, Black Sheep's eyes were filled with heartache, but he had no choice but to send Tiger Hunter to the battlefield outside the camp. Be very careful. The battle outside the camp was not over. Su Yuan did not dare to continue fighting the third-tier giant lizard and retreated to the back to stand with Hong Shuang. Red frost, blue sand. If anyone is in danger, use the spider silk to pull them back. Don't worry, we've got your problems covered. Just then, a Frostrock giant lizard struggled to its feet and swung its massive tail toward the warrior to the side. Quick, get them. I'm here to help you. Chapter 166. Why show off when you're sick? It really is like Lin Daiyu uprooting a willow tree. Su Yuan watched as the newcomer held the Frostrock giant lizard's tail with both hands, revealing a pale and delicate face beneath the removed mask. Holy crap, this face looks somewhat familiar. Aside from his pale complexion, his willow leaf eyebrows, aloof and sharp eyes, and high-bridged nose, especially his hair, which was more yellow than Lion's golden hair, were striking. Isn't this a tiger hunt? Su Yuan had just swindled a lot of people and resources from her a little over a month ago, and he still vividly remembered this leader who had defeated the Red Fox. To his surprise, this guy actually appeared here. Judging from his clothes, he should be the same person who had stumbled and run towards the star camp earlier. This guy is really ruthless. He actually crossed the icy snowfield all by himself, and in this awful weather of the frost crystal season. What's most terrifying is that she still has the strength to deal with those giant lizards. Could she have already reached the level of an advanced awakened warrior? Su Yuan, watch out ahead. Just as he was pondering, a shout came from afar. Su Yuan looked ahead and saw a dark figure flying towards him. Bang! The figure bumped into him, causing him to slam into the wooden stake behind him. Roar! The Frostrock giant lizard in the distance still wanted to make a move, but the approaching spider silk had already tied its legs, and the rushing dragon blade was aimed at its eyes. Cough, cough, cough. Damn it. Why are you showing off if there's nothing wrong? Su Yuan also clearly saw the beast girl in his arms, who was the tiger hunter who had shouted, I'm here to help you, and rushed forward earlier. At this moment, her face was flushed. Her chapped lips were still weakly panting, and her golden eyes were gazing at him with a somewhat unfocused look. It's so hot. Su Yuan held her in his arms, placing his hand on her forehead as if touching a red-hot iron. Anyone with a thermometer would probably have their temperature off the charts by now. It seems she hasn't broken through to the advanced awakened warrior level, and crossing the icy snowfield has exhausted all her strength. If she hadn't stumbled upon the Star Tribe by chance, she probably would have died somewhere in the snow long ago. It's so hot. It seems he's delirious from the fever. If he doesn't get treatment soon, he might become mentally disabled. I don't have any magical medicine to cure the cold. Should I go and exchange it for some Western medicine? Injectable drugs are not yet available in the Level 1 system store, but some oral medications for home use are available. Su Yuan immediately exchanged for 2 ibuprofen tablets and fed them to her. Ugh, it's so bitter. There was no water for her to swallow, so she could only rely on her saliva to slowly dissolve the medicine, which tasted so bitter that her face scrunched up. He instinctively wanted to spit out the medicine, but Su Yuan tightly covered his mouth. Swallow the medicine. Su Yuan pressed her body down and looked up at the distance. The few frostrock giant lizards had been killed outside the camp. The last one struggled for a moment and then collapsed to the ground with a look of fear on its face. This was the most intact hunt so far. The frostrock giant lizards were either killed by having their skulls pierced or by bleeding to death. The spirit of fire descends upon me, rekindling my life force and healing me with flames. Since the battlefield didn't need him, Su Yuan patiently treated Hu Lai, his fiery red energy transforming into starlight that flowed into her body. Given her current condition, medication alone might not be effective. Although we don't know if flame healing works for colds, we should at least give it a try. Leader, Tiger Hunter sister. Exclamations arose from the surroundings, and the black sheep behind them led his men out of the camp. Pan Yu rushed forward and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the figure who had fainted in Su Yuan's arms and was still struggling. Su Yuan, Sister Tiger Hunting isn't a bad person. Seeing Su Yuan tightly covering Tiger Hunter's mouth, Pan Yu thought they had some kind of conflict and quickly begged for mercy. I know. This girl ran all the way from the snowy plains and almost lost her life. I just gave her medicine. Medicine. The beast girls around them wrinkled their faces when they heard the word medicine, their minds conjuring up images of a viscous liquid containing some kind of eyeball, fingernails, and inexplicable plants. That definitely needs to be covered, otherwise the tiger will hunt you down until you vomit your guts out. Oh, then I'll help you. The little red wolf held its tail high, looking at the tiger hunter with a wicked grin, and its outstretched hand was slapped back. What help are you offering? Hurry up and get some water. Knock, knock, knock. The fierce monster tide came quickly and ended just as quickly, and the people in the camp began to repair the gaps in the damaged wooden stakes. The injured tiger hunter fell asleep peacefully after being treated by Red Fox and Su Yuan, and the tribe became very busy. What a thrilling and exhilarating battle. Su Yuan arrived in front of the frostrock giant lizard's corpse. The enormous creature, over 2 meters long, stared blankly ahead. Red Fox, is anyone injured? A few kids were hit and suffered minor injuries. Su Yuan couldn't help but sigh. These 7 frostrock giant lizards were a considerable disaster for weaker tribes. With its impenetrable frost rock armor and the power to lift everything in its path, those wooden stakes probably wouldn't last long. But the Star Tribe is not what it used to be. Besides Xian Ku, that humanoid monster, the tribe has several other awakened warriors. The other warriors showed no fear, attacking the frostrock giant lizards that tried to advance with their weapons, while the archers behind them didn't give them a chance to open their eyes. Let them get some rest. The corpses of the frostrock giant lizards were piled up into a small mountain. After arranging the camp affairs, Su Yuan came to the front of the 3rd-tier giant lizard, which had already been partially decomposed by the white rabbit. My palm touched the skin. It was very cold to the touch. Although it looked like ordinary animal hide, it made a dull sound when tapped. It looks a bit like dried, dark blue tree bark. Rare item detected. Frostrock scale armor. Tradable for 5,000 points or 500 points. New special items added. Host, please select the direction of the transaction. Is there only one rare item? Su Yuan was somewhat disappointed. It was a 3rd-tier magical beast, after all. How could it have so few usable parts? It really didn't have any other features besides that tortoiseshell-like armor. Unlock special items. A new page of special items was added soon. It had been almost half a year since I arrived in this other world, and the special items had expanded considerably. Frosty Armor Lollipop, 2000. Note, the cool and refreshing Frost Armor brand mint-flavored lollipop greatly increases defense and provides 50% immunity to pain for 1 hour after consumption. It was another bunch of strange and unusual things. Lollipops made from the scales of the frostrock giant lizard. Who came up with this kind of bizarre delicacy? However, it is a pretty good product. Its ability to increase defense and immunity to pain is top-notch among special products, and it can be very useful in critical situations. Chapter 167, Capturing the King and Defeating Them One by One, celebrating Brother Su's extra chapter for his love of tangerine, peel puer, tea, +1/1. Really? No, you're lying to me. I bet you're faking it. Ha ha, Sister Lion, you lost again. A week has passed since the frostrock giant lizard invasion was resolved, and life in the camp has returned to normal. The pile of corpses that looked like a mountain has been disposed of. Su Yuan pushed open the creaking wooden door and went inside. This little wooden house was smaller than his, and inside there was only a wooden bed made of animal hide. Weapons and tattered clothes were scattered haphazardly on the ground nearby. Beside the wooden bed, Black Sheep sat holding a bowl of strange medicinal soup, while Tiger Hunter on the bed pleaded with a bitter face. "Which, I'm really cured. I don't need to take medicine anymore. You can see for yourself." Tiger Hunter wanted to show off his arms, which he could move freely, but as soon as he revealed them, Black Sheep covered them back up with a blanket. "Don't you know what kind of temper I have? Stop pretending and drink the medicine I brewed." "My lord." Tiger Hunter waved happily to Su Yuan at the door, as if he had found a savior. The strange black paste in the Black Sheep bowl was still emitting white smoke, and a strange smell permeated the entire room. Su Yuan really wanted to just turn around and leave. Seeing those eyes filled with distress signals staring at him, he still held his breath and went into the room. "Black Sheep, when did you brew this medicine?" Su Yuan wanted to ask what kind of vomit he had made, but after thinking about it, he swallowed his words. "A few days ago, I burned the hides of those frost rock giant lizards, ground them into powder, and then boiled them with their eyeballs and blood. It can not only treat frostbite, but also warm the body when it is cold." Black Sheep gently stirred the indescribable substance in the bowl, and the thick, black paste dripped back into the bowl along the wooden spoon. "Would the chief like to try some?" Su Yuan stared at the black paste being handed to him, his eyelids twitching. Just as he was about to refuse, the appraisal system in front of him suddenly popped up a panel. "Frost rock soup. It can treat frostbite and colds, and prevent cold from affecting you for a short period of time, provided that you drink all of the soup. It really works." Su Yuan remembered what Chi Hu and the others had told him about the shamans of some tribes brewing medicine. He hadn't expected that Black Sheep would actually know how. The appearance and smell were a bit scary. Without the help of the identification system, he could even suspect that the Black Sheep had been scooped up from the toilet. "Tiger Hunter, Black Sheep is only doing this for your own good, so drink it. I'll reward you with something delicious after you finish." Since the medicine was fine, and Su Yuan had sided with Black Sheep, Tiger Hunter had no choice but to force himself to swallow the bowl of black gruel, despite his nausea. "Huh. Here, this will do you good." Su Yuan exchanged a white beef tendon from the system and stuffed it into the Tiger Hunter's mouth. "What's this?" "Extra chewy beef tendon." Half an hour later, Tiger Hunter lay exhausted on the bed, with a half-eaten piece of beef tendon still in his mouth. Although his complexion was still a bit pale, it seemed that his body had almost recovered. "By the way, I have something to ask you. You visited Mugwang's tribe before?" "Yes, I was the one who sent people to Mugwang before. I've been to her tribe a few times before." When the topic of Mugwang came up, Tiger Hunter put away his lifeless expression, straightened up, and explained to Su Yuan with a serious face. "Cough cough, put your clothes on first, don't catch a cold." The blanket slipped off in front of her, and Su Yuan realized that the black animal skin clothes she had worn before were still on the ground beside her. "Oh." Tiger Hunter glanced at the Black Sheep sitting next to her, then obediently pulled the blanket over herself. She didn't want to drink that strange soup anymore. "Do you know how many awakened warriors are in her tribe?" Ordinary beast girls are not difficult to deal with, but awakened warriors are a different story, especially high-level awakened warriors. Or is there something even more terrifying than them? Tiger Hunter shook his head helplessly, sighed, and said, "There are many. Mugwang came to this snowfield about a year ago, and there are no fewer than 10 God-given tribes under his control. There are more than a dozen of them staying in her tribe alone, and there are probably many more outside. This is a bit troublesome, but of course, it's not unsolvable." After listening, Su Yuan sat at the foot of the bed and began to think. It's impossible to train a large number of awakened warriors in a short time, and if we were to clash head-on with Mugwang, the tribe would likely suffer heavy losses. She, Mugwang, could recklessly expend her warriors, but Su Yuan could not. These beast girls were not only warriors of his tribe, but also his family in this alien world. If those people are all controlled by Mugwang, then maybe I can capture the leader first. Once I take her down, those people won't dare to act anymore. Or we could take them down one by one. It's impossible for all tribes to be loyal to Mugwang. If we can just awaken their tribal shamans. The best course of action in Su Yuan's mind now is to capture the leader first, and then weaken Mugwang's forces one by one. Otherwise, if the Xingqian tribe were to confront her head-on, even if they won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. "Chief Su Yuan, I am very grateful to you for reviving the Black Sheep Witch and everyone in the Black Sheep tribe." Tiger Hunter put the blanket on as a cloak, then sat cross-legged and came to Su Yuan's side. His dignified face now showed a touch of tenderness. "I thought you were lying to me before, So I even made a special trip to the Wangshua Mountains and almost went to the green vine forest you mentioned. You mean that? Actually, there's no green vine forest. It was just something we made up back then. After all, if I told you that Black Sheep was being controlled, you probably wouldn't have believed me. No, I believe it. Tiger Hunter shook his head. Actually, I guessed it a long time ago. How could someone as gentle as Black Sheep abandon his tribe? But I didn't know what to do, and I couldn't refuse Black Sheep's orders. A bitter smile appeared on her lips as she recalled that period of time. The dilemma of being caught between the Black Sheep and her people had truly tormented her. Especially when she looked at the people who had been driven away from the Black Sheep tribe. Their pitiful and helpless eyes made it hard for her to fall asleep every night. She would recall them as soon as she closed her eyes. When Tiger Hunter saw them again in the Star Tribe, he breathed a sigh of relief, but he still didn't dare to face them. All right, rest well here. Black Sheep has recovered. How about joining my tribe from now on? Looking at her disappointed expression, Su Yuan couldn't help but rub her long hair, which was a little messy from sleeping. She was willing to risk death to rush into the icy snowfield during the frost crystal season. It's easy to imagine how important the Black Sheep was to her. He was even willing to give up his life for her. Mimi. A hint of guilt flickered in Tiger Hunter's eyes as she thought of the Red Fox tribe members she had attacked and the Black Sheep tribe members she had driven away. Sudden, she saw the Black Sheep walking past the door, its white spider silk still binding her legs, forcing her to walk slowly and leisurely past. His expression was serene, holding a clean earthenware bowl in his hand, and the happiness between his brows was something he had never seen before, even back in the Black Sheep tribe. Seeing this, Tiger Hunter nodded firmly and knelt on one knee in front of Su Yuan. I'm in. Chapter 168 tonight. Enjoy an all-you-can-eat barbecue feast. Tiger Hunter accepted Su Yuan's invitation. Without saying a word, he wrapped himself in a blanket and rushed outside, his bare feet touching the mud as he looked around. Upon spotting the red fox tending the plants in the distance, it immediately ran to her side, its tiger eyes fixed intently on her. I don't want to fight with injured people. Lion blocked Red Fox's path, his fist clenched as he warily watched Tiger Hunter, who was wrapped in a blanket, charging towards him. I'm sorry for what happened before. I'm willing to live in the tribe in chains, just like the Black Sheep Witch. Su Yuan was about to come over and stop the fight, but as soon as he arrived behind Tiger Hunter, he saw that the guy had knelt down on one knee in front of Red Fox and crossed his arms in a gesture of submission. The thin blanket, now without support, fell to the ground, revealing a fair yet powerful back. Looking down, Su Yuan felt his mind become much clearer. It's golden. The fur on its tail is so beautiful. All right, I'm not the tribe's leader anymore. You should tell Su Yuan that it would be best to go see him tonight. Red Fox noticed Su Yuan's embarrassment, chuckled, and then gave him a teasing glance. Cough, cough, cough. All right, your injury hasn't healed yet. If Black Sheep sees you later, you'll have to take medicine again. Go back quickly. Medicine? Then I'll go back to my room first. Once I've recovered, I'll definitely protect the tribe. Upon hearing about the Black Sheep's medicine, Tiger Hunter shuddered, bowed again, and immediately ran back to the cabin. Hey, take the blanket back too. Su Yuan seems quite interested in tiger hunting as well. After tiger hunting returned, Red Fox smiled and came to Su Yuan's side, gently embracing him. Her soft voice carried a strange charm. What are you saying? I'm interested in everyone in the tribe. You are all the most important people to me. Su Yuan slapped her on the back and said seriously. This wasn't a lie, but Su Yuan knew that Red Fox still harbored a grudge against Tiger Hunter and his group. After all, it was they who had captured the Red Fox tribe members. So he gently stroked the Red Fox's hair and said in a soft voice, wait a little longer, and I will lead everyone to find a way to rescue our people. To ensure everyone's safety, this battle cannot begin hastily. We must either unlock the second-tier shop or unlock some important special items. I trust you. Me too. Lion also came to Su Yuan's side. Although it didn't have the gentle expression of Red Fox, its serious expression and twitching little ears were very cute. These plants are growing well. Seeing that the two beast girls' eyes were getting increasingly strange, Su Yuan had no choice but to quickly change the subject. He had been working hard all night, and his cooldowns hadn't even cooled down by the middle of the day. So he came to the planet area. The soil in this other world was much more fertile than in his previous life. Even in this frigid region, a patch of green grass was planted in no time. All the seeds I bought from the system store have grown. I broke off a lettuce leaf, and its tender white and green leaves had a fresh fragrance. This single vegetable leaf was as long as his arm. If placed in front of him, it could cover his entire upper body. However, a few small teeth marks on the leaf have bitten a hole in the emerald green part. Why are there teeth marks on this lettuce? Could it have grown into a worm? This tooth mark looks like a squeaking sound. She and the other little ones were playing here a while ago. Red Fox also squatted down, recalling the previous situation, and asked with some worry, won't it have any impact? It's all right. These are meant to be eaten anyway. It's a good way to celebrate Black Sheep and the others' arrival, and also to celebrate defeating those lizards. Let's make a big meal with these vegetables and lizard meat tonight. But we need to find something for these little guys to do, otherwise they'll just be causing trouble in the tribe all day long. Red Fox, have Fox 9 teach them to read later. Tell them it was my instruction. They must learn 50 characters every day and be able to write them from memory. They are not allowed to go out to play until they have finished writing them. Su Yuan revealed a wicked smile. He had just warned Gigi and the other little ones, but they had forgotten his words so soon. They must be made aware of the dangers of the world. This time, as an experiment, not many fruits and vegetables were planted. Su Yuan called some beast girls to pick the ripe fruits and vegetables, while the chives were cut and left to grow. It will grow back on its own after a while. In the afternoon, the pile of vegetables, which looked like a small mountain, was placed in the center of the camp. Xian Ku and the others also retrieved several pieces of frozen frostrock giant lizard meat from the snow outside the red light protection area. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The frostrock giant lizard has a very thick layer of fat on its outer layer. When it is placed on a hot stone to roast, it sizzles and drips oil, and soon the aroma of the oil spreads throughout the entire tribe. Smack! This stuff is very hot, and you can't eat it directly. You have to wrap the grilled meat in vegetable leaves like this, and then sprinkle some salt on it. Su Yuan slapped away Xian Ku's outstretched paw. The lizard oil that had soaked the entire ceramic bowl couldn't be drunk directly, but the crispy roasted lizard meat was ready to be eaten. Then feed me. Ah. With her mouth agape, Xian Ku had a fist-sized piece of roasted meat stuffed into her mouth by Su Yuan, almost choking her. However, the aroma of the vegetable juice mixed with the roasted meat made her squint her eyes happily. Wah! Black Sheep, once this oil has solidified into a white color, take some out and apply it to the cracks on Tiger Hunter's body. Su Yuan handed the remaining oil to the Black Sheep. This morning, when he was looking at the tiger's back, he wasn't just admiring its beauty. He was also checking the tiger's injuries out of concern for his people. The tiger hunters who had passed through the frost crystal season had large and small cracks and frostbite all over their bodies. Although none of them were fatal, they were still very painful when they were moved. Thank you, Chief. I didn't expect to trouble you so much. Without any ceremony, Black Sheep placed the bowl of lizard oil in front of him. The pale yellow liquid shone with a crystalline luster and emitted a fragrant aroma when it was brought over. If you add some lizard blood and sprinkle some powder made from lizard claws, the Frost Rock Recovery Potion will probably be even more effective. Let's give Tiger Hunt another try then. Maybe it will recover its health quickly. Why does that bowl of lizard oil not smell so good anymore? Su Yuan glanced at Tiger Hunter, who was surrounded by his tribesmen, with a hint of prayer. Tiger Hunter was happily roasting lizard meat, completely unaware that he had become Black Sheep's test subject. Everyone, let's celebrate our previous victory and wish ourselves continued success in the future. Today, enjoy a barbecue feast to our heart's content. Chapter 169 Mysterious Cave. Hoo-ha, cough, cough, cough. Boss, there's a very strange cave ahead, which is very likely the place where the totem is located. In the icy, snow-covered plains, where you couldn't see your hand in front of your face, a pale-faced werewolf struggled to run back, his body swaying precariously. Of the werewolves that had entered the icy wilderness earlier, only 3 remained. The prolonged freezing and hunger had caused the others to perish here. Even so, the last 3 werewolves in the group dared not turn back. They had already come this far and could not see any place of refuge along the way. If they went back, they would probably die here before they even got halfway there. At this moment, the werewolf who had returned from the front looked at its leader with some worry. The totem was just something it made up. If they didn't find a place to rest soon, the 3 of them probably wouldn't live much longer. Cough, cough, cough. Never mind that for now. Let's take them inside and hide for a while. The burly werewolf leader struggled to lift himself up and hoisted the corpses, which were already covered in snow, onto his shoulder. Each body was missing a few parts. The 3 men carried the corpse to the outside of the so-called cave. The entrance was very irregular, with only a small gap about 1 meter high due to the snow cover. Let's dig open the hole and rest in it for a while. Without hesitation, the werewolf leader put down the corpse he was carrying and forcefully dug away the snow at the entrance of the cave. The successive deaths of his subordinates had changed his mindset. Yes, the 2 werewolves behind him also beamed with joy, dropping the corpse and starting to dig. Before long, the three of them walked into the dark cave entrance, initially thinking it was just a small cave where they could temporarily escape the frost and snow of the frost crystal season. But as they continued walking in the dark, the three realized they hadn't reached the end. Bang! Finally, the werewolf at the front bumped into something, and after a crisp sound, several faint red lights appeared ahead. Careful! The three were so frightened by the light that they immediately lay down. But after the red light appeared, everything around them returned to calm, with only the red light illuminating the empty cave. Boss, could it really be the location of that legendary totem artifact? Do you think the three of us can compete with it? The legendary totem was on a black-haired beast man who had killed many beast men, and now the three of them look like this. Gudong, let's go check it out first. The werewolf leader frowned, swallowed hard, and cautiously walked towards the red light. The object emitting a red glow was enormous, its silvery white exterior covered by a layer of white frost, and from the outside it looked like a large, round house. A gentle tap produces a crisp sound, indicating that the inside is hollow, though there seems to be no entrance. Boss, there's a hole here. There's a hole we can get into. Suddenly, the werewolf on the other side called out softly. On the side of the round house, a hole was smashed in the silvery white rock wall, and a dark red light illuminated the scene inside. What is this? Totem? The three werewolves had long forgotten about the totem and stared in shock at the scene before them. Inside the cave, there were rows of transparent jars. Many of them were broken, and some bones could be seen around them. The werewolf leader picked up one of the skulls with his claws. It does look somewhat like the heads of those alien beasts. Be careful, this might be their stronghold. After crushing the skull into pieces, the three carefully searched the surrounding area. Apart from the strange transparent jars, they found things they didn't recognize at all. They could understand to some extent the weapons and daily necessities made by the beast men in the past, such as animal skin clothing or stone axes and knives. But these colorless and transparent objects in front of me, and the silver white walls decorated with strange patterns, were things I had never heard of before. Bang! Suddenly, a violent shattering sound rang out. The werewolf leader whirled around, and the werewolves behind him froze in place as the colorless, transparent object in front of them crumbled into fragments scattered all over the ground. The green liquid inside soaked the werewolf and also splashed all over the wolf leader, with the remaining liquid spreading outwards along the ground. Idiot! What are you doing? The wolf leader growled at his men in a low voice, while his eyes warily scanned the surroundings. It was as if no one was around, and the place remained quiet. Another werewolf was also rushing over from a distance. Sorry, boss, I didn't expect this thing to be so fragile. It broke with just a touch. Boss, is this one of those alien beast cubs? The werewolf's henchmen quickly lowered their heads and apologized, but their eyes caught sight of the corpse at the bottom of the jar. The young corpse had not turned into bones like the corpses outside, but it had long since lost its life. They do look somewhat alike, but, however, there are some differences. Although the beastmen are different from the orcs, they also share some characteristics, such as animal ears and tails. Legend has it that on the other side of the Wanshua Mountains, there is a race of strange beasts that can fly freely like birds. The werewolf leader picked up the corpse and examined it several times, but found no similar features. It seemed that the characteristics of the beastmen had been completely erased. Remember this place. After the frost crystal season is over, go back and tell the commander so that the shaman can handle this matter. Boss me. Just then, the werewolf behind them, who was soaked, sounded a little off. As it hunched over, its fur began to fall off. Wolfclaw, what are you doing? Damn it, what is this thing? Before they could even wonder, as the werewolf leader turned his head, the hand holding the corpse began to lose hair, and the green liquid corroded their bodies and minds like poison. Boss, Wolfclaw, the werewolf minions at the back stared in horror at the scene before them. The fur on their bodies quickly fell off, and blood and green slime began to seep from their flesh-colored skin. The wolf's original eyes were now filled with a layer of blood, and its ferocious maw exploded into 4 pieces after several transformations. Run, we must get out of here. This isn't a sacred totem land. It's an ominous place of death. We must have come to the land of death. As the terrifying werewolf leader drew ever closer, the last werewolf fled towards the exit without a word, no longer caring about the frosty chill outside. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of pursuit coming from behind only strengthened its belief, and it burst out of the cave and rushed towards the vast white snowfield. Escape. We must escape. Chapter 170 Mysterious Vortex at the Bottom of the Sea, celebrating the extra chapter by Wanted Rice, +1/1. Stop messing around. Let me sleep a little longer. Inside the cabin, Su Yuan felt something furry brushing against his face every now and then, and the itchy sensation made him immediately spot the culprit. Meow. Su Yuan, don't grab my tail so early in the morning. Cat Knight, at the foot of the other bed, woke up instantly, looked up at the tail that Su Yuan was holding, and complained with a very red face. Huh? What are you doing there? Witch? Something's happened. Su Yuan rubbed his sleepy eyes, wondering about the Cat Knight's 180-degree spin, when he heard Fox 9's anxious voice coming from outside the hut. In just a second, he pinned Mao Yi down and pulled the blanket over his body. Sure enough, the figure outside the door rushed in without the slightest hesitation. What's wrong? Holding the conch shell given to her by Hai Ling and the others, Hu Jiu said with a slightly flustered tone. This morning, the conch shell suddenly made a sound, and Hai Ling's voice came from inside. Then suddenly, I couldn't contact her anymore. Can't get in touch? Su Yuan sat up straight in surprise, but remembering that Mao Yi was still hiding inside, he had no choice but to return to his original position. He frowned and hurriedly asked, what did they say at the end? A black whirlpool has appeared at the bottom of the ocean, and my daughter and her people have been swept into it. I beg Chief Su Yuan to save us. We are at the location of your tribe, facing that icy lake, where there is a red glow on the seabed. The noise got a bit loud after that, and then I couldn't get in touch with the leader of the sea spirits anymore. A black vortex? Judging from the fact that Hai Ling couldn't finish speaking or even come to ask for help in person, it's clear that even she couldn't resist this so-called black vortex. After managing to get the message out, he was probably swept into that black vortex. Su Yuan calmed down. If it were some powerful magical beasts, it would be easier to deal with them. Even if he couldn't kill them, he still had ways to deal with these magical beasts in the sea. But this inexplicable black vortex, combined with this strange and alien world, is far more troublesome than any magical beast. Su Yuan, should we go rescue Hai Yao and the others? Cat Knight also emerged while I was deep in thought, her face flushed with excitement. She had been cooped up in the camp for days and was going crazy. Cat Knight, what are you doing here with Su Yuan? Could it be? Fox 9 asked, somewhat puzzled, upon seeing the figure emerge. But recalling how her sister and Shir had been running to Su Yuan's cabin from time to time a few days ago, she instantly understood what was going on. They're hiding a secret from Fox 9. Ahem. All right, we still need to take care of Hai Ling and the others. Fox 9, go and have everyone gather at the camp. Hai Ling was drawn into the black vortex because she was unaware of its contents, and she naturally took precautions after receiving the message from them. With the system's identification capabilities, Su Yuan was eager to see what this so-called black vortex was. If he could analyze it, perhaps there would be a way to save them. Su Yuan, may I go? Mao Yi had already changed her clothes by now. Her gray hair was still a little messy, and the few strands of hair on her forehead were stuck together with sweat. All right, count me in. You haven't showered for so many days, you smell terrible. Perfect timing to go for a swim in the sea. I don't stink. Go ahead and smell me. Half an hour later, all the beast girls of the Star Tribe gathered in the camp, and even Tiger Hunter changed into a new animal skin coat and stood next to Black Sheep. The recuperation period had helped her recover quite a bit, but her complexion was still a little off, and there was still some black, sticky residue of the herbal medicine at the corner of her mouth. Her throat was throbbing as if she was about to vomit at any moment. If I find out who improved the Black Sheep Witch's potion, I'll give them a good spanking. In front of the crowd, Su Yuan told everyone about Hai Ling and focused on the black vortex. Black Sheep frowned, a hint of recollection in his eyes. After a moment's thought, he said, I've heard older shamans talk about similar situations before. Legend has it that long ago, at the foot of the Wanshua Mountains, there was a large tribe, and countless smaller tribes depended on this large tribe for survival. But one day, a small tribe discovered a divine artifact, and in order to obtain the artifact, the large tribe wiped out the small tribe. A young girl from a small tribe escaped with a magical artifact. While surrounded, she accidentally stumbled into a black vortex in a mountain cave, and the people who were trying to capture her also rushed in. After waiting for more than half a year, the girl and the others did not come out. Just when everyone thought that the black vortex was a death vortex, the girl transformed into a divine witch with supreme power and wiped out the original large tribe. Then he disappeared again. Later, because of the extinction of that large tribe, the remaining small tribes could only survive on their own in the snowfields. Such an ancient legend. In the online novels of my past, it would be a formulaic story from over a decade ago. The protagonist's clan is wiped out, he accidentally stumbles into a mysterious place, and finally returns with unparalleled power to take revenge. Su Yuan nodded. This legend shouldn't be taken entirely seriously. In a story passed down orally by everyone, there's bound to be some exaggeration. It's even possible that it was just a fictional story made up by some bored beast girl. However, Black Sheep's words also gave Su Yuan a new idea. What if this strange vortex really was some mysterious space, or a teleportation channel to another place? Alright, the reason I'm bringing this up today is because I plan to go to that black vortex to find them tomorrow, so I need to make arrangements for the tribe first. As soon as Su Yuan finished speaking, the beast girls around him hurriedly advised, "Leader, this is too dangerous, and the frost crystal season is not over yet. People will freeze to death outside. Don't worry about that. I asked the gods for another protective orb." The beast girls of the Black Sheep tribe were stunned. When did the gods become so easy to talk to? They just gave away such a divine artifact that could dispel cold and darkness. However, Red Fox still advised with some concern, "Why don't you let me and Fox Thoughts investigate? That vortex is too mysterious. I'm scared. I have to go this time. Do you think you can breathe underwater?" Everyone was speechless. In their haste, they had forgotten one thing. This time they were underwater, and none of them could survive there. Later I'll take Xi and Ku, Mao Yi, and He Yang with me. Chi Hu, sure, and the others will guard the tribe. This time it's not suitable to bring too many people. The Cod King instant powder that allows you to breathe underwater can only be purchased in 5 bottles per day, and even if we depart tomorrow, we can only redeem 10 bottles. As for the oxygen tanks and respirators from my previous life, they could only last for less than half an hour most of the time, and the few remaining ones required an exorbitant amount of points. Therefore, bringing only 3 people this time is the best configuration: 1 strong attacker, 1 scout, 1 mage, and myself as a part-time healer, archer, and mage all-rounder. Chapter 171 Handcrafted Beggar's Version of the Witch's Wand. Su Yuan, I want to go too. Leader. Me too. I want to go if Nicoya goes. Seeing that Su Yuan only brought 3 people, sure, Pan Yu, and the others stepped forward anxiously, knowing that the dangers of the seabed were no less than those on land. Alright, you still need to protect the tribe. This time we're not going to fight. Su Yuan did want to bring more people along, but firstly, the tribe needed someone to guard it, and secondly, the limited supply of codfish instant powder wasn't enough for too many people. That's why he chose Maoya, who has strong perception, and Shinka, who is the strongest. As for Heiyang, she knows more, so maybe this black vortex is really related to that legend? After the crowd dispersed, everyone resumed their usual studies and training. Su Yuan called the Black Sheep to a corner. "Black Sheep, try to see if you can cast this spell." Black Sheep herself is no weakling. She is a higher-level great witch than Red Fox. Her dark magic is both offensive and defensive, and her internal magical power is extremely strong. If it weren't for Su Yuan's ultimate move, Expelliarmus, which punished them, they might have been able to hold out until another tribe under Mu Guang's control arrived. So Su Yuan handed over the Fire Spirit Basic Magic Compendium that he had previously exchanged to Black Sheep. Flame Arrow. He tried both ways of casting magic, but when Black Sheep tried to cast Flame Arrow like Su Yuan, he couldn't do it at all. Black Sheep didn't show any disappointment. He just sighed and explained to Su Yuan with some regret. "I'm sorry, Chief. I can't use it." This was to be expected. Su Yuan sighed helplessly. He had tried to get the Black Sheep to use the Red Fox's spell card to cast fire magic before, but unfortunately, she could only cast dark magic. This time, when I gave the basic fire spirit magic to Black Sheep to try, I already had an answer in my mind. However, I still had a sliver of hope that the system's magic book might be special. It seems that, just as he guessed, the Red Fox truly is a once-in-a-century genius of 3-elemental magic. Well, it's also possible that he replenished his own mana. I remember the description of the fire spirit drink said that in addition to life force, it also contains a small amount of fire element energy, but after drinking so many bottles, I still haven't felt a significant increase in my strength. Su Yuan strongly suspected that some of the fire elemental energy and life force had been distributed to Red Fox Lion and the others. Of course, even if he knew, he didn't care. He would rather the beast girls of the tribe grow stronger than his own magic. What? You mean you're just giving the fire spirit drink to the beast girls to drink? Su, was worried that the drink's concentration wouldn't suit these otherworldly beast girls, so I set an example by diluting it for them. In this way, I gained happiness, and they gained growth. Isn't this a win-win situation? Is the leader worried that I won't be of any help if I go with you? Black Sheep looked at Su Yuan, who was standing there in a daze, and seemed to understand his thoughts. After thinking for a moment, he said, "I don't know where I left my old staff. If nothing unexpected happens, I'll never get it back in this lifetime. Things taken by the system can't be returned. But we can use the bodies of those giant lizards that invaded the tribes before as materials to make another one. You can make which wands? Black Sheep nodded, a faint smile playing on his lips. I made all the wands myself before, but the giant lizard's corpse wasn't particularly rare, so the wands I made were of lower quality. It's fine, it'll be enough. But we're leaving tomorrow morning. Is it too late to make it now? Currently, there are no magic staffs among the special items unlocked by the system, and Su Yuan has still not been able to produce the witch's staff that he promised to Red Fox. Knowing that the Black Sheep can craft witch wands, you no longer need to immediately hand over any rare items you acquire to the system to unlock special products. It's not difficult at all. It won't take long. The leader is a legendary shaman. Why don't you come with me and take a look? Maybe you'll be able to learn it in just one glance. Su Yuan agreed without hesitation. In this primitive society, the Black Sheep was willing to share all his knowledge of making witch wands, which showed that he was genuinely joining the tribe. The two arrived at the place where the Frostrock giant lizards had been piled up. The carcasses had already been decomposed and were neatly arranged. The animal hides were rather tough and not very suitable for making clothes. The bones were cut into sections to facilitate the forging of weapons such as bone daggers and bone arrows. Besides the corpses of these Frostrock giant lizards, there were also some miscellaneous materials piled up inside. These were all materials that Su Yuan used to prepare for the system's trading points during the frost crystal season. There are only 2 materials needed to make a witch's staff. Of course, some powerful witches can add more materials to make the staff more powerful, but they also face the risk of failure. As Black Sheep explained, he picked out a bone that looked relatively straight, as well as a piece of hot stone that he had previously exchanged for extra. Chief, look, all we need is a staff and a crystal for releasing magic. Different materials have different strengths and effects. After selecting the items, Black Sheep didn't stop there. Instead, he earnestly explained the knowledge of making a witch's staff to Su Yuan. Su Yuan listened attentively, showing no disdain for them simply because they were from a primitive society. After all, this was not a simple primitive society. In matters concerning the witch's staff, Black Sheep was the teacher. Although the magic staff made from the bones of the Frostrock giant lizard has poor magic power flow and takes more time to cast spells, the magic resistance of the bone staff is better due to the Frostrock giant lizard's strong defense. As for this mutated blazing warm stone, it can absorb magical power, and the magical staff made from it may be able to store magical power and enhance the release effect. Su Yuan quickly grasped the material selection aspect. Just like his system collects rare items, each material has its own unique characteristics. The system simply doesn't value those more common materials, while Black Sheep can craft witch wands even from ordinary monster bones. Of course, if made from 2 ordinary materials, the staff would probably be unable to withstand being hit by 1 or 2 fireballs and would explode into pieces. Next is to carve totems that allow the flow of magical power. The old shaman only taught me 2 kinds of totems, tree trunk totem and vine totem. Black Sheep picked up the bone dagger and tried to carve on the bone staff, but she seemed to have underestimated the hardness of the bone. After several strokes, she only made a shallow mark. Use this. Su Yuan handed the dagger he carried with him to the Black Sheep. The bone knife was too useless. It was difficult to even cut animal hides and meat. This also compelled him to find an iron mine as soon as possible, and then teach the beast girls how to forge iron. Thank you, Chief. Black Sheep took the dagger and began carving. Making the witch's staff was not difficult, just as she said. Su Yuan understood it at a glance. Simply put, the tree trunk totem consists of several straight lines resembling a tree trunk, connecting the handle to the top of the staff, while the vines are curved, like vines extending to the top in a regular growth pattern. Besides the carving of the staff's patterns, there was also the polishing of the crystals embedded in it. The old shaman who taught the Black Sheep only taught 2 methods. One is to make it round, so that the witch's staff can release magic faster. The second is to grind the head to a sharp point, so that the magic power will be more concentrated when it is released. In this way, a brand new, handcrafted, basic version wizard's staff was born. Chapter 172. Are you just using this bug to refresh the cooldown? Let me give it a try. Su Yuan took the completed witch staff and, just as he had done with his bare hands before, condensed the elements within his body into his palm. The moment the fire elemental energy appeared in his palm, it flowed along the carved totem into the scorching hot stone at the top. Fireball. A fireball the size of a head was instantly released from the witch's staff, flying all the way to the snowstorm outside the tribe and disappearing without a trace. The fireballs released are larger than usual, but the release speed is slower than when releasing them empty-handed. Could this be the material quality issue that Black Sheep mentioned? Su Yuan compared the effects of using the spells in the magic book with those of using this staff. Overall, the staff didn't offer him any significant enhancement. From this perspective, shouldn't we rely on the staff to cast spells instead of channeling our own internal energy? Perhaps channeling the elemental energy between heaven and earth would be faster. Unfortunately, his current strength is insufficient to perceive the so-called elemental energy between heaven and earth. When he returned the staff to Black Sheep, he asked him about his doubts. Black Sheep, can you sense the elemental energy between heaven and earth? Elemental energy? Su Yuan realized that this was a primitive society, and using terms from Western fantasy settings he knew from his previous life to explain these things made Black Sheep unable to understand. Is it that you can see the magical power that exists between heaven and earth? The kind of power that can be absorbed and used to perform magic. Just when I thought there was no hope, Black Sheep nodded and said, yes, but I can only sense dark magic power. When I close my eyes, I can sense the black magic power floating around me. Should I close my eyes? I thought I could only see it with my eyes open. So Su Yuan immediately tried closing his eyes, but after trying for a few minutes he still couldn't see the elemental energy. Sigh, forget it, I'll just stick to taking the drugs. As long as I take enough, I'll definitely feel it. Su Yuan was not discouraged. His most important things were the special products unlocked by the technology and system. His curiosity about magic was only based on movies and novels from his previous life. Moreover, he is not a lone wolf, a person living alone in this primitive society. He already has many companions by his side, and there will only be more in the future. But if we really fight, do you think your fireball technique is more powerful than my sniper rifle technique? The next morning, Su Yuan walked out of the room rubbing his back. After learning that he wouldn't be taking them, Shir and Pan Yu became exceptionally fierce in their fighting. In particular, Betrayal Moon discovered a bug. After Little Betrayal Moon finishes a battle, it can use the Awakened Warrior's ability to transform into Big Betrayal Moon and engage in a second round of battle. After the battle ends, it transforms back into Little Rebel Moon and can then engage in a third round of combat. I spent the whole night fighting with the two of them, like fighting 7 or 8 people. There was absolutely no room for rest, and the two of them still haven't woken up yet. System, redeem all of today's Cod King Fish instant powder. The 10 packets of powder for 2 days combined are enough to keep each person submerged for about 6 hours at sea. The extra 2 packets are for emergencies. In case of an emergency, Su Yuan can exchange for some simple diving equipment, but this will easily cost him a lot of money. Moreover, its effect is not as good as the effect of this powder after 3 hours, but it is still enough as a life-saving tool to escape back to land. If we can't find Hai Yao and the others within 6 hours this time, we'll have to wait until the next exchange to go down and search again. Of course, we have to be prepared for the worst. Su Yuan was worried that if the protective orbs he gave Hai Ling and the others were not infused with energy for a while, the very obvious red light would dissipate, and they might even be taken away by other creatures. That's why we set off immediately the next morning. Let's go, Red Fox. I'm leaving the tribe to you while I'm gone. Have Fox 9 supervise the little ones, like Gigi, as they learn to read. If they encounter any danger, immediately lead them to the mine in the mountains for refuge. It doesn't matter if food and supplies are stolen. The most important thing is that people are alive. Su Yuan explained some things. If the Black Vortex was indeed as Black Sheep had said, or if it was a one-way portal, then everything in the Star Tribe would have to be handed over to Red Fox. Yes, you must also be careful. If you encounter any danger, come back immediately, and we can discuss countermeasures together. I know you don't want anything to happen to Hailing and the others, but I'm only worried about you. If you encounter any danger, please think of everyone in the tribe, and me too. The big fox was much more perceptive than the little fox. The red fox hugged Su Yuan with a worried expression and gently kissed his lips. This was something Su Yuan taught her, and she really liked the feeling. Last night, things were too intense in the cabin, so she didn't disturb them, but she was worried about them all night. Don't worry, I'm just going to take a look. Besides, Xi and Ku is so amazing, right? Red Fox, you can rest assured, Su Yuan's safety is in my hands. Xi Ku smiled confidently, saying that now, in the Star Tribe, he trains every day after eating and drinking his fill, and his strength is much greater than when he was sometimes full and sometimes hungry. The iron spear in his hand could not even withstand the thick-skinned magical beast, the Frostrock giant lizard. Don't worry, Sister Red Fox, I'll protect Su Yuan too. Mao Yi jumped onto Su Yuan's back and peeked out with her little head, laughing happily. All right, let's set off now. If we find Hailing and the others, we'll contact them using the conch shell. The four were fully prepared to dive to the seabed, so they didn't bring any food or water. They could simply exchange for food and water for the four of them in the system shop. Carrying the newly exchanged guardian orb and the sensing crystal for reconnaissance, the group arrived at the frozen lake where they used to fish. The small wooden house they had built there was now buried under heavy snow. The holes in the lake's surface caused by the previous battle with the ice-tooth shark have been refrozen during the frost crystal season. The group spent some time chiseling out another hole, this time with a thicker layer of ice. To prevent the ice from freezing again when they came out, they enlarged the hole a bit more. 2 bottles each. Drink this one when you go down, and drink the second one when I tell you in 3 hours. There's no need to worry about the time. The time function I unlocked in the system is down to the minute, so I just need to drink the second bottle a minute early. Will drinking this really allow me to breathe underwater? The previously confident Mao Yi looked at the deep, icy lake with some fear, swallowed hard, and then looked at Su Yuan with a trembling expression. Don't worry, if little Cat Knight is scared, you can go back and call Pan Yu over. Xianke quietly came up behind Cat Knight, a teasing smile on her face. I'm not afraid at all. Let's go. Let's go. We still need to save Hai Yao. The provocation tactic worked very well on this proud little beast girl. Nicoya finished the codfish powder drink in one gulp, closed her eyes, and prepared to jump down. Before she even hit the water, an arm immediately grabbed her waist and pulled her back. Don't rush. Tie this rope around your waist. We absolutely cannot be separated when we go down. Chapter 173, A New World Under the Sea. Su Yuan had been to the ice lake many times, but this was his first time visiting the ice lake itself. The red light emanating from the guardian orb illuminated the entire bottom of the frozen lake. The icy Snowfield was experiencing the frost crystal season, and not a single fish could be seen on the lake bed. It seems they all left the glacial lake through the tunnel where the ice-tooth shark came from. This feels really strange. Apart from not being able to speak, it feels just like being on land. Su Yuan felt the seawater being blocked as it entered his throat through his mouth and nose, and his breathing felt as easy as if he were on land. Wah! After falling into the water, Mao Ye struggled like a drowning kitten. Su Yuan swam over, hugged her, and gently rubbed her floating hair. After a few minutes, the group got used to the underwater environment and began to splash around and try to swim. Su Yuan looked around at the red light and searched for a while before finding a dark cave at the bottom. The entrance was large enough to accommodate the ice-tooth shark from before, so he tugged at the rope binding him, and the others, sensing the movement, swam over as well. The location from the Star Tribe towards the ice lake. The tunnel wasn't very long. After passing through the dark tunnel, the group finally arrived in the sea, where they could see traces of marine life all around them. Su Yuan remembered that Hu Jiao had heard that, just like how the red fox used the direction of the rising sun to determine direction, Hai Ling used the direction his tribe was facing towards the frozen lake. With his eyes closed, Su Yuan quickly sketched out a picture in his mind of a star tribe pointing towards the frozen lake. He tugged on the rope and then pointed in the direction to the crowd. Gurgle gurgle. Nicoya nodded, not yet used to moving and talking in the ocean, and when she opened her mouth, all that could be heard was the sound of bubbles rising. Xianku and He Yang understood Su Yuan's meaning, and the group swam quickly in the direction he pointed. The surrounding environment was not as dark as Su Yuan had imagined. Apart from the red light emitted by the protective orb he carried, there were some strange creatures nearby. On the seabed, some seaweed glowing with blue light swayed in the breeze, and every now and then, you could see some huge corals emitting white light. Various kinds of marine life swam among them, including octopuses and crabs that Su Yuan recognized, as well as some strangely shaped creatures from another world. Suddenly, Mao Ye sensed something swimming rapidly toward them and immediately patted Shinka's arm beside her. Lei Gulu Gulu. Xianku also noticed the dark figure appearing in the red light. He immediately took out the iron spear behind him and thrust it towards the dark figure. The spear tip, carrying a trace of lightning, forced the dark figure back. Black Sheep reacted as well, pointing his staff in that direction, and a wisp of black mist seemed to hold it firmly like a chain. Then, the spear tip pierced out again, killing the man completely. The dangers of the seabed are indeed much greater than those on land. Su Yuan frowned slightly. In the snowy fields, one rarely sees attacks from wild beasts or magical creatures, but in the ocean, the situation was quite intense. He encountered his first magical beast just a few minutes after arriving. As he got closer to the shadowy corpse, he saw the creature's appearance clearly. A sea serpent as thick as an arm, its head pierced through, its body still twitching. Sea Shadow Serpent. A Tier 1 high-level magical beast, It inhabits the deep ocean and excels at stealth. In critical moments, it will use its body to entangle the enemy and then release paralyzing toxins. It was an ordinary Tier 1 magical beast that didn't produce any rare items, but it did yield quite a few points. However, considering that it might be heading to another strange place later, he withdrew his hand from the trade. No, we need to speed things up. The blood in the ocean was like a beacon. The corpse of the sea shadow serpent was devoured by the monsters that followed, but the blood that had flowed out earlier had already seeped out in all directions. I estimate that other ocean monsters will appear in this place in a little while. Mother, where are we? In a world glowing with blue light, Hayao slowly opened her eyes. She remembered that before she lost consciousness, they had discovered a silvery white fish. To help Su Yuan obtain this luminous creature, his mother led her people in a chase of the silver fish to a coral reef. But the silver fish disappeared as soon as it entered the coral cave, and a black vortex appeared in the coral cave in its place. Before they could react, the vortex's powerful suction pulled them in instantly. Hayao recalled what had happened before, propped herself up with her hands, and anxiously looked around. Everywhere she looked, there were things she had never seen before. The blue glow emanated from the individual crystals, each arranged in a very regular pattern, as if they had been placed there by human hands. The space was still filled with seawater. When she swam to her feet, she found that there was not a single member of her tribe around her. Mother, where are you? The water rippled, and the unique voice of the mermaids echoed through this dark world. But no one responded to her. The silence made Hayao shrink back in fear. At this moment, there was no one around, not even a fish. No, I have to go find my mother and the others. Staying here wouldn't help, so after calming her nerves, Hayao swam upwards. Once she reached the surface, she could go to Su Yuan for help. The siren. Just as she sped upwards, an aged voice rang out from this underwater world that resembled a prison. Hayao trembled, ignoring the voice, and instead increased the frequency of her fishtail movements, a look of panic appearing on her face. Bang! But when she saw the faint blue light from the outside world, a water film appeared in the space above, and the water on the film swept her down like a waterfall. Smack! A second impact rang out as her body was slammed to the seabed by the current. The sand shifted, revealing the hard stone floor beneath. It hurts. What are you? The surrounding blue light grew brighter, illuminating rows of white pillars covered with strange totems, and hanging from the tops were corpses that had long since turned to bones. A fish tail and a human body. This is clearly the corpse of a mermaid. Hayao's face turned deathly pale instantly. The mermaid corpses had their hands bound to white pillars, and a crystal was still biting into their mouths. The energy emitted by the crystal transformed into a stream that converged at the central altar, where it then coalesced into a strange figure with a human torso and a fish tail. Are you a siren too? The two women's appearances weren't exactly worlds apart. Both had human bodies and fish tails. However, compared to Hayao's beautiful face, this woman's appearance was rather unattractive. It had a bluish-green fish tail, a hunched and withered body, and no hair on its head. However, there was a fin-like thing on the top of its head that connected to the fish tail on its back. Which tribe siren are you? Seeing that Hayao remained silent, the illusory figure spoke again, its eyes seemingly filled with doubt about Hayao's appearance. Chapter 174 almost provoked a 9th-tier giant beast. Uluru. After swimming for about 2 hours, just as Su Yuan was starting to worry that they hadn't found Hai Ling and the others yet, and were about to use the second bottle of Cod King fish instant powder. The red light shone from the seabed, just like the red light in Su Yuan's hand, and was very noticeable in that coral reef. To confirm that the light wasn't from the protective orb on his body, he carefully wrapped his orb in animal hide before he could be sure that it was the orb that Hai Ling and the others had left behind. But where is that black vortex? Su Yuan was afraid that he and the others would be accidentally dragged into the strange black vortex like Hai Ling and the others, so he tugged at the ropes binding him. The people swimming around him stopped, staring at him with puzzled looks, wondering what had happened. Wait a minute. Su Yuan made a pause gesture, then took out the shark eye-sensing crystal from his backpack. Fortunately, the ice-tooth shark had provided him with this sensing crystal. Otherwise, if we just slowly explore the seabed without daring to get close, we don't know how much more time we would waste. As mental energy was injected into the sensing crystal, the field of vision gradually expanded. The surroundings were dark, with only 2 locations emitting red light that could be clearly seen. One of them is here, and from God's perspective, it's only about 100 meters away from another coral reef emitting red light. Focusing his gaze on the coral reef, Su Yuan quickly found the abandoned molten guardian orb, which was now lying under a coral reef, half of it buried in the sand. Luckily, we arrived in time. Otherwise, we would have been completely buried and never found again. Damn it. Just as Su Yuan was feeling relieved, he was immediately startled when he looked up. He hadn't expected that the black vortex was actually above the guardian orb, in a cave formed by coral. Fortunately, it was illuminated by red light. Otherwise, with no other glowing plants around, it would have been mistaken for a coral cave entrance. System, can you remotely identify what this vortex actually is? Su Yuan tried to project his vision through the vortex, but unfortunately the sensing crystal couldn't enter the strange vortex. So he could only ask the system for help. If that didn't work, he would have to spend some time trying some old methods to test it. Void Ray Scale. A scale from a juvenile, Tier 1, low-level magical beast, the Void Ray. When the Void Ray tries to escape, it will shed a scale to open a spatial tunnel, then swim into the tunnel to escape. The tunnel can be closed by using magic attacks, or by waiting for its energy to be depleted. It turns out that Hai Ling and the others were accidentally sucked into the spatial tunnel while chasing that Void Ray. I never expected that there would be such a creature involved in space, in this other world. Damn it, if only I could catch it. Items involving space, not to mention unlocking special products. Just exchanging them for points in the system shop wouldn't be a small amount. Note, Void Rays are extremely rare. Adult Void Rays reach the 9th rank. Please assess your own abilities. You mean Hailing and the others hunted down the child of a 9th-tier magical beast? Luckily, I didn't catch it. Otherwise, the moment I grabbed its child, its tail would have ripped through space and sent it flying into outer space. It seems that Hailing and the others will be safe for the time being. But could this tunnel be a one-way teleportation tunnel? His entire star tribe was still in the Snowfield. He didn't want to be transported to a new world through the tunnel and then aimlessly search for his way back. Having figured out the cause of the black vortex, Su Yuan retrieved the sensing crystal. Now, he needed to figure out how to get out after entering it. Just as he was pondering this, a sea turtle the size of a head slowly swam past him, its tiny green eyes curiously observing the new creature that had appeared on the seabed. I choose you, Squirtle. Su Yuan immediately came up with a solution. Before the sea turtle could react, he grabbed its shell with both hands. The little creature couldn't struggle and could only retreat into its shell. The others didn't understand why he suddenly grabbed the sea turtle, but they couldn't say anything and could only observe it quietly. System, give me a 10-meter rope. These things were all worthless. After exchanging them, Su Yuan immediately tied the sea turtle to the rope and then swam over with the sea turtle in his arms. Upon getting closer, I did feel a pulling force, but it wasn't so exaggerated as to suck people in directly. He could also see the black space tunnel clearly through the red light, which was indeed somewhat similar to a vortex, with a tiny silver-white fish scale quietly attached to the top. The black sheep also found it very strange and wanted to get closer to take a closer look, but worried that he would drag everyone else in, so he could only watch from a distance. When they were about 8 or 9 meters away, the suction force became quite strong, and the figures of the group were slowly approaching the vortex. Get out of here. Su Yuan, holding one end of the rope, forcefully threw the sea turtle towards the space tunnel. Just as the sea turtle, feeling liberated, poked its head out and tried to escape, the powerful suction of the spatial tunnel pulled it inside. The rope holding it taut instantly, the powerful pull nearly dragging him over as well. Upon seeing this, Xi and Ku and the other two immediately used all their strength, grabbing the coral reef behind them with one hand and pulling hard on the rope with the other. Glug glug. The turtle was pulled back from the vortex. It seemed to be in good condition, but it was a little panicked by the unexpected spatial travel. Looks like everything's fine. It's my turn now. After untying the rope and releasing the sea turtle, Su Yuan put the rope around himself and handed the other end to them amidst their flustered expressions. Wah! Mao Yi tried to untie the ropes binding Su Yuan and put them on herself, but she couldn't untie the complicated knots at all. Unable to speak, the group could only whimper and groan. Each time they tried to speak, they only managed to swallow a mouthful of water without uttering a single word. In the end, Su Yuan managed to calm them down. He told them that as long as he went in and pulled the rope twice, they would immediately pull him out. Little Cat Knight's eyes were fixed on the tunnel entrance, her hands gripping the rope tightly. At the slightest movement, they would pull the rope with all their might. As he approached the black spatial tunnel, Su Yuan's heart was in his throat. He wasn't without fear, even with the sea turtle as a pioneer. But as the leader of the Star Tribe, and as a man, he couldn't possibly hide in the back like a coward and wait to escape. You could say he's weak, not as strong as Xi and Ku, sure, and the other big beast girls, but cowardice and weakness are two different things. Gulp. Swallowing hard, Su Yuan was sucked into the space tunnel with his eyes wide open, clutching the ice spike scroll and cold mist spore bullets he had temporarily exchanged. Chapter 175 Biting and Refining. Celebrating the extra chapter, she wrote for telling me the cat needed to sleep +1. Whew. I've never felt this nauseous since I first traveled to this other world. As I passed through the space tunnel, a strong sense of nausea surged through me. It was even more nauseous than the feeling I had when riding the elevator. Fortunately, he survived. Su Yuan dared not be careless and carefully observed the other side of the space tunnel, a new world filled with white light, holding the prop in his hand. The surrounding space was vast, with something resembling white coral enveloping the entire world, obscuring both the sky and the ocean. In this white world, there are only giant white clams larger than a person and faint fluorescent lights on the coral walls. To his relief, the entrance to the space tunnel behind him still existed, and half of the rope was still visible in the black vortex. The black tunnel on this side no longer had any suction force. Instead, it was pushing Su Yuan forward. If it weren't for the taut rope, he probably would have been thrown out of the tunnel when he came through. No wonder the sea turtles felt a pulling sensation when they came in. You can actually breathe here? And this seawater too. Su Yuan took a deep breath, somewhat surprised. The air smelled damp, with a fishy stench in addition to the scent of seawater. The seawater that had once submerged him was now only up to his knees. He didn't go any further, but carefully broke off a piece of coral that was emitting a white fluorescent glow. Fluorescent coral paste, made from powdered natural white coral and jade whale bone. It emits a bright glow that never fades. Trading price, 500 points. If such a small piece is worth 500 points, then this entire world made of fluorescent coral paste must be worth hundreds of millions of points. Wait, is this the time to think about points? Su Yuan put the small piece of fluorescent coral paste into his pocket. Since it was a place where one could breathe and there was no danger, he could let Mao Yi and the others come in as well. While searching for someone, we wait for the Cod King Fish Instant Powder to be refreshed, which will also provide an extra layer of insurance when we go out. Click, click, click. Just as Su Yuan was about to retreat, a giant clam in the distance suddenly opened its mouth and lunged at him. There was definitely something wrong. Su Yuan immediately threw the prop in his hand over, and at the same time tugged at the rope behind him twice. In an instant, the powerful pull pulled him out again. Seawater filled his mouth and nose again, and Mao Yi and the others behind him quickly pulled him back, their expressions constantly checking Su Yuan's physical condition. They breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that everyone was all right. Let's go in together. There are clamshell monsters inside. Su Yuan roughly made a hand gesture, and seeing the right hand making a clamp-like motion as if to bite the left hand, the others understood what was going on. Xianku immediately grabbed the long spear in his hand. This time, the group did not resist. As they were sucked into the black vortex, they crossed the space tunnel together. Cough, cough, cough. I was so suffocated. Hey, I can talk again. After being expelled from the space tunnel, the three beast girls shook off the seawater from their heads and tails and breathed on land again, which made Nicoya exclaim with some surprise. But at that moment, the giant clam, its shell stained with blood and frost, bit down again. White jade clam, a mid-level tier 2 magical beast with a powerful bite force. It likes to swallow its enemies whole and refine them into white jade pearls. Holy crap, a master alchemist. So all that rushing over there before was an attempt to refine himself into a pearl? With Xianku and the others around this time, Su Yuan wasn't so worried. He didn't even have to take action himself. A black mist from the black sheep staff enveloped the giant clam, crackling and popping. Beside him, Xianku pierced the pink flesh inside the clam with his spear, stepped on the edge of the clam shell, and transmitted electric current through the iron spear in his hand, causing the clam meat to emit white smoke. Then, the spear slammed into the clam shell above, splitting the giant clam in two. Be careful, there are still quite a few nearby. There were quite a few white jade clam shells around, and after making a commotion, they all hopped and skipped towards Su Yuan and his companions. Something's not right. Su Yuan, hiding in the back and observing the situation in this white world, felt uneasy. These are the ones attacking them right in front of them, but what about those white jade clam shells that are standing still in the distance? Not good. Su Yuan instantly guessed a possibility. Although this spatial tunnel was filled with repulsive force on one side of this coral world, it was not impossible to get out. But what if Hai Ling and the others came in and were swallowed by the white jade clam while they were still dizzy? The seawater here is only knee-deep, which poses a significant challenge to the movement of the rest of the tribe, except for the sea spirits who can transform into legs. Whether it is true or not, Su Yuan has to verify it himself. It would be a disaster if Hai Ling and the others were refined into pearls. Cat Knight, Xian Ku, Black Sheep, you guys deal with those demonic clams. Hai Ling and the others might have been captured by these guys. I'll go with you to rescue them. Mao Yi changed into her weapon, and the awakening rune on her forehead lit up. Her figure moved like lightning, immediately bringing Su Yuan to the motionless white jade clam. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle tap produced a dull sound from the white jade clam's shell, indicating that the shell was exceptionally thick. Inflammation. Su Yuan originally planned to use a molten lava spell to burn through the clam shell, but considering the mermaid trapped inside, he had to abandon the idea. System, give me an axe. Since magic couldn't solve the problem, they had no choice but to resort to brute force. Su Yuan exchanged for a refined iron axe and chopped at the closed edge of the clamshell. It seemed that the white jade clam knew his thoughts, and its mouth, which had been tightly shut, was now swaying its body, trying to escape. Clang! The axe struck the clamshell with force, and the recoil made Su Yuan feel his right arm go numb, and a small crack was also knocked into the edge of the clamshell. Having consumed a considerable amount of life energy-rich beverages, his power was now on a completely different level from his original self when he first transmigrated. Su Yuan, I can't open this clamshell. The situation on Maoya's side was not so good. Her awakened ability was not in the area of strength, and no matter how much she scratched with her little paws, she could not break through the hard shell. Go help Xian Ku and the others. Leave this to me. All right then, be careful. If any of these big seashells bite, call me. After Maoya left, Su Yuan rubbed his numb arm, picked up the axe, and struck the edge of the clam shell a few more times. By the time he had opened the crack to the size of his arm, the axe was already dull. However, he could also see what was inside through the gap. On the clam meat, a figure was lying quietly. Under the glow of the coral white light, a dazzling glint of light flashed across the figure's skin before his eyes. We need to hurry. Chapter 176, The Mermaid Who Almost Was Refined, celebrating the extra chapter for the lies in the Dream +1. System, exchange for the shark tooth blade for me. Using this iron axe to chop was too slow. Su Yuan opened the special items page and glanced through it, then redeemed the armor-piercing dagger he had unlocked by killing the ice-tooth shark. The blade is very long and straight, and from the appearance it looks like a blade made of teeth. The blade edge is like shark serrations, and the handle is made of shark skin. Clang, 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 clang. Good stuff. These 4,000 points are quite a good deal. A refined iron axe costs over 200 points, and it's practically useless after splitting open just one clamshell. Opening all the clamshells would probably cost 4,000 points. While the shark tooth blade did require some effort to cut through the clamshell, it was much better than chopping with an axe. With a forceful slash, it easily cut a gash in the shell. Giggle, giggle. A strange cry came from the clamshell. Realizing that it was being cut up, the white jade clam stopped defending itself and opened its shell, intending to bite Su Yuan to death. Clang. However, as soon as the clam opened, a large piece of the upper shell fell into the seawater, and a large opening was cut open in the middle of the upper part of the white jade clam shell. Go ahead and bite people with your lousy teeth. I don't have time to play with you. Su Yuan immediately took the sleeping mermaid out of the room. The young mermaid had her eyes closed, and her starlight algae clothes and fishtail were covered with a layer of white crystals. At this moment, it resembles a mermaid statue carved from white jade. Is it too late already? Su Yuan frowned, grabbed the leaky white jade clam that rushed forward to bite him to death, and then kicked it away. He gently touched the girl's face with his palm and could feel its softness and warmth. The layer of white jade crystals also stuck to his palm. Rare item detected. White jade pearl powder. Tradable for 800 points, or 80 points. New special item added. Host, please select the direction of the transaction. Su Yuan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the white jade clam shell and meat were not rare items, but the pearl powder produced inside the clam was. White jade pearl powder. White jade clam uses pearl powder ingested by foreign objects to refine it. Through special techniques, it can be made into a potion that enhances the skin's defenses. The scrape from such a slap was less than the size of a fingernail, yet it was already worth 800 points. This was one of the more valuable items Su Yuan had ever seen. If you raise a dozen or so of these white jade clam shells and scrape them every day, over and over again, the points you earn in a year will be enough to build a city. Unfortunately, this was just wishful thinking. Getting out of this godforsaken place was already a hassle, and most importantly, his purpose in coming here was to rescue people. However, we can deal with this thing first. White jade ointment, 3,000 points. Note, Made from white jade pearl powder, apply to the skin and leave for 10 minutes. It can cause the skin surface to become jade-like for 1 hour, during which time it reduces physical damage and provides pain immunity before the jade-like surface breaks. 1 tube of ointment costs 3,000 points. Suyuan glanced at it briefly. The amount in the picture was like that of a skincare product from his previous life. If applied to the whole body, it would be enough for at least 2 people. Ignoring the unlocked items, the mermaid in his arms remained unconscious. Suyuan pressed his hand against her chest, where her heart was still beating slightly. Thankfully, they're all right. But how do we wake them up? His first thought was artificial respiration. But isn't that just giving oxygen to a person? Mermaids need the oxygen they need to breathe on land. I don't want to think about that anymore. Let's save everyone first. Nicoya, you stay and watch over her. I'm going to rescue the others. After putting the mermaid into the water, Suyuan ran to another clam. These creatures were somewhat intelligent and perhaps knew what had happened to the previous white jade clam. When he arrived, the giant mouth immediately opened, intending to swallow him whole. Flame shield. An orange-red flame shield appeared in front of him, and the clam shell that had bitten into the shield was blocked. The flames burned the clam shell and the clam meat inside its mouth. Suyuan seized the opportunity and immediately carried the person out. A fireball rose in his hand, instantly roasting the clam meat until it smelled delicious. The battle on the side also came to an end. Some second-tier magical beasts were no match for Xian Ku and Black Sheep. Before long, all of the dozen or so white jade clamshells were opened. All the clamshells here were opened one by one, and Suyuan rescued all the mermaids from the sea spirit tribe. However, no matter how he looked, he couldn't find any trace of Hai Ling and Hai Yao. Suyuan, what should we do next? We can't wake them up no matter what we do. The group carried the mermaids over. A dozen mermaids lay there quietly, each covered in white jade and pearl crystals. Xian Ku's question gave Suyuan a headache as well, as he also had no idea what was going on with these mermaids. Never mind, let's try artificial respiration first. Let me try it first. Suyuan picked up the mermaid in his arms, washed away the white jade pearl powder from her face, and then kissed her. He immediately transferred oxygen to her. The mermaid's lips were cool and refreshing, like a piece of jelly, but now was not the time to think about such things. After blowing continuously for several minutes, even he was so oxygen-deprived that his vision blurred, when the mermaid in his arms began to cough violently. She spat out the seawater along with the white crystals into the seawater beside her. Feeling uncomfortable, she leaned against Suyuan and dry-heaved, spitting out a lot of white jade pearl crystals from her mouth and nose. It seems that if we had arrived a day later, the merfolk's internal organs would have already begun to be refined, and by then it would have been too late to rescue them. Cough, 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 you are? Leader Suyuan. These mermaids had previously come to Suyuan's tribe with Hai Ling, so they naturally recognized Suyuan. After seeing who was holding them, they shouted excitedly. Don't rush, Nicoya, blow air into them like I did before. After arranging things for Maoya and the other two, Suyuan turned to the mermaid and asked, what happened to you? I didn't see Hailing and Hai Yao. The mermaid frowned and said somewhat dejectedly, I don't know either. We were sucked into the vortex first, while the leaders and the others were still outside. Then, before we could even react, we were swallowed by these clams. When we came to our senses, we saw you. It seems these mermaids don't know what's going on either. Hai Ling, being the last one to enter, had time to send them a message, but where could they possibly go? Suyuan put her down, frowned, and looked at the white world. For some reason, after calming down, he felt as if a pair of eyes were watching him. Is it just my imagination? Chapter 177. Your focus is too peculiar, isn't it? In the dark and quiet depths of the ocean, a few blue lights illuminate the surrounding desolate environment. Who are you? What about my mother and my people? Hai Yao glared at the ugly creature in front of her. Even though it was just a phantom, it still exuded a very powerful aura. Your mother? That shaman? She's a bit too noisy. I let her sleep a little in peace. And your people? They're too weak. You. Hai Yao's heart jumped into her throat, fearing that this guy would say something bad. Hee, I have given them a new life. When the time comes, I will take you to welcome them. What the hell are you? Me? I am the ancestor of you sirens, the former master of this world, the siren shaman, Bloodscale. The phantom was arrogant, proclaiming its former supreme status, and the surrounding mermaid skeletons seemed to echo its words. A siren? What's that? However, Hai Yao looked confused and didn't understand what the illusory figure meant by the sea monster race. Bloodscale was not surprised. He sighed helplessly and said slowly to Hai Yao, I didn't expect that in just a few thousand years, Not only have your appearances changed, but you have also forgotten your own origins. It's all right, child, I will forgive you, because you are the only way for me to be reborn. A wisp of bloody smoke emerged from the skeletal mouths of the surrounding pillars. Instead of flowing with the current in the seabed, it gathered around Haiyao. A strange song began to play in her ears, and she felt extremely tired. She couldn't even open her eyes. After struggling for a while, she slowly laid down on the stone slab. It's been almost 1,000 years. I wonder if the old thing is still alive or not. That rhythm from beyond the sky, could it be that you have another little shrimp brat coming in? As it murmured, Bloodscale's gaze fell upon the transparent membrane above, and the scene before its eyes transformed into a white coral world. The tranquil white jade clam had been completely destroyed, and the mermaids who had been trapped were rescued one by one. 2 legs, a land-dwelling orc. The phantom of Bloodscale frowned. The tomb it had prepared was deep in the sea, a place that ordinary orcs could not possibly enter. These creatures not only came, but they also wiped out the white jade clam that it had cultivated in the coral world, a precious creature nurtured for its future resurrection and the application of white jade to its body. Damn orc bastards, how did these guys even get in here? Just as it was glaring angrily at Su Yuan and the others in the white coral, a pair of eyes also looked at it, their dark pupils and black hair filled with an eerie feeling. It was as if I could see it hiding deep in the sea. Looking at that person, Bloodscale, who was originally about to make a move, stopped in disbelief, and only after a full half-minute did he reveal a smug smile. Interesting. Black hair and black eyes, no tail or wings, yet he looks just like that divine messenger. Then let my little darlings play with you. If you truly possess the abilities of a divine messenger, I will wait for your arrival here, Bloodscale said with an expectant smile. Ignoring the people in the coral, it waved its hand, and a bone staff floated out from the mermaid corpse in the center. The surrounding blue glow began to shine again as it waved. In the coral world, Su Yuan and his companions rescued all the mermaids, but every piece of information they knew was exactly as the mermaid had said before. They knew nothing about their leader or Haiyao's whereabouts. Su Yuan, this looks like a picture that someone carved. At this moment, Mao Yi called out to Su Yuan from afar. Among the bright white coral, there were some other colored lights, but they were not so obvious. Only by getting close can one see that on the rock face made of fluorescent coral paste, rough murals were carved with other colors of coral paste. A group of ugly mermaids? Su Yuan was dumbfounded. In the mural, a group of mermaids were kneeling before a rather tall-looking mermaid. The more he looked at the mural, the more it resembled. Holy crap, could it be that the spatial tunnel has somehow led us into the tomb of some mermaid tribe leader? Isn't this supposed to be a primitive society? How come these mermaids from who knows how many years ago already knew how to build tombs? Furthermore, behind the leader in the painting is something that looks like a chair, with a golden glow highlighting the chair's grandeur. And it's a seat with armrests, damn it. Is this picture a joke? Mermaids, underwater, sitting on a chair? Su Yuan was too lazy to complain about the outrageous mural anymore, and turned his head to look at the other murals. Another illustration depicts the Mermaid King leading his tribe of mermaids on a journey across the ocean, where they unexpectedly discover a peculiar structure shimmering with green light. The building is exceptionally large. Judging from the proportions shown in the murals, they are not even as tall as the green pillars within the building. The mermaids discovered a high-ranking mermaid messenger in the building. All the mermaids knelt before the mermaid messenger, who then bestowed upon the mermaid king even greater power. The more I look at this, the more something seems off. Could this be the tomb of that mermaid messenger? But after seeing what happened next, that idea was immediately dispelled. The subsequent plot is that the merman king received a divine artifact bestowed by a divine messenger, conquered the entire sea, but unfortunately, he was betrayed by his subordinates in the end. On his deathbed, he used a divine artifact to build a tomb, and in the end, he and the artifact were buried together in this tomb. What nonsense. Does this mean there really are gods in this world? And this mural records the story of divine artifacts from the ocean beyond this world? Su Yuan pondered for a moment and dismissed this possibility. Murals are not photographs or videos. The carvers would subjectively add some mythological elements during the carving process. Most importantly, these paintings are too abstract. Not only did the artists have subjective biases, but even Su Yuan, who translated these murals, added his own subjective interpretations. However, the general story should be similar to that in the murals. The one lying in the tomb is very likely the Mermaid King, as for the divine artifact bestowed by the divine messenger. There are also stories of mermaid kings who used divine artifacts to unify the oceans and become the kings of the sea, and others who were buried with divine artifacts. That remains to be discussed. Cat Knight, standing to the side, followed Su Yuan's example, stroking his chin as he observed the mural, nodding occasionally, as if he was just missing a pair of glasses to push it up. What? Did you figure something out? Su Yuan couldn't help but ask, somewhat puzzled. Maoya nodded very seriously, then said in a solemn tone, "These mermaids are so ugly, not as pretty as Hai Yao and the others." In a sense, what Maoya said makes sense, but is now the time to focus on this. Chapter 178, The Ocean Disaster. Although the veracity of this distant legend is unclear, it did provide him with some useful information. That is the general shape of the Merman King's tomb. Based on the somewhat abstract paintings on the murals, we can tell that it is a tomb with the body structure of a whale. I just don't know exactly where I am on this whale. Of course, reality isn't a game, and the Mermaid King wouldn't tell him the detailed map, nor would he design any puzzles for Su Yuan to solve. In that case, the only solution is violence. Su Yuan glanced at the murals to make sure he hadn't missed anything, then returned to the group. By this time, the mermaids had mostly recovered. However, since they are not awakened warriors or witches, their fishtails cannot transform into long legs like the sea spirits, and the water in the coral world is not enough for them to stand up. Everyone braced themselves on the ground, looking at Su Yuan with bewildered expressions. Hailing and the others have most likely been taken down there by something. We're planning to go down and look for them. Do you want to go out and wait, or wait here? We must go and rescue the leader and Hai Yao too. That's right. We wouldn't have left without leader Hailing. The chattering voices all expressed concern for Hai Ling and Hai Yao. Su Yuan looked at them with a headache, given the presence of the white jade demon clam and the sudden disappearance of Hai Ling and the others. That place is certainly not as quiet as this cleaned-up world of fluorescent corals. It was even fraught with danger. However, these mermaids refused to leave alone, so Su Yuan had no choice but to let them follow him for now, as finding a way out was the most important thing at the moment. Looking around, the ground was completely filled with fluorescent coral paste, so Su Yuan took out the sensing crystal from his backpack again. The perspective expands to the entire world made of fluorescent coral paste, where white light illuminates the whole world. There are fine gaps in the ceiling made of these coral pastes, and the fluorescence shines out from the gaps. The outside world was not as quiet and dark as one might imagine. There were many fluorescent corals growing around, as well as floating green seaweed. The fish seemed to have gotten used to the big creatures in this place. As expected, we are still in the deep sea, but fortunately, this place provides an environment where we can breathe normally. If we had accidentally broken it during the previous battle, it is estimated that this place will soon be submerged by seawater. So it was a secret passage? How does this Mermaid King know so much? Using his senses to peer through the crack, Su Yuan discovered a sealed passage to the side of the previous spatial tunnel. The passage was extremely long, with only a thick layer of fluorescent coral paste blocking the way directly in front. Xian Ku, use the axe to split this place open. Su Yuan led everyone to the passage. Like other places, it was also decorated with murals of the Mermaid King, but these were too abstract. He couldn't understand it at all either. Bang! Upon receiving the order, Xian Ku took the somewhat dull axe and cleaved a deep gash the size of a head with a single blow. Before long, water began to seep out of the crack, and the flow became more and more intense as it gushed from the crack. Puff! Seawater began to fill the open space, rising from knee level to everyone's lower abdomen. Because Nicoya was so small, the seawater even reached her chest. Ugh, I can't walk anymore. Seeing the cat girl's distressed state, Su Yuan had no choice but to pick her up and put her on his shoulders. Behind them, the rising water level gave the mermaids more room to swim. They all swam to Su Yuan's side, and several mermaids even took out weapons made of fish bones from their clothes. Let's go. Everyone be careful, and if we encounter any danger, we'll dodge immediately. Su Yuan couldn't take care of so many mermaids, so he had to let them take care of their own safety. After the seawater stabilized, the group began to walk inside. The passageway isn't particularly narrow, and compared to the fluorescent corals outside, it's a completely new world. You can see the ocean world outside through the transparent membrane all around. The membrane was supported by huge fish bones and dotted with tiny dots that emitted white light, as if it could breathe, slowly shimmering with each breath. This creation is simply amazing. Su Yuan couldn't help but sigh. It felt as if he had stepped into an aquarium, surrounded by seawater, with starlight illuminating the path ahead. If he had a cell phone, he would have taken dozens of photos. So beautiful. Unlike Su Yuan's amazement, Mao Yi and the others looked at this strange world with great joy, their hands gently touching the transparent film, which could create ripples. Su Yuan also curiously used the identification system to examine the thin film. Jade fluorescent whale skin. Transparent whale skin made from the skin of the jade fluorescent giant whale using special techniques. It is extremely tough and can negate most magical and physical damage. It seems that this whale tomb was not created by the Mermaid King in an instant using a divine artifact. This special technique is most likely some kind of alchemy. In addition, both the fluorescent coral paste and this jade fluorescent whale skin mentioned a jade fluorescent whale. The true story is probably that the Mermaid King led his tribe to kill a jade glowing whale, and then used the alchemy techniques taught by some divine artifact to create this tomb. Could these divine messengers and artifacts be aliens and knowledge imparted to them by aliens? Su Yuan muttered a somewhat helpless complaint, but quickly dismissed the thought. If there really were aliens, how come this world is still in such a primitive state? Could it be that a group of aliens from a primitive society have arrived? Su Yuan, watch out for the water. Just as he was lost in thought, the cat riding on his neck had runes appear on its forehead, and a faint light shone from its vertical pupils. Xianku immediately realized what was happening, took a breath, and squatted down. In front of them, one after another transparent monsters were swimming rapidly toward them. She immediately thrust out her spear, piercing the foremost monster, and the monsters behind her pounced on it in droves. Step back. After emerging from the water, she immediately shouted at the people behind her. Although she didn't know what those guys were, her biological instincts told her that they were extremely dangerous. Su Yuan retreated without hesitation, but with half his body submerged in seawater, how could he move quickly? Fortunately, the mermaids reacted swiftly and immediately grabbed him, pulling him back. The black sheep muttered incantations, and wisps of black mist blocked its path. The monsters in the water lost much of their speed after passing through the mist. Xianku, let me see that monster. As he swam, he called out to Xianku, who immediately handed the iron spear to Su Yuan. At the tip of the gun, a somewhat transparent jellyfish with vibrant patterns was pierced, and drops of blue blood dripped from it. Whirling Float, a Tier 1 low-level magical beast, a scourge of the ocean. It searches for prey by sound waves. When it encounters an enemy, it releases a sonic wave to knock the enemy away. A group of Whispering Float will actively attack enemies. The sonic waves it releases can be stacked. Being hit by high-frequency sound waves will paralyze it. This level of magical beast is actually a sea monster. Chapter 179 Gaga Gaga. Although it was just a low-level Tier 1 magical beast, the words oceanic disaster were particularly significant. Su Yuan opened the system shop and browsed through it while in the mermaid's arms. Among all the special products accumulated over the years, none are effective against these small jellyfish. If one were to actually encounter them, the shimmering waves they release could probably shatter one's internal organs. Suddenly, the light above changed from dim to extremely bright. Su Yuan looked up and saw that they had escaped back to the coral world they had been in before. System, exchange some firecrackers for me, the waterproof and loud kind. If they don't go off, I'll fight you to the death. At this critical moment of life and death, Su Yuan didn't care about points and exchanged several Thunder King firecrackers for them without even looking at the price. Su Yuan, should we break out? Black Sheep released a black barrier around everyone, glanced at the black vortex behind him, and asked with a slight frown. Don't rush. These little jellyfish are afraid of loud noises. When you hear a sound, if they float to the surface, kill them. A large number of shimmering floating pods have already flooded the passage ahead, and their dark shadows can be seen on the water's surface even without diving in. Su Yuan ignited a flame at his fingertip, setting the fist-sized Thunder Kings ablaze before tossing them into the swarm of jellyfish. Gurgle gurgle. The moment the Thunder King firecracker was thrown in, a swarm of white bubbles appeared. The surrounding jellyfish did not sense any danger. Instead, they extended their tentacles and grabbed the firecrackers. Su Yuan wasn't sure if the vibration from the firecrackers counted as a high-frequency fluctuation, so he was prepared to lead everyone to evacuate at any time. Bang! Bang! As several muffled sounds rang out from the water, several splashes of water erupted from the jellyfish swarm, and the shockwaves even pushed a group of jellyfish right in front of the group. However, the small jellyfish seemed to be paralyzed, lying motionless on the surface of the water, while more jellyfish in the distance also floated up. Quickly, get started. Su Yuan shouted to the people around him, explaining that the high-frequency fluctuations displayed by the identification function could only paralyze them, and he was unsure when these guys would recover. Everyone reacted immediately, grabbing their weapons and stabbing at the little jellyfish's body. Blue blood quickly spread on the water's surface. Fire blast. Su Yuan didn't stop either. While everyone was killing the jellyfish in front of them, he threw a head-sized red flame mixed with black fragments into the jellyfish swarm in the distance. Bang! In an instant, the massive explosion shattered the jellyfish in the entire area, its power even more terrifying than the Thunder King previously used. I should have just used magic directly. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. This was Su Yuan's first time using fireball magic, and he didn't expect it to be so powerful. Of course, the draining of magic power was also quite frightening. This one shot completely drained the magic power from his body. With that large area of shimmering floating pods gone, dealing with the rest wouldn't be so urgent. Su Yuan removed the jellyfish that had been stuck into the spear. Rare item detected, sounding bag. Tradable for 500 points or 50 points. New special items added. Host, please select the direction of the transaction. It's actually a rare item, but it's probably because the level of the ghostly floating bag is too low, so the points for unlocking rare items are not many. Unlock, unlock. Fortunately, he still had a chance to make a transaction today. He used it once when he entered this spatial passage, which was the pearl powder produced by the white jade clam. After unlocking, an arrow without an arrowhead appeared in the special items. Silent arrow, 100 points. Note, upon firing, it emits a high-frequency blast, temporarily deafening enemies within a 5-meter radius and inflicting a brief stun. Isn't this just an arrow version of a stun grenade? I already owned this weapon before even upgrading to level 2 in the shop. Su Yuan immediately spent his points to buy an ordinary wooden bow, and at the same time exchanged for a silent arrow, aiming at the remaining few floating bags of the eerie sound that were about to awaken in the distance. Gah! The silent arrow emitted a peculiar cry unlike that of ordinary arrows, and then vibrated intensely as it entered the water. It wasn't as obvious from the water's surface as the previous firecrackers, but the small jellyfish nearby had already floated back to the surface upside down. It would be even better if some flash could be added. Su Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Although this thing didn't seem to do any harm, it had a significant impact on the enemy. The remaining shimmering floats were quickly eliminated by Su Yuan's occasional silent arrows, leaving behind the jellyfish corpses floating on the surface and the blood that had stained the entire area blue. Even a corpse with such a large head and a ghostly floating bladder is worth 800 points. This whole area is worth at least 40,000 to 50,000 points. Adding to those that he previously blasted into pieces with his flames, they're worth at least 60,000 to 70,000 points, but unfortunately, there's no way to take them with me. If only I had a storage ring like those in fantasy novels. I've unlocked so many special items, but not a single one is related to space. Wait a minute. Su Yuan remembered the void ray scale he had left outside before. Wasn't that thing related to space? If he could get his hands on it, wouldn't he make a fortune? Even if it's not a special item, anything that involves space is probably not cheap. We must get our hands on it once we get out. After dealing with the floating bag, the group returned to the passage. Having experienced a harrowing escape before, everyone was much more cautious this time. The blue blood has spread into the channel, turning the originally clean seawater somewhat murky. It's probably impossible to see clearly underwater even if you dive in. I was terrified before. I thought it was some kind of scary monster, but it turned out to be just this little guy. In the passage, Mao Yi was still lying on Su Yuan's back, playing with a piece of the corpse of the Yu Ming floating bag in her hand. The little thing felt icy cold to the touch, like squeezing jelly. Su Yuan patted her bottom and said in a serious tone, "Don't underestimate them. 1 or 2 are of course not dangerous, but if there are many of them, they can shake your stomach to pieces." Crunch, crunch. I felt it too. If we had been a step slower, we would have all been doomed. Xin-Ku was still somewhat frightened as she complained. The feeling of death approaching still made her feel uneasy. But before she could finish recalling the terrifying scene, a squeaking sound interrupted her thoughts. Crunch, crunch. Nicoya, can you please stop pinching that thing? Chapter 180. So sleepy, about to fall asleep. The passage wasn't very long, but it still took a lot of effort from everyone. Besides the previously heard eerie float, there was also a school of fish with mottled white spots all over their bodies. However, the threat was not as terrifying as the eerie floating bladder, which was known as the scourge of the ocean. It consisted of ordinary fish that had entered the body of the jade, glowing giant whale and had been consuming the bone meal for a long time. I don't know how long I walked, but the scene in front of me was no longer the same as before, and the view around me gradually opened up. The road, which was originally illuminated by those fireflies, became somewhat dim, and a faint blue light slowly shone in the sky in the distance. Everyone be careful. The safer a place seems, the more dangerous it is, especially a dark and quiet place. Stepping into this gloomy world, everything seems to fall into a deathly silence. Only the seawater beneath them rippled gently as they moved, shimmering in the dim light. Su Yuan immediately took out the guardian orb from his backpack. The red light illuminated his surroundings, and it could be shattered to form a fire barrier in case of danger. It's just a question of whether this fire barrier can rise from the seawater. Under the red light, the surrounding environment was clearly visible, as vast as ever. The seawater was much clearer here, and the blue light in the sky appeared and disappeared. Let's search along the rock wall first. I wonder if the Mermaid King's diary is here. Su Yuan looked around but couldn't see anything amiss. He dived underwater but found nothing wrong either, so he led the group toward the edge of the wall. Smack! The rock face in this place wasn't far away. After walking for a short while, he felt his body bump into something soft. Under the red light, he could see his own reflection in front of him. Jade Flicker Whale Fat Plate. A fat plate made from the blubber of the jade flicker whale using special techniques. It has strong blocking properties and can deflect some magical attacks. This is a great thing. If we could wear it, wouldn't we be immune to magical attacks? Su Yuan touched the smooth, white, jade-like whale fat plate with a touch of envy, regretting that he couldn't remove it, since he could only come to this place once. The tunnel outside will close sooner or later, and he must retrieve the scale related to space. So after they leave, who knows when they'll ever find this underwater tomb again. It seems that the entire carcass of the jade, glowing giant whale has been turned into a tomb. But where exactly is the Mermaid King? After thinking it over, Su Yuan roughly guessed the situation. Besides him and the people of the Sea Spirit tribe, there was a third party in this giant whale tomb. It could even be said that it was this mysterious third party that led to Hai Ling and Hai Yao's disappearance. And his intuition, honed from reading countless tomb raiding novels, told him that this third party was very likely the Mermaid King who obtained the divine artifact. But what is the purpose of this? Could it be to revive the glory of the merfolk? The group followed the blubber plates as they walked. There were no markings on the blubber plates in this area. After walking for a while, only a faint blue light in the distance seemed to be getting closer. The red glowing guardian orb and the blue light high in the distance complemented each other. Just as Su Yuan was wondering about the blue light, he suddenly stepped on something. It's soft and bumpy. It feels a bit like. Su Yuan quickly tossed the guardian orb to Mao Yi behind him, then crouched down and took it out with both hands. Under the red light, he could see the delicate face on it. Sea Spirit? Leader. Su Yuan never expected that it was Hai Ling in the water. Seeing her like this, he placed his finger in front of Hai Ling's nose with some concern. Oh no, he's not breathing. Could he have drowned? Wait a minute. Mermaids can drown in seawater? Su Yuan immediately placed his palm on Hai Ling's chest. He could feel her steady and strong heartbeat through her clothes, so she didn't seem to be in any trouble. Su Yuan, is Hai Ling all right? Xi and Ku and the others also gathered around worriedly. The mermaids were somewhat anxious, and they all looked to Su Yuan for help. It's nothing, but I don't know what happened either, you guys. Just then, a blue light suddenly shone in the sky, the bright blue light overshadowing the red light reflected from the guardian orb. In the bright blue light, a huge figure slowly leaped out. The figure was enormous and seemed to move in the sky as if it were swimming in the sea. Yo! A strange cry rang out from the sky, its sound waves echoing throughout the space like ripples on the surface of water. Oh no! Quick, cover your ears. Recalling the description displayed on the whale fat plaque he had seen earlier, Su Yuan's expression changed drastically, and he quickly covered his ears. The echoing sound still reached his ears through his fingers, though much quieter, but a wave of drowsiness instantly washed over him. Damn it, I can't fall here. Su Yuan's expression was somewhat grim. He finally understood why Hai Ling had collapsed in this place. The mermaids who collapsed here still had a chance to survive. But if he and other land creatures like Nicoya fell down, they would drown within minutes. The people around him also looked drowsy, and Mao Yi behind him had already fallen asleep, her little head resting on Su Yuan's shoulder. A glistening drop of saliva began to drip from her small mouth. System, send me a tree trunk with high buoyancy. Now, he had to deal with Mao Yi and the other two first. Su Yuan bit his tongue hard and instantly became much more alert. After exchanging the tree trunk, he put the three of them on it. Quickly, see if there's any other way. Everyone around him had fallen asleep, except for Black Sheep, whose mental strength was relatively strong. He waved his staff, creating a layer of black mist shield around everyone. The effect of the sound waves was reduced, but it still didn't solve the problem. Su Yuan knew that the drowsiness was not caused by the sound, but by a peculiar magical fluctuation. Even with your ears plugged, the magic will still interfere with you if you hear even the slightest sound. So he quickly browsed through the system's special store. If he still couldn't solve the problem, he would have no choice but to stab himself in the back. I've got it. I don't know if this will work. System, exchange this for a goblin stone necklace for me. Goblin stone necklace, for 1,000 points. Note, wearing this item will keep you alert and slightly increase your magic power. The goblin stone necklace with 4,000 points was a reward from defeating the pigman horde shaman a long time ago. It was originally intended for Black Sheep to use to see if it could break the control of the light of the moon. After rescuing the Black Sheep with the purification syrup, Su Yuan felt that the effect of staying conscious was temporarily useless, so he didn't exchange for it again. The item I exchanged during the night raid on Black Sheep is still hanging around Red Fox's neck. Now it seems this thing might actually come in handy. Su Yuan was holding on to his last breath. His eyelids were already drooping, as if he hadn't slept for 10 days and was about to fall asleep completely at any moment. Fortunately, he managed to put the necklace on his neck with all his might. In an instant, a feeling of coolness rushed into my brain. Chapter 181. Where did I come from? Is this still a primitive tribe? What exactly is this thing? After regaining his senses, Su Yuan looked at the giant blue whale in the sky with lingering fear. The soul of the jade glowing giant whale? He had killed many monsters and orcs before, but no souls had appeared. How come he encountered a soul-like creature here? No, where did this space tunnel come from? Is this still my original alien world? As the whale's spirit swam, the eerie cries did not end, echoing wave after wave throughout the entire dark blue world. Su Yuan raised his head and carefully observed the sky above. He couldn't see clearly before because it was too dark, but now, under the faint light, he could see some white bones hanging above. The skeletons were strung together and hung from top to bottom in the air. The number of skeletons hanging at each location was not uniform, but from a distance, it could be felt that these skeletons were not placed randomly. When the blue light carried by the whale's soul swam to the edge of a partition wall, Su Yuan saw a huge white skull with its head drooping limply downwards. Looking at the skeleton of the skeleton again, it was clearly arranged to resemble the skeleton of a whale. These two shouldn't be the same jade, glowing giant whale, right? Was still different from that of the giant whale that contained him. Let's cut one down and take a look. There's no other way now. We can either take Hailing and the others away from this place, but that won't be able to rescue Haiyao. The only option is to find a way to deal with this strange whale spirit, wake everyone up first, and then look for Haiyao's whereabouts. Let's test whether that guy is immune to magic attacks first. After much deliberation, Su Yuan decided to carry everyone out first. If they angered the whale spirit and still couldn't defeat it, they would have time to escape. The way back was a bit troublesome. After exchanging for a few more pieces of driftwood, he carried Hai Ling and the other mermaids onto the driftwood and pushed the driftwood all the way back to the passage he had come from. Even after being soaked in the icy seawater, he was already drenched in sweat, and the people he had brought out were still asleep on the driftwood, showing no signs of waking up. Even when Su Yuan put the goblin stone necklace on them, it still had no effect. Thank goodness, the necklace works just as the notes say. It can only keep you conscious, not restore you to consciousness. If it had been a few seconds later, I probably would have turned into a giant here. Su Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had managed to retain a sliver of consciousness when he put on the necklace. He took the necklace back from the black sheep's neck, and now he had to deal with the whale spirit all by himself. Flame arrow. Back in that vast, azure expanse, Su Yuan held his breath and gazed intently at the blue whale's soul swimming in the sky. As it approached him, a fiery arrow instantly flew past. The arrow pierced through the whale soul's body and struck the white bones hanging in midair as if they were nothing. Boom. Yo! With that loud bang, the giant whale's swimming body began to struggle as if it had been attacked, and the white bones hanging around it also rattled at that moment. The magic worked? The flaming arrow had clearly pierced through the giant whale's soul and struck the white bone ornament above, yet it seemed to have suffered severe damage. Su Yuan retreated outside, watching the whale's soul struggling in midair with some vigilance. The strange cries emanating from its mouth grew louder and louder, and could be heard clearly even from outside. Click. Suddenly, when he wasn't paying attention, cracks appeared on the goblin stone necklace on his chest, and it seemed to be enduring a terrifying force. He didn't disturb the jade-like whale spirit anymore, but quietly observed it from a distance. After the white bones hanging above quieted down, the whale spirit returned to its previous appearance. Ignoring Su Yuan's attack from below, it swam a few times and returned to the center, causing the sky to darken once more. If it's not due to magic, Then why is this big guy struggling in such apparent pain? Those bones. But the fire arrows I released didn't do much damage to the bones. I had originally thought the fire arrows would knock some of the bones off. Wait, when did that guy appear? Su Yuan seemed to have grasped the key point. When they discovered the sea spirit earlier, their exclamations had attracted the appearance of the whale's soul. The fire arrows he released also caused quite a bit of noise. It might be a monster that's afraid of high-frequency sound waves, just like the floating bag we encountered before. After thinking it over, Su Yuan did not hesitate to take the bow and arrow he had exchanged earlier, as well as a silent arrow. In terms of sound, this thing is even better than firecrackers and fireworks. Gah! The arrow flew towards the dim, dark blue light. Su Yuan felt a little nervous. If his judgment was wrong, he would have to think of a new plan. Yo! Sure enough, Su Yuan secretly clenched his fist, his heart filled with excitement. His judgment was correct. The explosive sound of the arrow caused the dark blue color to flash. The soul of the giant whale reappeared, and the surrounding bone ornaments shook violently once again. Damn it, the impact is so big even from this far away. The screams were filled with some kind of magic, and even Su Yuan, who was hiding outside, covered his ears in discomfort. In the blue light, the white bones swayed back and forth rhythmically. Seeing that the whale's soul had recovered somewhat, Su Yuan gritted his teeth and shot out another silent arrow. One after another, the whale's soul's painful cries echoed throughout the space, and Su Yuan also discovered that the goblin stone necklace he wore around his neck had been blasted into powder. In an instant, a feeling of weariness washed over me again. System, transaction. Bang. Crack. 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 Before he could finish speaking, the white bone ornaments in the sky completely disintegrated and fell into the sea, while the whale's soul turned into blue particles and dissipated in the sky. It's finally resolved. It seems that if we don't upgrade the system store level, the difficulties we encounter in the future will become increasingly difficult to handle. As his weariness subsided, Su Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and leaned against the driftwood like a salted fish that had lost all its ideals. The basic resources in the level 1 system shop are still not enough. If I could exchange them for a submarine, I could easily scatter all the dust from this underwater tomb. How could I be like this now, miserable like a tomb raider, almost ruining myself several times? The previous ethereal floating bag and the current mysterious jade glowing whale soul are both related to sound waves. Could it be that the artifact obtained by this mermaid king is related to audio? Except for the white jade clam encountered at the beginning, which was not related to sound, almost all the monsters encountered afterward were related to sound. This seems to be something we need to be wary of. Su Yuan glanced at the group of people beside him who were still unconscious, and silently opened the system shop. Are there any headphones with particularly good noise isolation? Can you recommend a few? Chapter 182. Finally, another great treasure has been unlocked. Don't scratch my tail. After an unknown amount of time, Nico felt her tail being pulled, and the wet feeling was quite uncomfortable. In her sleep, she scratched her buttocks in dissatisfaction. Oh no. Su Yuan, ouch. Ouch. Suddenly, as if she had thought of something important, she lifted herself up from the driftwood trunk. Before he could even see what was in front of him, the driftwood swayed, and he fell directly into the water. You're finally awake. I almost thought you were fast asleep. Xianku's somewhat tired voice also rang out from the side. Mao Yi popped his head out of the water, looking around with a somewhat confused expression. The mermaids also woke up. Black Sheep stood next to Su Yuan, and the two of them were talking to Hai Ling. Damn it. I never thought I would fall for it one day, without even being able to put up a fight. Beside her, Xianku sat helplessly on the driftwood, looking somewhat dejected. If Su Yuan hadn't woken her up, she probably would have already fallen asleep there. Mao Ye shook the water droplets off her hair forcefully, recalling the scene of her inexplicably falling asleep earlier with some confusion. Were we under enemy witchcraft before? Su Yuan said that we were hypnotized by the witchcraft in the voice of that big guy in the sky. If Su Yuan hadn't woken up, we probably would have died here. Xianku sat on the driftwood, sighing and telling Mao Yi everything that Su Yuan had told her before. So, after you came in and didn't find any of your people, you explored all the way here, and then you were hypnotized and knocked unconscious by that blue whale. At this moment, Hai Ling recounted what had happened to her, but what puzzled Su Yuan was that there hadn't been any passageways in that room before. If Hai Ling had personally opened up a passage like Xianku, then that passage should have existed when he arrived. It's impossible for it to be so complete, without the slightest trace. Su Yuan told Hai Ling about his doubts, but Hai Ling also looked puzzled. When I came in before, there was a passage? Could it be a trap? When Su Yuan had Xianku break down the door, he hadn't considered the possibility of a trap. After all, in a primitive society that hadn't even invented chairs and benches, a mechanism door had already appeared in an underwater tomb. That's a bit of a fantasy, unless the space tunnel has already transported you to another planet. Su Yuan was somewhat worried, but the most important thing at the moment was to find Hai Yao and then leave this place. Chief Su Yuan, I'm so sorry I almost dragged you into this too. Hai Ling had also heard about what had happened before, and her face showed some guilt. She hadn't expected the world inside the black vortex to be so dangerous. It's all right. You were just trying to help me find something valuable. Su Yuan shook his head. Even without Hai Ling's plea for help, he knew he would have come to explore this place anyway. After all, opportunities always come with risks. You might not see a single rare item in 10 days or half a month in a tribe. I've already acquired 2 items in just a few hours here. However, without Hai Ling's distress call, he wouldn't have rushed off without making much preparation as he is now. He would have had to wait until he exchanged for 50 or 60 bottles of underwater breathing cod king fish instant powder. All right, the most important thing now is to find Hai Yao. We can talk about the rest when we get back. I understand. Recalling the toon design on the mural, Su Yuan thought that this place, like before, should have some kind of hidden mechanism or secret door. The sensor crystals searched the surrounding area, but found nothing. The surrounding area for hundreds of meters seemed to be plunged into darkness, making it impossible to see the surrounding scenery clearly. Wait a minute, could the person just vanish into thin air like that? Su Yuan shook his head to himself. This conjecture was unlikely, although the shark eye sensing crystal could sense everything within 100 meters. However, there is one drawback. The things he sees are the same as those he observes with his naked eye. Once he is in complete darkness, he can no longer see his surroundings. Therefore, it can only be said that there must be a hidden passage in this darkness. Su Yuan retracted the sensing crystal and saw Mao Yi and Xianku paddling over on a driftwood. He smiled and teased. The little lazy cat has finally woken up. Ugh, I'm not a lazy cat. Cat Knight looked somewhat ashamed and headbutted Su Yuan with a rocket-shaped headbutt. She never expected that even after becoming an awakened warrior, she hadn't sensed any danger at all and had inexplicably fallen asleep. All right, you're not a lazy cat. Xianku, can you help me knock that piece of skull off? Su Yuan, holding Mao Yi, stopped teasing her and pointed to the huge whale skull above his head, asking Xianku a question. Because the skull was too large, neither arrows nor fire magic could remove it. In this situation, unlocking even one special item is extremely important to him. If it weren't for the silent arrows he unlocked from the sachet earlier, he'd probably still be throwing firecrackers around right now. That? No big deal. Xianku patted his chest, creating a ripple, and then jumped into the water, lifting up the huge piece of wood. Drink. The power of the runes on his forehead surged, and purple lightning began to strike the wood, leaving blue smoke and black marks. With a shout, the wood slammed down towards the skull above. The impact produced a huge explosion, and the bone ornaments above began to shake violently under the force of the impact. The whale's skull broke into several pieces and crashed into the water. Jade, glowing giant whale bone talisman, forged from the skull of a young jade, glowing giant whale, using special techniques. It can release hypnotic sound waves to attack enemies by sensing sound. Rare item detected. Jade giant whale skull? I never imagined that the original rare materials could be extracted from the processed items. Su Yuan picked up a piece of the giant whale skull and sighed. But recalling how he had taken away Black Sheep's weapon during their battle, it didn't seem so strange. To his even greater surprise, the sonic hypnotic attack he had just suffered was actually caused by bone talismans made from these bones. He had been focused on the whale's soul, and if he hadn't accidentally hit the white bones above with his fire arrow, he probably wouldn't have noticed it at all. Unlock. The bone talisman, now broken into several pieces, was of little use. Without any hesitation, Su Yuan unlocked it as a special item. Transaction successful. New products can be viewed in a special section. Whale's Soul Resting Bottle, 9,000 points. Note: the bottle containing the whale's soul will emit a soft whale song when gently shaken, putting surrounding creatures into a deep sleep and accelerating their mental recovery. Smashing the bottle forcefully will cause the whale's soul to emit a piercing scream, plunging surrounding creatures into a state of deep fear. After reading the notes, Su Yuan smiled. This item, like the Molten Core Guardian Orb, has 2 effects, except that the second effect is a one-time use. Once used, you have to spend points to buy another one. Great! I've finally unlocked a good treasure. Chapter 183: The Divine Messenger, with Humanity. Boom! Just as Su Yuan was admiring the newly unlocked special items, the white bones hanging in the sky began to fall one after another. They initially thought these objects had fallen due to a violent impact, but when a heavy object crashed into the water, creating a huge splash, the surrounding tremors made it impossible for anyone to maintain their balance. Cat Knight sat on another piece of driftwood, and the surrounding seawater seemed to be pulled towards the center, quickly forming a whirlpool. There's space down there? Cat Knight, you guys drink up. A realization dawned on Su Yuan's eyes. It turned out that the next passage wasn't around them at all, but below. Because he had accidentally caused Xin Ku to smash the skeletons above, the gap had been forcibly opened. Hey, ah. However, before he could finish speaking, Nicoya exclaimed in surprise beside him. The driftwood floating behind him crashed into his back uncontrollably, and the two of them lost their balance and fell into the whirlpool along with the driftwood. Su Yuan. Mao Yi. Chief Su Yuan. The crowd behind them cried out in alarm, and seeing the two fall, they rushed in without hesitation. In the dimly lit tunnel, Su Yuan coughed up seawater, his hands frantically searching for the instant powder he had prepared beforehand. I was worried about this happening beforehand, so I prepared the powder in advance and put it in a place that is very easy to reach. Before he could take it out, a dark shadow darted out in front of him and quickly kissed his lips. It was soft yet cool, like the texture of a jelly. It was a mermaid. The scent was unlike the mermaids I had treated before. There was a peculiar taste of pearl powder in their mouths, and the texture of the powder against my skin was different. In short, it was even more wonderful than before. While I was lost in thought, a breath of oxygen came through the other person's mouth, and my initial panic from choking on water gradually subsided. It seems that mermaids can also deliver oxygen to humans. In that case, Su Yuan is not in a hurry to use the Cod King fish instant powder. He rummaged in his backpack and took out the guardian orb that he had been keeping. Under the red light, he could see clearly that the person in front of him was Hai Ling, who was currently holding him tightly and preparing to swim upwards. Su Yuan interrupted her, then pointed below, and the other mermaids beside him also landed at this moment. Like him, Nicoya and the others were also receiving oxygen. Nicoya, who was choking on water, struggled even more violently and almost pushed the mermaid girl in front of him away. Chief Su Yuan, are we heading downwards? At this moment, Hai Ling's voice came from in front of me, but it was a little different from usual, full of ethereal quality, as if it was being carried to my ears by the waves. Su Yuan nodded, then reassured the flustered Mao Yi. Now that they had found the passage, there was no need to go back. At Su Yuan's signal, Hai Ling led everyone to swim downwards. This passage was somewhat different from the previous ones. It was cramped and narrow, with no light source and no trace of any living creatures. The passage was extremely long. When Su Yuan's mouth became numb and he tried to move it, a force pulled him downwards, and soon his body crashed into a transparent barrier. Bang! Su Yuan winced in pain, feeling as if his back had hit a rock. The others were also swept away by the rushing water. Is this the hidden chamber below? After things calmed down a bit, Su Yuan signaled to Hai Ling that she could let go of him. Amidst her questioning gaze, he gulped down the Cod King fish instant powder he had prepared in his backpack. Although the kiss felt wonderful, like eating a cool and delicious jelly, a battle was probably about to begin, and it wouldn't be easy to fight while they were both embracing. Okay, I'm fine. Su Yuan comforted Hai Ling and tried to speak in the sea. Compared to the ethereal voices of Hai Ling and the other mermaids, his voice was mixed with the bubbles from his breath. Fortunately, I can understand it. Following Su Yuan's suggestion, Mao Yi and the others put down the powdered drink they had tucked into their waistbands. The kitten was still a little afraid of water, and every time it tried to speak, it could only make a purring sound. Having broken free from Hai Ling's embrace, Su Yuan lay on the transparent barrier and began to observe what lay below. The dim environment was illuminated by blue lights, making the overall atmosphere somewhat dimmer than the blue glow that had emanated when the whale's spirit churned above. In the illuminated environment, one can see peculiar pillars standing there, arranged in a very regular pattern, unlike anything that appeared naturally. That's a person? Could it be Haiyao? Su Yuan's eyes were somewhat serious. At this moment, he wished he could press his face against the barrier. Among the many pillars, a figure was floating in it. Looking down from above, all that could be seen was a head of long hair floating with the water. Xin Ku, try to open it. Su Yuan didn't have time to look for any mechanism and called out to Xin Ku again. Xin Ku nodded, drew the iron spear from his back, and lightning surged again. The spear in his hand struck the barrier with a loud thud. The powerful electric current made everyone around feel a tingling sensation. Boom! The The impact of the spear resounded with a dull thud on the seabed, causing the giant pillar below to tremble, and dust began to float on the ground with the current. In the black quicksand, a dark blue figure, similar to the whale soul, could be seen standing in front of the previous figure. Judging from its swaying motion, it seemed to have been affected by the impact. Bang! When it didn't work the first time, Xian could try it again. Despite the resistance of the water flow, the barrier still couldn't stop her attack, and soon the tip of her spear pierced through the barrier and got stuck inside. So it really happened? Then I need to speed things up. Inside the altar, Bloodscale glanced up at the attack on the barrier, and a smug smile appeared on his lips. With black hair and black eyes, and no tail, it looked exactly like the spirit of the divine messenger it had seen in the underwater Holy Land, except that this one was not as ethereal as that divine messenger. Moreover, compared to that ethereal divine messenger who disregarded life and had no emotions whatsoever, this one who unexpectedly intruded was full of the most primal feelings of this world, and was more like a primitive beastman living here than a divine messenger. My lord, you once only gave me 4 words in response to my suggestion. Not approved. Now, I have a better suggestion that I need your support. I hope that this time, you won't tell me those 4 words again. A sinister glint flashed in Bloodscale's eyes, and the staff in his hand once again emitted a ghostly light as he waved it. Directly in front of her, Haiyao stood with her eyes tightly shut in pain, her body standing perfectly straight without any support, and blue lines on her face slowly creeping towards her forehead. Chapter 184, Are You Serious? The cultivation world has arrived. Bang! After several violent blows, the barrier could no longer withstand the pressure, and in Hai Ling's anxiety, the group swam downwards. With the mermaid's company, swimming became much more agile than when Su Yuan and the others were traveling towards the spatial passage. Haiyao. The group arrived at the underwater altar. Although they could only see the back of the mermaid in front of them, the sea spirit, as the mother, immediately recognized her. In his haste, he rushed towards Haiyao's location without even thinking. Don't rush. Su Yuan quickly grabbed her tail, and directly opposite her, besides Haiyao, he also saw that blue-green soul shadow. The figure resembled a spirit, with blue-green particles forming the image of a mermaid, a fish tail, a human body, a withered face, and a fin floating on its bald head. What an ugly mermaid. Did we stumble upon the tomb of the mermaid ancestor? Could this really be the tomb of the mermaid king? But he didn't understand why this guy would capture Haiyao and bring her to this place. To seize a body and gain a new life? Or is it to give a great gift to the descendants of mermaids? Well, rather than that, he preferred to believe that the other party was a marine beastman trying to possess him. Haiyao and the others were all so beautiful. Their ancestor couldn't possibly be so ugly. Su Yuan was a little nervous about this unknown creature. After releasing Hai Ling, he waved to the person behind him, and then everyone carefully swam towards the center of the altar. As he passed the giant white pillar, he looked up at the mermaid skeleton, and a stream of light from the pearl in its mouth was converging at the center. Isn't this the answer? Although it was unclear why the merman king's soul in the middle didn't attack them, whether it was controlling Haiyao, so she couldn't pay attention to the outside world, or was it just waiting for him to step into a trap? But upon seeing the mermaid skeletons, this strange ritual had to be interrupted. Su Yuan pointed to the mermaid skeletons, and Hai Ling immediately understood. She nimbly swam to the top, grabbed the skeleton's skull, and broke it off. Then she immediately swam back and handed the skull to him. Actually, he only needed to interrupt the Mermaid King's spell casting and identify the properties of the gem. He didn't expect that having Xian Kun knock on the skull before would make Hai Ling think that he liked collecting skulls. Su Yuan didn't explain, but instead focused his gaze on the skull, because the moment his palm touched it, a crisp system sound rang in his ears. Rare items detected. Ancient Kraken skull, Abyss soul amber. Ancient Siren skull, the skull of a deep-sea creature that lived in ancient times. Due to some reason, the species became extinct. A trace of the ancient siren's magic still remains in the skull. Abyssal soul amber, an extremely rare stone found in the deep sea, typically growing at the roots of soul demon grass. It can be crafted into alchemical tools using special techniques. It's not a mermaid. It's a creature from ancient times called the siren, and both the skull and the gem are rare items. She finally breathed a sigh of relief that this ugly fellow was not Haiyao's ancestor. Unlock special items. There were still quite a few skulls and gems here. Su Yuan did not hesitate to unlock the new items. Just as the gems and skulls disappeared, the Mermaid King opposite him, no, he should be called the Siren King, opened his eyes. How could this be? The aura of the Soul Stone suddenly disappeared? And this? Bloodscale was only slightly surprised, but what puzzled it most was that no matter how it used its divine magic, it could not enter the body of the strangely looking sea monster in front of it. Looking at the young sea monster in front of him, who was different from him, Bloodscale was filled with doubt and confusion. Meanwhile, Su Yuan, who was in the distance, saw that the spirit had opened its eyes. He gestured to Hai Ling to deal with the other hanging skulls, while he swam over with Xian Ku and the other two. Cat Knight, if there's any movement, immediately take Hai Yao and retreat. Su Yuan made a gesture, then calmly swam towards Hai Yao. Hai Yao seemed to have no hostility and simply watched him quietly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he also quietly opened the system store to check the two new items he had previously unlocked. Siren's Anchor, 18,888 points. Note, Anchor Dagger made from a siren's skull. After being inserted into the seabed, it generates a coordinate anchor point. By twisting the anchor point, you can quickly move between two locations on the seabed. It can be used 3 times per day and cannot be used on land. 2 can be redeemed daily. Sea Soul Amber Staff, 9,888 points. Note, normal magic effects are slightly enhanced. Basic water magic effects are significantly enhanced, and one soul dialogue can be triggered daily, a dialogue with a recently deceased soul, limited to 3 dialogues. Good news. I've got the witch's staff I promised Red Fox. Bad news. Neither of these items is of any use to me right now. The effect of the Siren's Anchor surprised Su Yuan a little, since the effect of rapid teleportation is basically related to spatial magic, and he didn't expect that a siren's skull could unlock it. There are a lot of restrictions, such as being able to teleport only underwater, being limited to exchanging 2 items per day, and only being able to teleport 3 people at a time. If you want to escape, unless there are only 3 people in the team, you have no choice but to abandon your teammates and escape alone. In short, exchanging nearly 38,000 points for 2 highly restricted teleportation anchors didn't seem worthwhile to him, but Su Yuan always felt that they would definitely come in handy in certain special situations. After checking the newly unlocked items, Su Yuan silently closed the system shop. However, his right hand was behind his back, and a small bottle emitting blue starlight was held in his palm. Ah, Your Excellency, it is a pleasure to see you again. Bloodscale was very enthusiastic about Su Yuan's arrival, but when Cat Knight tried to approach Hai Yao, it transformed into particles and blocked Hai Yao's way. A divine messenger? Is it like how the beast girls call themselves, divine sorcerers? Is this an ancient term? No, Su Yuan thought of the story in the mural. This sea monster king must have regarded him as the messenger in the mural who bestowed the divine artifact. Are you the owner of this tomb? Su Yuan didn't dwell on this too much, but instead steered the conversation away from it. Of course, look at this ingenious design. In order to realize the supreme knowledge of your clan, Divine Envoy, I specially killed a pregnant female whale and then improved it according to the method described in the knowledge. It seems the story in the mural is true. Such a madman usually doesn't make things mysterious. Then why did you bring Hai Yao here? If we've disturbed you, we can leave now. Communicating with such a madman is too risky. Su Yuan frowned slightly and looked at Hai Yao, who was still unresponsive behind him. Why? Of course, it's to return to this world, to restore the glory of the siren race, and even more so to realize the supreme knowledge that the gods have given your race. This young siren has great potential and is very suitable as a vessel for my rebirth. Xuelin smiled slightly, glanced back at Hai Yao, and then looked back at Su Yuan. This is the bloodline soul stealing technique recorded in the supreme knowledge of your clan, Divine Envoy. Don't you want to see me perform the divine technique recorded in your clan's records? What the hell? Bloodline soul stealing technique. Dude, where did you get here? Is this still the Stone Age? How can a siren from ancient times still be able to chant such fantastical and esoteric techniques? A possibility arose in Su Yuan's mind. Could this world be like the post-nuclear world, where all the order of cultivation civilization was destroyed by a war? These newly born beast girls are strange creatures born after the cataclysmic war, who embarked on the path of civilizational development again because of the upheaval of civilization. As for the so-called witches and awakened warriors, they are probably just magic cultivators and body cultivators in the cultivation system. Well, this conjecture is a bit too far-fetched. Su Yuan quickly shook his head and dismissed these bizarre conjectures that were so chaotic they could fill a novel. We are still in the snowfields, and what we know is limited. To truly understand this world, we must travel to the other side of the Wangshua Mountains and witness the splendor of that other world. We must learn about the knowledge of another world. But the most urgent task is to deal with this guy. Judging from the looks of it, he's not going to give up, is he? Wait a minute, bloodline soul stealing technique? Chapter 185. No. Buddy, are you hard of hearing? You said this technique is called bloodline soul stealing technique. Does it require a member of your own bloodline to perform this? Faced with Su Yuan's doubts, Bloodscale nodded without hesitation, his expression revealing a hint of pride in his profound knowledge. Of course, I have thoroughly mastered that supreme knowledge. Is it possible that they are not your descendants? Look how beautiful and lovely they are, while you look somewhat different. Impossible. I heard them call her a siren. Only the strongest warriors in my race can have this title. Su Yuan rubbed his temples helplessly. It turned out he hadn't encountered a madman, but a deaf man. Her name is Haiyao, not Haiyao, sea monster. Are you so old that your hearing is failing? The underwater voices were somewhat mixed, but the sentence still reached Bloodscale's ears completely. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. If you were to morally condemn its mistakes, Bloodscale wouldn't care at all. After all, it's capable of slaughtering pregnant whales and turning them into biological tombs. Sacrificing one of its own offspring is perfectly normal for it. But Su Yuan's words made its eyes widen in disbelief, staring directly at Haiyao and the other mermaids who were secretly stealing the gems from the pillar. He couldn't care less about the gems at this moment. Bloodscale held his staff high and began chanting incantations. You bastard disguised as a divine messenger, since you dared to deceive me. Once I finish using the bloodline soul-stealing technique, I will definitely capture you and bring you before that divine messenger to expose your disguise. Damn, this old man has gone mad. Su Yuan pushed off with his legs and charged forward, intending to pull off the staff of the black sheep just like he had done before, but he overestimated his speed in the ocean. As a bright light appeared, Bloodscale's soul transformed into a stream of light and entered Haiyao's body. Damn it, we still couldn't catch him. Su Yuan caught the staff. Although there was no indication that it was a rare item, he still traded it to the system shop for safety's sake. He dared not keep the staff that this madman had used. Haiyao. At this moment, everyone noticed what was happening, and Hai Ling swam over with panic in her eyes. Su Yuan immediately rushed to Haiyao's side and hugged her. At this moment, the blue lines on her face were rapidly climbing from her cheeks to her forehead. Could it really be a body-snatching spell? Just as he was about to smash the whale's soul sedation bottle in his hand, the blue patterns got stuck on both sides of his temples and could not continue upwards. At the same time, blood began to seep from Haiyao's mouth and nose. You old bastard, you. Just as Su Yuan opened Haiyao's tightly closed eyelids, a dazzling blue light suddenly burst forth from her lifeless pupils. For a moment, he felt his head was heavy, and the voice of the sea monster king seemed to exist in his mind. Ha ha ha. Actually, when I saw you, I had already given up on the bloodline soul-stealing technique. The body of a divine messenger is much more important than a sea monster. Once I possess your body, I will be able to fully enter the divine ruins lost in the Black Abyss Sea. Relics of the Gods. Su Yuan recalled the story from the mural. Now that he felt he had the victory in his grasp, he told the story without any hesitation. Perhaps they also believed that Su Yuan, as a divine messenger, knew about that place. But that's not the time to think about that. Right now, he felt a sharp, stabbing pain in his brain, and the separation of his consciousness caused double images to appear before his eyes. Su Yuan. Chief Su Yuan. Mao Yi and the others also noticed that Su Yuan's expression was a little off, and they all hugged him and called out anxiously. Suddenly, a black mist shot out from the staff in Black Sheep's hand and entered Su Yuan's body. He could feel the black mist trying to engulf the blue particles. Unfortunately, it wasn't long before the blue particles pierced through the black mist and continued their attack on his mind. Hai Ling also noticed something was wrong. She took out a witch's talisman from her clothes and began to cast a spell. Streams of white bubbles seemed to enter Su Yuan's body after they touched him. However, those bubbles only enveloped a small portion of the blue particles. The majority continued to impact Su Yuan's consciousness. Damn it, I've got it. I was able to dispel Mu Guang's control back then, so maybe I can deal with this old bastard too. System, redeem Blazing Purification Syrup. This is one of the few special products he has to deal with negative states. If that doesn't work, he'll just have to rely on his willpower and endure it with that old man. After exchanging the syrup, Su Yuan immediately drank it down in one gulp. The black syrup had a refreshing minty aroma, followed by an intense heat that burned through his body. Ah! A cry of pain echoed from his mouth and in his mind, a sensation that reminded Su Yuan of the intense pain he had felt with the black sheep, as if flames were burning his brain. What did you eat? Spit it out right now. The remaining syrup was slowly spreading out with the water as Su Yuan opened his mouth. He gritted his teeth and tried to suck the scattered syrup back in. Hai Ling also reacted, and the bubbles summoned by the witch's talisman in her hand enveloped the black viscous liquid. After absorbing it into her mouth, she kissed Su Yuan again, and the syrup in the bubbles flowed towards him. Spit it out. You'll be in excruciating pain too. The roaring sound in his brain was like a heavy hammer blow to his head. Feeling the bubbles pushed by Hai Ling's tongue, his body reacted uncontrollably and bit down. The figure in front of him trembled slightly, but remained motionless, still holding him tightly. My Lord God, please spare me. I know I was wrong. Fortunately, the coolness of the seawater kept him somewhat conscious, and he immediately released Hai Ling. At that moment, the pained cries of Shui Lin in his mind turned into pleas for mercy. Such pain was unbearable even for Mu Guang when it suffered a backlash from magic, causing it to spit out a mouthful of blood, let alone the personal experience of its own soul body. It's too late to beg for mercy. Faced with this ancient monster, Su Yuan had no intention of investigating the so-called divine realm. He gritted his teeth and swallowed the syrup stuck in his throat. The intense pain was unbearable for him. The voice in his mind cursed and begged for mercy before disappearing completely. He also felt that the scene in front of him was becoming blurry. Next time, I must collect some rare items related to souls. Otherwise, I'll be tormented to death by these damn things sooner or later. With his last shred of consciousness remaining, Su Yuan opened the system shop and redeemed several items to restore his injuries and fatigue. He absolutely couldn't fall asleep now. There are still so many good things waiting for me to plunder outside, and that void ray scale. I wonder if it will still be here next time I come back. Unfortunately, these liquid drinks are not sealed on the seabed and are not as viscous as syrup, so they immediately disperse with the water flow after being redeemed. It's over, we've lost big time this time. Su Yuan stared at the drifting beverage with a bitter expression. Now he could only pray that after Hai Ling and the others sent it back, he would be able to see the scales again next time he came. Just as he was about to close his eyes and get some sleep, the spilled drink was once again enveloped in white bubbles and entered Hai Ling's mouth. She noticed Su Yuan's actions and pressed herself against him again without hesitation, and the sweet drinks were once again slowly passed from her mouth to Su Yuan's mouth. There's also a soft little jelly. Wait, is there jelly in the snow crystal milk foam? Something's not right. Let's taste it again more carefully. The sweet taste of the drink in his mouth mingled with the metallic scent of blood. Su Yuan instinctively reached out to soothe the bleeding jelly. As her chaotic thoughts gradually subsided, the ringing in her ears and the overlapping images before her eyes gradually disappeared, and slowly, she could hear the anxious calls of Maoye and the others. Cough, cough, cough. Okay, I'm fine now. Chapter 186: The Complete Guide to Spatial Spirit Magic. Although he really wanted to pack everything up and take it with him, Su Yuan didn't have a storage bag like those in the cultivation world, so he could only take some of the more valuable items with him. The world of fluorescent corals. All the mermaids were holding a giant clamshell. The meat inside some of the white jade clamshells had been removed and replaced with bones that were worth more points, as well as some strange things from the Sea King's altar. At this moment, Su Yuan's expression had recovered somewhat, but his pale face still showed signs of exhaustion from forcing himself to stay awake, as if he were about to faint at any moment. According to the system's time function, it has been almost 2 hours since the second time I drank the cod kingfish powder, and now there is only 1 hour left. Even with Hai Ling and the others providing artificial oxygen, Su Yuan just wanted to go back as soon as possible and get a good night's sleep in his own little bed. Let's go. Xi and Ku will push you out first, and then pull everyone out one by one. There was a strong repulsive force at one end of the spatial passage, but it wasn't so strong that it was impossible to pass through. With everyone's efforts, Xi and Ku was the first to be pushed out. The rope connecting her was hung on Su Yuan's body, and with the pulling force at one end and the pushing force at the other, Su Yuan was successfully pulled out. One by one, the ropes pulled everyone out, and only then did everyone's hearts finally settle down. Su Yuan looked at the scale, which was no bigger than a thumb, and sighed. Just because he was chasing a glowing fish, he never expected to fall into a tomb raiding trip that almost led to his death. After so many people have passed through, the scales of the void ray have become somewhat dull, and even if you are only 2 or 3 meters away from it, you will not be dragged into it. Xi and Ku, hold me back. Su Yuan addressed the group behind him, saying that after so much time, they were now able to barely hear conversations clearly even underwater. However, the people behind him understood as well, and watched as Su Yuan was drawn back to the edge of the vortex, tightly gripping the rope. As he approached the scale, the black vortex tried to pull him in again, but this was probably a place he wouldn't get another chance to visit. Relics of the gods? The Black Abyss Sea? What exactly are these things? Su Yuan suppressed his curiosity and gently placed his fingertip on the scale. Rare item detected. Void ray scale. Tradable for 50,000 points or 5,000 points. New special item added. Host, please select the direction of the transaction. 50,000 points. This thumb-size scale is worth 50,000 points, making it the most expensive item Su Yuan has ever owned. However, he is not particularly short of points now. Although 50,000 points seems like a lot, with 10 trading opportunities a day, even those jade whale bones can earn back 50,000 points in a few days. Unlock special items. Soon, a new item appeared on the last page of the special items panel. Complete Guide to Basic Spatial Magic, 100,000 points. Note, this book includes 5 basic spatial magic techniques. Damn system, did you secretly raise the price? How come 5 spells cost me 100,000 points? This basic spatial magic encyclopedia is several times more expensive than the previously unlocked basic fire and earth elemental magic encyclopedia, and it also contains 5 fewer spells. Well, it's a space-based magic after all, so it's normal for it to be a bit more expensive. Su Yuan comforted himself, thinking that this basic spatial magic was not something he could use at this stage, even though he could exchange his points for one. However, such a significant financial loss does not guarantee success in learning the spells, nor does it ensure their usefulness. After all, spatial strangulation is also considered spatial magic, and teleporting forward 1 meter is also called spatial magic. To redeem it, you'll have to wait until you unlock drinks with spatial elements, like fire elemental magic. Okay, let's go home. The wind and snow continue to fall on the frozen lake. Xin used his spear to pierce through the thin layer of ice that had just formed, and then the group struggled to crawl out of the cave. Phew, I'm saved. Su Yuan took a deep breath. Just as he reached a short distance from the frozen lake, the effects of the codfish powder wore off. Fortunately, he was able to get out smoothly thanks to the oxygen provided by Hai Ling and the others. The wind and snow in the sky were quite cold, and even with the protective magic orbs to dispel the cold, the group, who were soaked to the bone, were still shivering from the cold. Hailing, why don't you come back with us to rest for a while? The 4 of them stood at the entrance of the ice lake cave. Hai Ling, along with many mermaids, peeked out from the cave, her beautiful and gentle face revealing a deep sense of exhaustion. Not only Su Yuan, but she herself was also somewhat exhausted from this trip, especially after experiencing a life-or-death moment at the bottom of the sea. However, she shook her head and looked at her clansmen behind her and Haiyao on her back with a very firm expression. Chief Su Yuan, this is too much trouble for you. Apart from her, none of the other mermaids could transform into legs. Hai Ling didn't want to trouble Su Yuan any further, but after hesitating for a moment, she pleaded, if possible, could you take care of my daughter? I have found the location of Frost's Sea Heart Crystal. Haiyao is still unconscious, so I'm afraid I won't be able to take care of her for the time being. Frosty Sea Heart Crystal? Su Yuan remembered that when he first met Haiyao, she asked him if he had ever seen the Frost Sea Heart Crystal, which was crucial to their ability to return to the Dream Coral Sea. After this incident, Su Yuan became somewhat worried, as it was an important matter concerning the return of the Hailing tribe to their homeland. Don't worry, I'm confident that I won't trouble you, Chief Su Yuan, this time. Hailing looked somewhat ashamed. If it weren't for Su Yuan, she probably would have led her people to their deaths in that inescapable tomb. All right then, you can take this. Su Yuan didn't intend to stop her any longer and handed the whale soul resting bottle, which he had just exchanged but hadn't used yet, to Hai Ling. Gently shake the bottle. It will put those around it to sleep and also restore their energy. If you encounter danger, smash it near the enemy and then run away quickly. This was something Su Yuan had used to deal with the Sea Demon King, but he never got to use it before it was all over. Together with the protective orbs we gave them before, these 2 items might be able to save their lives in a critical moment. Thank you very much. Don't worry, I will continue to collect those strange items for you. After hesitating for a moment, Hai Ling accepted the whale's soul resting bottle. Due to the cold weather, the group didn't chat much before saying goodbye. Ugh, I'm exhausted. I definitely need to rest for a few days this time. On the way, Maya stretched. Her wet clothes and fur felt heavy, making her want to change out of the fur coat. Hearing Mao Ye's complaint, Xian Ku, who was standing to the side, gave her a disdainful look. Huh? What are you tired about? I saw you sleeping soundly before. If it weren't for my invincible power, you'd still be drinking seawater in there right now. Being mentally exhausted is exhausting too. Besides, aren't you asleep anyway? I didn't. I was just hit by the enemy. Trick. Seeing that Xin couldn't think of a word for a long time, Su Yuan, who was being supported by the black sheep, gave her a helpless suggestion. Yes, I just fell for the enemy's trick. Next time, I'll definitely teach that fish monster a lesson. Next time, they're already long dead. Then I'll go and fight its people. All of its people died too. Chapter 187, let's go to sleep first. We're back. Outside the star camp, Cat Knight's loud voice woke up the snow wolf who was lazily resting on the ground. Hearing the call, the beast girls in the tribe all ran towards the door. Hey, stop pushing. Su Yuan is injured. Seeing that the crowd had surrounded them, Nicoya quickly stepped in front of them and cleared a small space. However, after she said that, the surrounding beast girls started talking even more loudly. Red Fox squeezed through the crowd, and after hearing Cat Knight's words, she came to Su Yuan's side, looking somewhat flustered. Su Yuan, are you alright? Where are you hurt? It's nothing, I'm just a little tired. By the way, you should treat Haiyao first, and then find her a quiet place to recover. Red Fox nodded, but his palm continued to press against Su Yuan's face, and a comfortable energy flowed into Su Yuan's body. Sure enough, after this, Su Yuan, whose body was so tired that he could no longer communicate with the magic power in his body, suddenly felt much more relaxed. Now he should be able to cast at least one fireball spell without any problem. Hey, can someone help me out? Or move aside? Can't you see there are still a lot of supplies here? Just as everyone was concerned about Su Yuan's physical condition, outside the encirclement, Xin put down the dozen or so clamshells that were wrapped with rope. The items aren't heavy, but how am I supposed to get in with the door blocked like this? All right, Red Fox, call Lion and the others to carry these clamshells into the tribe first. Su Yuan interrupted Red Fox's treatment, although she was almost fully recovered by now. However, I was still a little dizzy from the mental attack I received from the Siren King, as if I had been playing games all night. Su Yuan, Sure, and the others. Red Fox stopped the treatment she was performing and looked at Su Yuan with some hesitation. What happened to Sure and the others? Su Yuan frowned. He had left behind a lot of items when he left, and the current state of the camp did not look like it had been attacked. Forget about them. I'll call them over. After hesitating for a long time and not knowing how to explain, Red Fox had no choice but to run back to the camp. Su Yuan followed closely behind, and soon Red Fox pulled two large beast girls out of the small wooden house. We're sorry, Su Yuan. It was me who did it. Su Yuan looked at the two people in front of him with some doubt. What puzzled him was not their identities, but the bruises of various sizes on their faces. He could still make out that they were Lion and Tiger Hunter. Lion's eyes were rimmed with black, and judging from the size of the fist, it must have been Tiger Hunter who did it. Tiger Hunter's originally sexy oval face was also punched into a peach-shaped face. Besides the face, the exposed skin showed signs of bruising from all the various wounds, large and small. Well, this is exactly what happened. Judging from the wounds of the two, Su Yuan roughly understood the situation. Looking around the tribe, he noticed that several Beast Girl warriors also had some wounds. However, none of them were particularly serious. The one who was most seriously injured was probably Ling Ling, who was with Tiger Hunter. Look how swollen her chest was from being punched. Tell me, what exactly happened? I was upset that she ambushed us back then, so I fought with her. Humph, I was the one who started the duel. Alright, now my temples hurt even more. Su Yuan sighed as he looked at the two men's unconvinced expressions. You two take some men and bring these supplies back into the cave. After sending the two away, he called over Long, who was holding Gigi, and the spider girl Lansha, who was watching the show from afar. Do you know what happened? I know, they fought really hard before. Before anyone else could speak, Gigi, who had just finished eating the melon, was eager to share and excitedly told them what had happened. After the explanation from the others, Su Yuan understood the gist of it. It was a conflict between tribes. Although the ordinary beast girls lived relatively harmoniously, the warriors were different. Especially the Red Fox tribe, which suffered a failed sneak attack and had its members captured, always harbored a deep-seated resentment of not being able to accept defeat. As for the Black Sheep tribe, they were also ambushed and completely wiped out by Su Yuan and the former Red Fox tribe, so they were also very frustrated. If Su Yuan hadn't successfully revived Black Sheep, the conflict would probably have erupted long ago before Su Yuan even left. However, it was Su Yuan and Black Sheep's departure that finally ignited the pent-up resentment, which was then triggered by a couple of minor incidents, leading to an internal power struggle. Fortunately, Red Fox arrived and stopped him, otherwise he wouldn't be seeing these injuries now. Sigh. To sum it up, it's just that being stuck in the tribe during the frost crystal season has been too frustrating, right? Su Yuan sighed helplessly. Now everyone could only hide in the camp and could not hunt. These soldiers either practiced shooting targets or followed the awakened warriors for combat training. Ultimately, without actual combat experience, what's the difference between swinging the stick a couple of times and just playing around? Long, tell me, have you been feeling a bit bored staying in the tribe lately? Of course not, Long waved her hand in a bit of a panic, but Su Yuan had been with this intelligent and beautiful Totoro for almost a year, so how could he not know her? And she also had a big, unabashed mouth in her arms. Yeah, being stuck in the tribe for so long has been really boring. My mom is supervising my studies every day, ugh. Sure enough, after pinching Gigi's buttocks, Long lowered her head and explained hesitantly, yes, it's a little bit better than when we were in the land of death. Long's previous tribe lived in an underground cave in the land of death. Except for necessary trips to find food or to collect snow to melt for water, they rarely left the cave. Therefore, during the frost crystal season in the icy snowfields, she could stay in the camp with Zizi without worry. Of course, most importantly, she was busy supervising Gigi's learning of the characters taught by Su Yuan. Perhaps if she learned them, Gigi could also become a witch. Sigh, I understand. You should go help too. Watching Long and Gigi leave, Su Yuan frowned slightly and pondered. The card game I made before because I was afraid everyone would be bored is not suitable for these warriors. At first, everyone found the little game, which was based on the trickster tavern they had played in their previous life, quite novel. However, simple beast girls like Lion and Tiger Hunter lose interest after losing more than 10 times. The main theme of primitive society is still to fight and compete. Sigh, we still need to think of some more sports-oriented games to relieve everyone's boredom while they're stuck in the camp. Ideally, they should also be more competitive so that Lion and the others can decide the winner through sports. This method is not bad, but at this moment Su Yuan's eyelids were almost too heavy to keep open. After rubbing his dry eyes, he walked towards his small wooden house. Since things have come to this, let's go to sleep. Chapter 188. One must be strong to forge iron. The next morning, while battling and solving puzzles in the underwater tomb, Su Yuan slept soundly and even had a strange, beautiful dream. In his dream, Hayao was controlled and pounced on him, kissing and hugging him. At the crucial moment, he jolted awake. The guardian orb outside the window still emitted a red glow, the white mist outside had dissipated, the sky was bright, an array of sunlight slowly shone into the cabin. Is the frost crystal season over? The frost crystal season lasted for more than a month. Unexpectedly, the Star Tribe broke out in a fight yesterday because they were so frustrated, and today, the frost crystal season has disappeared without a trace. Su Yuan, I'm sorry. Suddenly, a humming sound came from under the covers. Startled, Su Yuan threw off the animal skin blanket and discovered Shirshir kneeling in front of him. She was kneeling before me in a submissive posture, her face still very calm, though there were faint bruises on her face. You could see the tension in her eyes. Seeing Lion raise its head, Su Yuan felt a surge of heat in his throat. So what happened before wasn't a dream. Had he been ambushed? Cough, cough, cough. All right, I'm not blaming you. When did you get here? Just now, Red Fox said that you would only forgive me if I apologized like this. It was that big fox who taught him again. Ever since the Red Fox learned that Su Yuan was different, it seems to have learned all sorts of strange and wonderful things without a teacher. Okay, I really didn't blame you, actually. Just as he was about to comfort Lion, another uninvited guest barged in through the wooden door. Well, for Lion, it was indeed an uninvited guest. What are you doing here? I'm here to apologize too. Su Yuan saved me and the Black Sheep Witch. I don't want to be seen as an ungrateful villain. Tiger Hunter glanced at Lion and Su Yuan, instantly understanding what was happening, and then untied the belt binding his animal skin coat. Then, without saying a word, he knelt on the bed like a lion, lowered his head which had been sticking up high, and said, Leader Su Yuan, punish me. No, is it really that exciting so early in the morning? Before he could even say he forgave her, Lioness, who was standing next to her, immediately hugged Su Yuan, glaring at Tiger and baring her teeth. I came first, so if anyone should apologize, it should be me first. Whoever is stronger apologizes first. We haven't decided a winner yet, so let's decide one this time. No, wait a minute. Just as the fight broke out inside the cabin, outside the door, Pan Yu revealed a triumphant smile and secretly closed the open wooden door. You wretched Su Yuan. Who told you not to take me with you? If Pan Yu had been there, you wouldn't have gotten hurt at all. Lion's apology tips were taught to her by Red Fox, and after seeing Lion go to find Su Yuan in the early morning, Pan Yu also told Tiger Hunter, who also wanted to apologize about her apology tips. Over this period of time, Tiger Hunter was still resentful about his base being inexplicably raided and how he was almost fooled into going to the non-existent Green Vine Forest. However, they were very grateful to Su Yuan for saving everyone in the Black Sheep tribe and for awakening the Black Sheep shaman. So I've been thinking about how to apologize since last night. It just so happened that her most beloved Xiao Panhua told her about Su Yuan's favorite way to apologize, which led to what happened this morning. Sigh, I hope the two tribes can get along well. I haven't experienced enough of this happy life yet. Looking at the commotion in the room, Pan Yu's eyes revealed a hint of helplessness. If Su Yuan did not handle the conflict well, the split would eventually be completely ignited. It's easy to enslave a tribe, but difficult to integrate one. Ouch, my kidneys. It wasn't until noon that Su Yuan finally managed to leave the room. Of course, this wasn't his fault. It was mainly due to the mental impact he had suffered at the hands of the Sea Demon King the day before. At this moment, a ray of sunlight shone on his face. The weather after the frost crystal season was much better than before, and the bright sunshine made the tribe's beast girls run wild outside. The frost crystal season is finally over. It seems that it won't be long before Mu Guang sends people to look for me. Su Yuan walked out of the camp. The snow outside was piled up very high. At this moment, Shui Ro was leading everyone to drive the yaks to trample down the high snow piled up around them. The laughter and playful chatter continued unabated, making not only the beast girls restless, but also the tamed magical beasts. De Shuang led her little brothers to frolic and roll around in the snow. After being domesticated in the tribe for so long, her personality was becoming more and more like that of a Siberian husky. Su Yuan, shall we go hunting today? I've thought of a really clever trap. Not far away, Zizi led a group of little beast girls over. The little beast girls held a piece of jerky in their hands and had a homemade wooden shovel hanging from their waists. Are you all so eager to go hunting? Yes, Sister Fox said that when the frost crystal season ends, many wild beasts will go out to hunt, and that's when you can catch a lot of prey. Zizi stretched out her two little arms and made a huge circle, her eyes full of anticipation. You can go, but you must bring Long with you, and all of you must be accompanied by an adult. Su Yuan pondered for a while and concluded that Gigi's assessment was correct. In just over a month, even beasts that had prepared supplies in advance to get through the frost crystal season would have almost finished eating. Not to mention that food is extremely hard to find in the icy wilderness, and many wild animals hibernate due to hunger. Today marks the end of the frost crystal season, and they will indeed be eager to come out and search for food. Oh, okay then, I'll go tell Mom and the others. The hunting party was led by Long, Homeshuang, and Huzi. The tribe's combat strength has increased significantly since the Black Sheep tribe joined. Even with 3 awakened warriors dispatched, there were still Xian Ku, Shuang Shi, and 2 people sleeping soundly in the cabin in the camp. As for Ling Ling, her current task was to guard the 2 sisters, Yanhua and Yin Duo, who had been neglected. The 3 of them, along with about a dozen warrior beast girls and several cute little beast girls, were all ready to go. Also following them were Frost and a few unruly snow wolves. Sigh, I need to think of a way to resolve the conflicts within the tribe. We can't keep using me as the referee in these competitions. Regular referees are fine, but this referee is so exhausted he'll be foaming at the mouth. Wait, how can you think like that? You can't always think about running away from problems. No, let me plan this out properly. Su Yuan returned to the camp, found a clean spot to sit down, and took out the planning notebook he had exchanged a long time ago, which still contained records of missions from nearly a year ago. The original goals have been largely achieved, except for the long-term task of collecting rare items. It's time to set some new goals. First of all, the conflict must be resolved, which can be done through some kind of competitive sport, and the rules cannot be too complicated. Then, one must be strong oneself to forge iron. In the future, one can't always rely on drugs to conduct combat drills with them. One can try to become an awakened warrior. Awakened warriors are much stronger than ordinary beast girls, as can be seen from their usual battles with Nicoya, where Nicoya's strength was elevated to another level after her awakening. Perhaps after becoming an awakened warrior, I will be able to easily defeat the combined attack of Lion and the others. Finally, there's the matter of Mu Guang. Chapter 189, A Gift from the Siren King. Su Yuan, Haiyao has woken up. As Su Yuan was plotting how to deal with Mu Guang, the cry of the red fox came from the camp. Upon hearing the news, he immediately put away his notebook. When they arrived at the cabin, Haiyao looked rather unwell. Her physical condition wasn't as good as Su Yuan's, who had been consuming beverages for a long time. He was tried to possess by the Siren King, and his brain suffered serious damage. Su Yuan, I've heard about it from Red Fox. Thank you. It's good that you're all right. Be more careful about these kinds of things in the future. I heard from your mother that when you saw the glowing fish, you swam faster than anyone else. Next time, remember to put your own safety first. Su Yuan touched her forehead. It wasn't as hot as before, and her pale face suggested that she had lost some blood earlier. He was quite grateful to Hai Yao and the others for their valiant pursuit of the Void Ray. If it weren't for the scales left behind by the Void Ray, he probably wouldn't have been able to acquire spatial magic for who knows how long. Furthermore, there are various rare items from the deep-sea tomb, as well as places where one can hear about divine messengers and the miraculous sights of the Black Abyss Sea. But this was too dangerous. This time it was just luck that the sea monster ghost they encountered was countered by the purification syrup. Su Yuan also happened to obtain a special item while fishing that allowed him to breathe underwater. Otherwise, Hai Yao and the others would have been forever buried in that underwater graveyard. I've got it. The little mermaid was still laughing foolishly, and Su Yuan could only laugh along helplessly. All right, let's go eat first. Red Fox chuckled beside her, saying that although breakfast time had passed, Hai Yao had been sleeping on an empty stomach all this time. Come on, I'll carry you over. Just as Su Yuan embraced Hai Yao's waist and fish tail, a familiar sensation came from under the animal skin blanket, soft and without the hard scales. I squeezed it and felt a warm sensation, but it didn't feel as firm as the fish tail. Oh. Seeing Hai Yao's rosy complexion, Su Yuan lifted the animal skin blanket, revealing that her original blue-scaled fishtail had transformed into a pair of long, slender, and sexy legs. Her legs were very white and tender, like the skin of a newborn. Looking further down, you could see light blue veins under her jade-like feet. The toenails were a bright sky blue, and perhaps because it was the first time the child had legs, the toes were curled up nervously. You've become a sorcerer? Thanks to having cleared his stamina in the morning, Su Yuan covered himself with the blanket and looked at Hai Yao, who was still a little dazed, with a look of great surprise. I've become a witch. Even Hai Yao was a little confused. She lifted the blanket again and touched her legs with some curiosity. Her mother had said that only witches and awakened warriors among the mermaids could change their legs. But when did I become a witch? Hai Yao's expression grew increasingly confused. Upon closer inspection, she could detect a tiny ball of magical power within her body, but she didn't know how to circulate it. Hai Yao, try to feel if there are any changes in your body. As a red fox who has been a witch for many years, she naturally knows more about witchcraft than Su Yuan, and she was delighted to guide Hai Yao after discovering that she had become a witch. Su Yuan, however, was puzzled by this matter. He had become a witch so suddenly and without any warning. Could it be that he had really received a gift from the gods? Su Yuan immediately dismissed the idea. Even if he had received a gift, it would be impossible to do so quietly. He believed it was more likely related to the previous Sea King. Red Fox, you teach Hai Yao first. I have to go out for a bit. If it really is related to the Siren King, then I should also undergo changes. After informing Red Fox, Su Yuan quickly ran outside the camp. Some of the snow had already been cleared away, but there was still a thick layer of snow in the distance. He was so exhausted when he got back last night that he was forced to deplete his stamina this morning that he didn't even notice the changes in his body. Close your eyes and sense carefully. Apart from the remaining fire element from the fire spirit drink, everything else in your body is still filled with fire element, just like before, etc. Su Yuan sensed it more carefully and found that in addition to the intense fire element, there was also a subtle blue element in his body. It was not as violent as the flames, but rather flowed through his body like a thin thread. Is this water element? Aside from Red Fox, a genius who seemed to possess all types of magic abilities, this was the first time he had discovered someone who possessed two elements. And that person was himself. Looking at it this way, I was only able to cast basic fire magic because of the fire spirit drink. Otherwise, even if I had exchanged for the complete fire magic manual, it wouldn't have been of any use. Su Yuan was somewhat relieved. If he had exchanged for the basic earth elemental magic back then, even if he had mastered it, it probably wouldn't have had any effect. Now that he and Hai Yao have obtained the water element, it means that the Sea Demon King tried to possess them, but Su Yuan directly destroyed him. The residual water element energy in his body was also fed back to him and Hai Yao, so it could be considered a blessing in disguise. It's a pity I don't have water elemental magic. Never mind, I'll get it eventually. If I get the basic water magic first, I can learn it right away, unlike that complete guide to basic earth magic. Su Yuan suppressed his regrets and returned to the tribe. Hai Yao had changed into a sexy little leather skirt and came out. It seemed to be the first time she had used her legs, and she needed the red fox to help her walk. Upon seeing the red fox, he was reminded of something else, the snow demons from their first meeting. When they captured those snow demons before, they planned to switch the blame and shift the blame to the Black Sheep tribe. However, according to Tiger Hunter and the others, the Black Sheep tribe had never had any contact with the snow demons. So, the Black Sheep captured the red fox for Mu Guang's artifact plan, but what were the snow demons after? Could it be? Hey, what are you thinking about? At this moment, Haiyao jumped over. She was very excited now that she had realized what was happening, but before she could stand up, she fell towards Su Yuan. Be careful, do you understand now? Su Yuan suppressed his doubts about the red fox. Now that the enemy had not appeared, all his guesses were just that, guesses. Only by becoming stronger could he resolve what was about to happen. The little mermaid was very happy, laughing as she wrapped her arms around Su Yuan's neck and her legs around his waist, letting Su Yuan carry her to the campfire. Of course, the red fox witch is very powerful, but I can't use the spell card she gave me. Perhaps Haiyao is not suited to these witchcrafts. Every witch has her own strengths and weaknesses in witchcraft. Red Fox followed beside her. She had previously let Haiyao try out her witch token. Although Haiyao could feel the witch power within her body, she was unable to release it no matter what she did. Yes, every witch has her own element. Haiyao should have the water element, so the fire, healing, and stone-gathering witchcraft you gave her can't be used. Element. Chapter 190. The fox ears are actually a power switch. Su Yuan told the two of them his thoughts. Compared to Haiyao, who was completely bewildered after becoming a witch, Chi-Hu's brows were already tightly furrowed. But why am I still able to cast the spells that Wu and the others taught me when I was little? Because you are a peerless genius, one in a million. Everyone fell silent. Haiyao glanced at Su Yuan, then at Chi-Hu. Su Yuan looked somewhat envious, while Chi-Hu's face grew even redder. If I were a genius, I wouldn't have been chased all the way here. The murmur was faint, but Su Yuan still heard it. He rubbed the red fox's head, looked at the little fur in the fox's ears, and couldn't help but stick his fingers into the furry ears and scratch them. It's so itchy. A strange, tingling sensation made her immediately collapse. Su Yuan teased her for a moment and then stopped, hugging her and comforting her. You've only been a witch for a short time, and you haven't learned many witchcrafts. It's normal for you to win. Although Red Fox, Black Sheep, and Xian Ku are all witches, compared to the other two sexy mature women who are like ripe peaches, Red Fox is more like a green apple that has just started to turn red. Yes, I understand, Su Yuan. I have a feeling. Su Yuan sensed that the red fox in his arms was acting strangely. A strange fragrance wafted out, a fragrance he recognized. Oh no, so the ears are the switch for the red fox. Now that it's out of stamina, it still dares to cause trouble. Su Yuan's forehead immediately broke out in a cold sweat. I desperately wanted to escape, but my arms were already tightly locked in front of me by the red fox. Haiyao, you eat first, then go help everyone clear the snow later. It'll be a good opportunity to get used to walking. I'll discuss the elements with Chi-Hu. Oh, okay then. Haiyao was a little confused, but the mention of elements and witchcraft gave her a headache. She ignored the two people who entered the house and focused her eyes back on the roasted meat in front of her. Saliva was flowing uncontrollably from the corners of his mouth. Ever since he had eaten barbecue with Su Yuan last time, he had to eat raw meat again while he was in the sea. It's great to have 2 legs. Now I can run on land and grill meat myself. The first day after the end of the frost crystal season did not yield particularly rich harvests. Some wild beasts were still in their roosts, perhaps unaware of the changing weather outside. However, the harvest was still much richer than before. In addition to some common harmless small wild animals, they also hunted many ferocious magical beasts. As evening fell, the group returned to the camp, and Lion and Tiger, having rested enough during the day, came out of the cabin. However, neither of them would give in, and this contradictory situation gave Su Yuan, who had come to the camp rubbing his back, another headache. Could it be that the two of them are going to have a showdown tonight? If this were to happen a few more times, even the fire spirit drink probably wouldn't be able to save him. Su Yuan immediately realized the seriousness of this issue concerning tribal integration. It's manageable now that there are only 2 people, but we can't possibly launch a challenge every time we merge with a tribe, can we? By then, the empire might not even be built before people have already turned into mummies. Suddenly, the mischievous, squeaking laughter in the distance caught Su Yuan's attention. Several cute little beast girls were playing a throwing game by a campfire in the distance. Little Rebel Moon, have you ever played that game? Su Yuan patted the bottom of Pan Yu in his arms, and the little beast girl shifted her gaze from the food. The squeaks were having a great time playing. Well, of course I've played it. I'm the best. This is a simple game for relieving boredom in primitive society. It's not as complicated as the trick-or-treating game that Su Yuan made before. All you need to do is throw the wooden blocks you have next to the campfire. Whoever loses the wood the closest wins, but the wood cannot be burned, otherwise it's an immediate loss. This game is very simple, but it lacks competitiveness. It's similar to the hide-and-seek game that Su Yuan taught Gigi to play, and it only attracts these little beast girls. If video games don't work, how about sports? Su Yuan immediately thought of the soccer ball, an essential item for transmigrators. Although he couldn't make a soccer ball, he could easily exchange for one through the system's shop. However, just thinking about how Lion and her friends would probably just grab the ball and charge straight in, or use their tails to curl the ball and run into the opponent's goal. Okay, this is indeed not very suitable. As for basketball, that's even more impossible. The land of this primitive tribe simply can't make a basketball bounce. I've got it. Let's go for the most primitive, simplest, and most brutal competitive sport. Su Yuan immediately thought of the extremely violent and passionate competitive sports in his previous life, the sport that was said to be played by those who couldn't be selected. Football. As a highly violent and competitive sport, rugby requires a high level of physical fitness, including strength, speed, endurance, and flexibility. Su Yuan glanced at the beast girls, Lion and Tiger Hunter, not far away. Although they didn't look as scary as the muscular men in the videos he had seen in his previous life. However, the power contained within this body is not even in the same league. After all, they are from completely different worlds. Even Shaman, who hadn't awakened yet, could go toe-to-toe with Damon, a white bear that was nearly 3 meters tall, let alone Shur and the others who had already become awakened warriors. Even Xian Ku, a high-level awakened warrior, could lift a man with one hand without any problem. This project is perfect for these beast girls who grew up in primitive society, and it might even be able to transform conflicts within the tribe into conflicts on the competition field. Without hesitation, Su Yuan put down the food in his hand and went to the center of the camp to call over everyone in the tribe. Chuero, how's the snow clearing going? The area around the tribe has been mostly cleared. After the frost crystal season ends, the snowfield will be sunny for a few days, and the snow in other places will gradually melt away. Is the sun out? The sun was indeed much warmer than before, and even without the guardian orb, the temperature in the camp didn't feel particularly cold. However, Su Yuan did not intend to wait a few days for the snow to melt slowly. He wanted to accelerate the integration of the tribes and then start preparing for the counterattack on the desolate snowfield. Should we clear the snow further outside the tribe tomorrow? Chuero looked at Su Yuan and asked very seriously. She now enjoys her wonderful life immensely. Recalling the time before she was captured by Su Yuan and the others, she was always either full or hungry. Without Hu Lai and the others secretly transporting food, many of her people would probably have starved to death. Therefore, she cherishes the life she now enjoys in the new tribe, where she is not discriminated against and everyone can have a full meal. Okay, let's clear out another open space nearby. The day after tomorrow, I plan to hold a competition, and the winner will get to choose the prize first. There's no motivation in a competition without rewards. After thinking for a while, Su Yuan redeemed several exquisite and cool-looking items in the system shop. Chapter 191 Rugby. For a soldier, the most important thing is his weapon. Su Yuan understood this principle well, so he redeemed the Ice Spike series weapons that he had unlocked a long time ago when he dealt with the Ice Spike Spider. There are 4 Ice Spike weapons in total: Ice Spike Spear, Ice Spike Longbow, Ice Spike Battle Knife, and Ice Spike Heavy Hammer. When the weapon landed on the ground, everyone's attention was drawn to it. Its icy blue appearance exuded a deadly sharpness, like the weapon used by that god. I didn't expect this weapon to be so cool. If it were in a game, it would definitely sell for 648 yuan. Su Yuan was also somewhat amazed by the appearance of these weapons. Seeing them in pictures in the system shop was one thing, but actually redeeming them was quite another. Is this a weapon used by the gods? Xiao Man's eyes shone as she stared at the giant hammer with its head pressed against the ground. At this moment, even the bone mace she had personally made over a week with Su Yuan's guidance no longer appealed to her. I guess so. I plan to hold a competition the day after tomorrow. The first winner will get to choose a weapon first, then the second, third, and finally the last winner will choose a weapon last. Su Yuan did not intend to directly address the conflict between the Red Fox and Black Sheep tribes. Instead, he divided them into 4 teams, so that the Beast Girls would not feel that the competition was about the honor of the 2 tribes. Each team needs 7 people. The team members must be soldiers, and as for the captain, Su Yuan glanced at Lion and Tiger Hunter and quickly continued. Lion, Tiger Hunter, Red Frost, and Long, the four of you will be the team leaders. I'll tell everyone about the competition details after the venue is cleared tomorrow. There weren't many Beast Woman warriors in the tribe, so Su Yuan considered it carefully and decided on a team size of 7, so that there would be substitutes in case of emergencies. Me? What about me? I want to be the captain too. Just as he decided on the captain's spot, Xian Ku, who was not far away, jumped out, looked at the ice spike spear with longing, and then grabbed Su Yuan's shoulder and shook him. Stop shaking. This guy has no sense of priorities at all. Su Yuan almost had his brain shaken to its limit. He grabbed Xian Ku's ear to stop her. I also want to be the captain and participate in the competition. Whether or not there's a competition isn't important. The key thing is that this ice spike spear is really cool, even cooler than the iron spear Su Yuan gave her before. Xian Ku looked displeased, as if to say, if you won't let me participate, I'll make a scene. You? Su Yuan pondered for a while. Xian Ku was currently the most powerful being in the tribe, a legendary dual cultivator of magic and martial arts, whose fire thunder blast was even more terrifying than a hand grenade. But if Xian Ku isn't allowed to participate, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep tonight. You may participate, but you are not allowed to use witchcraft. Don't worry, they can't beat me even without that power. Xian Ku looked indifferent, took out his witch card from his chest, and tossed it to Su Yuan, already imagining the scene after his victory. All right, in that case, let's add another weapon. Su Yuan immediately started browsing the system shop again. He let go of the few items that were duplicates of the ice spike system weapons, and there was also the staff he had recently acquired. This staff is not suitable for all the shamans in the tribe, including the red fox who is proficient in all elements, since they do not have any water elemental magic. Okay, let's take this one. It can also serve as the jackpot. After thinking for a moment, Su Yuan exchanged the Sea Soul Amber Staff, which had cost nearly 10,000 points. The moment the staff was taken out, everyone exclaimed in surprise. Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. A gem emitting a blue halo is inlaid on the white carved bone staff, and the staff near the gem is divided into 3 slender spirals. The gemstone was carved into a multifaceted prism, and with each movement, a blue light could be seen emanating from its facets. Which, is this really going to be a reward? Yes, even Su Yuanwu himself didn't use his staff. Everyone started discussing it, believing that such a beautiful thing should be used by Su Yuan himself, rather than given as a reward to everyone. Don't worry, I can cast spells without using a wand, so everyone doesn't need to worry about me. In this world, beast girls need a guiding object to use magic. This could be a witch's wand or a witch's talisman. A witch's wand can cast magic of any element, but the strength of the magic varies depending on the wand's attributes. The spell cards can only release magic of a specific element based on their attributes. Red Fox has spell cards of the 3 elements, fire, wood, and earth. Then everyone remembered that Su Yuan was a divine shaman, so he couldn't be regarded as an ordinary shaman. So they excitedly called out to him. All right, you 5 go find your teammates. This competition mainly relies on strength, speed, endurance, and flexibility. Of course, it also requires a bit of wisdom, so how you recruit teammates is up to you. Oh, and besides these weapons, there are also delicious food rewards. When it came to recruiting teammates, Su Yuan suddenly remembered that in his previous life, in addition to the trophies and medals for honor, each team member would actually receive a substantial cash reward. If I were just choosing a weapon for a few people, and those team members received nothing but honor, they might have accepted it once or twice. However, if we want to continue this program in the future, we need to ensure that everyone receives a reward. Under the current conditions of the tribe, we can reward them with some food items that can be redeemed from the system shop. Great, thank you, Wu. I'm determined to get first place. I want to join Sister Lion's team, Shaman. Do you want to come with me? Besides these little beast girls, Lion and the others were also full of fighting spirit, especially Lion and Tiger Hunter, who immediately recruited their own team members after exchanging a hateful glance. That's pretty good momentum. Looks like I need to prepare in advance too. Su Yuan silently opened the system shop. Besides the rugby ball, which was a necessary item, he also needed to exchange for some rules about rugby. These rules must be slightly modified in the next 2 days to make them suitable for these beast girls in primitive society. Let's look at the American style first. One team is on defense, and the other is on offense. Scoring methods include touchdowns, shots, and safety plays. Shoot. Ouch, that's a bit risky. If they kick it, the ball will fly somewhere in the distance. However, without shots on goal, the game would be less exciting. Su Yuan thought about it and decided to make the field smaller and make sure there was something to block the ball from flying away from the goal. That night, the tribe's mood was exceptionally high, and Red Fox and the others did not disturb Su Yuan any further. Soon, a set of rules for rugby in another world was successfully created. Chapter 192, Don't Pull Off Your Opponent's Hood. In a cave in a desolate snowfield. Meow, I'm sleeping so comfortably. Several beast girls struggled to crawl out of the cave, their fur somewhat disheveled and their eyes filled with confusion. AFI, it seems like the frost crystal season is already over. The lead cat girl climbed out of the cave, stretched, and felt the warm sunshine on her body. It had been a long time since she had felt such warm sunshine in the snowfield. I don't know how much time has passed. Let's go find something to eat. Since being sent by the shaman of the light to investigate, they had no idea how long they had been hibernating in the cave. But no matter how big the world was, eating was the most important thing. So the group began searching for food in the surrounding area. The desolate snowfield, which had just ended the frost crystal season, had recovered a lot of vitality, and some fruit trees had even sprouted green branches for the first time. AFI, what should we do next? Going back empty-handed would definitely get him a scolding, and he might even be kicked out of the tribe. AFI rubbed his somewhat messy tail and pondered for a while. We still have to go and look for them. At least we need to go to the icy wilderness and bring back some items from there, or at least fabricate and collect some clues about their escape. In short, we need to make that sun goddess believe that we risked our lives to venture deep into the icy wilderness to help her find the hiding Red Fox tribe. At least she had a full meal in the tribe, and she didn't want to be suddenly exiled like this. And that idiot witch of mine is still staying in the Maguang tribe. AFI, you're so smart. Then let's set off. But which direction should we go? Listening to her teammates' cheerful chatter, AFI glanced up at the sky. The sunlight was dazzling, but also very warm, dispelling the chill in the air. Let's head that way. It'll be warmer closer to the sun. Okay, then let's head towards the sun. Outside the Star Tribe camp, on an open ground, everyone from the tribe had come over. Now, only Deshuang, Deman, and a few huskies remain in the tribe to guard it. After all, besides food and snow yak, there are also 2 awakened warriors captured by the Maguang tribe, although they have long since given up due to their current precarious existence. For safety reasons, Su Yuan entrusted them to Deshuang's care. Under Su Yuan's command, the group cleared out a huge field yesterday, which was 100 meters long and more than 40 meters wide, smaller than the rugby field used in their previous life. It is about the size of a regular high school playground. However, only 7 players are on the field at any one time in a match, so a smaller field won't have a significant impact. The cleared area was divided into several sections by the Spider Girl's spider silk, resembling a barbecue grill, including the scoring area and the door frame made of bamboo. The reason for using bamboo is that the door frame was covered with spider silk from the red frost. To prevent the ball from being kicked away along with the door frame, a special door frame was made. Even if the shot hits the goal frame, the bamboo's resilience can stop it. Shuiro, White Rabbit, are the protective suits prepared for everyone ready? Yes, we have prepared about 40 protective suits, as you requested. Shuiro, along with some beast girls, brought out a series of peculiar animal skin garments. These garments were very thick, but also very short, only covering the upper body. Some heavy leg and knee pads, as well as a very strange headgear, were also made yesterday. Special circumstances require special solutions. There are 35 people in this competition, and each person needs a full set of protective clothing to score at least close to 1,000 points. This would cost at least 30,000 points, and the key issue is that this thing has a damage rate, plus there will be problems dealing with it after the competition ends. So yesterday, Su Yuan thought of using the hides of those frostrock giant lizards to make a rugby suit for another world. Besides protective suits, the most important thing is helmets, and of course, he still has a solution for that. Red Fox, Black Sheep, distribute these white jade ointments to everyone later. Before the competition, everyone must apply a layer to their face, head, and neck before wearing the headgear. Su Yuan distributed the white jade ointment he had exchanged to the 2 of them. This white jade ointment had the effect of reducing physical damage for 1 hour, and 1 tube was enough for the 2 of them to apply to their entire bodies. Just for applying to the head, 2 tubes are enough for more than 30 people, and there's even some left over. The headgear is only used to protect the hair. The beast girls generally have long hair, and even the few with short hair reach their shoulders. It's easy to accidentally pull out your hair, so it's better to wear a head covering to cover it up. After completing all the preliminary preparations, Su Yuan stood on a piece of wood, looked at the quiet crowd below, and explained the improved rules in detail. The rules of the competition are very simple. First, there are 2 teams competing in total. The competition consists of 4 rounds, each lasting 15 minutes. The crowd looked confused. Su Yuan remembered that they didn't have a concept of hours and minutes, so he exchanged for a specially made hourglass. Each session lasts 15 minutes, which is the time it takes for all the sand in this hourglass to fall. Then the rules stipulate that the offensive and defensive teams will be determined by drawing lots before the game. Su Yuan's modified rules are very simple. Getting the ball to the opponent's end position earns 3 points, shooting the ball into the goal earns 6 points, and defending the ball earns 2 points. The reason for increasing the shooting score is mainly because the Beast Girls have never played football before, so their accuracy is naturally excellent. Most importantly, the goal frame has also been set very small. Rather than a rugby goalpost, it's more like a miniature soccer goalpost suspended in midair, created by Su Yuan to prevent the ball from being kicked away. Then there's the game ban. If you commit 3 consecutive fouls, you'll be penalized with 3 points. First, you are not allowed to pull other people's protective clothing or headgear, and you are not allowed to grab other people's hair or tails. Second, you can stop the opponent's attack, but you can't drag the opponent's movements for too long. Third, you cannot use any weapons, nor can you use awakened power, and you cannot intentionally attack the opponent's eyes, throat, or other vital parts. These rules have been simplified to the point that you cannot intentionally interfere with the other side. Everyone can rely on their own abilities to attack and defend. Without these rules, if the competition relied solely on holding onto the opponent's body tightly, then the violent competition would only become a simple game of pulling people together. Alright, that concludes the rules of the competition. Is there anything you don't understand? The eyes of the crowd below lit up after hearing this. Su Yuan had simplified the rules considerably, so everyone understood them immediately. Su Yuan, let's start. I want the first match, and I want to wipe them all out. After hearing the rules, Xin was already eager to win, as if the championship was within reach. Alright, let's start by drawing the first pair of players. One of the 5 teams will always get a bye. Su Yuan held the 5 wooden sticks in his hand and let the 5 team captains draw them. Lioness and her friends stepped forward and each pulled out a wooden stick. 3 of them were long sticks, and 2 were short sticks. One of the short sticks had a mark carved on it. The first match is between Team Red Frost and Team Xin. Chapter 193. This attack, Chuang Fei's teammate. Both sides became excited after drawing lots, especially Xin, who had already applied the white jade ointment all over her face and then hurriedly put on her headgear. The gray-brown had only revealed a small face covered in white jade ointment, and it was the first time Su Yuan had ever seen the effect of this ointment. She was very white, or perhaps frighteningly white. After the 10-minute waiting period, her little face could reflect the sunlight from high above. Both sides prepared and took turns going to the 2 sides of the field, while the rest stood at the edge of the field, excitedly looking towards the center. Half of the team members that Hong Shuang recruited yesterday were spider girls who were rescued by Su Yuan along with her. There were 3 spider girls, Lan Sha, Lu Sui, and the others. The other 3 were recruited from other teams. Xin originally planned to challenge other teams alone, but she brought along a few Beast Girl warriors at Su Yuan's request. Both sides prepare yourselves. The Red Frost team is attacking, and the Sync team is defending. The attacking team has 4 opportunities. If they advance 2 spider webs, they will get 4 more opportunities. If they fail to advance, the attacking team will switch to the Xin team. After both sides were ready, Su Yuan exchanged for a rugby ball, which was larger and heavier than the one in his previous life. The Red Frost team received the ball, and everyone stared at the Xin team on the other side. The strength of the other Beast Girl warriors was not much different, but Xin, who was standing at the front, was the most difficult to deal with. According to Su Yuan's rules, you cannot intentionally attack the opponent, but you can block the opponent. As long as the ball touches the ground or is completely captured, the attacking opportunity is lost. Lan Sha, run forward, and I'll try to throw the ball to you. Hong Shuang's eyes darted around, and she came up with a brilliant idea. She whispered it to the spider girl Lan Sha behind her, and then the 2 teams went to the center of the arena. Haha, little Shuang, I won't hold back later. The 2 usually had a good relationship. Hong Shuang was more gentle and would always accommodate Xin when they went hunting or completed tasks assigned by Su Yuan. So when they met, Xin showed a happy and smug smile, her eyes fixed on the ball in Hong Shuang's hand. Then Shinka, please be gentle when you bump into me. Don't worry, I definitely won't hurt you. The match begins. As Su Yuan, sitting on the high platform of the wooden stake, blew his whistle, both sides began to move, But since it was the first time for everyone to participate, they had no idea about tactics. Xin led all the beast girls directly towards Hong Shuang, intending to tackle her and the ball to the ground. Lansha, just as Xin tackled Hong Shuang, she threw the rugby ball she was holding to Lansha, who had already run far away. Oh no, go back and stop her. Xin also realized what was happening and released Hong Shuang, intending to retreat to defend. Unfortunately, just as she was about to tackle Lansha, she had already dribbled the ball into the spiderweb of the next attack. Hee, Sister Xin, it's too late for you now. Damn it, I've been tricked. Seeing Lansha making a face at her from below, Xin was furious and slapped her pert buttocks. Red Frost team continued to get attacking opportunities. Hong Shuang, you are so cunning. Hong Shuang still had that gentle smile. Looking at the somewhat frantic Xin, she pulled her up and chuckled. Su Yuanwu said that you should use your brain more when you do things. Humph, I was just careless this time. Let's try again. Oh no, you guys hold the back for now. I'll take care of blocking the ball. Although Xin was a bit impatient and didn't think things through, she wasn't completely stupid. She realized that Hong Shuang, who only focused on controlling the ball, would suffer if she didn't pay attention to the other players on the opposing team. So she immediately stood in front, while everyone else stayed behind outside the spider web. This is going to be tough to deal with. If the other team members try to stop him, Xin's speed and strength will allow him to easily take them down. However, she was not strong enough to rush over and stop Xin, and holding him back would violate the rules. Let's give it a try first. In a bit, everyone will run towards the enemy's side of the map. Hong Shuang wanted to use the same trick again, but this time the remaining 6 people all scattered and rushed towards the opponent's lane. Stop them, Xin said, and then ran towards Hong Shuang. In an instant, she had reached Hong Shuang and reached out with both hands to grab her. Hong Shuang frowned, hesitated for a moment, and then threw the rugby ball forward. However, this time, because of her 1 second of hesitation, the rugby ball thrown high in the air was immediately caught by Xin, and at the same time, her body collided with her due to inertia. Ouch! The two hugged and rolled around a few times, then Xin happily lifted the ball up. The first attack failed. Su Yuan blew his whistle and watched the match from above with great interest, although it wasn't as tactically and strategically complex as in his previous life. But these random collisions and confrontations actually have a unique charm. Sister Lansha, keep it up. Xin. Shouts began to rise from the surrounding area as everyone watched the wild clashes and battles on the field, with the weaker beast girls being knocked to the ground. Of course, this is not a simple contest of strength. In the third round, Hong Shuang stared intently ahead, and Xin's gaze remained fixed on her. As soon as the whistle blew, she would rush over without hesitation. Third attack, begin. As soon as the whistle blew, Hong Shuang looked at Xin rushing towards her, and without thinking, threw the ball to Hong Chi beside her, while also mustering all her strength to crash into Xin. The two collided, and even Xin couldn't react in time, getting hit hard and falling to the ground at the same time. After successfully getting the ball, Hong Chi immediately rushed forward, but the opposing team surrounded her. Seeing that she was surrounded, she imitated Hong Shuang and threw the ball towards Lu Sui. Watch this, green ear, catch. The rugby ball came hurtling towards them, and Lu Sui tried to raise her hand to catch it. Ouch! However, the ball landed in a bad way. Before Green Ear could react, it hit her head directly, knocking her to the ground. The ball lands, the second attack fails. The scene fell silent. Hong Chi looked at Lu Sui, who had rolled over, and his face turned so red it was almost steaming. This shot didn't seem to be aimed at passing the ball. It seemed more like it was intended to smash Green Ear to death. Ha 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 ha. Hong Chi's shot was incredibly accurate. No wonder he's such a skilled archer. Joyful laughter erupted on the field. No one expected that such a bizarre thing would happen at such an exciting moment. At this moment, only one person stood silently on the field, his toes digging into the ground through his animal hide boots. Her cheeks flushed red, and she couldn't utter a word. Chapter 194. He's already successfully awakened? Red Frost team won the first match. The 1-hour match ended with the Red Frost team emerging victorious, with a final score of 26-20, a mere 6-point difference. As for the reason for Xin's team's defeat, it was mainly because one of the Snow Leopard girls was too arrogant and could not stay calm when defending. Once they're in attack mode, they basically want to carry the ball and crash it into the opposite end of the court. Hong Shuang alone is not enough to stop her, but there are others. As long as Xin is knocked down, they can eliminate one of the opponent's attack opportunities. So, After an hour of back-and-forth offensive opportunities, the Red Frost team finally managed to push their front line into the Sinker team's end zone. They fought their way in and scored the final 6 points. I refuse to accept this. Let's play another round, and I'll definitely win. At this moment, the second match is about to begin. Among the 5 teams, Lion Team is left out, and Tiger Hunting Team will face Long Team. Lion Team, who has not drawn an opponent, can only stay by Su Yuan's side. All right. I believe you'll win the next match. How about you sit down and watch Tiger Hunter and Long's match? Fortunately, Shir was by his side. Su Yuan held Xin Ke tightly around the waist, trying to stop her from rushing up to participate in the second match, but he couldn't pull her away at all. Lion pulled hard on her arm and managed to pull her back. All right then, when is the next competition? I want to participate again. Xin Ke's face was full of excitement, clearly still caught up in the thrill of the competition, her slender arms waving excitedly. Let's have another match in a while, after everyone's done with their work. Su Yuan knew his idea had worked. Rugby, a sport of raw violence, was far more appealing to the beast girls than card games that relied on wits and deception. Oh, how much longer will we have to wait? Without a competition to participate in, Snow Leopard Girl is going to die. With Xin Ke and Long's match as a reference, the second match was even more exciting. However, due to the large gap in strength between the two sides, only Long managed to win 3 points with her agile movements. Mom, you can do it. Little Totoro Squeak also got nervous, excitedly waving his arms to cheer for his mother as he watched the two fiercely battling it out on the field. The game has reached its final 15 minutes. Long's team didn't recruit anyone else. They were mostly beast girls who had escaped from the land of death with her. Their strength wasn't particularly high, and the only one with combat ability, Gray, was still in an unawakened state. Tiger Hunter also has 3 awakened warriors under his command, Ling Ling, Shuangxi, and Panyu, making them far stronger than Long's team. Switch. The score was pulled to 326, a huge difference. Su Yuan, sitting on the referee's table, realized the problem he hadn't noticed before. The awakened warriors are having too much of an impact on the outcome of the game. If a team has even one more awakened warrior, the balance of victory will be directly shifted, let alone with 3 more awakened warriors now. It seems we'll have to develop some new rules for the next competition based on whether the participants are awakened warriors. The competition is now halfway through, and it's too late to set the rules and restart the competition. Fortunately, the purpose of this competition has been achieved. Judging from the lively scene, the conflicts between the tribes have shifted to the competition, and people who were originally hostile to each other are now cheering for each other to score goals. Long, give me the ball later. Tiger Hunter and the others have been watching you. In the final round, Long and her team were in charge of the attack. All 3 of Long's previous attacks had been blocked, and now only one last chance remained. Hui wiped the sweat from her face. Since she was the strongest in the team besides Long, she had been under tremendous pressure. Yeah, it's okay if you lose, don't be sad. Long wasn't nervous at all. On the contrary, she seemed relaxed and enjoying the intense match. She knew Su Yuan's intention in organizing this competition. Of course, it would be the best thing to unite the tribes together. The past year has made her heart belong to the Star Tribe led by Su Yuan. A few days ago, she watched Tiger Hunting and Lion fighting and had a fight, and she was at a loss. Don't worry, I'll definitely score another goal. Gray nodded, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. His wolf tail slapped the ground behind him as he stared intently at the opposing moon. Both are wolf girls. Before her awakening, Betrayal Moon was not as strong as her, but now she can feel tremendous pressure from Betrayal Moon in the competition. Some of the younger sisters in the tribe have become awakened warriors, but she hasn't changed at all. The sense of loss made her feel very disappointed for a long time, and sometimes she would secretly hide in a place to train like crazy. The match begins. As Su Yuan blew the whistle, the final round of the match began, with only 1 minute remaining for them to make one last attack. Long made a quick decision, throwing the ball to Gray behind her, while simultaneously blocking Tiger Hunter and Ling Ling from view. The remaining Beast Girls also unleashed their last-ditch effort, standing in front of Gray, allowing Gray to break through alone under their cover. Sister Gray, I won't go easy on you. Full of fighting spirit, the Rebel Moon broke through the blockade and came to Gray's side. Without any intention of holding back, it was about to knock Gray to the ground. Little traitor you, I won't give up easily either. Gray remained resolute, gritting his teeth as he charged towards Rebel Moon as well. Both sides are blocked, and only by defeating the rebel can we successfully rush to the opposite side's position. Bang! The moment the two collided, the enormous impact almost sent Gray flying back, and the numbness and pain in her shoulder nearly caused her to drop the ball from her hand. Go Gray. Keep it up. In the distance, a creaking, swaying figure sat high on Su Yuan's shoulders, while everyone in the tribe shouted her name fervently. Gray. Keep it up. We must win the last point. A powerful force seemed to surge within him, and his figure became incredibly light. Gray, who had felt dizzy from the impact, instantly regained his senses. This is... Su Yuan was so excited, he almost stood up. Zizi, who was sitting on his head, was so frightened that it immediately hugged his head and looked at the gray in the distance with joy. At this moment, a bright rune was faintly visible on her forehead, and then it burst into dazzling light. Awaken! Without the slightest hesitation, Gray instantly passed the stunned rebel moon after regaining control of his body. Tiger Hunter, should we chase after them? Ling Ling looked at the motionless crowd with some confusion, scratched her head, and asked. No need. I think she has already succeeded. In the final seconds, Gray Highball tossed the rugby ball up and then kicked it into the goalpost with all his might. Team leader Long, at another 6 points. Chapter 195. The advantage lies with me. The weather in the icy, snowy plains has cleared up considerably since the end of the frost season. Cough, 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 run. You have to run. In the endless snowfield, a wolf-headed, human-bodied orc swayed, his face covered in wolf fur, a deathly gray-white hue clearly visible. It had been on the run for several days, but the sudden changes in Wolf Claw and Wolf Boss were still haunting its mind. In a daze, it seemed that it could hear strange and terrifying cries from the snowfield behind it, each one seemingly striking its very soul. We must escape this land of death, escape this desolate snowfield, escape as far away as possible. As it murmured, the werewolf gazed at the sky, the bright sunlight bringing it a touch of warmth, and its feet unconsciously moved towards the direction of the morning sun. The final match will be between the Lions team and the Tiger Hunter team. The competition has reached its final match. Hong Shuang, who had previously defeated Xian Ku, was still defeated by Shi's team, again due to the distribution of awakened warriors. 2 consecutive matches have helped the Beast Girls figure out how to play. In Lion's team, besides her, there are 3 awakened warriors, Cat Knight, Fox Thoughts, and Shaman, who just awakened a few days ago. The sunlight was already turning yellowish. Under the setting sun, the 2 teams faced each other, their eyes filled with fighting spirit. I don't want Su Yuan to feel annoyed. You ambushed us once before, and we ambushed you back, so let's consider it a draw. This time, let's decide the winner directly. Lion stared at the Tiger Hunter opposite him and said coldly, That's what I think too. Let's decide the winner according to the competition rules. The whistle blew, and in an instant, Lion on the attacking side threw the ball to Cat Knight behind him, while he himself rushed in front of Tiger Hunter to block it. Bang! The moment the 2 collided, the ground, frozen stiff by the snow, splashed out, and a small pit was created under their feet. How terrifying. If you get hit by this, what's the difference between that and hitting your luck on the national highway? Looking at the intense scene of the 2 fighting below, a sense of pride welled up in Su Yuan's heart. He was able to defeat 2 of these powerful beast girls. Although the victory was achieved through the use of performance-enhancing drugs, it was still a successful victory. Cat Knight, you're still a long way from scoring a goal. If we're talking about who has a bigger grudge than Lion and Tiger Hunter, it would only be Cat Knight and Rebel Moon, who have each plucked each other's tail hairs. Even though it has grown back now, the tail hair that symbolized the insult is still treasured by the 2 of them and has not been found by the other to this day. Little rebel you, if you lose later, you'd better wait for me to pluck all the hair off your tail. Dream on. If I win, you'll have to give my things back. Pan Yu was furious and rushed forward, intending to knock Mao Yi to the ground. Shaman, catch the ball. Sister Lingling, stop her. Mao Yi was in no hurry. He called out to Shaman behind him and threw the ball in that direction. Pan Yu in front of him also called out in that direction. It's here. Oh my. Shaman was also excited and ready to rush up to catch the ball, but Lingling also heard Mao Ye's shout and blocked Shaman's way, ready to intercept the ball. But there was no sign of the ball in the sky. Just as Pan Yu's attention shifted from Shaman, Mao Yi had already used her tail to wrap the ball around her. Damn it, you lied to me. Who told you to be so stupid I got to take the first point? Ugh. Cat Knight was sticking out her tongue and making a face at Pan Yu, completely unaware that a figure had appeared in front of her, slowly stretching out its leg. Yuzuki, well done. In a corner where no one was paying attention, Yuki suddenly appeared without any noticeable presence, and with a gentle trip, she interrupted Shir and the other's first attack. This dramatic scene stunned Su Yuan, as he hadn't even noticed when Yue had arrived. After all, Everyone was fighting ahead. Who would have thought that there was someone lying at the very back, waiting for the enemy to take the bait? The first attack failed. Ugh, I'm so annoyed. Yuzuki, what are you doing lying here? Nicoya got up from the ground, patted the dirt off her body, and glared angrily at Yuzuki, who was still lying there. I'm a little sleepy. Yuzuki yawned, rubbed her eyes, and slowly explained to Nicoya. The match continued into the night, with both sides tied at the same score and unable to gain a clear advantage. Because everyone had applied the white jade ointment, they didn't have many injuries, but their faces and heads covered by hoods were already soaked with sweat. His clothes were soaked, and several wild beast girls directly removed his animal skin clothes except for the shoulder pads and headgear that Su Yuan had requested. The explosive scene gave him a visual shock, which went straight to his heart, and he couldn't bear to look away, even though he had just exhausted a lot of energy in the previous 2 days. Su Yuan, are you sleepy? It's time to blow the whistle. Do you want me to blow it for you? The tiger hunter's last chance to attack was blocked. Seeing that Su Yuan was staring at the field for a long time without reacting, Zizi thought he was a little sleepy. Okay. Oh, okay. Su Yuan immediately realized what was happening, forcibly looked away, blew his whistle, and began the final round of defensive rotation. If the Lions can't score another goal in the final 15 minutes, then extra time will have to be played, since the score is currently tied. Cat Knight, when you get the ball, run to the back first, and then attack when you find an opportunity. During the break between the last rounds, Husi called everyone over. Mao Yi, who had received the instructions, nodded with some confusion. Fox thoughts, why don't you let me attack? You just need to stop everyone except Tiger Hunter. Lioness's face, covered in sweat, was full of determination. After so many matches, she understood how long Su Yuan meant by a round of 15 minutes. If these 4 attacks fail, then there will be no time left, and we won't even get any defensive points. Don't rush, we still have 4 chances. As long as we hold on, we won't lose. Offense is easier to score than defense, and they will definitely be very anxious. We have to stall until they have no time to attack. Fox's mind works quickly. Based on these matches, he realized that the attacking side is more efficient at scoring points than the defending side. If we quickly use up these 4 opportunities and hand over the offensive control to Tiger Hunter and his team, we are likely to lose 3 points again during the defense. Therefore, in this final attack, the advantage is in my hands. Chapter 196 The Champion is Born. It's so lively over there. Is the owner making something delicious? Ugh, I don't smell anything. It shouldn't be. How about we sneak away and steal some food while our master's not around? Ouch. If you dare steal food, I'll bite off your legs. Woof, woof, woof. In the camp, several snow wolves lay listlessly on the ground, while the joyful and excited howls in the distance drew their attention. However, due to Su Yuan's instructions, they could only stay in the camp, with a few animal bones placed beside them as their only toys. The Shuang glared at the few stupid dogs that were barking and fawning, then ignored them and gently licked the little wolf cub in her arms. After nearly a year, the little wolf cubs who used to stumble and fall while walking are now able to hop around in the camp. Every time Big Frost eats, the other animals will imitate their mother and tear apart the meat. This abundant and happy life has made the little frost wolves plump and fat, and the little white balls look very cute. Just as the Shuang was about to rest with her cub, a strange smell from afar made it immediately open its eyes. Its body was covered in white frost, and its eyes were looking towards a certain place outside the camp. Woof, woof, woof. Several snow wolves cowered in fear, covering their heads before it, but Big Frost ignored them and roared at Big Barbarian, who was licking his fur not far away. He then tossed the wolf cubs to the huskies nearby, jumped over the wooden fence, and ran off into the distance. I will not lose. Lion looked at the tiger hunter in front of her, clutching the rugby ball tightly in her hands, while the other beast girls beside her collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Even Pan Yu lay on the ground, looking exhausted, still clutching the tail of Mao Yi who was lying on the ground, but Mao Yi was also too weak. It was already night, and Su Yuan had no choice but to hold up a protective orb to illuminate the arena. The reason everyone is so tired is that Fox's plan has worked. Previously, due to the tie-in points, the game was a match point where whichever team scores would win. As a result, both sides unleashed unprecedented potential and remained locked in a stalemate for half an hour. Everyone was so exhausted that they collapsed on the ground, leaving only 2 stubborn figures still persevering. Ha ha ha, then you should give it a try. Tiger Hunter wiped the sweat from his face, mustered his strength, and pounced on Lion. This was Lion's last chance to attack. If he could intercept them, it would be their turn next. Neither side yielded an inch, and without any finesse, they collided head-on, the rugby ball held tightly in their arms. However, because both of them were already drenched in sweat, the ball accidentally slipped out of the bowl. In an instant, the tiger hunter, who had been somewhat exhausted, suddenly felt a powerful force, with a stream of energy swirling around the lion in front of him. This is a breakthrough? The airflow around Lion turned into a vortex, and the rugby ball that should have landed was hooked by her foot. Then, the ball shot into the goal frame behind Tiger Hunter in an instant. Even the spider silk woven by Red Frost herself could not stop it. It directly shattered the bamboo frame, broke through the spider web, and flew into the distance. We won. We won. On the field, Nicoya excitedly got up and hugged Manhwa, who was holding her tail. Her smile and cheers drew the shocked crowd back from the direction of the ball. Cough, 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 let go. Panyu looked frustrated and tried to break free from Mao Ye's embrace, but he held her tighter and tighter, making it hard for her to breathe. A high-level awakened warrior. I never expected Lion to break through like this. Red Fox also walked over from the side, his tone of admiration tinged with a hint of joy, his eyes fixed on Lion, who was standing there in a daze. Advanced awakened warrior. This is the highest level Su Yuan has ever heard of in this primitive society. As far as he knows, only Xian Ku is an advanced awakened warrior. Oh, right. There are also the Manhwa and Yin Duo sisters, but they've been tricked by him and haven't shown their true strength yet. Xian Ku awakened the elemental power of lightning, which, combined with the fire magic learned by the witch, made her fire lightning blast as powerful as a mortar shell. However, the elemental power of advanced awakened warriors cannot be released as freely as that of shamans. At most, it can be attached to the surface of their bodies or their weapons. So, what elemental power did Lion awaken? Su Yuan gazed at the lion being lifted high by the crowd. The surrounding air currents surged, lifting up the animal skin clothes of some of the beast girls, and their fluffy tails swayed wildly. Wind. A high-level awakened warrior who controls the wind element? That doesn't quite fit the image of the incredibly strong lion. Besides, wasn't he infused with a fire elemental drink? Could it be that the fire element was absorbed by itself, only giving Lion and the others pure magical elements? All right, you can put him down now. Amidst the excitement, Su Yuan called out to everyone. Although the Beast Girls and Lion's team were already exhausted, their smiles were practically reaching the back of their heads. I hereby declare that the champion of the first Star Tribe Rugby Tournament is the Lion team. The arena was bathed in warm red light at night. All the Beast Girls from the Star Tribe gathered around the somewhat messy arena. After Su Yuan announced the champion, a burst of enthusiastic cheers erupted from the arena. Sister Lion is amazing. This is the first edition. Will there be more competitions in the future? I really want to participate, but I can't beat them. Of course, there was joy and disappointment, and there was also a snow leopard girl squatting in a corner complaining. What's wrong? Are you unhappy? No, In the crowd, Black Sheep walked up to Tiger Hunter with a big smile and gently reached out to wipe the dirt off her face. Tiger Hunter shook his head, but couldn't say anything. After a long silence, he finally spoke under Black Sheep's gaze. I'm sorry, Black Sheep Witch, I couldn't get you first place. Why did you have to win first place for me? Don't you want the magic staff that Su Yuan got from the gods? I saw you staring at it the whole time that day. When Su Yuan exchanged for the Sea Soul Amber staff, everyone in the tribe was deeply attracted by its magnificent appearance. Tiger Hunter turned his head and saw Black Sheep staring at the weapon, his gaze lingering for a long time before he looked away. Of course I want it, but not the magic wand. Oh. The tribe's first rugby tournament was not perfect. It had many problems and shortcomings. As it was getting late, Su Yuan didn't say much more. Su Yuan, I want this. After the breakthrough, Lion has a different kind of temperament. Just by leaning close to him, you can feel an invisible wind caressing your body. As the champion, Lion has the right to choose the reward first. The weapon rewards are the 4 Ice Spike series weapons and the Sea Soul Amber staff. As for food, Su Yuan also redeemed some delicious foods that were very suitable for the Beast Girls from the system shop. First and foremost, a large bag of cat food. Then the remaining items were a large bottle of honey, a large bag of cheese slices, a large bag of flavored beef jerky, and finally, a large bag of soft bread rolls. At this moment, Lion's eyes were fixed on the witch's staff that Su Yuan was holding in his hand. Chapter 197 The Power of Belief. Thanks to her for telling me the cat needed to sleep. Extra chapter update. Lion was overjoyed to receive the staff, a smile constantly on his face. After hugging the staff to his chest, he returned to the group with a bag of cat food. Sister Lion, you're amazing. We can finally eat this delicious food again. The choice of cat food was suggested by Maoya. Ever since Su Yuan fed her the food last time, she had been pestering him to let her taste it again. However, in order to prevent her from developing a picky eating habit, Su Yuan did not get her any cat food, no matter how sad Mao Yu was. But I think that one tastes better. Shaman looked at the large bamboo tube that Su Yuan had placed on a wooden stake, her mouth watering. The golden liquid inside was emitting a sweet smell, which made her salivate. How is that possible? There's nothing in the world that tastes better than this. After handing the cat food to the little ones, Lioness came to Red Fox and handed her the sea soul amber staff. Red Fox, this is for you. Thank you, Lion. Despite his somewhat disheveled face, a confident smile still lingered. Red Fox knew that at this moment, Lion had finally let go of the person he once was, the one who had been defeated and driven to the icy snowfields. A cool sensation ran through her hand as she held the staff. Now she could finally unleash the magic on the 2 magic cards she had left behind when she fled the desolate snowfield. Su Yuan, may I have this? The second place went to Tiger Hunter and his group. Black Sheep walked to Su Yuan's side and pointed to the ice spike hammer placed to the side. The ice crystal hammerhead fell to the ground. The hammerhead was covered with sharp spikes. Each strike would likely scrape off a layer of flesh from the enemy. Of course, it seems you and Tiger Hunter have a very good relationship. Su Yuan could tell that Tiger Hunter had only recently joined the tribe and didn't have any decent weapons. The last time he helped him fight the frost armor giant lizard, he had used his own bone-breaking blade. Well, actually she was the first child I found. I hadn't become a witch yet, and she was about the same age as Zizi. Black Sheep explained with a touch of nostalgia that the desolate snowfield was so vast that she didn't even know how many tribes or how many people there were. All she knew was that she was an unwanted child. Back then, I found a tiger hunter who was also unwanted in a forest. She was starving, so I took her back to my tree hole. She was very clumsy when she was little. She couldn't even catch a rabbit, and she was also clumsy when climbing trees. She fell down and cried a lot several times. Black Sheep. Suddenly, a somewhat embarrassed voice came from behind them. The two looked back and saw Tiger Hunter standing behind them with a blushing face. I didn't cry. All right, you didn't cry. Right, let's choose this one. As for the food, Panyu, you can choose it. Black Sheep looked at the dishes and handed the choice over to the little beast girls. The third place went to Long and her team. Because of Gray's awakening, they won against Red Frost, who was also in the loser's bracket in the subsequent match. This time, Long gave the choice to Hui. Red Frost, Little Frost, let me have that spear. I really love it. Now it was Hong Shuang's turn to make a choice. Xian Ku grabbed Hong Shuang's leg and stared longingly at the magnificent spear covered in ice crystal spikes. All right. I wasn't planning on choosing a spear anyway, so let go of me now. Hong Shuang pulled Xinke up. Her choice was the ice spike longbow, and her choice of food was the honey in the bamboo tube. Wow, Hong Shuang, I love you so much. Unexpectedly, Xian Ku hugged her even tighter, which moved her to tears. Just as Lan Sha picked up the bamboo tube, Hong Shuang's other leg was also tightly hugged, and a delicate cry rang out, which startled Xian Ku, who was standing to the side. Sister Hong Shuang, can I try some of this? It smells so good. Xiaoman ultimately couldn't resist the temptation of the honey, but after seeing that Hong Shuang had chosen it, she could only imitate Xinke and run over to cry. The lively scene kept everyone energized even at night. Su Yuan looked at the beast girls around him and recalled the 2 awakenings he had experienced that day. According to Red Fox and the others, awakened warriors are either bestowed by a shaman or awakened suddenly during a life-or-death battle. He had seen cases of awakening in a life-or-death battle before. That's how Pan Yu successfully awakened, except that she was too eager for quick success back then. In the end, he was only able to awaken thanks to the fire spirit drink within his body. Today, seeing Gray stuck at the final step of awakening, and Lion suddenly breaking through to become an advanced awakened warrior, Su Yuan dispelled the notion that awakening could only be achieved in a life-or-death battle. Or rather than a battle between life and death, it is more accurate to say that it is the belief in wanting to survive during a battle between life and death, or even more accurately, a belief. Just like Gray's belief in scoring another goal for Long, Lion's belief in getting that staff for Red Fox. It seems we can hold more competitions in the future to inspire everyone's fighting spirit and belief. However, in future matches, we could consider letting everyone have a small drink before going on stage, which would increase the probability of them awakening. Su Yuan looked at the first item in the system's special goods list. It was the Snow Serpent Elixir, which he unlocked with his first rare item trade and could increase the awakening probability. One bottle costs 1,000 points. I don't have enough points to afford it, but I've tried feeding it many times before without any effect. It now seems that the wrong method was used. Just as everyone was dancing joyfully, a wolf howl in the distance drew Su Yuan's attention, who was watching the notes on the snow serpent elixir. That's the voice of Great Frost. Something's happened at the camp. The other beast girls also realized what was happening and all looked in the direction of the wolf's howl. Star Camp. Let's go back and take a look. After everyone packed up their belongings, Tiger Hunter lifted the massive ice spike hammer with one hand, and Xianku also changed into his new weapon, with electricity flashing on the ice crystal-like gun body. When they arrived at the camp, they saw 5 snow wolves with their cubs. Not far away, Manhwa and Duo were trying to break free of their restraints. They did not see Shuang and demand, "Big fool, where are Big Frost and the others?" Su Yuan patted the snow wolves on the head, and the wolves quickly pointed to another direction of the camp. At this moment, the roar of the barbarian rang out again. "Lion, Tiger Hunter, Xianku, Black Sheep, the 4 of you take some warriors and come with me. Red Fox, you take everyone and pack up the important things. Use the conch shell to communicate later. If anything happens, immediately lead everyone to hide in the mine in the mountains." At this moment, even though he seemed calm, he was also a little nervous. It was very likely that Mu Guang had come looking for him. At this stage, engaging in war with Mu Guang would be a passive battle, and we probably wouldn't gain any advantage unless we fought to the death. The shaman of the bathing light was not afraid of sacrificing his people, but he was afraid that the beast girls who had greeted him with smiles in the camp would turn into cold corpses. "I understand. Please be very careful." Red Fox really wanted Su Yuan to lead everyone to escape so she could rush up and fight the enemy, but seeing Su Yuan's determined eyes, she could only nod nervously in agreement. "Don't worry, I have a way to get everyone to survive." Chapter 198 is the primitive world in the midst of a biohazard crisis. In the dead of night, on a vast white snowfield, a werewolf who had escaped from a mysterious place staggered forward, his once dark fur now completely gone, revealing a blood-red body covered in green slime. Even the wolf's mouth has begun to change. A faint murmur can be barely heard in its hoarse voice. "It's light, firelight. I'm saved. I'm saved." A glimmer of light remained in its eyes, but its body had already undergone tremendous changes, just like the 2 wolf leaders before it. Now, only a few traces of its original shape could be seen from its size. Awoo! Just as it continued toward the firelight, a silver figure leaped high into the snow and stood before it, staring at it. "Damn it, you all deserve to die? Why won't you let me go? I just want to live. I don't want to become a monster." Under the starlight, Shuang could clearly see the figure in front of her. Its ferocious appearance even terrified Shuang, who was about to break through to the 4th-tier magical beast. Shuang took a few steps back, and behind her, the man also moved her massive body to her side. Perhaps because it wasn't as intelligent as Shuang, when it saw the mutated werewolf in front of it, the man just roared fiercely and slapped its front paws on the snow to warn the other party to leave. "You all have to die. You all have to die." Suddenly, the werewolf's head exploded, like a flower blooming, blood and bits of flesh splattering everywhere, the crimson flower filled with sharp fangs. "Awoo!" Shuang dared not be careless, and tried to freeze the opponent with white mist around her, but even if the werewolf's body was frozen into frost white, it still could not stop her in the slightest. Roar! The polar bear, the man, was also enraged. He couldn't let this strange creature ruin his year of having enough to eat and drink and not having to hunt every day. So it rushed forward and slapped the werewolf. The immense force sent the mutated werewolf flying, but it soon got back up, revealing a tuft of blood-stained white fur among its fangs. Roar! The giant beast clutched its forepaw and cried out in pain. Its forepaw was covered with bloody scratches, and its sharp teeth were deeply embedded in its flesh. The frost beside him immediately opened its wolf mouth, and countless ice spikes shot towards the werewolf, but they only pierced a few inches into the flesh before turning into ice crystals and shattering on the ground. Gah! The werewolf was no longer able to speak. Strange cries came from its torn mouth as it attacked Great Frost once more. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out in the distance. Just as Frost was about to retreat, an arrow pierced the hideous maw, pierced the arrowhead, and flew back into the distant snowfield with the werewolf. The sharp, explosive sound made the werewolf dizzy, and its figure stumbled and rolled in the snow. "Great Frost, great barbarian, come back." The red light shone on the snow-covered ground, and Su Yuan's voice brought Daman and Shuang back to his side. At this moment, Daman's bare paw was bleeding profusely. Damon, are you alright? Shaman came to Damon's side, her small figure looking at the injury on Damon's hand with some nervousness. As a little bear mother who could understand Damon's words, she had a very good relationship with this big white bear. Although Shaman herself said she could understand Xiong language, it didn't affect their relationship. Wah! Damon shook his head and licked the wound with his tongue. Shaman, apply this to the big guy's wound. As the adorable pet that the tribe had raised for almost a year, Su Yuan wouldn't just ignore it. He exchanged it for a bottle of seashell ointment and gave it to Shaman. The description said that this stuff could relieve pain and speed up wound healing. Of course, he hadn't tried it either. Su Yuan, be careful. At this moment, Lion and Tiger Hunter stood in front of Su Yuan carrying two huge weapons. The werewolf that he had shot away with an arrow earlier had regained consciousness. Big Frost, is this the only one? Upon hearing Su Yuan's question, Deshuang's wary gaze towards the werewolf returned, and she nodded. It turns out that the roars of the Great Frosts weren't from an attack by the Lightbringer or other tribes, but this guy. Su Yuan's eyelids twitched again. The mysterious sea monster king he had encountered earlier was trying to use the bloodline possession technique from fantasy novels to seize Hai Yao's body. So what is this mutated zombie that seems to be from a biohazard crisis? Is it a primitive, post-apocalyptic world? What else exists in this world besides beast girls and magic? Su Yuan complained somewhat helplessly. In his mind, he had simply transmigrated to a Western fantasy world of swords and magic, only it happened a little too early. Now, one complicated thing after another is happening. Fantasy magic, a zombie crisis, Oright, and Mu Guang, that guy who seems to be from a heavenly divine kingdom. What's next? A demonic uprising in the underground world? An alien invasion and destruction? Or a mechanical race catastrophe erupting in this primitive society? Looking at the werewolf approaching him, Su Yuan suppressed his inner complaints and activated the identification function. Mutated werewolf, a Tier 2 advanced monster, evolved from a Tier 1 werewolf through genetic mutation. It has lost most of its rationality, but due to the short time since the mutation, it can still act based on the little remaining thought it has. How exactly did this genetic mutation occur in this place? Genetic mutations are something that even the technologically advanced 21st century couldn't completely control. It's impossible for such a thing to exist in a primitive society. But reality was right in front of him, and it was attacking him. Bang! The werewolf was sent flying once again, the tiger hunter's giant hammer slamming mercilessly into its body. The split fangs still tried to attack the giant hammer, but their biting only produced an unpleasant noise on the hammer. Disgusting bastard, let me go. This is the weapon the black sheep which picked out for me. Bang! 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 Seeing the monster under the hammer biting his precious weapon, Tiger Hunter was furious. Runes flashed on his forehead, and he swung the giant hammer, leaving afterimages as he smashed it down on the werewolf under the hammer. Okay. Su Yuan quickly grabbed Tiger Hunter's slender waist from behind and pulled her away. If he hit her again, that werewolf would be reduced to minced meat. If even a little bit of it splashed on him, he'd probably have to run to the frozen lake at night and scrub his body several times over. After its body was smashed into a pile of minced meat, the mutated werewolf could no longer move. It struggled a few times before collapsing to the ground and remaining motionless. Black Sheep, go back and tell Red Fox and the others not to worry. Oh, and by the way, tell Red Fox to bring her magic staff over. You can arrange things at the camp first. The mangled flesh in front of them was no longer recognizable as human, so they gave up their original idea of taking it back to the tribe. As mentioned in the identification system, this guy mutated in a short period of time, which means that the cause of the mutation is in this icy and snowy plain and not far from here. As for what exactly happened, you'll have to have a good talk with its spirit. Chapter 199 Suspected Alien Spaceship Crashes in the Primitive World. Su Yuan, are you alright? Fox Thoughts followed Red Fox over. When they arrived, they saw a bloody mess stuck to the ground, with splattered blood covering the surrounding snow. A foul, bloody smell made them both cover their mouths and noses, their throats bobbing as if they wanted to vomit up everything they had eaten. It's nothing. We just encountered a mutated werewolf. Mutant? Werewolf? Red Fox looked around the snowfield, but didn't see the so-called mutated werewolves. The figures covering their noses in the distance were all beast girls she recognized. Here you go. Su Yuan pointed to the bloody mess on the ground, and nodded in confirmation despite the doubtful looks from Chi Hu and Hu Si. This is it, but a small accident happened. They weren't unfamiliar with werewolves, but this mutated werewolf was practically a different species, or rather, it couldn't be described as just a different species. Red Fox, That staff you used before could summon the souls of the dead. Try using that staff to summon the soul of this werewolf. Although I know that the Sea Soul staff can summon spirits to communicate, how to use it is a difficult problem, and the system doesn't offer any after-sales service. I'll give it a try. Summoning the dead was somewhat surprising to Red Fox, but she had no doubts about what Su Yuan said, and the Sea Soul Amber staff she was holding emitted a gray halo. As if it were alive, the gray halo flickered with each breath, and strange symbols entered her mind. The dead have returned. The moment he opened his eyes, the words of summoning almost escaped his lips. The gray halo condensed in the crystal in the center and then shot into the mass of flesh and blood. The werewolf figure, which had been smashed to pieces by the tiger hunter, slowly reappeared. Lion and the others immediately held their breath and came to Su Yuan and Red Fox. I must escape. The werewolf seemed somewhat delirious, merely floating in midair muttering to itself. It looked quite ordinary, not unlike the werewolf Su Yuan had seen in movies and television in his previous life. It was just a soul form, with a faint gray color all over its body, like a Chinese ink painting floating in midair. How did you end up looking like that, completely bald with your head split into pieces? According to the system prompt, the spirit summoned by the Sea Soul staff only has 3 chances to talk. Su Yuan did not waste any of them and went straight to the point. I am inside a cave in that land of death. A look of fear flashed in the werewolf's eyes. He stammered for a long time before finally recounting what had happened, but the story became increasingly bizarre as he spoke. Previously, the Siren King had told him a fantasy story full of metaphysics and theology, and now the werewolf ghost was telling him a science fiction story. You mean, there are transparent jars filled with green liquid, and if you get splashed with it, you turn into this? The awakened werewolf spirit looked somewhat confused, not like it was lying, and according to it, 2 of its companions had transformed into this monster form first. Su Yuan looked in the direction it had come from. The starlight was exceptionally bright today, casting a silvery white glow on the snow. There were no other figures present. It would be terrible if the other 2 guys escaped and infected others. We mustn't let our peaceful primitive society turn into a biohazard disaster. Our little tribe built of wooden stakes can't withstand a biohazard catastrophe. Because of his worries about the mutated werewolf, Su Yuan didn't have the courage to touch it, even though he suspected that the werewolf might have rare items inside. My second question is, where is that cave located, and what does it look like? There it is. The cave is very small. It's on a not-so-high mountain. Why would you risk coming to the icy wilderness during the frost crystal season? Judging from the timeline, these werewolves likely risked their lives to arrive in the frost crystal season, which is considered a place of exile compared to the desolate Snowfield. Especially during the frost crystal season, no one would consider coming into their death unless absolutely necessary. The shaman has sent us to find the totem that has been passed down through generations. Totem? Su Yuan wanted to ask something more, but after 3 conversations, the werewolf's spirit slowly dissipated. Now that it had regained consciousness, it still wanted to say something. The moment the wolf claw was raised, it transformed into a streak of light and vanished from the world. A totem? What kind of totem would appear in a snowy wasteland? Lion, tiger hunter, tell the others not to touch these things. Burn them with fire later, then dig a hole and bury all the snow and soil on the ground inside. Since it wasn't Mu Guang who attacked, Su Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. He led his men to burn and bury the suspected virus-carrying flesh and blood before returning to the tribe. At this moment, the group, who had packed up and were ready to escape at any time, had put their things back. In the dead of night, many sleepy beast girls were still waiting for him in the camp. All right, everything's fine. Everyone, go back and rest. Looking at the several beast girls sitting there nodding, Su Yuan helplessly rubbed their heads to wake them up. Su Yuan, should we send someone to check out that cave? The red fox frowned as she approached Su Yuan. The fragrance emanating from her body made Su Yuan unable to resist hugging her and gently sniffing her neck. Don't rush, let me think about it first. The lingering stench of blood and flesh in his brain was masked by a strange, fox-like fragrance. The breath exhaled from its nostrils made the red fox feel slightly weak, and its strange fragrance became even stronger. That night, everyone went to bed very late, except for one fox spirit who stayed up even later. It was late at night. According to the system's time function, it was already 3 in the morning. Su Yuan took a breath and covered the 2 of them with the animal skin blanket. Recalling what the werewolf had said earlier and the distorted appearance he had seen tonight, if he were in a normal Western fantasy world, he would guess that it was some kind of evil black magic. But this is still primitive society. The transparent jar mentioned by the werewolf spirit is very likely glass, and the green liquid, according to the system's identification panel, is very likely some kind of genetically mutated drug. A cave, silvery white walls, green liquid, transparent jars, the corpse of a beast-man infant. Could it be that an alien spaceship crashed here? This conjecture startled Su Yuan, who sat up abruptly. The red fox beside him, whose face looked somewhat tired, twitched its eyelids. He immediately lay back down and gently patted its back to soothe it. The red fox seemed to be dreaming about something, and it flipped over and lay on top of him, its two hands tightly hugging Su Yuan's body. Its light body wasn't very heavy, but its tail fur tickled its thighs. It is very likely an alien spaceship. The silvery white walls are the spaceship's steel plates, and the liquid in the glass jar is likely some kind of culture agent related to aliens. In any case, he had to see this alien spaceship in person. These primitive beast girls couldn't understand it, but Su Yuan had some knowledge of it in his previous life. With the assistance of the system, if they can achieve some results, it would be a qualitative leap for the development of the tribe. After all, a civilization capable of venturing into space beyond its planet must possess advanced technology. Chapter 200. The fish tail peeking out from the hot spring. Looks like boiled fish. It was another clear morning, and the sun in the sky was as bright and beautiful as ever. I slept so well. Inside the cabin, Su Yuan stretched and pushed open the creaking wooden door to step out. The beast girls in the camp were still working diligently, but their conversations revolved around yesterday's rugby match, and their excited and thrilled tones clearly indicated that they hadn't had enough. Hoo, ha ha, you loser, don't block my way. In the camp, Nicoya deliberately stood in front of Manhwa, suppressing the urge to laugh, staring at the figure in front of her with the crooked mouth of a dragon king. Last night, Mao Yi didn't break into Su Yuan's room in the middle of the night. It seems that he spent the whole night thinking about Panyu. At this moment, Panyu was no longer as angry and agitated as she had been yesterday. She glared at Mao Yi and listlessly moved to the side. Wow, everyone's so energetic. Su Yuan. Everyone ran to Su Yuan's side. Mao Yi was at her most energetic at this moment, and she climbed onto Su Yuan's back in no time. A wisp of hair by her ear was blown by the wind and gently brushed against Su Yuan's face. He could smell her unique cat scent and, the lingering fishy smell of the sea after returning from the seabed. By the way, Mao Yi, let's invite Shinka and Haeyang to go to the mountain to check on the hot springs today. Okay. The moment Mao Yi left, another figure appeared behind him. Panhwa hugged his neck tightly and cried out, I want to go too. Okay, you can count me in. Hot springs. What are those? Can I go? Upon hearing the news, Haiyao skipped over. Now that she had legs again, Haiyao often wandered around the camp, as if she could never get enough of walking. Su Yuan had explained Hai Ling's situation to her, so Haiyao could now stay in the Star Tribe with peace of mind, enjoying the delicious food and warmth she had never experienced underwater. Sure, but how's your recovery going? Haiyao jumped up and down, her voice full of energy, and said, I'm all recovered, and I even learned how to cast spells under Sister Red Fox's guidance. Cast witchcraft. Su Yuan realized that she who was a genius of all elements. She had only lost the other 2 witch tokens, but that did not affect her ability to guide Haiyao. Before long, Mao Yi called over Haeyang and Shinka. Haeyang still had some sawdust on him, so it seemed he was busy working with everyone. As for Xian Ku, you can tell just by looking at her sleepy face. Let's go up the mountain and see if the hot springs have recovered. We can wash off the smell of seawater from our clothes. We need to put yesterday's matter aside for a while. The icy snowfield is so vast that we won't be able to find it in a short time. Moreover, having just experienced the underwater tomb, he was somewhat tired, so he might as well take advantage of this rest time to improve the tribe's facilities. For example, using water. The initial plan was to draw water from the frozen lake, but it was difficult for the water there to flow to the high-altitude star camp. The hot springs on the mountain flowed downhill, and with a little effort, the hot spring water, whose destination is unknown, can be gradually channeled into the camp. Since I have nothing to do today, I'll take this opportunity to lead everyone up the mountain to have a look. Climbing up the spider web, the group soon returned to the hot spring they had discovered earlier, where the pits dug on both sides were filled with ice crystal works from the frost crystal season. The original outlet appears to be blocked, as the water flowing downwards is all transparent ice crystals. Judging from this, I wonder when it will completely melt. Oh no, it's frozen solid. We can't soak in the hot spring now. Mao Yi lowered her ears in disappointment and poked the hard ice with her finger. Unexpectedly, the ice, which should have been frozen in the small pool, actually moved. Wait, could it be that water has already started flowing from the outlet? Su Yuan hurried to the hot spring outlet. Gone was the usual wisps of white mist. Instead, drops of water dripped downwards from the solidified ice crystals. The cold of the frosty season did not affect the underground hot spring water. At this moment, the boiling underground hot water has begun to melt the solid ice on the outside. There is hope. Xi and Ku, come here with your spear. They're here, they're here. When Xi and Ku arrived this morning, or even last night, she carried that ice spike spear with her, and even today when she came to take a bath, she still had it with her. The reason was that it was easy to encounter danger on the mountain, and she wanted to protect Su Yuan's safety. When Xi and Ku walked over with the spear, before Su Yuan could speak, she said with a serious expression, Su Yuan, my weapon has a name. From now on, please call it the Frost Spear. What a corny name. You might as well call yourself Han Yuan Lei Che. Seeing how much she valued it, Su Yuan couldn't help but casually make up a name that sounded incredibly cringeworthy. Frost Abyss Thundercutter? What a cool name. From now on, it'll be called Frost Abyss Thundercutter. Although she didn't understand what it meant, Xi and Ku inexplicably felt that it was cool and powerful and excitedly examined the new weapon in her hand, the Frost Abyss Thunder Chaser. Commander Xi and Ku, could you please use your Frost Abyss Lightning Bolt to help remove this solid ice? In the end, Su Yuan couldn't help but interrupt her self-admiration. The ice at the entrance of the hot spring was too big, and it would take forever for the hot water inside to slowly melt it. Bang! Xi and Ku's attack was quite forceful. In an instant, shards of ice and gravel flew everywhere, and amidst the flying sand, a surge of heat struck Su Yuan. It's getting warm. It seems there's still plenty of hot spring water left. At the broken point, hot water gushed out from underground, and the previously warm hot spring water soon turned into steaming hot water. Manhwa, Nakoya, quickly take the ice from the hot spring pool. Many of the beast girls from the Star Tribe used to soak in the hot springs here, so everyone followed suit and dug many hot spring pools. If the 6 people here want to soak freely, they'll need at least 3 pools. Half an hour later, everyone comfortably soaked in the hot spring. This was the first time for Black Sheep and Hai Yao to soak in it, and their expressions showed even more surprise than those of Lion and the others. It feels so good, even better than the water in the Dream Coral Sea. Hai Yao was soaking in a hot spring alone. Her previously sexy, fair, and long legs had transformed back into a fishtail, and the way she floated on the water always attracted Su Yuan on the other side. It wasn't because of her ample bosom, but rather because the half-fishtail floating in the hot spring water looked somewhat like the boiled fish that the tribe often ate. Aside from the fact that the color of the fishtail and the scales are much more appealing than those of boiled fish, the rest of the fish looks more and more like the real thing, and makes me hungrier and hungrier the more I look at it.